In the year 778 of the IgG era, in a future world, 12 years had passed since the demise of Sun Wukong due to a heart ailment, and the Z warriors were nearly annihilated. In a nameless small city to the south of the western capital, the sky gradually darkened, and a fierce wind howled, chaotically sweeping through the devastated city, stirring up clouds of dust in the heart of the town's commercial street. Atop a dilapidated building, Android 17 and 18 stood at the edge, looking down upon Son Gohan, who barely remained upright on the ground below. Son Gohan, having just emerged from a fierce battle, wore a tattered orange dye, his body marred by severe injuries and his strength all but depleted. Only his last vestiges of tenacity allowed him to keep himself standing. The game is over, Son Gohan. When you reach the underworld, don't forget to say hello to me and Sun Wukong, declared 17, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth with a red scarf around his neck, announcing Son Gohan's impending demise. Speaking of which, that guy Sun Wukong actually succumbed to a heart condition and died without ever experiencing the fear of death. You should feel fortunate for him, he added, with a hint of mockery, relishing the moment as if toying with a mouse. Pa, if my father were truly alive, you wouldn't have the chance to utter such words, Son Gohan retorted angrily. Despite his fury, Son Gohan's voice was weak, yet his tone brimmed with disdain and animosity that showed no sign of abating. Humph! With a scoff, 17 prepared to pounce and eliminate the bothersome figure before him. Wait a moment, 17. Leave him to me, a melodious voice interjected, laced with barely contained rage. From behind 17, Android 18, with her golden hair slightly disheveled, glared fiercely at Son Gohan below. Brat, didn't anyone teach you how to treat a lady? Look at what you've done to my clothes, she exclaimed, her frosty demeanor directed at the tattered denim jacket and t-shirt ruined in the recent skirmish. Without a second thought, she charged past 17, intent on confronting Son Gohan. Seeing the fury etched on 18's face, 17 wisely stepped aside, not wishing to provoke his sister, even if she was not as formidable as he. In the next instant, 18's figure flickered as she appeared before Son Gohan, slightly bending her knees before unleashing a devastating uppercut that connected forcefully with his abdomen. A wave of excruciating pain surged through him. Although he yearned to evade, his body no longer obeyed his will, and 18's strike sent Son Gohan hurtling through the air. With a resounding crack, he crashed into a pile of shattered bricks. Agony etched across his face point. 18 swiftly approached, leaning over Son Gohan, their proximity intimate. She tugged at her t-shirt, revealing glimpses of white where the fabric had been torn. This is my favorite outfit, and I have no spare. Let your life accompany its demise. The chilling voice of Android 18 echoed in Son Gohan's ears. With a swift motion, her arm rose high, and in the next instant, her hand pierced through Son Gohan's body. Ugh! Son Gohan's brow furrowed tightly, his face contorted in agony as he struggled to breathe, feeling his life force ebbing away. With a look of resentment, he gazed at the nearby 18, his eyes filled with defiance. The one who inherits my will inevitably defeat you. It won't be long. Son Gohan's eyes blazed with fury, though his intermittent voice grew increasingly faint. As his final strength waned, his consciousness began to blur. Android 18 retracted her hand, frowning in disdain at the blood staining her palm. Unable to find anything to wipe her hands on, she callously tore off her tattered clothing, paying no mind to the exposure of her curvaceous figure to the air. After cleaning her hands, she carelessly tossed the discarded garment onto Son Gohan's motionless body. In her eyes, he was already a lifeless corpse. Turning to her companion, Android 17, who had approached, she remarked, "We shall head north shortly. There should still be plenty of humans there to quench my wrath." Android 18 smiled coldly, her anger still palpable. "Just don't kill them all at once. I need some fun." Android 17 chuckled, offering a gentle reminder. "Oh, and remember not to destroy them all. I have no clothes left," he added. "Fine, huh? By the way, you do look rather disheveled this time. Sister," he teased, glancing at her scant attire. Enough chatter." The two figures gradually faded into the distance. That moment, Son Gohan's consciousness was nearly extinguished. How infuriating! Though his fading awareness caught the exchange between the two, he yearned to intervene, yet found himself powerless. Fortunately, Trunks had not followed the hope for the future. Hope remained. I'm sorry, Father. I still couldn't protect everyone as he did if only. You were still here. Son Gohan's final awareness abruptly ceased, his eyes lifelessly staring at the sky, devoid of sound. The vast heavens were shrouded in dark clouds, and scattered raindrops fell, as if the despair of the future world could not be contained. A profound obsession drifted away with the clouds, uncertain whether it sought a path home or the light of the future. Year 760 of the Age of Peace. For years, after the 23rd World Martial Arts Tournament. Main timeline, Mount Paozadada. Father. In the forest beneath a towering tree, a child with a tail awoke from a dream, crying out in panic. This child wore a red cap adorned with orange beads and a yellow-green jacket emblazoned with the red character for sun. At that moment, fear was etched across his face. What troubles you, Gohan? Do not be afraid. Your father is here. At that moment, a voice filled with concern resonated in the air. Beside Gohan, clad in a crimson martial arts uniform, Goku lifted his son into his embrace. What is it, Gohan? Did you have a nightmare? Goku gently inquired, gazing down at his son. Goku's voice served to pull the young Gohan from the depths of his dream back into reality. After a brief pause, Gohan regained his composure and, overwhelmed with fear, nestled into Goku's arms. Father, I dreamt of two wicked men. They were killing everyone. Everyone died. Terror laced Gohan's voice as he trembled uncontrollably. Do not worry, Gohan. It was merely a nightmare, not reality. Goku, momentarily taken aback by his son's distress, gently patted Gohan's back in a soothing manner. It seemed that the comfort offered by his father began to have an effect, as Gohan's emotions gradually settled. He felt an immense sense of safety while tightly curled in Goku's embrace. After a while, Gohan drifted back into a deep slumber. His consciousness once again plunged into the realm of dreams. Strangely, this time, although enveloped in a dream, Gohan sensed a peculiar clarity of awareness. Stop it, Frieza, Goku. I am the son of Goku, someone like you. Someone like you that. Me. Before Gohan, the scenes shifted continuously, figures intertwining. He felt as though he had transformed into a spectator, quietly observing all that transpired. What a disgrace it is. As the formidable Demon King Piccolo, I find myself protecting a mere child. Gohan, you're the only one with whom I can truly converse. My time spent with you this past year has been rather pleasant. Do not die, Gohan. As he gazed upon the green figure, it uttered its final words, and then fell silent. Suddenly, an indescribable sorrow enveloped Gohan's heart. Act quickly, Piccolo. In the next moment, Gohan witnessed his father embracing a tall, unfamiliar figure, both pierced by a beam of light. Piccolo. Who is that? Survive, Gohan. The scene flashed back to earlier events. In an instant, Gohan's eyes widened in disbelief as he beheld the unfolding reality before him. Father, dead, and Piccolo. Uncle Piccolo. A complex and intense wave of emotions surged within Gohan's heart. Pain, anger, sorrow. In a heartbeat, the dream shattered into fragments. Gohan jolted awake. Father, Uncle Piccolo. Chapter 2. My determination to train Uncle Piccolo. Goku, taken aback, gazed at his son Gohan, who had just awakened. When did this child become so familiar with Piccolo? Although Goku had mentioned the Demon King Piccolo at home, Chi-Chi had always harbored a strong aversion towards him, hence they had never delved into the subject further. Dad, you're not dead? That is wonderful. Just as Goku's mind was flooded with confusion, Gohan finally regained his composure. Upon seeing his father holding him, Gohan exclaimed with delight, "What nonsense are you talking about, Gohan? Dad has always been by your side." Goku replied, perplexed, not quite catching his father's words. Gohan simply embraced Goku joyfully, rubbing his little head against Goku's chest. This is amazing. This is amazing. Gohan's face was still streaked with tears and remnants of sleep. Do you have a fever, Gohan? Goku lifted Gohan for a better inspection. The little boy's cheeks were flushed with excitement, a radiant smile gracing his face, albeit marred by the traces of tears that had yet to dry. Goku reached out and touched Gohan's forehead, comparing it to his own. Oddly enough, it felt normal. Gohan, do you feel unwell anywhere? I'm not unwell, Dad. Gohan hesitated momentarily. I just dreamt that you were killed. In his dream, his father and Uncle Piccolo fought against villains, but they were no match for them. Ultimately, Goku embraced the villain and was killed by Uncle Piccolo. Gohan spoke with a tremor in his voice, filled with palpable dread. Suddenly recalling something, he added, "Oh, and Dad. That villain claimed to be a scion named Raditz, your brother." Scion Raditz? Though Goku had never heard of him before, something inexplicably familiar stirred within him at the mention of the word scion. Also, "Dad, I think I dreamt about the future." Gohan's tone wavered, as if he struggled to articulate the unfolding thoughts. Initially, Goku had assumed Gohan was merely shaken from a nightmare, but the mention of the scion piqued his interest to learn more. "Take your time, Gohan, and speak slowly," Goku gently encouraged. Hearing his father's reassurance, Gohan took a breath and began to narrate his dream. "In the future, you died from heart disease, and then two villains called Androids 17 and 18 appeared. They wreaked havoc and killed indiscriminately. Eventually, everyone fought back against them, but Uncle Piccolo, Uncle Krillin, and Uncle Tien were all killed by the androids." Gohan's tender voice trembled with suppressed sobs as he recalled the horrific scenes from his nightmare, his small frame shaking intermittently. Due to the demise of Uncle Piccolo and the passing of Grand Elder Kai, Gohan found himself in a conversation filled with uncertainty. "Wait a moment, Gohan. How do you know that Piccolo has perished along with the Grand Elder?" Goku interjected, unable to contain his surprise. He was certain that he had never mentioned such matters in front of Gohan. Moreover, Gohan had remained at home since his birth. How could he possibly be aware of this? Was it perhaps King Vegeta who had informed him? Yet, he had not been present at the martial arts tournament either. Goku scratched his head, bewildered as he gazed at his son. "It was in a dream. I saw it in my dream," Gohan replied timidly. "A dream?" Goku furrowed his brow. How could the intertwining fates of Piccolo and the Grand Elder manifest in Gohan's dreams? Suddenly, he recalled the androids. The very term android brought to mind the humorous ninja from his childhood, who had mentioned that Android 8 was one of their creations. When he had asked Android 8 for his name, he had referred to himself as Android 8. Had he ever spoken of the androids in Gohan's presence? Goku's confusion deepened. "Dad," Gohan said, gazing shyly at his father, "the books I've read suggest that dreams can transcend the limitations of time. Events from the future may appear in a person's dreams." With his head bowed, Gohan's mind flooded with images from his dream, some previously obscure details now becoming increasingly vivid. Unlike adults, children often struggle to distinguish between reality and dreams. Yet the more he pondered, the more Gohan felt the events within his dream to be overwhelmingly authentic. Science, Frieza, androids. Time and again, he witnessed his friends fall before their enemies. In a fleeting moment, he even relived the harrowing anguish of their losses. Furthermore, he recalled a vision of his future self, missing an arm and lying in a pool of blood, his once vibrant eyes now filled with discontent and rage. A chill ran down Gohan's spine as he shuddered involuntarily. "Dad, I don't know if that was indeed the future, but if my dream holds any truth." He hesitated, the memory of profound despair and helplessness from his first dream resurfacing. "If that dream is real, I want to train and become strong, just like you. Strong enough to protect everyone." His voice resonated with an unexpected determination and maturity that belied his tender age, fueled by the clarity of his dream's recollection. Gohan lifted his gaze to meet his father's, feeling an overwhelming sense of comfort and happiness. Caught off guard by the intensity of his son's stare, Goku remained momentarily speechless. Even now, he struggled to process the implications of Gohan's dream, the intertwining fates of the Grand Elder and Piccolo, the androids, and the Scions, along with the presence of his elder brother Raditz. Why had he allied with Piccolo to confront them? A multitude of perplexities weighed heavily upon Sun Wukong's heart. However, upon beholding the formidable presence of Gohan before him, Sun Wukong effortlessly lifted him above his head, chuckling softly. "Training, is it? Very well, but Gohan, being merely as strong as your father is insufficient. You must surpass me." Gohan nodded vigorously, yet a flicker of concern crossed his mind. "But Dad, do you think Mom would agree to my training?" Although he felt joy in his heart, he instinctively recalled his mother's aversion to martial arts, prompting him to ask hesitantly. "She should, I suppose." A bead of sweat suddenly appeared on Sun Wukong's forehead, clearly indicating that this question had jolted him back to reality. A moment of silence enveloped the father and son. After a brief pause, Sun Wukong inquired, "By the way, Gohan, when will the events from your dream come to pass?" Can one truly glimpse the future in dreams? Although uncertain, he found himself inclined to believe that his son might indeed have foreseen the future. It was difficult to rationalize how Gohan could articulate matters he ought not to know. Perhaps he could consult the old woman who arranges things and inquire whether the future would indeed unfold as foretold. Dad's brother, the scion named Raditz, should arrive on Earth in a year, accompanied by 2 companions, although initially, only Raditz will come. Gohan pondered for a moment before continuing. After you and Uncle Piccolo defeat Raditz, the other 2 scions will arrive a year later. In the battle with Raditz, you perish. By the time the others arrive, you will be training in a place called King Kai's planet, and when you return, Uncle Piccolo will sacrifice himself to save me. As he spoke, Gohan's lips quivered, and his voice grew choked with emotion. Piccolo would really save someone? Sun Wukong marveled internally. It seemed the aloof warrior had indeed changed for the better. Uncle Yamcha, Uncle Tien, and Uncle Chaozu also died during that time, and to save them, we later ventured to Piccolo's homeland, Namek. There, we encountered a more formidable foe named Frieza. As he recollected the profound despair experienced in the dream, Gohan's complexion grew pale. As for the androids, that matter arose 3 years after Frieza. After listening to Gohan's account, Sun Wukong fell into contemplation. Even with his alliance with Piccolo, he still perished in the battle against Raditz, not to mention the future adversaries. Only a year remained. A sudden sense of urgency, tinged with inexplicable exhilaration, surged within Sun Wukong. Gohan, do not share the details of your dream with anyone just yet, especially not with your mother. If she learns of it, she will worry about you, Sun Wukong advised after a deep breath, gazing earnestly at his son. Understood, Dad. Gohan nodded in agreement. Chapter 3. Mom, I want to protect you. Gohan, have you made up your mind? Do you truly wish to train? Sun Wukong looked at his son once more for confirmation. Yes, Dad. As Sun Wukong listened to his son's son Gohan, he could see the memories of his dreams flickering in Gohan's mind. In those recurring battles, he had witnessed his comrades and loved ones fall, while he stood helplessly by, unable to intervene. He felt the weight of his own inadequacy. Despite exerting every ounce of energy, he could not alter the fate that befell them. He yearned for an end to the suffering, wishing to no longer be the one who required protection when adversaries appeared. Father, I wish to train. I want to safeguard everyone, to protect you and Mother, Son Gohan declared with unwavering seriousness as he gazed earnestly at his father. Very well, Gohan, but this time, you must express your desires to your mother yourself, Sun Wukong advised thoughtfully. He had contemplated discussing Gohan's training with Chi-Chi, having always recognized the immense potential within his son. Yet, each time he attempted to broach the subject, Chi-Chi would oppose him, insisting that the world was now at peace and that further martial training was unnecessary. She often remarked that this era belonged to scholars, and that teaching Gohan the ways of combat would lead him astray. Moreover, Sun Wukong noticed that Gohan seemed to possess a greater interest in education than in martial arts, leading to the matter being left unresolved. However, if the futures Gohan envisioned in his dreams were to materialize, his potential, coupled with rigorous training, could forge him into a formidable force. Though Sun Wukong was reluctant for his son to confront danger, having an additional source of strength for protection was ultimately a positive outcome. I will strive hard, father. Gohan replied earnestly after a moment of contemplation. All right, let us return home. Your mother must be waiting for us to dine, Sun Wukong said, lifting his son onto his shoulders as they made their way back. A few moments later, they stood before their home. Are you ready, Gohan? Sun Wukong inquired, glancing at his son. I am ready, father, Gohan replied, his expression grave. Suddenly, the door creaked open, revealing a beautiful woman in a purple qipao, her hair elegantly styled. Standing before them, Chi-Chi, mother? Both Sun Wukong and Gohan were taken aback by her unexpected appearance. I've been waiting for you both for quite a while. Wukong, Gohan, what took you so long? Chi-Chi lightly chided, eyeing them curiously. Come inside. The food is still warm, she beckoned, taking Gohan's hand from Wukong's grasp and leading him into the house. Oh, Gohan just took a nap and had a nightmare, which caused a slight delay. Sun Wukong explained as he closed the door behind them. A nightmare? Are you all right, Gohan? Chi-Chi inquired anxiously, her gaze fixed on her son. I'm fine, mother. Gohan replied, tilting his head slightly to hide the traces of tears that had previously graced his cheeks. How bountiful. Mother, you're amazing, Gohan exclaimed, admiring the spread before him. Indeed, much of it is your favorite, Gohan. You must eat well and grow healthy, so you can become a great scholar, Chi-Chi encouraged. Her worries alleviated by her son's normal demeanor, a smile brightening her face. After washing their hands, the three of them began their meal. Chi-Chi's cooking was indeed unparalleled. The movements of Sun Wukong's hands were incessant, akin to a whirlwind devouring the remnants of clouds with great delight. Indeed, Mother's cooking is simply exquisite, Sun Wufan chimed in, his voice brimming with youthful exuberance. You two are quite peculiar, Chi-Chi remarked, though she felt a sense of joy from the continuous praise. Yet, she couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss with Sun Wukong and Sun Wufan today, regarding them with a scrutinizing gaze. Exchanging a glance, Sun Wukong and Sun Wufan felt as though their secret had been unveiled, and they set their chopsticks down. In truth, Wufan expressed a desire to cultivate today. Cultivate? Wukong, you're not suggesting you intend to use Wufan as an excuse to train, are you? Upon hearing the word cultivate, Chi-Chi's expression turned stern, her voice tinged with irritation. The future belongs to scholars. What use is there in martial training? Wufan enjoys studying and will surely become a great scholar. However, it was genuinely Wufan's suggestion. Sun Wukong responded, a hint of grievance in his tone. Mother, I truly wish to cultivate, which is why I asked father. Sun Wufan asserted earnestly, gazing intently at his mother. Chi-Chi turned, astonished, to look at Sun Wufan. Observing her son's serious demeanor, she inhaled deeply, her expression becoming earnest and weighty. Wufan, the villains have already been vanquished by your father. A bright future lies in education. Besides, didn't you also wish to be a scholar? Wukong, Wufan has expressed a desire to cultivate. You should acquiesce to his request, Sun Wukong interjected. Wukong, in this era, education is the only path forward. Moreover, isn't Demon King Piccolo already defeated? What enemies remain? Chi-Chi gazed sternly at Sun Wukong, her voice rising in intensity. Mother! Sun Wufan exclaimed, feeling the escalating tension as Chi-Chi's voice grew stronger. When I dozed off earlier, I had a dream where two villains were killing everyone. Father even perished. Mother, I was truly terrified. He struggled to hold back tears, his voice quivering and his eyes glistening with unshed tears. I want to protect you and father. Sun Wufan leapt from his chair and embraced Chi-Chi. Startled by his initial outcry, Chi-Chi softened upon hearing his frightened words, her heart unwilling to scold him. But cultivating is arduous. Your grandfather endured much hardship while training with me, she said, cradling Wufan and gazing at him with tenderness. I'm not afraid of hardship. I want to protect mother, Sun Wufan declared, stubbornly, despite the tears that began to form on his cheeks. What of your dream of becoming a scholar? Didn't you once say you wanted to be a scholar? I will study hard, mother. Chi-Chi, observing Wufan's unwavering determination, couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Well, if it is cultivation, then let it be. Consider it a means of physical exercise. Very well, but you must not neglect your studies. With a hint of resignation, Chi-Chi acquiesced. Mother, you agree? Thank you, mother. Upon hearing Chi-Chi's words, Gohan was momentarily taken aback, only to subsequently exclaim with delight. At that moment, Goku also breathed a sigh of relief. Chi-Chi turned her head to look at Goku and remarked, You too, have you conspired together? In response, Goku sheepishly scratched his head. All right, I promise you. Wipe your tears, we can enjoy a proper meal now. If you wish to train, you must ensure your stomach is full. This is something you must learn well from your father. Chi-Chi shot Goku a sidelong glance before turning back to Gohan with tenderness. Thank you, Mom. Goku and Chi-Chi had deliberated throughout the previous night and ultimately decided to send Gohan to Master Roshi to learn martial arts. After all, the prowess of the martial arts master, Roshi, in training his disciples is well acknowledged. The following morning, Goku was busy loading the books and luggage that Chi-Chi had prepared for Gohan onto the flying Nimbus. Remember to read, Gohan. Your mother will check when you come home. Chi-Chi reminded him. I know, Mom. Goku addressed Chi-Chi. Well then, we're off. Let us go, Nimbus. As Goku and Gohan's figures began to recede into the distance, Chi-Chi suddenly recalled something. Goku, tell Master Roshi not to teach Gohan anything strange. Chi-Chi shouted towards Goku, who was now high in the air. Strange things? Goku scratched his head, glancing at Chi-Chi, utterly perplexed. I understand. Do you really understand? Chi-Chi observed Goku's retreating silhouette with a look of skepticism. Chapter 4. Goku's Plan on the Boundless Ocean. The The gentle sunlight transformed into shimmering waves as it danced upon the surging sea. Flying fish leapt skyward, piercing through the long tunnels created by the waves, only to vanish into the depths of the ocean. Amidst the expanse of sea and sky, the Nimbus carried Goku and Gohan swiftly towards Master Roshi's abode. Gohan, how much do you remember about the Scions from your dreams? Why did Piccolo and I battle that Raditz you mentioned? Since hearing about the Scions, Goku had felt an inexplicable familiarity with the term. Yet he had no recollection of Raditz as a brother. In Goku's memory, he had always lived on Earth, and if he had any relatives, it was only his grandfather who raised him, tragically slain by a monster that appeared on the night of the full moon. Since then, he had lived alone until meeting Bulma, which led to the subsequent events. If he had a Scion brother, could it mean that he too was a Scion? In response, Gohan reflected on this. The Scions are a warrior race, serving a villain named Frieza. Frieza? Goku inquired with curiosity. Yes, Dad. He is the enemy I mentioned from Namek. Frieza is an exceedingly powerful foe, and the Scions work under him, engaging in the business of invading and selling planets. However, due to his apprehension towards the legendary warrior, the Super Scion, Frieza annihilated the Scion home planet, leaving only a few survivors, among whom only Vegeta was aware of the truth. Super Scion? Vegeta? Who are they? Goku inquired once more. Dad, please don't interrupt me, Gohan said, wrinkling his nose and casting a frustrated glance at Goku. Oh, my apologies, Goku replied sheepishly. Scratching his head, there are 3 remaining Scions, Raditz, Nappa, and Vegeta, Gohan continued, pausing to count on his fingers. This time, due to insufficient manpower for the invasion, Raditz remembered his brother, which is you, Dad. So, I am a Scion? That does align with my dreams, Gohan affirmed, nodding at Goku. Later, Raditz kidnapped me to threaten you, and you and Uncle Piccolo joined forces to battle him to rescue me. By the way, Gohan, why do you refer to Piccolo as Uncle Piccolo? Goku asked, voicing a long-held curiosity. Because after defeating Raditz, Uncle Piccolo trained me in preparation for Vegeta and Nappa's arrival on Earth, which will be in about 2 years, Gohan reminisced, a smile creeping onto his face as he recalled the days spent training with Piccolo. However, during the battle with the Scions, Uncle Piccolo was killed while trying to protect me. In an effort to resurrect everyone who had fallen, we later journeyed to Piccolo's homeland, Namek. It was there that you transformed into a Super Scion and defeated Frieza. You were incredibly strong after becoming a Super Scion. Shaking his head to dispel the sadness brought on by memories of Piccolo's death, Gohan's excitement returned as he spoke of the Super Saiyan transformation. Yet, Goku's expression turned grave as he looked at Gohan and asked, "You mentioned everyone? Were there others who perished?" "Yes, aside from Uncle Piccolo, Uncle Tien, Uncle Yamcha, and Uncle Kairatsu were also killed," Gohan said, his lips pursed, his voice tinged with melancholy. Sensing Goku's confusion, Gohan explained, "At that time, you were training on King Kai's planet, and by the time you arrived, it was already too late." Goku took a deep breath, slowly processing the information Gohan had shared. If all of this were indeed true, he needed to accelerate his training. Despite Gohan's words indicating that relentless foes would continue to emerge, strangely, Goku did not feel fear. Instead, a sense of exhilaration surged within him, and he couldn't help but chuckle inwardly at the combative nature of the Saiyan race. "No, I am a human from Earth." He corrected his chaotic thoughts and continued pondering. "Super Saiyan, what does one need to become that?" First, an exceptionally strong foundational strength is required, followed by a serene mind and intense rage, Gohan recalled. An exceptionally strong foundational strength? Son Gohan meticulously recalled his dreams, particularly the memories of the future, and estimated that, indeed, his father's current strength was approximately 10,000 times greater. 10,000 times. Son Goku exclaimed in astonishment. Son Gohan nodded earnestly. After training under the great King Kai, his father had engaged in rigorous practice aboard the spaceship bound for Namek. Suddenly, a memory surfaced in Son Gohan's mind regarding Vegeta's self-inflicted injuries on Namek. Right, father, Scions experience a significant enhancement in combat power after near-death recovery. On Namek, Vegeta intentionally allowed Uncle Krillin to injure him, and similarly, father sustained a severe wound, but upon recovery, his strength surged to the threshold of transformation. Is that so? Son Goku fell momentarily silent. Despite possessing such a remarkable constitution, he struggled to comprehend the means by which he could elevate himself to such extraordinary power. Could inflicting injury upon oneself and recovering truly yield such strength? It appeared that the Super Saiyan transformation was unattainable in the immediate future. Wait, the great King Kai? Son Goku turned his gaze back to his son. Are you suggesting that father trained under the great King Kai? Do you recall how he got there? Only the deceased could train on King Kai's planet. At that time, father had indeed perished and was taken by the Supreme Kai to train under King Kai. Must one truly die to gain access? Son Goku's expression became momentarily frozen, leaving him at a loss for words. Perhaps it truly required another death? Or perhaps he could inquire with the Supreme Kai for alternative methods. However, before that, he needed to find Baba to ascertain when Raditz would arrive on Earth. If he were to train under King Kai while Raditz arrived on Earth, it could lead to complications. Son Goku still remembered Gohan's words about the dire consequences of his delay, which had resulted in the demise of Piccolo and others. Well, if all else fails, training alongside Piccolo could also prove to be a commendable choice. Son Goku felt a semblance of resolve. At that moment, out of the corner of his eye, he spotted the Kame house on a distant island. Chapter 5. Master Roshi's concerns Gohan. We have arrived. That is Master Roshi's abode. Son Gohan looked down and saw the quaint Kame house with its red roof and pink walls on the nearby island. In an instant, the flying Nimbus transported them before the Kame house. Son Goku leaped down, cradling his son, and then unloaded the books and luggage from the Nimbus, which stood taller than a person. Grandpa Turtle, Son Goku called out toward the Kame house. With a gentle creak, the door opened, revealing a tall woman with short blue hair, dressed casually. Bulma, what brings you here? Son Goku asked, astonished at the sight of her. Goku? Bulma was equally surprised by Son Goku's arrival and was about to respond. She had a quarrel with Yamcha and is currently in a cold war. A teasing voice chimed in. Mind your own business, Krillin. Bulma shot a glare at the short, bald figure who had just appeared. Goku? What brings you here? At that moment, an elderly man donned in red-framed sunglasses and a green short-sleeved shirt emerged from the house, observing Sun Wukong with a puzzled expression. Krillin, Master Roshi, you are all here, Sun Wukong exclaimed, a smile gracing his face. At this juncture, Bulma noticed the young boy, Gohan, nestled in Sun Wukong's arms. Oh, Sun-kun, whose child is that? Are you working as a babysitter now, Wukong? Krillin, standing nearby, also inquired upon seeing Gohan. This is my child. I actually came to ask Master Roshi for assistance in training Gohan. What? Your child? The three of them instinctively overlooked the latter part of Sun Wukong's statement, their expressions filled with shock as they exclaimed in unison. Indeed, Gohan, come greet everyone. Sun Wukong gently set Gohan down on the ground. Hello everyone, I am Gohan. Gohan bowed slightly, his voice tinged with excitement. Aunt Bulma, Uncle Krillin, Grandpa Roshi. Gohan gazed at the familiar yet strange faces before him, warmth filling his heart and an involuntary smile lighting up his face. It's nice to meet you too. The others returned the gesture, still grappling with their astonishment. Wukong, are you planning to train? I can't teach you anything anymore, Master Roshi said, attempting to regain his composure as he waved a hand at Sun Wukong. No, Grandpa, this time it is Gohan who wishes to train, Sun Wukong clarified. Gohan, you named him after your deceased grandfather? Master Roshi glanced at the small Gohan nearby. Yes, Sun Wukong nodded. Wait a moment, are you saying Gohan wants to train? How old is this child? Master Roshi asked. Grandpa Roshi, I am 3 years old this year, Gohan replied in a soft voice, lacking the usual childishness. 3 years old? Master Roshi looked at Sun Wukong with confusion. At this moment, Sun Wukong's expression grew serious. Yes, actually. Gohan had a dream about 2 enemies who were killing people everywhere in his dream. Just a dream? Master Roshi asked, astonished. Indeed, the key is that ever since then, I have felt a sense of unease in my heart, and I was contemplating beginning training. Upon hearing this, Master Roshi regarded Sun Wukong's slightly grave countenance with a newfound seriousness. He understood that martial artists who delve deeply into their training often acquire extraordinary abilities through prolonged physical and mental discipline. Just as he had once discerned the mind-reading technique of Nan Wuxin during the World Martial Arts Tournament years ago. Very well, I understand now. I shall take care of Gohan, Master Roshi replied solemnly. Bulma looked at little Gohan. Sun-kun, isn't it a bit too early for Gohan to start training at just 3 years old? Indeed, Wukong, Krillin echoed, feeling that Gohan was too young for such endeavors. Uncle Krillin, Aunt Bulma, I am not afraid of hard work, Gohan declared, clenching his small fists and speaking loudly. observing Gohan's small face, reminiscent of Sun Wukong's. And hearing that vibrant voice, Bulma and Krillin were momentarily taken aback, as if they were gazing upon a younger version of Wukong himself. Listening to Gohan's voice, Goku's expression eased somewhat. He smiled at his son and affectionately ruffled his hair. "Ah, Gohan, I have always believed that immense potential resides within you. This upcoming training is something you have earnestly requested. But where do you intend to train, given your current strength? The only one capable of aiding in your improvement is likely Piccolo, isn't it?" Master Roshi jestingly inquired. Piccolo, the former Demon King, now a righteous ally? Roshi shook his head, finding his own thoughts peculiar. "Perhaps, but before that, I have something else to attend to." Then, Goku pointed to the books and luggage on the ground. These are all prepared by Chi-Chi, insisting that Gohan must not neglect his studies while training. All of these. Master Roshi glanced sideways, momentarily taken aback, for the stack of books on the ground nearly reached his height. Goku scratched his head, as if remembering something. "By the way, Grandpa, Chi-Chi asked me to convey that you must not teach Gohan anything strange." "But what constitutes a strange thing?" Goku's tone was filled with confusion. "Nonsense. I am known as the god of martial arts, Master Roshi. How could I possibly teach a child anything peculiar?" Upon hearing this, Roshi's face flushed with indignation as he spoke in a flustered manner. "Heh, Chi-Chi indeed has a keen eye, wouldn't you agree, Bulma?" At Goku's words, Krillin shielded his face with his hand and glanced sideways at Bulma. Indeed, such advice is quite fitting for Master Roshi," Bulma drawled, exchanging a knowing look with Krillin, both wearing amused expressions directed at Roshi. "Krillin." Roshi shot a glare at Krillin. "So what is it exactly?" Goku earnestly inquired once more. Roshi looked around, hesitated, and then whispered a few words to Goku. "So this is what is considered strange? Yet, before Gohan, Chi-Chi and I often did this. What is so peculiar about it?" Goku initially seemed enlightened, then confusion began to cloud his mind. "I recall that at the time, Dad. Mom is waiting for you to come home for dinner." Just as Goku was about to continue speaking, Gohan's sudden shout interrupted him. Remembering the knowledge he acquired in his dreams of the future, the bewildered Gohan blushed as he looked at Goku, feeling that his father was about to utter something astonishing. Goku, interrupted by Gohan, scratched his head. "Ah, you're right. Let's save that for another day. Gohan, I leave you in Grandpa's care." "Nimbus." Goku shouted towards the distance, then leaped onto the Nimbus cloud, bidding farewell to everyone as he departed. Having heard only half of Goku's words, Master Roshi gazed blankly in the direction Goku had left. That kid, Goku, is truly innocent to a remarkable extent. Krillin rested his head in his hands, speaking wearily. "Isn't he always like this?" Reminiscing about their childhood. When Goku remained oblivious and carefree after losing his tail, Bulma chuckled softly, filled with nostalgia. At this moment, Master Roshi finally regained his composure. "Krillin, please assist Gohan in packing his belongings. We shall relocate tomorrow." "Is it to prepare Gohan for training?" Upon hearing this, Krillin instinctively recalled the time he and Goku moved to a large island to commence their training. "Indeed. Bulma, if you wish, you may accompany us." Master Roshi nodded, then turned to Bulma. "Since there is nothing else to attend to, let us go together," Bulma replied. Master Roshi sighed softly, his voice tinged with gravity. "Goku seems to have sensed something. The future may indeed be ominous." "You're being overly pessimistic, Master Roshi." Observing the immovable and serious demeanor of Master Roshi, Bulma teased. "Is it truly that dire, Master Mutant?" Krillin felt a sudden weight in his heart as he gazed at his unusually solemn teacher. Master Roshi paused, taken aback. "What?" "I was referring to the color of Bulma's bra." "What?" Bang! Bang! Realizing the implication, Bulma erupted like a furious lioness, raising her fists and delivering 2 fiery blows to Master Roshi. "Gohan is still here. You lecherous old man." Gohan stared in astonishment at Master Roshi, who was being pummeled, feeling a mix of emotions. "Gohan, let us depart." With that, Bulma, fuming, led Gohan back into the house. I think I'll head back now, Master," Krillin chuckled awkwardly, gathering Gohan's belongings and hurriedly following them inside. "Ouch, that truly hurts." Master Roshi rubbed his head, furrowing his brow. Watching the 3 leave, Master Roshi did not rush back inside. Instead, he reclined on a rocking chair beside his abode. Restless, the chair gently swayed as Master Roshi squinted, lost in thought, his dark green sunglasses reflecting the fluffy clouds in the sky. Chapter 6. The crystal ball exploded. In a vast desert at the farthest western edge, The sole remaining oasis housed the palace of the fortune-telling elder. I see it. Goku, having rushed from Master Roshi's house, perched on his Nimbus cloud, excitedly gazing at the expansive lake adjoining the palace. Goku leaped from the Nimbus, landing on a large circular arena constructed over the lake. "Line up, fortune-telling elder! Line up, fortune-telling elder!" Goku shouted towards the depths of the palace, hands clasped loudly. "All right, Goku, no more shouting. I can't hear you. And it's fortune-telling elder, not line up elder. How many times must I remind you?" A somewhat sharp voice echoed. Dressed in a black wizard's robe and a pointed witch's hat, the fortune-telling elder floated towards him, accompanied by a small pink creature wearing a straw hat. The fortune-telling elder glared at Goku, irritated yet resigned. "Oops, my apologies." Goku scratched his head, wearing an embarrassed expression. "Dear grandmother, could you please help me with a divination? I wish to know when the Scions will arrive to assault Earth." The divination woman, taken aback, replied, "Scions? Assault Earth? What a perplexing notion. Oh, it's all rather complicated. I can't explain it in just a few words. Please, hasten with the divination," Goku mumbled vaguely. "Have you forgotten, Goku? You still owe me for the last divination when you got married," the divination woman remarked, gazing intently at him without commencing her work. "Ah, do I?" Goku furrowed his brow, pondering for a moment. The divination woman sighed, feeling somewhat troubled by Goku's obliviousness. Ever since encountering him, her divinations had become unwittingly complimentary. Her greatest passions were wealth and witnessing martial prowess, yet the true masters were engrossed in rigorous training on the Supreme Kai's planet. As for Goku, having vanquished Demon King Piccolo, who could possibly rival him? Regarding money, she lamented silently as she gazed at him. Very well, I shall assist you with the divination." She relented, reluctantly descending from her crystal ball to commence her ritual. Chanting her incantation, the crystal ball shimmered with radiant light. "In the future, one Scion will arrive to attack Earth in 348 days, while 2 others will follow in 681 days, she intoned, observing the crystal ball's revelations. "What? There truly will be Scions attacking Earth?" The divination woman's heart quickened at the foreboding message. "Wait, I seem to perceive something else." She squinted, leaning closer to the crystal ball. What an intense battle. Such power. Within the hazy images, on a desolate expanse, 2 massive energies collided violently, neither yielding. As the erupting energy shattered the surrounding cliffs and reshaped the terrain, the swirling winds carried debris that crashed together, sparking showers of embers. The shockwaves from their confrontation surged skyward, ruthlessly tearing apart the thick clouds above. Even as a mere observer, the divination woman could feel the sheer terror of that power. In the next moment, a blinding flash erupted, and the vision in the crystal ball vanished. Was that a depiction of her battling the Scions? No. She must devise a way to train swiftly. Goku, too, had witnessed the cataclysmic scene within the crystal ball, a sense of urgency gripping him once more. "Thank you, dear grandmother. I shall return another day." Without waiting for her response, Goku summoned his flying Nimbus and hurriedly soared toward the heavenly temple. Alas, Goku. The divination woman had intended to inquire how he knew of the impending Scion assault, but watching his retreating figure, she held her tongue. Once more, she cast her spell upon the crystal ball, wishing to deduce the situation herself. In an instant, a child appeared within the crystal ball. The divination woman quickly recognized him as Goku's son, Gohan. Strange, how could Wukong's son appear? Before the fortune-telling old woman could comprehend this, the crystal ball began to shift once more. The silhouette of son Gohan gradually faded, replaced by a profound starry sky. Within this celestial expanse, countless stars shimmered, their distant light intermingling and forming a tapestry of brilliance. Soon, the starry sky began to recede. At that moment, an unexpected sense of foreboding washed over the fortune-teller, causing her heart to race with intense unease. Crack, crack, the sound of shattering echoed from the crystal ball. Boom. In the next instant, the crystal ball, now marred by countless fractures, exploded, sending a myriad of shards flying. The fortune-teller gasped in shock, her body teetering backward, only to be steadied by a quick-witted little ghost attendant. Panting with fright, the fortune-teller exclaimed, "How could the crystal ball shatter?" The little ghost, equally alarmed, inquired. Regaining her composure, albeit with a quivering voice, the fortune-teller replied, "What I have divined is a future that I cannot foresee." Furrowing her brow, she dismissed the little ghost. "Wukong, what exactly have you uncovered?" After a moment of silence filled with confusion, the fortune teller recalled the unusual explosion and dared not delve further into the matter. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong sat atop the flying nimbus, his head bowed, one hand propping up his chin while the fingers of the other absently tapped against his leg. Now aware of the Scion's arrival on Earth, his next step was to inquire of the Supreme Kai about the route to King Kai's planet. Yet, he pondered whether his own strength would suffice for victory. Reflecting on everything he had just witnessed, a sense of silence enveloped him. The two powers he had seen were realms beyond his current capabilities. Surely, that must have been the scene from his second battle with the Scions. According to Gohan, during the first encounter with Raditz, he and Piccolo had triumphed together. However, based on his current strength, it was impossible for their trio to have caused such extensive destruction. Therefore, it must pertain to the second encounter. He was not particularly worried for himself, but he recalled Gohan mentioning that there were two Scions during their second visit to Earth. Although Gohan had also foretold their victory, a lingering unease remained in Wukong's heart. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck him. What if he brought Piccolo, Krillin, and the others to King Kai's planet? That would greatly enhance their chances. Indeed, it was settled. If they all trained together on King Kai's planet, success was assured. The more he contemplated this plan, the more feasible it appeared, prompting Wukong to excitedly clap his hands together. Moments later, spotting King Kai's planet in the distance, he abandoned the Nimbus and soared upward toward the Supreme Kai's temple. Chapter 7. And the Dragon Balls. Moments later, Wukong had already ascended above the temple. Wukong, you have arrived, a weathered voice echoed from the temple. Before the main hall of the temple, 2 rows of palm trees swayed gently beside the celestial deity, clad in divine robes, and Mr. Bobo, whose skin was as dark as night, and who donned the attire reminiscent of a certain warrior. They gazed up at Sun Wukong, who was hovering in midair. Celestial Lord? Mr. Bobo? Are you waiting for me? Sun Wukong inquired, astonished at the sight of the two. Indeed, Wukong, you were at the fortune teller's, weren't you? What did you discern? The Celestial Lord asked, his expression tinged with gravity. Strange, how does the Celestial Lord know I visited the fortune teller? Sun Wukong pondered, a sense of bewilderment enveloping him. Have you been observing the mortal realm? He asked the Celestial Lord. Not quite, the deity replied, shaking his head. However, I felt an unsettling presence emanating from the fortune teller, and upon focusing my attention in that direction, I discovered you approaching. Even the battles within the crystal ball were perceived by the Celestial Lord? Sun Wukong mused. My son, Gohan, had a troubling dream foretelling the arrival of formidable foes known as Scions who would assault Earth. This has left me in a state of unease, prompting my visit to the fortune teller for clarity. He refrained from divulging every detail, yet the visions from the crystal ball had left him profoundly shaken. The anticipated threats posed by Frisia and the androids were surely daunting, and he deemed it wiser to confront the immediate crisis rather than incite fear with tales of the future. Upon hearing Sun Wukong's words, the Celestial Lord appeared perplexed. How could your son dream of the future? I cannot say, Sun Wukong replied, shaking his head. The Celestial Lord then inquired, what was the outcome? Are they powerful? Extremely powerful. The first Scion will arrive on Earth in 348 days, while the second wave will follow in 681 days, Sun Wukong stated solemnly. Wukong, even you are not a match for them, Mr. Bobo interjected, unable to conceal his concern. Sun Wukong nodded. Even the initial Scion, Raditz, will pose a significant challenge. In Gohan's dream, despite teaming up with Piccolo, we barely managed to contend with him. Celestial Lord, I have come to seek your guidance for this reason. The Celestial Lord fell silent for a moment, exhaling a sigh. Wukong, I find myself lacking in ways to assist you with your training. I heard from the fortune teller that there exists a being known as King Kai in the realm of the afterlife. He must be immensely powerful. Might I train there? Sun Wukong contemplated briefly before addressing the Celestial Lord. King Kai? Upon hearing this, the Celestial Lord paused, lost in thought. Indeed, if you were to train under King Kai, given your potential, your strength would undoubtedly increase significantly, perhaps equipping you to face the impending threats to Earth. Yet the Celestial Lord hesitated, gazing at Sun Wukong. Wukong, except for divine beings, only souls of the deceased can traverse to the realm of the afterlife. Celestial Lord, Wukong has previously saved Earth from the clutches of the Demon King Piccolo, a commendable feat given the sudden nature of this crisis. There are few alternatives, Mr. Bobo interjected at this moment. The Celestial Lord pondered for a moment. Very well, Wukong. I shall venture to the underworld and consult with King Enma to see if he might permit you to train with Lord Ko, the celestial being stated. By the way, esteemed celestial, could you also request that Piccolo, Krillin, Tien, and Yamcha accompany me to Lord Ko? Sun Wukong inquired eagerly. Piccolo, that is quite impossible. Though he is no longer the malevolent demon king he once was, the remnants of his wickedness linger, and King Enma would certainly disapprove, the celestial being replied, shaking his head. What of Krillin and the others? I cannot say for certain. We shall have clarity once I have inquired, he continued. Now, Wukong, please wait here for a moment. I shall return shortly. With that, the celestial being vanished from sight. Does Piccolo still harbor any malevolence? Sun Wukong pondered, frowning at the spot where the celestial being had stood. Suddenly, his expression shifted. Wukong, fret not. I assure you that the celestial shall succeed in this endeavor, Mr. Popo comforted, noticing the subtle change in Wukong's demeanor. No, Mr. Popo, could you possibly prepare me some lunch? Wukong lamented, gazing at Mr. Popo with a pitiful expression. Lunch, you say? Very well, then. A bead of sweat trickled down Mr. Popo's brow as he gazed at Wukong, casting a glance at the sun, now tilting westward, before turning to depart. An hour later. Wow, Mr. Popo, your cooking is as delectable as ever, Sun Wukong exclaimed, seated on the ground, patting his belly in satisfaction. Before him lay a chaotic array of dishes, as Mr. Popo busied himself clearing the remnants from yet another feast. Now on his third trip to carry away the towering stack of bowls. Just then, the celestial being returned from the underworld. Wukong, you are permitted to journey to Ko's planet for training. However, for the others, given their current accomplishments, they are not yet eligible, he stated directly to Sun Wukong, disregarding Mr. Popo's cleaning efforts. Is that so? Very well, esteemed celestial. I shall attend to my matters and return to you shortly, Wukong replied, a hint of disappointment in his voice. Be swift, Wukong. There exists a serpentine path from the underworld to Ko's planet, spanning approximately 1 million kilometers. You must traverse it to reach Lord Ko, the celestial reminded him. 1 million kilometers? Wukong exclaimed in astonishment. But the first scion will arrive in 348 days. At that distance, I shall never make it back in time. He contemplated his speed and calculated the time required for his round trip on the serpentine path, questioning how long he could possibly train with Ko. Is there truly no alternative? Perhaps, esteemed celestial, you could transport me directly to Ko's planet as you did before, Wukong urged, desperation creeping into his tone. That is not feasible, Wukong. As a celestial being, I can only escort you to the underworld. The remainder of the journey is yours to undertake, the celestial sighed, feeling somewhat helpless. The air fell into a moment of silence. Esteemed celestial, if we were to utilize the Dragon Balls, could that not allow Wukong to be sent directly to Ko's planet? Mr. Popo suddenly interjected, observing the two lost in thought. The Dragon Balls? Indeed, the Dragon Balls. Mr. Bobo, you are truly a genius. Upon hearing Mr. Bobo's words, Sun Wukong instantly realized the situation and excitedly embraced him. Indeed, Bobo, you are correct. We can certainly use the Dragon Balls to send Wukong over. The God of Heaven also expressed with some enthusiasm. Excellent. I shall gather the Dragon Balls and then return to the temple. I will rely on you, esteemed God of Heaven. With the solution in mind, Sun Wukong felt a surge of confidence. Until tomorrow, esteemed God of Heaven, Mr. Bobo. After bidding farewell to the two, Sun Wukong leaped from the temple. Little did he know, Earth was once again facing a crisis. Observing the direction in which Sun Wukong departed, the God of Heaven's voice carried a hint of concern. Wukong's son can indeed dream of the future? Mr. Bobo remarked, casting a puzzled glance at the God of Heaven. Regardless, this is our fortune. However, we cannot place all our hopes on Wukong alone. The forces of justice are always more effective in numbers. Reflecting on the recent events, the God of Heaven exhaled a sigh of relief. Understood, esteemed God of Heaven. I shall take responsibility for training Mr. Krillin and the others, Mr. Bobo replied affirmatively. The God of Heaven fell silent, lost in thought. Would Earth weather this crisis unscathed? That unsettling feeling lingered. Thankfully, Wukong had provided a warning. But one could not help but wonder if that rascal Piccolo would seize the opportunity to cause trouble. No, Wukong had mentioned that Piccolo would join forces with him. Astonishingly, Piccolo was willing to ally with Wukong, albeit only to barely manage the situation. The Scions momentarily found themselves uncertain about Earth's future. With a restless heart, The god of heaven gazed towards the distant sky. In the expanse of blue, delicate clouds danced gracefully in the gentle breeze, creating a serene and tranquil scene. Chapter 8. The Magic Beans and Gohan's Moment of Inspiration. The magic beans. How could I have forgotten about them? As Sun Wukong plummeted rapidly, he suddenly recalled this life-saving artifact upon catching a glimpse of the fleeting Korin Tower. In the battles against the Psiots, the use of the magic beans would undoubtedly be indispensable. Preparations must be made in advance. Sun Wukong hastily halted his descent, executed a somersault, and soared upward into the abode of the Cat Sage, atop Korin Tower. Greetings, Cat Sage. Ah, Yajirobe, you are here as well? Upon landing, Sun Wukong offered a cordial greeting. At that moment, the Cat Sage was engaged in a game of limbo with Yajirobe, who had taken up residence there, passing the time in a playful manner. Hello, Wukong. Yajirobe waved in acknowledgement. Damn it, Yajirobe, watch what you're doing. The Cat Sage, precariously leaning back with his short and stout body, was on the verge of executing a perfect limbo. Yajirobe's gesture inadvertently knocked the pole down, causing the Cat Sage, who was already struggling to maintain balance, to tumble to the ground along with the pole. TCH, it wasn't intentional, Yajirobe retorted, flipping his head dismissively. The Cat Sage glared at Yajirobe in frustration. Are you trying to cheat, Yajirobe? What a joke. Me cheat? Surely. It must be you who wishes to knock the pole down to deceive everyone. Yajirobe shot an indignant look at the Cat Sage upon hearing this accusation. All right. Let us not argue any further. As I observed the imminent clash between a man and a cat, Sun Wukong hastily stepped forward to mediate the situation. Wukong, when did you arrive? The Cat Sage, finally attuned to the voice, noticed Sun Wukong, who had been overlooked in his fervor. Subsequently, Sun Wukong provided a brief explanation for his presence. Oh, the magical beans? Not a single one remains. The Cat Sage lamented upon hearing Sun Wukong's account. How could that be? I distinctly recall a large jar full. Sun Wukong gestured to emphasize his point. With a cold chuckle, the Cat Sage cast a sidelong glance at the rotund Akirobe, who had previously exhibited great bravado. Under that gaze, Akirobe felt his cheeks flush, diverting his attention to the ornate patterns on the ceiling of Korin Tower, counting them in silence. However, fret not. If we replant, new magical beans will mature in about a month's time, the Cat Sage remarked, accustomed to Akirobe's shamelessness, before turning back to Sun Wukong. A month, you say? That is reassuring, Sun Wukong replied, relieved at the Cat Sage's words. The restorative powers of the magical beans were of utmost significance for future battles. Their absence would pose a considerable challenge. In that case, I entrust this matter to you, Cat Sage, Sun Wukong declared. Perhaps you should place more trust in Akirobe. The Cat Sage replied cryptically. What? I didn't quite catch that, Sun Wukong responded, puzzled. Hey, old cat, why the cryptic remarks? Akirobe bellowed, sensing an implication in the Cat Sage's words. What do you mean? If it weren't for you, not a single bean would remain. Akirobe, you ought to reflect on your actions. The Cat Sage retorted, his voice rising in anger. You old tower. You possess nothing but those beans to fill your belly. What harm is there in consuming a few? Akirobe shot back defiantly. You dare to say that, when the entire jar is gone. Suddenly, it appeared that Akirobe's overzealousness had caused a magical bean to tumble from his person. Akirobe, you actually hoarded some. What? Hoarding? How can that be? It's merely for sustenance. Akirobe protested, though his voice dwindled under the scrutinizing gazes of Sun Wukong and the Cat Sage. Indeed, Akirobe had quite the appetite. As their quarrel unfolded, Sun Wukong realized that the entire jar of magical beans had been consumed by Akirobe. Rest assured, Wukong, I will expeditiously cultivate the magical beans. The Cat Sage remarked, casting a glance at the now silent Akirobe, ignoring him entirely. That is excellent news. I shall take my leave, Sun Wukong responded. Having received the answer he sought, he waved farewell to the man and the cat. With the matter of the magical beans settled, he resolved to inform Grandpa Turtle of the situation and later converse with Chi-Chi upon returning home. A sudden headache struck as he pondered whether Chi-Chi would agree to his training on King Kai's planet. As Sun Wukong soared away from Korin Tower, he called out, Nimbus. With a resounding shout towards the heavens, Sun Wukong ascended on the approaching Nimbus cloud, gradually receding into the distance. As evening fell upon Kame House, Sun Wukong recounted to Master Roshi and the others the events concerning the Psiots, having just arrived from Korin Tower. I can't believe it, Wukong. "You are an alien," exclaimed Krillin, his face a portrait of astonishment as he listened to the tale. "Wukong, I recall your grandfather telling me that when he first found you in the mountains, your temperament was exceedingly volatile. Once, while he was gathering herbs with you, you fell into a ravine, sustaining a severe head injury that caused you to lose your memory, which in turn softened your disposition," Master Roshi reminisced. "Is that so?" "I had lost my memory," son Wukong mused, gently touching the back of his head, where faint remnants of the past injury could still be felt. Bulma, noticing Gohan's tail beside her, recalled their first encounter with son Wukong and murmured, "No wonder he had a tail back then." "Wukong, when do you plan to set off for King Kai's planet?" Master Roshi inquired. Son Wukong pondered for a moment before replying. "The Supreme Kai mentioned that there exists a serpent road stretching 1,000,000 kilometers between the underworld and King Kai's planet, and one must traverse this path to reach their destination." 1,000,000 kilometers? That must take a considerable amount of time, Krillin exclaimed, astonished. "No worries, Krillin. Back then, Mr. Popo had a brilliant idea. He suggested that I could wish to be transported directly to King Kai's planet by the dragon," son Wukong assured. He then turned to Bulma, asking, "Bulma, do you still have your dragon radar?" "Oh, I placed the dragon radar in the Hoi Poi capsule. Just a moment, I'll retrieve it for you," Bulma replied as she headed into Kame House. "Dad, I will also strive to train hard," Gohan declared, reflecting on the brutal battles he had witnessed in his dreams against Vegeta and Nappa. This time, his father would arrive at King Kai's a year earlier than before, and he was determined to prepare himself for the impending confrontation with the Saiyans. Quietly vowing not to falter in his role during the battle, Gohan felt a swell of resolve. Hearing his son's voice, son Wukong smiled and bent down to lift Gohan into his arms. "I owe it all to you, Gohan. If not for your dream, we wouldn't have been able to prepare in advance," he said, shaping his lips into a silent gesture. "Don't speak of the future." The unspoken understanding between father and son allowed Gohan to grasp his father's intent immediately. He recalled the initial advice from his father to keep the future from his mother. Was it to spare Master Roshi and the others from worry? Remembering the terrifying prospects involving Frieza and the androids, Gohan felt a pang of empathy. Looking at his father, he nodded gently in agreement. Seeing that his son understood, son Wukong smiled slightly and chose not to elaborate further. "Wukong, I have the dragon radar right here," Bulma announced as she emerged from the house, holding the coveted device in her hands. Son Wukong gently placed son Gohan down and took the radar. "In the coming days, I shall gather the Dragon Balls and then set off for King Kai's planet. I entrust Gohan to all of you," he said, ruffling Gohan's hair and glancing at the others. "Rest assured, Wukong, you can focus on your training," Master Roshi replied earnestly. "Indeed, Wukong. I, too, will intensify my training during this time," Krillin chimed in. Bulma pulled Gohan close, saying, "Son Kuin, I will also ensure that Gohan receives proper guidance." She cast a sidelong glance at Master Roshi, recalling the small educational materials he had previously dug up to teach Gohan to read. She had inadvertently glimpsed the contents and thought, "I must ensure that this old lecher does not lead Gohan astray." "All right, I shall take my leave now," Wukong declared. Having confirmed the arrangements, he summoned the flying Nimbus and soared toward home. Master Roshi sighed, watching Wukong's departing figure. Who would have imagined that the child with a tail would now embark on a journey to cultivate for the fate of the earth? "Yes, Wukong always seems to be a step ahead of us in his training," Krillin mused, feeling a twinge of nostalgia at Master Roshi's words. The tail," Krillin suddenly exclaimed, his heart racing. "Master Mateto, Gohan also has a tail." He turned to Master Roshi, his voice trembling. Bulma, having overheard Krillin, suddenly connected the dots. The three exchanged glances, a chill creeping down their spines. "Gohan, does a monster appear near your home during the full moon?" Bulma crouched down to look into Gohan's eyes. "Are you saying I might transform into a great ape, Aunt Bulma?" Gohan pondered for a moment before responding. Gohan, how do you know that?" Bulma was momentarily taken aback. "I saw it in a dream, the way a Saiyan transforms into a great ape. But I have never transformed myself because we always went to bed early," Gohan explained, noticing Bulma's confusion. "Remember, Gohan, under no circumstances should you look at the moon during a full moon, understand?" Master Roshi reiterated with urgency. "I understand, Grandpa Roshi," Gohan replied earnestly. At this, Master Roshi and the others let out a collective sigh of relief. Observing their cautious demeanor, Gohan found it somewhat amusing. He recalled that in his dream, he had transformed into a great ape, retaining some semblance of reason. If he could master that power, a sudden spark of inspiration ignited within Gohan, hinting at unspoken ideas. Chapter 9. The King's Anticipation and the Training of the Turtle School at the home of Sun Wukong on Mount Payos. But what about Gohan? Chi-Chi said, looking at her husband with concern. Do not worry, those scions are after me. Gohan will be safe with Master Roshi. Wukong reassured her, gently patting Chi-Chi's shoulder. At that moment, Wukong felt a sense of gratitude. He had anticipated that Chi-Chi would not strongly oppose his intentions to train. However, seeing her worry for their son tugged at his heartstrings. To my surprise, there exists an adversary more formidable than the Demon King Piccolo. Chi-Chi leaned against Sun Wukong, her thoughts wandering to the scions that her husband had mentioned, an unsettling grip tightening around his hand. This is precisely why we must train under Lord Kai. Moreover, there remains nearly a year until the scion's arrival. If I utilize this time wisely, victory shall undoubtedly be mine. Sun Wukong, confidently clasping Chi-Chi's hand, reassured her. Indeed, every crisis can be resolved as long as this person beside me is present, just as it was with the threat posed by the Demon King Piccolo. Hearing Sun Wukong's words and feeling the warmth of his hand, Chi-Chi's worries began to dissipate. Chi-Chi, where have you placed the Dragon Balls I collected earlier? Sun Wukong inquired. Aside from the 4-star ball on Gohan's hat, the remaining 3-star and 6-star balls are stored in the cabinet, Chi-Chi replied. Then let us rest for now. We must search for the Dragon Balls tomorrow, Sun Wukong softly stated while gazing at Chi-Chi in his embrace. All right, she nodded in agreement. 3 days later, Sun Wukong, having gathered all 7 Dragon Balls, arrived at the Heavenly Temple. Lord Kami, must I report to King Enma in the underworld under these circumstances? Sun Wukong asked, placing the Dragon Balls down and casting a curious glance at the deity beside him. I have already communicated the specifics to King Enma, who has reviewed your record of life and death. Thus, you may directly wish to the Eternal Dragon to transport you to King Kai's planet, Lord Kami explained, glancing at the radiant Dragon Balls. By the way, Wukong, I inquired about Lord Kai's preferences with King Enma. Lord Kami produced a book from his robes and handed it to Sun Wukong. Upon receiving the book and flipping through its pages, Sun Wukong looked at Lord Kami with a puzzled expression. Cold jokes? Indeed, King Enma mentioned that Lord Kai has a fondness for cold jokes. So I gathered this book from the lower realm for you, Lord Kami replied. Thank you so much, Lord Kami. Sun Wukong expressed his gratitude earnestly. It's nothing. Speaking of which, the impending crisis on Earth will rely heavily on you, Lord Kami remarked, feeling a twinge of unease over Sun Wukong's assessment of the scions. It is a pity that Piccolo cannot train on King Kai's planet, Sun Wukong murmured, recalling Gohan's words about how Piccolo had protected him during the battle against the scions. Sun Wukong had initially harbored some hope about training alongside Piccolo. Wukong, how could you entertain such thoughts and hope for Piccolo? Lord Kami questioned, perplexed by Sun Wukong's expression of regret. Oh, Gohan mentioned that in the future, upon learning of the second batch of scions, Piccolo trained him for a year and even saved Gohan's life during battle. Besides, Lord Kami, haven't we heard of Piccolo committing any misdeeds in recent years? Sun Wukong remarked with a gentle smile directed at Lord Kami. Piccolo, you say? Lord Kami pondered aloud. Very well, Wukong, summon the Eternal Dragon now. Keeping Piccolo's situation in mind, Lord Kami lifted his gaze to remind Sun Wukong. All right, come forth, Eternal Dragon. On the ground, what was merely a faintly glowing Dragon Ball suddenly erupted into a blinding golden light, coalescing from the 7 Dragon Balls and shooting skyward. The sky had inexplicably transformed into an inky black, and the previous golden light morphed into an elongated divine dragon, coiling gracefully, its head bowed low, with eyes glowing red. Gazing upon the one who summoned it, Sun Wukong, speak your wish. Whatever it may be, I can fulfill it, but only one, the deep, resonant voice of the dragon echoed. Nodding toward the celestial being, Sun Wukong turned to the dragon and stated, Dragon, please transport me to King Kai's planet. This wish is quite simple. I can grant it, the dragon replied. In the next instant, Sun Wukong's body shimmered with a faint light before vanishing from his location. In the netherworld, above the end of Snake Way, Sun Wukong's form suddenly materialized on King Kai's planet. Thud! Before he could take in his surroundings, he felt as though he had been weighed down by lead, losing his balance and crashing heavily to the ground. Struggling to rise, he felt as if he were firmly anchored to the earth, an overwhelming heaviness pervading his entire being. What is this peculiar place? Is this truly King Kai's planet? Hey, who are you? And how did you suddenly appear here? A languid voice broke through the air before him, laboriously raising his head. Sun Wukong beheld a rotund figure with two long antennae, who was now gazing down at him. I am Sun Wukong, here to seek out King Kai. Do you know him? He inquired with some effort. Ah, how itchy. Upon hearing this, the figure abruptly turned away, scratching incessantly. Oh, so itchy. Yes, I am indeed King Kai. As the ridiculous proclamation left his lips, the self-proclaimed King Kai looked expectantly at Sun Wukong. At this moment, Sun Wukong had managed to stand up, staring at him in bewilderment. What's the matter, kid? Is it not amusing? King Kai inquired with a serious demeanor. Huh. Sun Wukong paused, then suddenly grasped the situation. A pun. A joke from King Kai. Truly hilarious, huh? Sun Wukong forced an exaggerated smile, clutching his belly, laughing heartily despite the overwhelming gravity of King Kai's planet. King Kai's expression softened with satisfaction, his face radiating pride. I knew you were a slow one to catch on. Now tell me, what brings you here? Wait, why is there no halo above your head? How did you arrive in the netherworld? King Kai queried, noticing the absence of a halo above Sun Wukong's head. No halo for the dead. Ha ha ha. It's too funny. Before Sun Wukong could respond, King Kai suddenly plopped down, slapping the ground with his hands, laughing uncontrollably. King Kai, I am Sun Wukong, and I wish to ask you to teach me martial arts. King Kai's laughter ceased abruptly, and he regarded Sun Wukong with a serious expression. I have never encountered such a humorous jest. You truly are remarkable, Lord of the King. Sun Wukong, suddenly enlightened, realized the gravity of the situation. Well, I do not teach martial arts to those devoid of a sense of humor. The king nodded, watching Sun Wukong's reaction with satisfaction. Sun Wukong exhaled deeply. The previous forced laughter had drained his energy. Lord of the King, the fortune teller foretold that in approximately 345 to 678 days, the Scions would launch an assault on our planet. Hence I have come to learn martial arts from you, he stated, bowing respectfully before the king. The fortune teller? Have you come from Earth? The king inquired. Indeed, Lord of the King, Sun Wukong affirmed. Teaching you martial arts poses no issue, but first, you must amuse me with a joke, the king replied, shaking his head at Sun Wukong. Remembering the joke book he had glanced at due to the goddess reminder, Sun Wukong felt a surge of excitement. He fixed his gaze on the king with enthusiasm. A sparrow asked its offspring, "What hairstyle will you wear today?" The little sparrow chirped, "Chirp, chirp," to which the mother sparrow replied, "Chirp is just chirp. Is chirp just chirp?" The king stiffened momentarily, then burst into laughter as if struck by lightning. "Chirp is just chirp. Ha ha. Chirp is just chirp." The king tumbled to the ground, rolling with mirth. Sun Wukong watched with exhilaration. Lord of the King, you laughed. You laughed. After a while, the king regained composure, standing and wiping away tears of laughter from behind his sunglasses. You must be a professional joker, he gasped. Lord of the King, I present you with this book. Sun Wukong boldly offered the tome gifted to him by the god. The king examined the title on the cover, The Encyclopedia of Hilarious Jokes, authored by the orange that bounces cotton. Instinctively, he flipped open the book. In the next moment, it was as if he had unlocked the doors to a new world, or like the barren land finally receiving the nurturing spring rain. Ha ha, this is so funny. This one, and this one too, are equally hilarious, he exclaimed, laughing uproariously once again. Rolling on the grass of the king's planet in search of a goal like a carefree soccer ball. Are cold jokes truly that amusing? Sun Wukong pondered, gazing blankly at the king rolling about with unrestrained joy. Is this orange that bounces cotton one of your earthlings? After a brief interlude, the king stood, barely managing to control his twitching body, and asked Sun Wukong. Indeed, Lord of the King, Sun Wukong replied, momentarily taken aback. Then has he passed away? The king queried, a hint of anticipation in his voice. He should not have, right? What a pity, the king lamented. No, I meant. It is truly unfortunate not to have the opportunity to discuss the essence of jokes face-to-face with such a distinguished predecessor. With that, the king grasped Sun Wukong's hand tightly. Wukong, once this Mr. Orange has departed from this world, please inform me without delay. I implore you. The king gazed earnestly at Sun Wukong. Ah, splendid. Has my trial been passed, Lord Kai? Indeed, it has, replied the Kai. Your initial jest was already of commendable caliber. I am prepared to impart martial arts to you. Clearing his throat, the Kai continued. However, Goku, you must also be aware of the gravity here. Gravity? Oh, yes, the ground feels quite peculiar. As if it draws one downward, Goku observed. The gravity on King Kai's planet is tenfold that of your Earth. Therefore, to receive my teachings, you must first overcome this gravity, the Kai elucidated. At that moment, the Kai called out, Babulous! Babulous! A shadowy figure sprang down from a nearby tree, its agile movements leaving Goku slightly awestruck. This is Babulous, my pet. If you can catch it, it will signify that you have conquered the gravity here. The Kai indicated towards the gorilla that had appeared. Catch it. Goku pondered, recalling the swift figure from moments ago. Nevertheless, motivated by the impending peril on Earth and the hard-won opportunity before him, Goku steeled his resolve. Understood, Lord Kai. Meanwhile, on Earth, before the new abode of Master Roshi. Gohan, at your tender age, your primary focus should be on physical training. You must push your body to its limits, enhancing your strength, speed, and reflexes, Master Roshi advised. Gazing at Gohan, who bore a striking resemblance to Goku in his youth, feeling a wave of nostalgia. Commence with basic training. Running and swimming will bolster your stamina. After some time, you shall also engage in plowing fields and evading bees as part of your regimen, Master Roshi continued. Master Roshi, how long will this training last? Gohan inquired. Until you reach your limits. Your body will reveal the answer. This is the foundational phase, just as your father underwent, Master Roshi responded. Plowing fields, evading bees? Did Dad truly train this way? Gohan's anticipation began to swell. Understood, Master Roshi. Chapter 10. The tingling Master Roshi in the northwest of the Turtle House. A vast stretch of wasteland lay before them. At that moment, Gohan, bearing a turtle shell on his back, resembled a human tilling machine, swiftly aerating the soil. Bending down, swinging his arms, turning the earth, moving forward without pause. In the blink of an eye, the untouched land had transformed into furrows awaiting sowing. This rigorous training had persisted for 3 months. Although this was merely the morning's exercise, Gohan had long grown accustomed to it. Indeed, this differed significantly from the singular focus on power that characterized his future self in dreams. As he swung his arms, Gohan reflected inwardly. Over these months, he had journeyed from initial eagerness to continuous lamentation, and now, he could distinctly perceive growth in every aspect of his being. From stamina to endurance, explosive power, and most importantly, the coordination that governed it all. In contrast to the future self who appears to prioritize the cultivation of strength, the present training focuses on a comprehensive enhancement of the body. Although this is not the first time witnessing such prowess, Gohan's abilities are truly remarkable. He alone surpasses the efficiency of a formidable plowing machine. Nearby, a farmer, seated opposite Master Roshi, puffs on his hand-rolled tobacco while gazing in awe at Gohan's diligent efforts. Ah, but he still has much to learn, Master Roshi chuckles, observing Gohan from a distance. That should suffice. He squints slightly, taps his pipe, and rises to his feet. At that moment, while Gohan is tilling the soil, he suddenly feels his grip weaken. Despite his strength, he loses balance and tumbles to the ground. All right, Gohan, you may rest now, Master Roshi calls out from afar. Gohan clenches his fist, replying, but I feel I can continue. Master Roshi strides over to Gohan's side. You've done enough. This level of training yields minimal benefits for you at this stage, he states, lifting Gohan onto his back. Master Roshi, I can walk on my own, Gohan says, a hint of embarrassment in his voice. Master Roshi remains silent and approaches the farmer. From tomorrow onward, we shall no longer be coming here. Ah, you won't be returning tomorrow? The farmer exclaims, bewildered. Indeed, I appreciate your help during this time. Master Roshi replies with a smile. The farmer scratches his head. Oh no, you've truly helped me. He then produces several bills from his pocket, saying, this is Gohan's payment for today. Seemingly reluctant to part ways, the farmer asks, are you really not coming back? No, thank you for your hospitality during this period. Master Roshi politely declines the money, accepting it nonetheless as he carries Gohan away, leaving the farmer with a wistful gaze. Before long, the two return to the Kame house. Master Roshi, I believe the training of cultivating the land is genuinely effective. Why not continue? Gohan inquires, puzzled. Master Roshi looks at Gohan and asks, do you recall the principles of the Kame school's training? Of course. Engage in sports, study diligently, play joyfully, eat well, and rest adequately. Gohan replies. raising his voice in enthusiasm. Master Roshi nods in affirmation at Gohan's response. The path of a martial artist revolves around both the body and the mind. Solely forcing the body to endure will only exacerbate the strain on the spirit. In recent days, whether plowing, delivering milk, avoiding bees, or escaping from sharks, you have performed exceptionally well. The physical trials you have faced have reached their limits for your current state, as evidenced by the fatigue in your hands from this morning's work, correct? Upon hearing this, Gohan nods in agreement. Master Roshi chuckles softly. That is your body sending you a signal. It is now time to allow it to relax. Gohan contemplates this for a moment. But, Master Roshi, does that mean doing nothing at all? Master Roshi shakes his head, not at all. After the body has been honed to its limits, one can begin to perceive the energy within, a force known as Ki. Mastering the utilization of Chi can yield devastatingly potent attacks. Chi. Son Gohan suddenly recalled the energy employed by his future self when battling adversaries. Instinctively, he began to sense the Chi residing within his own body, striving to concentrate it in his hands. At that moment, Master Roshi turned his back, gazing into the distance while elucidating, Chi inherently exists within our bodies. The purpose of cultivating the body is to amplify this internal energy. Once accumulated to a certain extent, it can be unleashed. Boom. Suddenly, a thunderous explosion startled Master Roshi, who quickly turned toward the source of the sound. Due to habit, his new abode was also situated by the seaside. Now, he beheld the once tranquil surface of the sea, which had been indented by a colossal energy sphere. Almost immediately, the power of the energy sphere was unleashed. Boom. The massive waves, initially raised to 2 or 3 times their height, were violently torn apart by this force, scattering into a torrential downpour. Master Roshi stood aghast, observing the spectacle before him. Master Wu Tian, this must be Chi, came Son Gohan's excited voice. Gohan, is that you? Master Roshi exclaimed in disbelief, looking at the jubilant Son Gohan nearby. It seemed that the novelty of forming an energy sphere for the first time had astounded him. A second energy sphere began to take shape in Son Gohan's hands. This is my own power, he thought, his heart racing at the sight of the Chi sphere. Although he had previously wielded such power in dreams, this was a different reality. However, lacking experience in controlling Chi, the energy was unstable, threatening to spiral out of control at any moment. Master Wu Tian, what should I do? I can't contain it. Son Gohan, initially entranced, felt the power within him surging uncontrollably, prompting a panicked shout. Gohan, quickly, dissipate the energy sphere. No, throw it into the sky. Hurry, Master Roshi shouted, his scalp prickling with fear. Heeding Master Roshi's urgent call, Son Gohan swiftly hurled the uncontrollable energy sphere into the air. Bang! Seemingly freed from its final restraint, the energy sphere detonated midair. The proximity of the explosion generated shockwaves that transformed into a fierce wind, sweeping down to the ground. Master Roshi's beard fluttered wildly, and his garments rustled fiercely. He stared in horror at Son Gohan, who had collapsed, overwhelmed by the wind. This child seemed unable to control his chi and unleashed all the power within him. Yet what immense strength, he thought, relieved that he had intervened in time. Had he not, Gohan might have exhausted himself completely, or worse, if such power had exploded uncontrolled on the ground. Could he have withstood it? Cold sweat streamed down Master Roshi's forehead. What on earth is happening? At that moment, Bulma rushed out of the Kame house, her face filled with alarm. And nothing. Gohan is merely practicing his chi cultivation. Master Roshi's voice trembled involuntarily. With a serious expression, he turned to Son Gohan and said, the cultivation of ki must be approached gradually. You cannot condense such a powerful energy sphere all at once next time, understand? I understand. I'm sorry, Master Mateto, replied Gohan, his voice low and laden with remorse as he recalled the dangerously uncontrolled energy sphere from moments ago. Master Roshi gently patted Gohan's head in a comforting gesture, then turned to Bulma and said, everything is fine now, but Gohan is a bit exhausted. Could you please take him back to the house for some rest? Phew, all right. Bulma exhaled in relief upon hearing Master Roshi's words. Earlier, while inside the house, she had heard consecutive loud noises from outside and had feared a tsunami was approaching, prompting her to rush out in a panic. Curiously observing Gohan, she stepped forward to lift him into her arms and headed toward the Kame house. Gohan, was that you just now? She couldn't help but ask as she held him. I'm sorry, Aunt Bulma, he responded. There's no need to apologize. It seems our Gohan will be even more formidable than Goku in the future, Bulma teased, smiling at the remorseful little one. As they chatted, they entered the Kame house. Outside, Master Roshi gazed at the now tranquil sea, his mind drifting back to Gohan's 2 instances of energy condensation, the immense destructive power of which made him shake his head involuntarily. This child possesses such terrifying talent. Initially astonished that Gohan, at merely 3 years of age, could accomplish in 3 months what it took Goku 7 months to achieve, Master Roshi found himself even more astounded by Gohan's capabilities. Meanwhile, in the distant otherworld, 3 months prior, the group led by Mr. Popo had gathered in front of the temple, each engaged in their own practice. At the edge of the otherworld, the Supreme Kai and Mr. Popo observed the lower realm. Perhaps we should also bring Goku's son to the otherworld, Mr. Popo suggested. The Supreme Kai shook his head. Master Matato's teachings in martial arts are on par with ours. He is an excellent mentor. Gohan is in the perfect place to train under him. Previously, you mentioned the Scions to me, but why hasn't that fellow come yet? Mr. Popo inquired. The Supreme Kai shook his head again. This was to be expected. That fellow would not willingly accept my guidance. However, it seems that Piccolo has genuinely changed. The Supreme Kai recalled their meeting, pondering deeply, despite still carrying a hint of malevolence. He was certain that Piccolo was no longer the same ruthless demon bent on conquering the world and transforming it into a hellish domain. Goku, you were indeed right. Chapter 11. I've twisted my back. On King Kai's planet, huh? Goku bellowed as he strained his back, the white aura surrounding him surging dramatically, the gusting winds causing the surrounding grass to bow down. Goku, maintain control of the resonance of your ki. Find balance amidst the turbulence. King Kai called out, observing Goku's increasingly steady control over his energy. This is the 23rd time. This guy Goku is truly remarkable, showing significant improvement with each attempt. The Kaioken technique, although a personal creation, is one that I am unable to fully realize even within myself. Allow me to witness your prowess, Son Goku, if you will. Ko fixed his gaze intently upon Goku, a flicker of anticipation igniting within him. At that moment, amidst the surging energy of Goku, a sudden flash of crimson appeared. Excellent. Just like that. Goku, maintain the fervor of your energy without losing control. Ko called out with exuberance at Goku's transformation. Huh. In the next instant, Goku's energy surged dramatically, the once white aura morphing into a vibrant red, its flames roaring like an unquenchable fire. Splendid. Goku, you have finally mastered the Kaioken. Ko took a few steps closer, his excitement palpable. Goku clenched his fist, striking himself lightly as he attuned to the alterations within his body. After a moment, he gradually reined in his energy. Lord Ko, I sense that my enhancement extends beyond mere strength. It feels as though my physical resilience has also intensified. Goku reflected on his recent experience, momentarily in disbelief. Ko chuckled. That is indeed the case. The Kaioken is a technique that ignites one's energy, seeking different balances amidst the fervor, allowing the energy to maintain a stable resonance. If one can successfully grasp the nuances of resonance, in an instant, power, speed, defense, and destructive capability can multiply exponentially. Is that truly so? I have been worried that the arrival of Raditz on Earth is drawing near. If only I could amplify my strength several-fold. Goku gazed at Ko with excitement. No, you have only just begun to master the Kaioken. Blindly attempting to amplify your power will only overwhelm your body. Ko admonished sternly upon hearing Goku's words. Lord Ko, there exists something on Earth known as a senzu bean. Senzu bean? The type that restores stamina and heals injuries? Ko interjected. Lord Ko, you are aware of senzu beans? Goku exclaimed in surprise. That one tea suffice. Employing the Kaioken entails enduring immense physical strain, and in that regard, senzu beans offer no remedy. After a moment of contemplation, Ko shook his head. Moreover, Ko's antennae gently perked up, seemingly in search of something. Moments later, he declared, found it. Goku, if it is merely Raditz. Given your current strength, he is no match for you even without the Kaioken. Ko spoke with a relaxed expression. Huh, Lord Ko, how do you know that? Goku asked, curiosity sparkling in his eyes. Ko waved his antennae, chuckling lightly. Haha, thanks to these antennae, I can locate individuals or gauge their general strength. The Raditz you mentioned is still aboard his spaceship en route to Earth. Oh, how impressive. Lord Ko, you can sense him from such a distance. Goku expressed his admiration wholeheartedly. Therefore, Goku, you can focus on your training without concern. Senzu beans, while capable of healing injuries, are best reserved for critical moments. Ko advised. Understood, Lord Ko. Goku nodded. In a clearing not far from the Kame house, the silhouettes of Gohan and Master Roshi danced in a relentless duel. Control your energy, Gohan. Master Roshi called out, sensing Gohan's fluctuating aura amidst their swift movements. Missed. 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 Gohan's fists flew with fierce winds, yet they narrowly grazed past Master Roshi, who effortlessly evaded each strike, causing Gohan's anxiety to rise. Why can't I hit you, Master Roshi? Your unnecessary movements create openings, Roshi replied, swiftly dodging Gohan's attack before executing a sweeping kick. Gohan felt himself topple, the world spinning around him. Ouch! But, Master Roshi, that is how I attacked my opponents in my dreams, he exclaimed, rubbing his sore backside as he looked up at his teacher. Excessive strength and speed can lead to a reliance on them, obscuring other crucial aspects, Roshi advised. Precision in perception, simplicity in action, and effective control of power are essential. Gohan, your potential is immense. Your current strength already surpasses mine. However, in the future, you may overlook other skills due to your overwhelming power and speed. Roshi continued, observing Gohan rise. The reason I want you to restrain your energy is not only to hone your perception and movements, but also to cultivate your mastery over energy. You lean too heavily on strength, yet you lack control, wasting energy in the process. But, Master Roshi, isn't it enough to just keep getting stronger? Gohan instinctively questioned. Roshi furrowed his brow. While brute force can indeed overcome many obstacles, Gohan, there are limits to how strong one can become. If the gap in strength isn't vast enough, you may fail to strike your opponent, and they could exploit your weaknesses, as I just demonstrated, landing a decisive blow. Really? Gohan's eagerness was palpable as he faced his mentor. All right, let us try again with my energy heightened. Very well, Gohan, Roshi said, recognizing the determination in his pupil. Gohan readied himself anew, his energy surging forth. With a burst of power, he lunged at Master Roshi. Unleashing a flurry of powerful punches and swift kicks, his speed and strength significantly amplified. How strange. Is it still not enough? Gohan pondered, furrowing his brow as he faced the seemingly subdued Master Roshi. Despite appearing to dominate the situation, he felt as though he were striking at nothingness. A disconcerting sensation enveloping him. In truth, Son Gohan was merely striking at thin air, as all his attacks had been deftly evaded by Master Roshi. Now, the energy Gohan had gathered was undoubtedly more than twice that of Roshi, yet the situation appeared unchanged. Instinctively, Gohan's power began to escalate. It's slipping beyond control. Sensing the transformation in front of him, Master Roshi, who had been relaxed and at ease, felt a twinge of concern. However, he had already spoken and could not call for a halt. In the next instant, Gohan's energy surged uncontrollably, and with a mighty punch, far exceeding his previous strength, he struck toward Roshi. Immersed in battle, Gohan realized that the power he had gained had long surpassed the limits. Master, be careful, Gohan exclaimed in haste. Yet, the anticipated impact did not arrive. He felt as though his fist had been cushioned by something. In the next moment, he lost his balance and was sent flying, landing atop a mound of earth. Coughing, he brushed off the dirt and ran back, exhilarated. You're amazing, Master Roshi. This is truly my father's teacher. So impressive. Undeterred by his previous failure, Gohan felt an increasing admiration for Roshi's profound mastery. Is that so? Roshi's voice gently resonated. At that moment, Roshi stood upright, exuding an imposing presence. Damn kid, my back really hurts. The oversized sunglasses concealed Roshi's furrowed brow. That power he just unleashed was definitely more than double. Master, let us go home. Gohan gazed at Roshi with deep reverence. Did this child truly miscalculate? Roshi thought, observing Gohan's expression, which appeared genuine. At that moment, Roshi felt a mix of emotions, almost to the point of tears. Gohan, could you help me? I think I've thrown my back out. Chapter 12. The Return of Sun Wukong. Fleeting Energy Wukong. You've nearly mastered the Kaioken technique. Next is the testing of the Spirit Bomb. Prepare yourself. The King Kai spoke with anticipation, looking at Sun Wukong, who was concentrating not far away. On King Kai's planet, upon closer inspection, one could observe the vibrant glimmers among the grass and trees. Sun Wukong gently closed his eyes, attuning himself to the flow of life energy present on King Kai's planet. He felt it, the essence of energy, The luminous points among the vegetation shot forth, converging towards Sun Wukong's palm, forming a swirling sphere of light. Wukong, use the spirit bomb to shatter it. The King Kai manipulated a massive red brick with his psychic powers, sending it hurtling towards Sun Wukong. Whoosh! The enormous red brick, under the King's control, transformed into a blur. It's coming. Sensing the movement of air around him, Sun Wukong suddenly opened his eyes and unleashed the spirit bomb in a precise direction. Boom! With a resounding crash, the previously almost invisible red brick was obliterated, scattering into a flurry of fragments that rained down from the sky. Well done, Wukong. As he gazed upon the vast expanse of dust and debris, King Kai approached with a smile, directing his gaze towards Sun Wukong. With a sigh of relief, Sun Wukong relaxed his tense demeanor. Lord King Kai, I believe I have mastered the spirit bomb, he declared, a hint of excitement glimmering in his eyes. Indeed, you can be considered exceptionally proficient, King Kai affirmed with a nod. Remember, Wukong, the spirit bomb harnesses the energy of all living things, from flora and fauna to the very stars themselves. When employing it on Earth, you must exercise utmost caution, for a single misstep could spell disaster for the planet. King Kai's expression turned serious as he imparted this warning. Sun Wukong nodded earnestly. I understand, Lord King Kai. Moreover, regarding the Kaioken technique, you are currently limited to a twofold increase. Exceeding your body's capacity is strictly forbidden. I shall not misuse it, rest assured, Lord King Kai, Sun Wukong replied, recalling the overwhelming pressure he had felt when he had once attempted a threefold Kaioken. Very well. In 3 days, a scion named Raditz will arrive on Earth. You may prepare for your return. 3 days? Sun Wukong exclaimed. Lord King Kai, did you not factor in the time it takes for me to traverse Snake Way? 3 days is hardly sufficient. Fear not, for you can now traverse Snake Way in approximately 2 days. I will inform the deity of Earth to await your arrival, King Kai assured him. 2 days? Sun Wukong paused momentarily, as he had no concrete perception of the length of Snake Way, having traveled directly to King Kai's planet via the Dragon Balls. Hearing that he only had 3 days left had raised his concerns. Then I shall set off at once, Lord King Kai, he declared, dashing towards the Snake Way below King Kai's planet. That Wukong lad hardly takes a moment to bid farewell. King Kai mused to himself as he watched Sun Wukong's retreating figure. Lord King Kai, I shall return. Do remember to enhance your culinary skills. Sun Wukong's voice echoed back from the Snake Way. Hey, that little rascal. 2 days later, at the Heavenly Temple, the God of Earth inquired, Wukong, how do you fare? Are you confident? Not a problem at all, Lord God, Sun Wukong replied with ease. Lord King Kai has assessed the situation, and Raditz is no match for me. How is Gohan's training progressing? Sun Wukong asked, thinking of his son. The God of Earth smiled. Gohan possesses great talent and trains diligently under Master Roshi. You have a fine son, Wukong. Training diligently, indeed? I wonder how far Gohan will go. Reflecting on the immense potential he had sensed within Gohan, Sun Wukong felt a surge of anticipation to witness the fruits of his son's training over the past year. After bidding farewell to the God of Earth, Sun Wukong sensed Gohan's energy and flew directly towards Master Roshi's island. At that moment, on Master Roshi's island, a gentle breeze caressed the surface of the sea, creating ripples that danced with white foam as they surged towards the shore. Clad in an orange training gi, Gohan stood knee-deep in the water, using his energy to stir the waves, skillfully adjusting their height as part of his training in controlling his ki. Gohan, that should be sufficient. The voice of Master Roshi echoed as Sun Wukong turned to face him. You have nearly perfected your energy training. Before he could finish his sentence, Master Roshi suddenly lunged forward, delivering a swift punch aimed at Sun Wukong. Like leaves caught in the wind, Sun Wukong deftly sidestepped the unexpected attack. Excellent evasion, Master Roshi bellowed. Not relenting, he swung his arm like a whip, targeting Sun Wukong once more. Seizing the opportunity, Sun Wukong raised his hand to block and, with a deft move, ensnared Master Roshi's arm, gently tossing him aside. As Sun Wukong had refrained from exerting much force, Master Roshi regained his footing with a few staggered steps. Very good, truly remarkable, Wukong. You were not swayed by my voice. Your perception is quick, your movements decisive, and your control of power is commendable. Master Roshi approached, his face adorned with a proud smile as he regarded Sun Wukong. Ah, it's all thanks to you, Master Wutian. Sun Wukong replied, sheepishly scratching his head. This child, I fear, possesses even greater talent than Wukong. I cannot fathom the heights he will reach in the future. Master Roshi mused, contemplating son Wukong's mere 4 years of age with deep admiration. Wukong, a true master can harness every ounce of their power, he began, but was abruptly interrupted by a surge of formidable energy approaching swiftly. Who is this? He scanned the horizon and soon discerned a figure rapidly approaching. Dad, son Wukong, sensing the powerful aura, looked up in excitement. Upon seeing son Wukong's figure materialize beside him, son Wukong exclaimed in delight. What kind of training has Dad undergone for his energy to become so potent? Master Roshi regarded son Wukong with surprise. Initially, he recognized the energy as familiar, yet its intensity left him momentarily hesitant to confirm his thoughts. Ah, Grandpa, it's been a while. Hey, Wukong, you look invigorated. I didn't expect this energy to belong to you. When your father sensed your aura just now, he could scarcely believe it. You must have trained diligently. Son Wukong greeted Master Roshi, astonished by the noticeable growth of son Wukong. It's nothing. Master Wutian said it's all the training you did before. Son Wukong joyfully replied. Son Wukong expressed gratitude towards Master Roshi. Thank you for your hard work, Grandpa Roshi. Oh, it's nothing. Wukong is exceptionally gifted and trains very hard, he trailed off, shifting his gaze to son Wukong. Wukong, what happened to your energy? What is it, Grandpa Roshi? Master Roshi scrutinized him closely again. In his perception, son Wukong's energy now resembled a blazing inferno, intense and formidable. However, upon further inspection, it bore an erratic and elusive quality. What kind of training have you been doing on King Kai's planet? Master Roshi inquired thoughtfully, refraining from immediate answers. Cultivation, initially aimed at overcoming gravity, aided in enhancing physical prowess. Subsequently, under the tutelage of King Kai, I learned the King Kai Fist and the Spirit Bomb. Goku reflected thoughtfully. The King Kai Fist and the Spirit Bomb? What are those? The King Kai Fist is a technique that ignites one's own energy, amplifying it several times instantaneously. As for the Spirit Bomb, does it involve burning energy? Master Roshi contemplated, his attention diverted from Goku's subsequent explanation. Goku, have you noticed that your energy feels quite unstable? Hearing Master Roshi's words, Gohan paused, perplexed. But Dada's energy is clearly immense. After a moment of introspection, Gohan scrutinized Goku's energy, casting a bewildered glance at Master Roshi. Unstable? Is it? Goku echoed, equally astonished. Indeed, your current control over your energy may be inferior to Gohan's. As Goku reflected upon his own energy and observed Gohan, he discerned a stark contrast. In his perception, Gohan's energy was tranquil and refined, akin to the serene expanse of the sky, reminiscent of his state after rigorous training in the heavenly temple. So, what the old man referred to as my energy is the King Kai Fist. Goku pondered aloud, cautiously voicing his thoughts. That seems plausible. As you mentioned, the King Kai Fist ignites energy, exponentially increasing strength. Perhaps your energy has become accustomed to the fluctuations of the King Kai Fist, rendering it less refined in its normal state. In other words, your control over your energy at subtle levels has diminished. Master Roshi nodded in agreement. Chapter 13. Raditz arrives on Earth. Truly impressive, Master Roshi. I had been oblivious to this until now. Thankfully, you noticed it. Otherwise, during battle Goku expressed relief. Upon realizing the disparity in energy between himself and Gohan, he was struck with alarm. He understood all too well the implications of having power that one could not fully command during combat. To wield merely 70 or 80% of one's full strength is one matter, but the most critical issue lies in the inability to attain perfect control. Although he attributed this to learning the King Kai Fist, his body had yet to fully acclimate. However, this issue loomed like a ticking time bomb. Even a 1 in 10,000 chance of eruption could lead to catastrophic consequences. Recalling the collision of powers he had glimpsed in the fortune-teller's crystal ball, he remained uncertain of the outcome of that clash. Yet, in retrospect, it seemed that even if victory had been achieved, it was likely due to a stroke of luck. Gohan, listening intently to their discourse, meticulously sensed his father's brilliant, fervent energy and began to perceive a subtle irregularity. Gazing at the smiling Master Roshi, Gohan found himself momentarily lost in thought. Is this what Master Mateto intended for me when he urged me to diligently refine my energy? This year must have been arduous for you, Goku. Master Roshi, devoid of any sense of self-satisfaction, inquired gently with genuine concern. In his heart, Sun Wukong was no mere novice in the art of cultivation. The reason he could not perceive the fluctuations of his own energy was likely due to his relentless efforts to enhance his prowess throughout the past year. Sun Wukong remarked, "It's manageable, but the gravity on King Kai's planet is tenfold that of Earth, and initially, it was quite overwhelming. By the way, Wukong, since you've returned, does this imply that the Scions are also on their way?" Master Roshi inquired, having come to a realization. Indeed, Lord Kai mentioned that Raditz will arrive on Earth tomorrow, which is why he summoned me back. I will first take Gohan home, and when Raditz arrives and his energy becomes detectable, I shall hasten to confront him. Sun Wukong elucidated. That sounds prudent. Gohan, you should accompany your father home for now. In truth, your current strength leaves little for me to teach you. Remember, martial arts should imbue life with greater significance and promote physical and mental well-being. It is about upholding the weak, not oppressing them. As for everything else, simply maintain your daily practice and strive for continual improvement, Master Roshi advised with patience as he gazed at Gohan. I understand. I will train diligently, Master Roshi. Gohan replied earnestly, bowing respectfully. Having experienced the recent events, Gohan recognized that although he might possess greater strength than Master Roshi, his understanding of martial arts was far inferior. Reflecting on the past year of training and the solitary endeavors in his dreams, Gohan increasingly appreciated the invaluable role of a good teacher. Grandpa, what about Krillin and Bulma? Sun Wukong asked in confusion, noticing the absence of the other two after their lengthy conversation. Oh, Bulma returned home some time ago. As for Krillin, he was training with Master Roshi and, after returning last month, has since ventured off to train alone again, Master Roshi explained. I see. Well, we shall head back now. The two bid farewell to Master Roshi and set off towards Mount Payos. En route, Sun Wukong, seeking to refine his control over his energy, lowered his power and began to glide slowly beside the flying Nimbus. Gohan, can you fly now? Sun Wukong inquired, glancing at Gohan on the Nimbus. Yes, due to my memories of flying from my dreams, I can fly now, Gohan responded. Come, Gohan, let us test who is swifter. Eager to gauge Gohan's speed, Sun Wukong suggested, and the two of them took off from the Nimbus, soaring into the sky. The following day, in the vastness of space, a circular spaceship hurtled forward at remarkable speed, subsequently zeroing in on its target and plunging directly into Earth's atmosphere. It streaked across the sky like a shooting star, crashing into a turkey farm and creating a circular crater. The thunderous sound of the spacecraft's landing startled the unsuspecting turkeys, sending them scattering in all directions. With a creaking sound, the hatch of the round spaceship slowly opened. A tall man with spiky hair emerged from the vessel, clad in a specially designed armor of black and brown, with a furry tail wrapped around his waist. Kakarot, a deep, chilling voice resonated. The individual in question is Raditz, who, due to a lack of manpower in his assault on the inhabitants of a distant planet, has come to Earth to enlist the help of Sun Wukong. What are you? A panicked voice suddenly exclaimed. At that moment, a farmer, clad in a straw hat and wielding a shotgun, stood trembling at the edge of a crater, aiming his weapon at Raditz. How can there still be life on this planet? That brat Kakarot. Filled with dissatisfaction over Kakarot's negligence of his mission, Raditz strode towards the farmer. The stark difference in stature and the overwhelming aura of the unknown heightened the farmer's terror. Beep. The battle power detector on Raditz's armor emitted a warning. Only a power level of 5? Pathetic. His words dripped with disdain as he regarded the armed earthling. A sense of superiority intrinsic to the noble Scion warrior surged within him. Bang! In a panic, the farmer pulled the trigger. The bullet hurtled toward Raditz. With a swift motion, he snatched the bullet from the air. Here's a gift for you, Raditz coldly remarked, launching the deformed bullet back toward the farmer. With a soft pop, the bullet pierced the farmer's skull. TCH, such a feeble race, like worthless insects. What has that Kakarot been doing all these years? He dismissed the thought, resolving that clearing Earth of its inhabitants would take merely a month. Finding Kakarot was of utmost importance. Remembering the reason for his arrival on Earth, the Cold Prince had afforded him little time. Beep. Just then, the detector chimed again. A power level of 1200? Who could it be? Kakarot? Raditz was startled and turned his gaze to the left, following the detector's signal. It appeared that, while he was disposing of the previous Earthling, another figure had approached not far off. Who are you? Raditz inquired, his brow furrowing as he beheld a green-skinned individual clad in purple attire and a flowing white cloak. At that moment, Piccolo, having arrived, felt a complex mix of emotions upon encountering this spiky-haired man. Chapter 14. So, you are Raditz, Piccolo, the Demon King, seethed with fury. A gentle breeze rustled around the two. Piccolo merely stared coldly at Raditz, offering no response. He had just arrived when Raditz had committed the act of murder. Recalling Raditz's earlier motion of shooting the bullet, Piccolo furrowed his brow, devoid of any visible eyebrows. Is this the creature that forced Goku and me to join forces? He pondered, feeling a sense of dread. This is the same individual who would leave me battered and bruised while boasting of his intent to kill me? Remembering the expression of the god when he spoke of this scion, deep-seated loathing surfaced on Piccolo's face. Piccolo, the son of Goku's dream has been confirmed by the fortune-telling old woman. Raditz will arrive on Earth in a year, and neither you nor Goku can stand against him. As you recall the scene from that time, an intense fury ignites within Piccolo, not due to defeat, nor simply from the fact of having to ally with his longtime rival, Goku. It is the expression of the celestial being that lingers in his mind, filled with unspoken words mingled with pity. Pity for whom? For me, the great Demon King Piccolo? Absurd. Yet, Piccolo understands that the old deity would not waste his time without reason. Indeed, just as he sensed a powerful aura and flew over, he encountered a stranger. The spacecraft beside this individual was unmistakably not of Earth. Gazing upon this, Piccolo surmised that this must be Raditz, as mentioned by the old deity, and an inexplicable rage surged within him. Humph. Perhaps the former version of myself was no match for this individual. However, now I am addressing you, Cur. Are your ears deaf? Raditz, towering and arrogant, scolded the green-skinned figure before him. When did this green creature arrive? It startled me just moments ago, the audacity. The thought of being frightened by someone whose combat prowess and complexion were akin to that of a mere earthling filled Raditz with a profound sense of humiliation. Piccolo glared at Raditz, his voice dripping with menace. Since you have heard my name, and now behold me, why do you not kneel and beg? Before Raditz could finish his boastful words, Piccolo took a decisive step forward, instantly closing the distance between them. You seek death, Piccolo roared, delivering a powerful punch that struck deep into Raditz's abdomen. The sheer force of the blow abstracted Raditz's expression, sending him careening backward, his long hair whipping wildly as he was propelled away, skidding across the ground for several meters before finally halting. Hog, struggling to rise, Raditz gasped for air, spitting blood and mucus at Piccolo with venomous fury. How dare you lay a hand on me? You are nothing but trash, merely a pitiful 1200 in power. You shall pay for this, you wretched fool. A dull ache in his abdomen ignited a frenzied rage that shattered Raditz's composure. Seeing Piccolo evade his spittle, Raditz raised his hand, channeling a significant portion of his power into a fierce energy attack. Die, he shouted. With a thunderous explosion, clouds of dust erupted into the sky. Ha ha ha, perish, you vile creature. Raditz jeered, relishing in a twisted delight. How dare you oppose the noble Raditz? There will be nothing left of you, fool. Such an attack? This Demon King would not fall. Alas, things have changed, you simpleton. From behind Raditz, Piccolo's voice emerged, cloaked in an ominous chill, harboring a long simmering wrath. In the next instant, Raditz felt an unsettling weightlessness as the world around him suddenly inverted. Before long, Raditz's head was grasped by Piccolo as if it were a mere rake, dragged across the ground, carving a deep trench as Piccolo soared forward. With a firm grip on Raditz's hair, Piccolo swung his arm in wide arcs and hurled him away with great force. Immediately, Piccolo advanced, bringing the airborne Raditz crashing back to the earth. Raditz, must this demon lord kneel and beg for mercy? A relentless barrage of punches rained down upon Raditz's form. The earth beneath him cracked under the sheer force, clouds of dust billowing into the air. Ugh, cursed be this pain. Even Raditz's groans were silenced as he retaliated, energy flickering in his hands as he launched a close-range attack at Piccolo. The unexpected strike startled Piccolo, who narrowly evaded it in the nick of time. Seizing this moment, Raditz managed to withdraw and escape to the side. Racked with excruciating pain, he was enveloped in a profound sense of humiliation. Huffing and puffing, Raditz glared at Piccolo with venomous eyes, incredulous as he exclaimed, "How is this possible? You are merely at a level of 1200. While I possess a combat power of 1500. Meanwhile, in the distant heavens, a divine being pondered, what exactly did you say to Piccolo? How has his strength increased so dramatically? Mr. Bobo inquired, glancing at the deity beside him. He was more curious about why Piccolo's initial strikes had been so brutal. Oh, just a few words of encouragement. I did not anticipate such remarkable results, the deity replied, wiping cold sweat from his brow. However, it seems this scion is not as formidable as one might expect. Piccolo's power does not exceed his by much. The reason for this disparity. The deity paused, deep in thought. This scion demonstrates poor control over his power and lacks finesse in combat. That device atop his head must be a power detector, which likely misjudged Piccolo's capabilities. Though such strength would have been a nightmare for Goku and Piccolo a year prior, it now seemed insufficient to pose a threat. No, the true adversaries will be the two other scions that follow. The deity recalled Goku's grave assessment of the situation, his heart racing once more. With this thought, the deity refocused his attention on the clash between Piccolo and Raditz. At that moment, Raditz was furiously gathering energy blasts to hurl at Piccolo. Although still under pressure, Raditz was not entirely devoid of means to retaliate. This game ends here, scion. Piccolo dodged Raditz's assaults with a series of agile leaps, glancing at his tattered cloak before casting it aside. He then stretched his limbs, the sound of cracking joints echoing ominously. The real terror begins now, Raditz, Piccolo declared, his voice cold and menacing. Beep. The slightly damaged power detector emitted a warning sound. 1860. How is this possible? How can your combat power be so high? Raditz exclaimed in disbelief, fear creeping into his voice. In the next moment, a green fist loomed larger in Raditz's sight. There was no escaping it. Meanwhile, the battlefield between Piccolo and Raditz shifted towards the direction of Bao Mountain. Gohan, how did you come out? Didn't your mother forbid you from following us? Son Goku asked in astonishment, noticing his son Gohan closely trailing behind. I sneaked out, Dad. I absolutely must see this. Gohan's initially weak voice grew more resolute. Everything began at that moment. He could not shy away, Gohan silently vowed. Observing the determination in Gohan's expression, Son Goku replied, very well, Gohan. Once we arrive, make sure to protect yourself. In truth, Son Goku had no objections to Gohan accompanying him. It was merely that at home, Chi-Chi had vehemently opposed Gohan participating in the battle, leaving him unable to counter her insistence. Dad, the one fighting Raditz is Uncle Piccolo, right? Gohan inquired, sensing the energy of the two combatants in the distance. Son Goku nodded. From the energy signature, it must indeed be Piccolo. I wonder if Uncle Piccolo can defeat Raditz. Gohan said with concern. Chapter 15. Kakarot, you have finally arrived. Raditz seethed. Damn it, he merely shed a cloak, yet this green-skinned warrior's power has surged so drastically. Pressing his palm against the spot where he had been struck, a wave of excruciating pain radiated through him. Raditz stood at a distance, warily observing the poised Piccolo. He could not afford to be careless. No amount of scion nobility mattered now, for his life was at stake. Cursed Kakarot, has that fool been slain by this individual? No wonder the Earthlings are still alive, he thought. The faint sound of footsteps brushed against his ears, causing Raditz's instincts to heighten. Wait, please, Raditz shouted in panic. I bear no ill will towards you. The initial offense was merely a misunderstanding. As Piccolo approached, Raditz's cold sweat poured down as he awkwardly explained, I beg you, please let me go. I promise I will never return to Earth. Never. In that moment, desperation filled Raditz's voice, regardless of his intentions for coming to Earth. All he desired was to escape, as far away from this planet as possible. The fate of Kakarot mattered little to him. Had he not come to find his brother, he would not be in such a dire predicament. Raditz regarded Piccolo with a sycophantic glimmer in his eyes, concealing a hint of malice. Once I return, I will summon Prince Vegeta and the others. You, green-skinned creature, can await the day I make you lick my boots, and when I tire of the amusement, I shall end you. Noah will. Piccolo clenched his fist, his voice drifting over. Why yes, Raditz stammered. Observing Raditz before him, Piccolo found it almost laughable. As a member of the demon race, he was exceptionally adept at sensing murderous intent. He could not possibly be mistaken the moment he encountered Raditz. He discerned the indifference and haughty disdain reflected in the latter's eyes. This disregard for life extended beyond just the farmer. It encompassed him as well. What a misunderstanding. Did Raditz truly believe himself to be but a mere child of 3? The old sage, at the very least, had spoken a modicum of truth. Had his own strength not improved this time, he would surely meet his demise at Raditz's hands. Reflecting upon his arduous training over the past year, he recognized that the disparity between himself and Raditz, as articulated by the old sage, was indeed significant. Piccolo twisted his neck, casting a mocking gaze at Raditz. I shall ensure you relish the dread of death. Oh, and allow me to impart some good news. Those slain by the demon clan will have their souls eternally wandering the earth. You shall not be alone. What? Raditz gasped in horror, witnessing Piccolo vanish from his sight, a wave of dread washing over him. This was disastrous. At that very moment, several miles away from the clash between Piccolo and Raditz, Son Goku and Son Gohan were hastily making their way to the battlefield. Boom, boom, boom. The incessant sounds of explosions and anguished cries reached their ears. Is this the sound of their battle? Gohan exclaimed in astonishment. Father, we must hurry. Uncle Piccolo is in danger. In the next instant, they arrived at the scene of the conflict. Uncle Piccolo, Gohan murmured, momentarily stunned by the spectacle before him. What he witnessed was not Piccolo in peril, but rather Piccolo ruthlessly pummeling Raditz. As they landed, Gohan beheld Raditz being mercilessly battered by none other than his Uncle Piccolo, akin to a punching bag. That Piccolo. Observing the situation, Son Goku found himself momentarily at a loss for words. In the distance, he could see Raditz, battered and bruised, his face swollen and contorted, as if he had been trampled by a herd of stampeding buffalo on the plains. Raditz's screams of agony echoed far and wide. It was evident that Piccolo's strength had increased significantly. However, this was nothing short of a one-sided affair. Was this truly the Raditz that Gohan had envisioned cornering him in his dreams? Son Goku stood in stunned silence, grappling with the scene before him. Noticing the presence of Son Goku and Son Gohan, Piccolo first withdrew, then turned to observe them. A powerful energy emanated from Goku, a force he had sensed earlier, undoubtedly. It was Son Goku. Who is that small child beside him? He bears a striking resemblance to Goku. Piccolo pondered as he regarded the approaching figures, contemplating the terrifying power concealed within Goku's being. No more fighting then? Raditz, disoriented from the relentless beating, felt the overwhelming force that had previously enveloped him dissipate in an instant. Staggering, he lost his balance and fell to the ground. Son Goku, have you come here to claim my life? Piccolo coldly addressed Goku, glancing at Raditz. Son Goku, Raditz muttered, turning his gaze toward the direction Piccolo was looking. As the figure drew closer, Raditz's pupils suddenly constricted. Kakarot. It was unmistakable. He bore an uncanny resemblance to their father. This was none other than his brother, Kakarot. Beep. The sound of the scouter echoed in the air. 2,200. Gazing at the numbers displayed, Raditz's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked upon his brother, who was the spitting image of their father. There was hope. Kakarot's combat power surpassed even that green-skinned creature. A surge of exhilaration coursed through Raditz, as if he had been granted a second chance at life. There was no time to ponder how Kakarot's strength had reached such astonishing heights. Raditz simply felt that the green-skinned foe was on the brink of death, and his own life was once again within reach. Kakarot, you have finally arrived. With urgency, Raditz rushed towards Goku and Gohan, his hoarse voice betraying his joy at escaping peril. Goku was about to speak with Piccolo when he heard Raditz's voice, followed by the sight of this staggering individual approaching unsteadily. Kakarot, quickly, eliminate this creature and let him witness the might of the Scions, and then annihilate all the Earthlings. Feeling as though he had found a strong ally, Raditz positioned himself before Goku and then glared fiercely at Piccolo, growling menacingly. You are Raditz? Piccolo inquired. Huh, Kakarot. What are you doing, staring at your elder brother like that? Raditz was momentarily taken aback. There was no time for further conversation. They needed to dispatch this foe swiftly. Spotting Piccolo's menacing presence, Raditz spoke in a frantic tone. Of course, Goku would not acquiesce to his demands, merely observing the disheveled state of Raditz. An elder brother, huh? Despite Gohan's forewarnings about Raditz's nefarious nature and his abduction of Gohan himself, Goku found himself hesitating to strike. Leave this planet. Depart from Earth. Goku said coldly after a moment of contemplation. What? Raditz exclaimed, astonished by Goku's words. Hey, Goku, whether you spare him is your business. But I have already marked this creature for death. Piccolo interjected sharply, watching the unfolding situation with keen interest. Dad, by the Scion spaceship. There's an uncle who has been killed. Unbeknownst to them, Gohan had arrived at the site where Raditz's spaceship had landed, discovering the farmer slain by Raditz and cried out in horror. You have taken a life? Goku's gaze turned icy as he fixed it upon Raditz. What's the matter? It was merely a small insect on this planet. I killed it without a second thought, Raditz chuckled. But as he caught sight of Goku's increasingly frigid demeanor, his laughter gradually faded. Something was amiss. What was going on with Kakarot? Hold on a moment. That green-skinned creature seemed to recognize Kakarot. No, this couldn't be right. As Raditz recalled his brother's earlier behavior, alarm bells rang in his mind. Kakarot was in cahoots with that individual. He had betrayed the Psiots. No wonder he had encountered that Earthling. Kakarot had long forsaken his mission and had chosen to associate with these Earthlings. Raditz's body was taut with tension, a shiver coursing through his scalp, as he felt the grim specter of death beckoning him with a sinister grin. What to do? What to do? This was the end. At that moment, out of the corner of his eye, Raditz caught sight of Son Gohan entering his field of vision. Was that Kakarot's son? There was no mistaking it. The tale gave him away. Raditz squinted his swollen eyelids, his mind racing. Chapter 16. The unrepentant Raditz and Son Gohan's training achievements. Kakarot, the traitor, was unreliable. With that thought, a chill enveloped Raditz's heart. In the eyes of Piccolo and Son Goku, Raditz posed no threat. They observed him standing still, and Goku's vigilance waned slightly. Just then, Raditz discreetly retreated a few steps. Suddenly, a resounding explosion erupted as Raditz unleashed his gathered energy upon the ground. In an instant, a cloud of dust billowed skyward, obscuring Raditz's movements. Seizing this opportunity, Raditz leaped into the air, hurtling towards Son Gohan by the crater's edge. If he could capture that little brat, Kakarot would have no choice but to heed his commands. Cursed traitor, cursed green skin, just wait. Raditz's mind envisioned a glorious scenario where he would hold the boy hostage, forcing Kakarot and the green-skinned warrior to clash, while he reaped the benefits. In the blink of an eye, as Son Gohan drew nearer, Raditz could hardly contain his excitement, which morphed into a sinister laugh. Regret it later, Kakarot. With a swift claw, Raditz lunged towards the unsuspecting Son Gohan, who had his back turned. As Raditz reached for the boy, he glanced at the numbers on his scouter. Humph, a power level of only 50? What a pitiful little child. Would you obediently become your uncle's hostage? The anticipated sensation did not materialize, and Raditz stared in disbelief at his empty palm, mere inches away from Son Gohan. What the hell, was he seeing things? Meanwhile, as the dust cloud surged upwards, Son Goku's heart raced with alarm, instantly deciphering Raditz's intentions. Although he had formed a rough estimation of Gohan's newfound strength, the sudden turn of events left Goku in a state of urgency. Be careful, Gohan, Son Goku bellowed. He raised his hand and swept it forcefully, a gust of wind rising abruptly to disperse the encroaching smoke. As Goku charged forward to intercept Raditz, he witnessed an astonishing sight. Gohan managed to evade him? Dad, don't worry, I'm fine. Son Gohan's carefree voice rang out. Goku, momentarily taken aback, slowed his hurried pace. At that moment, Raditz's second claw was mere moments away from Gohan. Damn it, it must be that I was still weakened from earlier injuries. The memories of being pummeled by Piccolo ignited a deeper fury within Raditz. With fierce determination, he glared at the boy before him as his second claw sliced through the air with a menacing whoosh. The voice of Sun Wufan floated lightly through the air, as he effortlessly evaded another attack from Raditz. This was the Raditz from his dreams, who did not seem particularly formidable. Observing Raditz's exasperation, Sun Wufan pondered with a hint of curiosity. During Raditz's first attempt to grasp him, Sun Wufan was preoccupied with assessing the farmer's condition. The moment a fierce wind swept from behind him, honed by Master Roshi's extensive training, Sun Wufan instinctively dodged and turned. Your attacks are riddled with flaws, Sun Wufan exclaimed innocently after dodging a second strike. Impossible, you little brat, Raditz bellowed in fury. Upon hearing Sun Wukong's voice, Raditz realized that his opportunities were dwindling. As his second claw missed its mark, in a fit of impatience, Raditz clenched his claw into a fist, intending to knock Sun Wufan unconscious before seizing him. However, Raditz's movements were clumsy and unrefined. Observing Raditz's relentless assaults, Sun Wufan lightly shifted his stance, reminiscent of Master Roshi's teachings. With graceful footfalls, he danced through Raditz's fierce onslaughts as if swimming like a fish amidst turbulent waters. Raditz, witnessing his own attacks fail to connect, felt as though he were giving a massage to the air, akin to a mouse toyed with by a cat, his blood boiling in frustration. You cursed little brat. How is this possible? Raditz screamed in desperation. In response to Raditz's increasingly frenzied and chaotic attacks, Sun Wukong appeared composed, effortlessly evading with poise. Raditz's movements were fraught with glaring vulnerabilities, chaotic perception, and a disorganized aura. To Sun Wukong, Raditz had become a living example of what not to do. Feeling the stark contrast between himself and Raditz, Sun Wukong mused, "Is this the result of my training? Master Mutant Rashi is truly remarkable. This little brat, is he daydreaming?" Raditz seethed, his eyes blazing with frustration at Sun Wukong's distracted demeanor. Raditz roared in a fit of impotent rage. "Why can't I hit you? You are merely a child with a power level of barely 50. What?" Raditz's gaze flicked to the scouter, realizing that the numbers had inexplicably changed. 1,130? How is this possible? When? The sudden, thunderous roar compelled Sun Wukong to instinctively glance up at Raditz's face, which bore the grim expression of a storm cloud, mixed with a twisted madness. In a fleeting moment, Sun Wukong felt as though he had returned to that dream. "Ha, you are in agony, aren't you? Your time is up." In a disjointed vision, Raditz was mercilessly tormenting his father, who lay beneath him, unable to suppress his cries of pain. Those anguished sounds pierced through the void, echoing in Sun Wukong's ears. "Do not bully my dad." Sun Gohan cast a fierce glare at Raditz before him, as the tormenting image of his father echoed in his mind, igniting an explosive fury within him that erupted into a thunderous roar. No longer evading, the young warrior unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks upon Raditz. The latter barely managed to dodge the initial onslaught, his eyes wide with astonishment at the transformation of Sun Gohan. 11,642? Impossible. The digits on the scouter pierced Raditz's vision. Before he could comprehend, a heavy blow from Sun Gohan struck his face. Bang! The tide of battle shifted instantly, with the scouter's readings climbing relentlessly. 1,770. The value eventually stabilized. However, at that moment, Raditz was oblivious to everything else. He was once again engulfed by a familiar sensation. Ugh! Raditz's pained groans were met with further assaults, though the assailant had changed. Yet, the relentless, overwhelming force felt eerily consistent. With eyes ablaze, Sun Gohan unleashed a tempest of strikes upon Raditz. In this moment, Sun Gohan appeared somewhat disoriented, as if a fragment of his consciousness remained trapped in the dreamlike images. He vaguely remembered that he must protect his father. Following a series of powerful blows, Sun Gohan delivered a mighty kick that landed squarely on Raditz's chest, sending him hurtling towards Piccolo. Once again, Raditz felt the familiar sensation of being stripped of his strength. In that fleeting moment, the dazed Raditz found himself momentarily lost. However, a more pressing question loomed larger in his mind. Kakarot at 2,200? Did I actually bully him? Chapter 17. Hey, kid, come join the demon clan. Haha. Well done, kid, Piccolo exclaimed, laughing heartily as he witnessed Raditz soaring towards him, propelled by Sun Gohan's kick. He had discerned Raditz's intent to ambush Goku's son long before, but it was of no concern to him. He was thoroughly enjoying his skirmish with Raditz when Goku intervened, uninvitedly deciding to spare Raditz without consulting him. TCH. Just as Piccolo stood aside, eager to watch the unfolding chaos and Goku's flustered response, Sun Gohan's performance left him in continual astonishment. Initially, when Sun Gohan evaded Raditz's attack, the calmness of his aura felt strangely familiar, but it was his furious counterattack that jolted Piccolo into realization. How does this kid's fighting style carry the essence of the Demon Clan? Moreover, that power. Just as he contemplated further, Sun Gohan delivered another forceful kick that sent Raditz flying his way. With little time to ponder, Piccolo called out to Sun Gohan before soaring into the air, intercepting Raditz with a decisive kick, grounding him once more. Is that Uncle Piccolo's voice? Still ensnared in the tempest of his dreams, Gohan was abruptly roused by the resonant voice of Piccolo. Gohan, are you alright? At that moment, Goku, having just arrived, gazed upon his son's slightly reddened eyes with concern. I'm fine now, Dad. I just recalled something from my dream, Gohan replied, shaking his head slightly. Hearing this, Goku exhaled with relief. He had initially perceived Raditz as no significant threat to Gohan and had wished to observe his son's training progress further. However, he was pleasantly surprised by the rapid advancement Gohan had made. Sensing Gohan's gradually calming energy, Goku felt a sense of pride. Gohan composed himself and turned his attention towards Piccolo and Raditz. Scion, do you have any final words? Speak them, though I lack the time to fulfill your wishes." With a swift kick to the prostrate Raditz, Piccolo spoke with a twisted sense of amusement. Raditz, still dazed from the relentless assault, was jolted awake by Piccolo's kick. "Ugh!" he gasped, scrambling to his feet, but the movement triggered a cascade of pain throughout his body, forcing him to kneel once more. Surveying his surroundings, he spotted the green-skinned Piccolo and the approaching Kakarot with his young offspring. A wave of panic gripped Raditz, as if his heart were being tightly clutched, and he struggled to catch his breath, drenched in sweat. "I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Please. I'm merely a pitiful elder brother wishing to reunite with my sibling." Raditz cried, tears streaming down his face as he implored Piccolo for mercy. Then, noticing Goku and Gohan advancing, he scurried towards them. "Good brother, dear nephew, I am your kin. Blood is thicker than water. Please save me." However, Gohan instinctively felt revulsion at Raditz's pitiful expression. "Dad, Uncle Piccolo, we cannot spare him. This villain has harmed Uncle Piccolo, caused your death, and previously killed that farmer. He must not be forgiven," Gohan exclaimed, glaring at Raditz, who knelt in repentance. "Uncle Piccolo?" Piccolo mused, intrigued by Gohan's words, recognizing a glimmer of potential in the boy, unlike his archaic father. Meanwhile, Raditz, upon hearing Gohan's repeated references, finally realized that the green-skinned figure was indeed Piccolo. "Harm Piccolo? Cause Kakarot's demise? When did I ever do that?" Raditz retorted, recalling the young boy's accusations. The overwhelming dread of death that had once loomed over him dissipated. "Hey, little brat, come join the demon clan." "Nonsense. When did that happen?" "Nephew, do not speak recklessly," Raditz shouted angrily at Gohan. His frustration boiling over, Raditz inadvertently echoed Piccolo's words, creating a collision of circumstances. "You insolent fool, I commanded you to confess your last words, and you dare defy my authority? Seek death." Piccolo raised his hand, prepared to take the life of Raditz. Beside him, Son Goku opened his mouth to speak, but recalling his son's words, he chose silence. Upon seeing Piccolo's movement, Raditz's heart raced with dread. He could no longer plead for mercy and summoned his last ounce of strength to flee. Die! A powerful force erupted from Piccolo, transforming into a massive energy sphere that soared menacingly towards Raditz. "Damn you! Just wait. My comrades will not let you escape." Raditz's voice, filled with despair and resentment, echoed. "Greenskin, Kakarot, and that little brat." Boom. Before he could finish his last words, a deafening explosion signaled Raditz's abrupt disappearance from the air. "Humph! Did you think you could escape from my grasp?" Piccolo sneered coldly. "It has changed. The future has been altered." Son Gohan stared in disbelief at the vanquished Raditz. As the thick smoke slowly dissipated, leaving no trace of Raditz behind, gradually calming his heart, the discomfort of witnessing a murder was overshadowed by the exhilaration of a changed future. If it can happen this time, then in the future. Son Gohan beamed at Son Goku. Son Goku glanced at his son and affectionately ruffled his hair, smiling softly in return. "Goku, what brings you here?" Piccolo turned his head, his voice icy. "Nothing much, but you, Piccolo, have certainly increased in strength," Son Goku replied. "Thanks to your little brat, who dreamed of the future. So, what do you say, kid? Interested in joining the demon clan? You are far more decisive than your indecisive father." "Goku, you wouldn't stop him, would you?" Piccolo asked with keen interest, eyeing Son Goku. "If Gohan has no objections, I won't oppose it," Son Goku said, amused by Piccolo's eager demeanor. What?" Piccolo paused, surprised by Son Goku's words. Remembering that Gohan had once trained with Piccolo, Son Goku had no qualms about Piccolo's suggestions. Moreover, although Piccolo still bore the traits of the former Demon King, he was undeniably different from the evil he once embodied. However, could the current Piccolo truly best Gohan? Even if Piccolo concealed his strength, it wouldn't surpass Gohan by much. "You little brat, what kind of look is that?" Piccolo felt an instinctive discomfort at the smile on Son Goku's face. Chapter 18. Piccolo, you two rascals. Piccolo, do not lead Gohan astray. A deep voice resonated, and a figure emerged between Son Goku and the others. "Old Kai? What? Only now that Raditz has been eliminated do you dare show your face, you cowardly old man." Piccolo scoffed at the newcomer. Ignoring Piccolo's derision, the arriving Supreme Kai turned directly to Son Goku and Son Gohan. "Goku, I recall you mentioning that in 333 days, two scions far stronger than Raditz would invade Earth. How do you feel about facing those two?" The voice of the Supreme Kai carried an undercurrent of concern as he gazed intently at Sun Wukong. To be honest, at this moment, I am not their match. Sun Wukong replied thoughtfully. The two Scions, Vegeta and Nappa, are formidable opponents. I once requested Lord Kai to assess their strength. Given my current abilities, I could easily contend with Nappa. However, when it comes to Vegeta, even with the boost from the Kaioken, I cannot assert my confidence. What? Sun Wukong? With your current strength, you cannot best Vegeta? Piccolo exclaimed, astonished by Sun Wukong's admission. Piccolo scrutinized Sun Wukong deeply. Although Sun Wukong had suppressed his aura, Piccolo could still perceive the latent power radiating from him. Reluctantly, he acknowledged that even 10 of his own might not suffice against Sun Wukong. Yet, to think that he could not contend with Vegeta? Piccolo clenched his teeth, feeling a surge of inexplicable irritation. Damn it, to be surpassed by so much. Do not worry, Piccolo, Sun Wukong called out reassuringly, then returned his gaze to the Supreme Kai. My lord, there are still over 300 days left. During this time, I can return to King Kai's planet to train. I will be fine. The Supreme Kai nodded, feeling a sense of relief. Don't worry. What a joke. This Dark Lord will eventually defeat all of you and conquer this world. Piccolo retorted through gritted teeth. Dad, I remember from my dream that Scions can transform into great apes, increasing their power tenfold. In my dream, it was Uncle Yajirobe who severed Vegeta's tail, allowing us to defeat him, Gohan recalled, reflecting on the battle with the Scions and searching for useful information. Scions transforming into great apes? Sun Wukong exclaimed in surprise. Yes, Dad, didn't I mention it? It's a Scion ability. When they see the moon, they transform into great apes, dramatically enhancing their strength, tenfold from their original power. During that battle, I also transformed into a great ape, but one must possess a tail to do so, Gohan explained. The great ape tail, Sun Wukong murmured. Indeed, Wukong. I removed your tail back, then to prevent you from transforming into a great ape. It seems this ability is indeed intrinsic to the Scions, the Supreme Kai recalled. So, it was I who inadvertently caused my grandfather's demise, Sun Wukong said, furrowing his brow, his emotions tangled. In light of this revelation, my lord, time is of the essence. Although Gohan has reassured me that we will triumph in this battle, it appears that luck plays a significant role as well. Gohan and I will return home briefly, and then I must ask you to transport me to the afterlife, Sun Wukong stated earnestly. I had thought an extra year would suffice. Yet I find myself uncertain about the effectiveness of the spirit bomb on Earth. Very well, that poses no issue. The Supreme Kai nodded in agreement. Piccolo, what I said earlier was no jest. If you wish to train alongside Gohan, I shall not oppose it. After all, it appears that Gohan is the only one on Earth whose strength is comparable to yours. The results should be quite promising if you both train together, declared Sun Wukong, gazing intently at Piccolo in the distance. Huh, what? Piccolo paused, momentarily taken aback. He was still pondering Sun Wukong's earlier mention of the King Kai. He was aware that Sun Wukong had ventured elsewhere to train, yet he steadfastly believed that no matter where Sun Wukong honed his skills, he could never surpass the might of the great demon King Piccolo. However, reality had just dealt him a harsh blow. Snapping back to the present, Piccolo suddenly grasped the implications of Sun Wukong's words. How dare you, Sun Wukong? Are you suggesting that my power is on par with your son? Piccolo exclaimed, his voice laced with fury. Indeed, you witnessed Gohan's battle against Raditz, did you not? Sun Wukong replied nonchalantly. Piccolo, every ounce of strength is crucial in facing the Scions. You must also train diligently, he continued. What? Sun Wukong, listen to you speak as though you are my elder. Piccolo seethed inwardly, a fire igniting within him, causing an unbearable discomfort. Fine, if that's the case, I shall also train with that King Kai. After taking a deep breath, Piccolo suppressed his rage and spoke in a low voice. That might be impossible, Piccolo. At your current level, King Enma would not permit it. Sun Wukong was granted access to King Kai's planet only because he saved the world from the old Piccolo, interjected the Supreme Kai, finishing Sun Wukong's sentence. The so-called merit of saving the world from this demon king? Bah, old Kai, your tongue is as foul as ever. Piccolo thought bitterly, feeling the gap in strength between him and Sun Wukong widening. I cannot allow this to continue. Even if I cannot reach King Kai, I must intensify my training. He resolved, casting a disdainful glance at Sun Wukong and the Supreme Kai, then briefly surveying Gohan, who stood between them. Training? If that little brat dares to seek me out, I shall mold him into a warrior of the demon race. Sun Wukong, prepare to weep. I will indeed participate in the battle against the Scions, but not for the sake of some laughable world-saving mission. Hey kid, if you aspire to become a warrior of the demon race, come find me. Piccolo's cold voice echoed ominously. I will, Uncle Piccolo. Gohan exclaimed with excitement. Humph. Piccolo let out a sinister chuckle, choosing not to say more as he turned and soared into the sky. The prospect of training with Uncle Piccolo fills me with anticipation, Gohan thought, watching Piccolo's figure fade into the distance. The Supreme Kai's expression wavered as he addressed Sun Wukong. Is it truly wise to allow Gohan to train with Piccolo? This is quite different from Gohan's previous dreams and Piccolo's power. Fear not, Supreme Kai. I believe Piccolo has sensed the impending threat. Otherwise, he would not have expressed a desire to train on King Kai's planet. Sun Wukong reassured him. Even if it is merely to alleviate his unease, he will diligently train Gohan. As for your concerns, it is worth mentioning that Piccolo's current strength is not significantly greater than Gohan's. Their training together yields the best results. And I believe Piccolo understands this as well. Indeed, Grand Elder, Uncle Piccolo is not as bad as you think. He is a good person. Gohan exclaimed joyfully. Piccolo, a good person? The Grand Elder stared blankly at the two before him. Gohan, you must train even harder this time. Do you understand? Goku encouraged, lowering his gaze toward Gohan. Yes, Father, I will train diligently with Uncle Piccolo. Gohan replied with enthusiasm. Chapter 19. The Great Ape Transformation of the Scions. Development of the Spirit Bomb. After encouraging his son, Goku suddenly sensed a powerful aura, faint yet familiar, rapidly approaching. Instinctively following the sensation, he looked toward the horizon. The Grand Elder and Gohan quickly sensed this energy as well and turned to follow Goku's gaze. It is Uncle Krillin, Gohan remarked after sensing the energy. Indeed, it is Krillin, the Grand Elder nodded in agreement. At that moment, a dark figure appeared in the sky, drawing closer. Ah, Goku, Lord Grand Elder, and Gohan. You are all here. A surprised voice echoed as a bald figure descended. Krillin, it truly is you. I never expected you to improve so much in such a short time. Goku exclaimed, astonished by Krillin's transformation. He was familiar with Krillin's energy, but after not having seen him for a long time, he was taken aback by the sudden strength of his ally. This power is nearly on par with Raditz. No, if he were to unleash his full might, I fear Raditz would not stand a chance against Krillin. Heh, it's nothing. It's merely the fruit of my diligent training. Krillin sheepishly rubbed his smooth head. I was just practicing my ultimate technique when I sensed a battle here. Was it that scoundrel Raditz? Where is he? Raditz has been completely eliminated by Piccolo's energy blast, the Grand Elder informed. Eliminated? Krillin was momentarily taken aback. Scanning the surroundings, he found no trace of the enemy. Has he been reduced to nothing? Krillin murmured. The Grand Elder nodded. Piccolo is still as decisive as ever. Krillin chuckled awkwardly, instinctively shivering. Uncle Krillin, you mentioned practicing your ultimate technique. Is it that technique? Gohan inquired. Indeed, Gohan, it is the Spirit Bomb. I can now successfully execute it. Coming back to his senses upon hearing Gohan's voice, Krillin smiled with a hint of pride. The Spirit Bomb? Krillin, what is that? Goku asked curiously. Oh, previously Gohan mentioned that during our battles with the Scions, I developed a new ultimate technique, which is the Spirit Bomb I referred to earlier. Unlike the Kamehameha, which tends to focus on energy blasts, the Spirit Bomb is formed through the extreme compression of energy, creating a uniquely thin circular blade of light. This extraordinary technique can virtually disregard physical defenses. If one encounters it for the first time, unprepared, it is almost certain to be effective, Krillin excitedly explained. Indeed, Dad. If it hadn't been for Vegeta's reminder back then, that Nappa would have been dealt with by Uncle Krillin, Gohan exclaimed joyfully to Goku. What an impressive move. Krillin, you are truly a genius. Reflecting on the destructive nature of the Kienzan, Goku gazed at Krillin, clad in his turtle emblem outfit, and felt a wave of nostalgia. Master Roshi had developed many unique techniques in a similar manner. Krillin is remarkable. It's nothing much. Yamcha and Tien have also grown significantly stronger, Krillin replied cheerfully. By the way, have you considered? As Goku reminisced about Master Roshi's various techniques, an inspiration seemed to strike him. What have you been thinking about, Goku? Krillin asked, somewhat puzzled by Goku's unfinished thought. Have you ever considered combining the Kienzan with the afterimage technique? Goku exclaimed with excitement. Krillin rolled his eyes, Combining the Kienzan with the afterimage technique? Yes. The Kienzan's characteristic often catches those unfamiliar with it off guard. However, experts like Vegeta would be wary. But if we add the afterimage technique to make the Kienzan indistinguishable, our chances of success would greatly increase. Goku said with a smile. Krillin clapped his hands. Exactly. How did I not think of that? It's a brilliant idea. Although the afterimage technique isn't particularly advanced, merging it with your Kienzan could greatly enhance its effectiveness by taking opponents by surprise. Hearing Goku's suggestion, the Supreme Kai also expressed his excitement. Dad, if that's the case, can we take the opportunity to cut off the Scion's tail? Gohan's eyes sparkled as he turned to Goku. Yes, that's precisely what I was thinking. Goku replied, his tone filled with enthusiasm. This way, even if the Scions transform into giant apes, we would have a solution. Since witnessing the battle scene in the crystal ball of the fortune-telling old lady, Goku had never felt fear, yet the pressure in his heart never eased. Especially after hearing Gohan mention the Scions transforming into giant apes, it left him with a headache. With the Kienzan, it seemed they finally had a way out. And Goku felt a slight relief. The tail? Krillin appeared as if struck by lightning, transforming into that massive ape like Goku did before. Krillin's body trembled slightly. He had heard Goku mention that the Scions of the future were entirely different from Raditz and his kind. Such monsters could transform into giant apes and become even stronger? Goku, are you truly confident? Krillin asked, looking at Goku with concern. By the way, why don't we hide the moon with the Dragon Balls? That way, the Scions won't be able to transform, Krillin suggested. That won't work, Uncle Krillin, Gohan replied, recalling the moon's peculiar nature during his dream battle with the Scions. The Scions appear to possess the extraordinary ability to create moons that facilitate their transformations. What? They can even fabricate a moon? Truly, the Scions are monstrous. Krillin gazed at Gohan in astonishment. Krillin, there's no need to be so anxious, Goku reassured him, momentarily releasing the suppressed energy that surrounded him. Goku, were you holding back your power all this time? Krillin inquired, a hint of disbelief in his voice. Although this strength may not yet be formidable, we still have nearly a year to prepare. Furthermore, as demonstrated this time, with your powerful techniques, we managed to overcome a challenging obstacle. Goku said with a smile directed at Krillin. In Gohan's dream, we were destined to win. There's no reason we should lose this time. You truly are an optimist. Hearing Goku's words and feeling the overwhelming power emanating from him, Krillin's previously tense demeanor began to ease, revealing a smile. Lord Kami, Krillin, please use the Dragon Balls to resurrect that farmer who was killed by Raditz. Although he was that kind of person, Raditz is still my brother, and technically, it should be me seeking the Dragon Balls. However, this time, I must focus on training with Lord Kai, so I must rely on your assistance. Goku addressed Kami and Krillin. Very well, I shall have Popo gather the Dragon Balls, Kami responded. No problem, I will ask Bulma to prepare a refrigerated capsule, Krillin added. That has settled then. Gohan, let us return home, Goku said, looking at his son. Yes, Dad. Meanwhile, far across the galaxy, on an unknown planet shrouded in dense jungles, towering trees stood side by side, their lush foliage intertwined, allowing only a few rays of sunlight to filter through. In the midst of this forest, a peculiar humanoid corpse lay sprawled, upon which sat a diminutive figure with an outrageous hairstyle. Clutching the arm of the deceased beneath him, he savored the taste. Nearby, a tall, burly bald man operated a device affixed to his head. Prince Vegeta, Raditz is dead, the bald man stated gravely, chewing the remnants of flesh in his mouth. Vegeta displayed a look of disdain. Bah, that useless Raditz is a disgrace. Chapter 20. Vegeta's obsession. What should we do? Shall we go to Earth to avenge Raditz? The robust man inquired of Vegeta. Vengeance. For that fool. Don't be absurd, Nappa. When did you become so sentimental? Vegeta scoffed, raising an eyebrow in bemusement at Nappa. Turning his gaze, Vegeta narrowed his eyes. However, we must indeed venture to Earth. I need to ascertain something. Nappa, unfazed by Vegeta's earlier sarcasm, remained silent, for he dared not voice any objections. What matter could be so significant? Nappa asked, puzzled by Vegeta's words. Do you remember the one who killed Raditz? And that little brat who was Kakarot's son? In the heat of battle with Raditz, both warriors experienced a remarkable surge in their combat prowess within an exceedingly brief span of time. Such an enhancement could not merely be attributed to the normal exertion of strength. As memories of Raditz's two encounters flooded his mind, Vegeta's voice grew increasingly somber. Nappa, with his large head, struggled to comprehend. Your Highness, do you mean, fool? Those Earthlings must possess a unique method of control over their power. If we could acquire that technique, we would undoubtedly grow stronger, perhaps even capable of defeating Frieza. Furrowing his brow, Vegeta contemplated the unspoken conclusion of Nappa's words. Ha ha ha, if we grow stronger, we can conquer more planets and earn the favor of Lord Frieza, Nappa exclaimed, standing abruptly, his coarse laughter echoing with fervor. Idiot. Vegeta cast a disdainful glance at the foolish Nappa, silently cursing him. How could such a simpleton be considered of noble lineage? He was a disgrace to the Saiyan race. Vegeta, you are the most gifted warrior in our clan's history. You are destined to become the strongest warrior in the universe. The image of King Vegeta materialized in Vegeta's mind, stirring his thoughts. It was the moment he had first measured his battle power, standing before the scouter, clad in battle attire, as his father proudly surveyed him, boasting of his grand aspirations amidst raucous laughter. King Vegeta, with an air of invincibility, seemed as though he occupied the universe's highest throne. Father, did you ever foresee that you would ultimately be subjugated by Frieza? Vegeta mused, a sudden irritation coursing through him. My son, I send you to Frieza to lower his guard. In a few days, I shall lead the elite Saiyan warriors to assault Frieza's stronghold. That scoundrel has never regarded the Saiyans as anything of consequence. I will make him aware that the dignity of the Saiyans is inviolable. Once we eliminate Frieza as an obstacle, we shall ascend to the throne of this universe. In his recollections, not long before the destruction of planet Vegeta, his father's previously unflappable demeanor had transformed into one of desperation, his voice echoing with resentment against that man. Yet, what did it matter? The Saiyans were still annihilated. Was it truly by a colossal meteor? That was Frieza's narrative, one Vegeta had never accepted. What a farce, given his father's strength at that time. Not even a small meteor could pose a threat. Even a planet of comparable size to planet Vegeta could have been obliterated, especially with the presence of numerous elite Saiyan warriors. Could the monitoring satellites outside planet Vegeta have failed to detect the approach of a massive meteor? Or if they did, were they incapable of destroying it? Was that meteor larger than planet Vegeta? Regardless, even if it were, what of it? Did Frieza truly believe he could convince Vegeta of such nonsense? Perhaps he thought that Vegeta lacked the courage to disbelieve him. Damn that scoundrel. Vegeta shares a notable trait with his father, King Vegeta. As a member of the proud warrior race, the Saiyans possess an unwavering sense of dignity that forbids anyone from looking down upon them. This is particularly true when the individual in question is Frieza, the one responsible for the annihilation of their home planet. However, the destruction of his kin and the loss of their homeland do not weigh heavily on Vegeta's heart. It is the desecration of the Saiyan legacy by Frieza that he cannot forgive. In contrast to his father, Vegeta exhibits a remarkable restraint. Finally, the opportunity has arrived. There is something amiss on Earth. Even a lowly warrior like Kakarot boasts a battle power exceeding 2,000. In fact, it must be significantly more than that. Reflecting on the astonishing increase in battle power exhibited by the one who defeated Raditz during his clash with Kakarot's child, Vegeta suddenly realizes the potential threat posed by Kakarot's offspring as well. The child's power is astonishingly high. The more Vegeta contemplates, the more exhilarated he becomes. If both Kakarot and that inept offspring can enhance their capabilities to such an extent, then upon arriving on Earth and mastering the methods, he, the most gifted warrior of the Saiyan race, will undoubtedly grow even stronger, overpowering all in his path. Frieza, your days are numbered. A cold smirk graces Vegeta's lips as he discards the severed limb he had been holding. Let us depart. To Earth, Vegeta commands, rising to his feet. Yes, Prince Vegeta. Nappa responds loudly from behind him. Shortly thereafter, two spaceships launch from the now desolate planet, heading towards Earth. Aboard one of the vessels, Vegeta has already entered a prolonged state of hibernation, a slight smile suggesting that he is lost in a pleasant dream. Meanwhile, on Earth, Goku and Gohan are soaring towards the lookout. Gohan, having just emerged victorious from his battle with Raditz, feels a sense of exhilaration, not merely for the triumph, but because it has illuminated a profound realization. The future is malleable, a stark contrast to the theories of parallel universes he has read about in books. With Raditz dealt with, their focus now shifts to Vegeta and Nappa. Yet, unlike Raditz, Vegeta's power is a formidable force to reckon with. Moreover, the Saiyans possess the terrifying ability to transform into great apes. Master Roshi's Kamehameha cannot be their sole strategy. Enhancing their own strength is imperative. Therefore, it is crucial to begin experimenting with controlling the transformation into a great ape as soon as possible. Perhaps Piccolo could lend his assistance. With thoughts of his father soon returning to King Kai's planet for training, Gohan places his hopes on Piccolo. Though only 4 years old, Gohan's repeated dreams have sharpened his memories, granting him a maturity in thought that far surpasses that of his peers. In no time, he devises a rough plan for his training over the next year. Glancing at his father flying beside him, Gohan ponders for a moment before finally speaking up. Father, I wish to learn the Kaioken and the Spirit Bomb. Chapter 21. The Approaching Enemies and Gohan's Concerns. Do you wish to learn the Kaioken and the Spirit Bomb? Goku turned to face his son upon hearing his voice. Yes, father, Gohan replied softly, his small face adorned with a somewhat serious expression. Although we have dealt with Raditz this time, Vegeta and Nappa will soon arrive. Furthermore, we must also contend with Frieza and the androids. We need to grow stronger quickly. Time is of the essence. Gohan's urgency grew as he spoke, for certain truths only become palpable when articulated aloud, revealing the weight of the pressure he felt. Goku, upon hearing Gohan's words, fell into contemplation. It was not that he was unwilling to teach Gohan the Kaioken and the Spirit Bomb. In fact, he felt a surge of delight at the prospect, knowing that if Gohan mastered these techniques, their collective power would significantly increase. However, recalling the rigorous training conditions associated with the Kaioken, namely, the extreme physical strain, Goku hesitated. He himself had only achieved the foundational requirements for mastering the Kaioken after enduring the tenfold gravity of King Kai's planet, and on Earth. Such an environment could only be replicated within the room of spirit and time. Yet, for Gohan, that place would impose too great a strain. And considering that one could only enter the room for a mere 2 days in a lifetime, the reality of the situation weighed heavily. The intense gravity, the stark temperature shifts, and the vast, unyielding emptiness that had once driven him to madness during his brief stay, there were simply too much for any human to endure. The mere thought of that endless white space still made Goku's head ache. Father, is it that Lord Kai forbids you from teaching me? Gohan speculated, noticing his father's prolonged silence. Lord Kai? Not at all, Goku responded, recalling King Kai's carefree demeanor, which alleviated any concerns he might have had in that regard. Father, I have actually considered trying to control the power of the great ape transformation. In my dreams, I noticed that upon transformation, I seemed to retain some semblance of rationality. Gohan shared his initial thoughts. However, if my tail were severed, even if I could maintain my sanity, the amplified power would vanish entirely. If I could learn the Kaioken, such limitations would cease to exist. Gohan gazed at Goku with eager anticipation. Gohan, while learning the Kaioken is indeed possible, currently, there is no means on Earth to meet the foundational conditions required for its training, Goku explained. Foundational conditions? Gohan asked, somewhat puzzled. Precisely. When employing the Kaioken, the body endures unimaginable pressure, so it is imperative to sufficiently strengthen your physique before attempting to learn it. Simple weight training won't suffice. If one were to seek a location, only the room of spirit and time on Earth could provide such an effect. Sun Wukong reflected upon the differences between his previous weight training and the gravity training on King Kai's planet. The hyperbolic time chamber? Father, what is that place? Son Gohan inquired with a hint of curiosity, as his father had never mentioned it before, and he had not encountered any references to it in his dreams of the future. Ah, the hyperbolic time chamber. It is a room in the sacred temple where one can train for a year, while only a single day passes outside. The gravity there is similar to that of King Kai's planet. Son Wukong reminisced aloud. Then I should ask Grandpa Kai to allow me to train there. Son Gohan exclaimed, filled with excitement at the thought. Observing his eager son, Son Wukong shook his head. That is not feasible, Gohan. Although the gravity is comparable, the temperature fluctuations between day and night can reach almost 100 degrees. The most crucial aspect is that despite being a single room, the space inside may be larger than Earth itself, with nothing but a vast, white expanse. When I was young, I could not endure even a month inside. If one's body and mind are not sufficiently robust, entering would be more of a torment than a training opportunity, potentially leading to hallucinations. You absolutely cannot go in alone. It is far too perilous. Do you understand, Gohan? Son Wukong imparted with an unusual sternness. All right, Son Gohan replied, somewhat dejectedly. I suppose I must attempt to control the power after transforming into a great ape. I wonder if I will succeed, he murmured, biting his lip in contemplation. Perhaps you should try increasing your weight training first, Sun Wukong suggested, noticing his 4-year-old son's worried expression. But will that enable me to learn the Kaioken? Son Gohan questioned. How can you know unless you try? When I return from King Kai's planet, if you still wish to enter the hyperbolic time chamber, I will accompany you, Sun Wukong responded with a gentle smile. But, father, aren't you supposed to be training under King Kai for an extended period? This time, it shouldn't take too long. I still need to inquire about the energy matter that Master Roshi mentioned. And you are correct. I must discuss teaching you the Kaioken with King Kai as well, Sun Wukong contemplated aloud. That is wonderful. In that case, I can train alongside you and Uncle Piccolo. Son Gohan beamed at the thought of the three training together. With Piccolo, you say? Gohan, are you planning to seek Piccolo's assistance for your training while I'm away? Yes, father. I originally intended to ask Uncle Piccolo to help me maintain my sanity after transforming into a great ape. Is that truly manageable? Sun Wukong expressed concern, as he himself had no recollection of his experiences after transforming. It should be possible, as I am also my mother's child. When I transformed in my dreams, I did not completely lose my rationality, Son Gohan declared proudly. Listening to Son Gohan's explanation, Son Goku felt a slight alleviation of his inner worries. Actually, I wanted to tell you, when training with Piccolo, make sure not to hold back too much, he continued. Son Gohan appeared momentarily bewildered. Not to hold back too much? Indeed, Piccolo is not necessarily your match at this moment. How can that be? Uncle Piccolo is incredibly formidable during his battle with Raditz. His power was far greater than mine. Son Gohan scratched his head, reminiscing about past events. Yes, Piccolo is indeed somewhat stronger than you. However, Son Goku recalled the time when Raditz and Gohan fought, and for reasons unbeknownst to him, Gohan had become enraged, unleashing a fierce onslaught upon Raditz. He couldn't help but silently mourn for Piccolo for a few seconds. Given Gohan's feelings for Piccolo, he should not act that impulsively, he thought, reassured by the respectful way Gohan referred to him. In truth, it wasn't he so much worry as it was concern that Piccolo might be inadvertently overwhelmed by Gohan's impulsive nature. By the way, Piccolo has a remarkable ability to recover as long as his injuries are not too severe. Yes, Piccolo is quite impressive. With that thought in mind, Son Goku nodded at Son Gohan. Chapter 22. Mother, the enemies are not just scions at the home of Son Goku, located in the Baozi Mountain. I'm sorry, Chi-Chi. I'm sorry, Mother. At this moment, Son Goku and Son Gohan stood like two wilted eggplants, their backs against the wall, apologizing loudly to Chi-Chi, who was seated before them. Humph. Chi-Chi furrowed her brows, her gaze stern as she looked at the duo, her right arm resting on the table, her chest rising and falling with the remnants of her earlier fury, once again accumulating resentment. Gohan, your mother did not send you to train with Master Roshi to throw you into the battlefield. Chi-Chi glared at her son, her exasperated words spilling forth. Son Gohan dared not meet his mother's eyes, keeping his head lowered as he absorbed the reprimand. Beside him, Son Goku, though not as evasive as Gohan, was hardly in a better position. Witnessing the tension between the two without uttering a word only fueled Chi-Chi's anger further. She was genuinely furious. One reason was that Gohan had disobeyed her for the first time by sneaking off, and the other was that Son Goku, as a father, had failed to bring their son back home first, instead leading him into the fray. God knows how terrified she felt upon discovering Gohan's absence. A mother knows her child best. After the initial panic subsided, recalling Gohan's fervent declarations of wanting to protect her made Chi-Chi realize where he had gone. Yet, she felt powerless to act. Uncertain of the Science landing site, she contemplated seeking help from Master Roshi, but whether it was she or Master Roshi, by the time they reached the battlefield, the battle would likely have already concluded. Thus, she could only wait, and thankfully, her husband returned with their son, bringing back the news that the fight had ended. Upon seeing her returning son, Chi-Chi felt a moment of relief, only for her heart to twist once more in anxiety. After her worries subsided, they ignited into a blazing fury, leading her to unleash a torrent of scolding upon Son Wukong and Son Gohan. After casting another glance at Son Wukong, her pent-up anger surged to its peak once more. Wukong, Gohan is only 4 years old. How could you possibly take him to the battlefield? Chi-Chi exclaimed, rising abruptly to her feet, her gaze fixed on Son Wukong. But Mom, I won. Gohan's voice emerged timidly at that moment, as if to assert something. What? Gohan, you participated in the battle? Were you hurt? Chi-Chi cried out, a flurry of anxious questions tumbling from her lips as she hurried to Gohan, crouching down to inspect him closely. Mom, I'm not hurt. Gohan replied, somewhat awkwardly. Ignoring Gohan's words, Chi-Chi continued her meticulous examination, relieved when she found no wounds as she had dreaded. She then turned her intense gaze upon Sun Wukong. Wukong, how could you? How could you bear to let Gohan fight against the enemy? Aren't you afraid he would get hurt? What kind of father are you? Unlike before, Chi-Chi's voice, now tinged with tears, held not just anger but profound fear. She looked at Sun Wukong, the man she had always relied upon. Her husband was the world's greatest warrior, regardless of the challenges or formidable foes. Chi-Chi had unwavering faith that he would emerge victorious. Yet Gohan was different. Although Gohan had often recounted his training experiences with enthusiasm, boasting about how much stronger he had become, to Chi-Chi, he remained merely a 4-year-old child. Such a tiny being, barely reaching her waist, made it unfathomable for Chi-Chi to comprehend why Sun Wukong would allow their child to face enemies in combat. Observing her distraught wife, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, Sun Wukong spoke softly, Chi-Chi, Gohan is very strong now. Raditz is no match for him. Sun Wukong, a man of simple and sincere nature, relished the thrill of battling strong opponents and the exhilaration of becoming stronger himself. Often oblivious to the subtleties of expressing his emotions and thoughts, he certainly did not wish for Gohan to encounter danger. While he recognized his son's immense potential and had long desired to train him, the relentless stream of enemies weighed heavily on his mind. He had to make a decision. At present, he could not be certain of overcoming the adversaries to come. He had never feared nor surrendered in the face of challenges. Yet, he needed to protect his loved ones, his friends. He required the strength of his son, who possessed such vast potential. He had inquired about Gohan's desires on numerous occasions, and Gohan had consistently responded with determination, expressing his wish to protect everyone, just as his father did. However, Gohan requires more than mere strength. He needs combat experience, which cannot be acquired through regular training. Upon realizing that Gohan's power surpassed that of Raditz, and that he could easily handle the situation, Goku was not only eager to witness how much stronger Gohan had become, but he also harbored the thought of allowing his son to gain practical experience in battle. At that moment, Chi-Chi suddenly approached, clutching Goku's clothing and leaning against him. Rather than venting her dissatisfaction, she appeared to be expressing a profound sense of helplessness. Mom, please don't blame Dad. The truth is, I deceived you, Gohan said as he walked over to Chi-Chi and grasped her sleeve. In the future, apart from the Scions, there are even more formidable foes. Goku gazed at his son, hesitating to speak. Gohan shook his head slightly, signaling for him to continue. In the future, Dad passed away due to heart disease, and after that, unimaginable enemies emerged. No one could stand against them. Dad was afraid you would worry, so he didn't let me tell you. Gohan's voice was low but clear. What? Gohan? You mean Goku is going to die from heart disease? Initially in tears, Chi-Chi was taken aback by Gohan's words, even momentarily forgetting her anger. She instinctively looked at Goku's chest and reached out to touch it. Chi-Chi, it's all right. This time we know in advance, and as long as we ask Shenron, everything will be fine, Goku gently reassured her. Humph. Chi-Chi's anger was significantly diminished by Gohan's sudden revelation, yet she still stubbornly huffed in annoyance. Mom, although we are aware of the future now, Dad's strength alone will not suffice to defeat those two demons, Gohan said earnestly, gazing steadily at Chi-Chi. But this should be an adult matter. Chi-Chi's voice softened, yet she still subtly opposed Gohan's desire to partake in the battle. Mom, even though Uncle Krillin and the others have been training, in the future, they are far from being able to face those two foes. I must become stronger. As strong as Dad, so that I can defeat them. I carry Dad's blood. I am the son of Goku. I will surely conquer them. Gohan's eyes shone with determination as he looked at his mother, feeling a pang of sorrow at the sight of her tear-filled eyes. Yet he continued to utter words that would only deepen her concern. He did not want his father's care to be misunderstood. He wished to triumph over the enemies to protect his loved ones and friends. However, Chi-Chi still wanted to oppose him, yet the words stuck in her throat, unable to be voiced. Gohan's gaze was imbued with such seriousness, a look she had never encountered before. In his eyes, Chi-Chi perceived a hint of something different, despair and fear. However, In comparison to his unwavering resolve, it seemed trivial. The words that had been on the tip of her tongue faded away. She realized she could no longer view her son in the same light as before. In her eyes, Gohan, who has always relied on his parents for protection, is no longer just a child at the tender age of 4. Kiki, I will safeguard Gohan, Son Goku gently proclaimed while crouching beside his wife. Leaning against Goku's embrace, Kiki gazed intently at their son. Gohan stepped forward, grasping Kiki's hand, and declared earnestly, Mom, I will protect you. Chapter 23. Uncle Piccolo, I did not mean to. A fortnight later, at the entrance of Son Goku's home, Kiki waved her hand, advising Gohan, who was about to embark on a journey to find Piccolo. Gohan, make sure to get along well with Piccolo. I know, Mom, Gohan replied, looking at his mother with a mix of emotions, unable to fathom that such words would emanate from her lips. Ever since Gohan had confided in Kiki 2 weeks prior, she had become notably more reticent. In the initial days, Kiki often seemed lost in thought, causing concern for both Gohan and Goku. However, it was not long before Kiki regained her usual spirits. Observing her return to normalcy, Goku felt relieved and resumed his training on King Kai's planet. Gohan had also intended to seek out Piccolo for training, but he found himself at a loss for words. After much contemplation, he broached the subject with Kiki, only to be unexpectedly met with no objections. Yet, Kiki insisted on preparing clothing and food for Gohan, prompting him to remain at home for a while longer, practicing his daily training atop the sacred land of Korin. Finally, after a week of preparation, Gohan was ready to depart. Mom, I will come back often. He waved goodbye to Kiki before soaring towards Piccolo's location. Take care of yourself, Gohan. As the wind whistled past his ears, Gohan flew with anticipation, drawing nearer to the sensed destination. I'm going to train with Uncle Piccolo. Before long, in a desolate expanse devoid of human presence, Piccolo was seen meditating in midair. Emerging into Gohan's view, Uncle Piccolo, Gohan exclaimed excitedly as he landed a short distance away. You actually came, huh? You've got some guts, kid, Piccolo remarked, opening his eyes and scrutinizing Gohan. Are you prepared to embrace the ways of the Demon Clan? Uncle Piccolo, you can call me Gohan, he replied. Understood, kid. But you still haven't answered my question, Piccolo said coldly. I came to train with Uncle Piccolo. As for the Demon Clan, Gohan hesitated, feeling the intense pressure emanating from Piccolo, reminiscent of the memories he held. This little brat thinks he can compare himself to me, the great Demon King. Piccolo scoffed inwardly at Gohan's timid demeanor, recalling Son Goku's earlier words with a sense of disdain. Well, sooner or later, I'll turn you into a demon. Son Goku, prepare for tears. You've trained before, haven't you? Piccolo inquired again, shifting his focus away from the previous topic. Previously, I had been training alongside Master Wutian. Son Gohan nodded. You have never trained with Old Shin? Piccolo inquired, somewhat astonished. Son Gohan, taken aback, responded, Are you referring to Grandfather Ko? No, I haven't. Then how did you acquire techniques reminiscent of my Demon Clan during your battle with Raditz? Do you possess any semblance of Uncle Piccolo's techniques? Ah well, in the original future, after defeating Raditz, Uncle Piccolo would train me to confront Vegeta and his allies, Son Gohan explained after a moment of contemplation. When Old Shin and Piccolo mentioned the future, they had not elaborated on this aspect, thus Piccolo remained unaware. Have I already trained you in the future? Piccolo pondered, his mind beginning to connect the dots. In that case, casting a sidelong glance at Son Gohan, Piccolo rose, beckoning him with a finger, interrupting Son Gohan mid-sentence. All right, kid, since you've trained with me, come at me and let me assess your abilities. Yes, Uncle Piccolo. Son Gohan steadied himself, calming the nervousness that had arisen upon first encountering Piccolo, and assumed a fighting stance. Wait, I won't actually harm Uncle Piccolo, will I? Despite his considerable confidence in Piccolo's strength, thoughts of his father's earlier admonitions caused Son Gohan to hesitate. Perhaps I should hold back a bit? Hey, kid, make your move. What are you hesitating for? Are you afraid? Seeing Son Gohan adopt a stance yet remain motionless, Piccolo exclaimed impatiently. I was contemplating whether to go all out. Son Gohan's internal conflict was abruptly interrupted by Piccolo's outburst, prompting him to unwittingly voice his thoughts. What? You insufferable little brat? Piccolo, incensed, felt a vein pulse on his forehead and charged at Son Gohan. With a furious punch thrown in anger, Piccolo cast aside all notions of training. He sought to make this little brat experience some hardship. Is this what that fool Son Goku has become? This wretched little brat too? Am I not the Demon King? A figure of significance? As a gust of wind rushed towards him, Son Gohan instinctively tilted his head slightly. Uncle Piccolo's speed seems a bit lacking. Dodging Piccolo's punch, Son Gohan felt a twinge of curiosity regarding the speed of that blow. Could it be that I have truly surpassed Uncle Piccolo? It appeared that he could not afford to unleash his full power this time, while injuries were an inevitable part of training. Injuring Piccolo upon their first meeting would not bode well. This is impossible, absolutely impossible. Ignoring the miss of the initial punch, Piccolo continued to throw punch after punch. Yet he could not land a single hit on Son Gohan, growing increasingly frustrated. Previously, while observing Son Gohan's battle with Raditz, he had not felt this way. It was only after engaging with Son Gohan himself that Piccolo truly comprehended Raditz's sentiments. It's as if I can't touch him. However, it was inconceivable to Piccolo. He had a reasonable estimation of Son Gohan's abilities, and given Son Gohan's performance, he should not have felt so utterly powerless. No, it is this little rascal who has grown stronger again. Little rascal, come forth and attack me. After a prolonged exchange, it became evident that only I was engaging in the assault, while Sun Wukong darted about, evading my strikes with agility. Piccolo exclaimed in frustration. Go on, strike me, he bellowed. I understand. Sun Wukong replied. The speed of this little rascal has indeed increased significantly. Could his attacking power have also improved? Piccolo pondered, when suddenly an ever-growing fist shadow interrupted his thoughts. What astonishing speed! Piccolo gasped, a chill creeping down his spine. In a moment of urgency, he twisted his neck to evade Sun Wukong's punch. Uncle Piccolo, your reflexes are commendable, though your speed is somewhat lacking, Sun Wukong observed, having discerned Piccolo's weakness from their earlier exchanges. With a resounding thud, Sun Wukong inadvertently kicked out while contemplating Piccolo's speed deficiency, leaving him unable to retract his leg in time. The impact resonated, and Piccolo emitted a grunt as he was sent hurtling backward. Uncle Piccolo! Sun Wukong exclaimed in alarm, rushing towards the direction in which Piccolo was propelled. Fortunately, Sun Wukong's kick had not been overly forceful, allowing Piccolo to regain his composure mid-air and land steadily on the ground. Uncle Piccolo, are you all right? I didn't mean to, Sun Wukong said, scratching his head in embarrassment as he looked at Piccolo. Chapter 24. Oh no, I have injured Uncle Piccolo. In merely half a month, this little rascal has remarkably strengthened. Observing the constantly apologizing Sun Wukong, a hint of gravitas crossed Piccolo's face. It seems there is no other choice. Just as Piccolo was preparing to act, he was interrupted by Sun Wukong's sudden voice. Gazing at his esteemed Uncle Piccolo, Sun Wukong hesitated, his words caught in his throat. After a moment of inner conflict, he resolved to speak. Uncle Piccolo, your current strength and reflexes are commendable, yet your speed is too slow. Such a deficiency would render you incapable of confronting the two scions who will soon arrive on Earth. Please allow me to assist you in your training. I will expedite your enhancement. As Sun Wukong spoke, memories of the scion's assault on Piccolo flashed through his mind, tightening his heart. He disregarded any notions of impertinence, his words flowing with increasing fervor. Uncle Piccolo, this time I will ensure you survive. Sun Wukong silently vowed. Humph, are you suggesting that you will teach me how to train? Piccolo paused at Sun Wukong's words, initially taken aback, before erupting in laughter, albeit in irritation. When it comes to being infuriating, you truly are the son of that rascal Son Goku. However, this little rascal is still just a child. Do you genuinely believe this battle has concluded? Piccolo remarked, removing the white band from his head and casting it aside, discarding his weighted cloak as well. Cracking his neck, Piccolo smirked coldly at Sun Wukong. Little rascal, the second round begins now. With an explosive sound, Piccolo launched forward, his movement swift as an arrow, closing the distance to Sun Wukong in an instant. Will you still evade? You cannot escape. With a thunderous shout, Piccolo unleashed a powerful punch, imbued with an unprecedented velocity and force, directed at Gohan. Although Gohan had intended to evade the attack, he found himself unable to match the remarkable speed of Piccolo's strike and hastily raised his arms to shield his chest. The impact resonated with a sharp crack as Gohan barely managed to deflect Piccolo's blow, yet his body was propelled backward by the sheer force. Is this the true strength of Uncle Piccolo? How formidable! Gohan, astonished, gazed at Piccolo while continuing to retreat. Ah, the hat and cloak are Uncle Piccolo's weighted training gear. A realization dawned upon him as he glanced at the heavy hat and cloak that Piccolo had just removed. Little brat, You cannot afford to be distracted in battle. This is the first lesson I impart to you. As Gohan's gaze remained averted, Piccolo's voice suddenly pierced his ears, followed swiftly by a sweeping kick. In an instant, Gohan lost his balance, teetering on the brink of falling to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Piccolo lifted his leg and sent Gohan soaring into the air. Energy surged and coalesced in Piccolo's hands, forming a ki blast in an instant. However, observing Gohan suspended in the air, unable to mount a timely counterattack, Piccolo reconsidered and dispersed the energy. Truth be told, in Piccolo's eyes, Gohan's level of annoyance had nearly reached that of Goku when Gohan had uttered those few words earlier. Nevertheless, Piccolo sensed no malevolence from Gohan. Moreover, he recognized that Gohan would be crucial in the battle against the Saiyans, which restrained him from delivering a decisive blow. With a resounding thud, Gohan crashed heavily to the ground, feeling as though his very being was on the verge of disintegration. Struggling to rise, he moved about until the pain gradually subsided. Why hit so hard? Gohan pouted, looking somewhat aggrieved at the approaching Piccolo. That was already a considerable leniency. Had I unleashed my final attack, do you think you would still be here to converse with me? Piccolo regarded Gohan with an indifferent gaze, his voice light yet firm. Come, strike me. Your strength should still possess room for enhancement. Let me witness your true power. Observing Gohan's pained expression, Piccolo's ire diminished somewhat. Recalling the moment during his battle with Raditz when Gohan had unexpectedly surged in strength, delivering a fierce beating, Piccolo commanded, "Show me your true strength." Gohan looked at Piccolo, somewhat bewildered. "Hurry up." Piccolo gestured, launching a small ki blast that struck the ground before Gohan. Understood. Startled, Gohan acknowledged and charged toward Piccolo. This time, Piccolo refrained from immediately overpowering Gohan, instead moderating his strength to match Gohan's level. Boom, 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 boom. Two figures moved at an astonishing speed, their forms becoming mere shadows, stirring up the arid landscape as sand and dust erupted around them. The continuous sound of fists and feet colliding reverberated across the desolate expanse. In a fleeting moment of respite during their fierce exchange, Piccolo sprang backward, creating a brief distance. "Surrender, little one," he declared suddenly, his arm extending sharply toward Gohan's right leg. However, Gohan remained unperturbed by Piccolo's peculiar assault. Instead, he gracefully leaped, evading the attack and landing atop Piccolo's elongated arm. Climbing swiftly along Piccolo's arm, Gohan raced toward his shoulder. What? Piccolo was startled by the familiar scene and raised his other hand to grasp the now-closed Gohan. Yet, Gohan transformed into a wisp of light, evading Piccolo's grasp as it passed through the illusion. Damn it, the afterimage technique? At that moment, Gohan had already maneuvered behind Piccolo, turning away from him. With a firm grip on Piccolo's shoulder, Gohan executed a powerful throw, sending Piccolo hurtling through the air. "Heh, what do you think, Uncle Piccolo? Am I impressive?" Gohan exclaimed, tilting his head with a smirk as he watched Piccolo fly away. "You're celebrating too soon," came Piccolo's eerie voice from beside him. Bang! Piccolo delivered a measured punch to Gohan's abdomen. Ouch! Gohan doubled over, clutching his stomach in pain. "The afterimage technique is not exclusive to you. Moreover, your previous actions were tantamount to courting death, especially without confirming your opponent's incapacity to retaliate." Observing Gohan crouched on the ground, Piccolo spoke coldly. "This little brat indeed harbors immense potential." Reflecting on Gohan's earlier performance, Piccolo maintained an impassive facade while feeling a surge of astonishment within. Throughout their previous encounters, Piccolo had continually adjusted his strength and speed in response to Gohan's growth. Presently, Gohan's power and speed were nearly on par with Piccolo's own. As Gohan began to recover, Piccolo soared into the sky. "Little one, unleash all your power. This time, I shall not hold back." Piccolo's voice echoed from above as Gohan looked up at him. At that moment, Piccolo's hands were gathering energy. "Come on, little one. All right, I will give it my all, Uncle Piccolo," Gohan shouted, the Saiyan's innate thrill for battle awakening within him. With a loud cry, he crossed his hands before his forehead, a fierce radiance shimmering around him. "The Demon Flash? Is it truly a technique I have imparted?" Piccolo observed Gohan's move with a slight smile. "Very well, then. Demon Flash," Piccolo shouted in return. Two torrents of energy surged forth from both Piccolo and Gohan, colliding violently in an explosive clash. A tumultuous surge of energy stirred the winds, sweeping across the earth, uprooting the remnants of vegetation that were tossed into the air. Is this all you've got? Piccolo exclaimed, provoking Gohan. However, before his words could fully escape his lips, an unexpected wave of weakness washed over him, a force so domineering that it mercilessly drained Piccolo of all his strength. In an instant, his form began to fade into transparency. Meanwhile, Gohan, for the first time, harnessed such immense power, his previous battles under Piccolo's guidance having awakened the dormant strength within him. A torrent of energy surged forth, and upon hearing Piccolo's voice, Gohan instinctively channeled this power into the energy blast of the special beam cannon. Uncle Piccolo, I want to let you down. At that moment, Gohan had developed a profound trust in Piccolo's abilities, believing that his mentor's strength surpassed his own. Yet, contrary to his expectations, as Gohan's power escalated, Piccolo did not respond with a commensurate increase in strength. Instead, the energy blast began to dissipate, losing its vigor. Gohan watched helplessly as his energy projectile soared higher into the sky, drifting further away. Where's Uncle Piccolo? Gohan frantically scanned the heavens, searching for Piccolo's silhouette, until his eyes caught a glimpse of a semi-transparent figure gently descending. Aiming for the landing spot, Gohan rushed forward. Uncle Piccolo, are you all right? He stood dumbfounded before Piccolo's translucent form, momentarily at a loss for words. At that moment, Piccolo lacked the strength to respond. Trembling, Gohan crouched down, tentatively reaching out to touch him, only to find his hand passing through without the anticipated sensation, meeting the ground instead. I passed right through. Gohan's eyes widened in disbelief. Chapter 25. An unexpected visitor in the divine temple. A wave of guilt and dread surged within Gohan. Did I kill Uncle Piccolo? Overcome with emotion, he was about to throw himself onto Piccolo. In the next instant, as he lunged towards him, an unseen force halted him, preventing any advance. Stop crying. I'm not dead yet. Piccolo, having regained his physical form, gasped for breath, his voice betraying his weakness. You're okay, Uncle Piccolo. That is wonderful, Gohan exclaimed, his face alight with joy as he recognized the reality before him. Piccolo exhaled deeply, gazing at Gohan, whose eyes were still brimming with tears of relief and overwhelming happiness. Is it truly such a cause for celebration that I am alive? Of course. You scared me to death. I thought I had killed you, Uncle Piccolo, Gohan said, patting his chest in relief. This little brat thinks he could kill me? You're far from it, Piccolo chuckled lightly. That is not true, Uncle Piccolo. I never had such thoughts. But what on earth just happened? Gohan asked, bewildered, as Bick attuned himself to his physical state. The sudden wave of weakness had yet to fully dissipate. It must be an issue with the old god, that fool. Rising to his feet, Bick cast a furious glance towards the temple of the gods and muttered, let us head to the temple. Meanwhile, on the other side of the earth, near the heavenly realm, Mr. Bobo held a purple box containing 7 Dragon Balls, gazing anxiously towards the direction of the temple. Mr. Bobo, quickly escape with the Dragon Balls. This box can conceal their signal, rendering them unable to discover your whereabouts. Remember, hurry to find Krillin and the others. I will distract the enemies. But, Lord God, your safety, do not worry. He will not kill me. If I die, his wish will remain unfulfilled. Forget about me, go. Recalling the command given to him deep within the temple, Mr. Bobo tightened his grip on the box, stifled his presence, and soared towards Krillin's direction. Within the temple of the gods, in the depths of the main hall, faint light filtered through the curtains, struggling against the overwhelming darkness enveloping the chamber. Old God, cease your futile resistance. Reveal the whereabouts of the Dragon Balls, and I shall grant you a swift end to your suffering. A diminutive figure, cloaked in a white robe with pale blue skin, ominously regarded the god, who leaned weakly against a pillar. 300 years ago, your father, Kalik, was sealed away due to his inflated ambitions by the previous god. If you continue in your delusions, you will inevitably meet the same fate. Supporting himself against the nearby pillar and gazing at the son of his former rival, the god spoke with labored breath. That was merely because my father's power was insufficient. Just as you, the designated successor of the previous god, find yourself now a mere prisoner in my grasp. What will you use to resist me? That charcoal like Mr. Bobo? Kalik too coldly mocked, as if he had heard the most amusing jest. What my father could not obtain, the throne of the gods and eternal life, I shall claim for myself. Kalik raised his hand, clenching it into a tight fist. Stubborn old fool. I have given you a chance, but you squandered it. It seems you are eager to seek repentance from my father. Very well. He has awaited you for 300 years. Die. With a fierce roar, Kalek thrust his hand forward, his dark nails elongating ominously. And he swung his arm with intent to pierce the god. What? The god was taken aback by Kalek II's movement. No, I cannot die, at least not now. The Earth still needs the Dragon Balls. Remembering the impending crisis for Earth, the god shouted desperately, wait. Oh, what is this? Have you finally discerned the situation and are prepared to accept your fate? Kalek halted his action, regarding the god with a smirk. Kalek II, since you are aware of the Dragon Balls, you must also understand that as their creator, if I perish, the Dragon Balls will cease to function. At that point, no wish shall be fulfilled. Ignoring the menacing claws of Kalek II, who loomed close before him, the deity spoke in a deep, resonant voice. What? The expression on Kalek II's face shifted dramatically. He was aware that the creator of the Dragon Balls was indeed the deity. Yet he remained oblivious to the fact that the demise of the deity would render the Dragon Balls ineffective. However, gazing at the expression of the deity before him, Kalek II dared not take the risk. He sought vengeance for his father, but he also yearned for eternal life, which would enable humanity to be ensnared in an endless abyss of torment, forever doomed to perdition. Gradually retracting his hand, Kalek II pondered for a moment. It would be too merciful to simply kill you. With a swift gesture, a beam of ethereal blue light shot forth, enveloping the deity beside him. What is this? The brilliance completely encased the deity, then commenced a relentless constriction, ultimately coalescing into a transparent glass vial, within which the deity, too, diminished in size. The deity pounded against the walls of the vial, but the peculiar confines effectively sealed his powers within. Under the deity's assault, the vial showed no signs of cracking. Spare yourself the effort, old god. Just wait and see as the entire earth transforms into a hellish inferno. Grasping the vial from the ground, Kalek II regarded the struggling deity with an expression of icy determination. What do you intend to do? The deity's voice, muffled by the vial's walls, resonated with concern. Regardless of whether you are deceiving me, it matters not. I have devised a splendid plan. That rotund black fellow may excel at concealing his presence. But what if the entirety of Earth were to become my domain? The urgency on Kalek II's visage faded, replaced by a languid demeanor. What do you truly intend? The deity's thoughts raced as he observed Kalek II's confident demeanor, yet he could not fathom his intentions. Kalek II raised the vial before him, addressing the anxious deity with a light, airy tone. Deity, do you recall the mist of Aquaria? His gentle voice echoed in the deity's ears, akin to a thunderclap in a still sky. The deity's scalp prickled as he fixed his gaze upon Kalek II. Indeed, it seems you have recollected. Yes, that is the very essence capable of awakening the darkest malevolence buried deep within the hearts of living beings, transforming even the virtuous into demons. With Kalek II's words, a sense of panic enveloped the deity. Alas, Mr. Bobo and Krillin have yet to return. If Kalek II were to unleash the mist of Aquaria now, there would be no one left unscathed on Earth. However, the predicament lay in the super divine water stored deep within the temple, while he remained trapped in the vial, unable to retrieve it. A chilling despair washed over the deity's heart, evident upon his countenance. Kalek II reveled in the deity's dazed expression within the vial as he slowly made his way towards a small room on the right side of the temple. Is this the place? According to my father's memories, the mist of Aquaria was sealed here by the previous god. Ha ha ha. I owe you a debt, old one. Had it not been for you, I would not have conceived such a mutually beneficial scheme. Here I come, hellfire and immortality. Ha ha. The laughter of Kalek II echoed through the vast temple, resonating like the whispers of demons lingering in the ears of the deities. Chapter 26. Greetings, rescuers of the deities. Outside the temple of the deities. Hey, Jaeger, have you located that rotund fellow? A figure clad in a white robe, with hair resembling a broom standing on end, inquired nervously to his companion. How could I possibly find him? That blackened wretch hides away, like a mouse. Who knows where he has scurried off to? The man, referred to as Jaeger, with brown-green skin donned in a deep crimson short armor, replied somewhat irately. What shall we do then? How will we explain this to Lord Kalek II? A voice, deep and resonant, emerged from behind the two. Shansu, you haven't found that scoundrel either? Jaeger turned to regard the imposing figure behind them. Shansu, clad in heavy brown armor, bore long spikes extending from the sides of his shoulders, his towering frame resembling a menacing lizard. Upon hearing the inquiry, the fearsome Shansu grimaced and shook his head. Ricky, Why not offer your wine fruits to Lord Kalik too? Perhaps if he indulges, he may forget this matter, Shansu suggested, glancing at the figure in the white robe ahead. Do you truly believe Lord Kalik too desires such trivialities? What he seeks are Dragon Balls. Dragon Balls. Ricky looked at Shansu as if he were a fool, covering his face in exasperation. Shansu, observing Ricky's silent lament, wore a sorrowful expression himself, acknowledging the dire situation. The trio lingered outside the main hall, hesitating to enter, exchanging glances as the atmosphere grew heavy with silence. Meanwhile, not far from the Temple of the Deities, Piccolo and Gohan hastened towards their destination. Is that the Temple of the Deities, Grandpa Din? It's my first time here, Gohan exclaimed excitedly, gazing at the outline of the temple beside Piccolo. With a soft thud, the two landed in the courtyard of the temple. Are these the three individuals? Piccolo remarked with surprise, observing Ricky and his companions standing outside the main hall. What a joke. Such lowly minions would have been easily dispatched, even by my former self a year ago. What on earth is that old deity up to? Piccolo thought with disdain. Wait. Upon closer inspection, Piccolo sensed another presence deep within the temple. Alongside it, the deity's aura appeared somewhat diminished. Piccolo squinted towards the main hall. Gohan looked curiously at the three individuals outside the temple. Are these people enemies as well? They didn't appear in my dreams. Who are you? Hearing the commotion, Ricky was the first to turn, spotting Piccolo and Gohan as they descended. Is the deity captured by you? Who are the individuals behind you? Piccolo coldly inquired, scrutinizing the three before him. You are Piccolo? Jaeger exclaimed in surprise upon turning after Ricky. Enough chatter. Answer my question. Piccolo retorted. We haven't come looking for you yet, and you present yourself to us, Shansu remarked, still somewhat slow to turn. Humph. With a furrowed brow, Piccolo vanished from sight. With a swift and decisive strike, he unleashed two heavy punches in quick succession, penetrating the bodies of Sansu and Jagger without the slightest hesitation. The armor adorning their forms offered no resistance. Their rigid bodies crashed to the ground. The one on the left met his demise, while the one on the right followed suit. Piccolo reached out, firmly grasping the neck of Leaky, who, caught off guard, felt a sudden blur before being forcefully pinned to the ground, unable to move. Who is the one commanding you? Do not make me ask a second time, Piccolo inquired, his voice low as he fixed his gaze upon Leaky. Lord Kalik too will not spare you, Leaky managed to squeeze out, glaring fiercely at Piccolo. But his words trailed off abruptly. As Piccolo relaxed his grip slightly upon hearing the desired response, he abruptly tightened his hold once more. In an instant, Leaky's neck was snapped, sending him to join his two companions on their journey to the afterlife. Kalik too? Is he the son of that fellow Kalik? Piccolo mused, rising to his feet with a newfound determination. What are you doing, child? Paying your respects to the fallen foes? He remarked coldly, casting a glance at Gohan, who stood momentarily dazed at the swift resolution of the three adversaries. And no, Gohan stammered, momentarily taken aback by Piccolo's decisive actions. These are enemies. These are enemies. He repeated internally, jolting him out of his stupor. Following Piccolo's lead, Gohan suppressed his presence and carefully stepped into the main hall. Within the temple, a small chamber housed the mist of Aquea. The useless Leaky and his companions dispatched so swiftly. It seems I must scout for new warriors, Kalik too murmured, lightly tossing the bottle containing the mist of Aquea, contemplating. The energy of one of the newcomers feels akin to yours, divine being. That must be Piccolo. The other presence is quite formidable, posing a challenge. Sensing the two forces entering the hall, Kalik too felt a flicker of alarm. Remarkably, Piccolo and the other newcomer were nearly his equals in strength. Ah, I have found new warriors, he thought, his gaze shifting between the ascending bottle and the divine being, a smile gracing his face. You shall not succeed, Kalik too, the divine being exclaimed, recognizing Kalik's intentions within the glass bottle. Watching the powerless divine being, who could only curse himself, Kalik too felt a surge of vindictive pleasure. This is beyond your control. With a booming laugh, Kalik too pushed open the door and stepped out. Just as Piccolo and Gohan rounded a corner into the main hall, they encountered Kalik too emerging from within. Kalik too, you. Piccolo's eyes narrowed sharply upon seeing the glass bottle in Kalik too's grasp, along with the divine being contained within. Cursed be that ancient deity. The god of earth, who seldom dedicates himself to training, now finds himself unable to contend even with Kalik's son, and worse yet, he has been ensnared within a bottle. Piccolo felt a wave of frustration wash over him. With the god of earth held captive, even if he wished to intervene, he found himself restrained by caution. Grandfather God. At that moment, son Gohan also noticed the deity trapped within the bottle. Oh, is that you? Kalik too remarked, observing the shouting son Gohan with mild astonishment. A mere child? Had he misjudged his power previously? Nonetheless, although not as formidable as himself, the boy was still a rarity, certainly superior to those ineffectual beings. The warriors known as Belich. Greetings, saviors of the god of earth, or rather, my new subordinates. Kalik too said with a sly smile directed at Piccolo and son Gohan. Piccolo, Kalik too is aware of our vulnerabilities. We must flee. Take Gohan and escape swiftly, but be wary of that bottle. It contains the mist of Aqua. The god of earth pounded against the glass walls of his prison, striving to attract Piccolo's attention while shouting fervently. Chapter 27. The fragile deity and Piccolo's miscalculation. Upon hearing the voice of the deity, Piccolo, who had been contemplating an attack, felt his countenance darken. He held Kalik too in utter contempt, regarding him as inferior even to Raditz. Although Kalik too had taken the god of earth hostage, Piccolo was confident in his ability to launch a strong offensive, provided he remained cautious not to harm the deity in the process. Yet, this entire plan hinged upon Kalik too's ignorance of the unity between himself and the god of earth. As he beheld the deity grasped in Kalik too's hand, Piccolo felt a wave of disgust wash over him. Old fool, your words are excessive, he retorted as Kalik too's hand, clutching the glass bottle, emanated a faint glow. A soft luminescence enveloped the bottle, and in an instant, while the movements of the god of earth were still visible, his voice was entirely silenced. What shall we do? Uncle Piccolo? Son Gohan approached Piccolo cautiously, his gaze fixed on Kalik too, and whispered. Piccolo, feeling increasingly vexed, sensed that with the god of earth captured, he himself was rendered powerless, his hands and feet bound. The old deity remained in the clutches of this scoundrel. Even if they fled now, it would be of little consequence. Moreover, there was the mist of Aqua. While it bore no effect on him, Gohan, possessing similar strength to his own, could easily fall victim to its corrupting influence. We must first retrieve the bottle containing the old deity. That ancient one should possess knowledge on how to combat the mist of Aqua. Little one, it seems Kalik too does not regard you with much suspicion. I will distract him. Take this opportunity to rescue the old deity. Piccolo's voice resonated in Gohan's mind. Gohan turned, ready to speak. Do not move. Do not utter a word. Simply respond to me in your thoughts. Upon hearing Piccolo's instructions, Gohan froze. Understood, Uncle Piccolo. What is this? Have you already conspired on how to ambush me? The voice of Kalik too suddenly resonated. What? How could you? Bick, startled, looked at Kalik too with disbelief. Why do you gaze at me with such an expression? After all, my father once vied for the throne of the celestial being against this old fool. Telepathy is not a skill exclusive to you. Will you continue, Bick? Kalik too remarked with a hint of mockery. Infuriated, Bick cursed himself for forgetting that this scoundrel could also employ such tactics. He had no choice but to launch a direct assault. Gritting his teeth, Bick vanished from his location, only to reappear before Kalik too, lunging toward the celestial being. Kalik too, taken aback by Bick's sudden disappearance, felt a chill run down his spine. Fool, you are courting your own demise. In a moment of peril, Kalik too unleashed a surge of electricity from his hands, striking the celestial being through the glass vial. Bang! Just as the celestial being collapsed from the electric attack, Bick experienced an excruciating pain that coursed through his very soul, followed by a complete loss of strength, causing him to crash heavily to the ground. Just as Kalik too exhaled in relief, gazing at the fallen Bick, he suddenly sensed a powerful gust of wind approaching from behind. Startled, he instinctively ducked, catching a glimpse of Gohan, who had inexplicably vanished. You little brat. If you don't want Bick to die right now, cease your actions at once. Kalik too bellowed, his electric power intensifying. At that moment, the celestial being was nearly incapacitated by the electric assault, and Bick was in no better condition. He had expected the celestial being to endure at least a little longer, but after a single clash, he found himself drained of the energy to retaliate. Damn it, old fool, Bick thought bitterly, his strength waning. The flickering electricity in Kalik too's grasp caused Bick to groan in anguish. Uncle Bick. Gohan, having missed his strike, instinctively turned to see Bick's pained reaction. Seizing the opportunity, Kalik too retreated to the side. I truly underestimated you, little brat. A sharp pain flared across Kalik 2's face as he touched it, only to find his hand stained with crimson, bleeding. The shock of his misfortune ignited a wildfire of rage within him, and Kalik 2 glared at Gohan with fiery eyes. You better not move, or Bick will surely perish. Kalik 2 stepped toward Gohan, who stood protectively in front of the fallen Bick. Panic began to rise within Gohan as he confronted the increasingly menacing Kalik 2. With the celestial being in the enemy's grasp and Uncle Bick down, he thought, if only I had been a bit more decisive earlier. Reflecting on how close he had been to saving the celestial being, only to have his oversight result in this dire situation, Gohan was consumed by guilt. Not again. Not again. He lamented, recalling how his previous miscalculations had led to the failure of the joint attack by Krillin and Uncle Bick in his dreams. Son Gohan occasionally confuses the events of his dreams with reality, yet he forgets that these visions belong to another son Gohan's future, not his own. Ultimately, the current son Gohan is merely a 4-year-old child who possesses foresight of what is to come. His occasional maturity arises from his misguided belief in his prophetic abilities. Nevertheless, at this moment, in a situation devoid of any support, the helplessness characteristic of a child erupts entirely. Despite having triumphed over Raditz and knowing that the present Kalik 2 poses no threat to him, son Gohan has still experienced far too little. His sole intention now is to shield his uncle Piccolo. He cannot bear to see anyone he cares for suffer further harm. Kalik 2 halts mid-stride, the pain etched across his face jolting him from his fury. Clenching his hand tightly around the vessel containing the mist of Yakuya, Kalik casts a dark glare ahead. The power of this child far exceeds what he initially sensed. Indeed, it may surpass his own. As for Piccolo, only moments ago, he was within reach. And now Kalik realizes he has vanished. This old fool has become his lifeline, one he cannot afford to lose. To his astonishment, during this visit to Earth, he has encountered one formidable opponent after another, nearly falling to the hands of a mere child. A profound sense of humiliation envelopes Kalik 2. Certainly, if he were to unleash the mist of Yakuya, he would instantly acquire 2 obedient subordinates. But then how could he avenge the recent affront? Punishing 2 compliant slaves holds no significance. This moment is satisfactory enough for Kalik, who smirks inwardly. Piccolo is powerless to resist, and the child can only defend his mentor. The frustration stemming from his miscalculations compels Kalik 2 to amplify the force he exerts. A wave of intensified agony engulfs Piccolo, prompting an involuntary groan of pain. Do not bully Uncle Piccolo. Upon hearing Piccolo's voice, son Gohan glares furiously at Kalik 2. Humph, it is precisely this gaze. Kalik relishes the sensation of dominance as he observes son Gohan's expression, mirroring that of the former deity, fury tempered by the inability to act. However, Kalik 2 venomously taunts. Do not hide, little brat. Concealing the vessel of Yakuya within his cloak, Kalik 2 conjures a tangible energy whip in his hand. Crack, crack, crack. The lengthy whip lashes against son Gohan's body, the sound echoing sharply. Son Gohan, staring into Kalik 2's eyes, feels his own gaze redden unconsciously. Chapter 28. My Awakening and His. Little Gohan's realization, the energy whip slices through the air, producing a chilling whistle akin to a true whip as it strikes son Gohan, delivering a searing pain. As he glares at the coldly smiling Kalik 2, son Gohan's anger intensifies, though it is not solely directed at Kalik. Much of it is directed inward. Since the moment he first dreamt of the future, fragments of that future have flickered sporadically in his mind during slumber. More than once, son Wukong felt the presence of his future self, deeply engulfed in despair and confusion about that pitch-black future devoid of hope. Yet, this future incarnation of himself would never reveal his helplessness to others, whether they be intimate friends or mere strangers. He embodied the solitary hope of those who survived in a world steeped in desperation. He had to be as resilient as his father, as formidable as his father. Vanquishing all foes, he confined all his bewilderment, despair, helplessness, and suffering within the recesses of his heart. After all, he was the son of Sun Wukong. How could he possibly compromise with his enemies? Thus, Sun Wukong gazed at his dream self, donning the familiar orange and red attire of his father. Time and again, he rescued people from the clutches of the androids, steadily growing stronger with each battle. However, facing 2 androids powered by eternal energy, he found himself repeatedly overwhelmed. His emotions mirrored the trials of his dream self, rising and falling with each defeat. until Trunks transformed into a Super Saiyan. He glimpsed the joy in the eyes of his future self, and Sun Wukong found himself uplifted as well. Yet, to protect this glimmer of hope, he witnessed his future self lose his right arm. Then came the desolate sky, the endlessly spreading dark clouds, and the chilling rain. The future version of himself lay alone amidst the ruins of a city, his vacant eyes gazing skyward, subtly revealing fatigue, helplessness, and guilt. The cold rain fell upon him, repeatedly waking the present Sun Wukong from his dreams. Through that segment of his dream life, he gained a clearer understanding of the significant flaws in his future, stubbornly training for power without the guidance of a teacher. Consequently, he dedicated himself to more rigorous training, learning systematic exercise from Master Roshi. Recently, Sun Wukong faced the beginning of it all alongside his father, the formidable Raditz. To his astonishment, the seemingly invincible enemy from his dreams proved to be remarkably vulnerable in reality. Certainly, Raditz possessed power, but beyond that, he had little else. Sun Wukong found his first real battle surprisingly effortless, even savoring the joy of Master Roshi. Witnessing Raditz's frustration as he failed to land a blow on him, Sun Wukong felt a flicker of delight, not out of malice, but because he recognized his own transformation. A departure from the future's obsessive pursuit of power. Especially after overcoming Raditz, his joy expanded even further. His father was still by his side, and Uncle Piccolo remained with him. All those he cherished were unharmed, and this time, contrary to the accounts he had read, he discovered that the future could indeed be altered. From that moment on, Sun Wukong was imbued with hope. He believed he could shatter the despairing future depicted in his dreams, until he encountered this unexpected adversary, one he had never seen in his dreams. It seemed that everything from his dreams was not the entirety of the future. Yet this time, he found himself unable to make a significant impact. With his father absent and Piccolo fallen, he found himself devoid of support, engulfed by confusion and helplessness, as uncertain as the future that lay ahead. No, he realized. The present version of himself paled in comparison to the one that resided in his dreams. In those dreams, he was relentless, rising time and again to confront his adversaries, even in the face of despair. But what could he do now? With the Celestial Elder captured, he stood here, powerless. A torrent of intense anger surged within him, crashing against Gohan's resolve. The ethereal form of Piccolo struggled to lift his head, not entirely oblivious to the world around him. He propped open his eyes to gaze at Gohan, who stood protectively before him, and a whirlwind of emotions stirred within. The Demon King found himself relying on Goku's son for protection. How infuriating. Hearing Piccolo's faint voice, Gohan turned his head slightly. "Uncle Piccolo," he murmured. "This is the punishment," cackled Kalik II with malevolent glee. Observing Gohan's passive demeanor, Kalik II dared not approach too closely, instead unleashing another vicious lash from a distance. The whip cut through the air, accompanied by Piccolo's voice, and the sudden sting that struck Gohan was a jarring blend of pain and self-directed fury. For a fleeting moment, Gohan was lost in a daze. In that haze, he glimpsed a figure not much taller than himself, radiating golden energy. A violent force that shattered everything in its vicinity. Mountains crumbled, and the clouds above were swept away. The power was terrifying. Yet the face of the one who wielded such might bore a familiar expression, one of anger and helplessness. Gohan recalled the moment he transformed into a Super Saiyan upon learning of Uncle Piccolo's demise. A startling realization struck him. It was the first time he truly felt the weight of such similar emotions. The scene shifted continuously, and the future self, strikingly akin to his current predicament, faced adversaries again and again. What about me? Gohan questioned himself deeply. In an instant, the pressure and confusion that had previously gripped him evaporated, replaced by an indescribable calm ignited by his anger. I can do this. His gaze sharpened with clarity. Indeed, this was no time for self-pity. Uncle Piccolo and the Celestial Elder needed him. Gohan extricated himself from the fog of uncertainty, releasing a shallow breath. He noticed that, aside from a few aches, he had suffered no significant injury, which surprised and reassured him. This guy isn't so formidable after all, he mused, eyeing Kalik II, who maintained a cautious distance, unwilling to approach. The suffocating pressure Gohan had imposed upon himself had vanished entirely. He resolved to seize the opportunity to snatch the bottle that ensnared the Celestial Elder. What was that mist of Yakuya that the Celestial Elder mentioned? Gohan coldly regarded Kalik II, his mind racing with thoughts. The young boy, with a piercing gaze, stared at Son Gohan. Observing the unusual expression on Son Gohan's face, a wave of unease surged within Kalik 2. As his discomfort intensified, Kalik 2 ceased his retribution and withdrew a vial containing the mist of Aquea from his pocket, deftly flicking open the cork. The game ends here. Become my loyal subordinate. His boisterous voice resonated with a palpable sense of bluster masking fragility. No sooner had he spoken than a dark purple haze erupted like an explosion, swiftly engulfing the surroundings. Chapter 29. The Malevolent Thoughts of Son Gohan? That thing. Son Gohan watched as the Aquea mist burst forth, flooding the area. A primal sense of dread and apprehension flooding his heart. I must not inhale that substance. In the blink of an eye, as the purple mist drew near, Son Gohan realized it was far too late to escape. He quickly bent down, attempting to cover both his and Piccolo's mouths and noses. Submit obediently, as my subordinate. A chilling voice echoed in his ear, and just as Son Gohan was about to crouch down, he widened his eyes in shock at the sudden appearance of Kalik 2 beside him, leaving him no time to react. With a heavy punch to Son Gohan's abdomen, Kalik 2 knocked the wind out of him. The sudden impact forced Son Gohan to gasp involuntarily, and his instinctive response led him to take a shallow breath. It's over. As that breath entered his body, despite the uncertainty of what would follow, a chilling realization gripped Son Gohan's heart. Before he could ponder further, his consciousness was plunged into chaos. The boy and Piccolo have ultimately become my subordinates. Gazing at Piccolo, who lay on the ground, and Son Gohan, who had succumbed to his punch and inhaled the Aquea mist, Kalik 2 felt all his worries dissipate. No one on earth could thwart his ambitions, and he erupted into triumphant laughter. At that moment, Son Gohan's awareness was enveloped in a haze, surrounded by darkness, disoriented and devoid of direction. Where am I? Did I not inhale that mist? Have I perished? Bewildered by his surroundings, Son Gohan wandered through the void. Suddenly, amidst the silence of this space, faint sounds emerged. What is that? Son Gohan furrowed his brow and tilted his ear to listen intently. Help me. Someone save me. The androids are coming. Someone save my mother. She is trapped under the rubble. In a fleeting moment, the void that once surrounded Son Gohan transformed into a different realm. Is this a city? Standing on the dilapidated street, he surveyed the devastation around him. Flesh and blood lay scattered. Severed limbs and wreckage littered the city, reduced to mere rubble. Cries for help, wails of despair, and panicked people scattered in all directions. Some fled in terror, while others, tears streaming down their faces, fought against their fear in a desperate attempt to rescue loved ones trapped beneath the debris. Son Gohan stood frozen, momentarily at a loss for words. What is happening? Where's this place? Son Gohan murmured in a state of bewilderment. Help me. At that moment, a child was crying helplessly, frantically fleeing for dear life. One foot stumbled upon the debris, and in an instant, he lost his footing and fell heavily before Son Gohan. Instinctively, Gohan reached out to assist him, but his hand seemed to dissolve into nothingness, passing right through the child's body. What is happening? In shock, he glanced at his own palm and then at the child, struggling to comprehend the surreal scene unfolding before him. Don't come closer. Let me go? The child's pleas, mingled with sobs, escalated into a heart-wrenching wail. Following the sound, Gohan's gaze shifted forward, only to discover that the object of the child's distress was not himself. The boy was gazing upward, his frail frame trembling uncontrollably, collapsing onto the ground, yet instinctively inching backward in a desperate bid for survival. Following the direction of the child's gaze, Gohan looked to the sky. Two figures were swiftly approaching. One was a youthful boy with shoulder-length black hair, adorned with delicate earrings, and a red scarf draped around his neck, exuding a sharp, refreshing aura. Beside him stood a girl of ethereal grace, her azure eyes gentle as water, golden strands of hair swaying softly in the breeze. Yet, witnessing the two, Gohan felt as if he had plunged into an icy abyss. Number 17, see. I told you there were still plenty of humans in the north. We just killed so many, and yet more keep appearing, the girl said joyfully to her companion. How about that? Has the fire been extinguished? Came the languid voice of number 17. Androids. Is this the future? Son Gohan stared blankly at the two figures drawing near. Not yet. We must eliminate this one, and that one too. Number 18 whispered, pointing at the fleeing individuals. Number 17 appeared unfazed as they advanced towards the child before Gohan. Please, don't kill me. Wah. The child, still scrambling on the ground, was filled with terror and despair as the two demons approached. Stop! Hearing this voice, Gohan swiftly positioned himself between number 17 and number 18, determined to block their path. What should we do with this little one? Number 18 asked number 17 as if Gohan were invisible. Do as you please, came the indifferent response. In the next moment, number 18 passed right through Gohan, raising her hand, and a fierce energy blade spiraled forth. No, please. The cries of the child and son Gohan echoed almost simultaneously. Yet the child's voice was abruptly silenced. Gohan turned in haste, a spray of crimson blood erupted, engulfing his entire field of vision. Help me. I beg you. Don't kill me. Don't kill my mother. At that moment, a cacophony of voices surged chaotically into Gohan's ears, overwhelming him. In an instant, his head throbbed painfully, a tumult of emotions exploding within his mind. It is self-reproach, it is rage, it is loathing. Like a conflagration, it grows increasingly grotesque, accompanied by an indiscernible, resonant hum. Whether from the ear or the mind, son Gohan's consciousness slips beyond his control, leaving his surroundings a blank void. Come now, old god, behold my latest subordinate. Observing the turbulent energy surging from son Gohan, Calyx too eagerly retrieved a small vial containing a divine essence from his bosom. With an air of ostentation, he pointed towards son Gohan and Piccolo, eager to relish the expression of terror and despair on the face of the deity. Yet, at that moment, a fragmented voice abruptly emanated before Calyx too. What? Calyx too was momentarily taken aback, a strange chill running down his spine. He hastily turned to gaze at son Gohan, disregarding the deity's expression. In his eyes, a faint dark red aura began to rise from son Gohan. And although it had yet to fully unfurl, the sensation of its brutality was palpable. Son Gohan slowly lifted his head, his crimson eyes fixated on Calyx too. A primal roar erupted from his throat, accompanied by a relentless surge of explosive fury and murderous intent. I will kill you. Chapter 30. To save or not to save the mist of Akuya is a manifestation born from the malevolent thoughts of the demon race gathered on the planet of the demon star. In the past, Calyx II's father was expelled from the heavens by the previous deity due to his nefarious intentions. Unwilling to see the divine throne fall into the hands of the current god, Calyx assembled a vast legion of demons, intending to launch a counteroffensive against the heavens and establish himself as the sole deity. However, he was overly self-assured and underestimated the power of the former god. Upon his arrival in the celestial realm, he was swiftly subdued by the former deity. A significant portion of the demons he commanded had been transformed through the mist of Akuya. The mist of Akuya has the capacity to awaken the deepest malevolence and wicked thoughts within beings, ensnaring their true selves in a haze, thereby allowing this evil to usurp control. It transforms them into demons, their bodies dominated by a fiery malevolence. The one who orchestrated this demonic horde was none other than Calyx, standing at the pinnacle of evil. The former deity recognized the terrifying threat posed by the mist of Akuya and sealed this calamity deep within the heavens, stripping Calyx of all his powers. Beings are a confluence of good and evil. It is nearly impossible to find a life that is entirely pure and untainted. Calyx too originally held this belief. When he unleashed the mist of Akuya, he was prepared to reign supreme over the world. However, Calyx's judgment in selecting subordinates left much to be desired. The previous minions he had chosen were hardly worth mentioning, and this time he had been confident in transforming two new subordinates with the mist of Akuya, Piccolo and son Gohan. 1. A naturally born demon, despite the significant reduction of his malevolence, remained a demon at heart. For Piccolo, the mist of Akuya proved utterly ineffective. As for son Gohan, being the firstborn of Goku, he embodied an inherited simplicity of spirit. Just as the malevolent rays had no effect on son Wukong during his childhood duel with the fortune teller, so too did the mist of Akuya merely serve as an ephemeral hallucinogen for son Gohan, akin to a hypnotic gas. Should he truly be transformed into a demon, that would indeed be a matter of grave concern. Nevertheless, the Akuya mist did draw son Gohan into a state of half-dream, half-wakefulness. In this nebulous realm, the future he glimpsed was one where he, the future son Gohan, met his demise at the hands of an artificial being, his soul wandering the earth, witnessing its finality before descending into the netherworld. The emotions within dreams are magnified infinitely, and what Son Gohan beheld was nothing short of a bloody hell on earth. Having recently extricated himself from guilt and rage, he was now forced to witness the brutal slaughter of innocent lives before his eyes. His heart ignited once more with fury and hatred, but this time, the targets of his wrath were not himself, but the artificial beings responsible for this tragedy. The Aquea mist, which was said to incite all manner of evil, failed to drag Son Gohan into the abyss of darkness. Instead, it became a catalyst for his burgeoning hatred and anger. If this hatred and wrath towards evil could be deemed a form of malevolence, then indeed, the ranks of evil had gained a formidable ally. However, the intricate changes unfolding were lost on King Kalik II. What do you intend to do, little demon? King Kalik II managed to maintain his composure as he barked at his new subordinate, Son Gohan. What was he afraid of? Wasn't he this brutality characteristic of demons? Behold the dark crimson aura. Witness the astonishing power that now bowed only to him. At this moment, the deity gradually regained consciousness, forcing his eyes open to gaze ahead. Initially, observing Son Gohan's seemingly demonic demeanor filled the deity with despair. Yet upon closer inspection, he sensed something peculiar. Son Gohan indeed appeared to be possessed, his eyes ablaze with a deep crimson hue, overshadowing all other expressions. The feral aura that surged forth was even more intense than that of typical demons. However, if it was evil, the deity squinted, his mind filled with confusion. As a celestial being, he was particularly adept at sensing good and evil, yet he discerned no malevolence emanating from Son Gohan. At this juncture, Son Gohan was neither fully awake nor entirely dreaming. His consciousness was ensnared by tumultuous emotions, blurring the lines between reality and fantasy. In his perception, the figures before him were not the deity and King Kalik II, but rather two merciless demons, the very artificial beings he had long feared and loathed, androids 17 and 18. They must be eradicated. He had to annihilate them. In this moment, Son Gohan felt that these once imposing artificial beings had inexplicably become weaker than himself. His blood-red eyes shimmered with excitement. Seizing this opportunity, he was determined to vanquish these two demons and save those whose lives had been ruthlessly taken by them. The consciousness, still shrouded in chaos, could no longer afford the luxury of contemplation. A roar, more fearsome than that of any beast, erupted from Sun Wukong, a voice filled with rage. Like a tornado, a crimson blaze surged upwards, releasing a torrent of power that pierced through the temple's dome. This force, entwined with flames, enveloped Sun Wukong's fist, and in the blink of an eye, it surged towards the second Kalik. What? In an instant, the second Kalik was gripped by terror, emitting a shrill cry. Boom. The resounding impact of a heavy punch landed squarely on the second Kalik's face, even after he attempted to evade. Clutching tightly to the glass vessel containing the deity, which was his lifeline, the second Kalik had only a moment to think before the fist struck. With a deafening roar, the second Kalik's body was sent crashing through the temple's wall. Coughing and spluttering, he looked in horror at his new subordinate. How could this be? The second Kalik struggled to comprehend the unfolding events, defiantly raising the glass vessel that contained the deity. You little brat, are you willing to disregard the deity's life? If you dare to attack me again, both the deity and Piccolo shall perish. The second Kalik glared at Sun Wukong, his voice dripping with malice. You both deserve to die? A low growl emanated from Sun Wukong, akin to the sinister sounds of the underworld. In his eyes, the 17th and 18th were pointing behind him, attempting to use the defenseless as leverage. Sun Wukong charged forward, his fist aimed directly at the second Kalik and the deity he held. The second Kalik, in a state of panic, gazed at the approaching Sun Wukong. I am no match for him. I will be killed. The deity was also drenched in cold sweat, pondering whether Sun Wukong intended to eliminate him as well. Suddenly, a glimmer of hope sparked in the second Kalik's eyes. Piccolo, save me. Quickly stop this brat. In that critical moment, he spotted his other subordinate, Piccolo, who had just regained his mobility and considerable strength. Hearing the second Kalik's terrified plea, Piccolo hesitated, torn between the decision to save or to abstain. Chapter 31. Wake up. The instant the second Kalik unleashed the mist of Aquaria, Piccolo felt a mix of emotions. Being of the demon race, the mist of Aquaria had no adverse effects on him. Rather, it served to enhance him comprehensively, not only healing his wounds, but also granting him a slight increase in power. Otherwise, even with the cessation of the second Kalik's electric assault on the deity, Piccolo would not have been able to rise so swiftly. As for the meager power gained by the second Calyx, it was hardly worth Piccolo's attention. However, as Piccolo had long feared, the little brat, after inhaling the mist of Aquaria, had completely lost his rationality. Certainly, as a seasoned demon, Piccolo discerned the distinction between Gohan's transformation and the typical demonization that ordinary humans experienced upon inhaling the mist of Akuya. This young boy, rather than being demonized, seemed to be overtaken by a fury that clouded his rationality. At that moment, still sprawled on the ground, Piccolo was astonished by the ineffectiveness of the Akuya mist on Gohan, while simultaneously contemplating a strategy as he observed the boy unleash his latent power. Originally, Piccolo had intended to feign demonization himself, biding his time until the careless King Calyx II presented an opportunity to rescue the Supreme Kai. However, witnessing Gohan charge directly at Calyx II, his fist raised high, it became clear that he aimed not merely to vanquish Calyx II, but to obliterate the Supreme Kai as well. Was he to be complicit in the demise of the Supreme Kai? What a farce! Piccolo felt a surge of frustration. He certainly did not wish to meet his end in such a manner. Hearing King Calyx II's cry for help, Piccolo, battling his own irritation, raised his hand and fired an energy blast towards Gohan's back. The impact was neither too strong nor too weak, yet it disrupted Gohan's balance, causing him to stumble to the ground, his focus solely on androids 17 and 18. With his crimson eyes gleaming, Piccolo wore a cruel, bloodthirsty grin as he ascended, soaring over the fallen Gohan to interpose himself before King Calyx II. An opportunity had presented itself. This was the closest Piccolo had ever been to Calyx II, a mere few meters separating them. If he acted swiftly, just as he contemplated seizing the moment to reclaim the Supreme Kai, a thunderous shout erupted before him. Gohan, now standing and seething with rage, stared fiercely at Piccolo, causing him a throbbing headache. No, he needed to rouse this boy from his stupor, otherwise, before he could rescue the Supreme Kai, Gohan would undoubtedly create further chaos. Abandoning his previous intentions, Piccolo redirected his focus towards the enraged Gohan. Although Gohan's fury had swelled even greater than before, Piccolo felt an unexpected sense of ease. After all, Gohan's consciousness was clouded. His attacks were driven purely by instinct. Lacking any discernible finesse, Piccolo merely needed to identify the openings and awaken him from this trance. Within moments, a plan began to form in Piccolo's mind. Another adversary, indeed. Rising to his feet, Gohan beheld the blurred, towering figure of Piccolo before him. It was challenging to articulate Gohan's current state. He was undeniably consumed by rage and hatred. Yet his perception of the external world remained sharp in certain respects. However, he found himself ensnared in a tumultuous blend of emotions, caught between reality and illusion. The profound impact of the visions from his previous dream had fused the figures before him with those from his dreams. In Gohan's eyes, Piccolo, standing protectively in front of King Calyx II, transformed into an ally of the androids. "I won't allow you to harm anyone," Gohan shouted, caught in the peculiar liminality of clarity and confusion as he fixed his intense gaze upon Piccolo. The young demon, Piccolo, clenched his teeth in frustration. No longer hesitating, he lunged forward and delivered a resounding slap across Gohan's face, sending him sprawling. With a crash, yet another pillar of the temple was toppled, and Gohan struggled to rise. "I want to let you succeed, you vile creature. Are you still not awake?" Despite the clarity in his speech, Gohan's tone revealed a subtle shift. Sensing this change, Piccolo charged at him once more. A flurry of rapid punches and kicks ensued, moving so swiftly that they appeared as mere afterimages. Yet, in truth, they inflicted no substantial harm. Rather, they were calculated to provoke pain without causing serious injury. Throughout this exchange, Piccolo maintained a fierce demeanor, as if he were intent on annihilating Gohan. Though Gohan's strength surged from his anger, that very rage rendered his movements uncontrollable. Time and again, as he attempted to retaliate, Piccolo effortlessly countered his efforts. "Ha ha, splendid work. Just like that, Piccolo," sneered the second Calyx, reveling in Gohan's helplessness. "Do not kill him, leave the final blow for me." However, the earlier dread of death that Gohan had instilled in Calyx lingered, bringing him a profound sense of humiliation. He commanded Piccolo with a venomous tone. Ignoring Calyx's words, Piccolo hurled Gohan high into the air and leapt above him. "Awaken!" he bellowed inwardly, bringing his hands together forcefully against Gohan's head. With a resounding thud, Gohan plummeted to the ground, crashing heavily, followed by a dull echo as dust billowed around him. At that moment, Gohan's mind was engulfed in a cacophony, both from the impact of Piccolo's strike and the disoriented consciousness finally returning to his body. With a gentle descent, Piccolo landed before Gohan, surveying his condition. "Are you awake?" Piccolo understood that his previous attack had not truly harmed Gohan. In his peripheral vision, he noted that Calic's fear of Gohan had not completely dissipated, as he still clutched the vessel containing the deity, showing no intention of advancing. Coward, Piccolo thought, to avoid any unforeseen complications. He knew he needed to communicate his plans to Gohan. However, he was troubled by the prospect of their mental link being discovered. Just then, Gohan, gradually coming to his senses, gazed at the familiar figure before him and instinctively spoke. Seeing Gohan mumble, Piccolo suddenly conceived a strategy, confirming that Gohan was regaining lucidity. He subtly moved his lips while facing away from Calic. In Chapter 32, the two figures conspired openly, their once indistinct silhouettes gradually becoming clear in Gohan's vision. "Uncle Piccolo, are you all right? That's wonderful. But it hurts so much. What exactly happened?" Just as he attempted to rise, feeling the pervasive pain coursing through his body, Son Gohan furrowed his brow. At that moment, a lingering throb pulsed in his head. "What has happened to me?" After a brief pause, the fragmented memories from the haze of semi-consciousness began to crystallize. I was struck by Calic II. I inhaled that mist. The realization jolted Son Gohan into full awareness. But where is Uncle Piccolo? Without pausing to comprehend how he regained consciousness, Son Gohan quickly turned his gaze towards Piccolo. That gaze, upon seeing Piccolo's eyes, crimson and fierce, Son Gohan's heart raced. Is this because of that mist? Wait a moment. Initially alarmed by Piccolo's transformation, Son Gohan noticed that despite his fierce appearance, Piccolo's eyes were darting about restlessly. Son Gohan's gaze fell, and he became aware of Piccolo's changing mouth movements. "Do not speak. Pretend to be enraged and irrational. Continue to attack me." Son Gohan was momentarily taken aback. Although he understood Piccolo's intent, he was unsure of its implications. Nonetheless, this did not hinder Son Gohan's actions. Following Piccolo's lead, he pushed himself up with both hands and sprang into action, lunging once more at Piccolo. Uncle Piccolo wants me to feign madness." Instantly, Son Gohan's expression shifted, his teeth clenched, eyes filled with ferocity, and occasional roars of rage escaped him. Not bad at all, this kid. Observing Son Gohan's performance, Piccolo felt a mix of surprise and delight. Their figures intertwined, exchanging blows with raw power. The intensity of the clash escalating beyond previous encounters. At least, from the vantage point of Calic II, who was cautiously observing from a distance, it appeared that way. That little brat, he has actually grown stronger again. Thankfully, I still have Piccolo. Watching Son Gohan, who had seemingly fallen yet quickly regained his vigor, now matching blows with Piccolo, Calic II felt a chill run down his spine. "Thank goodness I didn't approach." Calic II silently congratulated himself. "Piccolo, bring him down, then let me finish him off." Although fear of Son Gohan kept Calic II at bay, that very fear ignited his anger, prompting him to bark orders at Piccolo once more. "Humph." Piccolo scoffed disdainfully in his heart, then turned his attention to the cooperating Son Gohan. The two engaged in an intricate dance of combat, fortuitously ensuring that one of them always resided in Calic II's blind spot. At that moment, Piccolo faced away from Calic II, while Son Gohan, appearing wild, remained fixated on Piccolo's shifting mouth movements. "Kid, do you remember that mist from before? Inhaling it transforms one into a demon. Although I am unsure why it has no effect on you. I am utterly powerless to free myself from this bottle that fool Calic II has trapped me in." As Piccolo spoke, memories of past events gradually surfaced in Gohan's mind, causing him to wish he could burrow into the ground in embarrassment. His face burned crimson with shame. This scene left Piccolo momentarily stunned, only to recall that he had previously instructed Gohan to feign being overwhelmed by rage and losing his composure. This kid truly acts the part convincingly. Setting aside that thought, Piccolo's lips moved again. "You heard it too. That fellow Calic II intends to kill you. But in this situation, he dares not approach. Soon, you will pretend to be gravely injured from my blows, lying on the ground, while I will feign stopping at his command. When he draws near, we will seize the opportunity to snatch the heavenly god, understood?" "I understand, Uncle Piccolo." But I'm a bit worried about the aqua mist released by Kalik 2 earlier. Could it affect those on the ground? Gohan's heart sank as he thought of his mother, Master Roshi, Uncle Krillin, Aunt Bulma, and their friends. There should be something in the celestial realm that can dispel the aqua mist's effects. But I cannot say for certain. That is a matter for the heavenly god. Gohan felt a slight relief wash over him. I got it, Uncle Piccolo. The two figures exchanged glances, silently confirming their plan for the upcoming actions. Once the course of action was decided, they shared a discreet yet resolute look. Soon after, Piccolo's assault intensified, resembling a torrential downpour of strikes, forcing Gohan to gradually display signs of exhaustion. With a powerful punch, Piccolo shattered Gohan's defenses, sending him crashing to the ground. Yet, in a state of wild fury, Piccolo did not relent. His relentless fists rained down on the prone Gohan like a storm. The unceasing barrage seemed to further awaken Piccolo's ferocity. He raised both hands high, gathering a formidable force. "Stop, Piccolo!" Kalik 2's voice echoed from afar. Upon hearing the command, the energy sphere in Piccolo's hands began to dissipate slowly. He rose to his feet, standing to the side, though his twitching features betrayed the turmoil within. Observing Piccolo's compliance, Kalik 2 nodded to himself. He was genuinely intimidated by this little brat, fearing that Piccolo might also turn against him. After a few lingering glances, Kalik 2 cautiously approached. From the corner of his eye, as Kalik 2 drew nearer, Piccolo's heart twisted with a sinister smile, readying himself for what lay ahead. Gohan, lying on the ground, felt a knot of anxiety form within him. If only Kalik 2 could not respond to the attacks from himself and Uncle Piccolo. As Kalik 2 advanced, he surveyed the scene, Gohan on the ground and Piccolo standing nearby. What should have been a foregone conclusion now seemed shrouded in an eerie silence that left him feeling inexplicably uneasy. This little brat has truly frightened me. Shaking his head, Kalik 2 cast a resentful glance at Gohan before continuing his approach. In a calculated sequence of 3 steps, followed by 2, Piccolo silently counted. "Piccolo, you performed admirably this time. I shall reward you well. 1 step begins now." Before the praise from King Kalik 2 had fully resonated, Piccolo suddenly surged forth. "Hand it over," he growled, reaching for the bottle in King Kalik 2's grasp. "I knew it." King Kalik 2 bellowed, as a fierce electric spark erupted from his hand. Damn it! Enduring excruciating pain, Piccolo's grasp slowed ever so slightly. Just before him stood King Kalik 2, yet Piccolo could only succumb to the ground, utterly drained. "Uncle Piccolo, close your eyes." Solar Flare. Chapter 33. Can potential be awakened? What? Piccolo had no time to react, instinctively obeying Gohan's fervent shout. Tightly shutting his eyes, a brilliant explosion of light erupted fiercely within a confined space. The blinding orb resembled a sun bursting into bloom upon the earth. Although he had heeded Gohan's words and closed his eyes in time, the sudden, dazzling radiance pierced through Piccolo's eyelids, leaving him momentarily dazed. And what of King Kalik 2 at this moment? Damn that little brat. Damn you, Piccolo. King Kalik 2 cursed in regret. The solar flare unleashed by Gohan caught him entirely off guard, the intense light causing tears to stream down his face. His eyes, wide with shock, throbbed painfully, and all he could see was a blinding white, rendering him incapable of discerning the enemy's location. Instinctively, King Kalik 2 clutched the glass bottle containing the Supreme Kai tightly to his chest. This was his everlasting hope, the leverage to subdue Piccolo and the boy. Suddenly, a sharp pain struck his abdomen as if he had been punched, causing relentless cramping. In the next moment, the agony forced him to release his grip, and his hand, once firmly holding the bottle, felt emptiness. Meanwhile, Gohan, witnessing the bottle now in his possession, could not contain his exhilaration. "Thank goodness I learned the solar flare from Uncle Krillin." Having learned from previous lessons, Gohan ignored Piccolo's cries of distress as the Supreme Kai was attacked, his form slightly faltering. After successfully landing his attack and confirming the threat had dissipated, Gohan turned to his side. "Uncle Piccolo, are you alright?" With a swift motion, Gohan struck the bottle's neck, releasing a plume of white mist that surged forth, and in an instant, the mist dissipated to reveal the Supreme Kai's figure. Now resting on the ground, Piccolo, who had previously closed his eyes, began to recover. With the absence of King Kalik 2's assault on the Supreme Kai, he sensed the chaotic energy within him gradually stabilizing. "Well done, young one." Piccolo offered rare praise as he beheld the liberated Supreme Kai. "Humph, old Kai. Step aside and don't get captured again." Piccolo rose, his expression stern as he admonished. Hearing Piccolo's reprimand, the recently revived Supreme Kai was rendered momentarily speechless, fully aware of the tremendous effort Piccolo and Gohan had expended to rescue him. I apologize, Piccolo, for the hardships you have endured. The Supreme Kai gazed at Piccolo, who was still panting lightly, and expressed his remorse in a subdued tone. Do not misunderstand, old Kai. In the hands of that fellow, I was entirely powerless. You truly are a disgrace, to be captured by a mere Kalik too. Step aside. Piccolo disdainfully gestured to the side. Grand Supreme Kai, allow Uncle Piccolo to handle this. We have yet to resolve the aqueous mist unleashed by Kalik too. Son Gohan exclaimed anxiously. Upon hearing Gohan's words, the slightly remorseful Supreme Kai suddenly regained focus. Yes, the antidote. The super divine water is still in the previous room. Gohan, time is of the essence. Come with me to find the super divine water. The Supreme Kai urged Gohan eagerly. All right. The architectural integrity of the Supreme Kai's palace is commendable, as the small room containing the aqueous mist remained intact. Gohan and the Supreme Kai paid no mind to Kalik 2's fate. The two entered the chamber, racing against time to locate the antidote, the super divine water. After their departure, with no constraints, Piccolo, fully restored, rose with a sinister grin, eyeing the distant Kalik 2, who had been sent flying by Gohan. You wretched creature. I have endured you for far too long. To waste so much time on such a fool. Cracking his neck and flexing his fingers with ominous sounds. Piccolo cast a dark gaze upon the struggling Kalik 2, advancing step by step. At this moment, Piccolo's eyes no longer regarded Kalik 2 as a living being. Kalik 2 looked at Piccolo in panic, his body and spirit equally frigid. I shall not allow you to perish so easily. Compared to Kalik 2's current state of mind, Piccolo's voice was even colder, resonating ominously. In the chamber containing the super divine water, Gohan, the bottle of super divine water is grayish-white. Do not mistake it. Understood. Grand Supreme Kai. The two began rummaging through the room, but since the last Supreme Kai sealed the aqueous mist, apart from the recent Kalik 2, only the current Supreme Kai had visited a few times. Dense dust was stirred up, and Gohan grew increasingly anxious. Grand Supreme Kai. How long will the super divine water take to detoxify? After a moment of contemplation, the Supreme Kai exhaled, relieved that there was still time. Only 1 or 2 hours had passed since the aqueous mist was released. As long as we release the super divine water within 24 hours, it will disperse across the world with the wind. But where could the super divine water be? Gohan murmured, somewhat distressed. Boom, boom, boom. At that moment, a series of muffled, thunderous sounds echoed, causing the ceiling above Gohan and the Supreme Kai to tremble incessantly. You cannot escape. Alongside this, Piccolo's furious roar and Kalik 2's continuous cries of agony resonated. The Supreme Kai glanced at the subtly swaying room, a bead of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. If we do not act swiftly, it seems that before we can locate the ultra-divine water, this room might very well collapse. It appears that Piccolo is quaking from the violent impacts outside the room, causing the wooden shelves against the wall to tremble. Thud! Ouch! At that moment, a bottle precariously teetered atop the shelf and fell. With his head bowed, Son Gohan, who was searching below, was struck directly by the falling bottle. Crying out in pain, he rubbed his head, yet his face lit up with joy at the sight of the grayish-white bottle rolling towards him. Grandpa Ko, I found the ultra-divine water. How wonderful! Let us hurry! Ko shouted to Son Gohan. The two rushed outside the room. Where's the Ko temple? Ko murmured, intending to take a shortcut out of the main hall. At this moment, the Ko temple lay in ruins, most of its structure reduced to mere debris. The room they had just exited stood desolately behind them, and as they looked up, they were met with a brilliant blue sky. Bang! 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 The resounding thuds grew clearer, and Son Gohan's lips quivered as he gazed at the indistinct figures of Piccolo and the battered Lord Chilled in the air, instinctively recalling Raditz from not long ago. Meanwhile, Ko turned back to glance at the small house, which was still somewhat intact. It seems Piccolo is quite attentive to both himself and Gohan. Shaking his head to dispel the chaotic thoughts, Ko led Son Gohan to the edge of the other world and opened the bottle of ultra-divine water. In an instant, a white mist erupted from the bottle's opening. The mist shimmered with a luminous white glow in the sunlight, exuding an air of mystery. Perhaps it was a trick of the light, but as the mist dispersed, Son Gohan inhaled deeply, feeling an exhilarating surge of power within him. Grandpa Ko, what exactly is the purpose of the ultra-divine water? Son Gohan inquired, a hint of confusion in his voice. The ultra-divine water has been crafted and passed down through countless generations of deities. Once it disperses into mist, it can dispel malevolent influences, while the liquid form can unlock a person's latent potential, Ko explained in a calm tone. Unlocking potential? Son Gohan's eyes brightened. Is there only this one bottle of ultra-divine water? Ko shook his head. On top of Korin Tower, Master Korin possesses another bottle. Moreover, given sufficient time, this bottle will continuously generate more ultra-divine water. Ko gently shook the bottle in his hand. Yet, a frown creased his brow as he asked Gohan, what do you intend to do with this? If it can unlock potential, your strength will undoubtedly increase, which could be advantageous against the Saiyans. Son Gohan, with a hint of yearning, contemplated how to express his true intent regarding the androids, but ultimately refrained from voicing it. Ko, sensing the gravity of the situation, fixed a stern gaze upon Son Gohan. Absolutely not. Consuming the ultra-divine water is nearly tantamount to inviting death. Gohan, do not entertain such thoughts. Is there really not even one? Son Gohan pressed on. No, not a single one. Ko replied, his expression serious. The celestial being is aware that Sun Wukong has consumed the super-divine water, yet to him, it is nearly irreplicable. Especially considering that Son Gohan is merely 4 years old. He certainly does not wish for a careless utterance to lead to the untimely demise of Wukong's son. Is that true? Son Gohan gazed skeptically at the celestial being, sensing an unusual tone in his voice. Stop overthinking. Do you understand, Gohan? The celestial being, observing Gohan's expression, reiterated his warning with concern. Suddenly, a resounding crash echoed, and before Gohan could finish his words, a frantic roar pierced the air. Old God, Piccolo, little brat, let us descend together into the eternal icy abyss. Chapter 34. Father, this is not what you told me. A few moments earlier, Son Gohan and the celestial being were in a room searching for the super divine water. Meanwhile, the fearsome Piccolo was gradually closing in on the second Kalik. At that moment, the second Kalik had just recovered from the overwhelming effects of Son Gohan's solar flare, his eyes still brimming with tears. It was indeed a shock, as Gohan had unleashed the solar flare too close and too suddenly. Such a tactic was exceedingly ruthless, particularly for someone like the second Kalik, who was caught completely off guard. Damn little brat, he cursed inwardly, feeling a burning pain in his eyes. Clenching his fists, he found only emptiness. The celestial being, who had been his hostage, had now been rescued. The second Kalik's animosity towards Son Gohan intensified. Are you contemplating an escape? Piccolo taunted coldly. Faced with Piccolo, who was merely a few steps away, the second Kalik felt utterly helpless. He could neither fight nor flee. He had observed the confrontation between Son Gohan and Piccolo for a prolonged period, realizing that he was no match for either of them. Previously, he had been overconfident due to his blind faith in the mist of Akuya. However, the reality starkly contrasted with his expectations, primarily because his father, Kalik, had spoken with such conviction. My son, the mist of Akuya is a divine artifact of our demon star. No being can resist its greatness. His father's fervent declarations during casual conversations still echoed in his mind. Yet, since arriving on Earth, aside from the celestial being and his attendant Bobo, he had encountered only 2 adversaries. Where was the promised power of the mist of Akuya that was supposed to corrupt all life? Father, this is entirely different from what you told me. The second Kalik seethed inwardly, lamenting that his father could no longer hear his grievances. Unbeknownst to him, his gaze drifted to the shadow flickering on the ground. Following the shadow, he trembled as he raised his head, finding Piccolo standing before him, staring at him with an impassive expression. The second Kalik's heart raced. He was not a coward, for he had survived in a place that could only be described as hell on the demon star. Yet, his life was no longer within his control, leaving him gripped by fear. Gazing into the indifferent eyes of Bick, Kalik too found himself at a loss for words of surrender. He was all too familiar with that murderous glare. The two stood in a peculiar standoff, mere steps apart, neither fleeing nor initiating an attack. Stagnation reigned, and with each passing moment of silence, the weight on Kalik II's heart grew heavier, his body stiffening in response. Suddenly, the tranquility was shattered by the dull thud of fists striking flesh. Kalik II's retching echoed in the air. Bick had made his move, and Kalik II followed suit, albeit passively. With a swift motion, Bick unleashed 2 punches. One sank into Kalik 2's abdomen, while the other landed squarely on his face. Caught off guard by the ferocity of the assault, Kalik 2 was flung away, just as he had anticipated, without a moment to react. Defeat was inevitable. Escape was paramount. This singular blow solidified Kalik 2's resolve. There was hope. He could flee. In his peripheral vision, he noticed he was hurtling towards the entrance of the temple, a surge of elation igniting within him. But suddenly, his eyes widened in disbelief. The doorway to life he had longed for was obstructed by a looming shadow, Bick. With a mighty kick, Bick met the airborne Kalik 2 with a forceful embrace, sending him soaring once more before he could even touch the ground. Meanwhile, at Kalik 2's designated path, Bick had been lying in wait, ready to pounce. The sound of impact reverberated as Bick deftly maneuvered, kicking Kalik 2 as if he were a soccer ball, though one was the player and the other the plate. Kalik 2 found himself bewildered by the relentless barrage of heavy kicks raining down upon him. Father, perhaps revenge was not meant for me, Kalik 2 thought, his heart heavy. Not out of a penchant for self-pity or ignorance of escape. He wished to evade, yet the circumstances offered no reprieve. In this moment, he felt as if he might choke on his own blood, not just from the physical wounds, but from the emotional turmoil that enveloped him. Every time Bick's foot connected, it felt as if Kalik 2's strength was being sapped away, only for another blow to follow at precisely the right moment. His form, clad in a flowing white robe, became a mere shadow in the air, indistinguishable from a soccer ball to any observer. How had he come to this humiliating farce? Repeatedly subjected to such indignity by this so-called waste? The thought of that lazy god crossed his mind, and the anger that had subsided within Bick surged anew. What could he do? He could not vent his frustrations upon the deity. If he lost control and struck the god down, he too would face the eternal abyss. Yet, even striking the god required restraint, just as Kalik 2 had learned during his own attacks against the deity, for a miscalculated blow would bring suffering upon himself as well. With a darkened gaze fixed upon Kalik 2 beneath him, Bick's strikes grew even more forceful. It was becoming unbearable. He felt as though he might perish. Being kicked down like this, it's only a matter of time before I'm finished. Kalik 2 felt the sudden surge of pain, his heart filled with conflict. It seemed he had no choice but to resort to that transformation. Once transformed, not only would his physique swell, but his strength would also significantly amplify. The reason Kalik 2 had hesitated to utilize this transformation was due to its toll on his body. While it would indeed enhance his power, it would also rapidly deplete his life force. In other words, if he couldn't swiftly vanquish his adversary post-transformation, he would face accelerated aging and potentially death. Yet, there was no time to ponder such matters. As he observed Bick launching another kick, an urgent realization pierced through him. Damn it, if I don't transform now, I'll be killed before I even manage to escape. Kalik 2 unleashed his aura, and his body began to expand. His cloak and attire straining against his bulging muscles, leaving only his trousers intact. Damn you, Bick, you forced my hand. With his torso now exposed, his skin transformed to a deep azure, and his voice grew deeper. Oh, has my strength increased? Bick twisted his ankle and relaxed, a playful glint in his eye as he regarded Kalik 2. Just in time, I was getting bored with this kicking. Chapter 35, I'm done for. Humph. So arrogant. After transforming, Kalik 2 gazed down at Bick, who appeared utterly unfazed, igniting a furious blaze within him. Go to hell. Now towering over Bick, Kalik 2 bellowed, swinging his robust arm toward him with tremendous force. His fist, propelled by a fierce wind, seemed destined to leave Bick bruised and battered. What? In an instant, Kalik 2's fist, which had almost reached Bick's contemptible face, was firmly grasped by Bick's raised hand. Gritting his teeth, veins bulging, Kalik 2 exerted more force. Yet his fist remained stubbornly held in place. Humph, my instincts were correct. Despite the transformation, my strength hasn't increased significantly. As he felt the power of Kalik 2's transformation, Bick scoffed, noting it was only marginally superior to that of Byrodus. Kalik 2 poured all his strength into his fist, helplessly watching as it was gradually lowered, bringing him face to face with Bick's insufferable expression. Damn it, how could this be? Though he had some confidence in his transformed strength, he never anticipated such a swift and decisive setback. Anxiety coursed through him. Every second spent utilizing this power was exponentially draining his life force. Instead of finding hope for survival, It appeared he was hastening his own demise. Humph. Now I can truly unleash my full potential. The voice of Beak resonated once more, devoid of any harshness, yet to the ears of Kalek too, it seemed akin to a devil's whisper. With a resounding crash, still gripping Kalek 2's hand, Beak harnessed his strength, aiming for a column within the temple, and hurled Kalek 2 away as one would a bowling ball. Bang, bang, bang. The sharp detonations echoed as the 4 columns on the right side of the main hall succumbed one after another. Viewed from another perspective, Beak displayed considerable talent in the realm of bowling. Curse it! Kalek 2 roared, shaking off the debris from his body, rising in a fury. His gaze fixated ominously in Beak's direction. Where are you? I am right before you, fool. Yet, as Kalek 2 scanned his surroundings, he found no trace of Beak. Just then, Beak's voice emerged from the void. Thud, thud, thud. Beak delivered a series of punches to Kalek 2, but this time, he did not send him flying. Instead, Kalek 2 found himself suspended in midair, retreating inch by inch. Not bad. You certainly can take a beating, Beak remarked with an air of sardonic praise. Kalek 2, seizing every opportunity, attempted to retaliate, yet Beak deftly blocked or evaded each strike, rendering them entirely ineffective. Haven't you realized yet? Beak sneered coldly. Kalek 2, filled with rage and astonishment, exclaimed, What? The foolish man, your so-called transformation has indeed augmented your strength and physique, but it has significantly hampered your speed. Beak regarded Kalek 2 with the disdain one might reserve for a simpleton. Inwardly, Kalek 2 was in disarray. Although he had anticipated Beak's strength, he never imagined the disparity would be so vast. Even after daring to transform, the gap remained unchanged. Damn it! At this rate, I won't endure much longer. Huh? Beak bellowed, suddenly intensifying his assault. What a joke! How could things turn out like this? At this moment, with his back against the left column of the temple, Kalek 2 found himself with nowhere to retreat. The columns were dwindling in number. Unthinkable. Kalek 2's heart raced, almost losing his stomach from Beak's relentless strikes. Crack, crack. The weight of Beak's fists surged like a rising tide, transmitting through Kalek 2's body. Crack, crack. Finally, the last 4 columns of the main hall faced their demise. Boom! The structure, having lost its support, which had already been ravaged in previous skirmishes, crumbled completely with a rumbling groan. Dust mingled with debris cascaded down, as Beak effortlessly swatted away the falling stones, observing as Kalek 2 lay on the ground, gradually becoming buried beneath the rubble. Come out, Beak commanded softly. He was acutely aware that while Kalek 2's speed and strength were lacking, the resilience of his transformed body remained formidable. With a clatter, stones fell from his body as Kalek 2 unsteadily rose to his feet, gazing around in a daze. Although he observed that the temple had been largely destroyed, a sense of relief eluded him. The true barrier to his escape was not the temple itself, but rather the accursed Beak before him. Narrowing his eyes, Kalek 2 followed the direction of Beak's gaze and spotted a small, solitary house standing behind him. Inside, the old god and the young demon were engaged in a fervent discussion, while Kalek 2's thoughts remained fixated on his desire to flee. If he were to attack that house, the young demon might survive, but the old god would surely perish. With a cold smile, Kalek surveyed his surroundings. Rather than launching an immediate attack, he chose instead to turn and escape. Still hoping to flee? Beak exclaimed as he soared after him. The house you have so diligently protected, Kalek 2 remarked, casting a meaningful glance back at Beak during his flight. What? Beak's face revealed no emotion, yet his heart tightened with sudden apprehension. At that moment, the two were just about to exit the celestial realm. I mean, Kalek 2 began, his hands coalescing energy spheres, which he hurled sequentially toward Beak and the remaining small room in the heavens. How presumptuous! Beak countered, effortlessly cleaving the energy sphere aimed at him. A thick cloud of smoke erupted, from which Beak emerged, charging toward the second, more potent energy sphere. Experience the bitter fruit of your own making, fool. In the blink of an eye, Beak had positioned himself in front of the room, delivering a powerful blow that sent the energy projectile hurtling back toward Kalek 2, now accelerated by threefold. Boom. Ah! Kalek 2 cried out in agony. This energy blast had been charged with considerable power, intended for the celestial god. Ironically, it was he who bore the brunt of the impact. With smoke rising from his back, he began to plummet, while Beak had been waiting for this very moment. With a swift kick, Beak sent Kalek 2 hurtling back toward the temple, his form closely pursuing. Do you think you can escape? The wrath of this demon king has yet to subside. With a fierce shout, Bick unleashed a flurry of attacks, channeling his fury. Time passed. Though Kalik too could not discern how long it had been, there was no escape. His life force had been significantly depleted. Even if he managed to flee, it would not be for long, perhaps an hour, or even just a few minutes. A profound sense of helplessness intertwined with a primal fear of death ignited an inexplicable rage within him, growing ever more intense. Want to kill me? Then let us share the grave, he bellowed in a frenzy. Yet, shrouded beneath Bick's relentless assault, he could scarcely muster a sound. Out of the corner of his eye, Kalik too noticed the celestial god and son Gohan emerging, having arrived unbeknownst to him. Let us perish together. With both hands, he unleashed an energy blast that forced Bick back. Old god, Bick, young demon, let us all descend into the eternal, frigid abyss. Kalik too bellowed furiously at the three individuals before him. Chapter 36. That hell I never wish to see again. At this moment, Kalik too harbored no reservations. If he had previously contemplated fleeing, now his sole desire was to eliminate the trio before him. What would escaping even mean for him now? Prolonging his life for a mere moment held no significance. As he felt the remnants of his vitality dwindle, Kalik too descended further into madness. In the sky, Kalik too's voice resonated like thunder, shattering the space behind him and revealing a vast, dark chasm above. Dark crimson clouds of blood swirled around the abyss, creating an overwhelming gravitational pull, intent on devouring everything in its path. Uncle Piccolo, that hole. At this juncture, Sun Wukong and the Supreme Kai had arrived beside Piccolo, gazing in astonishment at the bizarre occurrence in the sky. Sun Wukong steadied himself and spoke in shock. Piccolo furrowed his brow and looked up, remaining silent. Meanwhile, the Supreme Kai, observing the peculiar scene above, felt a surge of unease, not from fear of the black hole's might, but from the ominous aura emanating from it, which stirred an instinctual discomfort within him. Step aside. I will handle this, Piccolo commanded coldly. Aware that this predicament arose from his own oversight, he was unwilling to rely on anyone else. Handle it. Piccolo, I concede your strength, perhaps even surpassing mine. But the matter is beyond your control now. Kalik too, high above, scoffed at Piccolo's words, showing no sign of fear. Piccolo, I have unleashed the full extent of my power in this death zone. What lies within is an eternal hell forged from the grievances of the demonic stars over countless years. You have forced my hand. I can no longer survive. You shall accompany me to the grave, and the entire earth shall pay the price. Kalik too's deranged voice swept over the trio, laden with spite. Grievances? The Supreme Kai was taken aback, instantly recognizing the source of his earlier discomfort. Conventional attacks would likely prove futile, for the black hole behind Kalik too continuously lent him strength. Moreover, the surge of resentment emanating from it exerted significant pressure on the consciousness and spirit of those nearby, potentially hampering their own abilities. We must swiftly eliminate him. Otherwise, once that space fully unfolds and the gravitational pull reaches its zenith, the weight of the resentment will become unbearable. However, we cannot approach him. He has merged with the malevolence behind him, and the closer we get, the less we can exert our power. The Supreme Kai, struggling to maintain his balance, conveyed his thoughts to the others with urgency. And if we allow this resentment to spread unchecked, the earth itself may also suffer. Feeling the encroaching dark power, the Supreme Kai's sense of urgency intensified. You old fool, do you think you still have that opportunity? Join those wretched earthlings in my eternal torment, to suffer endlessly in that hell. Setting aside all burdens, Kalik too laughed uproariously without restraint. In mere moments, the black hole in the sky suddenly expanded, and the blood-red clouds swirled increasingly, obscuring the entire firmament. The fierce sun could only penetrate the layers of clouds, leaving a dimly flickering spot of light. The blood clouds resonated with the dark black hole and the sun's glow, while the dark red layers, illuminated by the sunlight, revealed deep orange patterns. The entire scene resembled a hellish underworld inverted upon the celestial vault, exuding an uncanny beauty. Accompanying this morbid beauty was an abruptly intensifying pull, along with a thick aura of resentment directed at the entire realm of deities. At this moment, the temple of the gods began to tilt gradually. The deities clung desperately to the exposed foundation after the main hall's collapse, and their intended assault had turned into a futile endeavor. On the slanted surface of the heavenly realm, Piccolo struggled to maintain his footing, his fingertips pressed against his brow, having gathered energy for some time. This was his specially developed ultimate technique for Sun Wukong. Although it required a longer preparation time, its power was undeniably formidable. Magic Cannon of Light. With a thunderous roar, a fierce radiance erupted from Piccolo's fingertips, and as he swung his arm, a beam shot forth towards Calyx II's position. Simultaneously, the intense resentment cascading from the heavens surged toward Piccolo. Unlike the fog of Aquaria, this force, which primarily attacked the soul and spirit, did not discriminate against one's lineage. If he were like his father, a mass murderer, it might have been a different story, but at this moment, Piccolo was no longer the bloodthirsty demon king of the past. Momentarily dazed by the onslaught, his magic cannon of light veered off course, merely piercing through Calyx II's arm. "Is this your attack, Piccolo?" Calyx II scoffed. In that instant, the pulling force swept Piccolo upwards into the sky. "Uncle Piccolo." Son Gohan reached out and pulled Piccolo back to the ground. "I will deal with him. That resentment seems unable to affect me." Though uncertain of the reason, Son Gohan indeed felt no adverse effects from the resentment that troubled the deities. With a casual energy blast, he created a crater in the ground, placing Piccolo within it. He realized that the area penetrated by the magic cannon of light was insufficient to slay Calyx II in an instant, even if they changed positions. What? Coming to his senses, Piccolo paused, having just been affected by the resentment himself and fully aware of the peculiar nature of that power. He could only imagine the weight of the resentment surrounding Calyx II. Without responding, Son Gohan turned his gaze skyward. "Damn it! Are you saying those innocent people deserve to die? I only seek revenge for my father, who was slain by the former deity." Calyx II barked vehemently. "So you intend to exact vengeance upon all of humanity?" Son Gohan could not believe that the deities would kill without reason. And the death zone summoned by Calyx II reminded him of the nightmarish future he had glimpsed in a half-dream. It also rekindled the anger he felt at that time. This time, he was determined to protect the future of Earth. He did not wish to witness such hell again. Without the frivolous pretense of probing, Son Gohan soared into the sky, his fist aimed directly at Calyx II, a diminutive hand, yet wielding an irresistible force. As he charged forth, Calyx II clasped his hands before his chest, resigned to death yet determined to eliminate the adversaries before him. Son Gohan unleashed a thunderous roar, emanating an inexplicable power that shattered layers of malevolent energy. "Impossible!" Calyx II shrieked in disbelief. His joined palms crumpled like paper under the onslaught as Son Gohan, resembling a sharp spear, pierced through Calyx II's very being with overwhelming force. The last vestiges of Calyx II's vitality escaped him, carried away by the raging winds. "How absurd," he mused. "This hell must persist a while longer. You have bested me, yet you must accompany me in death." Observing the seemingly exhausted Son Gohan, a sardonic smile crept across Calyx II's face. "Do you regret it, little one?" Calyx II's form gradually withered, becoming a dry husk, his voice fading to a whisper as his body diminished. His final inquiry went unanswered, not solely directed at Son Gohan. Was it a question for himself? Son Gohan was oblivious, too preoccupied to ponder such matters, for at that moment, he and Calyx II's lifeless body were being drawn towards the still lingering realm of death high above. Chapter 37. Have you found a way to control your reason? In the sky, the encroaching realm of death had not yet fully dissipated, and the chaotic winds propelled Son Gohan perilously close to the black hole. "Damn it, that little brat." As Son Gohan neared the black hole's gaping maw, Piccolo felt an inexplicable surge of worry and urgency. Struggling to rise, he braved the residual malevolent energy and prepared to charge forward. Kamehameha! A formidable shout resonated through the air, the voice unmistakably belonging to Son Gohan. With palms pressed together, a cerulean light erupted forth. In the next instant, the Kamehameha surged towards the black hole, and Son Gohan harnessed the recoil of the blast to propel himself against the black hole's pull, soaring towards the heavenly sanctuary. "Is that a technique of Goku?" Piccolo mused, recognizing the familiar energy wave. Meanwhile, Son Gohan, propelled by the Kamehameha's thrust, felt an overwhelming tension as he sought to escape the black hole. "Almost there. Just a little more, if only I can grasp that tree." With the ground drawing closer and his remaining strength dwindling, Son Gohan's heart raced like a drum. In the instant of total exhaustion, he extended his arms in a desperate grasp, but his fingers merely brushed against the branches, dislodging a few leaves. Just as despair threatened to engulf him, he felt something seize his hand. Looking up, his eyes sparkled with hope. It was Uncle Piccolo. A smile spread across son Gohan's face as he felt the strength coursing through the grip, a wave of reassurance washing over him. As Piccolo held on to Gohan, he inexplicably exhaled a sigh of relief, pulling back slightly, causing Gohan to be tossed onto his back. Feeling the warmth radiating from Piccolo, Gohan was transported back to the moment when his uncle had shielded him during the battle against the Saiyans. A sense of uncertainty filled Gohan's heart, prompting him to instinctively tighten his grip. After a while, the tempest gradually subsided, and the sky returned to its serene azure hue. Time to let go. How long do you intend to hold on? Piccolo's voice broke through Gohan's reverie, drawing him back to the present as he surveyed his surroundings. Unbeknownst to him, the fierce winds had calmed, and he hastily leaped down from Piccolo's back. Reflecting on his recent actions, Gohan felt a slight blush of embarrassment creep onto his face. Gohan, thanks to you, we would have been drawn into that deadly zone otherwise, the Supreme Kai approached with a smile. Receiving the Supreme Kai's praise, Gohan felt bashful, responding, "Oh, it was nothing, Supreme Kai." He then looked up expectantly at Piccolo, who stood nearby. "Well, your earlier attack was commendable," Piccolo remarked after a moment of silence, his tone nonchalant. Observing Gohan's brightening smile despite his silence, Piccolo recalled how Gohan had effortlessly defeated Calyrex II with a single punch. His own anger had prevented him from dealing with Calyrex II sooner, leading to subsequent complications. "Gohan, I recall that the malevolent aura of the Death Zone seemed to have little effect on you. Do you remember how you felt at that moment?" Piccolo pondered aloud, reflecting on his thoughts. "I'm not entirely sure," Gohan replied, perplexed. "Although I did feel an intense cold, beyond that, I can't say much more." He was confused. Having heard from the Supreme Kai that malevolent energy could suppress one's strength, yet his own experience contradicted that notion. The Supreme Kai approached Gohan and crouched down. "Gohan, I would like to conduct a test. Do not be afraid, and do not resist." "Understood, Supreme Kai," Gohan replied obediently, standing still. The Supreme Kai placed his palm atop Gohan's head, initiating an exploration not through traditional sensing of energy, but employing divine authority. As the divine power unfurled, it revealed a force beyond mortal comprehension. Indeed, under the perception of divine might, the Supreme Kai beheld a ceaseless, surging river, vibrant and alive. Narrowing his eyes, he was astonished by the results of his examination. Gohan's mental power surpassed that of ordinary beings, even exceeding his own capabilities. Could this be the reason Gohan dreamed of the future? But could mere mental strength grant one glimpses of what is to come? The Supreme Kai pondered, slowly withdrawing his hand. "How is it, Supreme Kai?" Gohan inquired curiously, tilting his head as he observed the Supreme Kai's silence. Piccolo, hearing Gohan's question, turned to look at the Supreme Kai as well. "It is the power of the mind," the Supreme Kai mused. "Master, are you saying it is the power of the mind?" Upon hearing the words of the deity, Piccolo exhibited an unusual degree of astonishment. "Indeed, Gohan's mental strength far surpasses our own." Observing Piccolo's expression, the deity shook his head. "This young man," Piccolo gazed in bewilderment at the innocent-faced Gohan. "What exactly is mental strength, grandfather deity?" Mental strength, the deity contemplated before responding, can also be referred to as will. It encompasses emotions such as love, hatred, and anger, all of which fall under the realm of mental strength, which can be considered a form of energy. Grandfather deity, can emotions also be regarded as a form of power? The deity nodded affirmatively. "Does that mean the more intense the emotions, the stronger the power?" Gohan pondered, yet remained somewhat perplexed. The deity shook his head. "Theoretically, that is correct, but in practice, it is not so straightforward. The power of the mind, beyond being merely triggered by emotions, requires relentless honing to become truly formidable." Noticing Gohan's lingering confusion, the deity continued his explanation. "For instance, the anger stemming from the murder of a loved one is vastly different from the anger arising from a mere verbal dispute. The conviction to stand one's ground against danger is distinct from the instinct to flee. Only through repeated trials can the spirit grow stronger, for reasons unknown." As he listened to the deity's words, Gohan inexplicably recalled the profound despair of the future world, nodding in a manner that suggested he grasped some of the concepts. Meanwhile, the deity continued to elaborate. "However, while belonging to the same category of energy, mental strength is challenging to perceive and difficult to manifest as tangible attacks, unlike physical strength, which can unleash energy waves. Yet, grandfather deity, the malevolent force earlier unleashed, although I was not directly affected, I witnessed its overwhelming presence. That cannot merely be classified as a simple manifestation of mental power, and such a degree of malevolence is exceedingly rare. Does this imply that mental strength is not as useful as it seems? Gohan murmured. Of course, that is not the case, Gohan. How did you resist the influence of the malevolent force? Suddenly enlightened, Gohan realized that although mental strength cannot transform into tangible attacks, it can yield remarkable effects through specialized training, such as telepathy. Moreover, akin to your earlier experience, when anger took control, your physical strength increased to a certain extent, though the degree of this augmentation varies from person to person. After absorbing the deity's words, Gohan became increasingly focused on the notion that mental strength could counteract malevolence. Gohan contemplated inwardly. If mental strength can repel malevolence, might it also assist in controlling the unruly instincts that emerge upon transforming into a great ape? Surely, it should be possible. Chapter 38. Gohan, it is time for us to depart. If I could harness my mental strength to regulate that ferocious emotion and successfully complete the great ape transformation, my chances of confronting the Scions would be significantly enhanced. Previously troubled by how to maintain my rationality during the transformation, Gohan felt a surge of excitement. Grandfather deity, are there any methods to cultivate mental strength? After calming his emotions, Son Gohan inquired with a hint of anticipation. The Supreme Kai pondered for a moment and replied, meditation is indeed a splendid method. Meditation? Isn't that merely a means to hone combat skills? Son Gohan paused, slightly taken aback. In the future, Uncle Piccolo taught me to train, and sometimes we would engage in combat through meditation without sustaining injuries. However, Uncle Piccolo never mentioned that it could also enhance mental fortitude. I assumed it was solely a connection to energy. He scratched his head, belatedly realizing this. The Supreme Kai glanced at Piccolo with an expression that seemed to question his teaching methods. How would I know how my future self instructs? Piccolo retorted, feeling somewhat irked by the Supreme Kai's look. Nonetheless, he understood. After all, the notion of enhancing one's mental strength through meditation seemed extraordinarily slow to him. Cultivating mental fortitude was hardly worth the effort, as his focus during meditation was primarily on battling his own doppelganger, refining combat techniques. The growth of mental strength was merely a secondary benefit. It was entirely reasonable that his future self had not mentioned mental fortitude to Son Gohan. Gohan, do you wish to cultivate your mental strength? What prompted this sudden inquiry? The Supreme Kai asked with curiosity, then patiently advised, however, be prepared for the arduous nature of this training. Understood, Grand Supreme Kai. Son Gohan replied. The Scions will arrive in less than a year. If I can master the transformation into a great ape, my power will increase tenfold in its normal state. This greatly enhances our chances of victory. The great ape? Is that the transformation Goku experienced upon seeing a full moon as a child? The Supreme Kai inquired. But I recall that once Goku transformed into a great ape, he completely lost his rationality. Gohan, did the Grand Supreme Kai not say that my mental strength is formidable? If I can withstand that malevolent power, surely I can also maintain control over my reason after transforming into a great ape. Son Gohan excitedly articulated his plans. The Supreme Kai contemplated this, recalling the endless stream of mental energy he had observed during his previous investigations. That should pose no issue. Besides, I have Uncle Piccolo assisting me in my training. I will certainly be able to control my reasoning. As the Supreme Kai was deep in thought, Son Gohan's voice rang out once more. Piccolo, having been mentioned, looked at the confident Son Gohan. Tenfold. This is the first time I've clearly heard about the Scion transformation, and the magnitude of this power increase is rather astounding. Don't always take matters into your own hands, kid, Piccolo remarked, recalling a time when he had been at the mercy of Lord Chilled, where someone had stood in front of him to shield him from blows. All right, I'll assist you this time. At the very least, if your strength increases, it will improve our odds against the Scions. Fine, I will help you. Piccolo's voice resonated with a hint of reluctant acceptance. At last, I knew that Uncle Piccolo would come to my aid. Gohan leapt with joy, finally reverting to the innocence of a 4-year-old child. Upon hearing Piccolo's voice, the Supreme Kai cast a surprised glance in his direction, as he had never before witnessed such a demeanor from Piccolo. Supreme Kai, are you all right? A voice filled with urgency echoed as Mr. Popo, accompanied by Krillin, Yamcha, and Tien, soared through the sky from afar. Is this the Supreme Kai's temple? How has it come to look like this? Upon seeing the temple's crumbling walls, with the main hall reduced to mere ruins, Yamcha and Tien expressed their shock in unison. Supreme Kai, are you okay? Mr. Popo had already reached the Supreme Kai's side, expressing his concern. The Supreme Kai smiled and shook his head, reassuring, do not worry, Mr. Popo, I am unscathed. Piccolo, Gohan, it is indeed you. Where is that rascal, Calyx II? Once they landed, Krillin, glancing at Gohan and Piccolo beside the Supreme Kai, inquired. Rest assured, Calyx II has been vanquished by Gohan, the Supreme Kai explained, observing the cautious demeanor of Mr. Popo's returning companions. Vanquished by Gohan. Krillin expressed mild surprise, for during their time at Kame House, he had witnessed Gohan's astonishing potential on more than one occasion. Although Gohan, appearing so small and exuding a tranquil aura, did not seem capable of defeating Calyx II, Krillin held no doubts. However, the reactions of Yamcha and Tien differed significantly. Though they had heard Krillin speak of Goku's son as a genius, they were nonetheless astonished by the extent of his abilities. Yamcha stared at Gohan in a daze, while Tien, though his expression remained neutral, could not conceal the glimmer of astonishment in his eyes. The enemy is already dead, and you arrive now? Are you here for afternoon tea? Piccolo's light-hearted voice shattered the silence. How outrageous, Piccolo! Yamcha retorted in anger. What? Do you wish to test your mettle? I am yet to have my fill of battle, Piccolo scoffed, flexing his wrists as he regarded Yamcha with disdain. Enough, Yamcha, let it be, Krillin intervened, noting. Had you not been enchanted by the mist of Aqueous during our journey, we wouldn't have arrived so late, especially since Mr. Popo warned us to be cautious. Tien held back the impulsive Yamcha, while Krillin shook his head in exasperation. Upon hearing this, Yamcha ceased to struggle, his face slightly flushed with embarrassment. Hello, Uncle Yamcha and Uncle Tien. I am Gohan, the son of Goku. Gohan introduced himself, alleviating the awkward atmosphere. Gohan, did you truly defeat Calyx II? Although Tien trusted the Supreme Kai's word, he felt compelled to seek confirmation. Initially, they had been too far from the Supreme Kai's temple to accurately sense its condition solely through their energy signatures. As they drew nearer to the temple, the malevolent energy emanating from the death zone of Calyx II obscured their perception of the divine presence within the temple. Thus, from beginning to end, they remained oblivious to who had ultimately defeated Calyx II. It was I, alongside Uncle Piccolo, who triumphed over him. Moreover, Uncle Tien, it was truly thanks to your solar flare that we were able to rescue Grandmaster Kai without a hitch. My solar flare? Listening to Gohan's heartfelt exclamation, Tien appeared somewhat perplexed. Subsequently, Gohan recounted the recent events that transpired atop the temple, with the Kai occasionally interjecting, creating a progressively more relaxed atmosphere. Strangely, as Gohan dashed over to engage in lively conversation with Krillin and the others, Piccolo felt an inexplicable discomfort being left aside. Could it be that he cared about the neglect of the little bald-headed ones? What nonsense! Observing Gohan laughing and chatting merrily, Piccolo furrowed his brow. Gohan, we must take our leave. Piccolo's somewhat impatient voice rang out. Hearing his name called, Gohan paused momentarily before quickly responding. Uncle Piccolo, this is the first time you've called me by my name. Gohan turned, his face beaming with joy as he looked at the somewhat stern Piccolo. However, Piccolo maintained a stoic expression, revealing nothing of his thoughts. Rather than engaging in idle chatter with this group, he would prefer to devote his time to rigorous training. Piccolo dismissed Gohan's remark with a disdainful glance at Tien and the others. Piccolo, your words are rather harsh. This time, not only Yamcha but Tien as well felt a surge of indignation and spoke up. Humph, arrogant fool, at your current level. You might not even be a match for this boy. Piccolo pointed at Gohan, his words devoid of tact. Upon hearing this, Krillin covered his face. He found nothing particularly offensive in Piccolo's statement. He was well aware of Gohan's strength, but was left speechless by Piccolo's bluntness. Krillin could even predict the unfolding events. Indeed, just as he anticipated, Yamcha and Tien displayed a desire to engage, stepping forward. Neither Yamcha nor Tien intended to take their frustrations out on Gohan, nor would they challenge him to a one-on-one duel. As for sparring with Piccolo, both seemed eager to test their mettle. Yamcha, fueled by indignation, brimmed with confidence in the results of his training over the past year. Tien, too, sought to uphold the dignity of martial artists and to assess the fruits of his recent endeavors. just as the two were about to step forward to challenge. They were halted by the outstretched hand of the Kai. They turned their attention to the Kai, suddenly realizing that he had been present during the battle. Yet, the Kai remained silent in response to their gazes. Sometimes, silence can convey a multitude of meanings. Is what that guy Piccolo said truly accurate? As they gazed upon the deity, silence enveloped the scene, and a sense of bewilderment arose within the two individuals. Their eyes shifted towards Sun Wukong, who stood with his back to them, causing their figures to momentarily freeze. TCH, and you too, old god. Since you ascended to divinity, you have shown no ambition. How could you, of all beings, be ensnared by someone as trivial as Kalik too? Noticing the stillness of Tien and the others, Piccolo redirected his ire towards the deity. His frustration was palpable. When the deity had once split into two beings, the gap between his father and the deity had not been so vast. In fact, at that time, the deity's power had even surpassed that of his father. Yet now, his own father had languished for centuries within a rice cooker, his strength diminished. While the deity, this old fellow, had scarcely improved. In just a few short years, Piccolo had not only caught up to him, but had far surpassed him. Had this individual dedicated himself to rigorous training, with the innate talent they shared as one, there was no way he could have been matched by someone of Kalik II's caliber, even at an advanced age. This time, Piccolo had truly suffered. Repeatedly outmaneuvered by a mere pawn due to the deity's shortcomings. A smoldering anger, akin to a disappointment in unfulfilled potential, welled up within him as he regarded the deity. The deity, under Piccolo's scrutinizing gaze, felt an uncomfortable awareness wash over him. In truth, rather than feeling angered by Piccolo's words, he began to reflect on his own neglect of rigorous training over the years. Since receiving the acknowledgement of the former deity and assuming his divine role, he had not merely occupied the vast temple in idleness. Under the guidance of his predecessor, the deity had embraced a different approach to martial traditions, one less harsh than that imposed on humanity by the former god. Although he had been instructed not to impart martial arts to humans on a grand scale, he nonetheless made efforts to teach those who showed a genuine inclination towards martial arts and passed the requisite trials. It was only as he aged that he transitioned the teaching responsibilities to Bobo for those who sought his wisdom. Having devoted the prime of his life to this endeavor, one could argue that the martial arts of Earth were largely founded upon the deity's legacy. Yet, it was precisely due to this commitment to others that he had indeed neglected his own cultivation. It wasn't until the release of the Demon King Piccolo that he re-emerged as a martial artist. Though he faced defeat that time, he recognized the waning passion for martial arts among the younger generation dedicated to protecting Earth. The recent crises, culminating in the emergence of Kalik II, had forced him into a position where he became a pawn to threaten Piccolo and Sun Wukong. Piccolo's remarks were the catalyst for his introspection. When the Scions arrive, you better hide well in the divine temple and not emerge to hinder me. With a huff, Piccolo cast a glance at the still silent deity, uncertain of his thoughts, and chose to disregard him. With a disdainful snort, he took to the skies, leaving the temple behind. Uncle Piccolo, Sun Wukong called out anxiously as he watched Piccolo depart. Apologies for the slightly disheveled son Gohan, who offered a slight bow of apology to the gathered crowd. It's nothing, Gohan. You need not dwell upon it, Krillin reassured him. Observing Gohan's demeanor. Well, I must take my leave now. Farewell, everyone. With Krillin's words easing his mind, Gohan bid his farewells to the group and sprinted in the direction of Piccolo. Who would have thought that Goku's son possesses such formidable strength? Tien Shinhan remarked, watching Gohan vanish into the distance. At that moment, he found himself convinced of Piccolo's assertion that none among them could rival Gohan. Even so, Piccolo's manner of speaking is rather impolite, Yamcha muttered, still feeling somewhat aggrieved. In truth, Piccolo has changed significantly. Let us not forget that he was once the Demon King. Krillin commented with a certain openness. He was right. Piccolo was not the same being he once was, and his previous words reflected a growing urgency. For the Scions were soon to arrive. The Supreme Kai observed the direction Piccolo had taken and spoke in a hushed tone. Supreme Kai, are the Scions truly that powerful? Yamcha questioned. You must never underestimate them. Their strength surpasses your wildest imagination, the Supreme Kai replied, noting Yamcha's incredulous expression. At that moment, Gohan had caught up with Piccolo, the wind rushing past his ears as he hesitated to speak. Uncle Piccolo, did you just imply that? Are you suggesting that I spoke too harshly? Piccolo interrupted. A slight turn of his head, yet his lips remained active. Should we allow those individuals to leisurely pass their time? Even as cannon fodder, they ought to at least wear down the enemy. As thoughts of the formidable foe approached, Piccolo furrowed his brow, his voice trailing off, opting not to continue. Chapter 40. Is it merely a glimpse into the future? It must be said that upon hearing from Gohan about the Scion's ability to transform, and the potential for their combat power to surge to tenfold, Piccolo felt a sense of urgency brewing within him. His prior reprimands towards Tien and the others were, in part, motivated by this concern. With their current levels of strength, he feared that within a year, one of those two Scions could dispatch them with a mere swipe. Piccolo was not concerned for their lives. Rather, he recognized that augmenting his own side's strength was ultimately beneficial. The old Piccolo would never have relied on others for hope. Yet witnessing Tien and the others' significant progress within the Supreme Kai's sanctuary had stirred something within him. Under the immense pressure brought by the Scions, he found himself contemplating the idea of motivating Tien and his companions to advance even more swiftly. How absurd that I must depend on the strength of others. Piccolo mused as he gazed down at the fleeting scenery, reflecting on his actions within the Supreme Kai's temple, finding it all quite laughable. Piccolo pondered deeply, clearing the chaotic thoughts from his mind. Ultimately, it was his own strength that proved to be the most reliable. If he were to place his hopes on someone, it would be far more dependable to rely on Gohan, who stood steadfastly behind him. In their previous battles, he had witnessed firsthand how rapidly this young warrior had closed the gap in power between them. Perhaps it was a latent strength that resided within Gohan. But for one so young, it was indeed astonishing. Casting a glance at Gohan, who closely trailed by his side, Piccolo began to contemplate their training plans. Gohan, silently following, was preoccupied with thoughts of attempting his transformation. For some reason, he felt a twinge of anxiety at that moment. If memory served him correctly, the full moon was just a few days away. Should he try to transform then? He was uncertain whether the mental fortitude spoken of by old Kai would be sufficient to withstand the rage that accompanied the great ape transformation. Yet, he wondered why he possessed a mental strength that seemed to surpass that of both old Kai and Uncle Piccolo. Gohan had never considered himself to be extraordinary. If it were a matter of inheritance, could mental power truly be passed down? As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Gohan recalled the dream he had about the future. Was it merely a premonition? Since that dream, he had researched extensively on related topics. Initially, he believed it was simply a projection of what was to come. However, his unusual mental strength now brought those memories back to the forefront. He felt an overwhelming sense that the events of that future had already transpired, and perhaps his heightened mental acuity was somehow linked to that dream. Taking a deep breath, Gohan tucked these musings away and returned his focus to the great ape transformation. If he failed, he would have to destroy the moon. He might only have one chance to attempt this. His tail was something he must never lose. Although he recalled that in the dream, during the battle with the Scions, Uncle Piccolo had removed his tail only for it to regrow unexpectedly. But who could say if that would happen again? It was better to play it safe. After all, if the Scions could create a moon, the absence of his tail would severely diminish his combat prowess. Wait, artificial moon. In the midst of his wandering thoughts, Gohan's eyes suddenly sparkled with realization. Yes, if he could master the art of creating an artificial moon, he could repeatedly attempt the great ape transformation. Surely there would come a time when he could control his instincts. The more he contemplated this, the more exhilarated he became. At that moment, the two returned to the desolate expanse from which they had set forth. We have little time left, from now on, aside from eating and sleeping. Every moment must be dedicated to training. Do you understand? Piccolo declared sternly as they landed on a clear patch of ground. What are you doing? Are you lost in thought? Observing the distracted demeanor of Gohan, Piccolo sternly reprimanded him. Uncle Piccolo, could you possibly help me create a moon? Gohan, contemplating the feasibility of an artificial moon, was jolted back to reality by Piccolo's voice, causing his thoughts to spill forth. What? Piccolo was momentarily taken aback. In all his years, he had never encountered such an outrageous request. Indeed, few dared to make demands of him. You see, Scions can combine energy spheres. Yes, they can mix energy spheres with oxygen to create an artificial moon, allowing transformations without waiting for a full moon, Gohan elucidated. He had not personally experienced this process. Rather, he had heard his father speak of it during his hospitalization in a dream. However, he recalled his father mentioning that a Scion named Vegeta claimed that only Scions could create the necessary artificial moon by combining energy spheres with oxygen. Mixing with oxygen? Piccolo mused quietly. After a moment's contemplation, he suddenly scoffed. Perhaps we have overestimated the Psiots. Overestimated? Gohan questioned, puzzled. Indeed, they may possess powers beyond our current comprehension. However, when it comes to controlling that power, they fall markedly short. Do you remember that worthless Raditz? The Vegeta you mentioned, claiming that only Psiots can create an artificial moon, is merely his delusion. In essence, it is merely about maintaining a stable combustion state of energy and oxygen. With this thought, Piccolo's previously gloomy mood lightened considerably. But Uncle Piccolo, they are incredibly strong. Gohan insisted eagerly. Do not worry, I shall not underestimate them, Piccolo replied. He certainly wouldn't allow himself to become complacent. Rather, he had identified a weakness in the enemy, which eased his mind. In that case, I shall meditate for a while before attempting to transform. I wonder how long it will take to strengthen my mental prowess. In his dream, Gohan had indeed undergone meditation training. Yet, recalling the slow growth of mental strength as mentioned by the Supreme Kai, a grave expression settled upon his face. Since we are uncertain, why not attempt the transformation first? Perhaps your current mental strength is sufficient, Piccolo suggested, noting Gohan's indecision. Piccolo also wished to seize this opportunity to witness the Saiyan transformation into a great ape, thereby preparing for future battles against the Psiots. As they spoke, a sphere of light materialized in Piccolo's hand, its energy being meticulously calibrated. This energy sphere can only sustain itself for 3 minutes. Even if you lose control, there will be no dire consequences. Chapter 41. The first attempt at Great Ape Transformation. Are we really going to attempt the transformation now? Gohan hesitated at Piccolo's words, uncertain of whether the extraordinary mental prowess spoken of by the Celestial Elder could adequately contend with the loss of reason post-transformation into a colossal ape. Sun Wukong found himself ensnared by a tangle of disordered thoughts. He pondered the duration required to cultivate his mental strength to a sufficient level. Enough of this indecision. It is merely an experiment, after all, and unlikely to result in any calamity. Piccolo, observing Wukong's hesitation, felt a twinge of irritation. Clearly still a child, how troublesome, he thought, his brow furrowing slightly. Yet, he mused, would the mere combination of an energy sphere and oxygen truly suffice to facilitate a Saiyan transformation? His gaze shifted to the energy sphere in his hand, a flicker of uncertainty crossing his features. Understood, Uncle Piccolo, let us commence the transformation. After much internal conflict, Sun Wukong, upon hearing Piccolo's reprimand, comprehended that it was ultimately just an experiment. Moreover, Uncle Piccolo had indicated that the energy sphere would only sustain itself for 3 minutes. Even if he were to lose control post-transformation, the surrounding wasteland bore no life, mitigating any potential issues. As for Uncle Piccolo, he would undoubtedly be unharmed. Resolute in his decision, Sun Wukong turned to Piccolo, awaiting his next move. All right, be ready, it is about to begin. With a glance at Sun Wukong, Piccolo abruptly thrust the energy sphere skyward, releasing it with great force. He fixated on it, waiting until it reached an adequate altitude before clenching his palm decisively. With a soft pop, the energy sphere suddenly expanded several folds, its brilliance intensifying. After an initial flurry of vibrant flickers, the energy sphere, or perhaps it could be referred to as a synthetic moon, had taken form. This moon, crafted by Piccolo's efforts, hung in the heavens like a genuine full moon, radiating a steady, ethereal glow. At present, the sky was dimming, with the real moon still in a waning phase, barely visible. In contrast, this artificial moon appeared far more luminous, resembling a spectral projection in the firmament. Perfect, Piccolo thought, observing the sight above, his confidence bolstered. Next, it was Sun Wukong's turn. Piccolo's attention shifted towards him. Why is this lad motionless? Has the experiment failed? At that moment, Sun Wukong stood with his back to Piccolo, entranced as he gazed at the artificial full moon overhead. The tranquility Piccolo perceived was merely an illusion. Upon catching his first glimpse of the full moon, Sun Wukong was instantaneously captivated, rendered speechless by the sensations coursing through his being. He found it difficult to articulate his current feelings or the state of his consciousness. Previously, his early bedtime, coupled with Master Roshi's admonitions, had deprived him of ever witnessing the moonlit night. Now, under the cool luminescence of the artificial moon, he felt an increasing sense of relaxation enveloping him. A relaxation that transcended mere physical ease, extending to his very spirit. Perhaps it has been an eternity, or merely a fleeting moment. Son Gohan found himself completely immersed in an overwhelming sense of tranquility. Thud, 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 thud. In the midst of this profound relaxation, his heart suddenly began to race violently, as if the clarion call of battle had sounded its alarm. The serene state of his mind was instantly ensnared, stirred by the fervent rhythm of his heartbeat. Son Gohan's ebony pupils took on a slight crimson hue, and his drooping tail instinctively began to sway gently. It has begun. Piccolo, observing the transformation in Son Gohan's physique, felt a flicker of anticipation. With his acute hearing surpassing that of ordinary beings, he could discern the powerful cadence of Son Gohan's heartbeat, resonating like a drum. This is the transformation of a scion. A roar erupted, echoing through the air. Son Gohan's form began to swell. His attire, unlike the elastic battle suits of scions, was swiftly torn asunder. In place of his tattered garments, a cascade of lustrous, ebony hair emerged, glistening like exquisite satin. His formerly human visage gradually morphed, aligning more closely with that of a great ape, revealing elongated, sharp fangs. Within mere seconds, the transformation was utterly complete. Towering like a mountain amidst the rocky terrain, Son Gohan's colossal figure rendered the boulders around him mere slender pillars in comparison. An inadvertent swing of his massive arms effortlessly shattered a rocky outcrop, sending fragments cascading down. While Son Gohan remained blissfully unaware, as if he had merely knocked over a stack of building blocks. Effortful. One could say it was as easy as breathing. Yet, this was not the crux of the matter. If it were solely this, he would merely be a gigantic, powerful ape. What truly mattered was the state of Son Gohan's eyes. His pupils had vanished entirely, replaced by a blazing crimson hue, the glimmer within them betraying not the gaze of an intelligent being. Is this the transformation of a scion? Piccolo's face contorted with shock, despite his preparations. The moment Son Gohan completed his metamorphosis left him astounded. This shock did not stem from the overwhelming surge of Son Gohan's power. He had long anticipated such an increase, a tenfold enhancement he was already aware of. What truly unsettled him was the feral aura emanating from Son Gohan, reverberating with an intensity that felt unnatural. Akin to a beast escaping the wild, a creature entirely dominated by savage ferocity. Piccolo stood rooted in place, momentarily paralyzed by primal instincts, nearly losing the will to resist. Could Gohan retain his reason in this state? Piccolo observed the transformed Son Gohan, who remained motionless, his body taut with tension. He remembered that the artificial moon he had created would take 3 minutes to dissipate. Yet, therein lay the dilemma. He could not destroy the artificial moon prematurely. For the purpose of this experiment was to allow Son Gohan to attempt to master his rationality. This young man should be fine, right? Observing Gohan in a still pose, there was a moment of silence, yet Piccolo dared not relax even for an instant. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted, shaking the desolate expanse with a resounding force. In Piccolo's perception, Gohan, though initially fierce, had maintained a semblance of restraint. However, in an instant, it seemed as if some restriction had been lifted, unleashing a torrent of power that surged outward in all directions. Something is amiss. 3 minutes. Damn it. I should have shortened the energy ball's duration even further. Chapter 42. Damn it. Waiting is unbearable. Ultimately, Piccolo and Gohan underestimated the primal ferocity of the scions. Through the innate tales of the scions and the illumination of the full moon, they underwent the transformation into great apes, awakening the most primitive instincts embedded within their bloodline. This instinct is nearly irresistible. Only those of royal lineage like Vegeta can retain a semblance of rationality amidst such primal urges. Nevertheless, even Vegeta exhibits a slight bloodthirst following his transformation. Gohan, being a descendant of a lower-tier warrior in the Scion hierarchy, experiences an especially fierce manifestation of this primal instinct upon transformation. After the initial calm, as his heartbeat quickened, Gohan's consciousness had not yet completely lost its perception of the external world or control over himself. Yet, as the wild instincts gradually unfurled, Gohan's rationality seemed like a tree swaying in a tempest. If the transition were to proceed normally, in the next moment, Gohan would successfully transform into a ferocious great ape. However, this time proved to be distinctly different from his dream self. The extraordinary mental strength, as mentioned by the deity, manifested at this critical juncture. Gohan's immense spiritual power resembled roots of a tree, deeply entrenched in the earth. Regardless of how violently the external tumult lashed against him, Gohan's consciousness remained steadfast. However, that was the extent of it. This invasion of spirit did not stem from the external world, but rather emerged from within Gohan himself. Unlike the previous malevolent influences that originated externally, which posed no threat to Gohan, at least not to the extent experienced in the death zone of Calyx II, this emotional upheaval was intrinsically born from Gohan's own being. His mental prowess could not retaliate against itself. Merely safeguarding his fundamental awareness from emotional turmoil was a remarkable feat, yet it was still preferable to complete loss of reason. Gohan recalled the meditation training he had undergone in his dreams, perceiving his uncontrollable emotions as hypothetical adversaries and his spiritual strength as his own avatar. The two clashed fiercely within the realm of meditation, achieving a strange equilibrium as a result. This, too, was the reason why Piccolo had observed Gohan, transformed into a great ape, remaining utterly still. However, if such instincts could truly be so easily subdued, it would be a gross underestimation of the Scions. Regarded as the valiant warriors of the universe, they have never imposed limitations on their innate combat instincts. This fierce nature has been passed down through generations, deeply ingrained within their very essence. Within the realm of meditation, as chaotic emotions transform into adversaries, they remain locked in a stalemate with the spiritual form of Son Gohan. The primal instinct of violence associated with his corporeal form gradually awakens. Though devoid of emotional provocation and somewhat less intense, it remains formidable. How infuriating! Has he truly lost control? From a concealed vantage point, Piccolo observes the unfolding transformation of Son Gohan, his teeth clenched and a grave expression etched upon his face. He realizes that he is no match for the current state of Son Gohan. Fixated on the rampaging great ape, Piccolo is engulfed in inner turmoil, contemplating whether to halt the experiment. Yet, there was a fleeting moment of tranquility earlier with Son Gohan. No, observing his current clumsy movements, something is indeed amiss. Perhaps Son Gohan is still experimenting. After all, it has only been 3 minutes. Piccolo, a formidable character in his own right, understands the underlying abnormalities behind the great ape's sluggish and awkward motions. This is not a moment to interrupt. He has noticed me. In Piccolo's line of sight, as Son Gohan shatters several rocky formations, his gaze inadvertently lands on him. In truth, at this moment, Son Gohan's primate form lacks conscious control. Both his awareness and the chaotic emotions have been confined within the meditative space, engaged in a fierce confrontation. The actions of the great ape are driven solely by the intrinsic instincts of the Scion race. It has sensed Piccolo, the only living entity amidst the desolate expanse, and it seeks to annihilate him. The great ape lumbers towards Piccolo with a cumbersome gait. While it lacks rational guidance and emotional impetus, its awkwardness is relative. Compared to the tenfold increase in power that Son Gohan has attained post-transformation, Piccolo stands no chance. To him, it feels as though a mountain is barreling towards him, the speed of which surpasses even the fiercest winds. As previously mentioned, clumsiness is relative. When a true target emerges, the instinctual strength of the body erupts, rendering the great ape a harbinger of doom in Piccolo's eyes. Damn it, there's still a minute left. I cannot afford to wait. Barely evading the great ape's onslaught, Piccolo unleashes an energy blast towards the artificial moon hanging in the sky. The artificial moon, a sphere of stable, burning energy, collides with his energy, resulting in a resounding explosion that illuminates the heavens. In that very instant, as the blinding brilliance fades, the great ape, deprived of its source of power, suddenly becomes rigid. Has it reverted to its original form? Piccolo watches as Son Gohan rapidly diminishes in size, gasping for breath, his heart still racing with residual fear. There is no other explanation. The terrifying sense of oppression emanating from the immense disparity between beings is utterly chilling. As Piccolo gradually approached, he discovered Gohan, entirely unclothed, lying on the ground in a seemingly innocuous manner. What on earth is this little rascal up to? Is this the so-called power that follows a Scion's transformation into a great ape? The fleeting sentiment stirred by Gohan's prior act of protection was swiftly cast aside, and Piccolo once again uttered a long-forgotten title. The unnerving sensation had yet to dissipate as he observed Gohan, peacefully snoring on the ground. Humph, if there is no progress, I shall show no mercy. Piccolo waved his hand, donning Gohan in a garment emblazoned with the emblem of the demon. Sensing something amiss, Gohan gradually awakened. Uncle Piccolo? He murmured, rubbing his eyes and fully regaining consciousness. Is the time limit of the artificial moon already up? Gohan inquired, bewildered. Once the time limit is reached? When that happens, you might awaken to find only my lifeless body. Piccolo thought, a mix of despair and fury welling within him. What on earth is going on with you? He asked through clenched teeth, frowning at Gohan. Chapter 43. The breakthrough of the Kaioken. For a moment, Gohan felt disoriented, blinking as he recalled everything that had transpired in his meditative state. Uncle Piccolo, Grandpa Kao was right. My mental prowess is indeed effective, he exclaimed. At that moment, I had contained it within my meditative realm, and all I needed was a little more time. Suddenly, Gohan sensed a faint chill in the air. Looking up, he caught sight of Piccolo's expression, one of barely suppressed fury. Piccolo's lips twitched. He was unsure of how to respond. A little longer? I might get flattened like a pancake. How much longer do you need to fully regain control of your faculties? Piccolo asked, his voice grave, dismissing any errant thoughts. Just a bit more. Gohan reflected on the confrontation with that savage emotion. He always felt he was so close to mastering it. Yet the duration of that elusive bit was something he could not ascertain. Uncle Piccolo, I can't specify a precise time frame, but during the confrontation, I truly sensed my mental energy. It just feels a bit peculiar sometimes, Gohan expressed with a hint of frustration. Peculiar? Is it a matter of unfamiliarity, a lack of finesse? Piccolo queried, observing Gohan's expression. Indeed. Gohan nodded earnestly. It seems meditation training is essential, henceforth, aside from sleeping and eating. Half of my time will be dedicated to combat, and the other half to meditation. Furthermore, we shall conduct a great ape transformation experiment once a month. If you cannot maintain control throughout the process, I will terminate it immediately. Piccolo outlined the training regimen. Let us set a limit of 3 minutes. He added after a brief pause. Understood, Uncle Piccolo. Son Gohan did not perceive any hardship in such an arrangement. If it meant becoming stronger, it was undoubtedly worthwhile. Piccolo observed Gohan's resolute expression, and the image of the recently unleashed great ape lingered in his mind. It seemed as though he was forging a blade that could potentially turn against him. Although this young man did not appear to harbor such intentions, Piccolo pondered how many more transformations he could withstand from Gohan. He sighed deeply within. On King Kai's planet, a sound echoed. Goku wielded a hammer, aiming at the grasshopper. King Kai's pet, as it lunged towards him, striking its head with effortless precision, producing a light sound. 0 for seconds. Goku, you've made progress. King Kai marveled at the numbers displayed on his stopwatch. Gregory, you haven't gone easy on Goku, have you? King Kai inquired of his pet grasshopper. Impossible. I am not one to cheat, let alone to favor an opponent. Gregory retorted, hands on his hips, slightly irked. Excellent. Now, Goku, it's time for the Kaioken. At this, King Kai gazed at Goku with palpable anticipation. All right, Goku replied softly, then summoned the energy within, gradually entering the Kaioken state. 1 times, 2 times, 3 times, 4 times, 5 times, 6 times. Presently, only 5 months remained until Vegeta and Nappa arrived on Earth. Goku had already dedicated 6 months to training on King Kai's planet. This time, not only had his strength significantly increased, but he had also refined his mastery of the Kaioken. Wonderful, Goku. You have fully grasped the 6 times Kaioken. As Goku's power surged, the winds it generated rose in intensity. King Kai watched Goku with uncontainable excitement, even surpassing Goku's own enthusiasm for mastering the 6 times Kaioken. For he witnessed someone successfully mastering the technique he had created, a feat he himself could not achieve. As Goku's formidable power continued to swell, his demeanor remained tranquil, prompting King Kai to momentarily lose himself in thought. I must say, you truly have an exceptional teacher, King Kai remarked wistfully. At this moment, Goku had reined in his energy, returning to his normal state. Is it Master Roshi? Goku inquired. Indeed, the very one you mentioned before. The one who immediately discerned your fluctuating aura, King Kai confirmed. The Kaioken does indeed possess such shortcomings. Although I developed this technique, it remains largely theoretical. If it weren't for Master Roshi identifying the subtle instability in your aura, you might not have discovered a more profound resonance to enhance the Kaioken. King Kai shook his head, a sense of melancholy rising within him over not having the opportunity to meet such remarkable individuals. The last time it was the master of cold jokes named Orange, and this time it was a martial arts sage who, despite lacking knowledge of the Kaioken, could effortlessly recognize its deficiencies. Indeed, Lord Kai, the enhanced Kaioken technique, though still a considerable strain on the body, allows for a greater mastery over one's strength. Speaking of this, Sun Wukong felt a surge of joy. Previously, while the Kaioken was immensely powerful, some of that strength inevitably dissipated. However, this time, with the improvements made, the control over his power has significantly elevated. This implies that even when utilizing the sixfold Kaioken, he could only achieve an effect of approximately fivefold before. But now it is a tangible sixfold. This can be viewed as a subtle augmentation of his abilities. How remarkable is Master Rashi? Sun Wukong mused silently. Wukong, when that esteemed Master Wutian arrives in the underworld, you must inform me. The more he contemplated it, the more he lamented the missed opportunity to meet the master who could discern the flaws in the Kaioken technique. After all, recognizing the intricate deficiencies of such a technique is no simple feat thus. Lord Kai once again beseeched Sun Wukong to convey a message for his eventual meeting in the afterlife. Very well, Sun Wukong replied, compelled by the fervent anticipation of Lord Kai. Yet, he couldn't help but recall how he first encountered Master Rashi. Would he truly meet his end? Sun Wukong envisioned the scene of Master Rashi meeting Lord Kai after his demise, and this time, he felt less resistance to the idea. After a year and a half of training on Kaio's planet, Sun Wukong's perspective on life and death had undergone a significant transformation. After all, in that realm, reunions are always possible. Of course, this assumes a normal passing. Moreover, he still wished to remain alive, for Kaio's planet was rather small and monotonous, and Lord Kai's culinary skills left much to be desired. Oh, and that author of cold jokes. Sun Wukong's mind wandered back to Lord Kai's initial request. Chapter 44. The insufficiency of tenfold gravity. By the way, Lord Kai, is there a method to increase the gravity? Halting his peculiar thoughts, Sun Wukong recalled a crucial inquiry. Increase gravity? Why do you ask this, Wukong? Lord Kai responded with curiosity. Well, you see, Lord Kai, my strength has been progressing at an increasingly sluggish pace lately, and I wish to train in an environment with a higher gravity multiplier, Sun Wukong stated earnestly. Initially, when he first arrived on Kaio's planet to train, overcoming the tenfold gravity was his primary challenge. Upon his second visit, his focus shifted more towards amplifying the Kaioken's multiplier. However, during this process, he identified a problem. The initial adaptation to gravity and achieving a state of ease comparable to that on Earth after full acclimatization still presented a significant disparity. Consequently, during this period, alongside honing the Kaioken, he endeavored to explore the limits of his strength and speed under tenfold gravity. Yet, he had increasingly sensed that he might have reached that limit, as his recent gains in power and speed had nearly stagnated. As he pondered the question of how to strengthen himself during moments of leisure, an epiphany struck him, leading him to contemplate the notion of enhancing gravity. If you refer to the gravity of celestial bodies, there is certainly an abundance. However, even if one could surmount the gravitational conditions of such planets, the other environmental factors would be entirely inhospitable to life, the king of the universe mused. Is there truly no other way? Upon hearing the king's words, Sun Wukong felt a tinge of disappointment. Well, not exactly. There exist scientists in the universe who can employ technological means to create training chambers with elevated gravity. Is that so? My lord, please refrain from panting while you speak, Sun Wukong remarked, exhaling in relief as he teased the king. Wait a moment. What exactly is a scientist? Sun Wukong, recalling the king's previous mention of this term, inquired with a puzzled expression. The king found himself momentarily at a loss for words. He was not surprised that Sun Wukong would pose such a question, given that over a year and a half of living together had exposed Wukong to even stranger inquiries. However, what troubled him was that, despite his vast knowledge, he suddenly struggled to articulate the meaning of the word scientist to this curious individual. What is a scientist, after all? Sun Wukong pressed on. Yes. Electric lights, the king exclaimed, snapping his fingers as a light bulb of inspiration illuminated above his head. Wukong, electric lights, and my vehicle, these are all creations of technology, and those who master such methods are known as scientists. He wiped the fine sweat from his brow, nearly flummoxed by Wukong. So, is it true that those who can create such things are scientists? Sun Wukong furrowed his brow in deep contemplation. That reminds me, Bulma. The encounter with Bulma was undoubtedly among the most memorable experiences of his life. It was through her that he discovered another facet of the world. starkly different from the carefree mountains and forests he had always known. Electric lights, motorcycles, and the mysterious beings referred to as girls by his grandfather. Of course, the latter was not the primary focus at that moment. Sun Wukong's thoughts were consumed by electric lights and motorcycles. Not to mention, Bulma had even invented the Dragon Ball radar, and suddenly, everything became clear to him. With a resolute determination, Sun Wukong looked up at the king. "My lord, it seems I must take my leave once more." A few days later, after returning to Earth, Sun Wukong first visited his home. Now, he was en route to Bulma's residence in West City. Ah, that must be Bulma's house. This time, he needn't inquire with the police. As he approached West City, he could sense Bulma's faint energy signature. "Bulma, Bulma." Upon landing, Sun Wukong called out her name with exuberance. "Huh, is that you, Wukong?" Just then, a golden-haired young woman holding a watering can approached him, recognizing the one searching for Bulma. Be Bulma's mother? Sun Wukong looked at the youthful woman and recalled her identity. "Oh, Wukong, are you here to find Bulma?" asked Bulma's mother. "Yes, Annie, I have a few matters to discuss with Bulma," Sun Wukong replied. "Oh, that child Bulma is in the laboratory in the courtyard. Let me take you there." With a natural gesture, Bulma's mother linked her arm with Sun Wukong's and led him toward the courtyard. "By the way, I can't believe how strong you've become since you were that little Wukong," Bulma's mother remarked. "Next time, shall we go out together?" she inquired with a hint of expectation. This. Mom, what are you talking about?" Sun Wukong stammered, unsure of how to respond. Just then, Bulma, who was approaching, overheard their conversation and called out. "Oh, Bulma, do you wish to go on a date with Wukong?" Bulma's mother asked, puzzled. "Mom, Sun Wukong is already married. He has a child, Gohan, who is 4 years old," Bulma exclaimed, covering her face in exasperation. "So, you wish to be Wukong's mistress?" Bulma's mother teased further. "Mom," Bulma glared at her mother, gritting her teeth. "Oh dear, my apologies, Wukong. It seems Bulma has yet to outgrow her teenage years. I hope I haven't embarrassed you," Bulma's mother said, looking somewhat troubled. "I'll go prepare some drinks for you. You prefer tea, right?" Yes, Sun Wukong replied, slightly dazed. With that, Bulma's mother walked away. Sighing deeply, Bulma lowered her hands in defeat. "Sun Wukong, what brings you here?" "Wait a moment. You've returned. Does that mean the Scions are arriving soon?" Bulma suddenly asked, her voice rising in alarm. "No, not exactly. It's related to the Scions, but I returned early. The Scions want to be back for a few months." Sun Wukong reassured her, waving his hand to calm her. "Previously, I trained on King Kai's planet, where the gravity is 10 times that of Earth. But that level of gravity no longer poses a challenge for me. Therefore, I would like to request your assistance in creating a training room with a gravity limit of 100 times. A gravity room? That's an interesting idea. I hadn't considered it in that way. But don't worry, I'll discuss it with my father. It shouldn't take too long," Bulma replied, looking relaxed. "Are you two flirting?" Bulma's mother reappeared with drinks in hand, casting a curious glance at the pair. "Mom, can you please stop saying such things?" Bulma shouted, both embarrassed and angry. Chapter 45. Bulma's determination. Sun Wukong, do you have confidence in defeating those 2 Scions a year from now? After sending her meddlesome mother away, Bulma turned to Sun Wukong with a worried expression. Over the past year, she and her friends had barely seen each other. And whenever they managed to connect, it was only during brief moments snatched in between their rigorous training. This oppressive atmosphere had persisted for over a year. Initially, on Kame House, Bulma often found herself in the company of Gohan and Krillin. However, Krillin was subsequently summoned away by Master Roshi, and Gohan's training became increasingly demanding. Even at a tender age of 3 or 4, Gohan was diligently preparing for the future. Bulma, yearning to contribute in some manner, dedicated several months to her laboratory upon returning from Kame House. Yet, she felt a profound sense of confusion. Overwhelmed by myriad thoughts yet uncertain of where to commence her endeavors. The conventional protective gear and weaponry she contemplated seemed rather burdensome for Goku and his companions. A few months prior, Krillin had mentioned that the first Scion, Raditz, had been vanquished by Gohan and Piccolo. Furthermore, the incident involving King Cold had also been resolved. To be candid, upon hearing this news, she was taken aback. Battles had transpired without her awareness and concluded unbeknownst to her. Bulma wished to celebrate Gohan's achievements, having witnessed his unwavering dedication to training. Her time spent on Kame House had fostered a deep bond with the young boy. However, she later learned from Chi-Chi that Gohan had embarked on a new phase of training with Piccolo. This revelation came vividly to her mind. Recalling the conversation at Gohan's home with Chi-Chi, whose voice bore the weight of restrained concern. By nature, Bulma was quite adventurous, in some respects. Her buoyant spirit rivaled that of Goku. Nevertheless, she was still a woman, possessing the unique sensitivity characteristic of her gender. After returning home, she once more isolated herself in her laboratory. While at Goku's home, she heard Chi-Chi mention that the Supreme Kai had gifted Goku a martial arts uniform, reputed for its extraordinary resilience. Upon further inquiry, she even requested Krillin to procure another one from the Supreme Kai for reference. She aspired to develop a more robust protective material, perhaps the only course of action available to her at that moment. This research persisted until Goku visited her home seeking her assistance. Although she had achieved some progress concerning the protective suit, its efficacy had not significantly improved. Just as she was mired in distress, Goku's thoughts on the gravity chamber provided her with a fresh perspective. "Rest assured, Bulma, it will be fine," Goku declared, raising his fist, his characteristic cheerful tone resonating. Observing the muscles in Goku's arms, exuding an aura of latent strength, Bulma felt a wave of reassurance wash over her. The sound of Goku's voice, coupled with his unchanging smile that had always brought ease and hope, inexplicably alleviated the worries that had plagued her for so long. Indeed, Goku was still by her side. A gentle smile crept upon Bulma's face. "Bulma, I entrust the gravity chamber project to you. Rest assured, Sun Jun, after my father and I conduct our research, we shall produce results swiftly," Bulma assured with unwavering confidence. After exchanging a few more casual remarks, Sun Wukong bid farewell to Bulma and departed. As she gazed at the sky, watching the receding figure of Sun Wukong, Bulma fell into a brief reverie. Taking a deep breath, she turned and made her way back to the laboratory, the cold wind still sweeping across the barren landscape. A bright full moon hung in the sky, yet curiously, it was not the time one would expect for such a lunar phase. Under the silvery light of the moon, Piccolo was training with a massive figure. Though it was labeled as training, it was primarily Piccolo guiding the immense being, who was none other than the transformed Son Gohan in his great ape form. The ill-timed full moon was, in fact, a synthetic moon created by Piccolo. After nearly half a year of training, along with Piccolo's growing expertise in moon creation, Son Gohan's mental prowess had equally been on the rise. This was evident as he had engaged Piccolo in combat for quite some time, managing to retain his rationality and refrain from inadvertently transforming Piccolo into a mere pancake. "Well done, Gohan. You have now mastered the control over your reasoning in the great ape form," Piccolo remarked with a relaxed smile as he observed Son Gohan. "Hee. It's all thanks to Uncle Piccolo, who always accompanies me during meditation training," Son Gohan said, feeling a bit sheepish as he paused his attacks and scratched his head. "However, it's a pity that even though I have barely grasped the use of telepathy, I still lack knowledge about other methods of mental training," Gohan began, but was interrupted by Piccolo dismissively. "Do not dwell on that. Mastering telepathy is already quite an accomplishment. The specific techniques for utilizing mental power are exceedingly rare. As for my own abilities, they are innate to me, and I have no means to impart them to you. Nevertheless, this half year of meditation has not been in vain. Although the growth of your mental power remains slow, your control has significantly improved." "I understand, Uncle Piccolo." Gohan's spirits lifted as he sensed a subtle reassurance in Piccolo's words. Indeed, mastering the control over his reasoning in the great ape form was a substantial achievement. Coming to this realization, Gohan ceased to ruminate over previous concerns. At that moment, sensing something, Gohan raised his head, peering into the distant sky. "This feeling, is it father?" he exclaimed, his voice tinged with surprise as he perceived the familiar energy drawing near. Piccolo, albeit a moment slower, also turned his gaze skyward. "That presence can only belong to Sun Wukong. Why has he returned at this time? Is it possible that the Scions are returning earlier than anticipated? And his energy is remarkably potent. This must be the result of his training on King Kai's planet." While lost in thought, a red figure materialized in the sky, swiftly approaching. In the next instant, Sun Wukong had arrived before Piccolo and Son Gohan. "Ah, Piccolo, Gohan, are you engaged in training?" Sensing the energy, Sun Wukong gazed in astonishment at his transformed son. Chapter 46. Sun Wukong. Could it be that you cannot surpass Gohan? Is this the legendary transformation of the Scions? While Sun Wukong marveled, he detected a faint energy fluctuation and lifted his gaze to the sky. Is that an artificial moon? Remarkable. You have managed to create such a phenomenon. It's all thanks to Uncle Piccolo. I initially thought producing an artificial moon would be quite challenging, Gohan explained. Having sensed the energy in the sky, Sun Wukong swiftly grasped the essence of the artificial moon's creation. I appreciate your efforts, Piccolo. I am grateful for your care of Gohan during this time, he said softly, turning to Piccolo. At that moment, Piccolo was still astonished by Sun Wukong's sudden appearance, having barely registered it. Just how has Sun Wukong honed his skills? Judging from the power he displayed, it far surpassed what Raditz had shown in the past. Shifting his gaze to Gohan, Piccolo narrowed his eyes. However, it seemed that Gohan was not as formidable as he was in his transformed state. Reflecting on the past 6 months, during which he assisted Gohan in maintaining his composure, Piccolo recalled the numerous perilous experiences they had endured together. A thought arose in his mind. Humph, Sun Wukong. Even now, you may not stand a chance against Gohan. It appears your training on King Kai's planet has yielded little. Disregarding Sun Wukong's gratitude, Piccolo's voice bore a hint of mockery, seemingly designed to provoke. Gohan, huh? Sun Wukong's gaze returned to his son. Dad, I have not been idle during this time. Gohan exclaimed, flexing his robust arms post-transformation, eager to demonstrate his prowess. It would not bode well for Sun Wukong if he were to be bested by his own son, Piccolo interjected lightly. Although he could not match Sun Wukong's strength at this moment, Gohan's words caused a faint smirk to appear on Piccolo's lips. He was eager to witness the spectacle of Sun Wukong being humbled. Let us spar and see, Gohan. Sun Wukong, not detecting the undertone of derision in Piccolo's words, genuinely wished to ascertain the extent of his son's current strength. Do not hold back, Gohan, unleash your full power. Observing his son's eagerness, Sun Wukong encouraged him. All my power. Are you certain that is wise, Dad? Though Gohan was keen to prove himself, he did not wish to harm his father. Fear not, Gohan, go ahead. Sun Wukong assumed a stance, urging his somewhat hesitant son. Piccolo quietly stepped aside as the two prepared to engage. Then I shall not hold back, Dad. Here I come. Before Sun Wukong could finish his sentence, Gohan had already launched a powerful punch. With a similar punch. Yet due to the immense stature bestowed by his transformation into a giant ape, Gohan's fist resembled a falling meteor, crashing towards Goku. Impressive strength, Gohan, continue. A cloud of dust erupted as Goku's voice emerged from the haze. As the dust settled, Piccolo finally discerned the scene before him. Gohan's fist, nearly larger than Goku himself, was firmly blocked by Goku's raised hands. Goku, that fellow, is indeed concealing his power. Piccolo gazed in astonishment at the two adversaries. At this moment, Gohan, who was locked in combat with his father, shared the same shock. Is this the power of my father? Feeling his fist make no progress. Despite the stark difference in their sizes, the comparison of strength was unexpectedly reversed. Is this the result of my father's training on King Kai's planet? While lost in thought, Gohan heard his father's encouraging voice and launched another attack. Once again, he threw a punch, only to find, surprisingly, that it met no resistance as he had anticipated. Gohan's punch swung through the air. Suddenly, a chill ran down his spine, and he felt the hairs on the back of his neck stand on end. Instinctively, he stepped to the right and leapt back to create distance. Quick reflexes and speed, Gohan, you have indeed grown significantly stronger. Goku's voice floated from where Gohan had just stood. Gohan turned to find no trace of his father. I'm right here, Gohan. This time, the voice whispered in his ear, followed by a punch aimed at Gohan's neck. Gohan felt a sudden vertigo wash over him, and the next moment, a powerful dizziness caused him to collapse to the ground. How is this possible? Piccolo, witnessing Gohan's fall, exclaimed in shock. He had not seen Goku's swift evasion and strike. Ever since Goku had blocked Gohan's initial punch, he only heard 2 sounds from Goku, followed by Gohan's dizzying fall. At this moment, Goku refrained from further attacks, having comprehended what needed to be understood through their exchanges. Within a few breaths, Gohan emerged from his dazed state. Dad, I'm utterly no match for you. Rubbing his neck, Gohan spoke with a hint of resignation. What exactly did you train on King Kai's planet? At this juncture, Piccolo approached, furrowing his brow and inquiring. This battle left him perplexed. However, he understood that the disparity in strength between himself and Goku had widened considerably. Yet, he could scarcely believe that in merely 6 months, their differences had escalated to this extent. Indeed, Father, what kind of training did King Kai assist you with? Gohan echoed the question. It was a training under gravity, Goku replied. Training under gravity? Piccolo murmured softly. Indeed. The gravity on King Kai's planet is 10 times that of Earth. Similar to our previous weight training, the gravity directly affects the body, yielding remarkable results, Sun Wukong explained. Originally, the mental time chamber of the Heavenly God Palace could also facilitate gravity training. However, the environment there was exceedingly harsh. Recalling the extreme temperature fluctuations and the vast, desolate world of the mental time chamber, Sun Wukong shook his head. The mental time chamber? What is that? Piccolo inquired, perplexed. Huh, you don't know, Piccolo? Sun Wukong paused momentarily upon hearing his words. How would I know about things from the Heavenly God Palace? Piccolo replied coldly. That is not important. I have already discovered another method to utilize gravity for training. Without delving further, Sun Wukong continued. Dad, can I also train under gravity? Son Gohan looked at Sun Wukong with palpable excitement, recalling his earlier desire to learn the Kaioken technique, during which his father had mentioned gravity training. Completing that training would allow him to practice the Kaioken, and anticipation welled up within him. Chapter 47. 10 times your power. Piccolo, of course you can, Gohan. Sun Wukong said with a smile, gazing at his son. When can we start training, Dad? Son Gohan asked eagerly. With the Saiyan invasion just over 4 months away, he was eager to commence his new training as soon as possible. Well, I just went to Bulma's place and asked her to create a gravity room. It should be ready soon, Sun Wukong replied, scratching his head. A gravity room? Aunt Bulma is incredible. She can even make a gravity room. Son Gohan exclaimed in awe. Absolutely. Bulma is quite a remarkable scientist. Sun Wukong finally recalled the title of scientist that the KO had mentioned. Gohan, aside from training, how are your studies going? Sun Wukong inquired. This time, he genuinely acknowledged the power of science. While it was not as tangible as the strength gained from training, science could produce tools like the gravity room for training purposes. This was something even the KO would commend, and indeed, the gravity room was highly beneficial. Son Gohan was taken aback. It was the first time he had heard his father ask about his studies. He suddenly felt a bit awkward, lowering his head, his fingers instinctively fidgeting together, an action he hadn't performed in quite some time. Recently, I've been training with Uncle Piccolo. As for my studies, if you count my serious learning on Kame House, during these past 6 months of training with Piccolo, I haven't touched my studies at all. Besides, having Uncle Piccolo tutor me in academics doesn't seem practical, right? Haha, Gohan, it's all right. Training is excellent too. I could feel from our earlier spar that you've been training diligently. As for your studies, you can always pick them up again after we deal with the enemies. Perceiving the discomfort in Gohan, Goku gently ruffled his hair and offered soft words of comfort. Upon hearing this, Gohan's previously anxious demeanor began to ease. Father, when will I be able to train in the Kaioken? Gohan's voice held a hint of yearning. If he could master the Kaioken like his father, his power would multiply exponentially, unlike the transformation into a great ape, which was constrained by the full moon and his tail. Patience is key. Your body must first endure the trials of gravity, Goku pondered thoughtfully. Kaioken, what is that technique? Piccolo interjected, having listened intently to their conversation. Piccolo, you are yet unaware. The Kaioken is a technique taught to me by Lord Ko during my training in the afterlife. Mastering it could significantly enhance both speed and strength. Goku elucidated. The technique you speak of. Piccolo furrowed his brow, seeming hesitant to continue. Is it possible for you to teach it to me? After a moment's hesitation, he finally inquired. Do you wish to learn? I can certainly teach you, Goku responded with ease. He had previously asked Ko about the possibility of imparting the Kaioken to others, and Ko had shown no reluctance regarding this matter. He merely advised Goku to consider the character of those he would teach. It was essential that the recipients of the Kaioken were not of ill intent. Observing Piccolo now, Goku deemed him no longer a villain, especially given the positive rapport he shared with Gohan. However, Gohan, Piccolo, the initial training for the Kaioken is quite arduous. Beyond the necessary physical conditioning, the boiling of the ki and the harmonization of resonance require considerable time. Furthermore, the power gained from the Kaioken necessitates further refinement to prevent complications during combat. With just over 4 months until the Saiyans arrive on Earth, it may be more prudent to push your physical limits through gravitational training rather than waste time on the Kaioken. Although Goku did not dismiss Piccolo, he proposed an alternative. Overcoming the gravity you mentioned, how much could that enhance your strength? Could it elevate you to your current level? Upon hearing Goku's words, Piccolo redirected his focus toward gravitational training. Overcoming gravity and achieving a state of ease under the same gravitational conditions are distinctly different. You must understand this, Goku asserted, shaking his head. Piccolo, contemplating Goku's words, began to grasp the distinction. Training is a process of the body adapting and improving. If one imposes excessive strain in a short span, even if they manage to endure it, it does not guarantee the ability to utilize their full potential. There is a vast chasm between merely overcoming and achieving perfect mastery. Is this the reason your strength has reached such heights? Piccolo inquired, gazing at Goku. Goku nodded in affirmation. Initially, after concluding my training on King Kai's planet, I believed that simply increasing the gravitational multiplier would suffice in my quest for strength. However, during my second visit to King Kai's realm, I encountered a revelation. Having transcended the initial gravitational challenges, my gradual training over the past 6 months, constantly immersed in a tenfold gravity environment, has become second nature. Remarkably, the physical prowess I have cultivated during this period has far surpassed the enhancements I gained after initially overcoming that gravitational force. For this reason, I advise against immediately pursuing the Kaioken technique after conquering gravity. Goku articulated his recent training insights, prompting Piccolo to ponder, and he nodded slightly. You can't possibly be stronger than that scion now, can you? Piccolo voiced his curiosity. According to Lord Kaio's estimation, without employing the Kaioken, my current strength is approximately 3 times that of the scion named Vegeta, Goku responded softly. Vegeta? Piccolo questioned, somewhat perplexed. Uncle Piccolo, among the 2 scions that follow. One is named Nappa and the other Vegeta, whose strength vastly exceeds that of Nappa, Gohan interjected. Yet, even with this explanation, Piccolo still struggled to grasp the concept. It's roughly 10 times your current level, Piccolo, Goku remarked instinctively, noting Piccolo's confusion. The bluntness of his words caused Piccolo's expression to darken. That scoundrel Goku. His words are as infuriating as ever. Humph, if that's the case, you alone should be able to handle those 2 scions, Piccolo retorted with a hint of annoyance. While there was some truth to this assertion, Goku's tone shifted, becoming more serious. Piccolo, do you think new foes will emerge in the future? He inquired thoughtfully. What do you mean? Piccolo initially failed to grasp the question, instinctively responding. However, as he pondered, a realization struck him, prompting him to glance at Gohan, who was locking eyes with his father. Goku nodded gently. Uncle Piccolo, in the future, there will be foes even more formidable than the scions. Gohan's voice took on a somber tone, evidently recalling the grim future. More powerful enemies? Gohan, is this related to your dream about the future? Gohan nodded in affirmation. So, how strong is this enemy you speak of, and when will they appear? Piccolo asked, observing the serious expressions of the 2, clearly not perceiving it as a jest. The nearest threat, known as Frieza, will emerge in just over 6 months. Following that, 2 androids will appear, likely in a little over 4 years. In any case, each of them will be significantly stronger than the scions just 4 months from now. Son Gohan did not elaborate too specifically, fearing that the disheartening disparity might undermine Piccolo's confidence. However, he truly underestimated Piccolo's resolve. Upon hearing son Gohan's vague descriptions, Piccolo fell into a contemplative silence. Was he afraid of the scion's superior strength? Not at all. Rather than fear, what now plagued Piccolo was a growing irritation. Firstly, he realized that the suddenly returned son Goku far surpassed him. Secondly, a relentless stream of enemies loomed before him, while he sensed that his own power had reached a subtle impasse. Conventional methods could not yield significant improvements in such a short span of time. Was it time to resort to the gravity chamber once more? Piccolo, our ambitions extend far beyond merely surpassing the scions. Son Goku softly remarked as he observed Piccolo's fluctuating expressions. Humph, I need not your reminder to know that, Piccolo retorted with a hint of impatience. In that case, shouldn't you hasten to have your friend Bulma expedite the construction of that gravity chamber? Son Goku paused, slightly taken aback by Piccolo's change in tone, then chuckled softly. As expected of you, Piccolo. From Piccolo's tone, Son Goku discerned urgency, yet no trace of fear. This reassured him, indicating that he could gradually disclose the looming threats to Krillin and the others. Well, perhaps I shall find another opportunity to discuss it. Piccolo, it appears that your training with Gohan has also reached a plateau. Before the gravity chamber is ready, you both ought to take a respite. I must also take Gohan home. Chi-Chi has not seen him in quite some time. With that, Son Goku glanced toward Gohan, who was reminded that he had not returned home in nearly half a year. Naturally, He yearned to enhance his strength, having devoted all his time to rigorous training without the luxury of visiting home. A twinge of guilt for his mother surged within him. Piccolo, hearing this, merely gestured dismissively. Son Goku was right. Both he and Gohan had experienced nearly stagnant growth in their abilities recently. At this moment, Piccolo's thoughts were solely focused on how to accelerate his progress in gravity training, leaving no room to ponder the desires of a father and son wishing to return home. After bidding farewell to Piccolo, Son Goku and Son Gohan set forth on their journey homeward. Gohan, in your dream, you traveled to Namek to resurrect Tien and the others. What about Frieza? Why did he go to Namek? As they soared through the skies towards their home, Son Goku turned to Gohan with a question. Frieza also sought the Dragon Balls on Namek, Dad. Another pursuit for the Dragon Balls, you say? Son Goku mused before asking. How did he learn of their existence on Namek? Well, it seems the scouters warned by the Scions also possess communication capabilities. Vegeta learned about the Dragon Balls from Raditz. Later, when he arrived on Earth and encountered Uncle Piccolo, he discovered that Piccolo was a Namekian. It was probably then that Frieza became aware of the Dragon Balls and their connection to Namek. As Sun Wukong pondered, he responded, Dragon Balls. However, this time, we should not have mentioned them in front of Raditz. Will the Scions come to Earth again? He murmured to himself, yet before Son Gohan could answer, he shook his head. No, the predictions of the fortune teller were remarkably accurate. The Scions will indeed return. At this moment, Son Gohan interjected, even without the Dragon Balls. Vegeta and the others are likely to arrive on Earth. I recall Uncle Piccolo mentioning it to me in a dream. Raditz mentioned before his demise that they had already designated Earth as their next target. Sun Wukong nodded thoughtfully. That must be the reason. As for whether Frieza will go to Namek this time, I cannot say. Son Gohan's tone wavered. The future he envisioned diverged from what he knew, leaving him uncertain about how events would unfold. Gohan, based on my estimation, even if I completely overcome 100 times the gravity, I may not reach the power needed to transform into a Super Saiyan, he continued. Merely increasing the gravity may not be an effective approach. Listening to his father's concerns, Son Gohan contemplated for a moment and conceived two strategies. One was to repeatedly injure his father and then use the Senzu beans to recover. However, he was reluctant to resort to such a method unless absolutely necessary. Furthermore, during this period of training and the occasional visions of the future, he found himself pondering repeatedly. If the near-death experience of a Saiyan could be exploited endlessly, why had his future self not been able to elevate his power sufficiently to surpass the androids? Perhaps the recovery after near-death encounters had inherent limits. Alternatively, the unlocking of potential was largely contingent upon the accumulation of training. Abandoning his initial thought, Son Gohan proposed another plan. Dad, we can still go to Namek. To Namek? Son Wukong questioned, perplexed. Yes, Dad, the Grand Elder on Namek can unlock a person's potential. In the future I dreamt of, Uncle Krillin and I had our potential unlocked by the Grand Elder, and our strength increased several-fold, Son Gohan explained with excitement. Is there no limitation? Son Wukong inquired after hearing his son's words. Limitations? According to Uncle Krillin, the Grand Elder can awaken the latent potential that already exists within a person. The limitation would likely pertain to the degree of potential each individual possesses, or rather, the extent of their training and accumulation, Son Gohan speculated, drawing from his training insights over the past period. Is that so? It seems we must engage in as much training as possible before heading to Namek, Son Wukong concluded. In that case, let us first overcome the 100 times gravity. After a moment of contemplation, he made his decision. Dad, how about you continue training me during this time at home? After all, Aunt Bulma's gravity chamber remains a mystery as to when it will be completed. Hesitating for a moment, Gohan spoke up. As the saying goes, a father knows his child best. Despite Goku's sometimes carefree demeanor, he understood his son's concerns. Let's just focus on our regular training, Goku said softly. However, Gohan looked at his father, seemingly at a loss for words. Gohan, if it's just against the Scions, there's no need to worry too much. You need to rest. As for Frieza and the androids later, there's no rush in the coming days. Bulma will certainly manage the gravity chamber, Goku reassured him in a light-hearted tone. Just as Bulma had an almost blind faith in Goku's strength, Goku held immense trust in Bulma's capabilities in innovation. All right, Gohan nodded silently. At this moment, Gohan was no novice in training. He was well aware of the need for balance in practice. Yet, the haunting visions of despair from his dreams loomed persistently in his mind, pressing down upon his heart like a heavy stone. Sensing his son's lingering gloom, Goku flew beneath him and effortlessly hoisted Gohan onto his back. Gohan was momentarily taken aback by his father's action. Then, Goku's voice broke through Gohan. "How about after we get home, I take you fishing?" Gohan, lost in thought, felt the words resonate with a strange familiarity. Okay," he replied, somewhat dazed. As he nestled against Goku's back, gradually feeling warmth envelop him. "Off we go," Goku exclaimed with a hearty cheer, accelerating into the sky. A gentle aura enveloped them, leaving a faint trail of light behind. Though night had just begun to fall, the brilliance of their energy seemed poised to pierce through the dawn. Gohan felt his heart lighten with each passing moment, his laughter ringing clear as their figures faded into the distance. The owner of that laughter was no longer despondent. Hope had reignited within him. 2 weeks later, "Goku, Bulma is calling for you about the gravity chamber," Kiki shouted from outside, holding the phone to her ear. "It's the gravity chamber. It must be finished." Goku's voice, tinged with excitement, echoed as he entered the house. He took the receiver and placed it to his ear. "Son Goku, the gravity chamber is complete. You can come over now." Bulma's voice came through the line, sounding somewhat peculiar, almost irate. Goku, oblivious to her tone, felt a surge of happiness. "That's amazing, Bulma. I didn't expect you to finish it so quickly," he remarked with a sense of admiration. "It could have been done faster." Bulma's voice emerged from the receiver, tinged with a hint of complaint. "Huh? What did you say?" "Nothing, son Goku. You can come over now." "Got it. I'll be there shortly," Goku replied, exchanging a few more words before hanging up the phone. "Gohan, the gravity chamber is ready. Let us proceed there immediately," Goku exclaimed, addressing Gohan, who had hurried over upon hearing the commotion. "All right," Gohan responded with enthusiasm as he entered the room to gather his belongings. Chi-Chi, observing the eager father and son duo, contemplated saying something but ultimately held her tongue. She had long ceased to hinder their training endeavors. Although she would encourage Gohan to focus on his studies during his time at home, it was more a source of internal solace for her. She understood that not only did they face formidable foes among the Saiyans, but even greater threats loomed on the horizon. Her husband and son were diligently preparing for these challenges. Ever since Gohan had opened up to her, her worries had not dissipated entirely, yet the resolute demeanor of her son allowed Chi-Chi to transform her anxiety into unwavering support and trust. This was the best she could do. Fortunately, her husband had never disappointed her, and she was confident that her son would follow suit. In West City, at Bulma's residence, Bulma's father, Brief, inquired once more with stubborn persistence. "Bulma, are you truly certain you do not want a sound system?" "Absolutely not. Please don't complicate matters, Dad," Bulma insisted with exasperation. Initially, the development of the gravity chamber had been a joint effort, but once the theoretical foundation was established and the blueprints drawn, Bulma entrusted the construction to her father. She was engrossed in her own project concerning the development of protective suits, which was nearing completion, with only subsequent tests remaining. She had faith that her father would finish the gravity chamber in no time. However, upon witnessing him directing several robots to transport speakers back and forth, she was taken aback. The gravity chamber had been completed days prior, and now Brief was engaged in what he deemed essential final touches, determining the optimal placement for the speakers. He stubbornly believed that a lack of quality music was simply inconceivable. Understanding the situation, Bulma chose to ignore her father and promptly called Goku. Observing her father's disgruntled expression, she felt a sense of helplessness. "Oh, my dear parents, Bulma," I still think Brief's voice echoed once more. "Oh my goodness," Bulma exclaimed, covering her face in exasperation. On the verge of tears. Chapter 50. The gravity training begins a few hours later, in West City. "Bulma, Bulma, we have arrived," Goku shouted as he descended, directing his voice toward Bulma's courtyard. "Goku." Hearing his call, Bulma emerged from the house, only to be taken aback by the imposing figure behind Goku and Gohan. "Is that Piccolo?" Her eyes widened in disbelief as her legs momentarily weakened. What was meant to be a two-word question trembled into 4 syllables. "Goku, why did you bring him along?" Bulma stammered, gripping the robot beside her in shock. She had heard from Chi-Chi that Gohan and Piccolo were training together. Yet that did not mean she could readily accept it, especially with the formidable Demon King standing before her. "Humph." Piccolo cast a glance at Bulma, merely snorting disdainfully without uttering a word. If it weren't for the gravity chamber, he would have preferred to stay away. Bulma seized Goku, hiding behind his back, and furtively glanced at Piccolo, who was beside Gohan. It's all right, Bulma. Piccolo is no longer the Demon King he once was, Goku reassured her, gently patting her shoulder with a smile. Indeed, Aunt Bulma, Uncle Piccolo is a good person, a cheerful voice chimed in. Following Goku's words, Gohan hurried over to comfort Bulma as well. A good person? Piccolo. Bulma trembled as she stole a glance at Piccolo, struggling to reconcile those two words. Yet, as she looked at Goku and Gohan flanking her, her fear began to dissipate. Humph, a troublesome fellow. Was this gravity chamber truly her creation? Piccolo expressed skepticism but chose not to elaborate, well aware that speaking up would only exacerbate the situation. Goku, Gohan, Piccolo, follow me, Bulma said, regaining her composure. The four of them walked along the path, and instinctively, Bulma quickened her pace to take the lead. Soon, they arrived in front of a massive, semicircular structure. Bulma opened the door, and Goku and the others entered without hesitation. The expansive hall was designated for gravity training, even with the three of them. It was more than sufficient. At the far end was a resting area. Mid-sentence, Bulma walked over to the wall, raised her hand, and pressed a few buttons, causing a control panel to emerge. This panel allowed them to adjust the gravity levels, and if needed, summon training robots. However, as she looked at the three before her, her expression turned serious. Goku, you must be cautious. As per your request, the gravity can be set to a maximum of 100 times. However, under such conditions, if your weight is 60 kilograms, it would equate to 6 tons, even for you. Bulma hesitated, glancing at Goku. Rest assured, I want to crank it up to the maximum all at once, Goku replied with a smile. He was there to train, not to court disaster. By the way, Bulma, could you please create another gravity chamber later? It would be great for Krillin and the others to come and train as well, Goku suggested after a moment's thought. Understood. Bulma nodded. Now, focus on your training. I must take my leave. All right. Bulma cast one last glance at the three, maneuvering around Piccolo, and hurriedly exited. Now, Goku, let us commence your training, Piccolo said, turning to Goku after Bulma left. Very well, before the second gravity chamber is constructed, let us have you acclimate to 10 times the gravity for the time being, Goku proposed, pondering for a moment before addressing the two. Subsequently, he approached the control panel and, following Bulma's demonstration, adjusted the gravitational multiplier. Is this the gravity at 10 times? Son Gohan felt a sudden heaviness, causing him to sway involuntarily. In contrast, Piccolo exhibited a more pronounced struggle. He staggered under the weight, nearly falling to the ground. Given that Piccolo's strength was slightly superior to Gohan's at that moment, such a reaction was unexpected. However, the gravity equipment he wore was akin to bearing an additional self. Of course, this did not equate to experiencing a gravity of 20 times. Observing their reactions, Son Goku remarked, previously, on King Kai's planet, it took me over 40 days to initially overcome this tenfold gravity. Yet, considering your current strengths, you should be able to adapt within a week or two. After that, I advise you not to increase the multiplier directly, as it will only lead to fatigue. For the next few months, maintaining the gravity at 10 times should yield better results in your training. After a moment's contemplation, Son Goku addressed them. And what about you, Goku? Piccolo inquired, furrowing his brow. Yes, Dad, didn't you already reach your limit under 10 times gravity? Gohan chimed in. After resting for half a month, although I have trained a bit, my body feels somewhat rusty. It's the perfect opportunity to get some exercise over the next week or two. Son Goku waved his arm nonchalantly. Humph, just some exercise? Piccolo thought, feeling the weighty pressure upon him while Son Goku casually referred to it as mere exercise. Gohan, upon hearing this, felt relieved. He had been concerned that it might affect his father's training progress. All right, you both try to strike at me. I want to see how much strength you can currently muster. Son Goku beckoned to them. I want to hold back. Dad, here I come, exclaimed Gohan and Piccolo simultaneously as they charged towards Son Goku. More than a week later. This isn't good, Piccolo. Your speed still needs improvement. And you, Gohan, why are you so slow? Piccolo is wearing gravity equipment. You should also equip yourself with a set. Son Goku remarked as the three figures blurred together in the gravity training room, engaged in combat. The floor bore faint cracks and scattered remnants of damaged robots, bearing witness to the intensity of their training over this period. Currently, Gohan and Piccolo were on the offensive, while Son Goku primarily served to absorb their attacks and occasionally pointed out their shortcomings. You're doing quite well, nearly matching my expectations. You are starting to adapt to tenfold gravity, Son Goku noted after a while. Just then, the communicator on the wall emitted a series of beeps. Bulma's voice came through, announcing, "Son, the other gravity chamber is ready." Chapter 51. Is the landing site East Capital? Earth, West Capital. In Bulma's residence, the second gravity room, constructed after the first, boasts a size that is precisely double its predecessor. Currently, Piccolo, Gohan, and the recently arrived Krillin, Tien, Kaiatsu, and Yajirobe are engaged in rigorous training under 10 times Earth's gravity. However, Yajirobe has no desire to partake in training. He merely seeks to enjoy a meal, especially since the Senzu beans have recently become a scarce resource. At this moment, there remain 3 weeks until the Scions arrive on Earth. Has Goku commenced his training under 30 times gravity yet? Krillin inquired, wiping the sweat from his brow as he concluded the day's regimen. Casting a glance at the resting Gohan. It should have been a few days ago. Dad seems to have completely mastered the limit of 20 times gravity. He must now be undergoing 30 times gravity training, Gohan responded, nodding thoughtfully. What's the matter, Uncle Krillin? Oh, it's nothing. I was just contemplating how astonishing Goku's physique is. Even under 10 times gravity, I find it exceedingly taxing. It took me a long time to acclimate. And yet, Goku has already begun his training under 30 times gravity. That kid never ceases to amaze me. He was always like this when we were younger, Krillin remarked, gazing through the window towards another gravity chamber in the distance, a sense of nostalgia washing over him. Humph, I wonder how the Scions will manage to flee this time. He mused, a hint of schadenfreude creeping into his smile as he observed Piccolo and the others who were still diligently training. By the way, Gohan, do you know where the Scions are set to land? It seems they will land in East City, Gohan pondered before responding. East City? Isn't that in the countryside? Krillin frowned at this revelation. This could pose a problem. If a battle ensues in the city, innocent lives may be at stake. There's a genuine risk of casualties. Krillin's tone darkened as he contemplated the potential devastation. It's not a possibility, it's a certainty. His words sent a shiver down Gohan's spine. As he recalled the time following the battle with the Scions when he and the others were recuperating in the hospital, during a visit from Bulma. She had inadvertently activated the Scion spaceship remote, triggering an explosion that caused chaos among the reporters covering the situation in East City. Most strikingly, he remembered the reporter's grim description of East City as being nearly obliterated, and he had witnessed the desolate scenes broadcasted on television. It was undoubtedly the work of the Scions. Uncle Krillin, we must devise a plan. Although the reasons remain unclear, the Scions will undoubtedly wreak havoc upon East City upon their arrival. We cannot allow them to land there. Gohan exclaimed, his urgency palpable. However, East City is vast. Even if we manage to intercept their spaceship during descent, we may still be unable to prevent the conflict from spilling into the city, Krillin mused. Concern etched across his face. Moreover, those 2 Scions are not mere puppets. They will not allow us to assault the spaceship without resistance. Krillin pondered for a moment, but could not devise an effective solution. I shall seek out Aunt Bulma. Gohan exclaimed as he flung open the door of the gravity chamber and dashed outside. What has come over Gohan? Tien Shinhan approached, a hint of bewilderment in his tone as he observed Gohan's hasty departure. The impending arrival of the Scions in East City could potentially lead to civilian casualties. With a heavy sigh, Krillin followed suit. Hey, Gohan, why the rush? Gohan hurriedly exited, nearly colliding with Bulma, who had come to summon them for a meal. Fortunately, Gohan noticed her just in time and managed to dodge. Had they collided, Bulma would likely have sustained serious injury. Nevertheless, the sudden scare caused Bulma to sit down abruptly on the ground. Rubbing her sore backside, she expressed her mild annoyance. Oh dear, I'm so sorry, Bulma. However, I happen to have something of great importance to discuss with you. Gohan scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed as he offered his apology. But his expression quickly turned serious as he recalled the matter at hand. What is it? Bulma asked, noticing Gohan's serious demeanor. Is something wrong, Gohan? At that moment, Goku emerged, having heard the commotion. Gohan helped Bulma to her feet, and, glancing at his father and Krillin, quickly conveyed the urgent news. The Scions are set to land in East City, and they are likely to attack directly. We must stop them. With that, Gohan's expression grew grave as he turned to Goku and Bulma. Is this related to your dream? Goku inquired. Gohan nodded affirmatively, observing his son's confirmation. Goku slightly furrowed his brow. Didn't King Kai say that you have far surpassed those 2 Scions? Bulma asked anxiously. That is indeed true. Yet with the level of power the Scions possess, they could easily obliterate a city with but a mere flick of their wrists. We may not be able to apprehend them swiftly enough, Goku contemplated. What if we use the Dragon Balls? Bulma suggested. That won't work, Bulma. The Dragon Balls were utilized over half a year ago to resurrect the farmer slain by Raditz. Krillin interjected, shaking his head to dismiss her proposal. Right. Bulma suddenly recalled that she had personally crafted the freezing capsule for that farmer. Goku, could you not simply use the Kamehameha wave to blast them away? Krillin asked hopefully, looking towards Goku. Although he felt uncertain when discussing it with Gohan, he believed that with Goku's strength, it might be a viable option. Upon hearing Krillin's suggestion, Goku contemplated the likelihood of success. Goku, can you ensure that it will be foolproof? Bulma asked with a serious expression. Although Sun Wukong harbored great confidence in his current abilities, he was acutely aware that this was not the true battlefield, and he could not foresee all possible scenarios. Krillin, events may not unfold as we anticipate, he mused. Moreover, if his body were to be destroyed after death, even the Dragon Balls would be powerless to resurrect him. The more she pondered, the more urgent the situation appeared. Bulma massaged her temples, entering a contemplative state. Given the circumstances, since they could not entirely prevent the eastern capital from being affected by the impending battle, it would be prudent to facilitate the early departure of its inhabitants. We must inform them, Bulma stated softly, tapping her fingers. But how can we ensure their departure, Aunt Bulma? Son Gohan inquired. We can claim that Capsule Corporation has predicted a meteor strike. They do possess a degree of authority in such matters, Bulma replied. However, the responsibility for arranging the evacuation must ultimately rest with the government. Will they believe a warning of a meteor's descent? Krillin questioned. We must reveal part of the truth to the government, Bulma insisted, shaking her head. With only 3 weeks remaining, we must seek an audience with His Majesty the King, she declared, turning to the group. The number of individuals attending need not be excessive. Since we will require Capsule Corporation as a pretext, I shall include myself. Sun Wukong should accompany me as well. If my memory serves me correctly, you defeated Demon King Piccolo in your youth. And I believe the king intended to bestow upon you the Nebula Medal. His Majesty has likely seen you before, and your presence will surely inspire confidence, Bulma concluded, her gaze resting on Sun Wukong as she finalized her choice of companion for the royal meeting. Have I met him? Sun Wukong mused, scratching his head in deep in thought. Perhaps I did. It's been so long that I can't recall who I encountered during my battle with Piccolo. Ultimately, unable to retrieve the memories, he chose to abandon the effort. Very well, then. We shall depart tomorrow morning, Bulma affirmed, feeling a considerable weight lifted from her shoulders. Although 3 weeks was a short span, the government's involvement would facilitate an emergency evacuation, allowing sufficient time. Let us dine first. She beckoned the others towards the dining hall. I'll go summon Yamcha and the others, Krillin announced, heading towards the gravity chamber. Dad, you and Aunt Bulma must persuade His Majesty. Son Gohan, who had been following closely, expressed his concern. Previously, Bulma had mentioned that the Dragon Balls were temporarily unusable, and it was imperative to evacuate the citizens of Eastern Capital, as their lives numbered in the millions. Do not worry, Gohan. Everything will be all right, Sun Wukong reassured his son, ruffling his hair gently. The following morning, Bulma and Sun Wukong rose early and met in the dining hall. After breakfast, Bulma mentioned her need to prepare herself before disappearing from sight. Besides Sun Wukong, his son, Son Gohan, who found it difficult to sleep, had also come over. Sun Wukong sat listlessly in a chair, at a loss for what to do, and turned his head to gaze at his son. Gohan, how much longer until Bulma is ready? He inquired. It should be soon, Son Gohan replied, biting his lip, uncertainty lacing his voice. An hour later, wow, Aunt Bulma, you look stunning, Son Gohan exclaimed in astonishment as Bulma appeared at the doorway. At that moment, Bulma was adorned in a delicate light blue long dress, a refined brooch accentuating her waist and highlighting her exquisite figure. His compliment eased her initial nerves about meeting the king, bringing forth a radiant smile. Her translucent makeup paired with a subtle lipstick, and beneath her smile, her sparkling eyes radiated both vivacity and elegance. Gohan, you have a keen eye? Bulma remarked, her joy interrupted as Sun Wukong urged her to hurry. Bulma, at last. You're ready. Let us set off, Sun Wukong said, stretching his somewhat stiff body and stepping forward. Sun Wukong, you? Bulma shot him a bemused glance, then assessed his attire, only to find he was dressed as he always was, unchanged from his usual garb. Are you really going to wear that? She asked incredulously. What's wrong? This is my new outfit. Sun Wukong replied, tugging at his clothing and sniffing it, puzzled by her reaction. You. Bulma found herself momentarily at a loss for words. Never mind. I suppose this counts as your formal wear. With a resigned hand to her forehead, she abandoned any hope of persuading him to change. All right, let us go. Gohan, are you coming along? She asked, eyeing son Gohan, who stood beside his father. No. I need to continue my training. The Scions will be arriving on Earth shortly. Son Gohan shook his head in refusal. But Bulma, how will you get there? The flying Nimbus can't carry you. Have you truly become a good child? Sun Wukong asked innocently. Bulma took a deep breath and slowly exhaled, feeling a headache coming on. Sun Wukong, you're dependable when it counts, and in the face of crisis, your presence always ignites hope. But this guy can be infuriating at times. Sun Wukong, it's a plane. A plane. Do you not recall modern transportation? You've seen it before when we were searching for the Dragon Balls, Bulma said, exasperation evident in her tone. Realization dawned on Sun Wukong, and he chuckled sheepishly. Generally, their family resided at Baozi Mountain, and aside from the occasional use of a hovercar by Chi-Chi, he had never utilized a plane, relying instead on the Nimbus. After all three of them could ride on the Nimbus, so he had unconsciously overlooked the plane. The trio walked to an open area, where Bulma retrieved a universal capsule, pressed a button, and tossed it to the ground. After a puff of smoke, a four-seater plane emerged before them. Sun Wukong decided to board the aircraft alongside Bulma. With the roaring of the engines, the plane ascended into the sky, leaving behind a long trail of exhaust. Watching the two depart, Gohan turned and made his way toward the gravity room, as he needed to focus on his training. Over an hour later, in the capital city, a solemn and magnificent palace stood at its heart, serving as the epicenter of national politics and the residence of the king. Two guards, clad in light brown military uniforms, stood at attention on either side of the palace entrance. Meanwhile, a few hundred meters away, Sun Wukong and Bulma, having disembarked, approached the entrance. Bulma, why don't we get a bit closer? Sun Wukong inquired softly. That's a matter of courtesy, and getting too close could lead to misunderstandings, Bulma replied. Sun Wukong nodded in agreement. Excuse me, esteemed guests, ahead lies the royal residence. If there is no special business, please refrain from advancing further. One of the guards stepped forward, his demeanor stern as he addressed them. Please do not misunderstand. I am Bulma, the daughter of Dr. Brief from Capsule Corporation. And this is my friend, Sun Wukong. Bulma introduced herself, but was abruptly interrupted as the guard's expression shifted to one of excitement. Are you Mr. Sun Wukong? The one who defeated Demon King Piccolo? He exclaimed. Yes, indeed. I am Sun Wukong. The bewildered figure responded with a smile and a wave. You really do resemble him. The guard exclaimed, turning to his companion. Korn, go fetch the chief guard. He has met Mr. Sun personally. Of course, I'll be right back. Korn replied, his tone laced with enthusiasm as he swiftly departed. Please wait here. The chief guard will arrive shortly. The remaining guard's demeanor softened, his previous sternness replaced with a courteous excitement. What is going on? I haven't even stated our purpose for coming, Bulma mused, glancing at the guard before turning to Sun Wukong. Are you really that famous? Huh, what do you mean? Sun Wukong replied, puzzled by her question. Chapter 53, Your Majesty. Aliens have invaded before long. Korn returned, leading two figures, one tall and one short, behind him. Hearing the footsteps, the guard, who had been conversing with Sun Wukong and Bulma, turned around. Chief Guard, you've arrived, he exclaimed, but his words faltered upon noticing the figure accompanying the chief guard. Is that His Majesty the King? At that moment, Bulma stood in stunned silence, captivated by the elegantly dressed figure radiating a warm demeanor, his face betraying a sense of anticipation. She had imagined that the chief guard would escort them to meet the king, but never expected His Majesty to come directly alongside him to greet Sun Wukong. Bulma glanced over at Sun Wukong, only to find him utterly unresponsive, seemingly unaware of the king's identity. Your Majesty, what brings you here in person? Exclaimed the guard, who had been mid-sentence moments earlier. Jexiu, your task is complete. Return to your post with Cohen. I shall take responsibility for welcoming Mr. Sun and Miss Bulma, the captain of the guards instructed with a wave of his hand. Yes, sir. Jexiu replied loudly. Could it truly be because of Mr. Sun? Cohen and Jexiu exchanged glances, instinctively turning their attention towards Sun Wukong and Bulma. Although these new guards had often heard tales from veterans regarding how Sun Wukong defeated the Demon King Piccolo and saved the world, they were still taken aback by the apparent esteem the king and the captain held for him. However, the unfolding events were no longer within their purview, and they returned to their respective positions, eyes straight ahead. The captain approached, observing the somewhat bewildered expressions of Sun Wukong and Bulma. "You may call me Adam. And this is His Majesty the King," he said, introducing himself and stepping aside to reveal the king behind him. "I remember now. You are the uncle I met when I came back to retrieve the Rui Jingu Bang. So you are the king," Sun Wukong exclaimed, astonished as he pointed at the king, belatedly realizing the truth. "Son, this is His Majesty the King. Do be a bit more polite." Bulma gently prodded Wukong as she whispered a reminder. "Ha ha ha, it's quite all right," the king chuckled, waving his hand dismissively. "If it weren't for Wukong's victory over the Demon King Piccolo, perhaps Adam and I would not be here today to greet you." The king spoke in a relaxed tone, devoid of the airs of authority, a hint of nostalgia creeping into his words as he recalled the past crisis. Yet, this sentiment vanished the moment he laid eyes upon Sun Wukong. "Please, follow me. By the way, you left something here, and it is time I returned it to you," the king said, concluding his statement as Captain Adam gestured, leading the way. As they made their way to the palace, patrolling guards in the distance saluted, their excitement palpable as they gazed at the king and the captain, particularly at the legendary Sun Wukong. "We've seen him. We've seen the real Mr. Sun." Some guards, who had only heard tales of him, were witnessing him in the flesh for the first time. Naturally, they were well trained and did not neglect their duties, even in such an extraordinary situation. "Did I really leave something with you, uncle?" Sun Wukong scratched his head, unable to recall what he might have forgotten. "Many years ago, I intended to award you the Nebula Medal, but upon hearing that you had gone off to train alone, I set that matter aside," the king explained with a smile. "I have heard that you have since married. Is it to Miss Bulma?" The king looked curiously at the two beside him. "Not quite, Your Majesty. Sun Wukong is my dear friend, and his wife is named Chi-Chi," Bulma explained, shaking her head. "Oh, is that so?" The king finally understood their relationship. "Your Majesty, we have come with a matter that requires the government's coordination." Bulma did not hesitate, directly stating the purpose of their visit. "Wukong has saved the people of the world. Whatever you need, I will do my utmost to accommodate." Although the king had yet to hear the specifics of Bulma's request, he had no inclination to refuse. He recognized that Sun Wukong was not a man driven by greed for fame or fortune. Moreover, he trusted that the boy who once saved the world must have encountered genuine difficulties to seek his assistance. Bulma took a deep breath and began to speak slowly. "Your Majesty, approximately a year ago, an extraterrestrial who claimed to be a scion arrived on Earth, declaring his intent to annihilate humanity. His power far surpassed that of the former Demon King Piccolo. Although that scion has since been defeated, he proclaimed before his demise that, 1 year later, 2 even stronger scions would arrive on Earth. We have consulted the fortune teller, and she has confirmed that they will arrive in 3 weeks, with their landing site being East City." At this moment, the king and Captain Adam halted in astonishment, gazing at Bulma and her companion. "You say aliens are coming to attack Earth?" the king inquired uncertainly. "Yes, Your Majesty," Bulma affirmed with a nod. To be honest, the king was still somewhat bewildered. Had it not been for the presence of Sun Wukong and Bulma, he might have dismissed them. Yet, standing before him was Bulma, the illustrious scientist Brief's daughter and founder of Capsule Corporation, alongside Wukong, the hero who had saved his life, and even the world. These two had no reason to come merely to jest with him. The king forced himself to digest this astonishing news, falling into a momentary silence. "Your Majesty, if the scions land directly in East City, the aftermath of the battle will undoubtedly harm innocent people. Therefore, we seek the government's assistance in notifying and arranging for the evacuation of the citizens of East City. As for the pretext, to avoid causing a panic, we can simply state that Capsule Corporation has detected a meteorite set to fall in East City." Observing the silent king, Bulma continued. "The fortune teller you mentioned? Your Majesty, she is a witch from the Western Desert, possessing the gift of divination." Captain Adam reminded the king. "Your Majesty, the fortune teller's predictions are never wrong," Bulma added in affirmation. The king nodded. "So, is it true that extraterrestrials will come to Earth?" At this point, the king was convinced to a significant extent. The notification for the evacuation poses no issue. However, the adversary you speak of is far more formidable than the legendary Demon King Piccolo. Goku, The king has not uttered a foolish proposal to deploy the military. In the face of the former demon king Piccolo, the national army was akin to mere toys, easily manipulated, let alone against the current foe. The king gazed at Sun Wukong with a glimmer of hope in his eyes. Chapter 54. Piccolo is a good person. Fear not, dear king. Those two are no match for me, Sun Wukong replied with a carefree smile. In due time, they may not even be able to contend with Piccolo. The king blinked, momentarily doubting his own ears. Piccolo, compared to the king, the captain of the guards, who had been listening to their conversation, reacted more directly, exclaiming in shock. Clearly, the shadow cast by the enigmatic scion paled in comparison to the terror instilled by the demon King Piccolo. Wukong, are you referring to the Piccolo King? The king inquired cautiously. Ah, yes. Piccolo will also partake in the battle against the scions, Sun Wukong responded, oblivious to the king's concerns. What? You mean that Piccolo is still alive? And will participate in this battle? Upon hearing Sun Wukong's words, the king's countenance darkened, as he vividly recalled the terror that the demon King Piccolo had once unleashed. Even now, the mere thought of it sent shivers down his spine. Ouch! Bulma, why are you pinching me? Sun Wukong exclaimed in pain, casting a pained glance at Bulma beside him. Be quiet, Bulma urged in a hushed tone, shooting him an exasperated look. Your Majesty, there is no need for concern. This Piccolo is not the same as the former demon king. He is akin to the child of the old Piccolo. It is a complex story, but suffice it to say that Piccolo is now, well, a good person. Bulma's mind conjured the cold, green visage of Piccolo, and with a hint of helplessness, she defended him to the king and his attendants. A good person? The king and the captain exchanged glances, their expressions laced with uncertainty and apprehension. Indeed, Piccolo has truly transformed into a good person, Bulma affirmed earnestly with a nod toward the two. The king inhaled deeply as he regarded Sun Wukong and Bulma before him. The descendant of the demon king Piccolo is a good person? How absurd. However, compared to the notion of Capsule Corporation and Sun Wukong becoming accomplices to the demon king Piccolo, the possibility of his descendant being virtuous seems somewhat more plausible. Perhaps, he has been influenced by Wukong's inherent goodness. It appears that Wukong has exerted considerable effort in the moral education of Piccolo's lineage. Observing Sun Wukong's approving expression toward Bulma's words, the king formulated his own conjecture. Shaking his head slightly, the king, overwhelmed by a series of revelations in such a short span, opted not to dwell on it any longer. So, what you require from the government is merely the evacuation and reassurance of the citizens of Kodo. The king inquired, regaining his composure. Indeed, while the scions are no match for Lord Sun, even the aftermath of battle poses an unbearable burden for ordinary people. Your Majesty, I implore you to promptly arrange for the evacuation of the populace in the central capital. As for temporary shelters and provisions, should the government require assistance, the Capsule Corporation may extend its support to a certain extent. After a moment's contemplation, Bulma added, Haha, Miss Bulma. It is indeed a rare privilege that you and Goku have come to inform us of the impending arrival of the scions. Ensuring the safety of the citizens and providing universal aid in extraordinary circumstances is inherently the government's duty. You need not concern yourself with this, the king replied, dismissing Bulma's well-meaning offer with a wave of his hand. In light of this, we can rest assured. There are approximately 3 weeks until the scions arrive. So I urge you to act swiftly, Your Majesty. Bulma felt a sense of relief following the king's formal response, and she reminded him once more. The king nodded in acknowledgement and then turned to the two. Is it possible, to broadcast the situation on the battlefield through electronic devices? Perhaps it is best not to alarm the citizens with this information, Bulma advised. Our intention in seeking your audience is not only to prevent casualties, but also to shield the common folk from this knowledge, lest it incite panic. You have misunderstood my intent. I merely wish to relay the battlefield conditions to the palace. After all, this is a crisis facing Earth. Although we may be powerless to resist, as the king, I must at least know who our adversaries are, the king lamented, his tone tinged with melancholy. The last encounter with the tyrant Piccolo had rendered the might of the state utterly feeble. Once again, it seemed that his role as king was relegated to logistical matters. Undoubtedly, maintaining stability among the populace is of utmost importance. Yet, in the face of formidable foes, the state's assurances of safety for its citizens appear woefully inadequate. The king sighed deeply, his heart heavy with the weight of concern for his people's safety. At that moment, Bulma turned her gaze to Goku. It would be wise not to send personnel to the battlefield, Goku suggested, shaking his head thoughtfully. Is that so? The king's voice faltered, revealing his disappointment at the prospect of being unable to even observe the enemy. But surely, we could utilize drones for a broadcast. Suddenly, Bulma, who had felt momentarily trapped in a corner, clapped her hands in realization. Drones? Would they operate autonomously? Is that technically feasible? The king initially looked surprised, but then his eyes sparkled with anticipation. Well, there is some control involved, akin to piloting a remote-controlled aircraft. By incorporating monitoring equipment and expanding the signal reception range, the operators could manage it from the palace, Bulma explained with ease. Is such a device truly achievable? You are remarkable, Bulma, Goku exclaimed, his voice filled with wonder. It's no great feat when you were a child, vanquishing the Red Ribbon Army. I constructed a reconnaissance aircraft to observe you, Bulma replied, her confident smile revealing her expertise. The Red Ribbon Army? Goku, did you truly defeat them in the past? The king interjected. Indeed, that was a matter from my childhood. Sun Wukong nodded in acknowledgement. No wonder I have not heard news of the Red Ribbon Army in recent years. It turns out you, Wukong, have vanquished them. The king murmured, gazing blankly at Sun Wukong. It was Wukong who intervened to save the world during the reign of Demon King Piccolo. This time, he and Bulma have come to inform me of the impending arrival of the Saiyans. I never imagined that the once dreaded Red Ribbon Army, which had been a source of great concern, was also eliminated by Wukong. The burden on the king's heart suddenly lifted considerably. Wukong, please leave the evacuation of the citizens to the government. However, the safety of the earth is once again in your hands, the king said solemnly. Looking at the confident Sun Wukong, his spirits greatly uplifted. Rest assured, Uncle King. Sun Wukong's voice resonated with the warmth of the sun. Chapter 55, The Eve of Battle. Father and son fishing half an hour later. Your Majesty, Mr. Wukong and Miss Bulma have been gone for quite some time, the captain of the guards, Adam, gently reminded, observing the king lost in thought, staring at the palace gates. Oh, right. Wukong and the others have indeed left, the king replied, his gaze flickering. His voice tinged with a sense of melancholy, as he processed the overwhelming information he had received in such a short span of time. The arrival of Sun Wukong and Bulma brought news of the impending Saiyan invasion. Faced with this sudden crisis, as the highest authority of the nation, he found himself utterly powerless. This feeling had not surfaced since the last time Demon King Piccolo invaded the palace. It was truly bewildering to think that the once terrifying demon's son would now become a defender of Earth. He would never have believed it if not for Wukong's visit. The king furrowed his brow, attempting to organize his chaotic thoughts. Yes, arrangements must be made. The evacuation of the citizens in the eastern capital must be prioritized. The king smoothed his furrowed brow and turned to the waiting captain of the guards. Time was of the essence. He needed to coordinate with the nearby cities to facilitate the first batch of evacuees. Communication with Capsule Corporation regarding the news of the meteorite's descent was essential. He needed to arrange emergency disaster relief tents, food, and water. Mid-sentence, the king abruptly halted, tapping his forehead in mild frustration. What am I even telling you this for? Go summon the ministers to the palace. I need to convene an emergency meeting. Yes, the captain of the guards, who had been intently listening to the king's musings, responded loudly. Just then, the captain took long strides, quickly departing. Wait, the king called after him, deep in thought. Is there something else you require, Your Majesty? The captain turned back at the sound of the king's voice. Send some others to the dwelling of that fortune-telling old woman to inquire about the Saiyans. The king instructed after a moment of contemplation. To the fortune-teller, Your Majesty? Do you doubt Mr. Wukong and the others? The captain asked, somewhat puzzled. The king shook his head in response. Not at all. I merely wish to gain a deeper understanding of the adversaries that our planet must confront. Additionally, I intend to investigate the current circumstances of renowned martial artists across the nation. I recall there was a contest known as the world's greatest martial arts tournament, correct? The king pondered for a moment before seeking confirmation from the captain of the guards. Indeed, Your Majesty. The world's greatest martial arts tournament was organized by a wealthy patron to determine the foremost martial artist in the realm. Following the patron's demise, the event has been overseen by a foundation he established during his lifetime, continuing for over a century now. Adam, the captain of the guards, had previously delved into the folklore surrounding martial contests, making him well acquainted with this particular tournament. Aside from the world's greatest martial arts tournament, Please investigate the other significant competitions and their top-performing contestants. Understood, Your Majesty, the captain replied respectfully, yet he did not make an immediate departure. After a moment of contemplation, the king spoke again. Remember to summon the Minister of the Armament Department. The king had intended to discuss the development of high-damage weaponry during the meeting. However, he recalled the futility of their finest arms when faced with the formidable King Piccolo during the palace's downfall, rendering his proud arsenal as ineffective as mere toys. He halted mid-sentence, reconsidering. Very well, let us call him forth. The king's tone was tinged with weariness, imbued with a sense of feeble expectation as he commanded, proceed. At once, Your Majesty. The sound of melodious birdsong graced the air, and as a small shadow flitted across the azure sky, the king gazed upon the radiant day, his thoughts drifting back to Goku's resolute words. Yet, reflecting on the nation's frail military capabilities, the king's mood oscillated between hope and despair. 3 months had passed, neither particularly long nor short, and the evacuation of the populace from the eastern capital was proceeding methodically. With the endorsement of the Capsule Corporation and the coordination of the state, the operation had largely avoided significant turmoil. Nevertheless, progress remained less than satisfactory. A team dispatched to the residence of the fortune-telling elder was informed by the lingering spirits that she had embarked on a journey to the underworld. However, they did manage to confirm the veracity of the Scion invasion. The king merely felt a tinge of regret as he yearned to acquire more information about the invaders. After all, he did not suspect that Goku would deceive him. Moreover, the development of weaponry was underway, though tangible results would not manifest within mere months. In contrast to breakthroughs in weaponry, he found himself placing greater hope in the martial artists of Earth. Regrettably, the results of his inquiries revealed that those famed martial artists were not as formidable as he had envisioned. Compared to Goku and his companions, the other martial artists fell woefully short. Yet, this revelation did not overly surprise the king. After all, if they had all been as powerful as Goku and his allies, there would have been no need for only Goku and Tien to thwart King Piccolo in the past. Time swiftly passed, and now it was the eve of the Scion's arrival on Earth. At this moment, Goku, who bore the weight of the king's expectations, was leisurely fishing alongside Gohan at Mount Pozu. However, in contrast to leisurely fishing, he preferred to plunge directly into the water to catch fish. Thus, with the fishing rod propped before him, he engaged in conversation with son Gohan, while son Wukong, sprawled on the grass, had already succumbed to slumber. Observing his father in such peaceful repose, son Gohan felt no disappointment. Rather, the gentle breeze that caressed the surroundings filled his heart with an extraordinary tranquility. Consequently, he too succumbed to the comfort of sleep. Before long, a voice pierced the tranquility. Wukong, Gohan, so this is where you are. Startled awake, son Gohan blinked groggily at Krillin, who stood nearby. What brings you here? He inquired, still dazed. Oh, nothing much. Just a bit anxious about tomorrow's battle, Krillin admitted candidly, revealing that he had come to seek solace. 3 days prior, son Wukong and son Gohan had ceased their training. As Wukong had stated, after such prolonged exertion, it was essential to allow the body some relaxation. In the past couple of days, the other companions had also begun to rest in preparation for the impending conflict. Suddenly cast adrift in idleness, Krillin found himself at a loss and, feeling unsettled, made his way to Baozi Mountain. At that moment, son Wukong stirred awake and regarded his somewhat distracted friend. Stay sharp, Krillin, do not fret. However, Wukong's words did little to ease Krillin's concerns. You make it sound easy. If only I possessed your strength. Krillin lamented, his brow furrowed, aware that in the clash of deities, the innocent often suffer. He had dreams of marriage to consider. Nonetheless, despite his complaints, he would not shy away from the impending battle. Rest assured, Krillin, I will protect you, son Wukong asserted, sitting upright and gazing earnestly at Krillin. Who needs your protection? Krillin began, but then, recalling his own brush with death and the happiness that lay ahead, he could not muster the bravado. Being protected by Wukong? That's not shameful. Uncle Krillin, why is your face so flushed? Are you unwell? Meanwhile, Krillin, having convinced himself, found his thoughts drifting to his own lifelong commitments. Observing Krillin's slightly reddened face, son Gohan leaned in with concern. What? I'm not embarrassed. Krillin stammered, flustered by the unexpected scrutiny. Oh, son Gohan responded, somewhat bewildered. Wukong, weren't you two here to fish? Where's the bait? The fish? Krillin, diverting the conversation, glanced around and noticed two empty buckets, momentarily forgetting his embarrassment. Huh, Gohan, where's our bait? Sun Wukong scratched his head, looking puzzled. Father, don't you remember? We were talking so loudly that the fish in the lake devoured all the bait and swam away. Then you kept changing the bait. Did you two come just to feed the fish? Krillin remarked, lightly teasing the father and son duo. Ha ha ha. Indeed, a fishing rod proves much less effective than a tail. Sun Wukong felt no embarrassment. Compared to the tranquility of fishing, he preferred the straightforwardness of catching fish with his own hands. Moreover, his companionship with Son Gohan during this fishing trip was primarily to help his son unwind. Whether they caught fish or not was of secondary importance. Suddenly, a soft growl emanated from Sun Wukong's stomach, clearly indicating his discontent with the previous notion. He found himself reminiscing about his tail. Rising to his feet, he shed his clothing entirely, preparing to plunge into the lake to address the dilemma of dinner. Going hungry was simply not an option. Come on, Gohan, Krillin. Let us see who can catch the biggest fish. Sun Wukong called out to his companions. I'd rather not. Krillin began to decline. But a gentle push from behind by Son Gohan sent him stumbling forward. In a swift motion, Sun Wukong reached out and pulled Krillin into the lake. All right, Krillin. Let us catch some fish. Chi-Chi's culinary skills are exceptional. Coughing as he emerged from the water, Krillin heard Sun Wukong's voice. Just as he contemplated expressing his frustration, he was met with Sun Wukong's beaming smile. This guy, Krillin thought, suddenly understanding Sun Wukong's intention. Was he trying to prevent him from worrying? Humph, I won't be outdone by you, Krillin said, attempting to sound resolute. Yet by now, he could no longer see Sun Wukong's figure. Splashing sounds echoed as, moments later, Sun Wukong's head resurfaced. Come quickly, I've found several big ones. He shouted excitedly at the others. Indeed, it seemed he had merely been hungry. Krillin squinted, looking at Sun Wukong with mild disdain. Whatever, he muttered, taking a deep breath before diving underwater. I'm coming, Dad. On the shore, Son Gohan, clad only in shorts, watched the two in the lake, feeling a sense of ease and joy as he leapt into the water after them. The following day in East City, a place typically bustling with life, was now enveloped in silence. Hey, Wukong, Gohan, Krillin, you all arrived early. Yamcha, Tien, and Kaiatsu descended one after another on a small hill to the south of East City. Spotting Sun Wukong and the others waiting, Yamcha greeted them. We just got here not long ago, Sun Wukong replied, stepping forward. Where's Piccolo? Is he too timid to show up? Yamcha jested, scanning the area for Piccolo. Yamcha, look over there, Tien said, tapping Yamcha on the shoulder and nodding slightly. Following Tien's gaze, Yamcha noticed Piccolo, clad in a white robe, standing on a steep cliff not far away, gazing into the distant sky. This guy, Yamcha muttered. Gohan, today is indeed the day, right? Tien asked, looking over at the focused Son Gohan. That's right, Uncle Tien. It's today, Son Gohan affirmed with a nod. Unless unforeseen circumstances arise, the Scions should be arriving soon. With the answer in hand, Tien ceased his words, standing beside Chaozu and centering his energy. As the impending battle loomed, he knew he might not be a match for the two Scions, yet as a martial artist, his pride forbade any retreat. Meanwhile, beyond the confines of Earth, the spacecraft of Vegeta and Nappa trailed long streams of light as they hurtled toward their destination. Inside the vessel, Vegeta and his companion remained in slumber. My son, the dignity of a Scion shall never be trampled. Unbeknownst to him, Vegeta had slipped into a dream. In this dream, he was but a child, listening to his father narrate the details of his rebellion plan. Suddenly, the figure of King Vegeta faded into nothingness. Vegeta found himself, at an undetermined moment, in the conference room of Frieza's base. Oh ho ho ho, Vegeta, I must share with you some regrettable news. Just moments ago, planet Vegeta suffered a catastrophic meteor strike. Your father, King Vegeta, and your kin have perished as a result. The voice of Frieza echoed from the infant pod, laced with a hint of sorrow. However, the loyalty of the Scions is commendable. I trust you will transform this sorrow into a driving force for the Frieza Force. Surely, your deceased father would have thought the same. You shall remain loyal, won't you, Vegeta? Frieza maneuvered the infant pod closer to Vegeta, his cold yet elegant voice lingering in the air. According to memory, Vegeta should have knelt on one knee in a gesture of loyalty at this moment. Yet, inexplicably, a surge of fury ignited within his chest. Damn it. In the dream, Vegeta glared at Frieza, a curse escaping his lips. With a sudden roar in the dream, Vegeta jolted awake in the spacecraft, his anger still simmering. Instinctively, he took a deep breath. Beep beep. Destination, Earth. Arrival time, 3 minutes remaining. The machine's alert chimed at the perfect moment. Chapter 57. Depart. Goku's counsel strangely. The time should be nearing. It was odd that not only the Science, but even that a Chirobe fellow had yet to arrive. Fidgeting with a leaf in his hand. A somewhat bored Yamcha sensed the surrounding energy, murmuring his thoughts aloud. Are you referring to Uncle Chirobe, Yamcha? Hearing Yamcha's voice, Gohan approached. That guy. He wouldn't just have no intention of coming, would he? Krillin chimed in from beside Yamcha, leaning against a rock, his leg casually bouncing. That's not it, Uncle Krillin. Earlier, when I went to fetch the Senza beans, I overheard Uncle Chirobe mention that Master Karen, while probing the lower realm through the water urn. Had heard my father conversing with Uncle Piccolo. Uncle Yachirobe remarked that since father was confident of victory, he wouldn't come to overshadow him. Standing firm, Son Gohan softly explained to the two individuals before him. TSK, Gohan, you are still quite naive, Krillin observed, shaking his finger as he gazed at the innocent Son Gohan, preparing to impart some wisdom about adult discourse. All right, everyone, enough idle chatter. Our adversaries have arrived. At that moment, Son Goku's voice resonated, interrupting their conversation. What? They've arrived already? Goku's words instantly heightened the previously relaxed nerves of Krillin and the others. Following Goku's gaze, they turned to the clear sky in the distance. In the next instant, they all sensed two formidable energies swiftly approaching Earth. Indeed, these are two incredibly strong powers, though one is significantly more potent than the other. Krillin murmured, attuned to the overwhelming presence. Beside him, Yamcha furrowed his brow and interjected, remarkable. Even before the battle begins, their energy is already this formidable. Given that the Scions currently do not suppress their power like we do, the energy they exhibit must reflect their true capabilities, albeit not excessively stronger. However, we must remain vigilant regarding the Scion's great ape transformation, Gohan cautioned, recalling memories from his dreams. It seemed that this battle might be somewhat less daunting. Tianjinhan, who was on high alert, felt a bit reassured upon hearing their conversation. Let us consider this a rehearsal before the true battle. However, we must not let our guard down. Since our encounter with Demon King Piccolo years ago, we haven't engaged in genuine combat. Especially you, Gohan, he continued, regarding battle experience. Your previous encounter with Raditz was rather underwhelming. You still need to accumulate real combat experience, understand? As the battle loomed nearer, Son Goku's tone grew somber. He glanced at Piccolo in the distance before turning to instruct his son. I understand, Dad. I will do my best. Gohan affirmed with a determined nod. Unbeknownst to them, wisps of cloud began to form in the sky, mirroring the rising tension among the group. Suddenly, two intensely bright white orbs pierced the heavens, trailing long streaks of flame due to their incredible speed as they crashed straight into the East City skyline. Boom, boom, as plumes of smoke erupted skyward. The resounding explosions echoed far and wide, accompanied by the distant sounds of collapsing structures. Fortunately, the citizens had been evacuated recently, leaving the East City streets and buildings deserted. Let us go, Goku declared, propelling himself toward the city. The others swiftly followed suit, soaring into the air. As the spacecraft descended, a sense of peculiarity enveloped the scene. This should be a city, yet there is not a soul in sight, Ba remarked, surveying the empty streets, where only the wind whistled through the deserted avenues. Did you truly believe that our spaceship was merely a falling meteor, scaring everyone away? What a primitive race, ha ha ha. Deep-rooted biases led that Nappa to conjure up a reason, and he followed it up with mindless laughter. The fool Vegeta cast a sidelong glance at Nappa, somewhat speechless. Surveying the eerily desolate and silent city, Vegeta furrowed his brow. How peculiar that such a vast city could be devoid of life. What am I thinking? Is there truly a threat lurking on this planet? Even if Kakarot has grown stronger, he is certainly no match for me. When the time comes, I shall simply extract the secrets of his newfound power from him. With that thought dissipating, Vegeta raised his hand to activate the scouter. Beep beep. Someone is approaching. Observing the readout on the scouter, Vegeta spoke in a low voice. 127. A total of 7 individuals, with power levels ranging from 1500 to 2000. Nappa, who had also activated his scouter, recognized the situation. They are coming. Following the scouter's guidance, Vegeta looked up. In the sky, The figures of Son Goku and his companions descended slowly from the distance. That little brat is a scion. Vegeta surveyed the descending group, quickly focusing on Son Gohan. It was simply that the slightly swaying tail behind Son Gohan was too conspicuous. So, the one in front must be Kakarot? Odd. Where has that brat's tail gone? That's right, Dad, it's those two. The shorter one is Vegeta, and the bald one is Nappa. While Vegeta was still pondering, Son Gohan glanced at the two of them and quietly confirmed with Son Goku beside him. Son Goku nodded slightly, and then took a few steps toward Vegeta and Nappa. Although it seems so, I must confirm. If I were to tell you two to leave Earth, you wouldn't listen, would you? Son Goku asked with a serious expression. Kakarot, did that Raditz fellow not inform you that our next target for attack is Earth? While this planet's civilization is quite primitive, its environment is rather pleasant. It should fetch a good price. Vegeta regarded Son Goku before him, speaking in an unperturbed tone. Son Goku shook his head. Kakarot, my name is Son Goku. You are not my match. Leave while you are still unscathed. Observing the two before him, seemingly unfazed, Son Goku urged them once more, his expression earnest. Kakarot. What jest is this? Even if you have augmented your strength, do you truly believe it is sufficient to surpass me? Ridiculous. You've even lost the Scion emblem. Your tail. It seems you have blended in quite well with the inhabitants of this planet, Vegeta remarked, as if he had heard the greatest joke, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Although he speculated that Earth might possess some means to enhance its strength, he still did not believe that the current Sun Wukong could defeat him. Moreover, the opponent had already removed his tail. It was strange. How had Kakarot's power level diminished to a mere 1856? As he fiddled with the detector, Nappa remarked with surprise. Use your brain, Nappa. Have you forgotten that these beings can control their own battle power? Upon hearing Nappa's words, Vegeta's expression remained unchanged, and he turned to Sun Wukong with a mocking smile. Unleash all your strength, unless you wish to fall in the very first round. Vegeta's tone carried a subtle taunt. Vegeta, leave Kakarot to you. Allow me to deal with the others first. After sleeping for so long, my body is nearly rusted. Nappa grinned wickedly at those behind Sun Wukong, shaking his hands. He struggled to suppress the itchiness of his fists. Do as you wish. Kakarot's battle power should exceed Nappa's, but that's fine. I'll postpone my battle with this little fellow and observe whether the inhabitants of Earth possess any peculiar traits. Vegeta's gaze drifted past Sun Wukong and landed on Gohan and his companions. Is that a Namekian? Scanning the area, Vegeta noticed Piccolo. How curious. What brings a Namekian to Earth? Vegeta retreated and leaned against a rock, pondering in silence. Hey, Kakarot, you are Vegeta's prey. Step aside. Nappa twisted his wrist and stepped forward. Hey, you Earthlings at the back, come play with your esteemed Nappa. Nappa shouted arrogantly at Gohan and the others. Scum, thought the self-important fool. Among the crowd, Piccolo's expression turned cold, and he prepared to step forward. Wait, Piccolo, let me take the first shot. Yamcha quickly moved ahead, bypassing Piccolo. What a joke. I could handle that kind of guy alone, Piccolo scoffed. I've finally got a chance to fight. Please, let me. Yamcha chuckled lightly, a rare serious demeanor on his face. Indeed, Piccolo, let Yamcha go first. It will be an excellent opportunity to test the opponent's strength, Krillin said while holding back Piccolo. If you end up losing your life, I won't take responsibility, Piccolo coldly retorted, stepping back. Ignoring Piccolo's taunt, Yamcha was amused by Krillin's comment. Hey, test the strength? Krillin, your words are rather unpleasant. Yamcha quipped as he walked over to Sun Wukong. Yamcha, you want to go first? Sun Wukong asked, turning his head. That little shrimp shouldn't be your match, right, Wukong? Yamcha nodded, posing a rhetorical question. No problem, don't worry, Sun Wukong replied with a relaxed expression. That's great. Since that's the case, let's begin. It's been a while since I've fought. Be cautious. That big fellow is quite strong, Sun Wukong advised as he observed Yamcha, who was eager to engage. Yamcha waved his hand and stepped out. Is it once again Uncle Yamcha who takes the lead in battle? Observing Yamcha's figure as he strides towards Nappa, Gohan's gaze flickers with a hint of concern. Reflecting on their recent training together, the group has developed a certain understanding of each other's strengths. In Gohan's perception, Yamcha's current prowess is on par with the towering figure of Nappa. However, the sight of Yamcha's back inevitably conjures memories of his tragic fate in Gohan's dreams, an image from which he finds it hard to erase. Dad, Uncle Yamcha. Gohan hesitates, glancing at his retreating father. Do not worry, Gohan. Yamcha has faced numerous battles. Goku reassures him, gently patting Gohan's shoulder. Sensing Gohan's unease, Goku remains relatively untroubled, largely because he has not witnessed the horrors of Yamcha's fate in Gohan's dreams. Furthermore, he is confident in Yamcha's recent training achievements. After all, despite Yamcha's early eliminations in the previous World Martial Arts Tournament against formidable opponents, it does not imply that he is weak. As Goku surveys the arena, Yamcha has already reached Naba. Gohan's attention shifts, and he feels a tightening in his chest. Humph, have you already determined the order of your demise? Naba sneers at Yamcha, disdain etched across his face, although he is aware that Earthlings can conceal their true strength. The readings from the previous detector indicated a power level exceeding 1,000. How much could he possibly hide? Demise? Do I appear that feeble? Yamcha retorts with a self-deprecating smile, then swiftly takes a stance, one hand poised in front with fingers slightly bent, the other raised behind him. I cannot perceive your strength, little insect. Naba scoffs, narrowing his eyes as he bellows. Before his roar can fade, Naba lunges forward, his massive hand aimed at what he dismissively calls a little insect, seemingly intent on crushing Yamcha in a single blow. Faced with this sudden attack, Yamcha's expression shifts slightly, yet he remains rooted in place. What? Naba exclaims in astonishment as he realizes his grasp has met only air, his hand passing straight through Yamcha, leaving behind only a slowly dissipating afterimage. If this is the extent of your strength, you cannot hope to defeat me, foolish giant. What? When did this happen? Naba exclaims, swiftly turning around to the sound of Yamcha's voice. Calmly, Yamcha stands a few paces behind Naba. Damn it, when did you sneak behind me? Naba voices his bewilderment, caught off guard. Witnessing Yamcha's relaxed demeanor, Naba's fury begins to boil. As a superior warrior of the Science, how could he allow himself to be toyed with by someone he deemed insignificant? Unforgivable. Driven by rage, Naba charges toward the insect before him. Die! With a thunderous roar, Naba unleashed another powerful punch, one that surpassed his previous strikes. This time, Yamcha did not evade. Instead, he raised his hand slightly, and in a flash, he firmly grasped Naba's fist. With a resounding shout, he steadied himself against the force of the blow and executed a swift motion with his hands. Before Naba could react, he felt an overwhelming force surge through him, compelling his body to spin like a top. In that fleeting moment, Yamcha took advantage of the momentum and flung Naba away, sending him spiraling through the air as if lashed by a whip. A tremendous crash echoed as Naba's robust form collided with a small building, toppling it effortlessly. However, before the dust could settle, a blinding flash erupted, and amidst the dispersing energy, the recently struck building was obliterated. Damn it! Damn lowly race! Naba seethed, fixating his furious gaze on Yamcha from afar. He had never experienced such rage, veins bulging as he seethed. I will kill you. With a powerful thrust, he propelled himself forward, the ground fracturing beneath his feet from the sheer force. He rocketed towards Yamcha like a cannonball. Naba, calm down. You can defeat him, Vegeta admonished. Witnessing Naba being consumed by fury. Chapter 59. The instinctive advantages and disadvantages. Realizing his impulsiveness, Naba halted midair, the anger that surged through him dissipating as Vegeta's reprimand penetrated his thoughts. It was my error to be thrown off by this insect's attack. However, you shall not have such good fortune next. Experience true terror, for I possess great power. Now slightly calmer, Naba's gaze returned to Yamcha, a sinister grin spreading across his face. Meanwhile, Vegeta, observing the seemingly composed Naba, felt far from reassured. He noted Goku's demeanor across the battlefield, which bore no surprise. It appeared everything was unfolding as he had anticipated. Naba, that stubborn fool may not actually be a match for this Yamcha after all, Vegeta mused with frustration. He is merely a pawn sent to test our strength. Kakarot, to what extent has your power grown? It truly piques my interest. His gaze flickered towards Goku, lost in contemplation, while Naba's foul mood transformed into one of eager anticipation for an increase in strength. Dad, Uncle Yamcha really is something, Gohan exclaimed, finally releasing the breath he had been holding as he observed the battlefield. I told you, Yamcha is quite formidable. Goku ruffled Gohan's hair, his tone lighthearted. Indeed. Gohan blinked and nodded. Increasing strength, huh? Well then, it's time I reveal my true abilities. On the battlefield, Yamcha listened to Naba's fierce words without displaying any semblance of fear as he had hoped, wiping his nose with the back of his hand. He instead spoke with a hint of embarrassment. What? Are you saying you haven't shown your true abilities until now? What a jest. Upon hearing Yamcha's words, Naba, though somewhat intimidated, retorted loudly, Hey, whether it's a joke or not, we'll know once we spar. With that, Yamcha assumed a stance unlike his previous one. This time, he slightly bent his upper body, his hands forming claw-like shapes, one in front and the other behind his chest. The soles of his shoes scraped against the ground, producing a series of soft sounds. Although the intensity of their auras was comparable, the sheer physical strength of this giant was formidable. A simple exchange of blows would likely yield no results. He had no choice but to resort to this tactic. Yamcha's gaze flickered, his entire being poised for action. Meanwhile, outside the battlefield, Krillin, intently observing the match, recognized Yamcha's stance as reminiscent of his new Wolf Fang Fist technique. He had employed this move during the World Martial Arts Tournament. In contrast to Krillin, Tien, who had previously faced this technique, reacted a moment faster. But wasn't that move countered by Tien? Den, beside Tien, voiced his confusion. It's different. That guy Naba may not have a stronger aura than Yamcha, but his physical prowess and strength are definitely superior. Yamcha is likely trying to exploit speed to find an opening, Tien explained. Oh, I see, Den nodded, turning his attention back to the duel. Humph, all talk and no action, I'll knock your teeth out. With that, Naba prepared to launch another attack. However, Yamcha was swifter. Where did he go? Naba, extending his finger to unleash a wide-range energy explosion, looked up only to find Yamcha's figure had vanished from sight. Naba, he is above you. Vegeta's voice thundered as he alerted Naba. What? Naba quickly glanced upward, only to find Yamcha had somehow positioned himself directly above him. New Wolf Fang Fist. Like a wolf's howl, Yamcha shouted and then pounced from the sky. A relentless barrage of attacks descended upon Naba like a torrential storm. True to his reputation as an elite Scion warrior, Naba's extensive experience in life and death battles enabled him to block the initial onslaught at the critical moment. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of their clashes echoed incessantly in the ears of the spectators. Yamcha did not underestimate his opponent. The prior exchanges not only allowed him to gauge Naba's strength, but also gave him insight into his fighting habits. To put it simply, the combat style of the Scions resembled Yamcha's own prior instincts, more closely aligned with their primal nature. This was not to say it was a flaw. On the contrary, due to their numerous battles, the Scions had developed a unique fighting system, their techniques particularly fierce. However, a critical issue arises when an individual endures an opponent's assault and subsequently reacts. The involvement of consciousness is paramount. Particularly, the interference of subjective emotions can significantly alter the fluidity of one's techniques, leading to superfluous movements, a phenomenon that the teachings of Master Roshi and the Supreme Kai ardently seek to circumvent. It is essential to entrust all external responses to instinct, while allowing consciousness to guide the direction and emphasis of both offense and defense, achieving a state of tranquility akin to the sky, swifter than lightning. And transforming one's mindset into a void remains an elusive aspiration. Nevertheless, seasoned martial artists regard this as the ultimate goal, capable of avoiding unnecessary movements based on their experiences. This, of course, necessitates continuous reflection and repeated evaluations following practical combat. Yet such proficiency is evidently lacking in the currently brash and aggressive Nappa. Yamcha's strategy of employing speed against slowness clearly aims to compel his opponent into hasty reactions, thereby amplifying the likelihood of exposing vulnerabilities. And now, that vulnerability has been seized by Yamcha. Amidst the chaotic exchanges between the two, Yamcha capitalizes on a fleeting moment, delivering a fierce claw strike to Nappa's face, causing him to stagger backward. Seizing the opportunity, Yamcha leaps into the air, executing a kick aimed at the nape of Nappa's neck. With unwavering focus on his target, Yamcha believes that if this strike connects, even the mightiest of opponents would be rendered incapable of resistance. Bang! Well done, Earthling. A voice filled with rage resonates. Yet, Yamcha's kick does not yield the anticipated success. Instead, it is met with a solid block from Nappa, who has somehow regained his composure. Frustration wells within Yamcha as he contemplates the resilience of his foe. That previous claw strike was insufficiently forceful. Observing Nappa, who appears somewhat disheveled, yet still capable of thwarting his assault, Yamcha's heart is a tumult of astonishment and regret. You've got some impressive legs, kid. Watch as I shatter them. In the blink of an eye, Yamcha's momentum remains unyielding, but Nappa tightly grasps his left leg. Break it! Nappa bellows, raising his fist high. Chapter 60. The Life-Saving Technique. Yamcha's counterattack. Damn it, I can't escape. Feeling the pressure from Nappa's iron grip on his left ankle, Yamcha's heart tightens with a sense of impending danger. This is bad. Uncle Yamcha is in peril. On the sidelines, Gohan, upon witnessing the sudden turn of events, tenses his body, ready to intervene. He is determined to prevent a tragic repetition of the dream he experienced. Although there exists the possibility of resurrection through Dragon Balls in dire circumstances, that is an entirely different matter. Just as he is about to charge forward, an unexpected force pulls him back, rendering him unable to proceed. Gohan suddenly finds himself enveloped in darkness, as Goku covers his eyes. Don't rush, Gohan. Goku, having recognized Yamcha's predicament before Gohan, refrains from rushing to the rescue, instead pulling Gohan back from the brink of reckless intervention. It was because he saw Yamcha raise his hands, a gesture he recognized all too well. Solar flare. In the arena, Yamcha shouted, and as the echo of his voice faded, a blinding burst of light erupted before Nappa. Damn it! What kind of technique is this? Caught off guard. Or perhaps Nappa had never anticipated such an unusual move as the solar flare. Moreover, the distance was simply too close, even if he wanted to react. There was no time for him to take any action. The brilliant light emitted from Yamcha's attack left no room for waste, and in an instant, Nappa's eyes lost all perception of the world around him. Initially, he was engulfed in a sea of white, and then searing pain struck, causing tears to flow uncontrollably. In a desperate attempt to shield his eyes, Nappa instinctively loosened his grip on Yamcha's left ankle. Yet, instead of pressing the attack, Yamcha chose to retreat swiftly. Phew! Yamcha watched as Nappa flailed about like a headless fly, covering his eyes and grasping at the air, and he let out a long sigh of relief while gently moving his left foot. Indeed, there was an effect, Yamcha mused to himself. The reason he had chosen not to continue the assault was quite deliberate. Yamcha's left foot bore an old injury, one that dated back to the 22nd World Martial Arts Tournament. Although it had received timely treatment after being struck by Tenshinhan, it had nonetheless left some lingering aftereffects. Unfortunately, at that time, Yamcha had not yet climbed Korin Tower and thus could not use the magic beans to heal his injury. While this aftereffect did not impede his daily life, and he could train without issue, in high-intensity confrontations, even minor impacts could manifest. It seemed he must avoid close-quarters combat as much as possible. However, on this occasion, he truly owed a debt of gratitude to that fellow, Tenshinhan. If not for the solar flare, he would have been in real trouble. As Yamcha felt his ankle gradually recovering, he reflected with a sense of relief. The solar flare. Yes, that technique. Gohan, having removed Goku's hand from his eyes, finally beheld the situation in the arena. Upon witnessing Yamcha's escape from peril, he couldn't help but marvel internally. It appeared he had underestimated his uncle Yamcha. Meanwhile, at a distance, Vegeta, whose vision had been less impaired by the solar flare, had regained his sight. These Earthlings certainly possess a plethora of peculiar techniques. Vegeta fixed his gaze on Nappa and Yamcha, finally acknowledging the seriousness of the battle. Even though Yamcha's power was far beneath his own, Nappa had taken quite some time to recover. What if the opponent seized the opportunity to attack? Observing Nappa, who was finally regaining his composure, Vegeta inwardly scoffed. It was hardly Nappa's fault. After all, who could react so swiftly at such a close range? Though Nappa was robust, his reflexes were undeniably his weak point. That detestable fellow, truly brimming with insidious techniques. As Nappa rubbed his eyes, his typically low voice betrayed an unusual lack of anger. Yet, sometimes, unexpressed rage can be even more intense. Earthling, unleash whatever tricks you have left, Nappa's rough voice echoed. What could this fellow possibly want? Yamcha observed Nappa from a distance, noting his rare demeanor of calm confidence, which sparked a flicker of doubt within him. Is that so? Then I must thank you. He mused, yet could not conjure any questions and chose not to exert further effort. This brute possessed greater strength, and consequently, he could not afford to engage in close combat as before. With that in mind, he murmured, "Energy sphere." Immediately, he raised his right hand with his palm facing upward, his left hand grasping his right wrist. As waves of energy surged, in the blink of an eye, an energy sphere materialized in his palm. Humph. Is this your ultimate move? Nappa scoffed at the seemingly ordinary energy sphere. Very well, I shall ensure your utter annihilation. With that proclamation, Naba's repressed anger surged forth. His mouth gaped wide, and Yamcha realized, no, he's gathering energy. Momentarily stunned, Yamcha reacted just as he prepared to release the energy sphere. Naba's ultimate attack had fully coalesced. In an instant, a terrifying wave surged forth as a colossal energy sphere erupted from Naba's mouth. I cannot withstand this. Recognizing the sheer force behind Naba's assault, Yamcha abandoned his intention to confront it head-on and aimed to evade. Too late. No, there's a flaw. In that critical moment, as he leaped, Yamcha's eyes flickered with determination. He deftly manipulated the energy sphere with a swift flick of his fingers downward. The moment he hurled it, the energy sphere, seemingly imbued with a will of its own, veered away just before colliding with Naba's attack. Hidden beneath the fiery aura of Naba's energy sphere, Yamcha's attack surged forth at a greater velocity. In a flash, the energy sphere reached Naba. This is the moment. Just then, Yamcha thrust his two fingers upward with force. Guiding the energy sphere, it shot up from beneath Naba's chin. Bang! The unexpected impact forced Naba to shut his mouth instinctively, releasing an incomprehensible groan. The formidable attack that had erupted from his mouth faltered, lacking the sustained energy from behind, and thus its speed diminished. Yet, that was more than sufficient. Due to this slight alteration, Yamcha maintained his momentum, successfully evading Naba's perilous strike. This truly was a rare and fortuitous opportunity. The attack from Naba was thwarted, leaving him momentarily stunned, while Yamcha had already seized the opportunity. With his hands gathered at his sides, a tremendous surge of energy coalesced in an instant. Kamehameha. So swift it was almost unimaginable. In the very next moment, the Kamehameha surged forth towards Naba. Chapter 61. The moon has emerged. Buzz. Yamcha's Kamehameha sliced through the air, producing a cacophony of sonic booms. Naba, ultimately inexperienced, had yet to witness the intricacies of combat. In the vast cosmos, energy is typically employed in straightforward confrontations, devoid of such convoluted maneuvers. With the solar flare preceding it and the spirit ball following, Naba, a newcomer to Earth, had indeed met with a significant setback. In truth, such experiences could serve to enhance his combat acumen. Yet at this moment, Naba, since soaring by the spirit ball, had no leisure for profound contemplation as Yamcha's Kamehameha approached him. Boom! With nowhere to evade, Naba, oblivious to the impending impact, found himself in an intimate encounter with the Kamehameha. A muffled thud resounded, resonating with considerable force. Having leapt high before the strike, Yamcha delivered the blow from above, sending Naba crashing into the ground and creating a massive crater. Dense clouds of dust billowed outward. Phew! Having unleashed such a powerful attack, Yamcha had expended a significant amount of energy and slowly descended to the ground, panting heavily. Damn it, that fool Naba. Could he truly have perished so easily? Observing the silence from the deep crater, Vegeta's expression darkened slightly. It was understandable. To him, the intensity of Yamcha's attack was undoubtedly lethal to Naba. Kakarot and his companions, noticing that Goku and his group, who were also watching from a distance, remained still. Even Yamcha, having regained his composure, stood motionless at the edge of the crater. Vegeta raised his hand to activate his scouter. Beep beep. As the scouter registered the readings, Vegeta's eyes narrowed. These fools can sense others' energy signatures? Are they about to emerge? Yamcha murmured, glancing into the crater. The Saiyan physique is indeed astonishingly robust. From afar, Goku reflected on the energy signatures with a hint of admiration. However, Uncle Yamcha is truly impressive. Unlike his father, Gohan was taken aback, witnessing Yamcha's true strength for the first time. While Gohan marveled, the subject of his admiration, Yamcha, felt a surge of pressure. Before him, Naba emerged from the crater. His once intact battle armor completely disintegrated, leaving only a solitary pair of black tactical shorts. His exposed skin bore numerous charred wounds, wisps of smoke curling upward, indicating he was far from unscathed. Though indeed, he had no hair to be harmed. Nappa fixed his fierce gaze upon Yamcha, his eyes occasionally betraying a flicker of trepidation. Indeed, he felt a twinge of fear. At that moment when he endured Yamcha's assault, he experienced a visceral dread of confronting death. How infuriating! I never anticipated being coerced to such an extent by a being of your lowly race. Nappa's voice, tinged with rage, grew hoarse. He had to concede that he struggled to vanquish this opponent before him, despite his self-proclaimed status as a noble Saiyan elite warrior. Yet, at this juncture, that identity offered him little solace. You, it seems, possess an unexpectedly formidable physique. Yamcha observed Nappa, noting a significant reduction in his energy. Yet the previous strike appeared to have inflicted minimal damage. Formidable? Is it truly strength that allows a noble scion warrior to be cornered by a mere earthling like you? Yamcha's lament did not evoke any sense of honor in Nappa. Instead, it plunged him deeper into humiliation. Wait, what is that? Just as Nappa glared at Yamcha, his gaze drifted beyond him. In the distance, a hazy moonlight emerged from the horizon, having risen unbeknownst to him. It was a full moon. A sudden thrill of revival surged within Nappa. Poor earthling, direct your ire towards your pitiful and feeble race. Allow me to demonstrate the true power of a noble scion. Witnessing the moon ascend, Nappa erupted into maniacal laughter, his tone dripping with unabashed mockery. Then, his eyes widened as he gazed into the distant sky. What is he staring at? Yamcha, bewildered by Nappa's sudden transformation, struggled to comprehend the situation. Yet, before long, enlightenment dawned upon him. Before his eyes, Nappa's form began to swell. This was not merely an expansion fueled by energy. It was a transformation he had witnessed before. The great ape transformation? The scion transformation into a great ape. Nappa's fur erupted wildly. Even his formerly smooth crown was not spared. As the hair grew denser, Nappa's height surged, reaching over 20 meters in mere seconds. In an instant, the surrounding buildings appeared diminutive in comparison. Do you now feel your insignificance, earthling? Nappa's mouth agape, his elongated fangs gleaming ominously, his voice boomed like thunder, resonating painfully in the ears of those nearby. Indeed, just as Goku had transformed in his youth. Yamcha stared in astonishment at the colossal Nappa. Though not his first encounter with such a transformation, its spectacle still left him momentarily speechless. Yet, it was not solely Nappa's physical metamorphosis that rendered Yamcha speechless. More significantly, it was the overwhelming surge of energy accompanying Nappa's transformation. This power. I am no match for it. Yamcha furrowed his brow, a bead of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. He was prepared to withdraw from this battle. He possessed the courage to face death, yet that did not imply he would willingly embrace it. This time, Goku stood behind him. Transforming into a great ape? I never anticipated it would escalate to this extent. Observing the sudden transformation of Nappa, Vegeta narrowed his eyes slightly. Is that the great ape transformation of a scion? From the sidelines, Tien, witnessing such a transformation for the first time, exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, Goku had also transformed like this in his youth. As long as the tail is severed, a scion can revert to their original form, Krillin added. With that, Krillin stepped forward, seeking an opportunity to unleash a Kienzan. Hold on, Krillin. It seems Goku and Gohan have other plans. Piccolo, who had been watching the battle, halted Krillin's advance. What does Goku intend to do? Krillin was taken aback. Uncertain, Piccolo shook his head, his gaze flickering between Goku and Gohan. Chapter 62. Wait, you are not the one I am facing. Gohan, what do you think? If you engage with that Nappa, will there be any issues? Goku inquired, observing the aura and movements of Nappa in his great ape form. If he doesn't transform into a great ape, it might be somewhat challenging. However, after the transformation, Nappa appears significantly weaker. Gohan pondered, comparing the disparity in energy between himself and his opponent. Then let us refrain from transforming. Otherwise, it would defeat the purpose of practical training, Goku suggested. If that is the case, Dad, I have no objections. Recalling his father's advice before this battle, to treat it as a rehearsal for an actual war, Gohan felt a surge of determination. After all, how can one grow without pressure? Goku. While the two continued their discussion, at the center of the battlefield, Yamcha could no longer withstand the pressure. Barely evading several of Nappa's attacks, he felt that if the fight continued, his life would be forfeit. He had previously heard Gohan mention that in his dream, he perished at the hands of a scion because Goku failed to arrive in time. This time, Goku was right behind him. If he were to die in vain again, it would be utterly frustrating. Though he knew Goku would not stand idly by, Yamcha, unable to endure any longer, couldn't help but shout for help. Seeking assistance? Kakarot cannot save you. Nappa roared, his voice brimming with vindictive satisfaction. That fool Kakarot severed his own tail. Without the ability to transform into a great ape, how could he possibly win? This earthling is begging him for help. What a fool. With that, he raised his fist, resembling a boulder, and brought it crashing down towards Yamcha. It seemed like a thought had struck him. Nappa's punch was exceptionally swift. There was no time to evade. Kamehameha. Bang. Goku. My apologies, Yamcha. I was just discussing a few matters with Gohan. Initially, Yamcha intended to exert all his strength to unleash the Kamehameha wave, but upon witnessing Goku suddenly appear before him, blocking Nappa's punch, he finally exhaled in relief. Taking a moment to breathe, Yamcha hastily retreated. The battlefield now belonged to Goku, and he could not afford to be a hindrance. With a few swift movements, Yamcha found himself beside Gohan. Kakarot. Nappa felt an inexplicable force impede his punch, preventing any further advance, and he was engulfed in rage. It was only when he heard Goku's voice that he found it hard to believe. After all, he had transformed into a great ape. At that moment, Vegeta, observing the unexpected turn of events, wore an expression of astonishment. Even though Nappa's power had diminished significantly, that fellow. Vegeta quickly activated his scouter. 14,000, 15,000, 16,000. The power was rising, and it showed no signs of stopping. Watching the frantically fluctuating digits on the scouter, Vegeta involuntarily inhaled deeply. A loud shout resonated across the arena. Nappa suddenly felt a tremendous force surging from beneath his fist. What? I can't withstand this. In astonishment, Nappa was pushed back repeatedly until, after a few steps, his massive body lost balance and toppled backward. Boom, boom, boom. Several innocent buildings bore the brunt, collapsing after a few defiant roars. This creature's strength is likely on par with mine. Observing the scouter's readings plummeting to around 2,000, Vegeta experienced an unprecedented sense of losing control over the situation. No, this fellow lacks a tail. He cannot transform into a great ape. Gazing at Nappa, who had just crushed several buildings, Vegeta shifted his focus back to Goku. He had discovered Goku's weakness. A confident smile emerged on Vegeta's previously sullen face. Impossible. Kakarot. How can you possibly be my match? Nappa wildly flailed his arms, demolishing a few shops before finally finding a point of support to stand upright. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Screaming in madness, Nappa charged at Goku with fists raised. Hey, you fool. I'm not the one you should be fighting. Calm down. This time, Goku opted not to engage Nappa in a direct clash of strength. To him, Nappa, blinded by rage, left himself wide open to attack. Goku lightly leaped, evading Nappa's punch, and unleashed a Kamehameha wave towards Nappa's arm. This strike required little effort. Nappa, with his tough skin, merely felt a surge against his arm. Then, in a dizzying turn, the great ape found himself tumbling over. Are you calm now? Goku scratched his head, glancing at the fallen Nappa with a hint of exasperation. Damn it. That Nappa is being toyed with by that Kakarot bastard. In Vegeta's eyes, after transforming into a great ape, Nappa appeared to be merely a large plush toy in Goku's hands, easily manipulated at will. This sight stirred a wave of indignation within Vegeta, who had always held the pride of the Saiyans in high regard, further deepening his disdain for Nappa. Kakarot, what on earth are you implying? He exclaimed impatiently, casting a glance at Goku in the distance. I'm saying that the one who will face this brute next is not me, Goku replied, momentarily meeting Vegeta's gaze before turning away. Goten, it's your turn to step up. He called out cheerfully, directing his attention toward Gohan. Gohan took a few steps forward, bypassing Yamcha, and approached the edge of the battlefield. What? That little brat? Vegeta observed Gohan's fearless demeanor, wanting to voice his thoughts, but hesitating. To him, Gohan was merely a child, and his power level, as indicated by the scouter, was nothing remarkable. However, for Goku and his companions, the scouter had become a mere ornament. Besides, this child seemed capable of transforming into a great ape as well. Vegeta's gaze fell upon Gohan's gently swaying tail, momentarily rendering him silent. Goku's call was loud enough for more than just Vegeta and Gohan to hear. Gohan, are you really okay? Yamcha asked, glancing at Gohan's small frame with concern. Uncle Yamcha, you're really amazing. But I'm strong too, Gohan replied, gripping his tail and turning sideways with a smile. And I have a tail as well. This child resembles Goku in his youth, Yamcha thought, momentarily taken aback by the smile adorning Gohan's face. Chapter 63. Gohan's Battle. Gohan, the upcoming battle is yours, Goku said, taking a deep look at Gohan, who had come to stand beside him. Don't worry, Dad, Gohan replied confidently. This confidence was not unfounded. He had diligently utilized every moment of his training in the gravity chamber over the past few months. Although it was his first encounter with gravity training, and he had only just begun to adapt to the tenfold gravity, he felt capable of handling the enormous foe before him. "Hey, Piccolo, is everything all right?" "Gohan doesn't seem inclined to transform," Krillin remarked, observing Gohan's solitary figure on the battlefield after Goku had stepped aside. "Everything is fine." Goku seems intent on training Gohan to confront the enemy using his base strength. "Gohan is no fool. He'll be fine," Piccolo reassured, his keen Namekian hearing capturing every word exchanged between Goku and Gohan. Yet, despite his seemingly relaxed demeanor, the subtle pauses in his speech betrayed his inner concern. "Gohan, be careful," Piccolo cautioned, his gaze fixed intently on Gohan's retreating figure, unwavering. "Humph. Do you intend for your son to meet his demise, Kakarot?" Once again, Naba rose to his feet, observing his opponent as Son Wukong transformed into Son Gohan, and inexplicably felt a sense of relief. However, upon gazing at Gohan's diminutive form, he could not resist a derisive sneer. "Humph, bald-headed boy. Do you truly believe you can defeat me?" he taunted. "What? A brash little brat. I shall soon show you what true power entails." This young lad was certainly not bluffing, yet Naba, in his foolishness, remained oblivious to this fact. Even without a scouter to gauge Gohan's battle strength, Vegeta sensed that Gohan was not merely posturing. Yet, the fact that he had not even transformed raised Vegeta's eyebrows. "This little brat." Vegeta keenly observed the confrontation between Naba and Gohan, hoping to discern some subtlety. At that moment, provoked by Gohan, Naba felt insulted and unleashed his wrath. "Ha ha ha, little boy. If you don't dodge, you'll become a pancake," Naba bellowed as he eyed the motionless Gohan. The boy had no intention of evading. Vegeta, who had been intently watching the two, narrowed his gaze sharply. Bang! With a resounding thud, Gohan's palms collided with Naba's fist. Such immense power. As Gohan felt the overwhelming force surge through his hands, his expression shifted slightly. "Oh no, this is embarrassing." He had intended to block Naba's punch like his father. But it was only at the moment of impact that Gohan truly grasped the terrifying strength of Naba. With a swift motion, Gohan was sent flying, crashing through the glass facade of a nearby building. "Oh dear, Gohan." Son Wukong sighed, covering his face with his hand, though his expression bore no trace of concern. Indeed, a tremendous explosion erupted from the building where Gohan had been struck. Debris rained down like snowflakes. Gohan's silhouette burst forth from the cloud of dust, swiftly returning to the battlefield's center. "Gohan, stop fooling around and take this seriously," Son Wukong called out, somewhat exasperated. "Got it," Gohan replied, blushing slightly as he smiled at his father, sheepishly scratching the back of his head. "How could this be?" he emerged unscathed. Naba stared in disbelief at the reappearing Gohan, who appeared completely unharmed. How could such an attack possibly fail? Perhaps this fool was not even a match for Kakarot's little brat. Moreover, this boy had not even transformed. This child might be even more troublesome than Kakarot. Vegeta felt a slight heaviness in his heart, beginning to ponder. "Impossible. I have transformed into a great ape. How could I possibly lose to this little brat?" It was as if the belief within him had been shattered. This conviction was not solely rooted in Naba's stature as an elite warrior. He could not fathom that a mere lower-class warrior's child could withstand his most powerful blow without so much as a scratch. Previously, Nappa had endured considerable setbacks, first with Yamcha and then with Son Goku. Now, Son Gohan's actions had completely shattered Nappa's psychological defenses. Nappa's eyes glinted with a fiery red light, and the accumulated anger surged anew within him. He was determined to vindicate the honor of elite warriors. Clenching his fists tightly, he resembled a meteor plummeting from the heavens. The sound of rushing wind filled the air as a formidable gust bore down upon Son Gohan. Witnessing Nappa's impending attack, Son Gohan resolved not to confront it head-on this time. There exist myriad strategies in battle, and Son Gohan was not intent on recklessly matching Nappa's brute strength. Indeed, their initial clash had merely been an experiment, not a foolish act driven by impetuousness. Undoubtedly, Nappa's assault was formidable. However, in terms of speed, Son Gohan was superior. With a decisive step, Son Gohan leapt high into the air, narrowly evading Nappa's fist. Though it appeared perilous, he maintained complete control over the situation. "I anticipated this," Nappa bellowed with exhilaration, relishing the unfolding events. Following this, he opened his gaping maw, unleashing a terrifying wave of energy once more, a technique previously employed against Yamcha. Son Gohan's gaze intensified. "Masenko," he called, raising his hands above his head, summoning a surge of energy that rivaled the force emanating from Nappa's mouth. At that moment, Nappa's ultimate move erupted forth. In this instant, Son Gohan's Masenko had taken shape. Nappa stood to the left, and Son Gohan to the right, as both energies seemed to transcend their limits, colliding with tremendous force. Instantly, a colossal wave of energy generated an overwhelming gust, sweeping across the battlefield. "Krillin, be careful," Son Goku shouted, positioning himself protectively in front of Yamcha. Although he was unconcerned about the impact of the energy, the others, aside from Piccolo, lacked the strength to withstand it. Meanwhile, Vegeta, with his scouter beeping incessantly, scrutinized the wildly fluctuating numbers. His brow furrowed deeply as he observed Son Gohan's combat power oscillating around 15,000. "This little brat," he muttered, breath quickening. He was astonished that, in just a year's time, Kakarot's son had experienced such a dramatic increase in fighting prowess. To be candid, had he not seen that Son Goku had lost his tail, he might have considered retreating. Nevertheless, the current situation weighed heavily on his mind. Nappa's usual battle power was a mere 4,000, and following the previous encounters, it had plummeted significantly, now falling below 2,000. Despite the fact that Nappa, transformed into a great ape, possesses a tenfold increase in combat prowess, he still pales in comparison to Kakarot's son, albeit marginally. It remains uncertain how much Kakarot's own strength has escalated. Vegeta's gaze oscillated between Goku and Gohan, a spectacle that was truly hard to fathom. It seemed he too must prepare for his own transformation into a great ape, a form he detested. The thought of Goku's power potentially surpassing his own only intensified Vegeta's desire to uncover that enigmatic training method. At that moment, Gohan and Nappa continued their fierce clash of energies. The overwhelming force of their colliding energy waves drove Gohan back to the ground. With his feet firmly planted, Gohan's eyes were relentlessly fixed on the faint outline of Nappa behind the energy wave. Indeed, after his encounter with Yamcha, Nappa's strength had noticeably diminished. As Gohan felt the relentless energy output from Nappa, he realized that even after his transformation, he could only match his current capabilities. This left him momentarily dazed, recalling how he had trembled before his opponent in his dreams. His hesitance had even contributed to the failure of the initial battle plan devised by Piccolo and Krillin. Even a desperate strike would merely feel like a tickle to the behemoth that was Nappa. Piccolo had also fallen to this brute's might. However, this time was different. Gohan steadied his resolve, his gaze sharpening. He had grown stronger, and with that strength, Piccolo would not perish. None would meet their end. As memories of the devastating losses faced while confronting Vegeta and Nappa resurfaced, Gohan's emotions surged, further amplifying his already heightened spirit. "This time, I shall not be defeated by you, bald head," Gohan bellowed, his fervor boiling over like water on the verge of boiling. The boy's power surged once more. Vegeta's eyes widened as he observed the fluctuating combat power readings on his scouter alter yet again. Even without the scouter's hollow numbers, it was glaringly apparent that Gohan's attacks had escalated dramatically. Nappa, who had previously maintained an equal footing, suddenly felt the weight of pressure intensify. Overwhelmed by an almost insurmountable force from his adversary, Nappa's instincts proved correct, as in that instant, the balance of power shifted entirely. Gohan's Kamehameha surged forth like a torrent, unyieldingly overpowering Nappa's attack. Caught off guard, Nappa could not evade the force of Gohan's energy wave, which struck him with unrelenting might. The impact sent him hurtling away. Boom. Crash. The cacophony of explosions, collapsing buildings, and swirling dust mingled into a chaotic symphony. Thus, Nappa's colossal form was finally halted after crashing through 7 or 8 towering structures. Indeed, the East Capital is in dire need of substantial repairs. However, no one present seems to consider this matter. That little rascal's power just now must have approached an astonishing 17,000. Kakarot possesses such strength, and his son mirrors it as well. Not only has their combat prowess increased dramatically compared to a year ago, but they can also inexplicably surge in power during critical moments. Vegeta held the scouter in his hand, feeling a sense of absurdity towards the device. With a slight exertion, he crushed the scouter, which emitted smoke and was discarded like refuse. I absolutely must uncover the secret to becoming stronger," Vegeta gazed fervently at Goku and his son. At that moment, Goku looked on with a sense of pride at his son Gohan, who was seated on the ground, recovering his breath. This child, Gohan, has truly worked hard. Over the past few months, Goku has witnessed his son's relentless training efforts. Perhaps the pressure from that dream has driven Gohan to train diligently. On several occasions, Goku observed his son practicing with Piccolo during his own rest periods after training. Goku felt immense joy for his son's achievements. In his eyes, Gohan had not only increased his strength, but had also maintained control over it. In contrast, the scion known as Nappa displayed a rough control of his energy. Despite initially possessing greater strength than Gohan, he lost the energy clash due to excessive energy dispersion during his attacks. "Dad, could you give me a senzu bean?" Gohan's voice reached Goku's ears. Goku, upon hearing this, instantly approached Gohan. "What is wrong, Gohan? Are you hurt?" Goku inquired, puzzled, as he did not observe any visible injuries on his son. "It's not for me to eat, Dad. It's for that guy," Gohan replied, shaking his head and pointing towards Nappa. "There is no need for that, Gohan. You've already won. This battle can come to an end." Goku furrowed his brow slightly, feeling perplexed by Gohan's thoughts. "Dad, didn't you say I should engage in more practical training? I still want to fight that guy after transforming into a great ape." Gohan whispered. "What?" Goku was taken aback by Gohan's request. "I haven't fought seriously after transforming into a great ape. I feel that mastering that power would greatly benefit my future training." Gohan expressed his thoughts to his father. He felt a bit troubled. During his previous training, after transforming into a great ape, he found no one on Earth who could challenge him except his father. Yet, battling his father felt vastly different from true combat. This time, he had fortuitously encountered an adversary who could also transform into a great ape. Since the opportunity presented itself, it would be wise to make the most of it. However, Gohan gazed at Nappa, who lay motionless among the ruins of the collapsed building. That fellow, if he doesn't consume a magical bean, it would likely be quite a struggle for him to even stand. Chapter 65, Vegeta's Little Experiment. You must exercise caution. When a scion revives from the brink of death, their battle power is said to increase. Understanding Son Gohan's intentions, Son Goku nodded and offered a word of caution. "I remember, Father, you should give him one. He seems unable to rise to his feet." While self-training is essential, Son Gohan certainly would not gamble with his life. His original strength was approximately 2 or 3 times greater than that of Nappa. Currently, his energy was considerably depleted, and once that bald giant recovers and enhances his power, he would serve as an excellent sparring partner to adapt to his newfound strength after transforming into a great ape. Son Goku nodded at these words, opening a small pouch containing the magical beans and carefully retrieving one, then securing the pouch once more. It was no wonder he was being so meticulous. Although the beans mature in a month, the latest stock had already been entirely consumed by a certain unnamed glutton. Nevertheless, there was no need for excessive concern at this moment. The balance of power had shifted between their side and the Scions. Son Goku glanced at Son Gohan, nodded in acknowledgement, and with a swift motion leapt into the air, finding himself hovering above Nappa in an instant. "Hey, you're still alive, right? Eat this. It will help you recover." Son Goku shouted down to the dazed Nappa, promptly tossing the magical bean into his gaping mouth. "Cough, cough. Kakarot, would you truly be so kind?" Nappa, rendered immobile, could only speak in broken phrases. However, considering he had endured Son Gohan's earlier devastating attack and nearly lost his life, it was remarkable that he could still maintain his great ape form. Son Goku observed the bean that Nappa had spat out, scratching his head in exasperation. "Hey, don't spit it out. The magical bean is quite precious." Son Goku assessed Nappa's massive physique. He certainly couldn't leap into the giant's belly to deliver the bean directly. As for delivering a punch to compel him to consume it, given Nappa's weakened state, Son Goku feared that one blow might send him straight to the afterlife. Magical bean? Recovering from injuries? Vegeta had already reached the rooftop of a nearby building when Son Goku and Son Gohan were engaged in their discussion. As he pondered how to deal with Nappa, he noticed Son Goku flying toward him. Vegeta overheard every word Son Goku had said to Nappa. What on earth is Kakarot up to? Healing his enemy? What a joke. Yet, apart from that, Vegeta could conceive of no other rationale. Given Nappa's battle power, whether he recovered or not seemed unlikely to pose any trouble for Son Goku and his allies. However, if it were true, Vegeta narrowed his eyes. "Nappa, eat what Kakarot has given you." Vegeta shouted downwards with a newfound clarity. He had come to understand that if that entity known as the sins of being could heal wounds, it would indeed serve his interests well. Securing such an item would provide him with an additional trump card. Why not test it on Nappa? After all, there was little to lose. Hey, big guy, your companion is urging you to consume the sins of being. Goku had already detected Vegeta's presence nearby, and upon hearing his voice, he took the opportunity to address Nappa once more. What? Vegeta, you want me to eat that? It's something Goku gave. Nappa's dim eyes were filled with confusion. Just eat it, Nappa. Vegeta reiterated his command, disregarding Nappa's hesitation. Fine. Nappa's voice trembled as he reluctantly complied. In this dire moment, Vegeta was his only hope, and defiance would surely lead to his demise. Seizing the moment, Goku picked up the sins of being that had just been expelled and tossed it back into Nappa's mouth. Make sure to give it your all, big guy, Goku said with an enigmatic smile before turning away. Vegeta watched Goku's departing figure, lost in contemplation. Meanwhile, Nappa, having consumed the sins of being, felt an immediate reaction. Thump, 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 thump. He sensed his once fading heartbeat suddenly gain vigor. Instinctively, he clenched his fist and discovered that his previously immobile body was now free to move. Even the wounds he had sustained vanished without a trace. Before he could fully comprehend the transformation, a surge of new energy coursed through his veins. How can this be? Unbeknownst to him, Nappa stood up, astonished as he surveyed his revitalized form. It's real. The sins of being truly restores one's health. Despite having mentally prepared for this possibility, Vegeta couldn't help but feel a twinge of surprise at Nappa's revival. Nappa, how do you feel now? Vegeta inquired solemnly, gazing down at Nappa. I feel. My body seems to have genuinely recovered. Moreover, my strength appears to have increased significantly. Nappa's rough voice brimmed with excitement. Wait. Vegeta's attention sharpened as he observed the exhilarated Nappa. If the sins of being could heal injuries, then Kakarot's brat must have recovered as well. Suddenly, he turned to glance in Gohan's direction. Strange, hasn't that kid eaten a sins of being? Even though the scouter had been destroyed, Gohan's somewhat fatigued demeanor was evident. Could it be that the sins of being had side effects? Yet, Nappa seemed quite lively, rendering that possibility perplexing. Hold on, what's that kid planning to do? Vegeta's gaze fell upon Gohan, who had been half sitting on the ground but was now slowly rising. Is that the moon? Is that child about to transform? Understanding Gohan's intent, Vegeta realized the gravity of the situation. However, why not first attend to one's injuries? While Vegeta pondered this, Gohan's transformation had already commenced. In an instant, his form altered dramatically, tearing his garments apart. A tremendous force radiated outward, and despite Gohan's conscious restraint, the ferocity of his energy wreaked havoc on the already dilapidated streets, sending bricks scattering and clashing with a cacophony of sound. Hey, bald head, let's fight again. A voice called out. Vegeta glanced at the distant Gohan, and then at the diminutive Nappa below. Could this little brat have mistaken Nappa for a sparring partner? Chapter 66. Sparring partner Nappa's resurrection, damn it. Vegeta's expression darkened. Do not misunderstand. Vegeta was not advocating for Nappa. Rather, despite Nappa's insignificant status in Vegeta's eyes, he was still a scion. To be toyed with by a child was enough to ignite Vegeta's ire. Over there, Gohan, fully transformed, approached Vegeta and Nappa. Meanwhile, Nappa, having just consumed the sins of being and healed completely from his injuries, hesitated at Gohan's renewed challenge. Nappa was no fool. He recognized that before Gohan's transformation, he had been firmly outmatched. Although his own power had diminished during previous battles, the transformation into a great ape granted a tenfold increase in battle strength. Even if Gohan was a hybrid of Kakarot and Earthling, this fact remained unchanged. At present, while Nappa's injuries were healed and his strength somewhat restored, he questioned whether he could truly contend with that little brat post-transformation. Nappa was no longer the arrogant newcomer he had once been on Earth. He felt apprehensive. What is that child's battle power now? Nappa's scouter had fallen during his own transformation and, lost amidst the aftermath of battle, had become irretrievable. Additionally, asking Vegeta about it might inadvertently reveal his intentions to back down if he discovered Gohan's strength. Although he could be reckless at times, Nappa possessed a modicum of cunning when it came to matters of life and death. He looked up at Vegeta, only to meet the latter's furious gaze. You worthless fool. Kakarot's brat has exhausted so much energy, and yet you've gained strength. Even so, you lack the courage to face your opponent. Vegeta berated Nappa, his words laced with ire. This reprimand was not merely an outlet for Vegeta's frustration. He was genuinely angered by Nappa's reluctance to engage. Moreover, Vegeta's thoughts had shifted slightly. He not only sought the Earth's training methods, but also aimed to acquire the Senzu beans from Goku. With the power of the Senzu beans at his disposal, he would be better equipped to confront Frieza in the future. Now, it is almost certain that under normal circumstances, Kakarot's combat prowess is not inferior to his own. Kakarot's son, for reasons unknown, presents an opportunity as they prepare to battle Nappa once more. Although it appears that the boy has not consumed the mystical bean for recovery, the peculiar surge of power on Earth remains a mystery even to Vegeta, leaving him uncertain about how much strength Gohan can still wield. Nappa's claim that Gohan's power has diminished is merely a ruse. After all, even Vegeta himself is unaware. Given Nappa's current state, it would be advantageous to deplete Gohan's strength a bit more. With Nappa drawing attention, Vegeta plans to seize the moment to ambush Gohan. Should he succeed, all will be well. Even if he fails, Kakarot will undoubtedly rush to save his son. In that moment, Vegeta could snatch the mystical bean and secure his position. As for transforming into a great ape now, the target would be far too large, and the transformation requires time, which could lead to unforeseen complications. Why hesitate? To be frightened by a mere child of a lower-class warrior is truly a disgrace to the Saiyan race. Vegeta disdainfully rebuked Nappa from below. Very well, I shall go. Vegeta's sharp rebuke successfully ignited Nappa's pride once again. The extinguished flame of Nappa's fighting spirit blazed anew. Vegeta was right. After all, the boy is merely the offspring of Kakarot, a lowly warrior. As a proud Saiyan elite, especially with his power-enhanced post-recovery, even if he were to falter, Vegeta would surely come to his aid. Nappa repeated this mantra in his mind to convince himself. Raising his gaze towards Gohan, Nappa's eyes glimmered with fierce determination. Huh! Nappa bellowed, unleashing his full power, a surge of energy that whipped up a tempest, causing nearby buildings to crumble. Without waiting for Gohan to approach, he charged forward. Gohan, taken aback by Nappa's aggressive advance, instinctively threw a tentative punch. Do not overestimate yourself, boy. Feel the newly awakened strength of Lord Nappa. In that moment, with self-assurance restored, Nappa regained some of his former arrogance and ferocity. He swung a powerful punch, colliding directly with Gohan's tentative strike. Upon impact, Gohan staggered back a couple of steps, surprised to see that Nappa's strength had not increased significantly, though his fighting spirit was undeniably potent. This disparity, while still apparent, suggested that Nappa could serve as a worthy sparring partner, aiding Gohan in mastering the power of the great ape form. Indeed, providing him with a mystical bean had been a prudent decision. At that moment, Nappa's eyes sparkled with excitement. Vegeta was correct. This boy's power was limited. Perhaps victory was within his grasp. With this thought, Nappa's gaze shone with renewed vigor. Ha, little rascal, are you frightened? My punches grow heavier with each strike. Submit your life to me. With that, Nappa charged forward again. Observing that Nappa seemed to be under some enchanting delusion, son Gohan chose not to reveal the truth. After all, as long as it aids his training, he would not object. Consequently, son Gohan dashed forward as well. The two engaged in a back-and-forth exchange, their hearts brimming with joy as they fought. Piccolo, what is the situation with Gohan? Why has he transformed into a great ape and engaged in hand-to-hand combat? The battlefield was tumultuous, leaving Krillin, who in heard the plans of Goku and Gohan, in a state of bewilderment. Gohan must be training, Piccolo observed thoughtfully. Training? Now, Krillin felt somewhat perplexed. Indeed, this lad often complained during our previous encounters, expressing his desire to master the power of the great ape transformation, but lamenting the lack of real combat experience. It seems he has finally found his opportunity. A smile graced Piccolo's face, filled with a sense of pride. So is that how it is? Upon hearing this, not only Krillin but also Tien and Kairatsu fell into silence. Gohan has far surpassed them. This feeling is indeed reminiscent of the past. Chapter 67. The king's helplessness in the capital. Within the royal palace, the king sat majestically upon his throne, with the head of the guards, Adam, standing attentively by his side. On either side below, several chairs were occupied by Master Roshi, Chi-Chi, Bulma, and others on the right, while several ministers sat facing them on the left. In front of them stood a television screen, crackling with static noise. Among the ministers, an elderly gentleman with graying hair wore a somber expression, struggling to find words. Master Roshi appeared to be lost in thought, his demeanor serious. "Everyone, let us not make the atmosphere so heavy," the king remarked, glancing at Master Roshi and then at his ministers, breaking into a hearty laugh. "Master Roshi, I never expected that besides Goku, your other disciples would be so formidable." Recently, the king had watched the battle between Yamcha and Nappa on the television and turned to Master Roshi with a smile. "Your Majesty, you flatter them. They have long since moved beyond my teachings and are now martial artists of their own right, capable of standing alone." Master Roshi humbly waved his hand. "Then, in your esteemed opinion, Master Roshi, do you believe we can withstand the Science onslaught?" the king inquired, his tone hopeful and tentative. "This should not pose a significant problem. That bald-headed scion is on par with Krillin, Yamcha, and the others. As for the shorter scion, Goku can handle him." Master Roshi responded slowly, his tone lightening somewhat, contrasting with the seriousness etched on his face. "Master Roshi, how did Goku's son come to transform into that great ape?" One of the ministers, who had hesitated to speak earlier, finally asked. "There is nothing to conceal regarding this matter. Gohan possesses the bloodline of the Scions, who transform into colossal apes upon witnessing a full moon." The turtle sage maintained his composure as he elucidated this fact. "The bloodline of the Scions." The elderly minister gasped, instinctively tugging at his already sparse beard, which became even thinner. Could it be that Mr. Goku is also a scion? The old minister was startled by this revelation, his thoughts spilling forth unwittingly. "Well," the elderly minister began, but the king interjected sharply, his tone instinctively growing more forceful. The king observed his long-serving minister, who was tasked with weapon development, with a touch of exasperation. Having spent his entire life immersed in weaponry, the old minister often reacted a moment too late. The king could already surmise what the minister was about to propose, whether Goku and his son might transform into scions and pose a threat to Earth. That old fool, Will, fails to consider that the father and son are currently fighting for Earth. Although the king was momentarily taken aback by the news, he instinctively interrupted the minister's words. He cast a stern glance at the elderly minister, then turned to the turtle sage. "Your Majesty, esteemed guests, there is no need for concern. Goku and Gohan are not like the scions opposite them. By a fortunate twist of fate, my esteemed disciple adopted Goku, who is inherently a good-hearted child. Gohan is equally virtuous. Although their lineage cannot be altered, they are truly earthlings at heart," the turtle sage remarked, glancing at the king before looking at Minister Will with a warm smile. "Please disregard Will's earlier remarks. He can be rather hasty with his words, but he means no harm." The king, slightly embarrassed by the turtle sage's words, replied, "Considering this instance, Goku has now saved Earth for the second time. It seems I, as king, have been rather inept." With a hint of remorse, the king surveyed the assembly, nodding subtly at Chi-Chi, who frowned at Will's comments. "Your Majesty, you need not bear such guilt. Whether it was the Demon King Piccolo of yore or the scions of today, they are formidable beings beyond the capability of ordinary men to contend with. Indeed, after witnessing the recent battle, the sheer force of that attack, wielded by just one individual, resembled that of an entire arsenal. Moreover, even Mr. Yamcha's formidable strikes merely dented the opponent's armor. The extraterrestrial technology far surpasses our own," the king lamented, recalling the images he had seen on television, casting a resigned glance at Will. The elderly minister, feeling the weight of the king's gaze, became flushed and, having just misspoken, found himself at a loss for words. The king had not expected any invigorating insights from Will. Initially, he had summoned his ministers to seek their valuable suggestions. Yet from the very beginning, they had offered nothing but silence, engrossed in the television. It is not surprising, after all, that they reacted this way, given that it was their first encounter with such a battle. As for the only one who spoke, Will, the king now felt nothing but a throbbing headache at the memory. Speaking of which, the development of the new weapon had been underway for several months. Yet there remained not a glimmer of progress. Fortunately, Sun Wukong and a few others had stepped forward to engage in combat, and the current state of affairs seemed to favor his side, which alleviated the king's sense of helplessness considerably. "Miss Bulma, do we have no drones left to utilize from the East capital?" the king inquired, having gathered his thoughts and turning towards Bulma. Previously, when Gohan was battling that scion, the overwhelming energy had resulted in the destruction of nearly all drones due to interference. The last remaining one had also been obliterated when the scion unleashed its power moments ago. Bulma shook her head in resignation. In truth, the preparations for surveillance had been quite thorough, with more than one monitoring drone at the ready. However, the intensity of the clash was simply too great. Moreover, dispatching aircraft now would be futile. Master Roshi, is Gohan in any danger? Chi-Chi, who had remained silent since arriving at the palace, cast a worried glance at the now non-functional television. Fear not, Chi-Chi. Gohan's strength surpasses that of that Nappa. He is likely seeking to hone his skills. He will be fine, especially with Goku by his side. Smack. Ouch. Bulma, what are you doing? Master Roshi exclaimed, clutching his reddened hand and glaring at Bulma, who had approached unbeknownst to him. What am I doing? You old pervert, are you certain you want me to speak in front of His Majesty? Bulma replied, her voice low yet fierce. Upon hearing this, Master Roshi fell silent, sheepishly closing his mouth. Bulma tugged at Chi-Chi, moving their chairs closer together. She had witnessed the lecherous old man nearly let his hand slip from Chi-Chi's back down to her rear when he had gone to console her. What a disrespectful old scoundrel. Chapter 68. The Earth needs more experts. Has something occurred, Master Roshi? The king, unable to see the lecherous gesture due to his angle, wore a puzzled expression. Aha. A mosquito. Yes. Bulma was just helping me swat a mosquito. Master Roshi chuckled awkwardly, attempting to reassure the king. Rest assured, Your Majesty, it is nothing. Watching Bulma's fierce demeanor, Master Roshi rubbed the back of his head and laughed nervously. The king glanced in surprise at his chief guard, Adam, who wore a similar expression of confusion. Are there mosquitoes in the palace? It seems we must enhance our cleaning efforts. It would be quite embarrassing if this became the subject of ridicule. Adam thought to himself, diligently committed to his duties. The king, however, did not dwell on this matter but instead regarded Chi-Chi, who remained silent, her worry palpable on her face. I truly apologize, Miss Chi-Chi. It seems we have inadvertently involved Gohan in this predicament. The king felt a pang of guilt, realizing that Chi-Chi's husband and child had taken to the battlefield while he, as king, could only invite her to witness the broadcast of the conflict. There is nothing to be concerned about. This is ultimately Gohan's own choice. Chi-Chi's tone was somewhat melancholic. Although she had acquiesced to Gohan's decision, even witnessing her son surpassing his adversaries in strength, the mere thought of him engaged in battle rendered her unable to smile. Chi-Chi, do not fret. Goku is by Gohan's side, Bulma gently reassured her, observing Chi-Chi's anxious demeanor. Indeed, Miss Chi-Chi, Goku is there as well, added the king, offering his own words of comfort. Though his heart was a blend of joy and trepidation, he felt fortunate that Earth had the likes of Goku, yet troubled that such formidable warriors were so few in number. It was not that he harbored any mistrust towards Goku and his companions, but rather that Earth's strength was alarmingly feeble. At present, with merely 2 enemies attacking, the nation could only stand by helplessly. Each time he reflected on this, the king's sense of frustration deepened. Master Roshi, the reason I summoned you here is not solely to observe the battle. I also wish to seek your guidance on certain matters, the king remarked thoughtfully, addressing the turtle hermit. Your Majesty, you are too modest, please. Feel free to express any concerns directly, Roshi replied. From what I understand, those participating in the battle have, to varying degrees, benefited from your teachings. Among them, Goku, Mr. Krillin, and Mr. Yamcha are your direct disciples, and you are renowned as the god of martial arts. Please, do share your insights, Your Majesty, Roshi interrupted, smiling at the king's flattery. Master Roshi, Earth desperately needs more skilled warriors, more individuals like Mr. Goku and your other disciples, the king stated with seriousness. His gaze fixed intently upon Roshi. Relying on weapon development is futile, and the experts I have discovered are not easily articulated. At this moment, the king found himself devoid of alternatives, clinging to this potential lifeline. He no longer had the luxury to ponder whether there would arise someone akin to the former Demon King Piccolo, who sought to usurp his throne. His priority was to fortify Earth. Without proficient fighters, they would be as defenseless as they once were against Piccolo, and now against the Scions, merely awaiting slaughter. Moreover, the individuals he sought assistance from were currently battling for the future of Earth. He had faith in Rashi's discernment and his ability to teach. Upon hearing this, Roshi became earnest, pondering for a moment before directing his gaze at the king. Your Majesty, how do you perceive my strength? Indeed, it is exceedingly formidable, the king replied, momentarily taken aback, then spoke with solemnity. However, Goku and his companions surpass me, perhaps tenfold or even 100-fold. The crux of the matter was that these young individuals brimming with potential were still in their formative years. Master Roshi, are you implying The king, momentarily puzzled by Rashi's meaning, was about to inquire further when he noticed the raised hand of Rashi, prompting him to pause and listen attentively. Goku and Krillin are among the rare martial arts prodigies I have encountered in over a century, having commenced their training from a young age. In martial arts, what holds the utmost significance is talent and diligence, as well as the timing of one's training. In the present era, Earth enjoys a prolonged period of peace, a stark contrast to the tumultuous times before the emergence of Demon King Piccolo. Even with the presence of Piccolo, or today's scions, Goku and his companions stand resolute at the forefront. However, this has led to a certain complacency within the martial arts community, a sentiment that Master Rashi cannot help but reflect upon with a hint of nostalgia. Centuries ago, in my youth, the martial arts world was vibrant and competitive, with exchanges far more frequent than they are today. Thus, when Demon King Piccolo first reared his head, the resistance was not merely a handful of fighters. Among them were numerous young martial artists, a quality that is now sorely lacking in the current martial arts realm of Earth. To cultivate more exceptional talents on this planet, it is not sufficient for an old man like me to traverse the globe in search of prodigies. Such encounters are rare and unpredictable. In truth, it has been my fortune to mentor Goku and his friends, witnessing them carve their own paths in martial arts. As Master Rashi reminisced, he seemed to recall the moment he first encountered Goku and Krillin, filled with a sense of bittersweet reflection. Clearing his throat, he remarked, "I digress. What Earth currently lacks is an atmosphere conducive to martial arts. While it may not be feasible for everyone to embrace the martial way, it is essential to foster a greater understanding and appreciation for it among the populace. Young enthusiasts should engage in training at an earlier age, and gifted martial artists should emerge more swiftly, facilitating greater interaction among them. With talent and diligence and increased communication, formidable warriors will inevitably arise. Yet, this is not a task that can be accomplished overnight, Your Majesty." Upon hearing Master Rashi's insights, the king fell into deep contemplation, not disheartened, but rather gaining a clearer grasp of reality. Indeed, as Master Rashi articulated, nurturing a generation of martial artists on Earth cannot be achieved in a mere moment. Nevertheless, this very realization fortified the king's resolve. "Master Wu Tian, there once existed a competition known as the World Martial Arts Tournament, did there not?" "Indeed, it was held, and Goku and Krillin participated, though it seems to have been suspended for the time being. It will be reinstated. Once the Scion matter has settled, the nation will take charge of organizing the tournament. Furthermore, the government will implement policies to support martial arts in the future. I only hope that when challenges arise, Master Wu Tian will lend a hand." The king gazed at Master Rashi with fervent eyes, already formulating a vague plan in his mind. Yet he sought the backing of a venerable martial arts elder like Master Rashi. "Please help the Earth, Master Wu Tian." At that moment, the king cast aside any concern for his own status, prioritizing the future of the planet. He deeply bowed to Master Rashi, remaining in that position for an extended period. "There is no need for such formality, Your Majesty. I shall assist if necessary," Master Rashi chuckled, helping the king to his feet. The sight of Master Rashi, exuding an air of wisdom and dignity, left Bulma momentarily speechless. "That old lecher has such a side to him?" she mused. Indeed, during the battle against Demon King Piccolo, Master Rashi had made a great sacrifice. A newfound admiration flickered in Bulma's gaze as she regarded Master Rashi. At this moment, Master Rashi let out a long sigh of relief deep within his heart. The thought of traversing the vast expanse to search for his disciples was a burden his frail body could scarcely endure. Yet, it was not merely a desire for leisure. His previous words were not mere fabrications to placate the king. He genuinely believed that nurturing an environment conducive to the flourishing of martial arts was far more vital than seeking out his disciples. Only with a thriving martial arts community could they hope to face the formidable foe that Krillin had mentioned hearing about from Goku, making their future confrontations somewhat less daunting. Observing the smiling countenance of the king, Master Rashi's long-standing worries began to dissipate, if only slightly, behind his dark glasses. Chapter 69, An Eye for an Eye? Regarding the future, each individual makes their own efforts. Master Rashi aspired to alleviate the burdens of his disciples by developing the martial arts community on Earth. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, Gohan was tirelessly striving to strengthen himself, propelled by his training with Nappa. However, he found himself increasingly disappointed in Nappa. He had overestimated Nappa's potential for improvement and underestimated his own, which, despite a decline from previous battles, remained formidable. He had hoped that after consuming a Senzu bean and experiencing a boost in strength, Nappa would at least be able to train alongside him for a while. Come over here. If you don't, I'll come to you. Gohan shouted towards Nappa, who lingered at a distance, his giant ape form brimming with eagerness. It was a friendly invitation, yet Gohan's imposing appearance sent a shiver down Nappa's spine. You little brat. Nappa managed to retort, though his bravado belied his apprehension. Despite his bravado, he remained rooted to the spot. As a seasoned warrior forged through countless battles, he initially reveled in the thrill of newfound power and the mistaken belief that Gohan was of little concern. However, the reality of their encounter soon dispelled those notions. Though he initially felt he had the upper hand, it quickly became apparent that he was merely a punching bag for Gohan in their melee. Reluctant to continue being battered, Nappa took a step back. Thump. Nappa, are you daring to retreat? Vegeta fired an energy blast at the ground behind Nappa, instantly creating a gaping hole. Smoke billowed from the dark pit, and with Vegeta's icy voice, Nappa trembled even more. Vegeta, I no longer care about the consequences of punishment. Nappa stammered, summoning the courage to suggest that Vegeta replace him. The notion of defeating that little brat seemed utterly absurd to him. All Nappa truly wanted was to convey to Vegeta that he simply could not manage it. Before Nappa could finish his thought, Vegeta had already deduced his intentions, his brow furrowing even deeper. Fool. After all this time, you Haven T even managed to exploit a single opening in the opponent's defense. At this rate, how can I ever find an opportunity to seize a Senzu bean? The uncertainty surrounding the transformation into a giant ape remains considerable. Presently, the comparison of strengths between the two parties clearly indicates the opponent's superiority. Hold on. Since we are to launch a surprise attack, I must utilize that particular technique. Earth. Oh Earth, it seems I have indeed arrived at the right moment. Nappa, unleash your full power against the adversary. After a moment of contemplation, Vegeta commanded with a sharp tone directed at Nappa. Why you dare not heed my orders? Vegeta bellowed once more, feigning fury that caused Nappa's heart to constrict in fear. Indeed, Vegeta was far more terrifying. Nappa momentarily weighed his options and halted his retreat. It was time to fight. Kakarot, that little brat, appeared to be treating him merely as a punching bag. Perhaps fighting would not result in death, but surrender would lead to a fate worse than being a mere target. Nappa lifted his gaze, gritting his teeth as he glared at Gohan in the distance. All right, for my final assault, I shall muster all my strength. Little brat, you better be ready to receive it. Nappa shouted loudly, as if intending for more than just Gohan to hear. Vegeta, I am truly giving it my all. Nappa roared inwardly, and suddenly, his aura shifted, the crimson light in his eyes flickering once more. His gaping maw opened wide, revealing glimmering fangs. A tremendous surge of energy began to rise, as an energy sphere gradually coalesced within Nappa's mouth. Crack! Crack! The overwhelming energy spilled forth in wisps, causing the ground beneath to crack in concentric circles. This power was unprecedented for Nappa, seemingly tapping into every ounce of strength he possessed. Yes, this is it. Vegeta watched Nappa's movements with a flicker of delight, his eyes unwaveringly fixed on the two combatants. Nappa's transformation momentarily stunned Gohan. What has triggered this bald giant? Is it due to that scion named Vegeta? Yet, that fellow's usual strength is not significantly greater than my own. Though puzzled, Gohan remained undeterred, focusing on the gigantic opponent before him. No need to dwell on irrelevant thoughts. My father is right behind me, and my sole focus must be on defeating this bald giant. It is time to deliver the decisive blow. Observing Nappa, who could no longer assist him, Gohan made his resolution. Kamehameha. In an instant, azure energy surged between Gohan's palms. An aura that rivaled Nappa's erupted forth, and before either had struck, their explosive energies clashed in anticipation. In the blink of an eye, the confrontation of forces reached its zenith, and both combatants unleashed their energies. Boom. Transformed into a giant ape, Gohan faced Nappa, who had been revived by a Senzu bean and whose power had been enhanced. Although both had experienced a decline in strength due to prior battles, their current might was incomparable to before. The two colossal energies collided violently, sending tremors through the air that resonated with a thunderous roar. In a state of trepidation, Nappa summoned all his strength, momentarily matching the formidable Son Gohan. This was, of course, merely Nappa's perception of the situation. Impressive, bald head. I shall not hold back. Gohan, slightly out of breath, recognized that his power still fell short. This scion, Nappa, was remarkably robust. Taking a deep breath, he surged his energy once more, relinquishing all restraint. Now is the time. As Gohan unleashed his full might, Vegeta's eyes sparkled with intensity. In the blink of an eye, he vanished from his position, reappearing a short distance behind Gohan. Energy coalesced in his palm like a bolt of lightning, and in the next instant, he aimed a strike at Gohan's tail. That little imp is attempting a sneak attack on Gohan. Goku quickly. To the side of the battlefield, Yamcha initially glimpsed only Vegeta's afterimage, soon realizing the energy he was gathering. Alarmed, Yamcha turned to warn Goku, only to find that the latter had mysteriously vanished from his side. Humph, Kakarot, you have indeed arrived. Seeing Goku suddenly positioned between his energy blast and Gohan, Vegeta wore a triumphant smile. In an instant, disregarding his own attack, he moved to a position diagonally above Goku. What is this fellow up to? That maneuver? Goku, typically unfazed in battle, displayed a rare expression of surprise at Vegeta's actions. Let us see how you fare against your own technique. Vegeta bellowed, and before his voice faded, a blinding light erupted. Solar flare? How could that scion possibly know the solar flare? In the distance, Krillin and Tien exclaimed in astonishment at the unfolding events. Ready to rush in for support. No need for your intervention. That scion is finished. Old Sun would never fall prey to such a technique. Piccolo's voice interjected with an air of confidence. Everything transpired in the blink of an eye, and amidst the chaos, a resolution was forming between the two combatants. Surely you do not believe that just because we cannot see with our eyes, we are unaware of your movements? Goku's voice resonated softly amidst the remnants of the dazzling light. What? Feeling the grip of his opponent's power around his wrist, Vegeta's spine chilled. An unsettling sensation coursing through him. This is troublesome. But why is it that beneath such blinding light, Kakarot can still perceive my actions? Ah, indeed. These earthlings seem to possess the ability to sense others' energy. He recalled that when he and Nappa descended, they had been awaiting them. But why can they detect such subtle movements? Earth. Once again, it is Earth. Ever since arriving here, an incessant stream of bizarre phenomena has unfolded before me. Indeed, there lies the formidable power of Kakarot. I initially assumed the readings on the scanner were astonishing enough. Was that not supposed to be his limit? In the midst of unexpected turmoil, the disarrayed mind of Vegeta resembled a tangled mess, struggling to find clarity. Let go of me. Anger surged within him as he glared at Goku, whose eyes were now tinged with bloodshot veins, his face slightly flushed. Have you truly given up? At that moment, the blinding light of the solar flare had completely dissipated, and Goku regarded Vegeta with an expression of calm indifference, seemingly unaffected by the earlier ambush. How infuriating. What does that lofty demeanor even signify? Gazing at the nonchalant Goku before him, Vegeta felt a profound humiliation towards his own pride. However, he was not the type to be as foolishly stubborn as Nappa. Suppressing his anger, he began to contemplate his next strategy. It appeared that transforming into a great ape was his only viable option. However, during the transformation, Kakarot would have ample time to assist his son with those mystical beings and swiftly deal with Nappa. Even in the form of a great ape, the moon presented a vulnerability. Such a transformation was more suited for a devastating invasion of planets. Was retreat an option? That was not entirely out of the question. Yet, the Earth's training methods posed a tempting dilemma, as greed clashed with reason within Vegeta's mind. Perhaps retreat was indeed the best course. This was Gohan's battle with that towering brute. If a fight were necessary, he could always suggest a different venue. Just as Vegeta resolved to devise a means of retreat, Goku's voice interrupted his thoughts. If it's just Kakarot alone, would you dare to challenge me one-on-one? Then I shall choose the battlefield. Vegeta, who had initially contemplated retreating, suddenly found his thoughts shifting, a playful yet glaring provocation in his tone. Very well, Goku responded, unfazed. Humph, how naive, Kakarot. Vegeta felt a surge of elation within, though he concealed it well, casting a sidelong glance at Krillin and the others observing the confrontation. The rest of the lot seemed to possess merely Nappa's standard capabilities, posing no significant threat. With the mystical beings in Kakarot's possession, if he could first lure him away, the young ones would have no chance to recover. If it became a one-on-one affair, there might be a possibility of victory. Vegeta's gaze flickered with determination, and he made a decisive choice. The allure of the Earth's training methods was simply too great, and retreating would indeed be troublesome. It would be better to take one last gamble. Vegeta felt his grip loosen suddenly, allowing him to withdraw his hand and rub his wrist. "Follow me," he said coldly, then soared into the distance. He silently wished for Nappa to hold on a little longer. Without a hint of hesitation, Vegeta's figure vanished into the sky. "I shall take my leave first," Goku remarked, glancing at the onlookers before waving his hand and following the direction in which Vegeta had departed. Was Goku truly intent on battling that little imp alone? Krillin gazed in bewilderment at the departing figures of Vegeta and Goku. Beside him, Piccolo cast a glance at the ongoing energy clash between Gohan and his opponent, and then prepared to take his leave. "Hey, Piccolo, where are you off to? That big oaf is no match for Gohan. He's about to win. Instead of lingering here, we might as well observe old son's battle," he remarked, not waiting for Krillin's response before soaring into the sky. "Ugh, Piccolo," Krillin called out in vain, unable to halt his departure. "I think we should wait until Gohan secures his victory before we leave," he pondered aloud to Yamcha, Tien, and Kaiotsu, who were approaching. "A conclusion is imminent." Tien suddenly interjected, his focus unwavering on the unfolding battle. Krillin and the others instinctively turned their attention back to Gohan and his fierce engagement. In the midst of their conversation, Nappa had been utterly overwhelmed. Gohan's Kamehameha surged forth like a colossal blue dragon, consuming Nappa's energy blasts and relentlessly charging at him. "It's over," Nappa lamented inwardly as he faced the oncoming wave of energy. Despite his desperate attempts to evade, he was struck with considerable force. His massive form was propelled backward, visibly shrinking in the air. "Gohan, splendid. You've won," Krillin and the others exclaimed as they rushed to Gohan's side, brimming with excitement. Gohan took a deep breath, striving to calm his racing heart. "There's still a significant gap," he reflected. "Though my transformation into a great ape has granted me some control over this form's power, it is merely a slight improvement." Feeling the aftermath of the battle, he expressed a hint of regret. "Is that Scion dead?" Yamcha inquired. "Not yet. I held back a bit," Gohan replied, shaking his head. He had no intention of taking a life, unlike with Raditz and Vegeta, whose fates had been sealed upon his arrival. Raditz had already claimed the life of an innocent farmer, while the situation with Vegeta had left him no choice but to act decisively to save himself, Piccolo, and Mr. Popo from being consumed by the black hole. As for the two Scions this time, they had retreated from East City, sparing lives, and neither posed a threat to Gohan's side. Given these circumstances, Gohan truly found it hard to strike a fatal blow. "Since Piccolo has gone to spectate, we should set off as well," Tien suggested, observing that the battle had reached its conclusion. "All right, just give me a moment," Gohan replied, closing his eyes to harness the tumultuous power within him. Within a few breaths, his once massive form gradually diminished, revealing a petite, white-clad Gohan before the group. "Wait, you can revert to your original state without removing your tail?" Yamcha, upon witnessing the transformed Gohan, expressed his astonishment. "Well, with ample practice, one can surely master it." Gohan nodded in affirmation. "But are you really going like this, without any clothes?" It's fine. Uncle Piccolo can conjure a set for me shortly." Glancing at himself, Gohan chuckled absent-mindedly. "Piccolo, that fellow is indeed quite convenient." Chapter 71. "Indeed, I consider myself fortunate. Shall we proceed?" Yamcha observed Gohan before him, increasingly reminded of the youthful Goku, and couldn't help but feel a wave of nostalgia. He then addressed the group. "All right." The others nodded in agreement, sensing the energies of Goku and Vegeta, and together they soared towards a certain direction in the sky. As for Nappa, he was not mentioned by anyone. In the perception of Gohan and his companions, Nappa's residual energy was almost imperceptible, akin to a wisp of smoke. In such a state, it was a miracle that he was still alive, let alone causing any further trouble. Moreover, in comparison, the battle between Goku and Vegeta was of far greater significance at this moment. On the other side, Vegeta was leading Goku in selecting a battleground. The two were currently flying over an endless expanse of desolate wasteland. As far as the eye could see, the ground was strewn with rocks, interspersed with naturally formed stone pillars. The erosion marks on the rock surfaces told tales of the relentless passage of time. "This place looks familiar. It resembles the site of Granny's divination." Goku instinctively recalled his previous visit to the seer to predict the arrival of the Scions, the images he beheld in her crystal ball coming to mind. This must be it. Just then, Vegeta's voice broke through the silence, and without hesitation, he descended. Hearing this, Goku followed suit. They each landed atop two stone pillars, naturally sculpted by years of wind erosion, which seemed to stand in eternal opposition to each other. Is this the location you've chosen for our battle? The cold wind howled incessantly, whispering through the oddly shaped rock formations. Goku surveyed the surroundings and turned to Vegeta. What's wrong, Kakarot? Are you frightened? The brief skirmish earlier had left Vegeta somewhat uncertain, yet true to his nature, he maintained an air of superiority. His tone icy and regal. I reiterate my earlier statement. Should you choose to leave, I shall not impede you. Earth is a beautiful place and my cherished homeland. If you intend to harm it, I will not stand idly by. Goku shook his head, reiterating his thoughts. What grandiose arrogance. I acknowledge your strength, but ultimately, a lower-class warrior remains just that, a lower-class warrior. You are merely fortunate to reside on a planet devoid of formidable foes, which has granted you your current prowess. Be wise and enlighten me on your unique training methods, and together we shall eradicate the Earthlings. Once this planet fetches a handsome price, I shall forgive your prior betrayal. For after all, there are but a few scions remaining. Vegeta gazed down from his lofty perch upon the stone pillar at Goku, his words devoid of any hint of weakness. You intend to annihilate the Earthlings, although I have long understood our opposing stances. This statement finally sharpened Goku's previously tranquil gaze. He fixed his intense stare upon Vegeta, readying himself for confrontation. While I shall never acquiesce to your demands, you do speak one undeniable truth. My fortune has indeed been remarkable. Had you not dispatched me to Earth, I might have become as cold-blooded and ruthless as you. Invading other planets without a second thought, I would not have encountered all those on Earth. As Goku spoke, memories from his childhood flooded his mind, warming his heart while filling him with profound gratitude. It seems you share many fond recollections with the detritus of this planet. Vegeta's chilling voice interrupted, as if he intended to shatter Goku's psychological defenses before launching his own attack. However, such efforts were destined to be futile. Was the sensation from our previous encounter merely an illusion? How infuriating! Had I known, I would not have destroyed the scouter so hastily. As Vegeta assumed his battle stance, doubts crept into his mind. That Kakarot fellow. Observing Goku's expression, which remained unchanged, Vegeta's gaze narrowed slightly. For a moment, neither chose to strike first, mirroring the stalemate of the stone pillars beneath them. After a brief pause, Vegeta could no longer contain himself, feeling the power surge within him. I am a prodigious warrior of the Scion race. Even a lower-class warrior like Kakarot, despite his good fortune, cannot hope to match my prowess. With a sudden forceful stomp, the pillar beneath him shattered, propelling him towards Goku. He unleashed a punch, cleaving through the tempest, aimed directly at Goku's neck. You are no match for me, concede. The fist, swift as lightning, struck the void, yet Vegeta simultaneously heard Goku's voice. Is that all you boast of? Just a fraction faster? Vegeta pressed on with his assault, barking a cold retort. My superiority extends far beyond mere speed. Thud. What? With a muffled thump, Vegeta's afterimages finally connected. Yet his expression shifted from triumph to disbelief as he beheld Goku's unwavering stance. It was not Goku he had struck, but rather his fist was firmly grasped by Goku's hand, immovable. I told you, the chasm between us is insurmountable. You are not my equal. Goku's light, airy voice rang out once more, now bearing the weight of a mountain upon Vegeta's heart. Impossible! Vegeta shouted in disbelief, straining to free himself from Goku's grip. Yet each attempt proved futile. As Sun Wukong gazed at the struggling Vegeta before him, he gently shook his head and released his grip. Truth be told, Sun Wukong had initially intended to exchange a few more blows with Vegeta, as the latter was, after all, a self-proclaimed genius warrior of the Scion race. However, it seemed that his current strength was so overwhelming that Vegeta's assaults appeared to him as mere child's play. It was not that Vegeta lacked combat skills or experience. Those attributes were indeed commendable. Yet, when the disparity in speed and power reached a certain magnitude, the capacity for technique and experience to compensate became exceedingly limited. Moreover, having been trained by Master Roshi, Popo, and King Kai, Sun Wukong was undoubtedly superior in both combat skills and experience. Impossible. Absolutely impossible, Vegeta exclaimed, his right fist clenched, thumb pointing towards himself. I am Vegeta, a warrior of the Scion race, a genius. How could I be outmatched by a mere lowly warrior like you? Confronted with this incredulous gap in power, The proud Vegeta found his fierce sense of pride difficult to bear. He shot upwards into the sky, arms raised high, and then released a brilliant burst of energy. A cascade of energy blasts, akin to a meteor shower, poured forth from his palms. Dai Kakarot. Chapter 72. Master Son's martial arts class. In that moment, Vegeta was consumed by rage, his eyes fixed fiercely on Sun Wukong below, filled with a burning intensity. Accompanying the onslaught of energy blasts, Vegeta unleashed his might and fury without restraint. Perhaps there was a hint of underlying anxiety. Of course, only he could truly fathom that. Kakarot, you cannot escape. The resounding explosions echoed relentlessly, a thunderous roar unlike any heard in centuries reverberating across the desolate land. The once vibrant hills and rock formations, now eroded by the wind, succumbed to Vegeta's wild power, crumbling into fragments of flat rubble. Soon, the shattered rocks dissipated further, clouds of thick dust scattering in the wake of the energy's impact. The desolate visage of the earth offered Vegeta a rare solace. Kakarot, even with such an attack, you cannot. As he surveyed his handiwork below, Vegeta raised an eyebrow, his assault unceasing. Feeling a slight easing of tension, a confident smile emerged on his face. Just as he was basking in his own triumph, he suddenly felt a tap on his shoulder. Huh, hey, where are you aiming, you fool? In that moment of bewilderment, Vegeta failed to react, while behind him, Sun Wukong's voice, laced with curiosity, rang out. What? Suddenly realizing the gravity of the situation, Vegeta halted his attack, swiftly turning to retreat. After a flurry of movements, he finally faced Sun Wukong, who had unexpectedly appeared right before him. You? When did you? Upon recognizing Sun Wukong standing before him, Vegeta's expression drained of color, his voice a mixture of astonishment and fury. It turns out that you truly cannot sense each other's positions through your ki. Observing the flustered Vegeta before him, Goku's face displayed a look of astonishment. This approach is inadequate. Relying solely on the naked eye to gauge your opponent is exceedingly clumsy and inherently limiting. If you aspire to grow stronger, you must learn to perceive your adversary's movements and location through their energy. As he spoke, Goku's eyes suddenly sparkled with enthusiasm. How about this? Since you wish to learn the ways of becoming stronger, I shall teach you how to sense ki. How about leaving Earth for a while? Although the disparity between them was significant, Goku noted that Vegeta's talent was commendable based on his recent attack. With diligent training, he could certainly enhance his abilities. Goku continued his monologue, oblivious to the change in Vegeta's expression, which had darkened with rage. Kakarot, you insufferable fool. At that moment, Vegeta's face flushed crimson, his anger swelling uncontrollably. He dismissed Goku's intentions as mere patronizing insults. In an instant, a surge of explosive energy gathered between Vegeta's palms. You wretched cur. With a thunderous shout, he unleashed the energy, a brilliant light hurtling toward Goku like a bolt of lightning. Hey, what are you doing? Launching a surprise attack? Despite the short distance separating them, Goku remained unfazed in the face of Vegeta's sudden onslaught. To Vegeta's astonishment, Goku did not even attempt to dodge. Instead, he effortlessly kicked away the energy blast he had just fired. However, Vegeta's fury had ignited a blaze of irrationality within him. His pride compelled him forward, disregarding the reality of their battle. It was not that Vegeta failed to perceive the situation. In his eyes, the once inferior Goku now possessed a power that rivaled, if not surpassed, his own, which only fueled his resentment further. How dare this insufferable fool speak so brazenly before him? He was the prince of the Saiyans. At that moment, Vegeta cast aside any thoughts of the strength disparity or his original intentions. His singular desire was to see Goku kneel before him in submission. With his face flushed with fury, Vegeta unleashed a furious barrage of punches and kicks, akin to a tempest. Meanwhile, Goku remained somewhat bewildered. By Earth's witness, he genuinely intended to teach Vegeta how to sense ki. Initially, upon hearing his son's dream of two Saiyans invading Earth and slaying many of his friends, Goku had harbored a degree of animosity toward Vegeta and Nappa. Yet, when the day truly arrived, and both Vegeta and Nappa descended upon Earth, the ensuing events unfolded entirely differently. They were not even close to being a match for him and his companions. Certainly, this is due to their own preparations. Yet it has subtly altered Sun Wukong's mindset. Although Vegeta and Nappa incessantly proclaimed their intent to invade Earth and annihilate its inhabitants, in Sun Wukong's eyes, these are mere empty threats. At least thus far, They have not succeeded in taking a single life, have they? Not to mention that his son has been using Nappa as a punching bag, leaving him battered and bruised. Presently, it seems as though the opponent's energy is faint, almost imperceptible. To be honest, this realization leaves Sun Wukong feeling somewhat embarrassed. Of course, it is impossible to lower his guard completely, but to kill them is not a necessity. According to Gohan, in his dreams, he did not resort to violence against them. Sun Wukong is uncertain of Gohan's perceptions of him within those dreams. From his current perspective, Vegeta possesses commendable talent and fighting techniques. Under his tutelage, he could potentially become a formidable adversary. Moreover, did Vegeta not express a desire to learn Earth's training methods? Why then is he so enraged? Observing Vegeta's furious advance, Sun Wukong finds it perplexing. Very well, perhaps by allowing him to recognize the disparity in their strengths, he will regain his composure. Vegeta's attack comes swiftly. Yet, in the face of his relentless onslaught, Sun Wukong remains remarkably composed. Your movements are commendable, but there are still superfluous elements. As they engage, Sun Wukong offers pointers, hoping that Vegeta will soon acknowledge the gap and calm down. However, he fails to notice that Vegeta's eyes have grown even more bloodshot. Curiously, why have your movements become erratic? Although Sun Wukong is oblivious to Vegeta's emotional shifts, he quickly discerns the sudden disarray in Vegeta's actions. Kakarot. A venomous growl escapes Vegeta's throat, slightly raspy. The already dazzling barrage of attacks intensifies. Yet, Sun Wukong remains oblivious to Vegeta's voice. His sole focus is on urging Vegeta to regain his composure, for he truly does not wish to take a life. As their clash escalates, Piccolo and Gohan, who have been trailing behind, finally arrive on the scene. Uncle Piccolo, what is happening? Gohan stares in astonishment at the fierce confrontation between Sun Wukong and Vegeta. In his eyes, Vegeta's flurry of attacks is vibrant, yet none yield tangible results. While his father dodges, parries, and counters the strikes, astonishingly, he occasionally offers advice. What on earth is his father doing? Why has he taken on the role of a teacher? Chapter 73. Vegeta, you are quite astute. The little Gohan is filled with great perplexity. However, Piccolo, who has been queried, is equally bewildered, momentarily at a loss for words. What exactly is this old man up to? Piccolo squinted, keenly observing the entwined struggle between Sun Wukong and Vegeta. This scoundrel. Could he possibly believe himself so formidable as to forge a rival? Humph, indeed a leisurely fellow. Fortunately, Piccolo's keen ears allowed him to deduce the situation as he listened and watched intently. Yet, with his newfound conjectures, he found himself even more speechless. It seems your father thinks that fellow named Vegeta is too weak and is attempting to teach him how to become stronger. This naive fool remains unchanged, just as before. Piccolo remarked to his companion, Gohan, but as he spoke, a sudden thought crossed his mind, prompting him to disdainfully comment. Your father is instructing Vegeta? Is that truly wise? Gohan blinked, at a loss for words upon hearing Piccolo's statement. Whether this was beneficial or not, Vegeta was unaware. At that moment, all he desired was to bring that accursed Kakarot to his knees and surrender. Yet, surprisingly, Vegeta seemed to be grasping the essence of key perception. With fiery eyes, he watched Sun Wukong dodge left and right, occasionally uttering words of encouragement. Damn it, that cursed Kakarot. He is merely toying with me. What key perception? As these thoughts raced through his mind, an inexplicable sensation suddenly arose behind him. Without a moment's hesitation, Vegeta instinctively swung a fist backward. You are becoming increasingly adept at sensing ki, Vegeta. Sun Wukong raised his palm, blocking Vegeta's retaliatory punch. What? That sensation, could it be real? Is this what that scoundrel Kakarot referred to as ki perception? With his strike failing to land, Vegeta halted his assault, panting heavily, his eyes wide with disbelief. That bastard did not deceive me. Confusion and fury intertwined within Vegeta's heart, mingled with a profound sense of humiliation. After a brief moment, Vegeta steadied his breath, his icy gaze fixed on Sun Wukong. You are quite clever, Vegeta. It appears you have indeed learned to sense ki. In that case, you must honor our agreement and leave Earth. Sun Wukong smiled softly, his expression warm. Yet, to Vegeta, that very smile was particularly irksome. What a joke. I have truly learned this ridiculous ki perception under the guise of Kakarot's childish instruction. The more he pondered, the angrier he became, and the angrier he felt. The more he recalled his so-called learning experience. With his newly acquired skill, Vegeta felt as though he were a mere clown, utterly ridiculous. Rather than joy, an overwhelming sense of shame washed over him. Veins throbbing in his temples, Vegeta yearned to deliver a punishing blow to that infuriating figure before him. However, just before he could strike, reason finally prevailed. I am no match for this scoundrel. Though he loathed to admit it, Vegeta could not deny the truth. In comparison to his own abilities, he found himself woefully inadequate against the current Son Goku. Vegeta vividly recalled his past encounter with Captain Ginyu of the Ginyu Force, an elite squad under Frieza's command. During that battle, Ginyu had seemed to toy with him, treating the fight as if it were a mere child's game. Could it be that Kakarot's strength had risen to rival that impudent scoundrel Ginyu? It was inconceivable, utterly impossible. Vegeta furrowed his brow tightly, unwilling to accept such a notion. Kakarot, that rascal, was merely a low-class warrior. Even if the training methods on Earth were extraordinary, it appeared that he would have to transform into a great ape. After much contemplation, Vegeta reached a resolution. As for the promise Goku made about learning to sense energy and leaving Earth, not only had he not made such a vow himself, but even if he had, would he be obliged to keep it? What a ridiculous notion. Heaven knows how much Kakarot had concealed from him. He was determined to unearth all of his opponent's secrets, the true secret to becoming stronger. Wait a moment, this sensation, it's energy. Realizing belatedly, Vegeta's gaze shifted to the approaching Gohan and his companions. Indeed, it was them. Ugh, this wretched perception of energy. Having confirmed his suspicion, Vegeta internally scoffed in disdain. However, since he could sense their presence, he grimly suppressed his discomfort and began to gauge Goku's power. How weak. Damn it. Has he suppressed his own strength? The realization that Goku's energy was utterly inconsistent with his expectations struck Vegeta. Nevertheless, even if there was some concealment, it surely could not surpass Jinyu's prowess. Wait a moment. Kakarot's little brat has yet to recover. If he ingests that miraculous bean, Kakarot, you wouldn't dare to fight alongside others, would you? Vegeta shot a cold remark at Goku. Huh, you still want to fight? Goku replied, momentarily taken aback and filled with confusion. Enough chatter. If you still possess a warrior's pride, as I have stated, I shall fight you alone, Goku responded leisurely. Humph. At least you retain some semblance of Saiyan dignity. Although Vegeta did not entirely lower his guard upon hearing Goku's words, he felt considerably more at ease. If the brat consumed the miraculous bean and joined forces with Kakarot, even if he transformed into a great ape, he feared there would be no opportunity left for him. Very well, while my strength remains relatively intact, Kakarot, though your power is formidable, removing your tail is your greatest folly. Sensing the remaining energy within him, Vegeta felt a surge of confidence. With a mocking tone, he abruptly raised his head, his eyes widening as he gazed at the full moon hanging high in the sky. Ah, that Saiyan seems poised to transform into a great ape. Is Goku truly all right? Upon witnessing Vegeta's actions, Yamcha, who had just fought against the newly transformed great ape, couldn't help but feel a pang of worry. In his perception, under the same ordinary circumstances, Vegeta was undeniably far superior to Nappa, who had previously battled with him. Fear not, Uncle Yamcha. This is merely a display of power. Father will not be defeated. Observing Vegeta's rapidly changing form and aura, Gohan, standing nearby, spoke with remarkable composure. Is that so? Yamcha replied, Indeed, do not forget, Goku has yet to unleash the Kaioken. In contrast to Yamcha's anxiety, Krillin appeared utterly unconcerned, offering a light-hearted reassurance. Humph, what a fuss, Piccolo remarked, casting a disdainful glance at Yamcha. His gaze then returned to Goku, who remained unfazed by the overwhelming force emanating from Vegeta's transformation. Piccolo's green visage bore a serious and complex expression. Old man, how much stronger do you intend to become? Unaware of Piccolo's inner thoughts, Goku reflected on the remarkable power of the transforming Vegeta, feeling a tinge of emotion. If it were not for Gohan's dream, it would be difficult to fathom defeating such an opponent. Yet now, even this tremendous power seemed. Ha ha ha, Kakarot. Behold the true strength of this prince. While Goku pondered, Vegeta reveled in his newfound might, his confidence surging. His transformation was complete. Chapter 74, Vegeta. Why? Such power. Such power. Ha 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 ha. Even if that rascal Kakarot were to grow stronger, he could never rival me. Feeling the explosive surge of energy within him after transforming into a great ape, Vegeta's self-assurance ballooned wildly. This prince is now Super Vegeta. Vegeta's eyes, after his transformation, sparkled with an uncontrollable red glow. Shame. Kakarot, you worthless trash. Watch as this prince deals with you. Towering like a small mountain, Vegeta gazed upon the diminutive ant that was Kakarot, his excited eyes shimmering with anticipation, unable to contain a cruel laugh. Such power, indeed, is formidable. After sensing the transformed aura of his opponent, Goku wore a knowing smile. This sensation should be comparable to Gohan's strength when he transformed into a great ape. If that is the case, he too would need to take things seriously. Taking a deep breath, Goku slowly exhaled, gradually releasing the suppressed energy he had been holding back since the battle began. Humph, so you're finally going to unleash all your power? Observing Goku as he gradually revealed his strength, Vegeta merely watched coldly, unwilling to act hastily. He possessed the pride of a warrior, particularly in facing Kakarot, who had just deceived and toyed with him. Vegeta yearned to defeat his opponent with overwhelming might, relishing the opportunity to thoroughly torment him. He wished to savor the sight of Kakarot's anguished cries and helpless despair. Ha ha ha, is this truly the extent of your prowess? How unimpressive. Vegeta mocked Goku with unabashed derision, his suspicions confirmed. Indeed, while Kakarot's combat power had not reached the level of Jinyu, it was not far off. Likely around 100,000. However, in terms of sheer strength, his own combat power was undoubtedly above 150,000. Kakarot, do you not sense ki? How will you respond now? Perish. Without uttering any pleasantries, Vegeta clenched his iron fist tightly. As he descended from the heavens, his punch, akin to a comet striking the moon, erupted with a speed that starkly contrasted with his imposing figure. Bang! Crash! Crash! Kakarot, did you think that as a great ape, my speed would diminish? You fool, ha ha ha! Vegeta gazed at Goku, who had been sent flying by his punch, crashing through several stone pillars, a triumphant smile gracing his face. Yet, this was insufficient to quell his fury. Come forth, Kakarot. I know you will not perish so easily. Vegeta shouted impatiently at the rubble, which remained still for an unsettling length of time. Beneath the debris, Goku rubbed his head. Ouch, that indeed stings. While Vegeta's strength is comparable to Gohan's, he surpasses that boy by a considerable margin. However, it presents no significant issue, as he has discerned Vegeta's weakness. Boom. Though his speed had not diminished, his enlarged form was indeed a vulnerability. A tremendous noise erupted. Simultaneously, Goku bellowed, his voice resonating in all directions. A colossal figure? What is old Sun planning? To burrow into the Scion's body. Nearby, Piccolo, who had overheard, widened his eyes, an inexplicable itch in his throat. He frantically searched for Goku's silhouette. Meanwhile, Vegeta was engaged in a similar pursuit. Where has that scoundrel vanished to? Ah, I must locate his key. After scanning for what felt like ages without success, Vegeta suddenly recalled a newly learned skill. Behind me. Sensing a surge of power behind him, Vegeta swiftly spun around. Huh, where is he? No, he is still behind me. Upon turning, he found Goku's key manifesting once more at his rear, prompting another rapid pivot. Yet again, he grasped at shadows. Ha ha, you, despite your augmented power and speed, your enlarged form inevitably hampers your agility. As Vegeta turned again and again, Goku's voice softly echoed behind him. Damn it. Vegeta spun repeatedly, resembling a top. However, just as Goku had asserted, his massive size rendered him incapable of maneuvering with the same finesse as Goku. Even as he dashed away a considerable distance and then turned back, it proved utterly futile. Sun Wukong remained steadfastly at his heels. Infuriating. How detestable. Kakarot, you wretched scoundrel, I shall surely bring about your demise. Unable to contain his rage, Vegeta's fury ignited once more with fierce intensity. Anger and power intertwined like wind and fire, with the wind fueling the flames and the fire amplifying the wind's might. A tremendous force erupted from Vegeta's being, radiating in all directions. This bodes ill. Gohan and the others cannot withstand this overwhelming energy. Observing the sudden outburst from Vegeta, Sun Wukong's expression grew serious as he swiftly positioned himself in front of Gohan and his companions. Huh. The surge of energy surged forth from Sun Wukong, a colossal aura emanating from him, counteracting Vegeta's attack and shielding those nearby. Let us maintain a greater distance. The current proximity is far too precarious. As Vegeta's rage-fueled power began to subside, Sun Wukong exhaled softly, then turned to address the others behind him. Understood, Dad. We should retreat a bit. This way, you can fight without restraint. Upon hearing this, Gohan nodded in agreement with son Wukong and then conveyed to the others nearby. Very well, in such a battle, we should keep our distance. Be cautious, Wukong. Wukong, we shall take our leave now. Apart from Piccolo and Gohan, the others, overwhelmed by the tremendous pressure from Son Wukong and Vegeta, turned pale and echoed their assent. Meanwhile, as Gohan and his group distanced themselves, not far away, Vegeta, who had unleashed his power, finally laid eyes on the one he had been obsessing over. The moment he spotted Son Wukong, a familiar sense of humiliation surged within him once more. This was the same before his transformation, yet now, after transforming, he found himself once again toyed with by this scoundrel. Vegeta's eyes had turned a deep crimson, flecked with veins of rage. Kakarot, you insufferable little insect. Prepare to meet your end. Consumed by wrath, Vegeta soared into the sky. He channeled his immense power into his palms, unleashing it all towards Son Wukong. Final flash. Feeling the astonishing energy contained within Vegeta's attack, Son Wukong's gaze sharpened. Kaioken. With a low shout, a fiery aura ignited around Son Wukong, shimmering with a faint red glow. Kamehameha. The overwhelming force of Vegeta's final flash generated a fierce wind pressure, ruthlessly battering the ground like a tempest. The earth shattered, and stones flew through the air. Just as the energy blast hurtled toward him, a powerful shout erupted from Son Wukong. He raised both hands high, azure energy surging from his palms, swelling larger by the moment. As he beheld the descending final flash, Son Wukong's completed Kamehameha broke through the wind pressure, ascending defiantly upward. With an unyielding momentum, he aimed to pierce the heavens. Boom! Was the clash of power and might, devoid of any embellishments, reverberated through the air, unleashing a violent shockwave that swept in all directions, filling the atmosphere with a chorus of resonant hums. The debris, lifted by the tempest, disintegrated into mere dust. Regardless of its size, a single bead of sweat, akin to a droplet from a jug, trickled down Vegeta's forehead. Gazing below, he perceived the unstoppable force of the Kamehameha, surging forth with an unstoppable momentum. In an instant, the fury that consumed Vegeta's heart was replaced by a chilling dread. Why? Chapter 75, perhaps he could become our ally. Vegeta's roar was drowned out amidst the cacophony of the energy surge. Why? Why did Kakarot's strength suddenly double? This was the last thought that crossed Vegeta's mind before his own energy wave was consumed by the might of the Kamehameha. At that moment, he was pinned by the Kamehameha from behind, the terrifying force creating an overwhelming push, while the air in front was compressed into an immense pressure that held him captive. He attempted to shift his body even slightly, but to no avail. That scoundrel Kakarot has utterly deceived this prince. Vegeta never anticipated that his energy wave would crumble so decisively, unable to withstand even for a fleeting moment. As the Kamehameha propelled him skyward, the pressure of the wind rendered him incapable of uttering a cry, leaving him to seethe in silent fury. From the stratosphere to the troposphere, he ascended until he glimpsed the profound depths of the cosmos. Not good. If I go any further, I will become lost in the vastness of space. And that would be the end of me. I cannot perish. A fierce instinct for survival ignited within Vegeta, unleashing the remnants of his strength. In his final awareness, he felt the thrust from behind vanish entirely, and instinctively, his consciousness descended into oblivion as his body entered a protective state. He had exhausted his power. That fool, he won't be flung into outer space, will he? On the ground, Goku observed Vegeta, launched into the sky by his Kamehameha, blinking in astonishment. Boom! From the unfathomable heights, a deafening explosion resonated. A blinding orb of light emerging as though a second sun had risen above the sea of clouds. Goku, it is the first time I have witnessed you unleash such formidable power. The might of the Kaioken is indeed astonishing. Moments later, as the explosion subsided, Gohan and the others arrived, drawn by the commotion. Dad, do you think that Vegeta is dead? In contrast to the awe and shock of others, Gohan hesitated. Casting a glance at Goku, Gohan's thoughts were complex. A child's perception is easily influenced by those around them, and even the future version of Gohan was no exception. Initially, when he dreamt of Vegeta and Nappa invading Earth, he undoubtedly harbored hatred and disdain for them. However, later, when he dreamt of fighting alongside Vegeta against the formidable Frieza on Namek, his feelings began to shift, especially upon returning to Earth. when Vegeta offered him advice on how to help resurrect their fallen comrades. Regardless of Vegeta's intentions, Gohan found himself subconsciously reassessing his perceptions of him. The final impetus for Gohan's unbidden inquiry stemmed from Trunks, whose recollections from his dreams grew increasingly vivid. Within these dreams, the future version of himself encountered various individuals and experiences that gradually came into sharper focus. The Trunks, regarded as a beacon of hope by another version of himself, inevitably left a profound impression on Gohan's present self. Yet, he remained uncertain whether the altered future, shaped by his dreams, would still encompass Trunks' existence. Furthermore, even if Trunks did manifest, would he still embody the companion that resided in Gohan's heart? The envisioned future instilled a sense of purpose in young Gohan. Yet the prolonged life of another self occasionally rendered the still youthful Gohan somewhat bewildered. Should I? A faint aura, though somewhat diminished, suddenly caught Goku's attention. He looked skyward, discerning a small black dot descending from above. He falling. As the dot expanded in size, confirming its trajectory, Goku and his companions soared towards the distant ground. Damn it, have I already met my demise? Vegeta, engulfed in darkness, struggled to regain consciousness. At last, he opened his eyes to see Goku and his companions encircling him. Hey, you're awake? Perhaps it's time to surrender and return to your planet. Old man, don't be naive. Let me just finish him off. Don't say that, Piccolo. He hasn't taken a life, and as you can see, he is hardly my adversary. Vegeta, utterly drained and unable to revert to his original form, awoke to Goku's voice attempting to exonerate him. A surge of heat surged within, igniting his spirit. Vegeta tasted blood in his mouth. Just kill me, Kakarot. At the very least, allow me to perish at the hands of a scion. His voice, frail and intermittent, barely possessed the strength to lift a finger. Goku's suggestion of mercy felt like mockery to Vegeta. What nonsense are you spouting? Didn't I tell you to return to your planet? Do you still wish to fight? But you can't even gather your energy now, can you? Upon hearing Vegeta's words, Goku furrowed his brow in confusion. Damn it, cough cough cough. It appeared that some individuals were destined to remain irreconcilable, with Goku seemingly acting as a catalyst for Vegeta's emotions. Just a few exchanged words reignited the dwindling strength within Vegeta, although his insults soon morphed into fits of coughing, exacerbating his injuries. Is he truly this weakened? In that case, old man, what are you doing? Goku, Dad. Amidst the collective gasp from the onlookers, Vegeta beheld Goku kneeling before him, producing a Senzu bean. Is that the magic bean that Nappa consumed? Vegeta's eyes, which had been heavy with exhaustion, widened slightly as he noticed the object Goku retrieved from his small pouch. Don't touch me. Seeing Vegeta's feeble attempt to rise, Goku disregarded his struggles and directly shoved the bean into Vegeta's mouth. Boom. The effect of the bean was instantaneous. In the blink of an eye, Vegeta felt his body rejuvenate to its optimal state, even experiencing a notable surge in power. Yet this time, he refrained from launching another attack on Goku. Instead, he leapt back, distancing himself while casting a cold glare at Goku. What a farce, a creature like you is indeed a scion. Observing Goku's smiling visage, Vegeta found the absurdity hard to articulate. Are we to continue fighting? Despite my enhanced strength, I do not perceive you as my equal. Goku chuckled lightly at Vegeta's newfound vigor. Vegeta offered no response, ascending into the air. Kakarot, I shall return. He conceded, rationality informing him that he was not a match for Goku at that moment. Coldly uttering his farewell, Vegeta turned and soared towards the East City. Old son, you are overly naive. As Vegeta departed, Piccolo stepped forward, frowning. I believe he might become our ally. Much like you, Piccolo, Goku remarked, absent-mindedly rubbing his nose, gazing into the distant sky before turning back to Piccolo with a smile. Bah, I am not your ally. Piccolo's face turned a shade of green, visibly exasperated. Chapter 76, a scion with a battle power of 200,000? This demon king merely trained with you to grow stronger. Do not misinterpret my intentions. Piccolo's gaze swept around before settling on Goku, his voice cold and firm. Uncle Piccolo. Just as Piccolo finished speaking, he felt something tugging at his pants. Looking down, he discovered Gohan standing beside him, gazing up with a hesitant expression. Gohan. TCH. Piccolo's face displayed a look of disdain as he turned his head away. Yet this action silenced him further. Piccolo indeed had a unique fondness for Gohan. Observing Piccolo's unusual silence prompted by Gohan, Goku wore a faint smile. Gohan, What became of that Naba fella you fought earlier? He's alive, Dad. In the end, I held back somewhat. I did not kill him, after all. He did not take any lives this time. Gohan's voice was soft, seemingly apprehensive that his father might be upset. You did well, Gohan. Humph. Just as naive as your father. What a fool. Goku and Piccolo's voices echoed simultaneously. Unlike the affirmation bestowed upon son Gohan by son Wukong, Piccolo, who had departed earlier, was distinctly displeased upon hearing the outcome. At that moment, from the direction of the East capital, two faint glimmers of light emerged, ascending into the sky. It was the Scion spacecraft. Tien, with his extraordinary vision, was the first to notice the anomaly and alerted the others. It seems Vegeta has taken that individual named Nappa along with him. What troubles you, Gohan? Sensing the distant auras of Vegeta and Nappa, son Wukong speculated. Turning around, he noticed Gohan's slightly astonished expression. It's nothing, Dad. I just thought Vegeta would disregard that giant. In his dream, after the giant's defeat, Vegeta had eliminated him without hesitation. Similarly sensing the departure of the two, Gohan remarked in surprise. Could he truly be so heartless? Reflecting on Vegeta's earlier command for Nappa to consume the sins of beings he had provided, son Wukong felt a sense of confusion. Isn't he supposed to care for his comrades? Shaking his head in bewilderment, son Wukong chose not to delve further into the matter. Since Vegeta has left, we should return as well. Speaking of which, after such a long battle, I find myself quite famished. Bulma, Master Roshi, and Chi-Chi seem to have gone to the palace. I wonder when they'll return. Son Wukong clutched his stomach, displaying an eager expression. That's simple. Bulma likely has a mobile phone with her. A quick call will suffice. Yamcha suggested upon noticing son Wukong's demeanor. Indeed, Master Roshi is still unaware of our victory, and it appears there are no monitoring devices from Bulma and the others here. Krillin excitedly chimed in, eager to share their triumph. In that case, let us return to West City. Agreed. Meanwhile, aboard Vegeta's spaceship, he pondered. I never anticipated Kakarot would possess such strength. Moreover, his child, a scion of the same age, pales in comparison. Thanks to the miraculous effects of the sins of beings, Vegeta, whose body had fully recovered, sat in contemplation regarding the recent battle on Earth. Is the training methodology on Earth truly so remarkable? As he mused, memories of his confrontation with son Wukong resurfaced. Although son Wukong had merely imparted the technique of sensing ki during their battle, he often could not resist offering additional insights when he saw Vegeta falter. Admittedly, some concepts cannot be elucidated in just a few words. However, son Wukong had touched upon the essence of the matter to some extent. Now, Vegeta was reflecting on those very insights that son Wukong had mentioned. As he contemplated, Vegeta began to channel his ki to validate his thoughts. Could it be that Kakarot, that fool, was indeed truthful with me? Feeling the feedback of power within him, Vegeta's emotions became quite complex. Humph, idiot. Who would acknowledge a favor from you? Just wait, Kakarot. One day I shall surpass you and demand that you kneel before me in surrender. In due time, I shall eliminate both you and your little demon. The memories of the battle resurfaced in his mind, and simultaneously, Vegeta seemed to once again feel the helplessness and humiliation he experienced when facing Son Goku. His originally complex expression grew cold once more. At this moment, Vegeta's destination was planet Frisia, number 79. Who would have imagined that, apart from Vegeta and a few others, there were still other survivors when planet Vegeta was destroyed? In Frisia's war conference room, the handsome Sabo, with his azure skin and long, deep green hair, spoke with disbelief. Mr. Sabo, this is not surprising. Scions often send their children to planets with low battle indices. Once they mature, they annihilate those planets. Occasionally, a few fortunate Scion youngsters escape this fate. It is of little consequence. In contrast to Sabo's astonishment, Frisia's tone remained eerily calm. However, Lord Frisia, the detector has not received any news from Vegeta and Nappa for quite some time. I fear. Ha, Sabo, are you beginning to worry about those Scion monkeys? Have you not always despised them? What nonsense, Dodoria. I merely concern myself with the possibility that the Scions on Earth may pose a threat to Lord Frisia in the future. Sabo's tone grew increasingly irritable as he glanced at Dodoria, who wore a mocking expression. Just as Sabo retorted, the door to the war conference room suddenly swung open. Lord Frisia, we have received urgent news from the combat data control room. The detector for Scion Nappa has just registered an incredibly high-energy response. A lower-ranking soldier, clad in battle attire and visibly panicked, rushed in and knelt before Frisia to report. Oh, an incredibly high-energy response. What is the exact reading? Frisia inquired with curiosity, turning his gaze toward the trembling soldier. 200,000. The soldier's voice quivered uncontrollably. 200,000. Before Frisia could respond, Dodoria exclaimed in shock. Wasn't Nappa's detector limited to just over 20,000? Lord Dodoria, Vegeta, and Nappa's detectors were upgraded to the 3rd generation. Only Raditz is still using the old model. The soldier replied quickly, his head lowered. This reading cannot be Vegeta. Could it be the surviving scion from Earth? 200,000. Has he transformed into a great ape? Dodoria's face was etched with disbelief. Wait, have you forgotten Dodoria? Vegeta mentioned in the detector that the scion on Earth has no tail. After a moment of contemplation, Sabo recalled what he had heard previously, his expression darkening. Instinctively, Sabo glanced at Frisia, who had remained silent. A scion with a battle index of 200,000? In the vast conference room, Frisia murmured to himself, his low voice betraying no hint of emotion. Chapter 77. Let us form a Scion Special Forces team. What an extraordinary level of combat prowess. Captain Jinyu's battle strength barely reaches 120,000. Yet the surviving Scion from Earth is purportedly even more formidable. Vegeta often claims that his race is a warrior race, and it seems he is not merely jesting, Mr. Sabo. Frisia leaned casually against the spacecraft, his fingers lightly drumming the edge of the armrest. He cast an intrigued glance at Sabo, who appeared hesitant to speak. Your Majesty Frisia, are you suggesting? Sabo ventured cautiously, unable to decipher Frisia's thoughts. Despite the Scion's savage and rebellious nature, they could indeed prove useful as mere foot soldiers. The Scion homeworld has been destroyed for many years. I once believed Vegeta to be a prodigy, yet his battle power now appears to be merely around 20,000. Are you implying that we should incorporate the Scion from Earth into our ranks? Sabo's eyes widened in astonishment, his face betraying his disbelief. Your Majesty Frisia, the Scion on Earth possesses a battle power of 200,000. If we allow him to join our forces, Sabo interjected, I mean no disrespect. I merely worry that this Scion might defy your commands. When it comes to disdain for Scions, Dodoria's feelings surpassed even those of Sabo. He had intended to dissuade Frisia from such a notion, yet as he spoke, his gaze met Frisia's unsettling eyes, sending a chill down his spine. Fearing misinterpretation, Dodoria quickly clarified, Your Majesty Frisia, with a battle power of 200,000, even Vegeta, who claims to be a genius of the Scion race, falls short. Moreover, this is before considering that the Scion from Earth cannot transform. Could it be that this Scion is the fabled warrior, the Super Scion? Ah, Mr. Sabo, are you alluding to the legendary Super Scion? Frisia replied, his deep purple lips pursed, a mocking laughter tinged with skepticism escaping him. Yet, if a mere 200,000 is the benchmark for a Super Scion, then this so-called legend holds no real threat. Frisia's words dripped with contempt, underscored by his confidence. Whether it be 200,000 or 500,000, what difference does it make? They are but insignificant insects. In the past, the annihilation of planet Vegeta was partly due to the influence of the god of destruction, Beerus, but also stemmed from Frisia's apprehension regarding the tales of the so-called Super Scion. Reflecting on it now, Frisia felt he had been rather naive to fear such absurd myths. Let us indeed form a Scion Special Forces team. Since their forebears diligently served the Frisia force, it is only fitting that they continue in their parents' footsteps. Mr. Sabo, Mr. Dodoria, soon you shall be working alongside new colleagues. Frisia initially spoke lightly, but his tone soon darkened. Sabo and Dodoria, suddenly sensing an inexplicable pressure, tensed their bodies instinctively. Their minds raced, and ultimately, Sabo managed to respond a fraction faster. Your Excellency Frisia, it is an honor for our race to have such an opportunity. I believe your decision is nothing short of brilliant. Sabo quickly articulated as he caught Frisia's gaze. I share that sentiment. Dodoria chimed in immediately after Sabo's remark. Do not be so tense. I merely wish for you to foster a good relationship with the newcomers, Frisia said with a relaxed smile, observing the flustered duo. However, one of your assertions is not entirely accurate, Mr. Sabo. There are more Scions joining Frisia's army than just those from Earth. Upon reflection, there should be a few surviving Scions from years past that we may have overlooked. Let us gather them together. Gather them together? Frisia's intentions were rather perplexing to Sabo, who cast a glance towards the window. By the way, Mr. Sabo, have there been any recent updates from the individuals on planet Zeta? Without continuing the previous line of conversation, Frisia turned his attention to Sabo. It seems Zeta and his group have recently encountered some troubles. Oh, what is the situation, Your Excellency Frisia? Sabo continued. Previously, we collaborated with them to launch an assault on the West Sator star system. Afterwards, it seems there was a disagreement over the distribution of spoils, leading to a conflict between Zeta and the other mercenaries. Although Zeta emerged victorious, a few of the mercenaries that fled leaked the information about our alliance. As you know, while Zeta's crew isn't much cleaner than us, they still need to maintain a positive image to secure information and resources. Currently, they appear to be attempting to quell the ensuing public unrest, which has drained their finances and energy. Furthermore, due to the preceding turmoil, there has been a notable increase in resistance activities against our Frisia force across the universe. In response to Frisia's abrupt inquiry, Sabo cautiously replied, unable to decipher the other's thoughts. What a bunch of weaklings. Frisia remarked with a hint of disdain. In truth, he held little regard for them. He had met Elec, the leader of Zeta, on multiple occasions. In Frisia's eyes, Elec was less a leader of a faction and more a short-sighted merchant. Were it not for his continued utility and Frisia's reluctance to expend further effort, the so-called Zeta group would have been eliminated long ago. Nonetheless, seemingly to atone for their previous missteps, they had sent over data on 5 planets, 4 of which were resource-rich and 1 designated as a tourist destination. A tourist planet, you say? Yes, King Frisia, that planet lies in the remote fringes of the galaxy. Known as Planet Pants, famous for its unique tidal landscapes, Sabo hastily explained upon hearing Frisia's inquiry. What of Earth's resources? Frisia asked. Earth's resources are exceedingly scarce, my lord, Sabo replied. Have Vegeta and Nappa been eliminated? Frisia turned to the kneeling soldier awaiting orders. My lord. According to the monitoring device, Vegeta and Nappa's spaceship has returned safely, the soldier responded. A combat power of 200,000. And yet Vegeta and Nappa managed to escape. They possess quite the luck. However, perhaps Vegeta knows how many Scions still survive. When they return, make sure to have Vegeta contact me, Frisia commanded, his gaze deepening as he looked at the soldier. As you wish, King Frisia, the soldier exclaimed, his voice resonating with fervor. Mr. Sabo, it seems I have not taken a vacation in quite some time, Frisia remarked, stretching his body as he turned to Sabo. You have indeed been quite busy, my lord. It has been a long while since your last respite, Sabo acknowledged, bowing his head. Then it is settled. As for the Scions, once Vegeta has gathered the remaining survivors, I shall personally visit Earth after my holiday to deal with that 200,000 power level. It matters little to me, whether it is tens of thousands or 20,000, they are of no concern. I lack the patience to capture each surviving Scion individually. Frisia said nonchalantly. At present, as the commander of the Frisia force, securing additional high-value planets is far more appealing. Most importantly, he is due for a vacation. Chapter 78. The True Enemy in the year 762 of the Age of the Universe, on November 4th, the day after Goku and company returned to West City. The Capsule Corporation. The previous night, they held a grand banquet to celebrate their victory over the invading Scions after a year of rigorous training. The suppressed emotions needed an outlet. The following day, as dawn broke, Krillin and Yamcha were still lost in slumber. Tien and Piccolo, who had initially intended to part ways after the battle, recognized the disparity in their strength compared to Goku and Gohan during the fight. They temporarily decided to accompany the others back to West City and began gravity training early. Though they preferred solitude, both found it difficult to deny the benefits of gravity training at this juncture. However, by midday, Yamcha, Krillin, Piccolo, Tien, and Kaiatsu were all gathered together, summoned by the serious expressions of Goku and Gohan. In a room within the courtyard, everyone was assembled, including Master Roshi and others who had gone to battle the Scions. Everyone, our true enemy is not merely the 2 Scions we faced before. Before a long table, Sun Wukong rested his hands upon it, his expression grave as he gazed intently at those gathered before him. Are the Scions not true enemies? Wukong, does this relate to the 2 individuals you mentioned during my visit to your home some time ago? Upon hearing Wukong's words, Krillin recalled his earlier discomfort when he sought solace at Wukong's residence, where vague hints had been dropped. Perhaps the Scions are merely the beginning? Reflecting on that moment, he remembered his persistent inquiries, yet Wukong had chosen not to elaborate further. After returning to Kame House, he had even complained to Master Roshi about Wukong's cryptic way of speaking. Was the truth finally to be unveiled? Wukong, Are the new foes also extraterrestrial beings? When will they arrive on Earth? It was Master Rashi who spoke next, his tone devoid of surprise or alarm, instead exuding calmness. Seeing Master Rashi's reaction, Wukong felt a twinge of surprise. Master Rashi waved his hand dismissively. When Krillin had previously mentioned the situation, I suspected it was more complex than it appeared. However, since you did not clarify it with Krillin at the outset, you must have had your reasons. Is it now time to reveal the truth? Gazing at his most accomplished disciple, Master Rashi reflected on Wukong's growth and spoke softly. Wukong nodded in acknowledgement. Gohan dreamt a year ago of events pertaining to the future. As we all know, after these two encounters with the Scions, the accuracy of that dream is becoming increasingly apparent. The true enemy I referred to is not an extraterrestrial, but rather androids. Androids, such a familiar term. Wukong's statement was interrupted as Brief, passing by the doorway, chimed in. He turned his eyes thoughtfully, stroking his beard. Was that not a scientific concept proposed by Dr. Gero? However, the notion of androids utilizing human modification was met with vehement opposition from the scientific community at the time. Brief reminisced about a World Scientist Conference when this audacious idea was mentioned. Dr. Gero. Wukong blinked, casting a hesitant glance at his son, Gohan. Although he had heard his son speak of future matters, he had not delved into the specifics. Yes, Grandpa Brief, you are indeed referring to Dr. Gero, Gohan confirmed, responding to Wukong's gaze with certainty. Dr. Gero was originally a scientist for the Red Ribbon Army, which was ultimately vanquished by my father, the fleeing Dr. Gero harbored thoughts of vengeance against him. The androids my father mentioned are the results of his research. As far as I know, there are two androids, one male and one female, both appearing to be in their teenage years. They are set to emerge on May 12, 767 in the age, on an island located 9 kilometers southwest. Gohan recounted the scenes from his dream, detailing them piece by piece. As the narrative unfolds, son Gohan seems to once again experience the profound helplessness and anguish of his dream self. A pallor subtly emerges on his youthful visage. Is the impact truly so pronounced? Observing his son's evident despondency stemming from memories of the dream, Son Goku furrows his brow. This is not the first occurrence of such an event. It appears that with the recurring visions of the dream, as the scenes become increasingly vivid, Son Gohan's emotional state is progressively affected. Son Goku takes a slight breath, his gaze towards Gohan tinged with concern. Gohan, are those two adversaries truly that formidable? I recall when I first returned, you mentioned new foes. Are we, with our current strength, still incapable of contending with them? Noticing the pained expression involuntarily etched on Gohan's face, Piccolo inquires solemnly. Uncle Piccolo, that future is less a future than a realm of despair. Son Gohan raises his eyes to meet Piccolo's concerned gaze, his expression revealing a trace of reluctance. In that future, humanity is merely a plaything for the androids. Uncle Piccolo and the others have all perished at their hands. Killed? I was slain? Previously, the old sage had mentioned how he had been left battered by Raditz. Now, had he been outright killed? Piccolo breathes heavily, his gaze sharpening, yet an indescribable gloom lingers. As for fear, he feels none. After all, Raditz had already fallen before him. In contrast to Piccolo's composure, the others are somewhat taken aback by the revelation. Bulma, upon hearing Son Gohan's words, suddenly appears anxious. Gohan, are you saying even Son Goku was killed? No, Aunt Bulma, Dad succumbed to heart disease, Son Gohan replies, shaking his head, his voice subdued. What heart disease? Can Son Goku fall ill? Bulma's expression turns to one of disbelief, the shock from the earlier news seemingly dissipating. Others share a similar reaction. The notion of Son Goku dying from heart disease had never crossed their minds. Is there anything? All right, Bulma, and everyone, do not worry too much. Interrupting Bulma, Son Goku smiles at the gathered friends. He and Son Gohan chose this moment to confide in their companions, not to instill fear. The reality is as follows. The new foes are androids, and their appearance time and place are relatively clear. Regarding heart disease, they can simply call upon the dragon for assistance. As for the strength of the adversaries, to be frank, with my current power, I might not even match a mere finger of theirs. As he speaks of the disparity between them, Son Goku chuckles lightly, despite the worried faces surrounding him. For unlike the first time he learned from Son Gohan about the terrifying power gap between himself and the androids, Son Goku has now discovered a path to overcome them. Son Jun, have you found a way to defeat the androids? Although Bulma was taken aback by Goku's earlier statement regarding the disparity between him and the androids, the radiant smile on Goku's face inexplicably instilled a sense of confidence within her. Indeed, this is what I wish to convey. As long as Gohan and I can transform into Super Saiyans, we will undoubtedly triumph over the androids. Goku nodded in agreement, articulating his thoughts. However, at that moment, a look of confusion crossed Bulma's face. Super Saiyan, what is that? Chapter 79, a discussion about the future. The Super Saiyan transformation is a legendary metamorphosis among the Saiyans. Nevertheless, since the events from my dreams have begun to unfold one by one, surely my father and I can achieve that transformation too. Gohan continued, taking up Goku's thread of conversation. I'm fine, Mom. Gohan gently reassured Chi-Chi, who was anxiously concerned for him. At this moment, Gohan's gaze grew resolute. After several deep breaths, he managed to calm the emotional turmoil stirred by his memories. This time, it cannot be solely my father's burden to bear the future. Although in his dreams, he often envisioned his father, who passed away due to heart disease, living on, granting him the chance to fight alongside him. At this moment, however, Gohan yearned to assist his father, even aspiring to surpass his father's strength. The harrowing visions of the future replayed in his dreams, fortifying Gohan's young spirit. He wished to protect everyone on Earth, safeguarding his parents as well. Subsequently, Gohan looked up and gestured towards Goku. Observing Gohan's newfound composure, Goku gently nodded, choosing to remain silent. Aunt Bulma, as long as my father and I can complete the transformation into Super Saiyans, our power can instantly amplify 50-fold. 50-fold. Bulma gasped at the enormity of that figure. Are there any limitations to becoming a Super Saiyan, Gohan? Master Roshi pondered aloud. One must achieve a battle power of approximately 3 million, along with the guidance of anger, to successfully transform into a Super Saiyan. 3 million battle power? Master Roshi's eyebrows quivered, clearly struggling to grasp the enormity of such a number. Indeed, sensing Master Roshi's bewilderment, Gohan continued. Battle power is an extraterrestrial assessment of our own energy levels. The device worn by Nappa and Vegeta is designed to measure battle power values. For comparison, my father's current battle power is roughly at the level of 100,000. To illustrate more clearly, Gohan used Goku's present strength as an example. Is it merely 100,000? Master Roshi turned to look at Goku, appearing somewhat astonished. He had never anticipated that Goku's immense energy, as perceived by him, translated to a mere 100,000 in battle power. Can the 3 million that Gohan mentioned truly be attainable? Rest assured, Master Roshi, there remains approximately 4 years until the emergence of the androids. My father and I have estimated that once we conquer a gravity level of 100 times Earth's, our strength will be exceedingly difficult to augment rapidly. After we complete our gravity training, we shall embark on a journey to Namek, seeking the assistance of the Grand Elder to unlock our potential, thereby saving us a considerable amount of time. Sensing Master Roshi's unease, Gohan candidly divulged his and Goku's future plans. Namek, what sort of place is that? Bulma inquired with curiosity upon hearing of their impending interstellar voyage. Namek is the homeland of Uncle Piccolo. In my dreams, because of the Saiyan Nappa's actions, we lost our companions, and Uncle Piccolo sacrificed himself to save me. At that time, my father was gravely injured, and thus I, along with Uncle Krillin and Aunt Bulma, ventured to Namek in search of the Dragon Balls to resurrect everyone. Gohan explained. You mentioned it as my homeland. Does Namek also possess Dragon Balls? Piccolo, taken aback, found himself unexpectedly included in the conversation, reflecting on his own origins. Though he considered himself a member of the demon race, he had always perceived himself as an Earthling. Indeed, Gohan affirmed, nodding in response to Piccolo's inquiry. Moreover, it was on Namek that my father transformed into a Super Saiyan and ultimately triumphed over Frieza. Frieza, who is that? Bulma blinked, intrigued. He is an exceedingly malevolent and formidable individual, to whom Vegeta and Nappa were once subservient. However, Vegeta, harboring a deep-seated hatred for Frieza's enslavement of the Saiyans, ultimately betrayed him. At that time, Frieza overheard communications regarding the Dragon Balls through the devices of Vegeta and Nappa. Thus, upon our arrival at Namek, he was coercing the Namekians to surrender the Dragon Balls. In any case, once we reach Namek, we must implore the Grand Elder to unlock the potential within my father and me. Suddenly, Gohan's expression shifted dramatically as if struck by a revelation. Oh no, he exclaimed in alarm. What is it, Gohan? Goku questioned, immediately concerned by his son's sudden change in demeanor. I have forgotten something crucial. According to the normal timeline, the Grand Elder is likely to pass away in about a month. Gohan lamented, clutching his head in distress. What? Goku's brow furrowed instinctively at the thought. In just a month's time, there would be no way for Gohan and Goku to fully realize their training under the hundredfold gravity. If that were the case, even if they sought the Grand Elder's assistance, would they truly be able to surpass the 3 million limit? Clearly, both Goku and Gohan were grappling with the same daunting possibility. How could they have overlooked such a critical matter? Realizing the gravity of the situation, Gohan anxiously tugged at his hair. Gohan, it appears you might have forgotten something, Krillin interjected suddenly, just as Goku and Gohan found themselves at a loss. Uncle Krillin, are you suggesting that you forgot about the Dragon Balls, Gohan? If we were to request the dragon, perhaps he could also assist in unlocking potential. Krillin observed the perplexed expressions of Son Wukong and Son Gohan and expressed his thoughts. Indeed, that's correct, Uncle Krillin. Son Gohan's eyes sparkled with realization upon hearing this. It is understandable that he may have forgotten about the Elder's lifespan. Even the wisest can overlook certain details, and the memories of the future within dreams can be exceedingly chaotic and abundant. However, can the dragon truly fulfill the desire to unlock potential? In contrast to the relieved Son Gohan, Son Wukong appeared somewhat hesitant. There's no problem, Wukong. Although this wish has never been made before, I firmly believe the dragon can accomplish it. Just then, a somewhat aged voice suddenly resonated, prompting everyone in the room to turn towards its source. Lord Ko? Son Wukong exclaimed in surprise at the sudden appearance of the deity. Grandpa Ko, can the dragon really fulfill such a wish? Ignoring his astonishment, Son Gohan gazed at the suddenly materialized deity with anticipation. If it is merely about unlocking the latent power that resides within a person, it should pose no issue. Ko replied after a moment of contemplation. Upon receiving this affirmative response, Son Gohan finally felt a sense of relief. Old Ko, your sudden appearance here must signify something more than mere inquiries. Piccolo regarded the deity with a meaningful expression, unconvinced that he had appeared solely to answer a question. Hehe. You are correct, Piccolo, Ko said, a gentle smile gracing his wrinkled face before his demeanor gradually turned serious. He then turned his gaze to Son Gohan. Gohan, the reason I have come is to pose 2 questions to you. Chapter 80, Dreams and the Future, Parallel Universes? Ko regarded Son Gohan earnestly, his solemn expression betraying a profound sense of concern. Grandpa Ko, what are your questions? Upon hearing Ko's words, Son Gohan instinctively sat up straighter. In fact, I have been listening to your conversation since earlier, Ko remarked, scanning the room and briefly pausing on Piccolo before returning his attention to Son Gohan. Hell, old Ko, your penchant for eavesdropping on the mortal realm remains unchanged. Piccolo teased, to which Ko merely shook his head with a smile before continuing. Gohan, according to what you said, if you and Wukong transform into Super Saiyans, can you defeat those 2 androids? In reality, merely achieving the Super Saiyan form may not guarantee victory over the androids. The training under intense gravity has its limitations. Beyond 100 times the normal gravity, blindly increasing the gravitational multiplier may not effectively enhance our strength. This is something I discussed with my father, and he shares a similar sentiment, Son Gohan reflected, following the recollections from his dreams. If he could transform into a Super Saiyan, the constraints on his physical strength could be further liberated. After that, with continued diligent training to enhance his base power, coupled with the boosts from transformation, he would undoubtedly be able to overcome the androids. Son Gohan was not a novice in his training. His 2+ years of martial arts journey had bestowed him with considerable insights into the discipline. During a recent session of gravity training, a subtle awareness of its inherent limitations began to dawn upon him. Additionally, after Son Wukong's return to Earth, they had exchanged similar sentiments. Having personally experienced this realization, he engaged in multiple discussions with Wukong regarding the matter. Ultimately, they resolved not to incrementally enhance their powers, but rather to expedite their strength through the development of latent potential. This decision stemmed from the fact that, although the emergence of artificial beings was still over 4 years away, Gohan harbored another layer of concern regarding the future. Is that so, Wukong? Upon hearing Gohan's explanation, the Supreme Kai turned to Wukong for confirmation. Indeed, my lord, Wukong affirmed. In Gohan's dream, he had transformed into a Super Saiyan. From his perspective, this transformation seemed to transcend previous limitations in his base power. Nodding in agreement, Wukong's response alleviated some of the Supreme Kai's apprehension. However, when he noticed a fleeting look of confusion on Gohan's face, the Supreme Kai fell into contemplation once more. Gohan, do you harbor any secrets? After a moment of silence, the Supreme Kai unexpectedly posed this startling question. At these words, Gohan abruptly lifted his gaze, meeting the Supreme Kai's eyes. Within Gohan's expression, the Supreme Kai discerned a mixture of concern, encouragement, and a trace of uncertainty. It's not so much a secret as it is a difference. The future I dream of diverges slightly from our current reality, Gohan replied, lowering his head and furrowing his brows. Though his voice was soft, the Supreme Kai, being a Namekian with keen hearing, grasped every word. Yet, Gohan's statement left him perplexed. The future in your dream is different from the present? Yes, Grand Kai. Do you recall the earlier appearance of Lord Carrick II? Gohan's expression turned serious as he continued. In my dream, Lord Carrick II never manifested. With this, Gohan's countenance darkened further. Grand Kai, I cannot discern whether the future in my dream is incomplete or if our own future has already shifted. The change Gohan referred to was not merely a simple butterfly effect, but rather an alteration stemming from his dreams that had resulted in simultaneous occurrences across time. Ever since dreaming of the future, Gohan had instinctively delved into numerous texts on time and space. Thanks to his experiences in the dream and his currently extraordinary mental prowess, concepts that would typically be obscure for someone his age became relatively comprehensible. He felt that the world within his dreams might indeed exist in reality, and his exceptional mental strength could serve as evidence. However, it appeared that the dream world could not simply be interpreted as a straightforward omen of the future. In other words, the time and space in which he resided seemed to have transformed into a parallel realm mirroring that of his dreams due to some influence. While the two worlds bore a general resemblance, the details were likely to differ significantly. In other words, the adversaries may not solely consist of androids. The emergence of Lord Carrick II is perhaps not coincidental, and there may be more foes yet to manifest in our dreams. However, this is merely his conjecture, a notion he shared with his father, yet they reached no definitive conclusion. This is but my speculation. It is highly likely that our current dimension is no longer congruent with the world of dreams. Moreover, adversaries akin to Lord Carrick II may indeed materialize in the future, potentially even more formidable. This is precisely why my father and I chose to be forthright with everyone at an early stage. If we enhance our abilities sooner, we might mitigate unforeseen challenges against future foes. However, since this is merely conjecture, it was not mentioned earlier. Gohan uttered these words softly, yet they left the listeners in astonishment. Parallel dimensions? Bulma mused, momentarily taken aback. Gohan nodded affirmatively. Parallel dimensions? The Supreme Kai pondered the memories of Lord Carrick II, yet his conclusions bore no semblance of fantasy. Has the dimension truly been altered? Concerning matters of time and space, even the Supreme Kai found himself perplexed. Well, whatever the nature of parallel dimensions may be, striving to enhance one's strength is never misguided. Regardless of whether other adversaries emerge in the future, honing our skills is paramount. Why dwell on such matters? Observing the sudden silence enveloping the group, Piccolo incisively remarked. Piccolo's assertion rang true, akin to what Bulma's father previously mentioned. The emergence of androids remains a significant possibility. We must dedicate ourselves to training to defeat the androids. His words roused the group, and Goku continued, encouraging, indeed. Let us all strive to elevate our powers. No matter who the adversary may be, solutions will present themselves. Tenshinhan, who had been silent until now, suddenly spoke up. At this moment, the hearts of the group finally steadied. Everyone wait. Bulma's voice suddenly pierced the air, her tone brimming with excitement. Gohan, Goku, that android you mentioned likely hasn't been created yet, has it? If that's the case, we simply need to deal with that Dr. Gero beforehand. Chapter 81. I want to defeat them head-on. Bulma's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm, her excitement palpable. She had suddenly conceived a brilliant strategy to address the android crisis without direct confrontation. Given Goku's earlier assertion regarding the vast power disparity between their side and the androids, wouldn't he eliminating the villainous Dr. Gero ensure their triumph? Yes, Goku, Bulma is correct. This way, we could avoid facing the enemy directly. As soon as Bulma concluded, Yamcha, who had been listening from a distance, chimed in with equal excitement. Moreover, even if we are unaware of that fellow's whereabouts, we can consult Shenron to locate him. Bulma continued earnestly. Cowardly individuals who cannot even face their foes. Bulma's suggestion struck Piccolo as harsh, prompting him to scoff in disdain. I am indeed quite weak, Piccolo. I do not possess the strength that you all have. Moreover, as Goku said, even with his power, he cannot contend with those two androids. I merely wish to devise a means to prevent everyone from perishing needlessly. What fault lies in that? Confronted with Piccolo's mockery concerning matters of life and death, Bulma did not retreat, but instead passionately defended her stance. Piccolo merely cast a cold glance her way, choosing not to engage further. Although Bulma's proposal was certainly a viable strategy, as delineated by Goku and his son in their descriptions of the adversaries, Piccolo remained resolute in his desire to confront the enemy head-on, yet he refrained from further debate. Gohan exchanged a knowing glance with Goku and nodded in silent agreement. Aunt Bulma, do you think that there might emerge foes even more formidable than the androids in the future? Gohan interjected, stepping in front of Bulma and diverting the conversation from her previous remarks. This unexpected inquiry momentarily caught Bulma off guard, as she had never envisioned the future and thus lacked clarity on such matters. However, before Bulma could respond, Gohan continued, Aunt Bulma, the strength of the androids is indisputable. And even in my dreams, you have consistently voiced that if only Dad had not succumbed to heart disease, things would be different. He has always been so powerful, capable of conjuring miracles in the face of adversity. Initially, I was fortunate enough to escape from the androids. Since then, I have endeavored to train diligently, inspired by my father's example. Yet, at that time, we lacked the Senzu beans and Dragon Balls. Though we called it training, my solitary efforts yielded minimal progress. Ultimately, I fell, succumbing to the androids. But what if I had the opportunity to possess sufficient strength? In my dreams, while I could barely withstand the enemies, I lacked the chance to grow stronger. Now, however, we possess time. Even if we manage to avert the android's emergence through your earlier method, what if even more powerful adversaries arise? In the face of danger, it is far more crucial to possess the strength necessary to quell the crisis than to rely on clever tricks. Gohan articulated his thoughts, each word seemingly improbable for a 5-year-old to express. Yet, he spoke them nonetheless. Much of this insight stemmed from his reflections in the moments before his demise in the dream. Tricks are merely temporary solutions. Possessing formidable strength is paramount. This time, he is accompanied by his father, by Piccolo, and by wise mentors like Master Roshi. He also has ample time and opportunity to train. If the androids this time are as merciless and ruthless as in my dreams, Aunt Bulma, I wish to defeat them honorably. Do you believe in me? Gohan gazed calmly at the youthful Bulma before him. In a moment of reverie, it seemed as though Bulma, the ever-helpful figure from his dreams, reappeared before him. The memory of her youthful visage, so different from her present self, flooded his mind. Beneath the calm gaze of Gohan, an elusive sense of guilt lingered, hinting at more profound struggles within him. His desire transcended the mere ambition to defeat the androids. Gohan yearned to confront the inner demons birthed from his own dreams. Although Bulma could not fully grasp Gohan's thoughts at that moment, she discerned a flicker of his emotions through his eyes. Turning to look at Chi-Chi, who had remained silent by Gohan's side for a while, she noticed a slight shake of the head in response. In truth, Chi-Chi had already heard similar sentiments expressed at home, despite her resolve to refrain from intervening in Gohan's decisions. Her maternal instinct compelled her to oppose her son during confrontations due to concerns for his safety. Gohan, however, exhibited an inexplicable stubbornness, leaving Chi-Chi with no choice but to remain silent. Observing the quiet Chi-Chi and then returning her gaze to Gohan, who stood upright and unwaveringly gazed back at her, Bulma found herself at a loss for words. Trust in Gohan and Goku, Bulma, she reminded herself. At that moment, Master Roshi approached, gently patting Bulma on the shoulder. Uncharacteristically refraining from his usual antics, he spoke with a hint of nostalgia. Didn't Goku once save the world? Bulma's eyes flickered at his words. Well then, she conceded, releasing her tension like a deflated balloon and choosing not to argue against Gohan's earlier statement. Gohan, you must take care of yourself, she implored, her gaze reminiscent of the trust she once placed in young Goku, an inexplicable sense of reliability washing over her. Her tone, tinged with helplessness, also bore an encouraging undertone for Gohan. Indeed, Bulma, worry not. We have over 4 years before the androids emerge, and if we utilize this time wisely, our strengths will surely flourish, Gohan reassured her. Bulma nodded in response, comforted by Goku's words. Moreover, it appears that Dr. Gero has yet to accomplish anything of note. It would seem rather unjust to eliminate him without a proper confrontation, Goku mused, scratching his head. Oh, Goku, how can you still consider the enemy's perspective? Bulma sighed, casting a disbelieving glance at him, yet feeling too exhausted to retort. Goku, let us set the androids aside for a moment. I have a question for you. What is it, Grandpa Turtle? Goku inquired, curiosity piqued by Master Roshi's sudden question. According to Gohan's earlier remarks, the two Scions, Vegeta and Nappa, are still under Frieza's command. If that is the case, could they bring Frieza to Earth? Master Roshi asked gravely. This concern had weighed on him since their earlier discussions about the androids. There was still time to prepare for the androids. But what of the menace that was Frieza? Chapter 82. Will Frieza come? Will Frieza arrive on Earth? As Master Roshi spoke, the expressions of those present shifted subtly. They had been engrossed in discussions about the androids, and the possibility of Frieza had not crossed their minds. According to Gohan's earlier assertions, Frieza was indeed a formidable adversary, surpassing even Vegeta. When questioned, Goku fell into a brief silence. He had not considered the implications when he allowed Vegeta to depart. He merely regarded him as a worthy opponent, perhaps one who would become an ally like Piccolo. However, such matters had been broached during Goku's second return to Earth, when he observed Piccolo and Gohan training and engaged in similar discussions on their journey home. In Gohan's dreams, Frieza had arrived on Namek due to information gleaned from a scouter regarding the Dragon Balls. Yet, during their confrontations with the Scions, the topic of the Dragon Balls had gone unmentioned. What of Vegeta and Nappa? What brought them here? Master Roshi inquired, his curiosity piqued. He was not skeptical of his disciples' deductions, but sought to glean further details. Master Roshi, Gohan replied. Vegeta and Nappa came because they learned about the Dragon Balls through Raditz Scouter. However, even during the battle with Raditz, we did not speak of the Dragon Balls. It seemed that they had long since designated Earth as their next target. In response to Master Roshi's inquiries, Gohan promptly answered on behalf of his father. Is that so? Master Roshi mused. When I fought Vegeta, he merely mentioned an impending assault on Earth and demanded I surrender the training methods. Goku reflected on his battle with Vegeta. Addressing Master Roshi. Training methods? Master Roshi echoed, taken aback. Is the Earth's training methodology truly so rare? He blinked, clearly perplexed. In truth, the extraterrestrial beings, specifically Vegeta and Nappa, lacked a refined understanding and control of ki. Vegeta was somewhat adept, while Nappa fell significantly short. Goku pondered before articulating his thoughts. It seems Vegeta believes Earth's training harbors secrets to enhance one's power, hence his remarks. Master Roshi nodded, his fingers tracing the surface of the table. Thus, Frieza would not be drawn to Earth for this reason? He mused. How would Frieza even be aware of it? This time, Goku found himself at a loss for comprehension. Weren't you the one who said their scouters could communicate? Oh, it seems their scouters were mysteriously absent during that discussion. The image of the scene replayed in Goku's mind. Yet he recalled no scouter adorning Vegeta's head. Well then, Master Roshi, if you're truly concerned, I could inquire with Bulma later, Goku suggested, suddenly struck by inspiration as he observed Master Roshi's lingering unease. Ask Bulma. Indeed, it is a commendable approach. Master Roshi pondered briefly before nodding in agreement with Son Wukong's suggestion. As for Gohan, he, too, expressed no dissent. Confronting crises and emerging victorious is paramount. Cultivating one's strength is indeed essential for overcoming adversaries. The previous dismissal of Bulma's ideas stemmed from Gohan's confidence in defeating the androids. He merely sought to confront his inner demons. However, this does not imply that Gohan is inflexible or lacking in ingenuity. To remain oblivious to potential foes while solely focusing on training would be foolish should he falter against an adversary. It may lead to the demise of his loved ones on Earth. Such a fate is one Gohan, who has glimpsed the grim future, would never accept. Thus, the situation regarding the androids remains as previously discussed. As for whether Frieza would arrive on Earth, I shall inquire with the fortune-telling granny in due course. Noticing a semblance of resolution, Son Wukong turned to his companions and smiled with ease. Dad, may I accompany you? Gohan inquired curiously, eager to meet the seer. Of course. Gohan. It poses no difficulty, Son Wukong replied naturally. Yet, instinctively, both father and son glanced toward Chi-Chi. Is that all right, mother? Gohan timidly sought her approval. Do remember to return early. You have yet to complete your homework. Chi-Chi, the head of the household, granted her consent. Yay! Gohan exclaimed joyfully upon receiving his mother's blessing. Regarding the homework Chi-Chi mentioned, despite its weighty nature in the eyes of an ordinary person, it posed little challenge to Gohan, endowed with remarkable mental fortitude. Observing her son's rejuvenated spirit, Chi-Chi felt a wave of relief wash over her. All right, let us depart then. How about a race to see who reaches the fortune-teller's palace first? Sounds good. The father and son set off amidst laughter, leaving behind their companions, each lost in their own thoughts. Wukong is a child who truly worries for nothing. I hope Gohan is the same. Master Roshi mused as he watched the two disciples vanish into the horizon. Dad, in which direction is the fortune-teller's palace? In midair, Gohan tilted his head in inquiry. Son Wukong sensed the surroundings briefly and pointed toward a specific direction. It's that way. No sooner had he spoken than Gohan dashed ahead. I want to be slower than you, Dad. Son Wukong chuckled softly at the stark contrast between Gohan's exuberance now and his earlier demeanor during the discussion about the androids, then followed suit. As they journeyed, playfully bantering, they soon neared their destination. Upon gazing at the shimmering lake and the resplendent palace by its shores, Son Wukong slowed his pace. This is it, Gohan. Indeed. I recall that previously, the fortune-telling grandmother had urged me to remember her name. Reflecting on her counsel during my last visit, Son Wukong scratched his head, feeling that the name was right on the tip of his tongue, yet eluding him entirely. Is it not the fortune-telling grandmother? Son Gohan, having never heard the correct name, inquired with a hint of confusion. Son Wukong shook his head. Never mind, it is of little consequence. The two of them landed gracefully upon the martial arts platform. Come forth, grandmother. It is I, Son Wukong. I have come seeking your assistance. His voice echoed through the empty palace. Chapter 83. Take it easy, Gohan. Accompanied by the ever-loyal Straw Hat Boy, the fortune-telling grandmother floated atop a crystal ball. Upon hearing the call, they swiftly approached Son Wukong and Son Gohan. However, the fortune-telling grandmother remained silent, her gaze fixed intently upon him. Wukong, what is my name? She asked, her unwavering stare causing Son Wukong to feel quite uneasy. Oh. Well, it seems you have forgotten my name once more, haven't you? Observing Son Wukong's flustered demeanor, the fortune-telling grandmother displayed a familiar expression of exasperation. My apologies. Grandmother, I genuinely have a significant matter that requires your assistance. Matters of names are trivial. Trivial? Remember this, you fool. I am the fortune-telling grandmother. With a swift motion, she delivered a light tap to Son Wukong's head, her voice laced with irritation. Understood, Son Wukong replied, rubbing his head, a look of contrition on his face. Now, tell me, what brings you here this time? The fortune-telling grandmother inquired, subtly massaging her sore hand. She refrained from mentioning the fee for her services, as it was a futile query. This time, Gohan and I have come to inquire about the future. Gohan. The fortune-telling grandmother turned her gaze to the side of Son Wukong, finally noticing the silent figure of Son Gohan. Greetings, grandmother, Son Gohan said, clasping his hands together and bowing respectfully. Acknowledging the polite young man with a nod, the fortune-telling grandmother was momentarily taken aback when she lifted her gaze and recognized him. This child, is he not the one I glimpsed during my last divination, the son of Wukong? She recalled the moment when, after seeing Wukong's son, the crystal ball had shattered before she could comprehend the vision it had revealed. The fortune-telling grandmother fell silent, instinctively refraining from speaking. Grandmother, we have driven away the Science. But in doing so, we may have altered the future. Behind the Science lurks a villain known as Frisia. My father and I have come to beseech you to divine whether he will launch an assault on Earth. Noticing the fortune-telling grandmother's unwavering gaze upon him, Son Gohan took the initiative to clarify the purpose of their visit. It is indeed possible, but, after a moment's hesitation, the fortune-telling grandmother ultimately acquiesced to their request. The divination elder leaped into the crystal ball, a flurry of incantations spilling forth from her lips. With her hands gesturing, the crystal orb began to respond. A soft azure glow flickered, illuminating the faces of Son Wukong and his companions encircling the sphere. Yet, despite the erratic dance of light, the longed-for visions remained elusive within the crystal's depths. Sighing deeply, the divination elder halted her movements and turned to face Son Wukong and Son Gohan. Wukong, I find myself powerless this time. The future of Earth has transcended my current abilities to predict, she lamented, observing the hopeful expressions on their faces with a touch of resignation. unable to divine. How can that be? Sun Wukong exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. In his mind, there was nothing beyond the elder's grasp, for this had always been the case throughout his life. Why is it different this time? Indeed, after the previous divination, the future of Earth had grown increasingly nebulous. This time, the matter at hand, whether the individual they spoke of would invade Earth, was beyond her capacity to discern. I had hoped to try again, but the outcome remains as anticipated, the elder murmured, a hint of disappointment lacing her voice. Can it be that you can no longer divine? Sun Wukong asked, concern etched on his features for the elder's well-being. What nonsense. It's merely the fate of Earth's future that eludes me. Everything else remains unaffected. For instance, the numbers for the next lottery draw are easily within my reach. So, Wukong, would you care to know? The elder, feeling her abilities questioned, responded rather emphatically, her gaze filled with anticipation. Lottery? I think I'll pass, Sun Wukong replied, lacking enthusiasm. In truth, he was completely unaware of what a lottery entailed. Even if he did know, it's unlikely he would have cared much. Thank you, elder, for your efforts, he said with a bow, despite the unsatisfactory outcome. Gohan, let us return. Everyone awaits our arrival. Oh right. Son Gohan, still processing the elder's earlier words, responded belatedly. The two waved goodbye to the elder and the nearby Straw Hat Kid, ascending into the sky one after the other. Dear elder, is it truly impossible to foresee the future of Earth? The Straw Hat Kid inquired, glancing back at the elder, who appeared somewhat disheartened by her inability to provide clarity. Well, for a considerable time, the future of Earth has eluded my sight, the elder replied softly after a moment of contemplation. Wukong once saved the world from the clutches of King Piccolo. Might Gohan be the next to rescue it? As she gazed at the gentle breeze swirling the clouds in the blue sky, memories of the time when the crystal ball shattered flooded her mind. The celestial expanse, an ineffable tapestry glimpsed through the crystal ball. Gohan, what troubles you? Inquiring with concern, Sun Wukong observed his son, Gohan, who had been unusually silent during their journey back to West City. Father, do you think my dreams might alter the future, causing Frisia to invade Earth prematurely? Gohan expressed his unease, not out of fear of confrontation, but rather from the anxiety that his dreams could reshape destiny. In the dream, we triumphed over Frisia, did we not? Sun Wukong, undeterred by gloom, regarded Gohan with a light-hearted demeanor. Indeed, you sustained grave injuries then, but after utilizing Frisia's healing apparatus, you transcended the limits of a scion. Later, fueled by the fury of Uncle Krillin's demise at Frisia's hands, you transformed into a super scion. Gohan nodded, reminiscing. Reflecting on it now, the version of you in my dreams must have trained in the gravity chamber. If it were merely a matter of acclimating to 100 times Earth's gravity, I could achieve that now. Wukong, given your perception, my current strength should not differ greatly from the one you attained upon reaching Namek. Sun Wukong softly inquired. Yes, I would say you are stronger than the father in my dreams, Gohan affirmed. If time is insufficient to harness the training results of 100 times gravity, we could request the Eternal Dragon to unlock potential, employing that method you mentioned, reviving a scion on the brink of death to amplify strength, Sun Wukong contemplated. Father. Gohan's eyes glistened with urgency as he exclaimed, not wishing to see his father endure such torment. All right, Gohan. If we were to request the Eternal Dragon to unlock potential, it would merely be a response to Frisia. I merely intend to convey that there are myriad solutions. Do not burden yourself excessively, for it may hinder your progress. Sun Wukong reassured him, affectionately ruffling Gohan's hair with a gentle smile. Understood, father. Chapter 84. Is Frisia on vacation? Frisia's arrival, or lack thereof, could culminate in one of two outcomes, victory or defeat. In reality, compared to the circumstances Gohan envisioned in his dream, Sun Wukong's current prowess eclipsed the foreseen future significantly. Aware of the Scion's unique ability to enhance strength after near-death experiences, he also understood the transformation into a Super Scion. In terms of raw power, Sun Wukong surpassed the version of himself that Gohan encountered in his dreams. Although the enhancement was modest, the disparity between their respective conditions was vast. Upon returning from the Seer's palace, the group remained largely unfazed by the unpredictability of the future. Time flowed swiftly, and before long, half a month had passed. The warriors of Earth continued their arduous training for the future, albeit with differing paths chosen. Ultimately, the gravity training method was not universally suitable for all. Under the guidance of Master Roshi, Krillin, Yamchu, Tien, and Dumplings have adopted a balanced approach to their training, alternating between intense exertion and well-deserved rest. After pushing their limits in the gravity chamber, they venture outside for a period of training. Currently, only Goku, Gohan, and Piccolo persist in the gravity chamber. However, compared to Goku and Gohan, Piccolo, due to his separation from the Supreme Kai, finds himself lagging in his training progress. Perhaps inspired by the year he spent training with Gohan, where he overcame his primal instincts through Gohan's mental fortitude, Piccolo has refined his meditation techniques, placing greater emphasis on spiritual development rather than merely treating his mental space as a battlefield. Remarkably, since adopting this method, Piccolo has compensated for the inherent shortcomings stemming from his disconnection with the Supreme Kai. Although the improvement is modest, it is nonetheless significant. Now, in addition to gravity training, Piccolo spends more time meditating in the gravity chamber, honing his mind. On this particular day, as the sun dipped below the horizon, Piccolo was deep in meditation in the first gravity chamber, while Goku and Gohan concluded their afternoon training session in the second chamber. The golden hues of dusk streamed through the chamber windows. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Gohan gazed dreamily at the fiery clouds outside. Is he lost in thought again? Goku pondered, watching Gohan's distant expression, concerned that his son might be feeling overwhelmed. Goku had previously taken the time to reassure him. Gohan, do you remember what I told you? Huh. Gohan snapped back to reality upon hearing Goku's voice. Try not to worry too much. Noticing Gohan's response, Goku gently shook his head. Dad, are you talking about Frieza? I'm not thinking about that, Gohan replied, though his tone betrayed a hint of melancholy. Goku knew Gohan would never lie to him, yet this only deepened his confusion. Then what is it? Dad, according to the timeline, the Grand Elder of Namek is expected to pass away in about half a month. Gohan's voice grew even more somber as he glanced at the setting sun, half submerged on the horizon. The Grand Elder? The one who helped you and Krillin unlock your potential on Namek? Goku recalled the details Gohan had shared about his dreams. Yes, Dad. Although I want to be able to meet the Grand Elder this time, at least there is no Frieza to disrupt his final moments, Gohan nodded, expressing both regret and relief. How about we go to Namek to see the Grand Elder? Goku suggested, recognizing Gohan's desire to visit. What? However, Frieza remained oblivious to the moment when Goku's words startled him. Initially, Gohan had a glimmer of anticipation, yet he was reminded of the unpredictable emergence of Frieza. Indeed, Goku sighed softly within, contemplating Gohan's situation. Gohan, as you previously mentioned, although Vegeta is currently still under Frieza's command, there is no rationale for him to divulge anything to Frieza, whether from the perspective of Dragon Ball or the training methods of Earth. Therefore, do not strain yourself too much. I am immensely gratified that you are diligently training, especially in recent times. Your adaptation to gravity has nearly caught up with my own. However, as Master Roshi once taught me, the Turtle School's training is not solely about relentless toil. Excessive strain on the body can actually hinder the advancement of one's strength. I have observed your rigorous training, Gohan. It is indeed time for a respite. Just as Goku contemplated further encouragement, a sudden voice pierced the air. Goku, Goku. Was that the voice of King Kai? Goku recognized the voice's owner with a start. King Kai, what brings you to contact me? He inquired, bemused. Gohan, who had also heard the voice, turned to his father. Meanwhile, on King Kai's planet, the king lay on the grass, clutching a hefty tome, unable to suppress his laughter. Upon hearing Goku's voice, a hint of bashfulness colored King Kai's response. You see, Goku, that book of Mr. Orange's cold jokes you brought me last time, I have perused it over 100 times. However, reading it over and over diminishes the delightful impact of those clever jests. I merely wish to inquire if Mr. Orange has released any new works recently. At this point, King Kai's tone bore a hint of resignation. Who could truly comprehend his feelings at that moment? The master of cold jokes, Mr. Orange, was nowhere to be found in the afterlife. With no one else to consult, King Kai resorted to reaching out to Goku on Earth. As an eager seeker of updates, King Kai bore a heavy burden. That matter? Understanding King Kai's request, Goku scratched his head helplessly. He was unaware of the whereabouts of the author known as Mr. Orange the last time. It was the Supreme Kai who had handed him the cold joke book. Right, King Kai, I shall ask the Supreme Kai for assistance in locating him. I am not quite sure where Mr. Orange is either. Well, that will have to suffice. King Kai sighed, suppressing his anticipation. Just as King Kai's spirits began to wane, Goku's voice suddenly erupted in his ear. "What are you doing, Goku? You nearly frightened me to death." Clutching his chest, King Kai took deep breaths, exclaiming in exasperation. "My apologies, King Kai. I remember you can detect the precise locations of others, right?" In the gravity chamber, Goku offered an apology, followed by an excited inquiry. "Are you looking for someone? That is not an issue at all." "Splendid. Lord King, could you please assist me in locating Frieza?" "Oh, so it is Frieza? Wait a moment. Frieza? Goku, what do you want with that individual?" The king's eyes widened as he grasped the terrifying figure that name referred to. A voice, far more formidable than Son Goku's, echoed towards him. Goku shook his head, still dazed from the shock, and began to describe the recent events on Earth to the king. "So that's what it is. Are you worried about Frieza attacking Earth?" Having understood the context, the king sighed in relief. "You rascal, I thought you were going to challenge Frieza." The king expressed his relief, for he absolutely did not wish for Goku to confront Frieza. In his eyes, Goku had become somewhat of a disciple. Despite his extraordinary talent and power far exceeding that of his master, he still fell short when compared to Frieza. The king certainly did not want Goku to seek his own demise. However, if Frieza were to attack Earth, I would have no choice but to fight him. "Goku, you must not confront Frieza directly," the king shouted in warning. "This is why I wanted Lord King to help me locate Frieza." Goku replied, all right, just a moment," the king said helplessly, then began to utilize his abilities as king. He felt his antennae gently sway, and simultaneously, an image gradually became clearer before his eyes. Initially, a mist filled his vision, but as it dissipated, the king beheld a magnificent pool. In the pool, there was but a tiny silhouette. The surface of the water revealed a snowy white. "Frieza is taking a bath. Ah, yuck. I've seen something unsightly," the king shouted in disdain, unusually removing his glasses to clean them. "Goku, it seems that Frieza is currently taking a bath. It appears he is on vacation," the king said, wiping sweat from his brow as he put his glasses back on, his voice trembling slightly. Chapter 85, Finally at Ease. Vacation. Frieza is also on vacation? Thank you. Lord King, did you hear that, Gohan? Frieza is also on vacation. Goku beamed as he expressed his gratitude to the king, then turned to Gohan with a smile. Perhaps it was merely a lingering concern since Vegeta had not yet returned that made Gohan cautious as he spoke. Will Vegeta tell Frieza about the extraordinary training methods on Earth? Goku asked plainly. Will Vegeta provide Frieza with a way to grow stronger? How could that be possible? As for Vegeta luring Frieza to Earth under some pretense, intending to observe the battle between their sides while reaping the benefits, Gohan shook his head vigorously, suddenly realizing something. Despite having foreseen the future through dreams, he was still left pondering. It is precisely due to this that when the future is altered by one's actions, one often becomes ensnared in an endless cycle of worry. However, how can one's energy encompass every possible outcome of what is to come? Perhaps I have indeed overthought this. Sun Wufan exhaled gently, feeling the weight on his heart lighten considerably. Wufan, with our current preparations, confronting Frieza should pose no significant challenge. Our aim is merely to steadily enhance our strength, ensuring that once we unlock our potential, we can elevate our power even further. Yet, this is not something that can be achieved in just a few days. Wufan, you have been pushing yourself too hard these past 2 weeks. Sun Wukong observed his son with a hint of concern. Ever since Vegeta's departure, during Wukong's training, Wufan trained alongside him. Even in Wukong's moments of rest, Wufan continued to hone his skills. It seemed that having overcome the tenfold gravity had provided a solid foundation, allowing subsequent increases in gravity to be tackled with even greater speed. As Wukong began to unlock the true strength required for 30-fold gravity, Wufan was already attempting adaptive training under the same conditions. In terms of the pace of their training, among Wukong, Wufan, and Piccolo, it was Wufan who emerged as the frontrunner. Moreover, the heavy psychological burden weighed heavily on Wukong's mind, as he feared that Wufan might collapse, both physically and mentally, before reaching his limits. Dad, how about we take Uncle Piccolo with us to Namek? Now that Wufan had come to a realization, he no longer wallowed in aimless anxiety, but began to seriously contemplate Wukong's suggestion regarding rest. This led him to consider introducing his Uncle Piccolo to his homeland. I believe Uncle Piccolo mentioned that due to his separation from Grand Elder, his soul is not complete, which somewhat hinders his power enhancement. Perhaps the Grand Elder could provide a solution? At this thought, Wufan's eyes sparkled with hope. Of course, that is no problem. You should go and ask him. Piccolo would surely be delighted. Noticing that Wufan was beginning to alleviate the burdens weighing on his heart, Yukon also felt a sense of relief. Great, Wufan exclaimed, leaping into the air with the exuberance of a child. I'm going to find Uncle Piccolo right now. Brimming with joy, he bounced out of the room. Watching his son's retreating figure brought a lightness to Wukong's spirit. While he relished the thrill of battle, he equally cherished moments of tranquility and peace. Though he wished for Wufan to surpass him, he did not desire for his son to navigate life burdened by overwhelming pressure. Sun Quan, I just saw Wufan run out. He seemed quite happy. What transpired? At that moment, Bulma entered from outside the gravity chamber, her gaze fixed curiously on the smiling Wukong. Oh, I just heard from King Kai that Frieza is on vacation and won't be arriving on Earth anytime soon. Coincidentally, Wufan expressed a desire to visit Namek to see the Grand Elder, and he just want to find that fellow Piccolo, Wukong explained, summarizing the recent events. He then turned his gaze towards Bulma. Bulma, I must ask for your assistance in modifying the spaceship to reach Namek. What a jest, Sun Quan. Why are you being so courteous with me? Rolling her eyes at Goku in mild exasperation, Bulma continued. Do you know the location of Namek? Goku fell into a reverie, enveloped in a prolonged silence. According to Earth's coordinates, Namek is situated at 83 degrees, 9045, he replied. Suddenly, a voice broke the stillness. Lord King Kai, are you still there? Goku exclaimed in surprise. Should you truly confront Frieza, I can't help but feel uneasy, the King Kai contemplated, intending to advise Goku to flee. However, the thought of Goku's homeland being at stake rendered the words unspoken. Do not worry, Lord King Kai. We already possess a secret weapon, Goku said with an uncharacteristic air of mystery. At that moment, Bulma, who had been stunned by the coordinates previously mentioned by the King Kai, finally regained her composure. Sun Quan, the coordinates Lord King Kai just mentioned would take decades to reach using an Earth spaceship, Bulma stated, a hint of concern in her voice. We can modify my brother's spaceship. It should be quite fast, right? She proposed, contemplating the Scion's original spacecraft that had arrived on Earth. If that's the case, perhaps indeed. Although Raditz had met his demise at the hands of Piccolo, his spaceship remained intact. All right then, Sun Quan, bring back the spaceship as soon as possible, and I can begin the modifications. The prospect of engaging with extraterrestrial technology ignited a spark of excitement in Bulma. Thank you, Bulma. Goku expressed his gratitude. Not a problem. Just be quick. I can hardly wait to experience alien technology. With that, she departed, leaving Goku to watch her retreating figure. Goku, about that secret weapon you mentioned. The King Kai pondered, unable to ascertain what Goku's secret weapon could be, while the dread of Frieza lingered deeply within him. Worried for Goku, the King Kai inquired once more. It is the Super Saiyan, Goku revealed, directly referencing Gohan's dream of a means to transform into a Super Saiyan. Super Saiyan. The King Kai's eyes widened in disbelief. His wariness of Frieza had made him acutely aware of what the tyrant feared. This revelation, buried deep in memory until now, suddenly clicked into place. Of course, Goku is a Saiyan. A Super Saiyan, the mightiest warrior in the universe. Could he truly be capable of such a transformation? With newfound anticipation, the King Kai's excitement grew. If this were true, the end for Frieza, the malevolent tyrant, would soon be upon them. The more he contemplated, the more exhilarated he became, his eyes gleaming with hope. Frieza's existence had long been a source of torment for the Kai Lords. Chapter 86. Speak freely of despair. Originally, the task of cosmic cleansing was entrusted to the god of destruction, Beerus. However, the operation of the universe adheres to a set of principles, and the necessity for cleansing is not solely determined by the dichotomy of good and evil. As one of the fundamental overseers of the cosmos, the North Kai is still far removed from comprehending the underlying laws governing the universe. His responsibilities, akin to those of other deities, remain within the realm of life itself. Guiding the beings of the universe towards justice and balance is the primary duty of these lower-tier gods. Moreover, Beerus himself is notoriously indolent, often indulging in slumber that spans decades. Without the aid of a powerful god of destruction, the North Kai's own capabilities are exceedingly limited, leaving him powerless against the likes of Frieza's tyranny, with no means to summon assistance from the afterlife. The beleaguered North Kai finds himself in a position of earnest desire but limited ability. However, upon hearing Son Goku mention the Super Saiyan, A glimmer of hope ignited within the North Kai. Goku, if you could, please eliminate Frieza, the North Kai hesitantly conveyed, his earlier reluctance now overshadowed by a flicker of optimism. Yet, he pondered whether that villain, Frieza, was truly as malevolent as rumored. Living on Earth, Goku remained blissfully ignorant of the cosmic dynamics beyond his home planet. The North Kai wished to enumerate Frieza's transgressions, but found himself at a loss, overwhelmed by the depth of the villain's crimes. Never mind, we shall discuss it when you encounter him. Just be cautious, he cautioned, shaking his head. After the initial excitement faded, reason prevailed, leading him to relinquish the notion of entrusting Goku with the task of vanquishing Frieza, instead emphasizing the importance of Goku's safety. After all, he could not bring himself to suggest that Goku abandon Earth. Lord Kai, about Frieza. Goku. What is it? The North Kai interjected. Do you recall the initial request I made? To eradicate Frieza, my lord? Goku replied earnestly. To be honest, I'm quite eager to confront him. Frieza must be exceptionally strong. Goku's voice brimmed with excitement at the prospect of battling Frieza. Let us set that aside for now. Remember, if you encounter Frieza, your life is paramount. The North Kai urgently reiterated, noticing Goku's misunderstanding. What was that request again, my lord? Goku inquired, perplexed. To hasten the updates, you fool. I meant that you should seek out the gentleman named Orange on Earth and inquire when the next book of jokes will be published. The North Kai appeared to intentionally divert the conversation, his voice booming in Goku's ears. Oh, I understand now, Goku exclaimed, hurriedly covering his ears, which throbbed from the sudden noise. He hastily exited the gravity chamber, soaring towards the temple. He had initially intended to search for the spacecraft left by his brother Raditz, and now he could attend to both matters simultaneously. Relieved that Goku did not pursue the topic of Frieza further, the North Kai exhaled a sigh of relief. It is perhaps for the best that Wukong does not encounter Frieza. However, should Frieza himself arrive on Earth, the king of the worlds, lost in contemplation, methodically plucked blades of grass one by one. Nevertheless, it might be prudent to keep an occasional watch on Frieza for Wukong's sake. With a long sigh, the king resigned to his limited capabilities. Meanwhile, on Planet 79, after traversing the cosmos for over half a month, Vegeta and Nappa finally reached Frieza's base. In anticipation of their return, the guards had already assembled in an orderly line at the landing site, having received prior notification from the control room. Lord Vegeta, Lord Nappa, welcome back to the base. With a crisp salute, the guards greeted them as the hatch of Vegeta's spacecraft slowly opened. Go tend to that fool Nappa. Do not concern yourself with me. Casting a disdainful glance at the unmoving Nappa spacecraft, Vegeta scoffed and disregarded the guard's anxious chatter as he strode into the depths of the base. Lord Frieza is already aware of your return. He requests that you and Nappa meet him in the conference room in 1 hour. As Vegeta traversed the brightly lit corridor, he soon encountered a purple figure. Ignoring the figure's words, Vegeta brushed past without a second glance. Humph, I heard things went poorly for you this time. Nappa was seriously injured, and Raditz was outright killed. Yet you, it seems, are unscathed. Truly, the Prince of the Scions excels in the art of escape. The purple figure, with a sarcastic tone, attempted to provoke Vegeta, but received no response. Do you wish for death, Chewie? With such energy for shouting. Perhaps next time you should bite your enemies a few more times. Perhaps Lord Frieza will reward you with a few more bones. With a contemptuous glance at Chewie, Vegeta sneered dismissively. What did you say, you wretched fool? As Vegeta's archrival, Chewie could not tolerate such insults. In a fit of rage, he charged at Vegeta. However, with a sudden surge of power, Vegeta unleashed an overwhelming force that sent Chewie crashing to the ground. If you wish for death, just say so. I can accommodate your request. Vegeta gripped Chewie by the throat, coldly gazing at him as he struggled to utter a sound, his eyes pleading for mercy. With a dismissive toss, Vegeta discarded Chewie as if he were refused. Coughing and relieved to have escaped, Chewie glared resentfully at Vegeta from a distance. You insufferable! Just as Chewie was about to hurl another insult, Vegeta suddenly turned his gaze upon him. I merely wish to remind you not to forget Lord Frieza's orders. Sensing the murderous intent in Vegeta's eyes, Chewie's words faltered, and he could only stammer in response. How has this man become so formidable all of a sudden? The scouter indicates no change in his battle power. Our strengths are supposed to be equal. Chewie, perplexed and trembling instinctively, felt utterly worthless. Vegeta cast a fleeting glance at him before dismissing him entirely. With a combat power of 18,000, he was no longer worthy of Vegeta's attention. Even without unleashing his true capabilities, merely by employing the key techniques he had mastered during his battles on Earth, he was no match for him. Ignoring his old adversary, Vegeta turned and strode towards the nearby bathroom. Chapter 87. Will you become the new king of the Saiyans? Vegeta? That fool he mentioned that Frieza wanted to see both himself and Nappa. What on earth could that scoundrel be plotting? In the bathroom, relishing the rare tranquility, Vegeta allowed the warm water to cascade down his hair as he washed away the fatigue from his body and mind. Yet, recalling the words spoken by his nemesis, his mood tightened involuntarily. Could it be that Frieza had learned of the methods on Earth to enhance one's power? Moments later, Vegeta abruptly opened his eyes, instinctively squinting as he engaged in rapid contemplation. No, that's not right. Kakarot had pointed something out to him. Bah! When he fought Kakarot, he had already destroyed the scouter. As for his previous interactions with Nappa, they had only been brief and lacked detail. Forget it, he decided. After contemplating the recent events, Vegeta had a rough understanding and chose not to dwell on the matter further. Regardless, he could not openly defy Frieza at this moment. Though Kakarot's earlier advice on key manipulation had indeed proven beneficial, killing Frieza would require more time. Perhaps he would need to return to Earth? That foolish idiot, Kakarot, seemed not to harbor any animosity towards him. If that were the case, he might as well take advantage of that annoying fellow. With his resolve firm, Vegeta wasted no time. He quickly rinsed off, dried himself, donned a fresh set of armor, and opened the door, making his way to the medical room. He remembered that Frieza's orders included not only himself, but also Nappa. Before long, Vegeta stood outside the medical room. As the automatic door slid open, he strode inside, approaching a machine filled with a pale green healing liquid. Lord Vegeta, a reptilian researcher exclaimed respectfully upon seeing him at the control panel. Ignoring the lizard-like researcher, Vegeta's gaze fell upon Nappa, who lay with his eyes closed inside the healing machine. How could he have brought this fool back with him? Reflecting on Nappa's pitiful state as he crawled from the rubble, pleading for help just as Vegeta was about to leave, Vegeta thought about how Nappa would have met his doom had he not intervened. That had been his intention all along, to disregard him entirely. However, even now, Vegeta cannot comprehend why, in that moment, he inexplicably chose to save Nappa. Frowning slightly, Vegeta turned to the lizard researcher. How much longer until Nappa's treatment is complete? Just as Vegeta was about to inquire about Nappa's recovery time, the machine emitted a notification. The healing fluid within the apparatus began to descend slowly, and as the chamber door opened, a fully healed Nappa emerged, glistening in his newfound vitality. Get dressed quickly. Lord Frieza wishes to see us, Vegeta commanded coldly. Casting a glance at Nappa, his expression suddenly tinged with irritation for reasons unknown. Why yes. Startled by Vegeta's tone, Nappa hastily complied, still reeling from the recent treatment. Observing Nappa's sudden meekness only added to Vegeta's growing annoyance. Soon, the two made their way towards Frieza's conference room, Vegeta leading the way with Nappa trailing closely behind. Taking a deep breath as he regarded Vegeta's silhouette. Vegeta, thank you for saving me. Nappa uttered his gratitude, though in truth, he felt little appreciation. In the tense atmosphere on Earth, he had not had the luxury of contemplation. However, a realization struck him. The very transformation he underwent on Earth was largely precipitated by Vegeta himself. Those Saiyans were known for their ruthless nature towards one another. Nappa could not shake the resentment that arose from being treated like a mere experiment. Yet, he dared not voice these sentiments. Whether Vegeta heard Nappa's thanks or chose to ignore it, he offered no response. Before long, the two arrived at the entrance of Frieza's conference room. The door swung open, and they stepped inside. Inside the room, devoid of any other presence, Frieza lounged in his personal spacecraft, having just completed his bath. A platter of grape-like fruits rested on a table beside him, and he leisurely savored them, reclining against the back of the vessel. Lord Frieza, Vegeta, and Nappa knelt, one to the left and the other to the right, in a gesture of respect. As their voices echoed in the room, Frieza remained silent, enveloping the space in an unusual stillness. Vegeta felt Frieza's gaze sweep over them repeatedly, yet he remained voiceless. Damn this bastard, Vegeta thought, gritting his teeth. I have heard that not long ago, you conquered the planet of the cultivators. I am quite pleased. However, thereafter, You unilaterally attacked Earth without authorization and suffered defeat. This, I find rather displeasing. Frisia's voice finally resonated, a blend of praise and reprimand, yet devoid of discernible emotion. The dim lighting in the room contrasted starkly with the inky blackness of the universe visible through the floor-to-ceiling windows, casting an eerie atmosphere within. Nappa, positioned to the left, began to tremble, rendered speechless by the tension in the air. However, Vegeta remained somewhat unconvinced. He did not perceive Frisia's summons of the two as merely a pretext for idle threats. With his head still slightly bowed, he hesitantly implored, "Please, Lord Frisia, forgive us." His companion, the trembling Nappa, echoed the plea, "Please, please, Lord Frisia, forgive us." It seemed that the quivering tone of Nappa's voice pleased Frisia immensely. "Rise," Frisia commanded softly. As the two complied, they were met with an unusual smile gracing Frisia's face. "Your earthling counterpart possesses quite formidable combat prowess, doesn't he, Vegeta?" Frisia's narrow gaze fixated on Vegeta, his words laden with significance. What does this bastard mean? Vegeta's heart quaked at the sound of Frisia's voice. Yet he found himself unable to decipher the underlying intentions. "I recall that planet Vegeta was obliterated by meteorites decades ago. Your father, King Vegeta, was a loyal and commendable subordinate. Tell me, Vegeta, would you be interested in becoming the new king of the Saiyans?" Frisia's tone was light, tinged with both regret and anticipation, yet it struck Vegeta like a thunderclap. He abruptly lifted his gaze, astonishment and confusion etched across his face, directed at Frisia, who leisurely indulged in fruit aboard his spacecraft. "What on earth does this wretched fiend intend to do?" Chapter 88. Nappa exclaimed, "Long live Lord Frisia. What does it mean to become the new king of the Saiyans when you, the very one who annihilated planet Vegeta, stand before me? Do not presume me a fool." Vegeta seethed internally. However, the disparity in their strengths rendered any verbal retaliation futile, leaving his insults buried within. "Oh, Vegeta, what expression is that?" Frisia inquired. Observing Vegeta as if he were frozen in place, his tone laced with genuine curiosity. "Ah, Mr. Vegeta, you are taken aback by this unexpected revelation, aren't you?" Frisia clapped his hands, donning an expression of epiphany, and chuckled softly. "Yet, this is hardly surprising. Your father, King Vegeta, was such a devoted man. The Saiyans once served the Frisia force with unwavering loyalty, willing to sacrifice their lives. However, now that this opportunity presents itself, would you be willing to restore the glory of the Saiyans, to re-establish the Saiyan fleet, and pledge your allegiance to me, Frisia? Since there are still surviving Saiyans on Earth, it stands to reason that many must remain scattered across the cosmos. It seems fate has taken pity on the Saiyans." Frisia laid forth the proposition, lamenting as if reflecting on divine compassion, expressing relief for the orphaned remnants of the Saiyan race. Glory, must it be trampled underfoot by this wretch? Subjected to unbridled humiliation, Vegeta gradually lowered his head, feigning gratitude for Frisia's suggestion, while his teeth ground against one another in quiet fury. Yet, amidst his wrath, Vegeta found himself perplexed. He could distinctly sense that Frisia was behaving unusually today. Amidst the exchanges laden with veiled sarcasm, there exists a palpable undercurrent of self-deprecation, or perhaps self-provocation. While Vegeta ponders Frisia's intentions, Nappa, on the other hand, bursts forth with exuberant exclamations. "Your Majesty Frisia, is it truly so? Do you genuinely intend to restore the Saiyan nation? Splendid. I happen to know of a surviving Saiyan orphan from those bygone days." Nappa's excitement and astonishment resonate with sincere authenticity, and before Frisia can utter a word of inquiry, he eagerly unveils all he knows. "Thank you, Your Majesty, for this opportunity for the Saiyans." At this juncture, Vegeta interjects. To be candid, he had no intention of outright refusal, nor could he afford to do so. Yet, this expression of gratitude was, of course, mere platitude. Conversely, Vegeta's animosity and disdain for Frisia intensified. Previously, Frisia had incessantly reminisced about the Saiyans' loyalty before them, seemingly reveling in the prospect of a glimmer of hope for their race. However, within Vegeta's heart, this appeared nothing more than a display of Frisia's absolute dominion over the Saiyans. Rather than concern for the reconstruction of a Saiyan army loyal to Frisia, Vegeta prioritized the dignity of his kin. Yet, Frisia had once again trampled upon this dignity. Regardless of how profound his hatred for Frisia became, he could not exhibit it openly. Instead, he maintained a facade of feigned subservience. "Ah, Splendid, splendid indeed. However, the Legion cannot extend much assistance at present. For the time being, you shall gather the surviving members of your race on your own. As for the Scion on Earth, I shall personally pay a visit in due time. Frisia continued orchestrating arrangements for the two, then turned to Nappa, his words laced with inquiry. Indeed, Your Majesty Frisia, I am aware of a Scion named Tarble who was dispatched to another planet back then. Nappa eagerly expressed his loyalty. Excellent news. But is there more, Mr. Nappa? Observing Nappa's recent enthusiasm, Frisia appeared increasingly pleased. Frisia's inquiry ignited a sense of urgency within Nappa, who hastily rummaged through his memories. Vegeta seems to have a brother. However, I believe he perished at birth, Nappa mused, brow furrowed. That scoundrel. Upon hearing the first part of Nappa's statement, Vegeta felt a strange pang in his heart and cursed inwardly. Familial ties among the Scions are a rarity, and Vegeta was bewildered as to why his heart tightened momentarily. Yet, upon hearing Nappa's latter words, he finally exhaled in relief. Indeed, it was true that during his brother Tarble's birth, his father deemed him a disgrace to the royal lineage due to his exceedingly low combat power. Outwardly, it was merely proclaimed that Tabul's birth had been thwarted by an assassin, yet in truth, his brother had been exiled to the fringes of the galaxy. This matter, known only to myself and the king, remained a closely guarded secret. Is that so, Mr. Vegeta? Frisia inquired, turning his gaze. Indeed, it is true. I once had a brother, but he perished at birth, Vegeta replied with a nod, accepting the reality. Such a pity, Frisia remarked with a hint of regret. Given this, the responsibility of reorganizing the Scion forces shall rest upon your shoulders. Perhaps you might also discover other surviving kin. I eagerly anticipate you, as the new king of the Scions, leading your people to once again pledge their allegiance to me, Mr. Vegeta. How infuriating. Vegeta's eyes reddened, his fists clenched tightly. Then, he bent slightly, offering a silent bow. Thank you ever so much, King Frisia. This sentiment was voiced by Nappa, who seemed far more animated than the reticent new king. Vegeta. Frisia waved his hand dismissively, and the two exited the chamber. As the door closed slowly, Frisia picked up a piece of fruit, observing the direction in which the two had departed. Super Scion. Merely a swarm of flayed insects, he scoffed, his contemptuous laughter echoing within the room. Outside, Nappa exclaimed, excellent. Vegeta. With King Frisia's support, the glory of the Scions can be restored. He gazed at Vegeta with fervor. You worthless scum who forsook the glory of our race, Nappa. Vegeta discerned that Nappa's excitement stemmed not from a desire for the Scions to regain their strength, but rather from being favored by Frisia, leaving him oblivious. That villain. Frisia, he must be killed. Casting a cold glance at Nappa, Vegeta suppressed his rage and descended into contemplation. 3 days later, the two set forth. Chapter 89. The Departure of the Spaceship. Captain Piccolo on the 4th day following Vegeta and Nappa's departure, and the 7th day since Goku returned with Raditz spaceship, which Bulma and her daughter had modified. Goku received a call from Bulma. Concluding a brief 2-day respite, he hurried from the Capsule Corporation to Bulma's residence. How magnificent! At the end of a long path, not far from 2 gravity training rooms, Goku stood in awe before a colossal circular spaceship towering 2 or 3 stories high. Oh, Goku, you've arrived, Bulma called out, peering from the spaceship upon hearing his voice. Has Goten not arrived yet? We are set to depart today. Noticing Goku was alone, Bulma inquired with curiosity. Goten? Oh, Chi-Chi mentioned she wanted to prepare him something special, and he should be here shortly, Goku replied, struggling to suppress a chuckle as a humorous thought crossed his mind. By the way, Bulma, there's no need for any operation on the spaceship, is there? Goku scratched his head, a hint of worry evident on his face. As Son Goku, who had only attended cultural classes for a few months at the Turtle School, could read to a certain extent, he found himself at a loss when it came to operating high-tech devices, such as a spaceship. He gazed at Bulma, who was visibly worried, and shook his head in disbelief. Did this fellow really think he could rely on him? Rest assured, the control of the spaceship would be entrusted to Piccolo. Piccolo. Goku paused momentarily, instinctively sensing Piccolo's energy, his gaze shifting toward the spaceship. Is Piccolo inside? He inquired, leaping into the vessel through the hatch, with Bulma following closely behind. This spaceship is truly enormous. Despite having seen it from the outside, once inside, Goku was astounded by the spacious interior. He had great faith in Bulma. Yet he was astonished at how the small spaceship he had brought back had been transformed into such a remarkable state in just a few days. After all, This spaceship was intended for the trio of himself, Piccolo, and Gohan, and it was fortunate that only the three of them would utilize it. Otherwise, such swift modifications would have been impossible. Bulma beamed as she surveyed the fruits of her labor alongside her father, Brief. Additionally, Goku, in accordance with your request, we have installed a gravity device in the spaceship, so you can train with peace of mind. Really? That's incredible, Bulma. I merely made that request on a whim. Yet you truly brought it to fruition. Goku exclaimed, his delight evident as he gazed at Bulma. While they engaged in casual conversation, Goku noticed Piccolo engrossed in his work aboard the spaceship. Piccolo, with his head bowed, was intently studying the screen before him, his 8 fingers deftly navigating the control panel, exuding an air of intense concentration. What are you doing, Piccolo? Goku approached him, peering at the incomprehensible content on the screen with curiosity. Do not disturb me, old man. Piccolo replied sternly without looking up. For the past few days, Piccolo had been learning how to operate the spaceship, as well as understanding various programs and routine maintenance. Never mind. You wouldn't understand. Bulma began to explain, but suddenly realized she was speaking to Goku, letting out a sigh and falling silent. At that moment, she turned her attention to the busy Piccolo. This parameter has some issues. Have you forgotten what I taught you, Piccolo? She chastised, pointing at the screen. Is it? Let me check again. In a rare display, Piccolo's voice carried a hint of anxiety. Goku blinked, observing the two engaged in a rigorous exchange reminiscent of a strict teacher and a diligent student. How curious this scene was. Hadn't Bulma always been somewhat intimidated by Piccolo? Why did she suddenly appear so bold? And what about Piccolo? Goku found himself utterly perplexed, unable to comprehend the unfolding dynamics. On the other side, amidst a dazzling display of skill, the spaceship emitted a series of beeping alerts. Well done, Piccolo. Bulma nodded in approval. Beside her, Piccolo, who had just ceased his operations, let out a sigh of relief. However, as he observed their reactions, Goku felt an unusual sense of dissonance in his heart. Dad, Uncle Piccolo, Aunt Bulma, you are all here. At that moment, Gohan's voice rang out, accompanied by Chi-Chi, as they approached in tandem. Gohan, your timing is impeccable. The spaceship is fully prepared and ready for departure. Bulma exclaimed. Oh, Gohan. Bulma momentarily paused, noticing Gohan's slightly lowered head, dressed in a children's suit, shorts, and a red water bottle, along with a large backpack. Indeed, he was attired in the quintessential outfit for a primary school spring outing, complete with a characteristic watermelon haircut. Embarrassed by Bulma's scrutinizing gaze, Gohan's face flushed crimson. Alas, this was the compromise he made to gain Chi-Chi's consent for his journey to Namek. After all, it was Earth's inaugural venture into space, warranting a degree of formality. Setting down their luggage, Chi-Chi smiled and remarked. Bulma pressed her lips together, appreciating the sight, then briefly questioned her own aesthetic judgment. Chi-Chi, let us step outside. The spaceship is about to launch. Bulma gently shook her head and addressed Chi-Chi. Please take good care of Gohan, Goku. Upon hearing Bulma's words, Chi-Chi hesitated before imparting a final piece of advice to Goku. Rest assured, Chi-Chi, Goku replied earnestly. Do ensure Gohan's safety. I will, Mom. Gohan nodded vigorously. Having exchanged all necessary words along the way, Chi-Chi sighed softly as she glanced at her determined son, then followed Bulma out of the spaceship. All right, Piccolo, we are ready for launch. Bulma shouted from outside the vessel. Gohan, Goku, take your seats over there. Inside the spaceship, Piccolo, who had not turned around, pointed to the left seats and commanded. Once they were seated, Piccolo pressed a button. Boom. With a thunderous roar, the massive spaceship soared into the sky. Gohan, remember to write to us often. Chi-Chi called out, watching the spaceship ascend until it became a distant star, her heart heavy with longing. Yet, Gohan would inevitably be unable to hear her words. At the control panel, feeling that the spaceship had commenced its normal journey, Piccolo relaxed. Piccolo, what exactly are you so anxious about? Unfastening his seatbelt, Goku approached Piccolo, perplexed. What am I anxious about? Old man, do you realize where we are? We are in space. Any misstep could be disastrous. Captain Piccolo gazed at Goku, who appeared oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Did you not learn how to operate the spaceship from Bulma? Goku inquired, puzzled. His question triggered a flurry of memories of Piccolo's intensive study over the past few days. No, Piccolo. Retry once more, Piccolo. Piccolo. In the recesses of Piccolo's mind, he recalled Bulma's instructive tone, which had transitioned from cautious to nearly exasperated. almost striking his palm in frustration. What struck him most was her furious demeanor. He found himself unable to mount any resistance. The power of knowledge is indeed formidable. Piccolo shook his head and moved aside. To his left lay the lounge, while below was the bathroom. He addressed Goku and Gohan, inquiring about their sustenance. Where's the food? Piccolo, where is it? Goku blinked expectantly. Piccolo gestured towards the stairway. It's downstairs. Suddenly, he turned sharply, realizing something. Gohan, what are you wearing? Chapter 90. The Great Food Crisis. Emergency landing on planet business. It was the third day since their spaceship departed from Earth. Space travel is often monotonous, yet fortunately, the ship was equipped with a gravity device that allowed for training. Even with the concern that sparring might damage the vessel, the trio could engage in meditative practice. However, not all issues could be resolved through meditation, particularly hunger. At that moment aboard the spaceship, Goku, Gohan, and Piccolo sat cross-legged together. In their midst lay a plate adorned with a piece of cake, undoubtedly a culinary masterpiece. The fluffy cake was enveloped in rich, white cream, elegantly decorated on the surface, with a few scattered pieces of sliced strawberries artfully piled in the center. The simple ingredients combined to create an alluring aroma and vibrant colors, igniting an insatiable appetite within them. Yet, this was their last piece. The spaceship was out of provisions. Bulma had underestimated the appetite of Gohan, a child yet a fellow scion, and she had also miscalculated Goku's voracious hunger. Gohan, is planet Namek not yet in sight? Goku swallowed hard, his gaze fixated on the inviting cake that seemed to beckon him. 3 more days, Dad, Gohan replied weakly, already feeling the pangs of hunger. Well, at least you, Piccolo, are fine, as you only need water to stave off hunger, Goku lamented, enviously eyeing Piccolo's impassive expression. Cut it out, Goku. Who told you to keep raiding the cold storage? Piccolo sighed, covering his face in exasperation. While he himself required no sustenance, Gohan still needed to eat. Piccolo, that food was absolutely delectable. Besides, I hardly took any. Who knew it would run out so quickly? If only I had brought a few sins of beans. Goku sighed deeply, gazing at the ceiling, then helplessly collapsing onto the floor. We need to come up with a solution. At this rate, you both won't last until we reach Namek, Piccolo said, casting a worried glance at Gohan before shooting a disgruntled look at Goku sprawled on the ground. Let's contact Bulma and see if she can find any nearby planets where we might procure food, Piccolo proposed. That's not possible, Uncle Piccolo. Don't you remember? Earthlings have never ventured into space before. Such matters, Aunt Bulma would likely be unaware of, mused Gohan, furrowing his brow at Piccolo's words. Wait a moment. Lord Kai must surely know about this, exclaimed Goku, abruptly sitting up. Lord Kai, he called out telepathically. What is it, Goku? Has Frieza invaded Earth? The Kai, who had been enjoying a peaceful midday slumber, was startled awake. Covering his ears instinctively, he soon realized it was Goku's voice and quickly inquired. No. Lord Kai, we are on a spaceship heading to Namek to visit the Elder there. However, we are running low on food. So could you please check if there are any nearby planets where we can procure some? Goku spoke at a rapid pace. All right, just a moment, the Kai replied, relieved that it wasn't news of Frieza's invasion, and began to utilize his abilities to search. At the coordinates 536-4237, there exists a planet called Business, where technology and commerce are highly advanced. There is plenty of food available there, he stated. Goku, caught in a whirlwind of confusion, repeated, is it 536-4237? Indeed. The Kai reaffirmed. How do we get there? Goku scratched his head. Leave that to me, old friend, Piccolo sighed, rising to his feet and patting Goku on the shoulder. Wow, Piccolo, how do you know that? Goku exclaimed in astonishment. What do you think I was doing in the days leading up to our departure? Piccolo replied, a hint of pride in his voice. Old friend, you ought to educate yourself a bit more. Is there such a side to Uncle Piccolo? Gohan pondered, observing Piccolo as he boasted to Goku. Thank you, Lord Kai. Gohan interjected. Gohan, you should eat some cake first, Goku said, having completed his gratitude towards the Kai. Turning to Gohan. All right. Gohan nodded, accepting without hesitation, knowing food would soon be attainable. Several hours later, under Piccolo's adept control, the spaceship smoothly arrived at the planet Business, as indicated by the Kai. It was a planet reminiscent of Earth, its surface enveloped in pale white clouds, complemented by a vibrant blue hue. With a booming sound, the spaceship plunged into the thick cloud cover of Business. the vessel igniting in orange flames as it sliced through the air, producing a thunderous roar. With a resounding crash akin to a meteor landing, the spaceship safely descended. Uncertain of the air composition here, we must act swiftly despite our oxygen apparatus, which will not last indefinitely, Piccolo remarked, operating the control panel and checking the air's constituents as per Bulma's instructions before their departure. Old friend, Gohan, when will you be heading down? As Piccolo spoke, he realized there was no response beside him. Peering out of the window, he discovered that Son Wukong and Son Gohan had, unbeknownst to him, already disembarked from the spacecraft. Hey, Piccolo, why are you so slow? Son Wukong queried in confusion, glancing back at Piccolo emerging from the ship. You insufferable fool. Piccolo gritted his teeth, a surge of anger igniting within him, only to suddenly feel quite foolish. Damn earthly knowledge. Let us venture inside to find some food, father. The spacecraft had landed beside a thicket at the edge of a lush forest. Not far off, sturdy vines clung to towering ancient trees, and the warm, humid air was infused with exotic floral fragrances. Son Gohan admired the alien scenery, so distinct from Earth, and pointed towards the forest, turning to Son Wukong as he spoke. All right. With that, the father and son took to the skies, not waiting for Piccolo. I've spotted something, Gohan. Son Wukong exclaimed excitedly, pointing downwards. Below them was a creature, entirely covered in earthy yellow, with a single horn atop its head, resembling a hippopotamus. That's the one. It's large enough for both Gohan and me to feast upon. Just as he contemplated diving down, a booming voice echoed in their ears. Stop right there. You vile poachers. A sudden roar interrupted Son Wukong and Son Gohan. Release that quintabeast, you despicable hunter. Just as Son Wukong was about to seize their dinner, a young man with flowing orange-red hair and fair skin burst forth from the nearby air. Dressed in a light brown uniform jacket adorned with a peculiar lightning-like emblem on the left chest, he appeared to be a member of some organization. Only a day has passed, and here comes another batch. You relentless thieves, this time I shall ensure you are apprehended by the guard. The long-haired young man glared at the stunned Son Wukong, and with a swift motion of his left hand, he formed a strange seal. As the seal materialized, a mysterious force surged from all directions. Wait, you seem to be misunderstanding. We are not poachers, Son Wukong interjected hastily, raising his hands in an attempt to clarify. Still trying to argue? If I hadn't arrived in time, you would have slain that quintabeast and taken its horn. Son Wukong's words did not dispel the misunderstanding. Rather, they further infuriated the red-haired youth. With an enraged shout, the accumulation of power intensified. In the blink of an eye, a faint green energy enveloped Son Wukong entirely. Dad. Son Gohan, realizing the misunderstanding, saw his father in peril and rushed forward to intervene, disregarding the need for clarification. Wait, Gohan, hold off for now. Son Wukong halted his son's advance, focusing instead on the green energy surrounding him. He sensed that the other party bore no murderous intent. This technique seemed aimed merely at restraining him. Moreover, this surge of verdant energy inexplicably evoked a sense of familiarity within him. Indeed, this energy bore a resemblance to the sensation of the spirit bomb. Furthermore, it appeared that this power did not entirely belong to the individual before him. A portion seemed to emanate from the forest behind. Son Wukong blinked and cast a sidelong glance, soon discovering specks of green light continuously converging. Much like the spirit bomb, was he harnessing the strength of nature itself? Perhaps he was not a villain after all. With a slight calming of his thoughts, a relaxed smile graced Son Wukong's lips. Damn it, why couldn't he budge this fellow? The red-haired man gritted his teeth, furrowing his brow as he exerted all his effort to manipulate the surrounding energy. Yet, no matter how hard he tried, Son Wukong, seemingly trapped in his eyes, stood steadfastly in place, unmoving. At that moment, Son Wukong's aura began to gradually unfurl. Although he suspected his adversary was not malevolent, remaining ensnared would only perpetuate the misunderstanding. Very well, let us first defeat this individual. Excitement surged within Son Wukong as he faced the novelty of his opponent's combat style, and his own energy began to swell in response. With a resounding roar, Son Wukong's white aura surged through the green energy, darting to and fro. In an instant, the seemingly unbreakable green energy confinement appeared on the brink of shattering. How could this be? This man with the crab-like head was actually contending against the natural energies of the ancient forest solely by his own strength. Although his range of control was limited, How could this power be sustained solely by himself? The red-haired man was filled with astonishment, incredulously witnessing the unfolding scene before him. Oh no, I can no longer contain him. The red-haired man gasped in alarm, suddenly feeling the natural energy he wielded spiral out of control. Huh. With another thunderous shout from Sun Wukong, the energy confinement enveloping him faltered. Boom. With a dull explosion, the confinement shattered, transforming into a cascade of green starlight that fell toward the forest. Stop. Do not harm him. Freed from his constraints, Sun Wukong suddenly shouted at the red-haired man. But his outcry was not directed at him. It was aimed at Piccolo, who had stealthily approached from behind the red-haired man. Piccolo, we have a misunderstanding. Observing the situation, Gohan also urged Piccolo, recognizing the urgency of the moment. However, at that instant, Piccolo's raised hand had already descended upon the red-haired man's neck. With a muffled thud, the red-haired man lost consciousness, his eyes rolling back as he fell toward the ground. Rest assured, I have tempered my strength. Piccolo spoke in a low voice, then turned his attention to the newly freed Sun Wukong. Were you not in search of food? Why did you suddenly engage in a confrontation? Who is this red-haired fellow? Gohan, why did you not intervene earlier? With lingering concern, Piccolo returned to the spaceship to check the atmospheric readings, and upon confirming they were safe, he transformed the spaceship back into its capsule form. Following the energy signal, he flew over, only to witness the scene unfolding before him, his mind swirling with questions. We are not acquainted with him, either. However, this red-haired uncle appears to have mistaken us for poachers of protected species. Gohan, who had caught the red-haired man mid-fall, turned to explain to Piccolo. The three of them landed in a clearing, where Gohan gently leaned the red-haired man against a large tree. That creature resembling a hippopotamus must be a protected animal on this planet. With that in mind, it cannot be considered food. Gohan expressed his concern to Goku and Piccolo beside him. Humph, what does it matter if it's a protected species? Are you two really going to adhere to the absurd regulations of this planet? Piccolo scoffed dismissively. Come on, Piccolo. This fellow doesn't seem malevolent at all. Perhaps we should wait until he regains consciousness to discuss matters further, Goku suggested as he approached. How long must we wait? Just then, as Piccolo was speaking, the red-haired man let out a pained groan and slowly opened his eyes. You poachers. Upon recognizing Goku and the others surrounding him, the red-haired man struggled to rise. You have completely misunderstood us. We are not poachers, Goku said sheepishly as he stepped forward, sensing the man's regained awareness. Stop with the excuses. I clearly saw you attempt to harm that Kinta beast. The red-haired man retorted angrily, unwilling to accept Goku's explanation. Think for a moment. If we were truly villains, do you believe you would still be alive in this desolate wilderness? Piccolo interjected coldly from the side. Piccolo's blunt words served to calm the red-haired man. Indeed, if they were actual poachers, he likely would have perished while unconscious. Noticing the man had finally settled, Goku continued, You truly have us mistaken. We are not poachers at all. We are merely seeking food to fill our stomachs. Dad. Gohan sighed in exasperation, propping his head up. Chapter 92, The Forest Guardian Gale. Goku's secret to earning money. The moment Goku's words escaped him, he realized the implications. His upbringing had made him somewhat oblivious to certain common sense, but he was far from foolish. Mentioning that Kinta beast as a potential meal would likely be viewed as even more atrocious in the eyes of the red-haired man. As expected, the man's previously calm demeanor turned fierce once more upon hearing Goku's statement. Just as Goku was about to clarify, Gohan, quicker on the uptake, interjected. Uncle, please don't be alarmed. We had to land on this planet because our spaceship ran out of food, and we were simply looking for something to eat. We truly were unaware that the creature we encountered was a protected species. Gohan explained earnestly, his expression sincere. Is that genuinely the case? The red-haired man regarded them with flickering eyes, still somewhat skeptical. Indeed, and you should also recognize that the earlier attack had no effect on me. If I truly wished to bring you harm, you would be powerless to stop me, Sun Wukong remarked, his tone imbued with sincerity that was, however, painfully poignant. The red-haired man's expression shifted slightly, though he soon found himself convinced to a considerable extent. As the saying goes, coarse words can convey profound truths. In this forest, the most valuable treasures are none other than the horns of the Kunta beast. The other party chose not to hunt for the horns, instead sparing themselves. As for other possessions, they were devoid of any wealth to be coveted. Moreover, among the trio, there was a mere child. The red-haired man scrutinized the seemingly harmless son Gohan and felt a wave of relief wash over him. My name is Gale, one of the forest wardens of the ancient woods, tasked with safeguarding its rare fauna. Since you are visitors from the cosmos, please allow me to invite you to my abode for some rest, Gale said, extending an invitation to son Wukong and his companions. I truly apologize, Gale. Do you have any food available? Son Wukong scratched his face with his finger, gazing at Gale with a look of pitiful longing. Recalling the earlier conversation about their emergency landing on business due to a lack of provisions aboard their spacecraft, Gale chuckled heartily. Fear not. You are most welcome to dine at my place. It is but a simple meal, nothing to fret over, Gale replied cheerfully as he regarded son Wukong and his companions. Several hours later, at the edge of the ancient woods, within a charming wooden cabin, the exuberant voice of son Wukong rang out. Please bring me another serving. Meanwhile, son Gohan's youthful voice, tinged with hesitation yet resolute, echoed, Could I have another, please? Seated at a broad wooden table, son Wukong and son Gohan gazed expectantly at Gale, who, at that moment, appeared somewhat dazed as he accepted the plates from the two. His eyes swept across the mountain of empty bowls and dishes that had accumulated on the table, and an involuntary shiver ran through him. Mr. Wukong, I finally understand why the provisions aboard your spacecraft were insufficient, Gale mused, realizing that this was equivalent to his own monthly rations. Yet, these two seemingly ordinary individuals, one large and one small, had consumed an astonishing amount in just one meal. Swallowing hard, Gale filled the plates once more and returned them to the pair. It seems I, too, must confront a food crisis, he thought, shaking his head with a wry smile, though he did not feel overly distressed. As a forest warden, he was among the higher earners in his community. Say, Mr. Piccolo, aren't you going to eat? Gale inquired, noticing the food before Piccolo remained untouched. It's nothing. I only require water, Piccolo explained. Is it due to prolonged hunger that your body is unwell? Perhaps you should accompany me to the hospital for a checkup. Your complexion seems rather off, Gale observed with concern, glancing at Piccolo's green visage. What? My complexion is naturally this color, Piccolo retorted, initially poised to express his annoyance, but recalled that he was receiving assistance from Gale. He swallowed his retort, muttering instead, Green skin, and you only drink water? Mr. Piccolo, you must be a Namekian then. Recalling the alien encyclopedia he had perused, Gale suddenly exclaimed in realization. Burp Gale, are you familiar with Namek? After swallowing the last morsel of food and letting out a satisfied belch, son Wukong looked up in surprise. I have only seen it in the encyclopedia. Uncle Gale, we were actually supposed to go to Namek. It was only due to the food situation that we diverted here. May I inquire where one can procure game? Of course. I do not mean those protected species, son Gohan added quickly, fearing Gale might misunderstand. However, upon hearing this, a troubled expression crossed Gale's face. Gohan, you may not be aware, but Business Star is under the dominion of Lord Galaxy King. The technology and commerce here are exceedingly advanced. However, due to the early aggressive development of commerce and technology, the natural environment of Business Star has suffered greatly. Decades ago, the wildlife on Business Star was on the brink of extinction. Thus, virtually all animals you might encounter in the wild are now protected by law, Gale continued. In other words, if you wish to obtain food through hunting, it is virtually impossible. You can only purchase it. Moreover, given your substantial appetites, and with 3 to 4 days of travel remaining to Namek, such quantities of food would draw immediate attention if hunted. As for spending money, Gale appeared increasingly distressed, as his role as a forest guardian necessitated the protection of wildlife, and he could not allow anyone to hunt indiscriminately. He could see that son Wukong and his companions were not inherently bad individuals, but if they were to spend money, it seemed they had none. Observing the empty plates on the table, he realized that even his salary would not suffice for their appetites. Catching a few won't make much difference, Piccolo scoffed, stating bluntly. He might show some consideration for Gale's feelings for certain reasons, but that did not mean he would compromise on critical issues. Mr. Piccolo, never mind. I will use my money to assist you, Gale remarked, somewhat pained. Truth be told, if son Wukong's group insisted on hunting, he would have to intervene. But he had no confidence in his ability to restrain son Wukong in a confrontation. Besides, after conversing for so long, Gale had already come to regard son Wukong and his companions as friends. It would be a small sacrifice to aid a friend. No need for that. You have already helped us so much. How could we possibly use your money? Sun Wukong replied, slightly embarrassed. Old son, do you have any currency from this planet? Piccolo interjected calmly. This, money? Sun Wukong furrowed his brow in contemplation. He recalled a time in his youth when he had sought Bulma's assistance without any funds. That's it. Sun Wukong's face lit up with excitement. Gale, do you have any competitions here where one can win a prize for victory? Chapter 93. Uncle Gale. We are quite strong after all. Upon hearing Sun Wukong's inquiry, Gale fell momentarily silent. Business Star, a planet rooted in technology and commerce, has experienced a tremendous boom in business, leading to an ever-increasing demand for spiritual entertainment. To satiate the public's insatiable curiosity, combative competitions have naturally flourished. Such visually captivating contests invariably awaken the primal fighting instincts nestled deep within the hearts of many, rendering them immensely popular among a considerable segment of the populace. Perhaps, in an effort to channel the pent-up energy that individuals often struggle to express, the authorities have refrained from imposing stringent restrictions on these competitions. Indeed, contests with monetary rewards exist, but as the prize amounts escalate, so too do the leniencies regarding the competition's regulations. Consequently, the associated risks intensify. Particularly in the highest tier of contests, the boxing arena, regardless of one's age or gender, once a participant steps onto the stage and signs a death contract, they assume a singular identity, that of a contender. Participants are subjected to both ranking and the potential for life and death. While they are not mandated to kill their opponents, the outcome often hinges on a mere fraction, determining life or death. Even Gale, should he choose to compete, would find it nearly impossible to reach the finale without harnessing the energies of all living things. Furthermore, his control over natural forces in such an environment is not particularly refined, making it challenging for him to draw upon external power. However, if it were Wukong. Gale regarded Sun Wukong with a serious expression, his mind drifting back to their previous encounter. Wukong had managed to contend with a portion of the natural forces of the ancient forest single-handedly, demonstrating an undeniable prowess that Gale could not match in terms of sheer strength. Yet, such competitions do exist, and in the boxing arena of the highest caliber, the rewards for ultimate victory are exceedingly generous. At the very least, considering the appetites of both you and Gohan, securing a year's worth of sustenance would be effortless. Nevertheless, the inherent dangers of such competitions are substantial, and the boxing arena, in particular, could lead to fatal outcomes. Gale spoke earnestly, candidly outlining the associated perils. Although he acknowledged Wukong's formidable strength, he did not wish for this newly acquainted friend to encounter any misfortune. How about I use my resources to assist you? Gale contemplated, but was interrupted before he could finish his suggestion. Gale, are you implying that formidable fighters participate in that boxing arena? Wukong exclaimed, his face alight with excitement. Wukong, how did you not grasp the gravity of my words? Such competitions are perilous. Observing the eager expression on Wukong's countenance, Gale regretted having mentioned the boxing arena. Wukong paused, contemplating Gale's warning. He could discern the weight of priorities. Although he yearned for a battle, his primary purpose for venturing out was to visit the elder on Namek. With narrowed eyes, Wukong began to keenly sense the energy on Business Star. Indeed, there exists a commendable force here. However, in comparison to my own trio, particularly Old Sun, there is no need for hesitation. Let us hasten to participate in the competition and secure our earnings. I have sensed the energy of the inhabitants of this planet, and even the strongest among them, who have concealed their auras, pose no threat. Just as Sun Wukong was about to voice his thoughts, the ever-impatient Piccolo interjected. Mr. Piccolo, what do you mean by concealed energy? Piccolo's explanation left Gale somewhat perplexed. Concealing energy refers to the act of diminishing one's own power's visibility. How is it that you are unaware of such a concept? Piccolo responded, bemused by Gale's inquiry. Gale fell silent. He had indeed never encountered such a notion before. Humph, it appears this will be even easier than anticipated. Piccolo scoffed, noting Gale's evident lack of understanding regarding energy concealment. Uncle Gale, if you were to compete in that fighting arena, do you believe you could emerge as the champion? Son Gohan asked curiously. Perhaps. If I could harness the strength of all living beings, there might be a chance, but it remains a mere possibility. The circumstances of the competition do not provide such opportunities. Relying solely on my own power, I would struggle against the formidable opponents at the final stages, Gale replied solemnly. Then let us participate, father. Son Gohan declared directly to Sun Wukong after contemplating the matter. Wu Fan, why do you also? Gale looked at Son Gohan in astonishment. Uncle Gale, we are quite strong ourselves, Son Gohan said, a hint of bashfulness in his tone. In his perception, even Gale, who commanded natural energy, seemed no more powerful than a giant ape transformation, perhaps around a combat strength of 50,000. Yet, this level was insignificant compared to what they could achieve together. Naturally, he refrained from voicing such thoughts outright. Very well, Gale, just take us along. There will be no issues, Sun Wukong chimed in with a smile. Hesitant to impose further on Gale, having just met him, he thought that if there were any leftover prize money after purchasing food, it could be left for Gale. All right then, I understand. Gale instinctively acquiesced, noting the relaxed smiles on Sun Wukong and his companions. Could it be that Wukong still had strength to spare after their sparring? Gale was well aware of his own capabilities after mastering natural powers. He was no weakling on this planet. Yet, seeing Sun Wukong's confident demeanor left him astonished. Please wait a moment. I must request a day off, Gale said as he retrieved his communicator from his pocket. After pressing a few buttons, he began speaking into the device. Captain, this is Gale. I have a few friends visiting for an urgent matter. I would like to request a day's leave. It was evident that the captain held considerable authority in Gale's eyes, as his tone softened considerably during the conversation. Gale. Requesting a day off will result in a deduction of 10 times your salary, came the captain's voice from the other end. What? Why is it like that? Captain, do I not still have quite a bit of leave remaining this month? Gale's expression instantly soured. Indeed, exceeding the leave quota would incur severe penalties. Yet, he distinctly remembered that he had ample leave balance. Haha, I was merely jesting, little Gale. Your leave has been approved, and I shall arrange for someone to cover your area. However, may I inquire what you intend to do during your time off? The captain's teasing voice resonated through the communicator, subsequently laced with curiosity. It's rather complicated to explain in just a few words. I shall elucidate upon my return. Gale replied, rolling his eyes at the captain's condescending tone. Was it a crime to join the team a tad later as a newcomer? He inwardly grumbled. But upon hearing the captain's acquiescence, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. Very well, very well. Genius can often be capricious. Should you find yourself in trouble, do not hesitate to report it, the captain said, a hint of exasperation now tinged with seriousness. Understood, Captain, Gale replied with equal gravity. All right, we can set off now. Concluding the call, Gale stowed away the communicator and turned to the eagerly awaiting Sun Wukong and his companions. Chapter 94. Individual Battles and Team Combat. The shadows concealed a few moments later. Gale led Sun Wukong and the others to the entrance of a tavern. Honest Tavern, read the sign above the door. Gale, are you treating us to a meal? Though, I'm not starving just yet, Sun Wukong said, the aroma of delicious food wafting through the tavern door, tantalizing his senses. He sheepishly scratched his head. Hearing Sun Wukong's reluctance, Gale recalled the scene of Sun Wukong and Gohan devouring food with fervor in his humble abode. It's not quite that, Wukong. This tavern also serves as the registration point for the boxing arena. Gale instinctively shivered and hastily added. Registration point? Sun Wukong pondered, surveying the surroundings, which were filled with shops and bustling pedestrians, yet lacking any indication of a grand martial arts tournament venue. Wait, are there multiple energy signatures? Underground? He mused, glancing at the ground thoughtfully. Gale said nothing further, guiding Sun Wukong and the others as they pushed through the door and entered. Navigating through the slightly raucous crowd, they arrived at the tavern's front desk. Hey, Honest. Gale greeted a robust, silver-haired elder diligently polishing a wine glass behind the counter. Oh, a rare visitor. Gale, what shall you have? Or do you wish to challenge me to a drinking contest again? Honest teased, his face breaking into a smile. No. I am not here for those trivial pursuits today. Gale waved his hand, recalling the embarrassment from a previous drunken escapade with Honest. A faint blush creeping onto his cheeks. Honest became slightly more serious, as one does not come to his establishment merely for food and drink. They must be here to register for a competition. My friends wish to participate in the boxing arena, Gale stated with earnestness, stepping aside to reveal Sun Wukong and his companions. These individuals are my friends, Sun Wukong, Piccolo, and Sun Gohan, Gale succinctly introduced. Honest nodded thoughtfully before scrutinizing Sun Wukong and his companions. When his gaze fell upon Piccolo, he momentarily faltered, and upon noticing Sun Gohan, he paused again. The arena is merciless, From a humanitarian perspective, I must inform you that the fighting ring is not merely a game. Will this ailing individual and this child also be participating? Honest lingered his gaze on Piccolo and son Gohan a moment longer. Ailing individual? Realizing he was the subject of Honest's scrutiny, Piccolo felt a surge of blood rise to his face, which took on a slight purplish hue. Piccolo was incensed. Yet, to the onlookers, it appeared as though he had suddenly fallen ill. Gale, do you need me to call an ambulance? Honest kindly inquired. No, that won't be necessary, mister. Piccolo is a Namekian, and this skin tone is natural for him. Gale hastily interjected, stepping protectively in front of Piccolo with a wry smile. Gale felt quite helpless. While extraterrestrial beings come in all shapes and colors, the green of the Namekians was indeed just right. Namekian? Wasn't he that planet rendered uninhabitable due to climatic changes, leading to the extinction of the Namekians? Honest gazed at Piccolo in astonishment, his voice rising considerably, drawing the curious glances of nearby patrons. Honest's words prompted both Piccolo and son Wukong to look at son Gohan, their eyes laden with inquiry. Father, Uncle Piccolo, there's no need to worry. Namek did experience a climatic disaster, but the Grand Elder survived that ordeal. Subsequently, he fathered many offspring, who are now striving to improve Namek's environment. Perhaps the Grand Elder and his kin have remained on Namek all this time, which is why so few are aware of it, son Gohan explained thoughtfully. Ah, I see. So that's the case. It seems my information is outdated. With that said, do you wish to participate in individual matches or team battles? Noticing that Piccolo and son Gohan had not declined to compete, Honest continued his inquiry. Uncle, what is an individual match, and what is a team battle? The terms sounded somewhat technical, clearly touching upon son Wukong's area of ignorance. Individual match? Honest appeared momentarily taken aback by son Wukong's question. Are newcomers nowadays so audacious as to enter without understanding the rules? Pondering this, yet maintaining his professionalism, Honest patiently elaborated. An individual match is a one-on-one contest. After battling, the central computer will assign a score based on performance. Accumulating a certain number of points allows participation in the fighting rankings. The top 100 on the leaderboard can only challenge others within that same ranking. Individual matches are settled annually, with prizes awarded based on placement. This year, the settlement will likely occur in about a month. A month? As Honest was still speaking, son Wukong interrupted him. Uncle, we do not have much time. We need to secure the prize money for the competition swiftly, son Wukong exclaimed with a hint of urgency. They truly had little leisure, and according to Gohan, it was possible that the elder would soon meet his end. Oh, are you here to make quick money? The young man is quite confident, Honest remarked, observing son Wukong's demeanor as if the prize were already within his grasp. He merely shook his head slightly, not resorting to mockery. He had encountered many overconfident newcomers like son Wukong. As the saying goes, a different field is like a different mountain. And the gap between novices and seasoned fighters in the arena was more than just one mountain apart. As the adage suggests, it is often difficult to offer wise counsel to the doomed. For someone like son Wukong, Honest typically only wished him success in silence. Of course, most newcomers blessed with such well wishes seldom had a second chance to meet again. All right, let's proceed with the team battle then. There are no time constraints for this one. It occurs once daily, and in an hour, today's match will commence. Each team can have a maximum of 4 members, but can participate with as few as 1. Honest continued. After the free-for-all, the last remaining team will receive the prize for this match. As he spoke, Honest produced several badges marked with the same number and placed them on the table. Remember to wear the badges during the competition. If you feel your life is in danger, simply remove the badge, and the arena will transport you out, Honest advised thoughtfully. Wait, is that really a thing? Why didn't you mention this before? Gale asked, astonished. He had never heard of such an escape method previously. You never asked, Honest shrugged. Gale was not angry. Rather, he felt a sense of relief for the safety of son Wukong and the others. That's wonderful. If that's the case, at least there won't be a risk to life. Gale said joyfully. Ah, Gale, that is only in theory. In reality, many individuals have been killed by their opponents without even removing their badges. Honest remarked with a hint of melancholy. It seems that 2 of the top 10 fighters in the rankings are participating today as well. All right, Gale. There's no need for concern, Piccolo interjected lightly. He harbored some skepticism, for he believed there was no such thing as a risk-free opportunity to gain benefits. Indeed, Gale. Rest assured, everything will be fine, Uncle Gale. Son Wukong and Gohan chimed in. Gale understood the adage that pancakes do not fall from the sky. However, he had been quite worried since it was his words that had encouraged Sun Wukong and the others to enter the competition. Very well, just be cautious. Gale nodded in agreement. After completing the registration, a servant appeared and led Gale, Sun Wukong, and the others deeper into the tavern. Meanwhile, unnoticed by anyone. After Sun Wukong's group departed, a fully armed figure, shrouded in layers, turned and left the tavern as well. Chapter 95. The Twilight of King Shrag amidst the bustling crowd. In a secluded corner by the street, a masked figure emerged from Onus's small tavern. He withdrew a circular communicator from his pocket, casually surveying his surroundings before speaking. Is this King Shrag? After a prolonged silence, an aged and somber voice emanated from the communicator. Jesse, is there something you wish to discuss? Though the voice bore the weight of authority, it was tinged with an undeniable weariness. Your Majesty Shrag, I have news that may pique your interest. I have just encountered someone on business who bears a striking resemblance to you. This individual claims to be a Namekian. According to him and his companions, it appears that the Namekians did not perish in the cataclysm of yore. Jesse spoke with a tone of utmost respect. What? The Namekians? On the other end, the person referred to as King Shrag suddenly elevated his voice. A flurry of hurried breaths and coughs followed, accompanied by the sound of swallowing. Jesse recognized that this was the sound of his king taking medicine after a bout of illness. Jesse remained silent, patiently awaiting further instructions. This news is promising, Jesse. Keep a close watch on their movements, and do not rush. I shall make my way there. Shrag's voice returned, now steadied yet brimming with eager excitement. Understood. Your Majesty Shrag, Jesse replied solemnly, and as the conversation concluded, he tucked away the communicator and melted back into the throng. Meanwhile, in the vast expanse of space, aboard a colossal warship resembling a fortress, a young man with long yellow hair, cloaked in white robes, gazed curiously at King Shrag, who had suddenly become animated atop his throne. Your Majesty Shrag, what has transpired? And Kyra, do you know what Jesse has discovered? He has found the Namekians. Ha! Shrag exclaimed, rising from his throne, his eyes sparkling with fervor as he looked down at Ankara. Is it the planet from your memories? Ankara inquired with surprise. Indeed, indeed. It is that very planet, the one with the Dragon Balls. Establishing our intelligence department was indeed a wise decision. Shrag's face, etched with wrinkles, became even more pronounced with the broad smile that spread across it. My long-held desire is finally within reach. Shrag's voice carried a note of bittersweet nostalgia. Worn down by the passage of time, he had grown too old, a relic from the aftermath of the Namekian cataclysm hundreds of years prior. Sent to Shragstar during that tumultuous period, the impact of the ship's landing had robbed him of most memories of Namek. All he could recall was that he hailed from a planet known as Namek, and that it harbored Dragon Balls capable of granting wishes. Shragstar, however, was a realm teeming with demons, a place governed by the law of the jungle. Not long after his arrival on this planet, Shrag was discovered by the malevolent beings that inhabited it. In the midst of relentless and fierce battles against a multitude of foes, his spaceship lay in tatters, beyond repair. Having long forgotten the location of Namek, Shrag had abandoned any hope of returning there. Thus commenced a grand entrepreneurial venture, endowed with an innate malevolence and unparalleled martial prowess. Shrag discovered that he thrived amidst the demon-infested planet. After decades of conquests, dissenting voices gradually vanished, and adversaries who dared to challenge him were physically eradicated. Shrag ultimately emerged as the undisputed monarch of Shragstar, adopting the name of the planet as his own. With the unification of Shragstar, it was only natural that the ensuing Shrag would embark on his cosmic expedition. However, this journey was far from smooth sailing, as the Galaxy Police maintained a semblance of order throughout the universe. Additionally, there was Frisia, though at that time, the Frisia Force did not exist. It was his father, King Cold, who relentlessly pressured the fledgling Shrag. Yet, as Shrag matured, their confrontations reached a point of equilibrium. While Shrag dreamt of universal domination, the ascendance of King Cold's two sons, Cooler and Frisia, gradually shattered that dream. The prolonged stalemate with the Cold family over several centuries forced Shrag to content himself with a small domain, while his once proud strength dwindled to almost nothing. In his prime, he could overpower King Cold with ease. However, that power had now nearly vanished. In recent years, he ceased external expansion, piloting his colossal spaceship in search of appealing planets to transform into cosmic pleasure craft. He appeared as a despondent figure, devoid of vigor, seeking only indulgence. Yet, this was merely a facade to deceive his enemies. In truth, much of his energy was devoted to locating Namek, as he recalled that the Dragon Balls on that planet could grant any wish. If he could acquire the Dragon Balls, he would regain his long-sought youth and realize his dream of cosmic supremacy. Regrettably, since the Great Cataclysm, the surviving Grand Elder and the new generation of Namekians had dedicated themselves to restoring the planet's environment, seldom venturing beyond its confines. Time erases all. After centuries, Namek had nearly vanished from the awareness of outsiders. Shrag was no King Kai in the vast expanse of the universe. Hindered by the Galaxy Police and the Cold family's influence, locating Namek was akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. However, a recent report from his network of informants scattered across the cosmos brought him unexpected news. Business Star, a territory of the Galaxy Police? He commanded that upon approaching Business Star, they should not initiate direct combat. Despite the presence of unruly elements on that planet, troublesome individuals from the Galaxy Police lingered nearby. Shrag contemplated and calmed his excited heart. Understood, King Shrag. Ankara bowed gracefully before retreating. In the emptiness of the room, Shlaj gazed through the transparent glass at the apex, staring into the dark abyss of the universe, where twinkling stars sporadically glimmered. The ship of Shlaj had departed, while Sun Wukong and his companions, oblivious to this event, were being escorted into a completely enclosed silver chamber. Chapter 96. Brother, have you escaped as well? What is this wall, resembling water? Observing the surface before him that shimmered with a metallic luster, as they approached, it suddenly flowed like liquid, revealing an opening. Sun Wukong's eyes widened in astonishment. The perplexity was overwhelming. After entering the room, he turned back to gently stroke the now solid and smooth metallic wall. Mr. Sun, this is a unique form of liquid memory metal, a product of technological advancements on our planet. This metal can transform into various objects as needed. In an hour, the arena for today's team battle will be constructed from this very liquid metal, explained the attendant who had accompanied them into the chamber. How impressive! Sun Wukong exclaimed. His jaw agape. What remarkable technology! Sun Gohan, equally astonished by this novel creation, could not help but marvel. Is the competition arena a single platform? In contrast to the wonderment of Sun Wukong and Sun Gohan, Piccolo inquired about the specifics of the venue. It is not a single platform, Mr. Piccolo. The memory liquid metal will simulate different natural environments underground, including rainforests, deserts, and vast steppes. All participants will be evenly distributed across the competition area. The attendant patiently elaborated in response to Piccolo's question. You mean it can transform into various realistic environments underground? Such a vast area, how is that even feasible? Piccolo was taken aback. According to the attendant's explanation, the requirement for such diverse terrains seemed daunting. With the technology of Business Star, it is not an insurmountable challenge. Mr. Piccolo, the attendant replied with a polite smile, observing Piccolo's momentary lapse. Now you all should understand. In such an environment, the outside world is entirely isolated. Given my current abilities, I cannot harness the power of all things. My apologies, everyone, spoke Gale, his voice slightly subdued. Don't think like that, Gale. We are all participating willingly. You need not worry. Sun Wukong reassured him with confidence, patting Gale, who appeared somewhat remorseful. As long as we defeat all the other teams, we achieve victory, correct? Piccolo asked, envisioning the potential environments they might face. Indeed, Mr. Piccolo. Moreover, every hour, the metallic space will contract. So you need not worry about the battle dragging on too long. The attendant continued his explanation. The size and terrain will both change? Piccolo nodded in acknowledgement after hearing this. Mr. Gale, once the competition commences, you will be able to observe the scenes within the arena through the large screen on the wall. After several individuals emerged victorious, they were automatically transported back to the original chamber. Wishing them abundant fortune in their endeavors, the attendant politely elaborated a few more points. Noticing the absence of inquiries from the group, he bowed and took his leave. The individuals settled quietly onto the sofa, engaging in light conversation as they began their wait. Before long, an hour slipped away in haste. Please prepare yourselves. As the time struck, an unexpected mechanical voice resonated throughout the room from an unknown source. Simultaneously, the polished walls opened once more. Well then, we shall take our leave. Gale, Sun Wukong remarked in wonder, bidding farewell to Gale before stepping inside. It truly resembles the outside world. The lush, vivid forest appeared before them, and they could even catch a whiff of delicate floral scents. A gentle breeze caressed them, while warm sunlight bathed their skin. Sun Wukong surveyed his surroundings, eventually gazing up at the azure sky, and with a hint of nostalgia, he mused aloud. Prepare to meet your end, fool. Just as Sun Wukong was delighting in the fresh air, a shrill voice abruptly pierced the tranquility. A figure suddenly materialized in the space, adorned in peculiar attire, inexplicably wrapped in bandages. Clearly another contestant who had just been teleported. This individual, upon seeing Sun Wukong, failed to react in time and unleashed a powerful punch with a bellow. With a swift motion, Sun Wukong did not even glance back. He merely sidestepped to the left and lightly tapped backward with his hand. A dull thud echoed as the bandaged man collapsed, losing consciousness and plummeting to the ground. Gohan. Piccolo, do not strike too hard. These fellows seem rather weak, Sun Wukong remarked with a furrowed brow, observing the bandaged man who had succumbed to his single blow. Enough. Old Sun, do not dawdle. Swiftly end this encounter. We must hasten to planet Namek. Piccolo urged. Dad, Uncle Piccolo, let us split up to expedite our progress. Gohan suggested after some contemplation. Sun Wukong and Piccolo nodded in agreement. The trio soared into the sky, each taking a different direction. What must it feel like to be a sheep among wolves? The participants in this competition soon gained first-hand experience, as they quickly encountered a pack of three. As the group departed, anguished roars echoed from the three directions. 20 minutes later, the earth and sky gradually fell into silence. The green-faced monster did not follow us, did it? Surely not, one survivor pondered. Who is that bastard, and why is he so formidable? No one has survived a single blow from him. Within a concealed cave, several indistinct figures quivered with trepidation. What are you all discussing? A strange voice emerged from the cave entrance as the individuals were conversing. Brother, did you also manage to escape from that guy? One trembling figure from the shadows inquired. Let us hide for now. If that fellow cannot find us, he will eventually leave, another shadowy figure advised, their tone filled with shared sorrow. Wait, that's not right. That fellow's so green. It's that guy? Unlike the previous two. The third one, hiding in the shadows, suddenly emitted a terrified scream. Through the faint light of the cave entrance, he discerned the figure of the newcomer. With pointed ears and green skin, draped in a white cloak, it was none other than Piccolo. Bang, bang, crash, with a series of collisions against the stone walls. The last impact shattered a thin section of the cave's ceiling, allowing a brilliant light to stream in through the newly created opening. Piccolo's silhouette was fully revealed. Did you think you could escape just because there were many of you earlier? With a keen sense of energy, Piccolo had pursued relentlessly, casting a cold smile at the few who lay on the ground, having been swallowed moments before. Observing the peculiar phenomenon on the ground, Piccolo's gaze sharpened slightly, but he soon recalled the explanation given by the attendant and felt a sense of relief. Indeed, it had the same hardness as the stones outside. He casually broke off a piece of rock, squeezed it lightly, and tossed the shattered fragments aside before soaring upward through the cave. Almost there, not many left. Chapter 97. I detest you all. In the observation room, upon entering the arena, Sun Wukong and his companions noticed Gale begin to manipulate the control panel on the table, adjusting the images on the wall to monitor their movements. The badges that Honest had given to Sun Wukong and his friends during registration served not only as symbols of participation, but also as markers for the contestants. As the three of them split up, Gale was momentarily unsure of whom to focus on first, instinctively directing his attention to the small map in the lower left corner, which represented the contestants as red dots. Coincidentally, the initial location to which Sun Wukong and his companions were teleported was in the very center of the arena. Thus, Gale beheld a remarkable sight. On the small map, after Sun Wukong and his companions embarked in different directions, it appeared as if three powerful erasers had suddenly manifested. With their starting position as the epicenter, the red dots that initially clustered from all directions had, in just a matter of minutes, created three pristine blank areas. Throughout this process, among all the red dots, the only ones moving rapidly were Sun Wukong and his companions. The remaining scattered dots resembled pitiful sardines, driven by a large catfish in a water tank. Initially, a reckless swarm launched an assault on the trio. Then, a few resolute individuals, or those who had strategically retreated behind the masses, were sent fleeing like headless flies in terror at the sight of Sun Wukong and his friends. Ultimately, Only a handful of fortunate souls found good hiding spots, concealed from view. However, upon witnessing such a transformation, Gale did not perceive it as luck. Having experienced the formidable sensing techniques employed by Sun Wukong and Piccolo, he felt that those few fortunate individuals had merely transformed themselves into trapped turtles. As expected, he directed his finger on the screen towards the area where the red dot vanished most swiftly. Gale observed a scene in which Piccolo was indeed capturing the turtles in the jar, simply unbearable to behold. In his eyes, at this moment, Piccolo resembled an evil poacher, cornering several innocent and feeble quint beasts to their dire end, one by one slaughtered. But was it not a tad too swift? In merely a few minutes, Gale's lips parted and closed, his gaze becoming fixated. It seemed the prize was assured. Yet wait, there remained those two fellows, observing the one-sided carnage. Gale's previously relaxed demeanor tightened, recalling Anist's earlier mention of two contenders from the top 10 of the brawler rankings also participating in the competition. He could already surmise their identities, Pian and Jean. In terms of strength, even one of them alone was only slightly inferior to his mastery over natural energy. For brawlers accustomed to team skirmishes, these two were notorious indeed. Curiously, the reason behind their infamy was rather peculiar. The brothers Pian and Jean were inveterate gamblers. Unlike typical gamblers who seek to win, these two, having transcended base interests, aspired to challenge the pinnacle of gambling prowess. They regarded small casinos with disdain, believing them devoid of true gambling experts. Instead, they exclusively targeted the largest casinos, particularly those on Business Star, where they persistently suffered losses. Yet their desire to test their skills remained unquenched. Initially, their pursuit of gambling mastery did not lead them to reckless betting. The annual prize from the brawl was ample for their indulgences. However, one fateful night, perhaps swept up in the thrill, the two brothers lost everything, even their undergarments. And for the first and only time, they defaulted on a debt, resulting in a brawl at the casino. Alas, the establishment was owned by the second-ranked brawler. And after a fierce confrontation, Pian and Jean returned home, their egos bruised and their waistlines expanded. Upon returning, they pondered deeply, and in their moment of reflection, they turned their ambitions toward the team skirmishes of the brawl arena. Daily team battles, often beneath the notice of true warriors, offered a lucrative prize. Thus, this became the brothers' sanctuary for wealth accumulation. Naturally, they did not participate at every opportunity. Their infrequent appearances allowed the event organizers to turn a blind eye. However, when they did face off against ordinary contenders, the latter seldom stood a chance. Yet the brothers remained unfazed, dismissing accusations of gambling addiction as mere tribulations on their quest for greatness. What if Wukong and the others were in peril? The thought of those two reckless individuals brought a wave of discomfort to Gale. Oof, little one, your doom approaches. On the battlefield, a towering figure obstructed Gohan's path. Dressed in loose, teal robes, with silver hair tied high in a ponytail and a confident smile adorning his face, this was Pian. The elder of the brothers Gale had previously fretted over. It appeared that in this competition, the most formidable challenge was this little one before him. How curious it was that he had never encountered such a presence before. Nevertheless, it matters not, for once I vanquish you, this little imp, I shall claim victory over this wager. The mere thought of returning to the casino to engage in fierce battles set Pian's hands itching with anticipation. Gambling, you say? Uncle, gambling is an ill-fated pursuit. Sun Wukong paused momentarily before fixing a serious gaze upon Pian. Humph, you naive little brat. What do you understand? I am not akin to those lowly fellows. I am in pursuit of the pinnacle of gambling techniques. Pian cast a disdainful look at Sun Wukong, scoffing as he spoke. Regardless, gambling is inherently wrong. My mother always said that no matter the reason, succumbing to the allure of gambling is a misstep. One's energy, finances, time, and even family can be adversely affected. Uncle, you must cease this folly. Sun Wukong scolded, adopting the demeanor of a miniature adult. Oof, meddlesome child. It seemed Pian had struck a nerve, for he barked in anger, then swiftly formed an intricate hand sign in front of his chest. Shadow clone technique. With a resounding shout, a cloud of smoke erupted. As the haze dissipated, a figure identical to Pian appeared at his side. What do you think, little brat? Are you frightened now? Behold the might of my shadow clone technique. Pian sneered, casting a condescending gaze at Sun Wukong. Uncle, you have a twin. Sun Wukong exclaimed, astonished as he felt the air of the two identical yet distinctly different beings. What? Pian and the clone he had just summoned were, in fact, his brother, Jian, both rendered momentarily speechless. How could this little rascal be Jian? Jian stared at his brother Pian in shock. Jian was perplexed, and equally bewildered was Pian, as the duo had never failed when confronting an uninformed adversary. Pian, not being a fool, had witnessed Sun Wukong's earlier display of overwhelming strength and was acutely aware of his prowess. He had intended to catch Sun Wukong off guard, only to be thwarted by his keen insight. Let us proceed. With the plan having failed, Pian hesitated no longer and launched into action. The two advanced in unison, embodying the quintessential bond of twins, their attacks merging as though they were one. Their fists flew in a flurry, encircling Sun Wukong with relentless force. In the midst of their synchronized assault, Sun Wukong found himself intrigued rather than intimidated, choosing not to hastily defeat his opponents. Brother, if we vanquish this brat, we shall have funds for our next trip to the casino. Jian exclaimed excitedly, observing Sun Wukong's struggle against their combined onslaught. However, scarcely had he spoken when he sensed a sudden shift in the tide. What was once a situation where they held the upper hand now transformed, as Sun Wukong's fists appeared to double in number. The two brothers, who had been the aggressors, now found themselves on the defensive. The reason was simple. Sun Wukong was incensed. His prolonged training had fortified his mental prowess, and under the guidance of Master Rashi, he had begun to subtly grasp abilities akin to telepathy, though at present one cannot fathom the thoughts of those stronger or resolutely steadfast. It is effortless to delve into the minds of the feeble-willed, such as Pian and Jian, whose capabilities pale in comparison. In their moment of excitement and relaxed vigilance, Sun Wukong managed to glimpse fragments of their memories. It became clear that their penchant for gambling stemmed not from a pursuit of mastery in the craft, but rather from the tragic demise of their father, who had perished due to gambling. The two brothers, with their peculiar reasoning, believed that possessing superior gambling skills could avert such a calamity. Thus, they commenced their studies into the very techniques that had led to their father's downfall. In this insidious journey, their ailing mother succumbed to the effects of their growing obsession with gambling. Yet, the brothers, ensnared by their addiction, remained oblivious to the consequences. How despicable you are! I detest you! Sun Wukong exclaimed, his fury surging within him upon witnessing their memories. With a swift and decisive motion, he shattered their encirclement, ensnaring them instead. In an instant, he soared above them, radiant light erupting between his uplifted palms. A torrent of formidable energy cascaded down upon Pian and Jian with tremendous force. Chapter 98. Apologies, I'm in a rush as the sun dipped below the horizon. Pian and Jian beheld the magnificence and brilliance of Sun Wukong's magical light, eclipsing even the artificial sun in the sky. And now, this radiant sun was descending upon them. Impossible! How could that little brat possess such power? They exclaimed in disbelief. That scoundrel Carter from the casino was never this formidable. Are you joking? Pian and Jian stared in horror at the energy above, recalling how even their encounter with the second-ranked fighter Carter had never exerted such overwhelming pressure. Run! Pian, always quick to react, shouted to his brother. They fled in tandem, as if death itself pursued them. Their concern was not unfounded. The arena was notorious for its lack of restrictions against lethal actions, and who could say whether the boy would show them mercy? Huh! Sun Wukong bellowed, his magical light unleashing a shockwave that surged forth. Discard the badges. Quickly, throw them away. Although he was unable to sense their energy or glance back, the blinding, searing energy scorched their backs. Pian and Jian felt a chill run down their spines, and in that moment, the desire to win dissipated entirely. They hastily extracted the badges they had concealed, discarding them as if they were burning coals. The instant the badges left their grasp, the ground beneath them began to surge upwards, preparing to envelop them and transport them away. Desperately, Pian and Jian propelled themselves downward, seeking refuge in the embrace of the metallic liquid. However, time was not on their side, and Sun Wukong's magical light was swifter still. Mom! Jian cried out, instinctively glancing back, only to be seized by a wave of terror. It's too late. We're doomed. In a moment of sheer terror, Jian cried out for his mother, despite the fact that she had already fallen victim to their malevolence. How could you let her die? Gohan bellowed in anger. Both Pian and Jian had come into contact with the liquid memory metal, and they had never before experienced such bliss in being transported. However, this joy was fleeting, swiftly engulfed by the overwhelming force of Gohan's magical flash. The liquid metal splattered in all directions under the impact of this formidable power. Between life and death, the two brothers seemed to glimpse a frail woman with graying hair and a weary countenance smiling at them with concern. A wave of inexplicable guilt surged within their hearts. Suddenly, with a thunderous roar, Pian and Jean felt themselves enveloped by a warmth far more intense than they had ever known, drowning their guilt along with their consciousness. Thud! Thud! The battered and unconscious bodies of Pian and Jean plummeted to the ground, only to be consumed by the transformed liquid memory metal. Gohan stood below, panting heavily, not from exhaustion but from fury. He ultimately refrained from delivering a fatal blow, yet he was still incensed, knowing that the duo would inevitably languish on hospital beds for months to come. Gohan could not fathom how, upon learning about the future, he had dedicated himself to rigorous training solely to gain the strength necessary to protect his loved ones. Yet, in the eyes of his adversaries, they could remain indifferent to their ailing mother. How could they be so devoid of compassion? With an irritated glare at the now-vanished scoundrels, Gohan gradually calmed his tumultuous emotions. Meanwhile, Gale in the observation room was genuinely startled. He was frightened in the truest sense. When he adjusted the feed to focus on Gohan, he witnessed the moment Gohan unleashed his energy upon Pian and Jean. Is this child truly so powerful? Gale pondered, imagining himself in Pian and Jean's position. Realizing that aside from enveloping himself in natural energy for passive defense, he had no means to withstand such an onslaught. Would he be able to defend against it? Gale's eyelids fluttered, at a loss for words. Could this child possibly surpass Mr. Punk, the reigning champion for 5 consecutive years? Strangely, Gale recalled Gohan's fierce expression of rage just moments before. Such an aura, he mused, might intimidate even Mr. Punk. Where did Goku and his companions emerge from? Gale's heart raced with unease. Simultaneously, he was not the only one harboring such thoughts. In the paid live-streaming room of the official Fighting Arena's website, the number of viewers was rapidly climbing. Initially, interest had waned upon learning that Pian and Jean were participating in the match, as most assumed they would emerge victorious. However, with the formidable appearances of Goku, Gohan, and Piccolo, the discussions among the audience erupted, fueled by the terrifying display of overwhelming strength. Who are these individuals? That young lad is remarkably powerful, having defeated the Peen brothers with a single blow. I dare say Mr. Punk may not even rival him. What nonsense are you uttering? How could Mr. Punk be compared to Goku and Gohan, who triumphed over the Peen and Jean brothers? Gohan's notoriety is unparalleled. Meanwhile, Goku and his companions are still laboring to earn a living. On the battlefield, Goku sensed a sudden shift in Gohan's aura, his gaze sharpening with concern. Has Gohan encountered some peril? Yet, there seems to be no formidable presence in this arena. Goku's mind swirled with uncertainty as he swiftly set his course toward Gohan. Between Gohan and Goku, a group of individuals who had initially sensed the impending threat huddled together. What shall we do? That fellow in red is exceedingly strong. It appears he shall be the victor of this contest. I propose we join forces. There's no way he can withstand us all alone. As for the prize money, we can sort out the distribution after we have vanquished him. Don't be foolish. Did you not witness how powerful that man was earlier? A multitude of ideas floated among the group, some advocating for a joint assault on Goku, while others contemplated retreat. However, the allure of the prize money left them in a state of indecision. Yet, before they could reach a consensus, Goku arrived. Goku regarded the chaotic assembly with confusion. Just as he opened his mouth to speak, someone from the opposing crowd shouted, "That guy is coming after us. Brothers, fleeing means defeat. Perhaps we can still win if we fight. Indeed, for the sake of the prize, let us confront him." Perhaps sensing strength in numbers, a few instigated the rest, igniting their confidence. In a frenzy, the group surged towards Goku. Alas, while I too yearn for battle, I must apologize, my friends. I am pressed for time. Goku stifled his eagerness for combat and, in a swift motion, swept his arm. A gust of wind shall suffice. Fear not, it won't hurt. As he spoke, a powerful gale erupted from his arm, sweeping toward the dozen or so individuals charging at him. What is this strange wind? We should flee. Help! Their cries were drowned by the tumultuous wind, which whisked their bodies away. Gohan, I am on my way. Goku paid no heed to the disarrayed foes behind him as he hastened forward. The ground beneath them heaved as a multitude collided, and the metallic memory flowed like liquid, sweeping them away. Chapter 99, Is this the end? Before long, Goku traced Gohan's aura and arrived, only to find that Piccolo seemed to have arrived before him. Ah, Piccolo! Goku greeted, then turned his gaze toward his son. Gohan, what transpired just now? Did you encounter a formidable adversary? Observing Gohan's slightly furrowed brow, Goku inquired with genuine concern. Piccolo's demeanor grew somewhat grave, for he encountered no obstructive foes along the way. He arrived ahead of Sun Wukong, yet had no opportunity to inquire. It's nothing, Dad. Uncle Piccolo, just two insufferable fellows, Gohan said, recalling the two scoundrels he had just encountered with a hint of disdain. Noticing that Gohan bore no signs of injury, Sun Wukong nodded, refraining from further questioning. At that moment, Sun Wukong, Gohan, and Piccolo gazed downward. Old son, Gohan. It appears the only one left is that fellow hiding in the forest below, Piccolo remarked solemnly. Indeed, if we defeat him, the match should conclude, Sun Wukong replied. What a pity, if time permitted, I would have preferred to engage in the individual bouts that Uncle Honest mentioned, he added, shaking his wrist with a hint of boredom. He was indeed somewhat disenchanted. Despite having been in battle, none of his opponents had withstood even a single round against him. After a mere 20 minutes of uncomplicated fighting, he had yet to encounter a worthy adversary. Just as he was warming up, the match seemed to be drawing to an end, leaving Sun Wukong feeling quite unsettled. Dad, Uncle Piccolo, let's remain cautious. While I fought those two brothers named Peen and Jean, that fellow below was lurking in the forest all along. Furthermore, I can't shake the feeling that his aura is rather peculiar. Gohan expressed his concerns, glancing at Sun Wukong and Piccolo beside him. This sensation, it bears some resemblance to that of the demon race, Piccolo mused, narrowing his eyes in astonishment as he sensed the aura in the forest. Let's descend and ascertain the truth, Sun Wukong declared, soaring towards the sensed direction, with Piccolo and Gohan following closely behind. Meanwhile, below in the forest, a figure cloaked in a heavy robe was taken aback, exclaiming, "How could they have discovered me?" This individual, seamlessly blending into the shadows among the intertwined trees, was none other than Jess, who had previously reported Sun Wukong and his companion's activities to Shrag. Initially, upon receiving Shrag's orders, Jess intended to wait in the tavern for the arrival of the group. However, upon reflecting on the high mortality rate of the boxing arena, he grew concerned about fulfilling his mission and thus decided to enter the contest himself. He had hoped to intervene when one of Sun Wukong's group was at risk. But reality deviated drastically from his expectations. Not only did the others fail to harm Sun Wukong and his companions, but the remaining contestants ought to be grateful for their lives, especially after witnessing Gohan effortlessly defeat Peen and Jean with a single move. Jess realized that safeguarding his own life was now of paramount importance. Yet, how could they have noticed me? I didn't see them using any detection devices. Never mind. It seems they pose no threat. I should retreat for now. With a cold gaze fixed on the approaching Sun Wukong, Piccolo, and Gohan, Jess hastily withdrew his badge from his pocket. As an intelligence operative, one cannot predict whether further encounters with these individuals will occur. It is perhaps best to remain concealed. The badge was cast aside by Jess, and in the next moment, the branches of the trees, which had previously danced in the wind, transformed into a silvery metallic liquid that enveloped Jess and drew him beneath the ground. Sensing the sudden absence of a presence, Sun Wukong voiced his confusion. Swiftly, he darted behind the tree where Jess had concealed himself, only to discover an empty space, devoid of any individual. How curious. Where has he vanished? Sun Wukong tilted his head, his mind filled with uncertainty. Has he surrendered? At that moment, Piccolo and Gohan arrived, detecting no other fluctuations in energy. Gohan speculated. It must be so. Piccolo, feeling the ground beneath him suddenly yielding, murmured, indeed. The terrain shifted once more, a silvery wave rising. 23 minutes had elapsed. The match concluded. This was arguably the swiftest team battle in the history of Business Star. The defeated were caught off guard, while the victors appeared somewhat bewildered. Is this truly sufficient? Sun Wukong gazed at Gale, who awaited him in the room, a hint of confusion in his expression. Have we truly won? Is there not more to be done? Clenching his slightly cooled fists, Sun Wukong inquired of Gale. It is indeed enough, Gale replied dryly, noting Sun Wukong's lingering desire for more action. He realized one undeniable truth. Whether it be Sun Wukong, Piccolo, or the seemingly harmless Gohan, any one of them could easily overpower him with a mere slap. Fortunately, they were not malevolent beings. And what of the prize? Sun Wukong asked eagerly, his gaze fixed on Gale. Though not motivated by monetary gain, he felt the pangs of hunger stirring within him once more. Despite the previous skirmish being somewhat unsatisfactory, his exertions had been considerable. Earlier at Gale's residence, he had only managed to satisfy 6/10 of his appetite. Now, having just concluded his activities, his stomach began to protest. Inserting the badge into the recessed slot on the table, the system confirmed and subsequently issued a bank card indicating that the funds had been transferred. However, this card can only be used on this planet. It becomes ineffective once you leave, Gale explained. How intriguing, Sun Wukong exclaimed as he took Gohan's and Piccolo's badges and placed them on the table. It truly emerged. He watched in astonishment as the badge slowly faded, revealing a card that materialized on the surface. Let us go, Gohan. You must be hungry as well, he said, waving the card at Gohan. Shortly thereafter, in Honest's tavern, Sun Wukong joyfully declared, "This food is delightful. Bring me 10 more servings." Meanwhile, Honest behind the counter twitched at the corners of his mouth. Tell me, Gale, did Mr. Sun truly win the contest? Indeed, Honest, did you not witness the outcome? Gale wiped the cold sweat from his brow. It is precisely because he has witnessed the outcome that Mr. Sun's current demeanor seems even more incredulous. Honest sighed and then proceeded to the kitchen, instructing, "Prepare 10 more servings and send them to Mr. Sun's table." "Boss, we have run out of dishes," came the response. Chapter 100, A Journey to Planet Pans. Honest's tavern had closed its doors early today. Unsatisfied, Sun Wukong had no choice but to accompany Piccolo and Son Gohan as they followed Gale to procure provisions for their spaceship. Several hours later, beside Gale's makeshift shelter stood a veritable mountain of neatly packaged food. "Wukong, can your spaceship accommodate such an abundance of food?" Gale inquired, comparing his modest dwelling to the towering pile, which dwarfed his vessel. He couldn't help but glance at Sun Wukong, who appeared exceedingly pleased. Well, Sun Wukong, momentarily distracted by his satisfaction with the food, was taken aback by Gale's question. If it couldn't fit, would they have to face hunger again? He shook his head. That was an experience he truly wished to avoid. "Old son, have you forgotten about the multifunctional capsules that you emptied?" Piccolo remarked with mild exasperation, retrieving several capsules from his pocket. These were intended as spare cold storage units, although Bulma had not packed enough provisions in them. With a series of soft thuds, the capsules Piccolo tossed transformed into several sizable rectangular metallic cold storage units that landed on the ground. "What is this? By the gods of nature, what am I witnessing?" Gale exclaimed, his eyes wide with astonishment at the sight of these enormous cold storage units appearing out of thin air. "Uncle Gale, these are multifunctional capsules," Son Gohan explained. "Multifunctional capsules?" Gale turned, his expression one of bewilderment as he gazed at the unfazed Son Gohan. "Yes, on our planet, people can store necessary items within multifunctional capsules. Be it a house, an aircraft, or a vehicle, nothing is beyond their capacity. When needed, simply press the capsule and toss it on the ground to retrieve the items." Son Gohan nodded affirmatively. Gale listened, mechanically nodding along. Each word Son Gohan uttered was comprehensible, yet when combined, they rendered him utterly confounded. Portable space folding technology? Is this science fiction? However, observing Son Gohan's nonchalant demeanor, Gale couldn't help but believe that such phenomena were merely commonplace for him and his companions. It was hardly surprising that Gale reacted so dramatically. Although Business Star was renowned for its commercial and technological advancements, with liquid memory metals and similar technologies being relatively common, the concept of portable space folding technology was still far too advanced for their understanding. "My apologies, Piccolo," Sun Wukong said sheepishly, scratching his head upon hearing Piccolo's critique. "Quickly come and help move the food into the cold storage," Piccolo urged, pressing the switch on the cold storage unit. As the door opened, a plume of white mist billowed forth. "Understood. I'm coming to assist, Uncle Piccolo." Sun Wukong waved his arms, and Son Gohan followed suit. It was truly astonishing, and Gale, with a look of wonder, only believed he was not dreaming when he felt the sudden chill from several cold storage units being opened. "I shall lend a hand as well," Gale declared, joining in the effort to move things. "By the way, Gale, I have been meaning to ask you about your technique of harnessing life energy. Have you studied the spirit bomb?" Sun Wukong inquired with curiosity. Gale recalled the sensation of manipulating life energy, something he had only experienced while learning the spirit bomb from King Kai. Could it be that Gale had also trained under the esteemed King Kai? "The spirit bomb? What is that?" "I have not learned such a thing," Gale replied, shaking his head. "In truth, I am not a native of this planet. My home planet is called Pan Star. On my home world, We coexist harmoniously with nature, learning from a young age how to manipulate the life energy within our environment. I was only permitted to venture out on my own after passing the necessary assessments. Before Sun Wukong could pose further questions, Gale elucidated the matter. Everyone on your planet can control the energy of nature. That means you must have many formidable individuals there. Sun Wukong exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with excitement. He had personally witnessed the terrifying power of the spirit bomb, and according to Gale, they began learning to manipulate natural energy from childhood. Thus, Gale's home planet would undoubtedly be filled with many powerful beings. Perhaps, he thought, it would be worthwhile to visit Gale's homeworld someday. Wukong. Although we are blessed by our home planet and can control natural energy, we are not renowned for our combat prowess, Gale said, a forced smile on his face, having easily discerned the eager anticipation within Sun Wukong. He quickly added, if you were to visit, I fear that every one of our clan members would be a match for you. Gale swallowed hard, envisioning his brother Sang, who always regarded himself as the protector of their clan, questioning his purpose after facing Sun Wukong. Sang was certainly not a bad person. However, out of a sense of duty to protect their kin, he held himself to exceptionally high standards. Gale did not wish for his beloved brother to be unduly distressed. Though our planet lies on the fringes of the galaxy, it boasts a uniquely breathtaking sea of clouds. Panstar is renowned as a tourist destination, Wukong. If you were to visit, the elders would indeed welcome you warmly, Gale said with a smile, implying that should they travel there, they would surely gain much. But perhaps it would be best for Wukong to refrain from any competitions. Uncertain whether Sun Wukong comprehended his meaning, Gale merely observed as he nodded earnestly. As they continued to move items and converse, time passed swiftly, and with Gale's assistance, the food was soon transferred entirely into the cold storage. Bick reverted several cold storage units and subsequently tossed the universal capsule of the spacecraft onto the ground. With a resounding thud, the spaceship materialized before the onlookers. Gale, I sincerely appreciate your assistance, Bick said as he stepped inside to adjust the ship's parameters, while Sun Wukong stood at the entrance, expressing his gratitude. You all triumphed through your own prowess. I hardly contributed. Gale reminisced about the scene of their fierce battles in the underground arena, a look of deep reflection on his face. You are most welcome to visit Planet Pants, he added, seemingly struck by a thought, emphasizing the word travel with great weight. I shall certainly go when the opportunity arises. Sun Wukong responded earnestly. Chapter 101. Join the Galactic Patrol, Gale. Did you understand that, Wukong? Gale pondered, somewhat perplexed by Sun Wukong's subtle smile. Forget it. I shall be forthright, dignity, and all that. Just as Gale was about to speak plainly, a voice emanated from within the spacecraft. Uncle Gale, you must visit Earth too. Son Gohan waved goodbye, extending a warm invitation. Sun Wukong also waved. And then the two entered the ship, one after the other. Boom. With a thunderous sound, the spaceship soared into the sky. Ah, Gale exclaimed, watching as the vessel swiftly broke through the atmosphere, shaking his head in resignation. I hope it doesn't turn out as I fear, brother Sang. You must persevere. Gale sighed softly and prepared to return to his modest abode. Mr. Gale, he is right here. Quick, don't let him escape. Just as Gale contemplated resting, a cacophony of voices erupted. Turning around, he was met by a throng of people rushing towards him. Mr. Gale, I am a reporter from the Business Commercial Journal. May I ask what your relationship is with the champions of today's team competition? A sharply dressed man at the forefront thrust his microphone towards Gale's mouth. Before Gale could comprehend the situation, another microphone appeared. Mr. Gale, I am from the Voice of Stars. Where are those individuals now? May I conduct an interview? The reporter, microphone in hand, looked at Gale with eager anticipation. And me. I am. Meanwhile, a multitude of journalists from various media outlets clamored to speak. Typically, the daily team competitions would not attract much attention. However, today's event was extraordinary. Sun Wukong and his companions had won with astonishing ease. Moreover, the consensus had anticipated the victory of the Peen and Jean brothers, only to be astounded when the youngest, Son Gohan, knocked them off the stage. Thus, following the announcement of the results, a fervor of discussion ignited on the official website of the boxing arena. Who exactly were these enigmatic powerhouses? Where could they be found now? Would they participate in the individual battles of the boxing arena, contending for final rankings? Such questions proliferated, accompanied by debates regarding the strength comparisons between Sun Wukong and other formidable contenders on the boxing rankings. Some fervent enthusiasts even established fan clubs for the fleeting figure of Sun Wukong. The fervent discussions online naturally drew the attention of newspapers and media outlets, with reporters descending upon the scene like sharks sensing blood. After uncovering the scant clues, they traced the trail to Gale's residence. Gale, feeling somewhat overwhelmed, gazed at the swarm of reporters before him, their eyes gleaming with an insatiable hunger for a story. Stammering, Gale found himself at a loss for words, feeling that confronting these journalists was tenfold more exhausting than battling alongside Sun Wukong. He meandered through vague responses, merely stating that Sun Wukong was his friend, withholding any further details. Once the reporters finally departed, Gale sank onto the floor of his modest dwelling. Phew, Gale. Ah, Captain. Startled by the sudden voice beside him, Gale instinctively jumped, momentarily fearing the reporters had returned. Turning his head, he found a tall, imposing figure standing before him, his captain from the Forest Guard team, Eller. Gale, your friends are the champions of today's fighting arena team competition, correct? Eller inquired softly. Captain, you know about it? Gale turned in surprise. Did you watch the match today? Yes. Wukong and the others, having exhausted their provisions aboard the spacecraft, sought to compete for prize money upon learning that hunting on Business Star was prohibited. Gale recounted the events, a look of astonishment crossing his face. I just didn't expect them to be this formidable. I wonder, though, how they would fare against Mr. Punk, the top contender. Gale instinctively imagined the two sides clashing. Punk's strength does not rival theirs, not even that of the young boy. Eller's voice took on a somber tone. Captain, how do you know this? Gale turned to Eller, only to find that at some point, the commanding expression on Eller's square-jawed face had transformed into one of grave seriousness. Because I am Punk, Eller stated slowly and deliberately. What? Gale's eyes widened, doubt creeping into his mind. He was aware that Punk always concealed his face behind a mask and seldom appeared in public. Yet, Punk was undeniably a fighter in the arena. His reputation steeped in blood and violence, an image that starkly contrasted with the righteous and dignified demeanor of his captain, Eller. Do not look at me like that, Gale. The fighting arena is the largest underground boxing event on Business Star. To prevent any malicious intent from arising, it is essential to have someone maintain order. This individual cannot be an official but must integrate within their ranks to create division, Eller explained gradually. Given such concerns, why not simply abolish the fighting arena altogether? Isn't that akin to harboring a tiger? Gale queried, struggling to comprehend. Gale, some things exist out of necessity. It is the only lifeline for certain desperate individuals and possesses considerable commercial value, Eller elucidated. Moreover, in the absence of the boxing arena, there will be other competitions and pursuits to engage in. Besides, those individuals of the present seem incapable of causing significant disturbances. Upon hearing Gale's concerns, Eller appeared somewhat indifferent. Well, Gale, I did not come to see you for such matters, Eller remarked with a light chuckle. Gale, taken aback by the comment, yearned to inquire whether the captain was merely the leader of the Forest Guardians. However, Aller's subsequent words quelled his questions. Gale, your talents are commendable, particularly as your people from Planet Pants possess the ability to manipulate the life energy of nature, enhancing your combat prowess. Yet, as you have observed, the universe is populated with formidable beings, and I fear that your friends may not even match my strength. Captain, Goku and the others are not villains, Gale interjected, anxious that Aller might misconstrue his intentions, defending Son Goku and his companions. I am aware of that. If they were indeed malevolent, they would not adhere to the animal protection laws on business, Aller replied, shaking his head. However, Gale, justice requires greater strength. Your gifts are impressive. Would you be interested in joining the Galactic Patrol? Aller fixed an encouraging smile upon the astonished Gale. Chapter 102, Arrival at Namek. Outside business. Shortly after Son Goku and his companion spacecraft departed, a massive, ominous battleship stealthily approached. Several minutes later, a small white craft emerged from business, merging into the dark battleship. Lord Slag, the situation has unfolded roughly as follows. For some unknown reason, the opponent seems to sense the presence of our subordinates. To avoid exposure, they used hypnosis to control those delivering food, allowing them to overhear the conversation. Those individuals are indeed headed for Namek. Our operative has tampered with the food packaging. Once the battleship's radar is activated, we will be able to trace their whereabouts. Inside the battleship's grand hall, Jess, assigned by Slag to monitor Goku and his companions, was kneeling on the steps, reporting to Slag seated upon the throne. Ahem, you have not acted rashly and have devised such a plan. Well done, Jess. Slag coughed twice, grabbing a capsule specially formulated for his ailment, swallowing it hastily to steady his breath. Soon, very soon, the Dragon Balls. Slag exhaled slowly, his gaze cold yet filled with excitement. Once he regained his youth, his strength would return to its peak, and Kurter would no longer be an obstacle. As for Frieza and Cooler, Slag narrowed his eyes, pondering whether the Dragon Balls could enhance his power. This thought intensified his eagerness to obtain the Dragon Balls. Bijayu, have you detected the position of the opposing spacecraft? Slag inquired, looking towards the control panel, his voice aged and subdued. Indeed, King Slag. We have detected the Tracker S signal. They are advancing at a rapid pace, but have not yet left the radar's detection range. Beside the control console, a diminutive figure draped in a deep blue cloak deftly manipulated the controls. After concluding the operation, he turned and respectfully inquired, "How formidable are those individuals, Jace?" Having listened to Kishu's report, Shrag nodded in satisfaction and then turned his gaze towards Jace, who awaited orders at the foot of the stairs. Those individuals? They may well surpass some of the esteemed lords of Doladebo. Jace recalled the astounding strike delivered by son Gohan in the arena, causing his body to tremble involuntarily. The Doladebo he mentioned was also under Shrag's command. Unlike Jace, Doladebo, Metama, and Kila, and Juyin were among Shrag's most formidable warriors. Their strength was akin to that of Frieza's Jinyu Force, with each of them possessing power levels ranging from 30 to 50,000. Are you certain you are not speaking in jest? Doladebo, clad in emerald green armor, bore a striking resemblance to Frieza's Dodoria. However, unlike Dodoria, Doladebo sported a pair of fleshy wings on his back. Upon hearing Jace's words, Doladebo's orange wings quivered in astonishment. It was not arrogance, rather, it was his understanding that in the universe, powerful beings exceeding a battle strength of 50,000 were exceedingly rare. How could Jace have encountered such individuals so easily? Kishu, can the tracker detect their energy signatures? Shrag inquired softly, taking a slight breath. Lord Shrag, according to the tracker, there are indeed 3 notable energy signatures. However, their specific values appear to be around 5,000, Kishu responded. I assure you, I am not deceiving you. I have witnessed the power of several lords. And those individuals on Business Star are undoubtedly above 5,000. As Kishu's voice fell, Jace, acutely aware of Shrag's unpredictable temperament due to age, hastily interjected. We must act swiftly. It is genuinely perilous. Oh, so they can manipulate their battle power? Shrag mused, his fingers gently tapping the throne while he cast a sidelong glance at the trembling Jace. Even if they are concealing their strength, 30 to 50,000 is still not a match for me. Having finally acquired news of Namek, he resolved to obtain the Dragon Balls. Shrag's gaze grew increasingly frigid. He was growing old. Without the Dragon Balls to restore his youth, he feared he would not survive for many more years. The ambition of becoming the Emperor of the universe burned incessantly within him, and the humiliation long inflicted by the Kurd father and son would not permit him to simply fade away. Only over 50,000 in battle power. Steer the spaceship, trailing behind them. Do not follow too closely, lest they notice and divert elsewhere, jeopardizing everything. Shrag's expression hardened, his furrowed brow etched with murderous intent. Understood, came the unified response from those below. Thus, Shrag's fleet of warships trailed far behind the vessel of Son Goku and his companions. 3 days swiftly elapsed. Dad, Uncle Piccolo, that is Namek. Through the window of the spaceship, Sun Wufan beheld a verdant planet emerging in the distance. Indeed, it was Namek, identical to the one from his dreams. The thought of soon reuniting with Dondi and the Elder filled his heart with anticipation and exhilaration. At that moment, Sun Wukong and Piccolo also caught sight of the distant Namek. Wufan, old son, return to your seats. We are about to descend, Piccolo instructed, fastening his seatbelt with a grave tone. Sun Wukong and Sun Wufan complied without hesitation. At this juncture, the spaceship pierced through the atmosphere, shaking violently. After a thunderous rumble, the vessel landed successfully. The hatch opened, and the group stepped out. Is this truly Namek, my homeland? Stowing away the universal capsule that had transformed from their spaceship, Piccolo gazed around, momentarily entranced. A sense of inexplicable familiarity welled up within him as he crouched to touch the soft, blue grass, glancing up at the vibrant green sky. Uncle Piccolo, the wasteland where we trained resembles this place, Sun Wukong observed, taking in the pristine scenery with winding green rivers, occasional earth mounds, and towering rock formations. The sight triggered a subconscious memory of the wasteland where he and Piccolo had trained together. Aside from the differing grass color and the meandering river, everything else was strikingly similar. Could it be that remnants of Namek linger in my subconscious? Upon hearing Sun Wukong's words, Piccolo felt a tinge of nostalgia. It is unfortunate. Lord Ko said he cannot leave Earth as its deity. If only he could come to Namek. Sun Wukong sighed, expressing his regret. Strangely, despite their conversation, the group showed no urgency to depart. Suddenly, Sun Wukong warned, Wufan, Piccolo, be alert. Those individuals behind us are following. Sensing something amiss, he cast a glance at the sky and then turned to Sun Wufan and Piccolo with a serious tone. Chapter 103. Mita Maya, Unleash Your Ultimate Technique. Although Slag had consciously distanced himself from Sun Wukong and his companions, the trio, adept at sensing energy, had recognized the presence of others from the very beginning. During their 3-day journey to Namek, Piccolo had attempted to maneuver the spaceship to evade their pursuers, but the tracking device set by Jace thwarted his efforts. Upon landing, they had not rushed to the Elder's Mountain for this very reason. It is indeed that inexplicably surrendering demon race. Piccolo's gaze turned icy as he stared at his open palm, where lay the tracker Sun Wufan had discovered hours earlier in the food storage capsule. This tracker, with its silver-white casing and diminutive size, would have gone unnoticed had it not been for Sun Wufan's keen eye. Reflecting on their experiences during the Business Star incident, Piccolo recalled that the only suspicious element had been the demon race that had never shown itself during the tournament. At this moment, he sensed a familiar presence among the myriad of energies above. We must ensure that Namek remains untouched by our troubles. Sun Wufan's expression grew grave. Unbeknownst to him, while Namek had narrowly escaped the threat posed by Frisia, he and his companions now faced a new peril. They were about to land. With a sharp command from Goku, Piccolo and Gohan glanced upwards in unison. Boom! The warship of the Slug Army pierced the sky, emitting a thunderous roar far greater than the one that had accompanied Goku's descent. As the spacecraft steadied and its hatch opened, a regiment clad in standard white armor, numbering in the hundreds and fully armed, streamed out. We owe you a debt of gratitude, coughed Slug, stepping out of the spacecraft alongside Doladebo and others. His gaze fixed on the poised trio of Goku, Piccolo, and Gohan. Is it you? Who exactly are you? What is your purpose in following us? Goku stepped forward, locking his eyes onto Slug and his entourage, his voice cold with inquiry. This guy is formidable. Although he had sensed the opponent's energy inside the spacecraft, it was only upon confronting Slug face to face that Goku truly realized his strength. Huh, you are of no use to me now. If you wish to keep your lives, do not interfere. Slug casually scanned Goku and the others before issuing orders to his subordinates. Everyone, find the Namekians on this planet and seize the Dragon Balls. Any who dare resist shall be exterminated. Dragon Balls. Gohan's eyes widened. Is there someone else with intentions on the Dragon Balls? Moreover, this is an adversary we have never encountered in our dreams. Gohan, we cannot allow them to succeed. I'll handle that one in the middle. You and Piccolo take care of the others. Be cautious, Goku declared, his gaze fixed on Slug. Meanwhile, under Slug's orders, hundreds of soldiers began to mobilize, dispersing in all directions according to their scanners. Though I have never resided here as a Namekian, I shall not permit you to wreak havoc, Gohan retorted, determination in his voice. Do not hold back, Gohan. These individuals are not benign. Dispatch them swiftly, Piccolo cautioned, concerned that Gohan might show mercy. At that moment, Gohan resolved not to show leniency towards the foes before him. He had clearly heard Slug's ruthless command regarding any who resisted, and after enduring numerous battles, he was no longer the naive child he once was. The duo charged towards the scattering Slug soldiers. That little brat, is he a scion? Slug's eyes flickered upon catching sight of Gohan's tail. Doladebo, you and the others, go eliminate that Namekian and the little brat. Slug commanded. Yes, Lord Slug. The four responded in unison. That G's fellow must have been dreaming. How could that little brat possibly be stronger than us? Doladebo mused, cracking his knuckles as he charged towards Gohan, who was engaged in battle with the soldiers. Wait for me, Doladebo, you scoundrel. Don't think you can take all the glory. The towering Jian shouted in anger and immediately charged forward. In that case, your opponents are us too. the golden-haired Angela said with a playful smile as she and the petite Madamiga rushed towards Piccolo. Meanwhile, Son Gohan and Piccolo were still engaged in battle with the soldiers. The ordinary soldiers were not particularly formidable, their power levels averaging below that of Raditz. However, the sheer number of them meant that even with Son Gohan and Piccolo dispatching them one by one, the fight would take some time. At that moment, Piccolo was already in close combat with Angela. "Prepare to meet your end, Namekian," Angela growled, her arms suddenly elongating as she reached toward Piccolo, who was swiftly taking down soldiers. "What?" Piccolo was momentarily taken aback by Angela's unexpectedly lengthened arms. The reason was simple. He was all too familiar with this technique, having witnessed it during his battles with Goku. With a swift motion, Piccolo knocked away a nearby soldier and evaded Angela's grasp, firmly seizing both of her wrists. Gripping Angela's wrists, Piccolo seized the opportunity while she was immobilized to unleash a powerful energy wave from his mouth. Boom! A loud explosion resonated as Madamiga, who had somehow appeared beside Angela, fired an energy blast that collided with Piccolo's attack. Madamiga, this guy is far too powerful, quickly used that technique. A bead of cold sweat trickled down his forehead. Now that they were truly engaged, Angela had to concede that what Jace had said was not an exaggeration. Their opponent's strength was indeed far superior. "I know that without you telling me," Madamiga shouted, his face grim. As he faced off against Piccolo, Madamiga felt the brunt of Piccolo's immense power. His energy blast was visibly pushed back, and that was with Piccolo holding back. Madamiga's heart sank. He exerted more energy, feeling his flesh ripple. In an instant, several green blobs shot out, morphing into miniature versions of Madamiga himself. Soon, these diminutive entities clung to Piccolo like leeches. "What in the world is this?" Piccolo exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. This was the first time he had encountered such a bizarre technique. "Are they siphoning my power?" The smaller Madamigas emitted a pale blue electric glow, and Piccolo felt a pulling sensation where they touched his skin, as if they were attempting to drain his energy. Such a trivial trick. The now transformed Piccolo remained unfazed, a cold smile forming within him. Meanwhile, Madamiga, who had initiated this strange maneuver, was suddenly struck with shock. "How is this possible? I can't drain this guy's power." Chapter 104. I will not allow you to succeed. Concurrently, on another front, Son Gohan, who had just engaged with Doladebo and Jian, was being besieged by the two. This wretched little brat possesses an astonishing amount of strength. Doladebo, who had initially regarded Son Gohan with disdain, could not help but exclaim in shock the moment their fists and feet clashed. In the brief exchange, Doladebo grew increasingly alarmed. He prided himself on his physical prowess. Yet in this skirmish, he found himself retreating step by step under Son Gohan's relentless assault. If it weren't for his companion, Jian, standing beside him, he feared he would be swiftly dispatched within mere exchanges. Jian, who was also engaged in the attack alongside Doladebo, silently lamented his predicament. Son Gohan effortlessly held his ground against the two of them, exhibiting a nonchalant demeanor as if he were merely toying with them. What kind of monster is this little brat? Both Doladebo and Jian inwardly groaned in unison. At the same time, they instinctively summoned every ounce of strength they could muster. It was not that they were oblivious to the vast chasm separating them from Son Gohan. Rather, they felt a desperate urgency. If they did not fight with all their might, their lives could be forfeit. The tyrannical King Slag was watching from below. The sounds of fists and feet colliding echoed incessantly, unaware of the turmoil in their hearts. Son Gohan faced the sudden surge of aggression from Doladebo and Jian without a hint of trepidation. Even as the two exerted every ounce of their strength, they were no more than mere trifles in Son Gohan's eyes. With a combination of strikes and blocks, he effortlessly rendered their attacks null and void. Very well, let us dispose of them first. Out of the corner of his eye, Son Gohan noticed the surviving soldiers appeared intent on searching for the Namekian. Without further hesitation, he resolved to act. How is this possible? I cannot extract this guy's power. Just as Son Gohan prepared to unleash his full force, a terrified voice from Metamac reached his ears. He glanced towards the sound, only to find Piccolo ensnared by Metamac and Ankyra. Moreover, several glowing green blobs clung desperately to Piccolo, seemingly launching some form of assault. Uncle Piccolo. A sudden tightness gripped Son Gohan's heart, and without pausing to gauge the situation, he shouted anxiously while kicking Doladebo and Jian away. In a swift motion, he leapt to a position diagonally above Ankyra. Magic flash. In an instant, Energy coalesced between Son Gohan's palms and surged towards Metamac. Although he was anxious, he instinctively discerned that the real threat to Piccolo emanated from the mysterious attacks of Metamac. The explosive force of the magic flash swiftly approached, striking Metamac with full force. Son Gohan's furious strike rendered Metamac unconscious. The moment the searing pain hit, he let out one final anguished scream before losing consciousness and careening towards the ground, propelled by the gap between Ankira's arms. At that moment, Piccolo roared, unleashing a fierce aura that sent the green blobs clinging to him scattering in all directions. As for the entity Metama, it had already succumbed to unconsciousness at the hands of Son Gohan. The several green gelatinous masses that followed suit were effortlessly obliterated by the shockwave unleashed by Piccolo. "Uncle Piccolo, are you all right?" Son Gohan hastily inquired, rushing to his side with concern. "It's nothing, merely that fellow's technique is rather peculiar." "It had no effect on me whatsoever," Piccolo replied, twisting his neck and stretching his limbs with an air of nonchalance. "Leave the remaining 3 to me. I trust you to handle those soldiers, Uncle Piccolo." Sensing that Piccolo's energy remained unscathed, Son Gohan gradually felt a sense of relief wash over him. Turning around, he fixed a sharp gaze upon the assembled Doladebo, Jian, and Ankira. "Gohan," Piccolo began, hesitating as he noticed Gohan blocking his path. He intended to deter Gohan, but the latter's resolute voice silenced him. "Yes, our immediate priority is to prevent these scoundrels from harming the Namekians." Casting a glance at the 3 below, Piccolo chose not to say more and soared towards the throng of soldiers. With these 3 combined, they posed no threat to Gohan. He need not worry. Like a ravenous wolf descending upon a flock of sheep, Piccolo unleashed a barrage of energy blasts, each met with the anguished cries of fallen soldiers. In the midst of this chaos, Doladebo and Jian, initially intimidated by Gohan's prowess, exchanged glances with Ankira, their resolve rekindled. "2 of us cannot overcome you. Can 3 not do the same?" they pondered. Moreover, if they continued down this path, they risked solidifying their status as useless in the eyes of King Slag, who might eliminate them before Gohan had a chance to strike. Unfazed by the advancing Doladebo and his companions, Gohan stood his ground unwaveringly. "I will not allow you to succeed." Gohan's anger flared. The Namekians, who had narrowly escaped disaster in this future, could not be endangered again due to their plight. Yet, the true adversary lay below, Slag, who was confronting his father. How formidable he is! His strength appears to rival that of Frisia's second transformation in my dreams, Gohan marveled inwardly. His gaze shifted back to the approaching Doladebo and his cohort. "You little brat, you're nothing special," Doladebo bellowed, exuding false bravado. "Ankira, Jian, let us attack together." Though his words were bold, they rang hollow to Ankira and Jian, who had also faced Gohan. Ankira and Jian exchanged cautious glances downward, only to discover that Slag's gaze had been fixed upon them for some time. Doladebo had long been aware. Onward, to death, with hearts trembling in fear. Ankila and Jian felt there was no retreat and simultaneously let out a fierce roar as they charged towards Sun Wukong. The 3 shouts combined seemed to bolster their courage, albeit slightly. Doladebo and his companions unleashed their energy attacks with all their might. The 3 streams of energy intertwined, forming a greater force that surged towards Sun Wukong. At that moment, above Doladebo and his comrades, Sun Wukong also took action. He slightly turned his body, bringing his hands together at his waist. "Came, Haim, huh?" Sun Wukong shouted, his voice rising like a mighty wave, as a brilliant azure energy surged downwards with immense power. Boom. Chapter 105, Deception? The sound echoed like thunder clashing with fire. However, such a comparison was perhaps too flattering for Doladebo and his companions. Sometimes, quantitative changes do not lead to qualitative transformations. In reality, at the moment of collision between the 2 energies, Sun Wukong's Kamehameha descended like an avalanche. Doladebo flapped his fleshy wings desperately, attempting to muster more strength. Meanwhile, Ankila and Jian gritted their teeth, their veins bulging. Yet, all their efforts were in vain. It was over. A desperate cry resonated in the hearts of Doladebo and his companions. Despite their overwhelming fear, they could not utter a sound. This was not because they were tough warriors of the demon race, but because they were already engulfed by the unstoppable force before they could scream. Boom. The Kamehameha poured down, causing the ground of the planet Mecha to wail in agony, as Doladebo, Ankila, and Jian were driven deep into the earth. In the end, All that remained was a thick cloud of dust marking their demise. Wukong had grown. He swiftly defeated all the soldiers, and Piccolo, not far away, watched with satisfaction as Sun Wukong decisively triumphed over his three opponents. He had expected Wukong to hesitate and show mercy as before, but the reality was entirely different, which brought him joy. Of course, Piccolo was not the only one who felt this way. Goku, who witnessed the scene from the ground, shared the sentiment. However, what puzzled him more was Shrag, who seemed to have no intention of intervening. Weren't those fellows his companions? Goku furrowed his brow, contemplating, and then asked aloud, "Hey, aren't those guys your allies? You should hurry and heal them. Perhaps there's still hope for them." Goku kindly advised. "Humph. The defeated demons are not worthy of salvation." Shrag scoffed, glancing dispassionately at the seemingly lifeless Doladebo and his companions. He had witnessed the brutal law of survival on Shrag Star too many times. Should the failed minions receive pity? What a joke. Have you truly convinced yourselves of victory after defeating merely a few insignificant foes? Shrag's gaze fell upon Sun Wukong, then shifted to Gohan and Piccolo, who had descended behind him after the battle. I am not so naive, Sun Wukong chuckled lightly. The moment he heard Shrag's ominous tone, he realized that the day's conflict was far from over. The prior counsel he had offered was merely a subconscious act of kindness. Yet, this adversary is undeniably formidable. Standing opposite Shrag, Sun Wukong could feel an oppressive aura that was almost suffocating. It was not just raw power. There was a chilling malice emanating from him. Most individuals would likely crumble under such pressure, but at this moment, Sun Wukong experienced an indescribable thrill, not fear, but exhilaration in the face of a masterful opponent. His heart raced passionately as his gaze fixated on Shrag. He wondered if the Kaioken times 10 would suffice against this formidable opponent. With bated breath, he concentrated. His eyes locked onto Shrag without wavering. "Father, please be cautious. This being's strength may rival that of Frieza in his second transformation," Gohan shouted from a distance, exchanging a glance with Piccolo before they both retreated to a safe distance. The ensuing battle was beyond their current capabilities to intervene. Yet witnessing such a confrontation would prove beneficial for them both. Frieza's second transformation. The first utterance was a mere whisper, but the second echoed with a low, oppressive growl, akin to a wounded beast. Gohan's offhand comment ignited a fierce blaze of anger and humiliation within Shrag. In the zenith of Shrag's power, he may not have triumphed over Frieza at full strength, yet the mere second transformation of Frieza, with a combat power exceeding 2 million, was not something to be dismissed lightly in the eyes of the former Shrag. Yet now, this impudent child dared to equate him with Frieza's second transformation? How infuriating. I must reclaim my youth. Shrag seethed, gritting his teeth, blood vessels straining in his eyes, his aura boiling with rage. "All who stand in my way shall perish." His gaze, akin to that of a ravenous wolf, was fixated on Sun Wukong. "You must be the strongest among them, then. You shall meet your demise for your insolence." With a thunderous roar, Shrag propelled himself towards Sun Wukong, breaking through the air with a predatory fervor. In response to Shrag's charge, Sun Wukong exhibited no hesitation. Matching his fervor, both warriors unleashed their fists simultaneously. Bang! The clash resonated like a metallic symphony, a resounding explosion echoing outward in all directions. The shockwave generated by their unleashed energies stirred up plumes of dust and debris from the fractured earth beneath them. This adversary is incredibly powerful. Son Gohan stared intently at the two combatants, feeling the powerful energy emanating from them, and instinctively gasped, "What terrifying beings! To possess such strength!" Piccolo gritted his teeth and muttered with disdain. At that moment, the two fighters, having exhausted their strength, had formed a vague estimation of each other's power. Shrag stood firm, motionless, while Son Goku found himself involuntarily stepping back a half-pace. "Not bad, but that is all." Shrag conceded slightly, then let out a fierce roar and charged forward again. "The battle is not over yet," Son Goku shouted, his feet pounding the ground with the force of a released arrow, shattering the earth beneath him as he shot forward. Boom, boom, boom. Their figures intertwined, fists and palms clashing incessantly in an exchange that seemed endless. In the midst of their rapid movements, their forms became blurred, the air filled with a continuous sound of sonic booms. However, as time passed, the disparity in strength began to reveal itself. Old Sun may be on the verge of defeat. Piccolo's eyes widened in concern as he attentively analyzed every detail. In his observation, While Son Goku exhibited superior control and technique, the absolute comparison of power tilted in favor of his opponent. It could even be said that the gap in strength between them was vast. Though they were exchanging blows, Son Goku found himself mostly on the defensive. If this continues, then boom. Piccolo's anxiety deepened, but at that moment, an unexpected change occurred in the arena. Shrag, who had been dominating the fight, suddenly seemed to falter, his pupils constricting as his movements slowed by a fraction. Seizing the opportunity, Son Goku delivered a powerful kick, sending Shrag flying. Huff, huff. The duration of their engagement was brief, yet the intensity was frighteningly high, as evidenced by the severely ravaged ground. But Son Goku, at that moment, had no mind to dwell on it. Controlling his excitement, he gasped for breath, staring in astonishment at his opponent. What just happened to that guy? Cough, cough. Shrag, now leaning heavily against the ground, was breathing more heavily than Son Goku, despite having only taken a single punch. How could this be? Does he have some sort of trick? Watching Shrag, who was now gasping for air and frantically clutching his chest, Son Goku felt even more perplexed. Chapter 106. Oh no. Why is that Namekian here? Medicine. Medicine. Shrag frantically reached into his pocket, pulling out a blue capsule. Gazing at it, a look of relief washed over his face, as if he had narrowly escaped disaster. This medicine had been specially developed by the scientists of his legion, its effects far surpassing the yellow pills Shrag typically consumed. Just one capsule was more potent than dozens of the latter, but due to the rarity of its raw materials and the difficulty of mass production, Shrag could only use it in emergencies. Gulp. He swallowed the capsule, and soon, Shrag's breathing began to stabilize. Hello, sir. Have you fallen gravely ill? Son Wukong blinked in astonishment as he observed Shrag's movements and the deep wrinkles etched upon his face. Cough. Damn it. Shrag's response to Son Wukong's concern was not one of warmth, but rather provoked further irritation, leading him to cough again. If glares could kill, Son Wukong would have surely been torn to shreds by Shrag's murderous gaze. The unintentional remark had struck a nerve, reminding Shrag of his own frailty. Indeed, he had grown exceedingly old. Even in fierce battles, he was compelled to rely on medication to sustain himself. If only he could reclaim his youth. How could such a wretch stand against him? The intertwining of resentment and rage only intensified Shrag's murderous intent. He must eliminate him. He must acquire the Dragon Balls to restore his youth. However, how could this fellow possess such formidable strength? Though not superior to Shrag, he was alarmingly close. As murderous thoughts surged, Shrag was reluctantly forced to confront reality. That little brat had referred to this man as his father. Could he be a scion? Yet, even if he were a scion, such power was unexpected, especially since the scions had supposedly been exterminated by that wretched Frisia. Should he resort to transformation? However, given his current physical state, it would merely take a few blinks. Shrag furrowed his brow deeply, his mind racing. Just then, his gaze inadvertently drifted into the distance, and a spark of realization ignited within him. It was a Namekian. Time rewinds briefly to a Namekian village not far from the battlefield where Shrag and Son Wukong had descended. Elder, it seems a battle is unfolding in that direction, remarked a tall, slightly lean Namekian youth, feeling the tremors in the atmosphere as he glanced towards the conflict between Son Wukong and Shrag, hesitating to speak further. It appears that extraterrestrial beings have arrived on our Namek, he continued, sensing the particularly sinister energy emanating from one side, while the other engaged in combat. Beside the tall Namekian stood a shorter, plump elder, his brow furrowed with concern as he observed the distant clash. This elder was Muley, the village chief. Elder, our village is the closest to that location, and the presence of such malevolence cannot be ignored. We ought to investigate, the tall Namekian proposed. Muley frowned slightly, recognizing the gravity of the situation. Indeed, the sudden arrival of evil outsiders warranted immediate inquiry. Let me go, elder, the tall Namekian volunteered. Very well, Sanshi, but do exercise caution. Remember, your primary objective is reconnaissance, and report back to me promptly with any developments, Muley instructed, his demeanor grave as he regarded the youth. Understood. Returning to the present, Sanshi soon arrived at the periphery of the battlefield where Son Wukong and Shrag clashed. At this moment, the initial clash between Son Wukong and Shrag had just subsided. Upon his arrival, the eager Sanshi was promptly spotted by Shrag, who was in the midst of consuming a potion. The Namekian was in a dire predicament. His focus was entirely on the battlefield center, where Son Gohan and Piccolo were engaged, neglecting the awareness of the surrounding aura. As Sun Wukong and Slag withdrew from their confrontation, it was only then that Sun Gohan noticed Sanchi, who had come to investigate the situation. In an instant, Sun Gohan comprehended the peculiar glance Slag had cast moments before. "Hey, that Namekian! Quickly, vacate this place!" Sun Gohan shouted urgently in Sanchi's direction. Indeed, these fiends were evidently concerned about the Namekian. The moment Sun Gohan's voice echoed, Slag's eyes gleamed with renewed intensity. He was troubled by how to eliminate Sun Wukong and his companions. If possible, he was reluctant to undergo his transformation into a giant. Unlike ordinary Namekians, the exceptionally gifted Slag would experience a significant enhancement in power upon transforming. However, at this juncture, such a metamorphosis would do more harm than good, as his current physique could scarcely withstand the tremendous vitality depletion that accompanied the transformation. Just then, Sanchi's appearance provided him with an alternative course of action. A hostage? Yes. If he could seize the Namekian, perhaps he could coerce the others into submission. Slag reasoned that the proximity of Sun Gohan and Piccolo was too perilous, making it easier for Sun Wukong to react. All these thoughts transpired in an instant. The moment Sun Gohan's voice resonated, Sun Wukong and Piccolo instinctively turned to ascertain Sanchi's presence, allowing Slag to launch his assault. He discharged 2 energy blasts. One struck the ground, sending plumes of dust soaring and obscuring his own aerial figure, while the other targeted the location of Piccolo and Sun Gohan. This was disastrous. They would not be able to withstand that energy blast. The battlefield shifted dramatically, sensing the overwhelming might of Slag's energy projectile. Sun Wukong's heart tightened. Initially intending to rescue Sanchi, he abruptly redirected his efforts towards Sun Gohan and Piccolo. Kamehameha. Boom. In a critical moment, Sun Wukong unleashed his Kamehameha wave, arriving ahead of the impending threat. With masterful control over his power, the Kamehameha surged forth, reaching Piccolo and Sun Gohan before colliding with Slag's energy blast. The two forces met in a thunderous clash, resulting in a blinding flash as they neutralized one another. At this juncture, Sun Wukong had arrived beside Piccolo and Sun Gohan. The three of them instinctively turned their gazes towards Sanchi. "Ha! You lot. Should you dare to resist this king again, I will exterminate every last Namekian, starting with this one in my grasp." Slag cackled maniacally, clutching Sanchi's head and casting an astonished glance at Sun Wukong. Indeed, the so-called guardians of justice, such feeble sentiments. Slag sneered contemptuously at Sun Wukong and his companions. "You vile creature, release that Namekian at once." Sun Wukong and Sun Gohan roared in unison, while nearby, Piccolo furrowed his brow slightly. Chapter 107. Then let you die, Piccolo's strategy. Am I really captured? The ill-fated Sanchi, who had ventured forth only to meet an untimely end, found himself ensnared by Slag, who held him by the head. Until now, he remained bewildered. Had he not come to scout the situation? How had he been apprehended? Hiss. As Sanchi recalled the events leading to his capture, a sudden surge of pain throbbed in his head, pulling him back to reality. Upon regaining his senses, Sanchi gazed at the anxious faces of Sun Wukong and his son in the distance, and he also caught sight of Piccolo behind them. There was no need for words. The malevolent figure gripping him was undoubtedly the source of his predicament. With no time to ponder the intricacies of his situation, he heard the shouts of Sun Wukong and Sun Gohan. Sanchi understood that those on the other side were likely his allies, while he had now become a hostage, a bargaining chip against them. "Friends in the distance, do not concern yourselves with me. Quickly, eliminate this fiend." Sanchi shouted fervently, his eyes wide with determination. A horrifying realization struck him. He was among the few combat-capable Namekians of the village of Muley, and even within the entirety of Namek, he was not considered weak. Yet, here he was, unable to react, captured before he could even comprehend the situation. Were there any warriors left on Namek capable of vanquishing the enemy? Perhaps Nail, the elder's companion, could be of assistance, but even that seemed unlikely. Thus, he resolved to place his hope in the unfamiliar figures of Sun Wukong and his companions. At the very least, they did not appear to be villains. "What is this? Are you lot planning to attack me?" Slag's sinister voice echoed, and as Sanchi's words faded, he adopted a spectator's demeanor, observing the stillness of Sun Wukong and the others. "So what will it be? Will you strike, or will you withdraw? I can promise you that if you refrain from interfering in my affairs, I shall allow you to leave unharmed, even sparing the Namekians. Otherwise, This one will be the first to suffer. As he spoke, Slag tightened his grip on Sanchi, causing excruciating pain to surge through him. The sudden agony was unbearable, and Sanchi cried out in distress. Do not concern yourselves with me. Quickly slay him, I beg of you. With Sanchi's cries echoing in the air, Slag eased his grip, yet Sanchi's voice grew increasingly feeble. You wretched fiend. Son Wukong and Son Gohan gritted their teeth, their faces etched with fury. However, neither made a move, despite Sanchi's insistence that they disregard his safety. Very well, though I know not your name. Since you are prepared to meet your end, I shall grant your wish. A chilling voice emerged as Piccolo stepped forward, crossing in front of Son Wukong and Son Gohan. Piccolo! Uncle Piccolo! Both Son Wukong and Son Gohan exclaimed in unison. Yet, in contrast to their turmoil, Piccolo wore an expression of indifference. Without a moment's hesitation, Piccolo pressed his 2 fingers against his forehead, and an immense energy began to gather upon them. Special beam cannon. Both Son Goku and Son Gohan instantly recognized the technique Piccolo was about to unleash. Could he truly be intending to eliminate that Namekian? As these thoughts raced through their minds, Piccolo's voice resonated within them, conveyed through telepathy. Old man, you fool. Have you forgotten that I once used this very method to threaten Tenshinhan? He continued. Do you really believe that fellow would adhere to his promises? Observing Son Goku and Son Gohan, who slightly shifted their stances, Piccolo felt a surge of helplessness. If he did not clarify his intentions, he feared these 2 might intervene during his assault. This was not mere paranoia. Given past encounters, it was a plausible scenario. After all, Son Goku had once nearly surrendered under his threat. With no other choice, Piccolo conveyed his plan through telepathy. Old man, Gohan, since I too am a Namekian, the one captured over there is likely capable of regeneration. I will not strike at his vital points. This attack is merely intended to neutralize Slag's ability to threaten us. Besides, if the worst should happen, we still have the Dragon Balls of Namek. Indeed, you are correct, Piccolo. You are so clever, Uncle Piccolo. Son Gohan and Son Goku echoed in their thoughts, both adept at telepathy. I am not like those 2. One mere life is inconsequential. Hearing their understanding, Piccolo cast a cold, unyielding gaze at Slag and declared, I trust you will not falter in your resolve. Yet, witnessing Piccolo's unwavering demeanor, Sanchi began to doubt his decision. It was not that he had feigned determination before. It was merely that Piccolo was portraying the role of a ruthless villain too convincingly. Do you truly not care for his life? While Sanchi felt he had entrusted his fate to an unreliable ally, Slag appeared bewildered. Wasn't he supposed to be a champion of justice? Why does he resemble a villain more than I do? Special beam cannon. Piccolo unleashed his attack. Then let him perish. Unyielding, Slag lifted Sanchi, positioning him in the path of Piccolo's onslaught. Yet, Piccolo showed no hesitation. The special beam cannon surged forth, even faster than before. Damn it. The energy wave pierced through Sanchi's left leg in an instant, causing him to scream in agony. At that moment, Slag disdainfully discarded Sanchi, sidestepping Piccolo's attack while muttering insults. Old man, Gohan, hurry. Piccolo urged internally, watching Slag's movements with trepidation. In truth, there was no need for Bic to remind him. The moment Shrag hurled Sanji, Son Wukong and Son Gohan, seizing the opportunity, sprang into action. The 2 swiftly maneuvered, with Son Gohan catching Sanji mid-air, while Son Wukong positioned himself directly in front of Shrag. How dare you toy with me? Shrag bellowed. His fury ignited as he discerned the movements of Son Wukong and Son Gohan. He could hardly believe that he had been so easily deceived by these individuals. Infuriating. Shrag glared at the obstructive Son Wukong, his patience evaporating. He resolved to undergo his transformation, disregarding the toll of accelerated aging. With his plan of leveraging a hostage having failed, Shrag found himself devoid of a swift means to vanquish Son Wukong. Prolonged engagement would surely lead to his own demise. Meanwhile, Son Wukong also prepared to fight with all his might, ready to unleash the currently uncontrollable 20-fold Kaioken. Chapter 108. Son Wukong's desperate Kaioken. Has Shrag been defeated? Although the toll of his transformation loomed heavy upon him, he determined that if he could swiftly eliminate these troublesome foes and locate the Dragon Balls, Tom would be on his side. As he contemplated this, a chilling gaze swept over Son Wukong, solidifying his resolve. Shrag roared, his voice tinged with anguish as his form began to swell dramatically. What? The abrupt transformation of Shrag compelled Son Wukong, who was but a breath away, to leap back a distance. Steadying himself, Sun Wukong gazed intently at Shrag, his expression betraying astonishment. In the blink of an eye, Shrag's physique had expanded to resemble a mountain, and his aura surged immensely. The violent energy fractured the ground beneath, unleashing a whirlwind that, combined with his gargantuan form, emanated an unprecedented sense of oppression. This is impossible. Sun Wukong marveled in disbelief at the sudden transformation before him. I can't dwell on this any longer. Kaioken. Initially hesitant about whether his body could withstand the strain of the 20-fold Kaioken, he could no longer afford the luxury of hesitation. With a mighty shout, a deep crimson aura erupted from within him. This phenomenon, a byproduct of his recent practice with the Kaioken, had re-emerged due to his forced activation of the 20-fold Kaioken. The crimson energy blazed like a fierce inferno, enveloping Sun Wukong as an unparalleled pressure surged within him. This pressure was neither external nor internal, but rather emanated from each individual cell, creating a duality of physical and mental strain. Yet, amidst the oppressive force that rendered him somewhat dazed, Sun Wukong also sensed an unprecedented surge of power within himself. Could it be that old Sun had such a hidden prowess? Feeling an overwhelming and unreasonable force akin to a tornado, Piccolo gazed in astonishment at the two individuals whose energies clashed violently. What a joke! Even before the battle commenced, such astounding power was already evident. Is this truly the extent of human capability? Oh, Planet Namek, how could you attract the attention of such formidable beings? Half reclining on the ground and supported by Gohan, Sanji momentarily disregarded his excruciating pain, utterly bewildered by the overwhelming aura emanating from Goku and Slag. This power is feeble. How infuriating. If it were not for the ravages of age, Slag clenched his fists, feeling the surge of power, yet his expression was one of dissatisfaction. If he could regain his youth, the strength he could unleash would certainly exceed these paltry displays. By his estimation, even at full power, he barely reached a meager 4 million. Is that so? I find you rather terrifying. Ha. Although Goku realized that even with a 20-fold increase from the Kaioken, he would still be outmatched and perhaps face a life-threatening crisis ahead, he could not suppress his laughter, his face alight with excitement at encountering a worthy opponent. Goku's sparkling eyes, paired with the rising crimson aura, exuded an indomitable spirit. Oh, is this truly your full strength? At least it makes my transformation worthwhile. Although he wished to swiftly dispatch Goku and his allies, Slag could not help but feel astonished by the power Goku was unleashing at that moment. It seems fortune is on my side. This is quite troublesome. I appear unable to defeat you. Eager to engage, Goku took several deep breaths, stabilizing the energy within him. Ha. Once I eliminate you, I shall ensure this planet accompanies you to your grave. Slag's voice rang out with a cold, frosty tone as he laughed menacingly. Prepare to perish, Scion. At that moment, Slag's body, as formidable as a mountain, swung his massive fist down with the speed of a meteor. I am no stranger to foes like you. Goku's expression hardened as he leaped into the air, evading Slag's ferocious punch and instead using Slag's arm as leverage to propel himself upward. Little one, watch as I crush you, Slag bellowed, his other hand lunging forth with an unexpected swiftness that belied his massive form, capturing the ascending Goku. This is bad. Your companion has been seized by that monster. Sanji, observing from the sidelines, instinctively gasped as he watched Goku caught in Slag's grip. Father, simultaneously aware of the battlefield's dynamics, Gohan, witnessing his father's peril, rushed forward. Wait, Gohan. Old man, Kamehameha. Just as Piccolo pulled Gohan back from his reckless advance, they suddenly heard Goku's thunderous shout echo across the battlefield. Piccolo and the others quickly turned their attention to the fierce confrontation unfolding before them. At this moment, although Sun Wukong found himself grasped firmly by Shrag, his own hands remained unbound. Enduring the excruciating pain inflicted by Shrag's terrifying grip, Sun Wukong seized the fleeting opportunity presented by their proximity. With a surge of energy, he unleashed the Kamehameha, amplified by 20 times the Kaioken, relentlessly directing it towards Shrag's head. A crimson aura enveloped the Azure Kamehameha, creating a strikingly beautiful spectacle as it hurtled towards Shrag's face, emitting a series of resounding roars. What? Shrag's eyes widened in shock as he exclaimed, caught off guard. This time, it was he who was unable to react in time. Before he could even raise his hands to defend himself, the Kamehameha struck with tremendous force. Boom. Shrag took the brunt of the blow directly to his face. Despite being unleashed in haste, Sun Wukong's attack was far from superficial. In that moment of collision, the myriad wrinkles on Shrag's face seemed to vanish. Bang, 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 boom. Shrag lost his balance, staggering backward several steps on the ground. With smoke rising from his face, he swayed and ultimately collapsed to the ground like a mountain crumbling. Did we win? Upon witnessing Shrag's heavy injuries and his subsequent fall, Sanchi exclaimed in delight. Perhaps not. That fellow is not so easily defeated, Son Gohan remarked, his concern growing as he noticed Sun Wukong's labored breathing. But, uncle, don't you think you should bandage your leg? The blood is pooling over here. Son Gohan observed the purple blood trickling down to his feet, while Sanchi's face grew increasingly pale from the excessive bleeding. Sanchi finally noticed his condition. A gaping wound on his left leg was oozing deep purple blood. Fortunately, it was thanks to Piccolo's special beam cannon that the intense heat had cauterized part of the wound, preventing the blood from gushing forth like a fountain. I must say, brother, you truly are a Namekian, aren't you? Your strikes are rather ruthless. Sanchi chuckled weakly as he glanced at Piccolo. If I hadn't acted, you might have been finished off by that guy. Piccolo replied without a hint of remorse, his focus unwavering as he surveyed the battlefield. Indeed, had it not been for him, Sanchi's demise would have been a foregone conclusion. Having once been the great Demon King, he was all too familiar with Shrag's tricks. Alas, this leg is beyond saving, Sanchi sighed, gritting his teeth as resolve washed over him. With a sharp sound that would make one's teeth ache, he tore off his left leg and tossed it aside. After a low exclamation, Sanchi's left leg began to regenerate, resembling a gecko's tail. He stood up, joining Piccolo and Son Gohan as they assessed the unfolding situation on the battlefield. Truly, he was worthy of being called a relative of Uncle Piccolo. Observing Sanchi seemingly unfazed beside him, Son Gohan couldn't help but cast a couple of sidelong glances. Chapter 109. Father, use the spirit bomb. Rise quickly. I am well aware that the previous assault could not possibly vanquish you. On the battlefield, Sun Wukong hovered in midair, a slight frown marring his brow as he gazed down at the fallen Shrag, who, after a moment's hesitation, finally relinquished his pretense and pushed himself up from the ground. Youth is indeed a treasure, is it not, young one? Shrag sighed softly, his eyes glinting with a hint of envy as he regarded Sun Wukong's visage above. What? Shrag's sudden exclamation momentarily baffled Sun Wukong, yet the weight of pressure in his heart grew increasingly burdensome. The brief skirmish had afforded Sun Wukong a clearer understanding of the disparity in their strengths. He had anticipated that activating his 20-fold Kaioken would bridge the gap between him and Shrag, but to his astonishment, the latter's transformation had only widened it further. In the face of such a significant power imbalance, even the most refined combat techniques proved to be of limited efficacy. At present, his only advantage lay in his superior agility. If the battle were to continue, he feared he would be the one to succumb. The thought of such a defeat and its dire ramifications for planet Namek weighed heavily on him, dampening the thrill ignited by battling a formidable opponent. Must I resort to the spirit bomb? He wondered silently, uncertain if the power of planet Namek would suffice. Meanwhile, Shrag was not faring much better. He was acutely aware of his own limitations. The transformation he had undergone was, at this juncture, an immense burden. The reason he had fallen earlier was merely to catch his breath. Yet, he realized that if this stalemate persisted, he would inevitably be the one to falter. As he pondered, a sudden constriction in his heart brought forth an overwhelming terror of death. No, I cannot perish here. I must fight with all my might. Fueled by the dread of the unknown, Shrag resolved to unleash his full potential. Those who dare thwart my return to youth will face annihilation, he bellowed, opening his cavernous maw. Sun Wukong's expression froze momentarily, an uncanny familiarity washing over him at Shrag's action. With a thunderous roar, Shrag's mouth radiated a blinding brilliance. An astonishing surge of energy erupted from within, hurtling towards Sun Wukong. Indeed, it is reminiscent of Nappa's technique. Sun Wukong's pupils dilated as he soared upward with great haste. Although Shrag's attack bore similarities to Nappa's, the magnitude and velocity of the two were entirely incomparable. What? Just as Sun Wukong narrowly evaded Shrag's energy blast, he was taken aback to find two golden beams, akin to lightning, surging toward him from another direction. There was no means of escape. As if he were drawn to collide with them of his own volition. The brilliant light enveloped him entirely, and in that moment, Sun Wukong felt as though he had been struck by lightning, an unbearable agony coursing through his entire being, his head ringing incessantly. The last time he experienced such a sensation was during his inaugural participation in the world's martial arts tournament, when he faced off against the venerable elder Chunglong. Prepare to meet your demise, you wretched creature. Below, at an unknown moment, Shrag, having removed his helmet, let out a triumphant roar. The energy cannon he had feigned earlier had vanished, replaced by the lightning strikes emitted from the two twitching antennae on his forehead. Seizing the opportunity while Sun Wukong was immobilized, Shrag unleashed a ferocious energy attack from his hands. Father! Sun Gohan exclaimed, rushing forward without hesitation. Demon Flash! Sun Gohan soared into the air between the two combatants, energy surging forth, yet he did not direct his full assault at Shrag. He understood well that, given his current strength, even a full-force strike would likely inflict minimal damage on Shrag. To save his father, he would have to employ cunning. Sun Gohan split the energy of the Demon Flash into two streams. One surged toward Shrag's eyes, while the other unexpectedly aimed at Sun Wukong. Cursed brat! Sensing the incoming force, Shrag instinctively shut his eyes, causing the energy in his hands to lose its target. At the same time, Sun Wukong, who had been ensnared by Shrag's lightning attack, suddenly felt the binding power diminish significantly. Just then, with the arrival of Sun Gohan's Demon Flash, Sun Wukong seized the opportunity to break free from Shrag's grasp. With a few acrobatic flips, Sun Wukong landed on the ground, gasping heavily for breath. Father, are you all right? Sun Gohan landed beside him, concern etched on his face. Thanks to you, Gohan, Sun Wukong replied, still panting. Father, use the spirit bomb. Let me hold the line for now, Sun Gohan suggested with determination. No, the disparity in your powers is simply too great. Even with the Kaioken, the multipliers you can currently manage are insufficient, Sun Wukong responded, gradually regaining his composure, yet he did not fully endorse Sun Gohan's proposal. Father, have you forgotten? I can transform into a great ape. The artificial moon poses no significant challenge for me now. Trust me, Father. I am aware of the gap between us and that fiend. I will not confront him head-on, but merely buy us some time. As he shared his thoughts, Sun Gohan had already contemplated the vast difference in strength he had witnessed between his father and Shrag. The spirit bomb was their only hope of defeating the adversary. As for who could buy time, it had to be him. Uncle Piccolo, lacking a complete soul, was progressing slower than himself and was still too weak. Very well, but do exercise caution, Gohan. Sun Wukong's eyes brightened at the suggestion of Gohan transforming into a great ape. Although still worried, he recognized that there were no better alternatives under the current circumstances, so he consented. Having made his decision, Sun Wukong no longer hesitated. He stepped aside to begin gathering energy from planet Namek. Uncle Piccolo, Father is preparing the spirit bomb. Please come quickly to protect him. I will confront the enemy. Sun Gohan, through a brief telepathic exchange, elucidated the situation before swiftly departing. Gohan, you! Piccolo exclaimed inwardly. Yet he observed that Sun Gohan showed no signs of hesitation as he took flight towards Goku. At that moment, Shrag, somewhat affected by Gohan's assault, was visibly in distress. Rubbing his eyes, with Shrag's face now unobscured, Sanchi instinctively paused upon recognizing the features of the Namekian. Following closely, Piccolo joined Goku's side, and after a moment of observation, Sanchi could no longer contain himself. I say, take a look at that fellow. He appears to be a Namekian as well. Chapter 110. Come here. While Sanchi was still contemplating Shrag's Namekian identity, Sun Gohan had quietly completed his transformation into a great ape. What are you? Shrag, just having opened his eyes, found himself confronted by a great ape not much smaller than himself, stomping on the ground with a thunderous roar, its blood-red gaze charging towards him. Bang! Sun Gohan offered no response as he surged toward Shrag, seizing the moment of his opponent's carelessness to deliver a resounding slap across Shrag's face. Roar! With the strike landed, Sun Gohan did not linger but swiftly maneuvered past Shrag, sprinting a few paces before turning to taunt him with a fierce roar. Gohan was acutely aware that this confrontation was merely a diversion. Despite his transformation, he was undoubtedly outmatched. The disparity between them was staggering. To put it plainly, Gohan's battle power in his transformed state was around 1 million, while Shrag's was at least 3 to 4 million. Damn it, you will pay for this. Shrag, having been spun around by Gohan's slap, felt a burning sensation on his face, his fury nearly overwhelming him. To him, Gohan's mocking stance was a blatant insult. It's that scion brat. With a sudden realization regarding Gohan's swaying tail, Shrag was infuriated. Since when can a mere child of a scion humiliate me? With gritted teeth and his breath coming in furious huffs, Shrag's eyes were veined with crimson. I will kill you, he bellowed, charging at Gohan. Good. He's coming this way. Gohan thought with a sense of relief as he noticed Shrag's back turned towards Goku and moving closer to him. Dad, please hurry. He silently prayed. Casting a glance at his father, who was gathering Namekian energy in the distance with his hands raised high. Shrag was drawing nearer, yet Gohan did not remain stationary. Instead, retreating further. Come here, you big fool. He taunted, all the while maneuvering backward to lead Shrag away. You wretched little brat, you are doomed. Shrag bellowed with uncontainable fury, accelerating his speed yet further. Ultimately, the disparity in their power and velocity was insurmountable. In the blink of an eye, Shrag had closed the distance to Gohan. Die? He exclaimed, raising his colossal hand high, striking viciously towards Gohan's head. The force of his blow even conjured a whirlwind, its speed rendering it almost indistinguishable. There's no escaping this. Gohan's heart tightened as he beheld the imminent attack. Although he had anticipated this moment, facing Shrag's sudden strike left him with little time to evade. As he attempted to sidestep, his arm instinctively rose, barely managing to block the oncoming assault. Boom. Crash. Though Shrag's hand was momentarily halted by Gohan's feeble defense, the overwhelming strength behind it sent Gohan soaring into the air. He plummeted to the ground with a thunderous impact. And, propelled by inertia and the terrifying weight from his great ape transformation, he carved a long trench into the earth as he skidded along the ground. How formidable. There's no room for retaliation. Was my father truly battling such a fiend? Lying supine, one arm draped over the bank while the other dipped into the cool waters. Gohan felt the river's chill soothe his aching body, yet he could only manage a bitter smile. Perhaps I was too overconfident. Just as Gohan pondered this, the merciless Shrag approached. Little brat, go to hell. Shrag cackled cruelly, his right hand raised as a terrifying energy began to coalesce. Gohan, get up quickly. That monster is about to attack. Piccolo, standing by Goku's side, refrained from raising his voice for fear of being detected, instead urgently communicated through telepathy. Uncle Piccolo. Gohan jolted at the sound of his name. Yes, this is not the time to despair. I must assist my father and hold off this beast. Wait, the sun. Awakened by Piccolo's words, Gohan gazed skyward, where the sun of planet Namek came into view. Solar flare. This reliable technique sprang to his mind. With a leap, Gohan stood upright, retreating a few paces before unleashing a mighty shout. The sun rises. Shrag swore he had never faced the sun at such close proximity. The distance between them was a mere 10 meters, and the blinding brilliance surged into Shrag's eyes in an instant. Ah! He screamed in agony, his still recovering vision assaulted by the searing light, leaving him feeling as if he had been struck blind. Special beam cannon. Seizing this moment of vulnerability, Gohan showed no hesitation in maximizing the damage to his adversary. As the radiance of the solar flare had yet to dissipate entirely, the energy of the special beam cannon surged forth. Damn it! Shirage let out a low growl, a cacophony of anger and pain, forcing himself to open his eyes. Albeit only partially, the world before him was a blur, and relying solely on instinct, he unleashed an energy blast towards Son Gohan. The two energies collided fiercely. Yet at that moment, Son Gohan had no intention of engaging in a direct confrontation. Rather, the instant Shirage launched his attack, Gohan chose to retreat. The reason was simple. He knew he could not prevail. Despite the hasty nature of the attack, Gohan sensed the tremendous power within Shirage's energy sphere. Choosing to forego a counterattack, Gohan soared into the sky, observing the chaotic flailing of Shirage below. A frown creased his brow. The solar flare could no longer be employed, for having used it once. Shirage would undoubtedly be prepared for a second attempt. Gohan exhaled deeply, watching as Shirage gradually regained his composure, and once again, a surge of energy manifested in his hands. It was time for a direct confrontation. Gohan's gaze sharpened, and one by one, energy blasts erupted from his palms, raining down like a torrential downpour upon the unsuspecting Shirage. The relentless barrage enveloped him completely. Sweat trickled down Gohan's face, only to be vaporized in an instant, as he unleashed his power with a fierce roar. In the blink of an eye, the ground, already close to the river, fractured and collapsed. sending towering waves crashing into the air. Little brat. Amidst the cacophony of energy blasts, a venomous voice resonated, and to Gohan's shock, Shirage charged through the unyielding onslaught. What? Gohan gasped in disbelief as Shirage closed in on him. Chapter 111. The inescapable energy blast. The whistle blows. Ultimately, Gohan and Shirage clashed head-on. Yet, in reality, the disparity in their powers was stark. The moment they engaged, the outcome became immediately apparent. Gohan found himself suspended in midair, at the mercy of Shirage's relentless assault, with little room for retaliation. Old son, how much longer can you hold out? Gohan is on the brink of defeat. Piccolo watched helplessly as Gohan was battered mercilessly by Shirage, a mix of anguish and urgency coursing through him, wishing he could intervene. However, he understood that his current strength would only complicate matters further for Gohan. Though Gohan was struggling, Piccolo knew that if he were in Gohan's position, a single punch would likely obliterate him, rendering any notion of buying time for Goku futile. Feeling powerless, Piccolo turned to Goku, who was seething with frustration. Not yet. My current strength still falls short. I need just a little more time. Goku, witnessing Gohan's inability to defend himself, relying solely on his body to buy time, was filled with paternal concern. Yet, he too was caught in a dilemma. Based on his estimation, the energy he had gathered was still insufficient to confront Shirage. If he unleashed the Spirit Bomb now, all of Gohan's previous suffering would be in vain. Damn it! In a fit of rage, Piccolo struck his palm with a fist. Yet the pain in his hand could not quell the turmoil within his heart. How had he become so utterly ineffectual? Gritting his teeth, he cast his gaze downward, unable to bear the sight of Gohan's tragic form suspended in midair. Damn it, the Spirit Bomb, hurry up! At that moment, Goku too silently cursed, exerting every ounce of strength to gather energy. Gentlemen, perhaps there is another way to confront that fiend. Observing that Goku and Piccolo were wholly absorbed in the battle, Sanzi hastily altered his tone, raising his voice. What did you say? Upon hearing this, both Goku and Piccolo turned in unison. Look at that fellow's appearance. Though the reason eludes us, he must also be a Namekian. Our kind is profoundly affected by the sound of a whistle. It can disrupt our nervous systems to the extent of rendering us powerless. Without a hint of hesitation, Sanzi openly divulged the weakness of the Namekians. Having already discerned friend from foe. A whistle? Piccolo exclaimed, his gaze shifting back to Shrag, his eyes darting with realization. Indeed, that creature bore the unmistakable traits of a Namekian. He recalled a tormenting experience from his childhood when the sound of a whistle played by Earth children had caused him great distress. There was no time to waste. They had to act now. With a swift glance between Goku and Shrag, Piccolo retrieved a capsule containing a spaceship from his pocket and tossed it to the ground. With a resounding thud, he dashed into the spacecraft, emerging moments later. Old son, blow into this. Piccolo urged urgently. This horn? Goku momentarily froze as he recognized the device Piccolo had presented to him. There was no time for hesitation. We can't whistle. Only you can do it. Piccolo insisted, pulling Sanzi to stand behind Goku, one hand holding the horn while the other covered his ears. All right, Goku responded, still gathering energy for the Spirit Bomb. He leaned towards the horn, inhaling deeply before unleashing a powerful blast. The whistle echoed, amplified by Piccolo's supercharged horn, resembling a sonic attack that shot skyward. Ah! The sound traveled swiftly, and Shrag, positioned high above, found no means of escape. In an instant, just as he was about to deliver a fatal blow to Gohan, he let out a chilling scream, his massive form plummeting uncontrollably to the ground. Handing the horn to Sanzi, Piccolo, finding his ears a hindrance, tore them off and propelled himself towards Gohan with great speed. Gohan, are you all right? You don't have to hold on anymore. That creature has fallen. Piccolo exclaimed anxiously as he reached Gohan's side. As Piccolo's words hung in the air, Gohan, who had been clinging to consciousness by sheer will, instinctively relaxed upon seeing Piccolo's arrival and succumbed to unconsciousness. Gohan. With Gohan's giant ape form gradually fading and his body weakly collapsing, Piccolo hurried forward to catch him. Observing Gohan's battered form, Piccolo pressed his palm against Gohan's chest until he felt the heartbeat, releasing a long sigh of relief. Cradling Gohan, Piccolo's gaze returned to the struggling Slug below. What a sound! Damn it! Infuriating. Slug writhed in agony on the ground, his clenched fists pounding the earth relentlessly, occasionally unleashing erratic energy waves. Some energy blasts detonated nearby, sending debris flying back at him. That wretched foe. How can his defenses still be so formidable? Amidst the chaos, Piccolo unleashed an energy blast at Slug, only to find it had little effect, prompting him to curse under his breath. Old son, what are you dawdling for? When will you be ready? Piccolo shouted in frustration. Meanwhile, Goku, whistling absent-mindedly, and Sanshi, holding a loudspeaker, approached Piccolo, casting a worried glance at Gohan. Their attention shifted back to Piccolo. Hush, hush, Goku replied vaguely, still whistling. You fool. Who can understand you like that? Stop whistling and speak clearly. Piccolo retorted angrily. The spirit bomb is ready. You two stay back. I will deal with him now, Goku said somewhat sheepishly. Idiot. Piccolo cursed quietly, but had no time to dwell on it as he took flight with Sanshi, carrying Gohan without pause towards the distant skies. Once they had distanced themselves, Goku focused intently on Slug below, and the spirit bomb thundered down. The pure white energy sphere radiated a light that promised to purify all evil, descending swiftly. Chapter 112. The demise of Slug and the return to the village. No, this cannot be happening. How could I perish in such a place? I still wish to regain my youth. Under the spirit bomb, Slug's anguished roars of defiance echoed, yet ultimately, like a mantis attempting to stop a chariot, he succumbed slowly to the overwhelming force. With a resounding explosion, tranquility enveloped the world. Gazing at the shattered earth and the terrifyingly large crater, which was gradually being submerged by the river, Goku fell into a moment of silence. What he had initially thought to be a leisurely journey had turned into a confrontation with such a formidable adversary. The enemy was so powerful that even his 20-fold Kaioken had proven ineffective. Had it not been for the spirit bomb, it could have ended very poorly. Nevertheless, despite the arduous journey, victory belonged to their side in the end. Of course, much of this was owed to Gohan's selfless sacrifice to buy time. Reflecting on this, Goku gazed into the distant sky. At this moment, sensing the outcome of the battle, Piccolo, cradling Gohan in his arms and accompanied by the Namekian Sanshi, soared through the air. Upon arriving, Piccolo refrained from speaking immediately. Instead, he directed his gaze downward. Soon after, he gathered energy in his hands and unleashed several fierce energy attacks toward Slug's spaceship and a few seemingly weary members of the Slug army. Following a series of explosions, confirming there were no survivors, Piccolo turned his attention back. Goku, observing this, merely furrowed his brow, seemingly hesitating to express his thoughts, yet choosing to remain silent. His entire attention was focused on his son, Gohan. During the prior skirmish, Gohan had valiantly faced Slug's relentless onslaught alone to buy time. However, despite his transformation into a great ape, the disparity in their powers remained strikingly vast. In Piccolo's arms, Gohan's attire lay in tatters from the transformation, revealing his battered body beneath. Goku reached out to examine him, his expression darkening. This was troublesome. While not yet fatal, the situation was indeed grave. Damn it, I thought it would be safe. In my carelessness, I didn't bring any senzu beans, Goku lamented, furrowing his brow. We can discuss everything else later. For now, we must take Gohan back, Piccolo stated solemnly. Although this journey to Namek also aimed to address his own spiritual deficiencies, Piccolo could no longer afford to think of himself. All right, let us return at once, Goku replied with equal gravity. Just then, as Goku and Piccolo prepared to fly toward the spaceship, Sanshi, who had been closely following them, spoke up. Gentlemen, please bring the child back to our village. We have ways to heal him. Upon hearing Sanshi's words, Goku and Piccolo exchanged astonished glances. Are you serious? Goku asked, hope flickering in his eyes. Rest assured, some of our villagers possess the ability to heal others. Sanshi responded with a reassuring smile. Then please, lead the way. Goku and Piccolo accepted without hesitation, as Gohan's injuries were far too severe to ignore. Thus, they retracted the spaceship and, under Sanshi's guidance, flew toward the distant village. After some time, within a white, insect-shaped dwelling in Sanshi's village, Gohan lay peacefully on a bed, occasionally furrowing his brow as if troubled by nightmares. Surrounding him were the village elder, Muley, Goku, Piccolo, and a fair-featured Namekian child. Elder, is Gohan truly going to be all right? Goku asked Muley with evident concern. Do not worry, Mr. Goku. Though Dandi is quite young, he is an exceptionally gifted Namekian with remarkable healing abilities. Muley replied warmly, having gleaned the situation from Sanshi. As he spoke, he turned his gaze towards the Namekian child by the bedside. Dandy, how is it? Is the child all right? Elder, Please rest assured. I can heal him right away, Dandy replied, glancing shyly at Sun Wukong and Piccolo as he spoke. No sooner had he finished speaking than he observed Son Gohan. Raising his hands, a lush green light gradually emanated from Dandy's palms, flowing delicately over Son Gohan's entire body. Before the naked eye, the grievous wounds that marred Son Gohan's form began to vanish within mere moments. Feeling the calming aura of Son Gohan, Sun Wukong was taken aback. Piccolo, do you possess such abilities as well, perhaps unbeknownst to you? Curious and relieved, Sun Wukong turned to inquire. No, I lack such power. Perhaps that deity might, Piccolo replied. Attempting to summon his own inner strength but finding no response, he shook his head at his hands. At that moment, a soft whimper arose from the bed. Under Dandy's healing energy, Son Gohan slowly opened his eyes. Where's this? Who are you? Son Gohan, just awakening, appeared bewildered, casting a glance around before his gaze settled on Dandy. Dandy? Upon recognizing Dandy's figure, Son Gohan's eyes widened in surprise. Hello, I am Dandy, he nodded, speaking with a hint of modesty. Greetings, I am Son Gohan. To encounter a friend from his dreams so suddenly left Son Gohan astonished, and he instinctively nodded politely. Gohan, how do you feel? Piccolo, who had been attentively monitoring Son Gohan's condition, approached with concern in his voice. Uncle Piccolo, I'm fine now. Realizing that he had indeed been healed by Dandy, Son Gohan clenched his fists, assessing his physical state, and then exclaimed cheerfully, Uncle Piccolo, has that villain named Slug been defeated? Sitting on the bed and recalling past events, Son Gohan asked urgently. Piccolo nodded, and Sun Wukong, smiling, stepped forward. This time, we truly owe it to you, Gohan. If you hadn't delayed long enough, things could have turned dire. Sun Wukong looked at Son Gohan with a mix of affection and relief. Really? That's wonderful, Dad. Upon hearing Sun Wukong's words, Son Gohan exhaled a sigh of relief, finally revealing a smile of liberation. Mr. Wukong, Mr. Piccolo, and Gohan, I cannot thank you enough. Without you, Namek would have faced utter catastrophe. At this moment, Muley, who had been standing behind them, approached and expressed his gratitude with heartfelt words. Please, do not mention it, old man. After all, this is also Piccolo's homeland. We merely did our best. Sun Wukong waved his hand and smiled. When Sanji spoke to me earlier, I could hardly believe it. I never expected your strength to be so formidable, but alas, you have suffered, my child. Observing the courteous demeanor of Sun Wukong, Muley turned his gaze towards Son Gohan. A palpable sense of remorse evident in his expression. It's nothing, Grandpa, Son Gohan said, scratching his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed by such a solemn expression of gratitude and lowering his gaze. Huh, why am I not wearing any clothes? Staring at his bare abdomen, Son Gohan was momentarily taken aback. Chapter 113. The Deficiency of the Soul and the Invitation from the Grand Elder Uncle Piccolo. Would you kindly assist me in transforming into a set of clothing? Covering his lower body, Son Gohan's cheeks flushed crimson as he buried his head even lower, his speech becoming hesitant and faltering. What style do you desire? Perhaps the previous outfit? Piccolo approached with a smile, inquiring. A training uniform. Just a training uniform will suffice. Son Gohan replied, still refusing to lift his head, his face awash with embarrassment. In truth, he had long wished to replace the spring outing attire, but had simply never found the opportunity. Huh. Piccolo chuckled, glancing back at Sun Wukong's martial arts uniform and then at his own. With a swift motion of his hand and a soft command, a glimmer of light flashed, and suddenly, Son Gohan was adorned in a deep purple training outfit, his feet clad in a pair of carrot-colored shoes. Wow, thank you, Uncle Piccolo, Son Gohan exclaimed, astonished as he beheld the attire that had materialized on him. Expressing his gratitude towards Piccolo. Nearby, Piccolo nodded in satisfaction at Son Gohan's joyful demeanor. Truly, as a member of the Dragon Clan, your mastery of abilities is exceptional, Mr. Piccolo, Muley remarked, observing the nearly imperceptible fluctuation of magic as Piccolo conjured the garment with a mere wave of his hand. Dragon Clan, Sun Wukong queried, somewhat perplexed. Indeed, our distinguished Namekian kin can create the extraordinary Dragon Balls, which is why we are referred to as the Dragon Clan. Mr. Piccolo must have been stranded on your planet due to the previous climatic anomaly on Namek, correct? Has he not crafted similar objects? Muley asked with curiosity, believing Piccolo's capabilities to be remarkable, and thus, the creation of Dragon Balls should be effortless. There are indeed Dragon Balls on Earth, but those were crafted by the Great Kami, Sun Wukong clarified. Great Kami? Does this mean that two Namekians once visited your planet? Muley inquired, astonished. To put it simply, the Namekian who arrived on Earth back then became tainted by earthly malevolence. In his quest to become the great Kami of Earth, he divided himself into two. The benevolent half became the great Kami, while the malevolent portion is now Piccolo. However, fret not, for the present Piccolo has reformed, Sun Wukong explained thoughtfully. Upon noticing Muley's expression shift due to his words, he quickly added, "Ah, I see it is thus." Startled internally, Muley instinctively sensed Piccolo's essence of virtue and vice, only to finally set his mind at ease when he detected no anomalies. Suddenly realizing that he had acted rudely towards the guests from Namek before him, Muley felt a twinge of embarrassment. "So, your visit is prompted by the old gentleman," he began. "Aside from wishing to see the homeland of Piccolo and the Lord of the Gods, there is another reason for your presence. Due to certain circumstances, Piccolo and the Lord of the Gods were reluctant to merge as one, which resulted in a flaw in their souls. This deficiency significantly impacted their cultivation and power enhancement, prompting the inquiry of whether there existed a remedy on Namek to alleviate this issue." Noticing Piccolo's sideways glance at the mention of rectifying their path, Sun Wukong elucidated the purpose of their visit. "Indeed, old sir, is there any way to resolve this predicament?" At this moment, Sun Gohan, who had initially suggested seeking a solution on Namek, also inquired with concern. However, upon witnessing the hopeful expressions of the two, Muley found himself in a quandary, as he was uncertain how to address this matter. The concept of a flawed soul was entirely new to him. "Perhaps we could attempt to use the Dragon Balls," Muley tentatively proposed after a moment of contemplation. Yet, upon hearing this suggestion, both Sun Wukong and Sun Gohan displayed expressions of disappointment. "Old sir, we have previously inquired with the God of Earth, and it seems the Dragon Balls cannot fulfill such a wish," Sun Wukong explained. "Is that so?" Muley furrowed his brow, not particularly surprised. Given the varying capabilities of the Dragon Ball creators, along with inherent limitations of the Dragon Balls themselves, there were indeed many wishes that could not be granted. Thus, Muley found himself at a loss for solutions. "Perhaps we could try the Dragon Balls of Namek, or consult the Grand Elder and see if he has any suggestions." He put forth two alternatives, yet he leaned more towards seeking the Grand Elder's counsel. Although the creator's capabilities might impose certain restrictions on the Dragon Balls, they were generally consistent across the board. If the Dragon Balls on Earth were ineffectual, it was unlikely that those on Namek would yield different results. Muley had greater faith in the Grand Elder, who served as a paternal figure to the other Namekians. Just then, before Sun Wukong could continue speaking, he paused and turned his gaze towards the entrance. Piccolo and Sun Gohan followed suit, directing their attention to the doorway. In their line of sight, a tall figure emerged, resembling Piccolo closely, clad in a black fabric vest paired with white trousers. Naru. As soon as the figure appeared, Dandy, who stood by the bed, joyfully rushed towards him. "Naru, weren't you with the Grand Elder? What brings you here?" Muley asked, somewhat perplexed, before his gaze swept over to Sun Wukong and the others, beginning to piece things together. Naru gently patted Dandy on the head, then placed his hand over his heart and bowed lightly towards Muley. "The Grand Elder learned of the situation from Sanji and sent me to invite you, esteemed guests, to join him." Naru spoke softly and slowly. "The Grand Elder wishes to meet Mr. Wukong and his companions? How fortuitous. Mr. Piccolo, I find myself quite unable to address your query. You should accompany Naru to seek the Grand Elder's counsel." Muley turned his head and spoke with a smile. At that moment, Sun Gohan also leapt from the bed, and the group exchanged glances, nodding to one another in agreement. "Greetings, I am Sun Wukong, this is Piccolo. And that is my son, Sun Gohan. We would greatly appreciate it, Naru, if you could lead the way." After a brief introduction, Sun Wukong and his companions positioned themselves before Naru. "Please, follow me," Naru said succinctly, his typically taciturn nature evident as he stepped out of the room. At present, the strength of Sun Wukong and the others far surpassed that of Sun Gohan's Dreamtime self. With all their might, it was not long before they descended upon a steep, towering stone mountain. Chapter 114. The End of Life Approaches, the Grand Elder's Decision, Combined Chapter. Atop the rocky summit stood a white, insect-like dwelling, reminiscent of the architecture found in Muley Village. Under Nairu's guidance, Sun Wukong and his companions arrived at the entrance of the abode. At this moment, Nairu could not help but feel a surge of astonishment, a sensation that had begun to manifest since he first laid eyes on Wukong and his companions. As the most formidable warrior among the Namekians, Nairu felt an overwhelming sense of inadequacy upon sensing the power emanating from those behind him. Even when confronted with the relatively weaker presence of his fellow Namekian, Piccolo, he felt this way, despite their never having clashed. If it is indeed the calamity concerning the future that the Grand Elder had vaguely mentioned before his departure, Nairu's gaze narrowed slightly. He hesitated no longer and led the group into the Grand Elder's dwelling. They followed Nairu inside, and then soared upward through an opening in the ceiling. Grand Elder, the distant guests have arrived. The room was dominated by a stone chair upon which the Grand Elder sat majestically. As they landed on the ground, Nairu bowed respectfully, while Sun Wukong could no longer contain his awe and tilted his head upward in astonishment. Not only him, but Piccolo, witnessing the Grand Elder for the first time, also stood in shock, his mouth slightly agape. It was undeniable that both Wukong and Piccolo were taken aback by the Grand Elder's truly colossal stature. Only Son Gohan, who had previously encountered the Grand Elder in his dreams, remained relatively composed. "Greetings, esteemed guests from afar," the Grand Elder spoke, his seated position rendering him taller than most standing individuals. Yet, his voice lacked any oppressive weight. It was instead warm and gentle, akin to that of a beloved elder. Indeed, just as in the dream, this familiar feeling resonated within Son Gohan as he recalled the Grand Elder from his vision, contrasting it with the reality before him, causing a flicker in his gaze. "I am most grateful," the Grand Elder began, but after uttering merely a few words, he paused, sensing something. His eyes widened slightly as they turned to Son Gohan. The child, this sensation, as a survivor of the catastrophic events that transpired on Namek. The Grand Elder is indeed a genius among the Namekians. Beyond his own formidable strength, his mental prowess has been honed over the ages, far surpassing that of ordinary beings. The instant he faced Gohan, the Grand Elder immediately sensed an extraordinary mental energy emanating from him. However, this alone did not astonish him. What truly compelled him to pause mid-sentence and turn his gaze towards Gohan was an inexplicable sense of familiarity and warmth that he felt from the boy. "Child, what is your name?" the Grand Elder inquired gently. "My name is Gohan, Grand Elder," Gohan replied politely, though he was unsure why the Grand Elder had suddenly asked. "Gohan, would you mind if I glimpsed into your past?" the Grand Elder asked kindly and amiably. Gohan blinked, momentarily hesitating, instinctively. He recoiled from the thought of revisiting the past, not for any other reason, but due to the haunting dreams he had concerning the future. Yet, after a moment of reflection, he sensed no need to conceal anything from the venerable elder before him. In his memory, the Grand Elder was a benevolent and compassionate figure. Moreover, the threats posed by Frisia and the recently defeated Slug had, for the time being, been entirely resolved, rendering any secrecy unnecessary. With this thought in mind, Gohan approached the stone chair without further hesitation. "Old son," Piccolo voiced with a hint of concern, but Goku merely shook his head, sensing no malice from the Grand Elder. "Thank you, child," the Grand Elder said softly, placing his hand gently upon Gohan's head, expressing his gratitude before activating his ability to probe memories. As the ability was invoked, a series of images flashed before the Grand Elder's eyes: the battles with the Scionts, the confrontation with Slug, and ultimately, he discerned the source of the familiarity he felt towards Gohan, the boy's dream. This sensation bore a resemblance to that of the Dragon Balls. Furthermore, Frisia, could he be the harbinger of the impending crisis on Namek? The Grand Elder's powers lightly swept through Gohan's memories of the future, halting not out of a desire to pry into another's privacy, but to comprehend the roots of that warm familiarity. However, after his examination, he found only the enduring sense of familiarity reminiscent of the Dragon Balls, yet the underlying cause remained elusive. Upon viewing the memories associated with Frisia, the Grand Elder felt a weight of concern regarding the future, though upon further contemplation, he realized that the impending sense of danger did not arise from Gohan's memories of Frisia. Firstly, having learned of Gohan and his companion's recent experiences, the Grand Elder concluded that Frisia would not invade Namek this time. Secondly, he sensed that the feeling of crisis stemmed from a much more distant future. However, the Elder, after all, lacks the power of foresight and can only harbor a vague sense of unease regarding the crisis within his heart. "Thank you for your concern. You truly are a kind-hearted child." Having delved into Gohan's memories, the Elder naturally comprehended the reason for Gohan's arrival on Namek. He gently ruffled Gohan's hair, his gaze softening further. "The Elder, You are Gohan, who looked up in surprise. I am already aware of your purpose for coming. Thank you for your concern, Gohan. I also appreciate your assistance in driving away the villains from Namek. After enduring the passage of time, though he had witnessed Gohan's prophetic dream, the elder was not excessively astonished, for he had encountered far too many events in his lifetime. At this moment, the elder sincerely expressed gratitude for Gohan's care and for the favors bestowed upon Namek in alleviating its peril. It is nothing, dear elder. Speaking of which, the arrival of that slag may indeed be attributed to us. Reflecting on past events, Goku too began to form a vague conjecture. Yet he did not seek to absolve himself and his companions. Rather, he sheepishly scratched his head and spoke. I can sense your righteous hearts. It is an honor for the Namekians that you have come to our planet. The elder shook his head, chuckling, and then turned his attention to Piccolo. Cadet-san, you are called Piccolo, correct? Initially lamenting the fact that Piccolo had split himself to become a deity, upon sensing the flicker of righteousness emanating from him, the elder's feelings of sorrow transformed into solace. I cannot say for certain, Piccolo replied hesitantly. Although he and the deity had divided, their memories were not entirely shared. After all, the Piccolo of now is still the son of the old Piccolo, and his recollection of past memories is rather nebulous. It cannot be mistaken. You and Slag were the only two children sent away back in the day. Alas, that child Slag possesses an innate malevolence unlike any other, having grown up in the demonic land of Slag. With a sigh, the elder shook his head. Child, I have understood your request. You and the earth deity have been split, leaving your soul inherently incomplete. However, should you two merge, it could resolve this. Moreover, with your talents, upon uniting, you could surpass even Slag, becoming a true Super Namekian. Elder, I simply wish to be myself. I absolutely refuse to merge with that deity. Though feeling somewhat uncomfortable under the elder's affectionate gaze, Piccolo could not muster any harsh words, and instead expressed his thoughts solemnly. Is that so? What a pity. The elder sighed. Dear elder, is there truly no way even with the Dragon Balls of Namek? Nearby, Gohan grew anxious, for due to his incomplete soul, Piccolo's training speed lagged behind the three of them. He understood Piccolo's yearning for strength and genuinely did not wish for his uncle Piccolo to feel disheartened because he and his father Goku had left him behind in their training. Ah, the inherent deficiencies of the soul are indeed extraordinary. Such flaws cannot be rectified even with the Dragon Balls of Namek. The Grand Elder shook his head, expressing a sense of helplessness. This statement shattered the flickering hope within Gohan, compelling him to lower his gaze. As Gohan wallowed in his despondency, the Grand Elder, seated upon the stone chair, suddenly fell into contemplation. Grandfather Elder, have you conceived of a solution? Gohan inquired eagerly, lifting his head, his eyes brimming with hope. After a moment's reflection, the Grand Elder spoke once more. Given the current circumstances, the only recourse is to enhance one's spiritual strength through meditation, nurturing the soul. However, this process is exceedingly protracted. The Grand Elder fell silent for a moment, then shifted the conversation. Gohan, Goku, and Piccolo, you have yet to truly explore the wonders of Namek, have you? Perhaps you should linger here a while longer. As for Piccolo's predicament, I shall require additional time to contemplate. He smiled reassuringly at Gohan, who was visibly anxious due to the earlier conversation. Do not fret, Gohan. A solution shall present itself. Indeed, Grand Elder, we initially came here to rest, and Gohan has also reunited with his friends, Goku interjected, casting a cheerful glance at Gohan before quietly addressing the Grand Elder. Very well, Naru, please accompany Goku and the others. The Grand Elder nodded with a smile, directing Naru, who had been silently standing by. Please, follow me. Naru acknowledged with a nod and led the way, while Gohan, feeling compelled, followed Goku and Piccolo out of the chamber. Before long, Naru returned to the room, his eyes flickering as he stood before the Grand Elder. Hee, what troubles you, Naru? Have you already deduced something? The Grand Elder continued, regarding that child's issue, aside from the long-term refinement through meditation, the most time-efficient method is to assimilate sufficient spiritual energy, which I happen to possess. However, this energy requires some time to adjust. Hence, it allows me to savor some moments with Namek. Observing Naru's concerned expression, the Grand Elder merely smiled. Although Piccolo is also a Namekian, you must understand. The Grand Elder's words confirmed Naru's own suspicions, igniting a fervent desire to dissuade him. In Naru's heart, despite Piccolo being of the same lineage, his status could never be compared to that of the Grand Elder, who was revitalizing the Namekian people. Naru, even without this matter, how much longer do you think I have to live? The Grand Elder spoke softly, his tone tinged with a hint of melancholy. His voice was low, yet it rendered Naru speechless. The Grand Elder's question was one Naru knew the answer to, yet he had long avoided confronting it. Most likely, it would not extend beyond a few more days. Naru remained silent, while the Grand Elder, facing the nearing end of his life, exhibited a remarkable sense of acceptance. There is no need for sorrow, Nail. The Namekians have you all, and their future is still long ahead. Furthermore, there is no need to inform Piccolo and the others about this matter in advance, lest they feel guilty. Nail remained silent, understanding the Grand Elder's resolution, and thus chose to remain quiet. Meanwhile, Goku and his companions were on their way back to the village of Muley. Father, what do you think the Grand Elder's proposed solution might be? During their flight, Gohan's thoughts instinctively drifted back to his earlier conversation with the Grand Elder, and he couldn't help but murmur, "Do not think too much about it, nor worry about me, Gohan. Are you concerned that I might be disheartened by you, an old son? You underestimate me, little rascal." Noticing Gohan stealing glances at him, Piccolo, who should have been the most concerned about the situation, chuckled lightly. Uncle Piccolo. Gohan hesitated, uncertain of how to express himself. "All right, Gohan, trust the Grand Elder. In due time, the answers will reveal themselves," Goku reassured with a smile. "By the way, Gohan, I've noticed that your power seems to have significantly increased. Could it be due to the Scion ability of gaining strength from near-death experiences?" Upon hearing Goku's question, Gohan began to sense his own power. "Indeed, it has increased considerably," he replied, a hint of surprise in his voice. "If that is the case, then wouldn't repeated near-death experiences allow your power to grow infinitely?" Piccolo remarked in astonishment, having sensed Gohan's power surge as well. "It's not that simple, Uncle Piccolo. This enhancement should be related to the accumulation of regular training and continuous battles. Merely experiencing injuries and near-death situations wouldn't yield any significant effects," Gohan explained thoughtfully. "I say, Gohan, perhaps your strength is nearing that of your father's. How about we spar a bit later to test it out?" Goku proposed eagerly. Chapter 115, The Sorrowful Namekian's Namek. 3 incandescent suns traversed the sky in a unique rhythm. Although there were 3 suns, the temperature remained quite pleasant, with gentle sunlight bathing the land and a mild breeze caressing the water's surface, creating ripples. Occasionally, large fish leapt from the river, propelling themselves toward the shore, forming a neat pile. Ahem, it certainly wasn't spontaneous. Suddenly, the previously tranquil river erupted in splashes, a wave soaring high into the air. "Ha ha ha, Gohan. Your enhanced strength is now nearly fully under your control." Goku, concealed within the spray of water, glanced at the feast awaiting on the shore, his hearty laughter echoing as several hefty fish darted toward the bank. "Father, that should be enough. We've caught plenty." At that moment, Gohan burst forth from the water, clutching a large fish by its tail, vigorously shaking off the droplets from his head. With the fish in hand, Gohan and Goku landed on the shore one after the other, surveying the fruits of their hunt with satisfaction. In pursuit of resolving Piccolo's sole dilemma, they had lingered on Namek for nearly 10 days at the behest of the Grand Elder, and this was not their inaugural hunting expedition. The Namekians did not require sustenance, subsisting solely on water and converting it into necessary energy through photosynthesis. However, the insatiable appetites of Goku and Gohan posed a challenge, as their spacecraft's provisions were dwindling. They were compelled to hunt to sustain their daily needs. During this period, the surrounding fauna had encountered their own demise. Unable to match their adversaries in combat or escape their fate, they could only hope to outpace their kin, barely preserving their lives. Indeed, many creatures had begun to migrate. "Let us hurry, Dad. We still have our afternoon gravity training to complete," Gohan remarked as he packed the large fish into the multi-functional capsule, glancing at Goku. "At this pace, we should be able to conquer 100 times Earth's gravity in a few months," Goku replied with a smile while tallying their catch. During their time on Namek, Goku, Gohan, and Piccolo had not idled away their hours. Under the Grand Elder's counsel, Piccolo focused on meditative practices, striving to enhance his mental fortitude and restore his soul. Meanwhile, Goku and Gohan engaged in their routine gravity training and occasional sparring. Although they lacked the aid of the healing Senzu beans, the presence of Dandy, a humanoid healer, allowed them to spar without excessive concern. Instances of near fatality were not uncommon, but with Dandy's healing abilities, they swiftly regained vitality. Thus, the cycle of combat and training perpetuated, resulting in a remarkable enhancement of their powers. All right, let us return, Goku said, packing the fish. Gohan nodded, and the two ascended into the sky, heading towards the spaceship stationed in the village of Mori. Soon, they hovered above the spacecraft and began their descent. Dad, shall we commence our training at 40 times gravity today? Gohan suggested eagerly during their descent, only to notice Dandy and Piccolo emerging from the spaceship. Ah, Dandy, what brings you here? Are you going to plant trees? I haven't yet completed today's training. Gohan hesitated. He understood that relentless training was not advisable, and Goku shared this sentiment. Thus, during their intervals of training and combat, they often assisted the Namekians in planting seedlings of the Aki tree. Gohan felt joy in aiding his friend Dandy in improving the environment of Namek. However, he was puzzled as to why Dandy had come to seek him out so soon, as they usually went directly to help together. Dandy, is something amiss? Gohan inquired again. It seems the Grand Elder has discovered a method to restore my soul, Piccolo responded, a hint of excitement beneath his calm demeanor. That is wonderful, Uncle Piccolo. Why didn't you go directly? Son Wukong turned to Piccolo, a hint of confusion in his voice. I am unsure. The Elder instructed the three of us to proceed together. Piccolo replied, shaking his head. Dandy has only just arrived, and the specifics remain unspoken. Son Wukong and Son Gohan have just returned. Let us all go to the Elder together. The others have already gone ahead, Dandy stated at that moment. Others? Are the other Namekians with the Elder? Son Wukong tilted his head, puzzled, as he began to sense the energy of the Namekians. Almost everyone is there, Son Wukong remarked, looking towards the Elder's location with a somewhat astonished expression. In his sensing, the Namekians were indeed largely gathered at the Elder's side. Even those few who were absent seemed to be en route. The Elder has asked me to invite you all, stating that preparations are underway to assist Mr. Piccolo with his soul. Dandy nodded, somewhat bewildered himself, having only received the Elder's directive to summon Son Wukong and the others. Then let us proceed, Gohan suggested. Although uncertain of the reasons, Gohan did not dwell on it. In his mind, the benevolent Elder would never wish harm upon them. All right, Son Wukong agreed with a nod, exchanging a glance with Piccolo before the three followed Dandy into the sky. The journey was not lengthy. Soon, they arrived at their destination. Son Wukong and the others landed in a clearing at the base of the Rocky Mountain, where dozens of Namekians had already gathered. Mr. Wukong, Mr. Piccolo, and Gohan. Please enter. The Elder is awaiting you. Elder Muley stepped forward with a smile amidst the crowd. Elder Muley, you. Muley smiled, yet to Gohan. His expression seemed tinged with sorrow, as if the emotions of every Namekian present were steeped in melancholy. Observing Gohan's concerned gaze, Muley merely shook his head, signaling to the three of them to proceed. Gohan, let us heed the Elder's words and go inside, Son Wukong gently urged, sensing the peculiar atmosphere. Okay, Gohan nodded, though his heart felt inexplicably heavy. Chapter 116. The final gift. The three soared upward, landing outside the Elder's chamber, and entered in succession. The room's decor remained unchanged, with Neru standing motionless nearby while the Elder was seated in a stone chair. However, as soon as they stepped inside, an unusual aura enveloped them. Although the Elder's energy had not undergone significant alteration, it exuded an inexplicable sense of fragility. Son Wukong and Piccolo exchanged worried glances towards the Elder, momentarily forgetting their purpose of soul healing. In contrast, Gohan, with his superior mental acuity, soon discerned the source of that weakness. The Elder's mental prowess appears rather peculiar. Son Wukong furrows his brow. In his perception, a significant portion of the Elder's mental energy seems to have been separated. While it may not be overtly apparent from an energetic standpoint, it becomes evident from the perspective of mental power that the Elder's current spirit flickers faintly like a firefly. Elder, your mental energy. Son Wukong cannot help but voice his concern. Ah, Wukong, have you already sensed it? The Elder chuckles in surprise, yet refrains from elaborating, instead directing his gaze toward Piccolo. Come here, young one, allow me to assist you in your healing. Piccolo remains silent, though it is clear to him that the Elder appears poised to bear a heavy toll for the sake of his treatment. Elder, your body. The healing of the soul demands a considerable sacrifice, does it not? Piccolo queries solemnly. During his time on Namek, he has gradually come to embrace this homeland he has never known. Yet, faced with this venerable Elder, he finds it difficult to accept the potential sacrifices that may follow. "It is of no concern. Do not worry about me," the elder replies slowly, though his frailty is unmistakable. "You need not deceive me. I noticed the Namekians gathering below just a moment ago." Piccolo shakes his head. Everyone. The elder ponders, soon realizing that energies are converging towards their location, with nearly all present congregated at the base of the mountain. Has my perception waned to such an extent? The elder sighs softly, having been gradually severing his mental energy to facilitate Piccolo's healing. This significant depletion of mental power has in turn diminished his awareness of the outside world. "I originally wished to spare you this burden. The villagers should have come of their own accord," the elder states, pausing momentarily before continuing. "Your soul's affliction requires a great deal of mental energy for restoration. Though my strength may not be formidable, I possess a degree of amassed mental power that can aid you, a fellow Namekian. It brings me joy to assist. But your lifespan is already so limited. To spend these final moments in such tranquility is a blessing," Piccolo interjects, only to be cut off by the elder, who responds with a carefree demeanor and a smile directed at Sun Wukong. "Now, come closer." The elder takes a deep breath and addresses Piccolo. This time, Piccolo does not hesitate. He steps forward, observing as the elder gently places his hand upon his head. A refreshing sensation envelopes him, and Piccolo's eyes widen in astonishment as he feels the transformation. With the elder continuously channeling his mental energy, a vibrant green glow begins to emanate from Piccolo. Sun Wukong and Goku, who had been silent until now, are drawn to this extraordinary display of mental power, experiencing it with newfound clarity. The sensation of power and vitality was nearly indistinguishable, yet subtle differences existed, though neither individual could articulate what those distinctions were. Soon, the radiance emanating from Piccolo gradually dimmed, and the Grand Elder withdrew his hand. "This spiritual energy now resides within your body. Henceforth, you may expedite the assimilation of this power through meditation," the Grand Elder said with a gentle sigh. At that moment, he turned his gaze towards Son Gohan, noting that Piccolo's spiritual force still lacked strength, which could not be transferred to the Earth's guardian. "Gohan, come forth. Although I am uncertain of the reason, your spiritual energy appears remarkably potent in my perception. You shall be the one to relay this energy," the Grand Elder instructed. Gohan, taken aback, glanced at his father, Son Goku, who offered an encouraging nod. Hesitating momentarily, Gohan approached the Grand Elder. "Spiritual energy is indeed a form of ki, possessing extraordinary utility. Gohan, your talent is formidable. Unfortunately, the legacy concerning its application and cultivation is exceedingly scarce. Much of my ability stems from innate gifts, leaving me unable to impart knowledge to you. You shall convey this power to the Guardian of Earth. Rest assured, as he is destined to become the guardian of the planet. He must possess some understanding of spiritual energy. Simply inform him, and he will know how to receive it," the Grand Elder continued as he transferred the energy. As Gohan experienced the peculiar sensation of the Grand Elder's spiritual energy merging with his own, it felt as though it had been uniquely refined, bearing minimal trace of its origin. Although the Grand Elder claimed this power was merely stored within him, Gohan sensed his own spiritual energy becoming more vibrant, hinting at an increase in strength. Yet, rather than feeling joy, a profound sadness enveloped him. This was because, in his perception, as the spiritual energy continued to transfer, the previously stable essence of the Grand Elder began to wane rapidly. At a loss for words, Gohan had initially believed that without Frieza's interference and after defeating Slug, the Grand Elder would have a longer life ahead. "I'm sorry, Grand Elder," Gohan's voice fell somberly. It seemed that the connection of their spiritual energies allowed the Grand Elder to perceive Gohan's current thoughts. He smiled reassuringly. "Child, the essence of life does not lie in mere longevity. In these final moments, encountering you and witnessing the tranquility and harmony of Namek, I harbor no regrets." As the Grand Elder concluded his words, the hand resting upon Gohan's head withdrew. Instinctively, Gohan looked up, only to catch a fleeting glimpse of hesitation upon the Grand Elder's face. "Grand Elder, do you have any remaining wishes?" Gohan inquired, his gaze earnest. After a moment of contemplation, the Grand Elder finally voiced his lingering concern. "Gohan, Goku, Piccolo, I have an unsettling feeling about the future of Namek." Upon hearing these words, Sun Wukong and his companions instinctively turned their gaze towards the Elder, exchanging a silent glance. The profound impression left by the dream prompted Son Gohan to speak first. "Grand Elder, Are you referring to Frisia? If it is indeed him, you need not worry. He is currently unaware of the Dragon Balls and is unlikely to come. Son Gohan was aware of the Elder's ability to probe memories, leading him to believe that the Elder's concerns stemmed from Frisia. However, before he could finish his reassuring words, he noticed the Elder gently shaking his head. I am not speaking of Frisia, Gohan. That sense of unease seems to originate from a more distant future, the Elder sighed. A more distant future? Son Gohan pondered, furrowing his brow. Grand Elder, do you have any information about this entity? Son Wukong inquired. The feeling is too vague. It is merely a faint sense of discomfort. I cannot ascertain when it will occur, the Elder replied, his breath growing increasingly labored. Could it be a new adversary? Piccolo's gaze narrowed slightly, recalling Son Gohan's speculation about parallel dimensions. His remark seemed to awaken Son Wukong and Son Gohan, prompting them to recollect this matter. Grand Elder, rest assured, if Namek faces danger in the future, we will certainly come to its aid, Son Gohan declared earnestly. Initially, both Son Wukong and Piccolo exchanged a glance with him, but soon they seemed to sense something and shifted their focus back to the Elder. The Elder's breaths became more rapid, and his life force waned. I apologize, the future of Namek, as well as Earth I hope for everlasting peace. The Elder looked at Son Gohan with a hint of regret. His desire to assist Piccolo and the Supreme Kai stemmed from a wish to help the unfortunate Namekian child wandering alone. Only upon hearing Son Gohan's assurance did he realize that, although not entirely sincere, he had inadvertently leveraged Son Gohan's gratitude. He could only convey his remorse through his eyes. Fear not, Grand Elder. If that day arrives, we will be there to assist. Son Wukong spoke up. Although Piccolo remained silent, his steadfast gaze conveyed the same sentiment. The Elder glanced at them, his strength waning, yet a faint smile graced his face. He recognized that there was no animosity in their eyes towards his old ruse, only sincerity, kindness, and determination. He had never employed any tricks. Throughout, he had simply extended his goodwill towards the three. How wonderful it is for Namek to encounter such individuals, the Elder thought silently, his worries and regrets transformed into comfort. With a smile, he closed his eyes, and his breath faded away. Grand Elder. Despite sensing the end, Son Gohan could not help but call out, his voice tinged with a hint of sorrow. Beside them, Son Wukong and Piccolo stood in silence, while Nailu, who had been by the Elder's side, turned to bow quietly. The Elder had passed away. Not long after, a rare drizzling rain began to fall upon Namek, the almost inaudible sound of raindrops mingling with the gentle sobs of the Namekians at the foot of the rocky mountain, bidding a final farewell to their Elder. Although the Elder had departed from this world, Namek did not descend into chaos. In fact, prior to his passing, the Elder had gathered the Elders from various villages to discuss the future. He appointed the next Elder, Muley, entrusted the Dragon Balls to him, and clarified his decision regarding Piccolo's treatment. The gathering at the Elder's residence beneath the Rocky Mountain was solely for the purpose of honoring his memory. Thanks to the Elder's prior explanations, the Namekians bore no resentment towards Son Wukong and his companions. A few days later, amidst the Namekians' farewell, Son Wukong, Son Gohan, and Piccolo set forth on their journey home. Meanwhile, in a distant corner of the galaxy, on an unknown desolate planet, within a dim cave, the demon Dallas had wrought havoc upon this world. Beside a flickering fire, an elderly man with graying hair lamented in anger and despair. The country's defense forces had been defeated by the demon and his minions. The planet's energy had been drained by that cursed tree. Who then could come to our rescue? Beside the old man, a weary woman wept uncontrollably. I have heard that two valiant warriors, one tall and one short, are currently pursuing the demon Dallas. If we can just hold on, there is hope. From the shadows, a frail young boy encouraged them. These individuals were survivors of the Dallas Legion's invasion of their planet, in pursuit of the spirit tree to cultivate its fruits for power enhancement. Dallas scoured planets teeming with life energy. Their planet had recently caught the attention of the Dallas Legion, but fortunately, they had managed to escape unscathed due to its distance from the spirit tree, avoiding a direct encounter with Dallas's group. The righteous warriors they spoke of were none other than Vegeta and Nappa, who had been summoned by Frisia to form a Scion squad and had taken to tracking Dallas. Within the cave, although the young boy's encouragement slightly lifted the somber atmosphere, silence still prevailed. For hope was but a flicker, without anyone to save them. Their lives on this already lifeless planet would soon come to an end. Just then, a voice rang out from outside the cave. Our great savior, our deliverer has arrived. A disheveled, middle-aged man burst in, clutching a device to detect energy, tears of excitement streaming down his face. Is it those two valiant warriors? The boy in the cave asked, trembling with anticipation. The man at the entrance was too overwhelmed to speak, merely nodding vigorously. I knew it. The great hero has come to save us. The boy laughed joyously, and at that moment, hope sparkled in the eyes of the elderly man and the woman. Not only they, but also the survivors from other regions rejoiced in anticipation of the defeat of the malevolent Dales. They yearned for their planet to return to its former state. Meanwhile, what of Dales? This wretched creature was fixated on the bountiful spirit tree before him, laughing maniacally. Damn it, this time he must eliminate those two scoundrels. A frenzied expression adorned Dale's face, driven nearly to madness by the relentless pursuit of Vegeta. Once, Dale's legion roamed the cosmos with impunity, leisurely planting trees, feasting on fruits, and enhancing their powers. That serene existence was shattered not long ago when Vegeta, accompanied by Nappa, arrived, demanding they join Frisia's Scion Special Forces. Accustomed to a life of ease, who would willingly become a mere laborer. Thus, a fierce battle ensued, resulting in Dale's narrow defeat. Yes, he considered it a near victory. Now, he believed that consuming another fruit would enable him to triumph over Vegeta. Chapter 118. Inferior even to Kakarot. You truly are a wretched, foolish creature with a short memory. At this rate, you shall never become a true Scion warrior. Just as Dales contemplated devouring the spirit tree's fruit to redeem himself against Vegeta, the latter's voice unexpectedly pierced the air. Hovering nearby, Vegeta regarded Dales with unabashed scorn. What is the matter? Has your scouter been damaged, rendering you incapable of sensing others' energy? Truly pathetic, even inferior to Kakarot, and you dare to bear that face. Witnessing Dales, lost in ecstasy while clutching the spirit tree's fruit, only deepened Vegeta's disdain. This marked Vegeta's second encounter with Dales, yet his opinion of the latter had plummeted further. During their first meeting, Dale's striking resemblance to Goku had startled him. However, after engaging in combat and witnessing each other's hollow strength and flawed techniques, Vegeta's respect for Dales had evaporated. As for the fruit Dales held, Vegeta had seen him consume it during their initial meeting. The last time they crossed paths, Dales had similarly boasted while desperately planting trees. Initially intrigued, Vegeta swiftly dispatched Dale's subordinates and leisurely observed him cultivate his trees. Given Dale's claim that eating the fruit would enhance his strength, Vegeta afforded him that opportunity. Yet, as time passed, the power gained from the fruit gradually waned, revealing Dale's true nature, and the latter half of the battle transformed into a display of Vegeta's overwhelming superiority. It was only later, upon researching, that Vegeta discovered the spirit tree's fruit was meant for deities. When consumed by mortals lacking sufficient training, their bodies would leak energy like a sieve, causing the acquired power to swiftly dissipate. How shall I express this? After consuming the fruit and witnessing its powers wane, the consumer indeed experiences a boost in strength. However, when compared to Vegeta's own training, the enhancement is rather negligible. At this moment, Vegeta does not oppose the idea of utilizing external sources to augment his own abilities, yet one must not lose sight of the fundamentals. To Vegeta, Dales embodies this very flaw, being entranced by foreign power, which has led to a catastrophic decline in his combat skills and techniques. What? Do you still wish to use your subordinates to shield yourself from me, as you did last time? Vegeta cast a disdainful glance at the myriad of lackeys surrounding Dales, each possessing a combat power of merely around 1,000, and could not help but scoff. Dales might have a few capable underlings, yet he had dispatched them all in their previous encounter. This time, these minions would be utterly powerless against him. Vegeta chuckled, while Dale's eyes blazed crimson. His anger was not for the fallen subordinates, merely expendable resources in his eyes, but rather at the mention of Kakarot. To his knowledge, Kakarot was but a lowly warrior. Even his father Bardock, a formidable fighter with power exceeding 10,000, faced ridicule due to his son's meager initial combat power of 2. How could such a wretch ever be compared to him? What qualifications does that worthless Kakarot possess to stand alongside me? Dale's thoughts manifested into words as he glared at Vegeta, his teeth clenched in indignation. Yet, Vegeta paid him no heed, his cold smirk unwavering. This only served to infuriate Dales further. Despite his cunning methods of gaining power through the fruit, he still held the dignity of a scion. Thus, he widened his mouth and bit down fiercely on the spirit tree fruit. Dales had resolved that this time he would not squander his opportunity. After consuming the fruit, he would eliminate this insufferable opponent with all his might. Just as a glimmer of anticipation sparked in his eyes, Vegeta's voice pierced through the air. I have no inclination to play with you. The suddenness of Vegeta's declaration startled him, causing a cold sweat to break out across his body. Almost instantaneously, he felt a sharp pain in his abdomen, propelling him towards the ground. Last time I spared you, hoping for some growth, yet you have disappointed me gravely, Dales. This time, I shall not grant you the luxury of an opportunity. Vegeta charged forward, swatting the fruit from Dale's grasp. Surrender now. There is no retreat for you this time. As Vegeta continued his assault, Dales found himself utterly defenseless. He had pinned all his hopes on the fruit, only to have it knocked away. Would he truly be reduced to serving Frieza, becoming a mere subordinate? Soon, he reached a decision. If he must work, then so be it. This was not an act of capitulation, but rather a recognition that he could endure no more. Moreover, Dales noticed Vegeta's gaze fixated on his face, seemingly growing more exhilarated with each strike. Just as Dales was about to concede, a punch from Vegeta caught him squarely in the face, silencing his attempt to speak. You won't even let me voice my thoughts. Dallas rolled his eyes and quickly retreated, only to find Vegeta relentlessly pursuing him. Trying to escape? Vegeta barked coldly. Faced with Vegeta's increasingly fierce onslaught, Dallas found himself at a loss and decided to unleash his own power to repel Vegeta, hoping to seize the moment to concede. Huh, Dallas roared, and a surge of white energy erupted around him. In that instant, Vegeta seemed to catch a glimpse of Goku's shadow. Kakarot, Vegeta's gaze flickered, and his body involuntarily tensed. Very well, if this is your choice, then I shall oblige you. Seeing Dallas suddenly burst forth with strength, Vegeta perceived that Dallas's Saiyan pride would not allow him to concede defeat. With a powerful shout, he swung his iron fist, enveloped in radiant energy, intending to finish Dallas with this blow. As for how to explain it to Frieza, he would deal with that later. Watching Dallas, whose expression had turned resolute, a chill ran down Dallas's spine. I concede. I am willing to join Frieza's army. Dallas shouted at a breakneck speed, his voice a rapid-fire plea. Overwhelmed by fear, he even tightly shut his eyes. Dallas felt a fierce wind whip across his face, yet the anticipated agony did not arrive. Trembling, he slowly opened his eyes to find Vegeta's fist halted mere centimeters from his nose, unmoving. Startled, Dallas hurriedly stepped back. Observing Dallas, drenched in cold sweat and appearing utterly feeble, Vegeta suddenly felt a wave of disinterest wash over him. Pathetic, you are leagues away from that fool Kakarot, he remarked coldly as he retracted his fist. Chapter 119. How can I reclaim the pride of the Saiyans amongst these two useless ones? Although Vegeta's words were blunt, Dallas dared not retort. Instead, he adopted an exceedingly submissive demeanor. It was important to note that while he was obsessed with using the fruits of the Tree of Might to enhance his power, he was not a fool. He clearly recognized the disparity between himself and Vegeta. His earlier bravado stemmed from the belief that he could turn the tables on Vegeta with the fruit's power. Had he not conceded so swiftly, he would likely have been reduced to a mere pulp by Vegeta's fist. Even now, despite having faced two defeats, Dallas found it hard to believe. Their strengths seemed so closely matched prior to the malfunction of his scouter. He had assessed Vegeta's power level and found it comparable to his own, both hovering around 20 to 30,000. Yet, no matter how hard he fought, he could not best Vegeta. Even acknowledging Vegeta's assertion that he had been neglecting the refinement of his own abilities, relying solely on the Tree of Might to overpower his foes, Dallas couldn't comprehend how Vegeta, without the aid of a scouter, seemed to instinctively sense his position and, at critical moments, could dramatically amplify his strength. This left Dallas utterly baffled. Was Vegeta truly a Saiyan, and how could he be so vastly different from himself? Darius felt a sudden involuntary shiver run down his spine. His gaze shifted to Vegeta's eyes, only to discover that the prince had been regarding him with a chilling stare for some time. Your Highness, would you care for a fruit to quench your thirst? The words escaped Darius's lips impulsively, his mind racing with panic. Yet, as soon as he uttered them, he regretted his choice. Vegeta seemed to harbor an intense aversion to the fruit of the Tree of Might, a disdain that had recently led to Darius's own brutal beating. Under Darius's fearful gaze, Vegeta scrutinized him from head to toe, eventually fixing his gaze upon Darius's face. With Nappa and Darius, how could we possibly restore the honor of the Saiyans? Vegeta clenched his teeth, and for reasons he could not fathom, the sight of Darius's face evoked memories of Goku. In that moment, Vegeta perceived Goku, this lower-class warrior, as significantly superior to both Darius and Nappa. With a disdainful huff, Vegeta remained silent, redirecting his attention to the towering tree of might in the distance. To be candid, viewed from the perspective of power enhancement, the fruit of the tree was indeed a cheat, a divine artifact. Were he still the man he once was, he would have undoubtedly succumbed to its allure. However, now infused with a wealth of training knowledge obtained from Goku, Vegeta had become a force to be reckoned with. The enhancements offered by the tree's fruit no longer held any value in his eyes. The coveted fruit, which so many sought after, now appeared to Vegeta as nothing more than a facade of strength, an illusion that led one astray from their true self. With this thought in mind, Vegeta abruptly raised his hand, unleashing a torrent of immense energy directed straight toward the tree. Boom! A resounding explosion echoed as the energy of the entire planet converged upon the tree, which burst into a myriad of luminous particles, dissipating into the heavens in the blink of an eye. The power that had been forcefully extracted suddenly returned, reviving all things under its potent nourishment. As if blessed by the divine, Darius, standing beside Vegeta, was rendered speechless by this sudden onslaught. This planet was one he had painstakingly sought after, teeming with vitality. How much might the fruit have enhanced their combat abilities? Vegeta, the prodigal prince. As Darius watched the radiant fragments of the tree vanish into the cosmos, his heart ached with unspoken fury. Foolish and obstinate, can you not see the truth? Though silent, Darius's anguished expression only intensified Vegeta's ire. In a fit of rage, Vegeta struck Darius in the abdomen. Observe the feeble power you gained from that fruit. With a dull thud, Darius doubled over under the force of Vegeta's blow, resembling a bent shrimp. From his elevated position, Vegeta sneered, "You are nothing but a subordinate, a mere weakling, just like Nappa." "Forgive me, my lord," Darius gasped, struggling against the tumult in his stomach. "I realize my errors." As Vegeta beheld the figure of Dallas, memories involuntarily surged within him. Recollections of their last encounter when he was mercilessly beaten by Dallas's subordinates, leaving him scattered and broken, while Nappa languished in a healing pod, still recuperating. Despite having endured the same battle on Earth, Nappa had made no discernible progress, merely relying on the Scion's innate near-death capabilities to marginally enhance his battle prowess. Yet, Vegeta had never regarded Nappa as a true comrade, especially after Nappa had so brazenly pledged his loyalty before Frieza. Nonetheless, being of Scion blood, Nappa's lackluster performance was a source of profound disappointment for him. "Let us proceed. I must seek out the next Scion," Vegeta declared, turning his back on Dallas with a cold retort. Dallas, who had intended to inquire about the possibility of recruiting his subordinates, turned only to discover that his remaining lackeys had vanished aboard his spaceship, fleeing into the cosmos unbeknownst to him. Frustrated, he clenched his teeth and muttered a low response, trailing behind Vegeta's retreating form. "Your Highness, are we to meet Lord Frieza? Why has he suddenly decided to reassemble a Scion squad?" Dallas queried, his voice tinged with concern after a brief flight. Having experienced Frieza's prior reign, albeit in his youth, and remaining oblivious to the actual circumstances surrounding the destruction of planet Vegeta, he had witnessed Frieza's malevolence firsthand. Thus, having chosen to submit, he felt compelled to question Vegeta for his own safety. "Frieza is still on vacation. If you wish to inquire, you may do so directly," Vegeta replied with an indifferent tone. Yet, Dallas's question rekindled memories of Frieza's smug expression when he had announced the formation of the Scion squad. "Damn Frieza, just wait. One day, I shall crush you beneath my feet." The dignity of a Scion is not easily tarnished, Vegeta seethed silently, clenching his teeth in anger. Ultimately, he deemed both Nappa and Dallas as unreliable. However, he was no longer the same Vegeta of yore. With the pace of his current progress, surpassing Frieza was not beyond the realm of possibility. Kakarot, you will ultimately regret your arrogance. After releasing his fury, a satisfied smile crept across Vegeta's lips as he contemplated his next moves. Chapter 120. The Legacy of Earth Martial Arts, the Forbidden Realm of Heaven? Regrettably, during his previous sojourn on Earth, Vegeta had failed to acquire the ability of telepathy, ensuring that his fervent desire for vengeance would remain unheard by Goku. Just as Vegeta was subduing Dallas and returning to Frieza's base, Goku and his companions were arriving back on Earth 6 days later on a serene evening. The following morning, Gohan, entrusted with the Elder's mission, made his way to the Earth's temple. Grand Elder, Grand Elder. As soon as his feet touched the ground, Gohan called out loudly into the depths of the temple. It wasn't long before the Grand Elder and Mr. Popo emerged, one after the other. Gohan, what brings you here? The divine being, observing the sudden arrival of Sun Wukong, was momentarily taken aback by the sheer magnitude of his mental power, rendering him speechless. Although Sun Wukong did not unleash the overwhelming mental pressure stored by the Elder, he was himself unaware of how to wield it. The mental energy he inadvertently emitted merely exerted a slight suppression on ordinary individuals. However, for the divine being, who had studied mental and spiritual powers, the extraordinary strength of Sun Wukong's mental force was immediately apparent. How could this child possess such formidable mental energy, vastly surpassing what it was before? Could it be related to the journey to Namek? The divine being mused. Although he could observe earthly events from his celestial realm, he lacked the morbid curiosity to watch the Wukong family incessantly. Thus, he was unaware of the specific circumstances surrounding Sun Wukong's visit. However, before he could dwell on his confusion for long, Sun Wukong clarified his purpose. Grandfather Divine, the Elder of Namek has separated his mental power to treat Uncle Piccolo and your spiritual deficiencies. Uncle Piccolo has already undergone treatment, and the mental energy you require has been entrusted to me by the Elder. As he spoke, Sun Wukong nodded towards the two, a wave of sorrow washing over him as he recalled the Elder's passing. Separation of mental energy? The divine being was taken aback, carefully sensing Sun Wukong's mental force again, only to discover subtle distinctions. Within the divine being's perception, Sun Wukong's mental energy was composed of two distinct forces. One was his own, while the other was remarkably pure, devoid of any human essence. So this is the case, intended as a remedy for my spiritual deficiencies, the divine being exhaled in relief. The Elder mentioned that you possess the means to accept this power, Sun Wukong remarked, feeling of burgeoning curiosity about the methods associated with its application since he had experienced the Elder's stored mental energy. Very well, the divine being pondered briefly, then gently placed his hand on Sun Wukong's head. Let me examine your memories. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong did not resist, allowing the divine being to activate his ability. In an instant, the experiences of the three on Namek began to unfold before the divine being's eyes. Chirag, the Elder has passed? The divine being, while saddened by the Elder's demise, found his attention captivated by the fragments concerning Chirag. Grandfather Divine, did you also see Chirag? Thankfully, Father dealt with that fiend, otherwise Namek would have faced another calamity. As Sun Wukong recalled this formidable adversary, he instinctively sighed in relief. It seems that fiend did not appear in your dreams, the divine being remarked, pondering with a different focus than Sun Wukong. Indeed, Chirag did not manifest in my dreams, Sun Wukong confirmed. The individual appeared to have followed from the planet business, though it remains unclear whether it is due to fluctuations in time and space or a vision of the future. I have yet to encounter this person, Gohan mused, pursing his lips in contemplation. Well, putting that aside for now, I have discerned the method of receiving power. Gohan, please relax and stand firm. The matter concerning Slag was too convoluted to unravel at present, and the deity refrained from exhausting his mind over it. With a gentle flick of his finger directed at Gohan, a sphere of emerald-hued energy began to coalesce from Gohan's being. The warmth of this familiar power evoked a sense of nostalgia within the deity. Grandfather Deity, are you aware of any training methods that can transform mental energy into an offensive force? Gohan inquired, feeling the curious sensation of his mental energy gradually departing from his body, recalling the words of the Elder. What prompts this sudden inquiry? The deity regarded Gohan with an expression tinged with curiosity as he slowly absorbed the energy back into his own form. The Elder mentioned that my mental prowess is remarkably strong, yet he lacked any pertinent cultivation methods. My father and I should be able to overcome 100-fold gravity in a few months. If the dreams prove true, we should have no trouble dealing with the androids. However, Gohan's voice faltered, as the deity's previous mention of Slag reminded him that this future may hold unforeseen variables. Beyond the conventional training, he wished to enhance his strength from every conceivable angle. Regarding that, there truly are no viable methods. The deity, having merged with the mental energy, was enveloped by a sensation of warmth and fullness. Upon hearing Gohan's question and pondering the young man's extraordinary mental capabilities, the The deity's eyes brightened momentarily before he slowly shook his head. Lord Deity, perhaps deep within the celestial realm. At this juncture, Mr. Bobo, who had been silent until now, interjected. Have you forgotten, Mr. Bobo? That is a forbidden area in the celestial realm, and it is absolutely off limits. The deity's expression shifted abruptly, his demeanor turning grave as he emphatically dismissed the notion. Grandfather Deity, what is this place you speak of? Gohan. It is best not to inquire further. The location Mr. Bobo mentioned is an absolute no-go within the celestial realm. The deity's tone grew more severe, his expression solemn as he addressed Gohan's question. Faced with the deity's resolute stance, Gohan reluctantly quelled his thirst for knowledge. Very well, I shall double my efforts in training. Grandfather Deity, if that is the case, I shall take my leave. Gohan waved farewell to the deity and Mr. Bobo, turning to depart under their watchful gaze. Mr. Bobo, while that place is indeed a site of martial heritage on Earth, Gohan's current mental strength is insufficient to withstand the trials within. Do not disclose this matter to him in the future. After Gohan's departure, the deity turned to Mr. Bobo, reiterating his admonition in a low voice. Understood, deity. It was a lapse on my part, Mr. Bobo replied, nodding with a hint of remorse. It is not your fault, Bobo. The former deities of Earth were overly dogmatic. The deity sighed, reflecting on the past. However, at this very moment, my soul found its completion. Perhaps this is the design of fate. If it must be, then let it be me who speaks under the watchful gaze of the celestial being, who slowly articulates his thoughts. O Divine One. After receiving a reminder from the celestial being, I recalled the perils of the land of inheritance and instinctively sought to dissuade. Yet, before I could finish my words, I was signaled to halt by the celestial being beside me. Perhaps, at times, Earth requires more than just a celestial being. Gazing at the tranquil sky, the celestial being's mind drifted to formidable adversaries seen in the memories of Sun Wukong. They certainly could not be rivaled by mere divine status. Reflecting on the enigmatic future and Sun Wukong's theories about parallel timelines, sensing the burgeoning spiritual energy within and the gradually completing soul, the celestial being's tone grew increasingly contemplative. Chapter 121. The martial arts subsidy of Sun Wukong. Ha! You are flying too slowly. On the way home, Son Gohan frolicked amidst the clouds, playing with a few small birds in formation. How delightful it is, this earth! As he relished the gentle breeze whispering past his ears, he gazed down at the lush terrain, unable to suppress his musings. I must continue to strengthen my mental prowess, though it cannot transform into an offensive method. A robust mental strength aids in mastering my own power, while enjoying the serene tranquility and organizing his thoughts for future training. Son Gohan swiftly soared back above the Baozi Mountain. Alas, what is that? Hovering above Baozi Mountain, Son Gohan suddenly noticed a man clad in a brownish-yellow uniform seemingly lost among the woods below. That attire, doesn't it belong to the Royal Guard? Son Gohan's eyes darted as he recalled images of the Royal Guard accompanying the king in broadcasts he had seen. Odd. Why would the King's Guard venture to Baozi Mountain? With such curiosity, Son Gohan flew toward the man. Hey, sir, what are you doing? In midair, before even landing, Son Gohan had already called out. Who goes there? The man addressed was Kohan, the guard who had assisted Sun Wukong and Bulma during their visit to the king. Hearing Son Gohan's voice, he abruptly turned, only to witness the young boy gracefully descending. Young one, were you flying just now? Kohan's mouth fell agape as he looked at Son Gohan, then at the sky. That is a form of martial arts, Son Gohan replied with a bashful smile. Truly, it is no wonder this is the residence of Mr. Sun. Even a child possesses such remarkable ability. Kohan, astonished, blinked rapidly, attempting to compose himself. Sir, you are from the King's Guard, correct? What brings you to Baozi Mountain? Son Gohan inquired, curiosity piquing. I am here seeking a family by the surname of Sunday Young One. Do you know where Mr. Sun Wukong is? Upon hearing Son Gohan's question, Kohan began to express his purpose, but midway, his gaze fixed on Son Gohan, momentarily stunned. Why does this child resemble? Sir, what do you want with my father? Is it regarding matters in the eastern capital? Sun Wukong's son, Son Gohan, found himself reminiscing about the eastern capital, as it was the only connection he could fathom between his family and the government. Your father is Sun Wukong? Kohan exclaimed, his voice rising with sudden realization, his eyes gleaming with understanding. No wonder this child resembles the young Mr. Wukong from the footage I've seen. The guard had mentioned that Mr. Sun has a son. It's clear why this child possesses the ability to fly. Truly, He is the offspring of Mr. Sunday. While Kohen marveled at this revelation, son Gohan interjected, "Indeed. I am son Gohan. Uncle, what brings you here?" At this inquiry, Kohen assumed a serious demeanor. "It is the command of His Majesty the King to distribute martial arts subsidies to distinguished martial artists. I consider myself fortunate to be responsible for the allocation of Mr. Sun Wukong's subsidy." Kohen chuckled, still exhilarated at the prospect of seeing Sun Wukong again. "Well, I never expected to meet his son first. Martial arts subsidy? Father's subsidy?" Son Gohan was momentarily taken aback by Kohen's words. Does this mean father is earning money? After a brief pause, he realized that the concept of earning money seemed utterly disconnected from Sun Wukong, whether in reality or in dreams. Once he grasped the situation, Son Gohan led Kohen towards his home. Martial arts subsidy? 500,000. Upon arriving at Son Gohan's residence, Kohen had just begun to explain his purpose when an ecstatic Chi-Chi emitted a dolphin-like shriek. Wincing in pain, Kohen rubbed his ears and chuckled, "Madam Chi-Chi, your voice is indeed quite powerful." My apologies. It's just that such income is rare for our family." Chi-Chi blushed at Kohen's remark, her voice softening. "I recall that the prize money for the martial arts tournament was only 500,000. Is this truly a gift from King Grandpa?" Sun Wukong, standing nearby, expressed his surprise. "Indeed, Mr. Sun, and you will receive 500,000 every month as a martial arts subsidy. This is a new support policy approved by His Majesty this year, and yours is being issued at the highest standard. This policy should have been mentioned on television. Did you not see it?" Kohen asked, his gaze still brimming with excitement as he looked at Sun Wukong. "Is that so? Gohan and I just returned to Earth yesterday, and we are quite out of the loop," Sun Wukong replied with a smile, scratching his head. "Oh, I see. So you've just returned to Earth? That explains it." Kohen began, but as he spoke, he suddenly realized the implications of Sun Wukong's words, his eyes widening in astonishment. "Did I just mishear? Mr. Sun implies that he previously ventured into outer space." Kohen was utterly taken aback. Although not a person of advanced technological expertise, Kohen was acutely aware that humanity, at its current level of scientific development, could not support unrestricted interstellar travel. Could it be that the mastery of martial arts had reached such a pinnacle that one could traverse the cosmos in physical form? In that moment, in Kohen's eyes, Sun Wukong had been elevated to the realm of legend. Meanwhile, oblivious to Kohen's thoughts, Sun Wukong and Chi-Chi were engaged in a discussion regarding the allocation of their allowance. Naturally, it was primarily Chi-Chi who spoke, as Sun Wukong, lacking any real concept of money, had no intention of determining how to utilize the funds. "This is splendid. We can purchase the latest learning device for Gohan. He has been so engrossed in training with you all that his studies have suffered." With a monthly allowance of 500,000, Chi-Chi mentioned the prestigious World Martial Arts Tournament, which only occurs once every 3 years. At that moment, Kohen, having snapped out of his reverie, interjected, "Mr. Wukong, in addition to delivering the allowance, His Majesty the King has commanded me to convey another matter." "Another matter?" Sun Wukong turned his attention toward Chi-Chi's words. "Indeed, His Majesty, in his efforts to vigorously promote martial arts on Earth, has deliberated with his ministers and decided that the government will take the lead in reinstating the World Martial Arts Tournament." Kohen exclaimed with fervor, "The World Martial Arts Tournament? It has been ages since I last heard news of such an event." Sun Wukong reminisced about the days of competing for the title of the strongest alongside his companions. "Mr. Sun, after your victorious championship, the tournament ceased to be held." Kohen lamented, a hint of nostalgia in his tone. He was a devoted martial arts enthusiast, yet since the 23rd World Martial Arts Tournament, there had been no high-caliber competitions to ignite his passion. In the interim, during his leisurely hours, he had resorted to repeatedly watching recordings of past tournaments for entertainment. "So, does that mean His Majesty wishes for me to participate in the tournament?" Sun Wukong's eyes sparkled with excitement. Although he had mastered the perception of ki, he remained oblivious to the existence of beings more powerful than himself on Earth. Nonetheless, his desire to compete was unwavering. However, upon hearing this, Kohen was taken aback. Hastily waving his hands in denial, "His Majesty merely invites you to attend the tournament, primarily to promote martial arts. As a past champion, you may be asked to provide guidance to the advancing contestants after the competition." Kohen wiped the cold sweat from his brow, realizing he nearly botched the king's instructions. If Mr. Sun were to compete, who could possibly stand against him? Furthermore, the tournament, as per the king's intent, was meant to ignite a resurgence of martial arts on Earth, with the primary goal of discovering new talent in the discipline. If the guidance provided by the previous champion holds any merit, it might indeed stir the competitive spirit of the contestants. However, as a competitor himself, Gohan could already envision the budding martial artists being utterly demoralized before they even had a chance to mature. Well then, Sun Wukong mused, somewhat disinterested, for he had never taken on the role of a teacher. "Let us go watch the competition," exclaimed Chi-Chi decisively, as she squeezed the thick stack of bills in her hand. Chi-Chi had no intentions of revitalizing martial arts on Earth, but it was hardly appropriate to decline the king's first invitation right after he had graciously bestowed a stipend. "Yes, Dad, it wouldn't hurt to take a look," Son Gohan chimed in, observing his mother's enthusiasm. He had heard Sun Wukong speak of the schedule for the World Martial Arts Tournament, which would only last a couple of days. Even if this event had a larger scale, it should not extend for too long. Listening to his mother's voice and witnessing the fervent gestures from the others, Son Gohan, despite being merely 4 years old, quickly grasped the underlying significance. $500,000 was indeed a substantial sum. Although their family primarily relied on the bounty of Mount Baozi, life encompassed more than just sustenance. Based on his dreams, Gohan knew his father had no steady income, and the household expenses were predominantly sustained by the savings of his grandfather, the Bull Demon King. Yet, those savings were not inexhaustible, and with his father finally earning legitimate income, Gohan wholeheartedly shared his mother's concerns. Seeing both of them in agreement, Gohan seized the moment. "Mr. Son, it's merely a brief guidance. It won't take much time." "Very well," Sun Wukong replied after a moment's contemplation. In truth, attending the competition mattered little to him, and since Chi-Chi and Gohan were in favor, he found no reason to decline. "Is the date for the tournament confirmed?" he inquired next. "It is tentatively set for May of next year. Before the competition begins, a representative will come to escort you and your family to the venue," Gohan assured him. "I'm just informing you in advance. You needn't worry, there is still plenty of time." Upon hearing Sun Wukong's agreement, Gohan sighed in relief and added, "Perhaps you could train your son. There are over 4 months until the tournament begins. Who knows? He might follow in your footsteps and secure a championship." A glance at Son Gohan, who was seated nearby, filled Gohan with delight as he completed his task with a smile. His words were not mere jest. He had witnessed Son Gohan's remarkable flying abilities before. Following the events with the Demon King Piccolo, the Royal Guard held Sun Wukong in high esteem, and as a junior member of the Guard, Gohan was especially influenced and enthusiastic about martial arts competitions. In his estimation, it was only natural that Son Gohan possessed exceptional talent as well. "I think I'll pass, Uncle Gohan," Son Gohan replied with a smile, as he truly had no desire to participate in the competition at that moment. He was not arrogant. It was simply that, aside from Sun Wukong, he could find no worthy opponent on Earth, making it perhaps more enjoyable to merely watch competitions as a form of relaxation. Alas, it was truly a pity. Gohan had hoped to witness Son Gohan's remarkable performance at the martial arts conference, but could only sigh in disappointment. Who could comprehend his yearning to see his idol's legacy continue? "In that case, I shall take my leave, Mr. Son. The subsequent allowances will be directly credited to your card at home." Having gathered his thoughts, Gohan stood to bid farewell. After seeing Gohan off, Son Gohan and Sun Wukong discussed their communications with the deities in the heavenly realm and shared thoughts on spiritual training during their journey home. Indeed, enhancing one's mental acuity through meditation could significantly aid in power control. Having heard Son Gohan's insights, Sun Wukong nodded in agreement. During his own training in the heavenly realm, he had also engaged in meditation under the guidance of Bobo. After being pointed out by Master Roshi regarding the limitations of the Kaioken technique, he had experimented with meditation to strengthen his control over power. "So, Dad, will we be heading to Aunt Bulma's for gravity training afterward?" Son Gohan inquired. As for the gravity chamber, Bulma sent over a universal capsule recently, claiming it to be the latest portable gravity training room. It was not Sun Wukong who spoke, but Chi-Chi, who turned and retrieved a universal capsule from a drawer, placing it on the table. Before Sun Wukong, Piccolo, and Son Gohan departed for Namek, Tien and the others had left West City to adapt to their respective training paces. To assist everyone in their training, Bulma had developed the universal capsule for the gravity chamber and sent it to their homes. Is that true? Bulma is truly remarkable. She has even managed to turn the gravity chamber into a capsule. Sun Wukong exclaimed in astonishment. "Did you forget, Dad? The spaceship has a gravity feature, and can also transform into a capsule, son Gohan replied, not too surprised but feeling a wave of joy. With that, he eagerly picked up the capsule from the table and dashed outside. Alas, my Gohan has now become a complete martial artist. Watching son Gohan dash out of their home, Chi-Chi did not intervene. She merely shot son Wukong a reproachful glance. Gohan, don't forget to study. Instantly jolted by her words, son Wukong hurriedly chased after his son. Humph. Chi-Chi huffed softly, fully aware that son Wukong was merely using an excuse to go outside. Glancing towards the door with a smile, she shook her head and tidied up the allowance before heading toward the kitchen. Chapter 123, 100 times gravity training, complete. At Bowsy Mountain. Wow. I never expected that after returning from Namek, it would only take a little over 4 months to fully unlock the effects of training under 100 times gravity. In the gravity training chamber, son Wukong returned to normal gravity, effortlessly swinging his arms while marveling at the surging power within him. This sensation is one that words alone cannot adequately convey. If one must describe it, son Wukong feels as though he has reached a limit, a pinnacle based on his current physical state, the utmost he can achieve through his training. His body is infused with an unprecedented strength. Gohan, is such power still insufficient for transformation into a Super Saiyan? Son Wukong clenched his fists and turned to face his son. Gohan, who had similarly unleashed the full extent of his training under 100-fold gravity, was also acutely aware of the changes in his own power. However, he soon arrived at a conclusion. It was not enough. Perhaps, though, his father's power had surged even further. Gohan blinked, gazing at his father, trusting in his father's strength. Let us find a place where you can unleash your full power. Dad. Despite their continuous training together, neither Gohan nor son Wukong had deliberately released their complete potential. All right, son Wukong readily agreed, stepping out of the gravity training chamber and soaring into the sky. Seeing this, Gohan followed suit, eagerly anticipating the moment he would witness his father's full power. The two swiftly arrived at a clearing in the forest, where son Wukong stood resolutely at its center. I shall begin. Noticing Gohan had joined him, son Wukong called out as he commenced to unleash the fruits of his recent training. Huh! With a powerful roar, the energy within him surged dramatically. In an instant, a violent gale erupted around son Wukong, swirling like a tornado. The overwhelming force exuded a palpable pressure that swept outward in all directions. In Baobao Mountain, amidst the woods, creatures of all sizes, from tiny squirrels to massive dinosaurs, succumbed to the oppressive aura, collapsing helplessly to the ground, trembling uncontrollably as if faced with a formidable adversary. All that could be heard were the branches of the trees wildly thrashing, creating a cacophony of rustling sounds. Huh! A second, mightier roar echoed, reverberating throughout the entirety of Baobao Mountain. Some smaller animals even fainted, rolling their eyes in a moment of sheer terror. Yet, standing not far from son Wukong, Gohan furrowed his brow as he faced this tremendous power. Truly, how impressive, Dad. You have grown so strong. In Gohan's perception, son Wukong's strength was nearly on par with the second form of Frieza. So, Gohan, does this level meet the criteria for transformation? Son Wukong's voice brimmed with excitement as he reveled in this unprecedented release of his power. Almost, Dad, Gohan sighed, meeting his father's expectant gaze with a hint of regret. Just a little more. Son Wukong, having fully unleashed his power, showed no signs of defeat upon hearing this. Gradually, he began to rein in the energy coursing through him. With a deep breath, he pondered, if that is the case, I suppose I must rely on the Dragon Balls. With a resigned smile adorning his face, son Wukong gazed at son Gohan and softly spoke. At present, he had pushed himself to the very limits of his capabilities, and the power he had just unleashed was undoubtedly his utmost strength. Just as he had previously surmised, having completely mastered the 100-fold gravity, his understanding of the gravity training deepened continuously. He did not believe that blindly increasing the gravity once more and pressuring his body would yield any beneficial results in such a short span of time. Thus, he could only place his hopes on the Dragon Balls to unlock the latent power within him. Let us hasten to find the Dragon Balls, son Gohan, having come to the same realization, suggested. All right, let us return home first. Son Wukong nodded in agreement. Upon finishing their conversation, the two made their way home, where they possessed the Dragon Radar that son Wukong had once requested from Bulma in his quest for the Dragon Balls. As they walked for a considerable distance, the Bowsy Mountain gradually began to regain its vitality. However, The reach of this power extended far beyond mere surroundings. On the desolate plateau, where a cold wind swept through, Piccolo, who had been meditating to restore his own soul, was abruptly awakened from his trance by the sudden surge of Sun Wukong's power. "Is this the current strength of Old Sun?" Piccolo exclaimed in astonishment, staring blankly towards the direction of Baozi Mountain. Having thought that he could quickly catch up to Sun Wukong's progress after his soul was mended, he now felt a constricting pressure in his chest. What about Gohan? With the understanding that the two had completed their training, Piccolo naturally thought of Son Gohan, who had yet to unleash his power. Simultaneously, it was not just Piccolo who was taken aback. In the heavenly realm, Krillin, Yamcha, Tien Shinhan, and Kaiotsu, who had been practicing separately, found themselves gathered once more. "That's Goku's energy," Krillin exclaimed as he halted his attack against Yamcha upon sensing something unusual. "How terrifying, that guy Goku," Yamcha echoed, also ceasing his assault, his body trembling slightly as he gazed towards the direction of Baozi Mountain. This shuddering sensation, Tien Shinhan, seated cross-legged in midair, opened his eyes, pausing his training. "Goku's power is growing stronger," the Supreme Kai murmured softly, being the most perceptive of the group due to his ability to glimpse into the lower realms. However, a deep frown creased his brow. Earlier, while observing the lower world, he had not only witnessed Sun Wukong's explosive power, but had also heard Son Gohan's sigh. Such strength could not yet be transformed into the Super Saiyan that Gohan spoke of. The future of Earth. Currently, the androids were not the Supreme Kai's foremost concern, for it appeared that by the time they emerged, both Sun Wukong and Son Gohan would undoubtedly possess overwhelming strength to confront their foes. What truly troubled him was the potential impact of the parallel universes that Gohan had previously mentioned. Would new enemies suddenly descend upon Earth while the warriors were unprepared? As the Supreme Kai of Earth, it was impossible for him not to harbor such worries. In the celestial realm, the deities are preoccupied with concerns for a distant future, while Klin and his companions marvel at the formidable power of Sun Wukong. In a secluded corner, unnoticed by most, the impact of Wukong's explosive strength stirs a butterfly, causing it to flutter its delicate wings. This scene unfolds in the East Capital, a city ravaged not long ago during the battle with the Saiyans. Chapter 124, The Explosive Detector. At this moment, over 5 months have passed since Vegeta and Nappa's assault on Earth. Although Nappa's welcoming gift did not materialize this time, the aftermath of their fierce confrontation left East Capital in ruins. Fortunately, thanks to Son Gohan's timely warning, there were no casualties this time. The damaged streets are now undergoing systematic reconstruction, efficiently managed by the government. With the evacuation order lifted, the once displaced citizens are gradually returning, reinvigorating the city's atmosphere. Not far from the city center, on a street corner, a makeshift noodle stall has been set up, where the owner warmly greets his patrons. "Ah, Pilaf, Xiaowashu. Back for some noodles, are we?" The owner, a tall middle-aged man named Shima, speaks with familiarity to the trio. "Hey, Shima, 3 bowls of miso ramen." Pilaf, leading the group, orders enthusiastically. As the 3 settle down, Shima busies himself preparing their meal. Moments later, 3 steaming bowls of ramen are served at their table. "I truly appreciate your help. It's remarkable that non-residents of East Capital would travel such a distance to assist in its reconstruction." Shima expresses his gratitude while placing the bowls down. Pilaf and his companions have become regulars at this stall, having first met Shima nearly 4 months ago, shortly after the city's reconstruction began. During their conversation, Shima learns that Pilaf and his friends are not natives of East Capital, which deeply touches him. "Oh, we're all compatriots." Pilaf responds awkwardly to Shima's appreciation. Shima smiles, and, choosing not to interrupt their meal, turns to attend to other matters. Once Shima has distanced himself, the 3 huddle together. "Pilaf, how much longer must we search? Do you truly believe that extraterrestrial technology exists?" Xiaowu voices her concern, her once graceful features now marred by distress. It is not without reason. The trio has been consuming ramen for several months, and the mere scent now induces nausea in Xiaowu. "Enough of your complaints. My intuition has never been wrong. There must be remnants of alien technology here," Pilaf asserts resolutely, slurping a noodle with determination. Observing his unyielding demeanor, Ashu emits a soft whimper akin to that of a puppy, sighing in resignation as he too resumes his engagement with the noodles. They have been in East Capital for over 4 months, driven by the pursuit of the alien technology Pilaf speaks of. It all began with the government's warning of a meteorite strike on the eastern capital. The Pilaf army, equipped with its own satellite, diligently tuned into the evening news, eager to grasp the state of the world in their quest for dominion. Upon first receiving the alert, Pilaf harbored doubts, suspecting it to be mere sensationalism, as his satellite had not detected any such meteorite assault. Confident in his technological prowess, Pilaf remained skeptical until the day his satellite observed a spacecraft descending to Earth, igniting his excitement. Due to limitations in observational precision, his satellite had failed to capture the intricate details of the battle in the eastern capital. However, the subsequent official footage revealed the terrifying advancements of extraterrestrial technology. In that moment, Pilaf felt a renewed hope for global supremacy. With access to alien technology and his own genius intellect, ruling the world seemed a matter of mere moments. Thus, the trio set forth to the eastern capital. Having toiled as construction workers for 4 months, King Pilaf lamented that time could be better spent seeking the Dragon Balls. At this rate, we might even find ourselves unable to afford noodles, sighed the ever-frustrated Asu, grappling with the dough. Can you outmatch Son Goku? Every time we seek the Dragon Balls, we inevitably encounter that rascal at the final hour. The mere thought of it nearly drove Pilaf to the brink of post-traumatic stress. Raise your hands. Suddenly, a child's voice pierced the air behind them. Startled, the three turned, fearing it might be Son Goku in pursuit. Xiaoli, stop fooling around. Apologies, gentlemen. My child found this object among the ruins a few days ago and has since taken to amusing himself with our noodle patrons, explained Shima, approaching with an apologetic smile as he pulled his son aside. Found among the ruins? At this revelation, Pilaf and his companions instantly brightened, their anger forgotten. Say, boss, might I have a look at that? Pilaf, suppressing his excitement, inquired with a smile. It seems to be broken. Pressing this button yields some incomprehensible symbols, Shima replied, igniting further enthusiasm in Pilaf. Incomprehensible? Precisely. It must be alien script. Pilaf eagerly accepted the device that Shima had removed from his son's head, examining it closely. After pressing a few buttons, he unscrewed the machine with a universal screwdriver. Such precision. This is indeed an extraterrestrial artifact, though he could not discern the machine's purpose. The intricate wiring sparked hope within him. Behind him, Xiaowu and Asu held their breaths in anticipation. I am quite intrigued by this device. Do consider selling it to me. Pilaf stated nonchalantly. If you desire it, feel free to take it. Shima waved dismissively, chuckling, for in his eyes, the contraption held no value and often necessitated apologies to his patrons due to his son's antics. Thus, Pilaf obtained the machine from Shima. Pilaf the Great. This does not seem to be a weapon, he mused. Shortly thereafter, at the street corner, Ash looked at the machine with a mix of curiosity and hesitation. Things are progressing in a positive direction, are they not? I have already inquired with Shima about the location where his son discovered this item. If we search a bit more, perhaps we shall uncover new findings. Moreover, even with this single object, I can glimpse a fragment of extraterrestrial technology. Confidence radiated from Pilaf's face as he began to envision a splendid life after conquering the world. Just then, the machine in Ash's hands emitted a series of alarming beeps. Pilaf the Great. Strange symbols are appearing on this machine. Ash pointed frantically at the rapidly changing characters on the device. Pilaf and Little Wu approached as well. In the next moment, a loud bang erupted. While the three were intently observing the machine, an explosion occurred as the characters continued to shift wildly, causing the device to emit smoke and shatter into pieces. A self-destruct mechanism? Covered in soot, Pilaf and his companions exchanged bewildered glances, dumbfounded. Unbeknownst to them, this was not a self-destruct sequence. Rather, it was the probe that had been lost by Baba, which detected the surge in Sun Wukong's battle power. The reading exceeded its limit, triggering a catastrophic self-detonation. In this unforeseen turn of events, Pilaf's ambition to dominate the world was thwarted once more by Sun Wukong. However, this was of little consequence. At the moment of the explosion, a startled cry echoed from the data control center of Frisia's base. A battle power of 500,000. How is this possible? Chapter 125. This is bad, Lord Frisia. In the data control center, before a colossal screen, a researcher clad in a white uniform stood agape, staring at the large red alert displayed before him. It's actually 500,000. Could it be Lord Frisia? The researcher, drenched in cold sweat, remained frozen in place, muttering incoherently and shaking his head in disbelief. No, The source of the battle power reading is Baba's probe. Lord Frisia should be on planet Pans at this moment. Could it be that Scion who previously registered a battle power of 200,000? The researcher frantically pulled up the power growth curve on the display, his fingers dancing across the keyboard in a frenzy of calculations. Soon, he arrived at a conclusion, his complexion turning ashen. 500,000 is not the limit. The final stable value of this power is 1,500,000. No, it is likely even higher. Trembling, he hastily activated the probe above his head. Lord Frisia, this is dire. His panicked voice instinctively rose in pitch. Meanwhile, on planet Pans at the edge of the galaxy, just as Gale had described to Sun Wukong and the others on planet Business, this renowned tourist destination remained as beautiful as ever. The milky white sea of clouds ebbs and flows like a tide, with a faint lavender aura emanating from the planet itself, shrouded in ethereal mist. Yet, the current state of planet Pans is far from serene. Deep within the jungle, in a stone temple dominated by deep crimson hues, two figures stand facing each other before a lifelike statue of the nature goddess. That tyrant Frisia, if this continues, our people on planet Pans will face extinction, pleaded one of the warriors, a tall man with a desperate gaze directed at the high priest. However, the elderly man remained silent for a long moment before finally responding. No, saying, now is not the time for a reckless confrontation. Should we simply stand by and watch those scoundrels annihilate our kin? Hearing the high priest's words, Sang cried out in anguish, raising his spear and striking it forcefully against the ground. Even if everyone joined forces, they would still be no match for that fiend named Frisia. Leave at once. Sang, take whoever you can and depart quickly, the high priest urged, his voice low and resigned. Leave us. Sang paused in disbelief. Rationally, he understood that even if he joined the remaining warriors, they would still be powerless against Frisia's forces. Though he would willingly sacrifice himself to protect planet Pans, the high priest's words quelled the storm of rage within him, as they were aimed at ensuring the survival of their people. However, Sang soon sensed an unsettling undertone in the high priest's words. What about you, high priest? Will you remain? He asked gravely. Have you forgotten the seal of the forbidden grounds? Without a priest to channel the natural energies, the seal cannot endure for long. If the entity within breaks free, it will unleash greater calamity. After you depart, I will merge my soul with the seal, concealing it. Though I may not possess the strength of my predecessor, I can at least prolong the seal's endurance for a time, the high priest replied, casting a glance at the nature goddess's statue, his voice soft yet resolute. At such a dire moment, why concern ourselves with seals? Sang implored urgently, fully aware of what merging with the seal entailed. It was a sacrificial rite of the priests, aimed at reinforcing the seal to buy time until a new generation of exceptional priests emerged. But now, as the entirety of planet Pans faced imminent invasion, even if the high priest succeeded in delaying, who would succeed him? Sang vehemently opposed the high priest's notion of self-sacrifice, but before he could voice his objections, the high priest interrupted him. Enough, Sang. The seal, laid down by my predecessor and the four lords of the realms, must not be broken on my watch. The high priest's expression was grave, and even beneath his silver hair, the determination on his face was unmistakable. Sang opened his mouth to respond, but no words came forth. He had never witnessed such a demeanor from the high priest before. In his impression, although the high priest seldom displayed a smile and maintained a meticulous demeanor, he was nonetheless receptive to the counsel of his kin. However, he was aware that this time, he might not be able to persuade the elder. Very well. I shall proceed to organize the remaining tribesmen for departure. Boom. Alas, they have arrived. Sang sighed softly, intending to turn away, only to suddenly change countenance. He swiftly directed his gaze toward the temple's dome, positioning himself before the high priest. Just as he completed this sequence of actions, the stone dome emitted a resounding explosion, shattering into fragments. What is this, Mr. Sang, high priest? Are you planning to flee? From the gaping dome above, Frisia's cold voice reverberated. Dreadful. I was too preoccupied with conversation to notice this fiend's life energy. Sang gritted his teeth, glaring upwards at Frisia. You intended to transform Sang Star into a tourist destination. Did you not? Are we not permitted to leave? Sang glared at Frisia, acutely aware of the terrifying energy radiating from him, and spoke with venomous disdain. Indeed, that was the plan. However, one of your kin dared to curse me to an ill fate while being slain, and even insulted my stature. Thus, I have resolved that a rude race such as yours ought to be eradicated. Frisia smiled as he elucidated his forthcoming decision and reasoning to Sang. Infuriating. Great Elder, I shall hold them off. You must leave at once. Sang's body tensed, and he whispered softly, tilting his head slightly. He was the bravest warrior among his people. If his previous choice to retreat was for the sake of his kin, now, before his fall, he must ensure the high priest's escape. You seem to misunderstand. You cannot evade the reconnaissance of the scanners. Beside Frisia, Dodoria tapped the scanner atop his head and sneered derisively. You are the strongest on this planet, are you not? In the previous battle, I recall that your race, the Pansians, possessed the ability to manipulate life energy. If that is the case, Frisia tapped the flying vessel beneath him and raised a finger. Suddenly, a purple beam flashed forth, piercing Sang instantaneously before he could react. In truth, with the augmentation of natural energy, Sang could have matched the prowess of Captain Jinyu from Frisia's elite force. However, what Sang did not anticipate was that before he could harness that natural power, Frisia's assault would strike him directly. Lord Sang, High Priest. At that moment, several warriors rushed in, encircling Sang and the High Priest. More have arrived? Mr. Sabo, Mr. Dodoria, would you care to witness a delightful performance? Frisia chuckled, lifting his finger once more. Just then, his scanner emitted an urgent and panicked sound. King Frisia, something dire has occurred. Chapter 126. Frisia, you are too naive. At this moment, Frisia was somewhat bewildered. Something dire? Since when has such terminology been employed by his subordinates in reporting to him? Had they forgotten that they were part of Frisia's army, that they had overlooked the terrifying power of their lord? Frisia was taken aback, yet the researcher at the base was genuinely frightened. As a recent recruit, he was unaware of Frisia's 3 transformations and the staggering strength of 12 million when fully unleashed. To him, a power level of 1,500,000 was thrice that of his lord's combat prowess. Thus, his voice trembled as it echoed through Frisia's scouter once more. Lord Frisia, on Earth, the scouter from Naba has detected an energy reading of 500,000, and that is far from the limit of that energy. According to the final calculations, that energy could reach at least 1,500,000. The researcher's voice rang out, high-pitched and hoarse, grating on the ears. Yet, Frisia and his subordinates remained unresponsive, frozen in place. Science. A combat power of 1,500,000? What nonsense is this? Upon hearing this shocking news, Frisia let out a chilling laugh, his emotions difficult to decipher. In contrast, Dodoria was more direct, his voice booming, his pink skin tinged with red. What a joke. The scouter must be malfunctioning. How could Science possess such power? He shouted hoarsely, as if attempting to validate his disbelief. However, Frisia and Zarbin remained silent. They understood that the likelihood of a malfunction was negligible. And if the scouter was indeed functioning correctly, then Dodoria's assumptions would be utterly unfounded. The scouter from Naba was a state-of-the-art device, with a failure rate of less than 1 in 10,000. The researcher's voice again broke the silence from Frisia's scouter, shattering Dodoria's hopes. This caused Frisia's expression to darken significantly, although a mere 1,500,000 combat power was still beneath his concern. The previous scouter results had indicated only 200,000. How had it surged to 1,500,000 this time? And at a minimum, what was going on with that scion on Earth? Had he concealed his strength during his last encounter with Vegeta? Or had he truly increased his power by over 1 million in just a few months? Was this current combat power figure a true representation of his capabilities? Lord Frisia, should we consider heading to Earth? Zarbin cautiously inquired. His demeanor was not one of fear in light of the unexpected news. In fact, being among the few aware of Frisia's transformation abilities, he remained relatively composed. His caution stemmed from recalling Frisia's prior decision to form a Scion Special Forces unit. In retrospect, that decision seemed rather foolish. After all, King Frisia's combat power at this moment was a mere 530,000. Was it truly necessary for him to maintain his transformed state as a precaution against the Scions? Such a notion seemed utterly ludicrous. Of course, Sabo dared not voice his thoughts aloud. He could already sense the smoldering fury emanating from Frisia beside him. Frisia, suppressing his irritation, redirected his gaze towards the gathered warriors of Sanger below. Suddenly, with a swift motion, he unleashed a surge of purple energy aimed directly at them. What? Damn it! The warriors, led by Sanger, shielded the high priest behind them, channeling all their strength in a desperate bid. Yet, their power paled in comparison to Frisia's, even when they summoned natural energy. In an instant, a conflagration erupted within the ancient temple, reducing both the warriors and the millennia-old structure to mere ashes. Dodoria and Sabo were rendered speechless by Frisia's abrupt onslaught. As they beheld the raging inferno below, Frisia was reminded of the devastation he had wrought upon planet Vegeta years ago. Perhaps it was indeed time to eradicate the Scions completely. Frisia's eyes narrowed slightly. The peculiar anger that had simmered within him began to wane. Just then, a voice resonated nearby, cutting through the tense atmosphere. "What troubles you, my brother? You seem to be in a predicament." The tone was cold, yet laced with a hint of mockery. "Cooler." Frisia's eyes widened in surprise. He turned his gaze to see several figures emerging from the forest, soaring into the air. At the forefront was his brother Cooler, followed closely by his elite squadron. "What brings you here?" Frisia's tone had shifted to one of calmness. He had resolved to immediately set off for Earth to eradicate the Scions. "I was about to inquire the same. I intended to attack Planet Pants next, yet here you are," Cooler responded nonchalantly. "However, that is not of primary concern at this moment. I believe you were just speaking of the Scions? 150,000 power level, is it? Quite rare indeed." Cooler remarked, his gaze fixed on Frisia. "What do you mean, Cooler?" Frisia found the calmness in Cooler's voice particularly grating. "How naive you are, Frisia." Cooler scoffed, continuing. "It is precisely your disposition that has led to today's dire consequences. You will soon bring shame upon both me and our father with your arrogance concerning the Scion elite squad." Cooler's strength far surpassed even Frisia at his peak. A Scion with a power level of 150,000 was hardly worthy of his concern. What irked him was Frisia's repeated hubris. Years ago, when he had obliterated planet Vegeta, he had allowed a young Scion to escape, and now he had formed yet another Scion elite squad. Though Cooler dismissed the legend of the Super Scion as mere folly, it was not a reason for Frisia to court danger. "Oh ho ho ho. Are you envious of my powerful subordinates?" Frisia's gaze swept over behind Cooler, seemingly laden with insinuation. Although he had resolved to annihilate the Scions on Earth, he could not resist the urge to deride Cooler, whom he despised for his lofty, condescending demeanor. "Humph, such a stubborn fellow," Cooler remarked, observing Frisia's sardonic expression. "A mere 1,500,000. If the Scions on Earth refuse to submit, I shall deal with them accordingly. Let us depart." Frisia maneuvered the spacecraft, turning his back on Cooler as he tossed a parting remark over his shoulder, leaving with Zarbin and Dodoria in tow. "King Cooler, are we also heading to Earth?" inquired Shaviza, a member of Cooler's elite squad. "That naive brother of mine. The Scions are ultimately a source of calamity. There's no need to reenact the farce of Frisia's destruction of planet Vegeta. We shall proceed to Earth, and this time we must eradicate the Scions completely." Cooler gazed in the direction Frisia had departed, his mind conjuring images of the past when he received reports of a young Scion's escape. This time, he could not allow the boy's whims to dictate events. "Frisia, your naivety ends here." Chapter 127. We can't just kill Uncle Krillin, can we? In the year 763 of the Age of the Earth, on May 4th, at Baozi Mountain, nearly a month had passed since Goku and Gohan had overcome a gravity intensity 100 times stronger, reaching the limits of their capabilities. During this period, the two had utilized the Dragon Balls to unleash their latent powers. Thanks to this rigorous training, their strengths had surpassed the 3 million threshold. However, amidst their exhilaration, a new dilemma emerged. On a patch of land designated as a temporary training ground on Baozi Mountain, Goku and Gohan stood facing each other. "Dad, you must channel your anger. Your current strength surpasses what it was before your transformation on Namek. If you can just get angry, you will surely transform." Gohan expressed his frustration, observing his father's earnest attempts yet failing to grasp the true essence of the transformation. "How can that be? Dad, you transformed out of rage when Uncle Krillin was killed," Gohan pondered, running his fingers through his hair, perplexed. "Gohan, while that may be true, this time Krillin is not dead. Merely relying on imagination, I find it impossible to summon that level of fury." Goku, having tried for some time, finally paused, wearing a look of helplessness. It was indeed true that Krillin was his closest friend, and his most furious moment had been triggered by the death of Krillin at the hands of the Demon King Piccolo's minions. Yet this time, the situation Gohan described had not materialized before him. Relying solely on imagination, the cheerful Goku found it exceedingly difficult to muster such intense anger. Sighing heavily at his father's words, Gohan felt increasingly despondent. He truly found himself at a loss. Surely, He could not actually bring Uncle Krillin before his father to be slain, could he? What a preposterous notion. Even with the Dragon Balls, such an act was utterly beyond his capacity to contemplate. Nevertheless, speaking of Gohan, you have indeed surpassed your father this time. Son Wukong gazed at his son with a sense of pride. Unlike his own struggles to master the essence of rage, Gohan's transformation into a Super Saiyan unfolded with remarkable ease, likely due to the vividness of the memories from his dreams. As Gohan transformed, Wukong was confronted with his son's burgeoning strength, creating an illusion that a mere punch from Gohan could easily vanquish him. Perhaps it was not merely an illusion, after all. Wukong had heard his son mention that upon becoming a Super Saiyan, one's power multiplies to 50 times the norm. However, in the future, there would be 2 androids. Relying solely on himself might not suffice to confront them, Gohan stated with gravity. Although he had been filled with confidence when persuading Bulma, this time he and Wukong had ample time to prepare. Yet, theory differs from reality, and to ensure a definitive resolution against the androids, thorough preparation was essential. Otherwise, rather than overcoming his inner demons, his obsession could plunge their future into despair. Therefore, Father, you must transform into a Super Saiyan as swiftly as possible. Gazing at son Wukong, Gohan fell into contemplation. If only there were a way for his father to witness Krillin's demise firsthand. Then perhaps Wukong would believe it to be true. Gohan furrowed his brow, murmuring to himself, yet found his own thoughts astonishing. How could such a thing be possible? This was something that could only occur in dreams. Wait a moment, Gohan thought. Hypnosis. Just as Gohan's mind was tangled in confusion, Wukong suddenly brightened with realization. I recall during the World Martial Arts Tournament, Old Master Qianlong used hypnosis to make the Wolfman perceive Krillin's head as a full moon to complete his transformation. Wukong's excitement grew. If hypnosis worked on the Wolfman, it should prove effective for him as well. In that moment, Wukong had forgotten that during his first participation in the World Martial Arts Tournament, Master Roshi, disguised as Old Master Qianlong, had hypnotized him using the so-called good child sleep fist. Really, father? Upon hearing Wukong's words, Gohan, who had been deep in thought, also felt a surge of excitement. However, it had been many years since he had seen Old Master Qianlong, and he wondered if he would attend this tournament. Wukong pondered aloud. Father, Master Roshi should possess such a technique as well, right? After all, he has lived for so long, Gohan mused. Indeed, Gohan, you are absolutely correct. Old Master Roshi must have a solution. Wukong exclaimed joyfully. Just then, a voice called out from a distance. Kiki announced, Wukong, Gohan, the government has called, stating they will pick us up the day after tomorrow to take us to the tournament venue. Just as Wukong and Gohan found a potential solution for the transformation, Kiki's voice interrupted them. Then it's settled. Father, I will seek out Master Roshi to learn hypnosis. By the 7th, I will rush to the World Martial Arts Tournament venue. Son Gohan pondered for a moment and remarked, There's no need to rush, is there? We can go after the martial arts tournament concludes. Goku raised an eyebrow, somewhat perplexed, and replied, It would be better to learn it sooner. However, upon hearing his father's suggestion, Gohan shook his head. Let us have lunch first. You should inform Mom as well, Goku said, taking Gohan's hand. All right, Gohan acquiesced, ceasing his objections. After lunch, Gohan explained the situation to Chi-Chi and then set off for Kame House. Master Roshi, with his newfound strength. Gohan arrived at Kame House in no time. Gohan, what brings you here? Master Roshi emerged from his abode, confusion evident on his face upon recognizing Gohan. Well, it's like this. Dad needs to transform into a Super Saiyan by harnessing sufficient anger. In my dream, he transformed after witnessing Uncle Krillin's demise at the hands of Frieza. However, this time, it appears impossible, so I've come to learn hypnosis from you. Gohan explained his purpose to Master Roshi. Hypnosis, you say? That is certainly feasible. But tell me, Gohan, why not bring Goku here? I could hypnotize him directly. Master Roshi inquired, a hint of confusion in his voice. We overlooked that, Gohan realized, his face reddening in embarrassment. I'll go fetch Dad. Initially, when discussing the new technique, Gohan instinctively thought it prudent to learn it himself first. Upon reflection, it seemed much simpler to bring Goku to Master Roshi directly. Never mind. Gohan, that technique is easy to master. You can stay with me for now. I have some questions regarding the future that I wish to discuss with you. Master Roshi gestured, halting Gohan from leaving. Chapter 128. To be revised. Meanwhile, in Paibwa City, a small town south of West City. The landscape revealed a city devoid of intact structures. The only connection among the scattered ruins was the equally dilapidated streets. Occasionally, one could see houses ablaze, billowing thick smoke into the air. Amidst the shattered buildings, fleeting shadows could be discerned, cautiously scurrying about like mice struggling for survival in dark corners. Not far away, beside a heap of broken bricks, a blonde girl clad in a blue denim jacket and a black and white striped shirt gazed tenderly at an elderly man on the ground. "Didn't we agree to play hide and seek? I've already come out. Why aren't you trying to catch me?" she said sweetly. However, to the old man, her gentle smile seemed more terrifying than a demon from the depths of hell. The old man's voice, tortured by fear, transformed into a whimper. The wounds he bore had become inconsequential. His fingers clawed desperately at the ground, as if striving to distance himself from the girl before him. The golden-haired girl appeared to have not anticipated a response. She bent down, extending her finger to press against the old man's forehead. "Having agreed to the game. If you do not adhere to the rules, you must accept the consequences. Please, I beg you." A soft sound echoed as the old man's head was instantaneously pierced. The desperate pleas for mercy abruptly silenced. Behind a crumbling wall of a building, a middle-aged woman tightly covered her child's mouth. "Don't make a sound." The woman, suppressing her terror, whispered urgently into the child's ear. After speaking, she cautiously peered through the cracks in the wall towards the two demons in the distance, allowing tears to fall as her body remained frozen in fear. "They haven't been discovered." "Huh. Subject 18. What a cruel amusement for humanity. It seems Dr. Gallo's modifications were not thorough enough." Not far behind the girl, a boy wearing a red scarf mocked. What do you know? This is the thrill of the game." Subject 17. Mind your own business. "A game? Winning is all that matters. If it's hide and seek," Subject 17 remarked as he took a few steps, conjuring an energy orb in his hand and launching it with a sweep. Boom. A deafening explosion resonated as a two-story residential building collapsed, engulfed in thick smoke and fierce flames. "Run. Don't leave me behind." A panicked scream pierced the air as several disheveled youths fled in terror. "Ha ha ha. See, that wasn't so complicated after all." Subject 17 laughed triumphantly. "TCH, what a dull fellow. Enough of this. Let us end the game of hide and seek here." Subject 18 said with impatience. With a flick of her wrist and a tidy gesture of her hair, Subject 18 glanced at the fleeing individuals, and a series of light orbs emerged in succession. "Little bugs, next up is a race." A graceful smile curved her lips. The energy orbs struck the ground behind the fleeing crowd, sending shards of earth flying and the specter of death looming ominously close. "Help! Someone, please save us." Among the throng, a young girl ran for her life, her frantic cries trembling uncontrollably. Subject 17, destroy this city. Let's find another place to play. As if discussing a trivial matter, Subject 18's attacks intensified suddenly. Energy coalesced relentlessly in her hand, ready to obliterate the filth before her. "I don't want to die. I'm not ready to die. I'm not yet an adult. Help! Help!" The girl from earlier fell heavily to the ground, sharp stones lacerating her knees. But she disregarded the excruciating pain, using her last ounce of strength to crawl desperately away, her cries for help echoing in vain as the other figures grew increasingly distant. "Don't worry, I will ensure your reunion. You shall all perish together." Subject 18 observed her with a light, airy tone, feigning concern. Her subtle smile tinged with a sinister anticipation. Suddenly, a wave of intense unease washed over the girl, prompting her to instinctively glance back. A colossal energy orb approached in an instant, the searing waves of heat and swirling dust striking her face, rendering her thoughts momentarily frozen. "No!" The girl, regaining her senses, screamed in terror. "Boom! You two fiends!" A furious roar reverberated. At that moment, a fleeting orange-red silhouette darted past, and the girl perceived the presence of another individual before her. Upon closer inspection, it was a one-armed youth clad in an orange-red martial uniform, standing defiantly in front of her. The youth struck with all his might, sending the energy orb soaring into the sky, where it detonated with a resounding explosion, scattering shards of energy across the city streets, followed by a series of deafening blasts. A burst of energy erupted before a few fleeing individuals, causing them to collapse in shock. "Gohan." Number 17 glanced at the youth's missing arm. "Haven't you learned your lesson yet? With only one arm left, you still dare to show up?" Number 17 chuckled, moving beside number 18. "Gohan, ignoring number 17. Helped the injured girl and approached the others who were sitting on the ground. I'll hold off the androids. You all get to safety, Gohan said solemnly. Looking at the group. Stay safe. The group assisted the wounded girl, stumbling away into the distance. Gohan turned to face the two androids. Aren't you going to finish off those little pests? Number 17 inquired of number 18. Forget it. A new toy has arrived, hasn't he it? Number 18 fixed her gaze on Gohan, as if spotting a desirable prey. Toy. To you, a living being is merely a toy? Gohan glared furiously at number 18. Uncle Piccolo is dead, and the Supreme Kai has perished alongside him, leaving us unable to use the Dragon Balls. Uncle Krillin, Uncle Tien. In a daze, images of fallen figures flashed before him, all having been slain by the two androids before him. His fury reached a boiling point. Yet the remnants of his reason reminded him that he was no match for these two demons. But now, he was the only warrior capable of standing against them. Enveloped by immense pain and self-directed anger, Gohan seethed. Damn it, if only my father hadn't succumbed to heart disease. Heart disease? You mean Goku? Number 17's voice interrupted. That guy was truly fortunate. We androids were specifically created to kill him, but he escaped due to his heart condition. You should be grateful he didn't experience the terror of death, Gohan. Number 17 said with a twisted smile. Silence. Today, I will avenge those you've killed. Gohan declared, clenching his fists in fury. Bang. Chapter 129. To be revised. Looking far and wide, the azure sky was clear, and amidst the surging waves, a primal sense of freedom and wildness surged within Xian, compelling him to want to throw his head back and shout to dispel the pent-up frustration in his chest. Setting aside other matters, one must admit that the pirate world is truly an ideal vacation destination. Roar. Caw. Just as he pondered this, distant beastly roars echoed in succession, their potent and deathly undertones sending involuntary shivers down Xian's spine. If it weren't for the omnipresent beasts that could potentially fill the gaps between one's teeth, life would be so much more delightful, mused Xian, cursing inwardly. For someone like him, who did not belong to this world, the creatures that appeared ordinary to the denizens of the pirate realm seemed as formidable as Godzilla from a bygone cinematic era. Gripping the axe in his hand, one of the few items that provided him with a sense of security, he reflected on its quality. After all, it was a product of the system. Indeed, like the vast majority of fellow transmigrators, Xian was fortunate enough to possess a system, and the axe was a life-preserving tool bestowed upon him. For a soul burdened by the relentless grind of a 9-to-5 existence, overwhelmed by the weight of life's demands, the myriad dangers lurking in the pirate world were far too many to count. But I digress. Strictly speaking, he hadn't even had the chance to savor a few days of fortune in his previous life before being thrust into this realm. The catalyst for his unexpected journey was a moment of yearning during a lunch break, when he casually remarked to a colleague, while watching pirate anime on the company computer, about the idyllic nature of the pirate environment and how splendid it would be to escape there for a holiday. Lo and behold, his wish was granted. Was he enjoying this newfound existence? Indeed, he was, though not in the way he had anticipated. The joy belonged to the neighbors who greeted him warmly each time he ventured outside. Without the axe in his possession, he might have already become a meal for one of those neighbors. According to the system, this axe, in addition to its unparalleled sharpness, could unleash 3 formidable slashes each day. While this might be trivial against the world's stronger beings, it was akin to wielding divine power against the beasts of the forest. With the axe in his right hand and the firewood he had gathered in the other, Xian trudged towards his refuge, a small cabin that represented his second lifeline. As for why he refrained from using the axe's slashing ability, he pondered that too. After all, it was a life-saving skill. If he exhausted those 3 uses and encountered a few friendly neighbors, he would find himself in a most precarious situation. Navigating cautiously through the forest, he remained acutely aware of his surroundings. Despite the artifact he wielded, he was still an ordinary human, and vigilance was paramount in this treacherous environment. He could not afford to become complacent. Soon enough, he spotted a modest wooden cabin. At first glance, it appeared unremarkable, yet it brought a wave of relief to Xian. This cabin was the second component of his life-preserving toolkit, ensuring that any life harboring hostility towards him would be unable to approach within 3 meters of its threshold. Hastening his steps, he entered the cabin, carelessly tossing his burdens aside, and collapsed onto the bed. Overcome with exhaustion, both physically and mentally, Xian yearned for rest. Each outing felt like a precarious dance on the edge of life and death, a strain that no one could withstand indefinitely. Congratulations, host, for surviving another day. Host, why have you not inquired about my cultivation guidance these past few days? Xian remained motionless on the bed, completely ignoring the voice of the system resonating in his mind. Host, please do not feign death. According to my observations, your breathing is steady, and your vital signs are normal. In response to inquiries, one ought to exhibit an appropriate reaction and reply, for such is the courtesy befitting an intelligent being. I implore you, do not dismiss my concerns lightly. How dare you even mention it? The mere thought stirs my anger. Did you not declare that there would be a probation period during which cultivation was prohibited? I almost met my demise at my own doorstep. Xian erupted, sitting up abruptly, pointing at the empty air to vent his pent-up fury. I have been treading lightly outside, scarcely daring to breathe. And every step away from this cursed abode heightens my anxiety. Yet here you are, a system that should be aiding me, merely offering sarcastic remarks. Calm down, host. This system acts solely with your best interests in mind, it replied, its tone tinged with a hint of grievance. Oh, really? Then why did you establish a barrier that prohibits entry and exit within a 10-mile radius? Are you wishing for my demise to come more swiftly? This is intended to cultivate your relentless spirit and eliminate any complacency, the system stated flatly. Faced with the system's demeanor of self-righteous benevolence, Xian exhaled deeply, fearing that if he held his breath any longer, he might succumb to his own anger. Initially, upon awakening to the system, he felt a mix of 7 parts joy and 3 parts sorrow. Joy because, based on his experiences, a host with a system generally enjoys favorable fortune, and sorrow due to the fear that he might not return to his original world anytime soon. Once a person becomes accustomed to their environment, they often overlook its merits, fixating instead on trivial matters. It is only upon departure that nostalgia begins to set in. This realization struck him particularly hard when, after traversing to this new realm, he found himself ravenous and in search of sustenance, only to encounter a saber-toothed tiger, twice the size of an ordinary tiger, drooling and fixated on him with its predatory gaze. At that moment, 2 thoughts consumed him. This is not Blue Star. I am utterly doomed. Just then, a flash of golden light appeared. The system had manifested. Watching the saber-toothed tiger, which seemed intent on pouncing yet collided with an invisible barrier, retreating in frustration. Xian felt as though the golden light of the system was accompanied by a spectrum of colors. He had assumed that subsequent events would unfold seamlessly, enabling him to wield great power with the system's aid. However, he was taken aback to find that while he had indeed recognized the system as his own, it had bestowed upon him no cultivation methods, instead imposing a probation period during which survival was the sole criterion for recognition. Following this, he was abandoned in a dilapidated wooden hut with nothing but an axe, yet his life was, at least, assured. From that moment forth, Xian transformed into a survivalist, embarking on his wilderness journey. In a distant galaxy lies a diminutive planet known as Pan Star. This celestial body, enveloped by thick, milky white clouds, exhibits a delicate lavender hue. Viewed from the vastness of space, it resembles a lustrous jewel, radiating a soft, ethereal glow. Renowned for its extraordinary tidal landscapes shrouded in clouds, Pan Star was once a favored destination for travelers in the vicinity. However, the arrival of the Frisia force altered its fate. Mr. Frisia, a real estate magnate, not only sought to exterminate the indigenous population but also engaged in providing suitable accommodations for extraterrestrial beings, thereby developing ventures in the tourism industry. The process of establishing tourist attractions under the Frisia force was both meticulous and straightforward. Identify planets with unique landscapes, dispatch forces to eliminate local inhabitants, and thus, the development of tourist sites was accomplished. At this moment, the once thronged Pan Star was eerily devoid of visitors. In a bid to ensure the economic prosperity of future attractions, the humanitarian-minded Mr. Frisia had preemptively notified travelers to evacuate. Zong, flee. Depart from Pan Star. In the depths of a forest on Pan Star, an elderly man clad in a dark red robe, resembling a cleric, shouted towards a tall, warrior-like figure in the distance. Old man, you shall perish. A corpulent figure with a fleshy tumor atop his head, clad in armor, had stealthily approached the elder from behind. This rotund individual was Dodoria, a subordinate of Frisia. Hardly had the ominous words escaped his lips when Dodoria's massive hand swiftly extinguished the elder's life. High Priest! Zong cried out in anguish. His eyes filled with torment as he beheld the brutal demise of the High Priest. Yet, instead of charging towards Dodoria, he veered in the opposite direction, soaring towards the sky. However, that direction offered no escape, for within a semicircular spacecraft above sat Frisia himself. Stop! A green-haired man with pale blue skin beside Frisia attempted to intervene. Wait, Mr. Shambo. Frisia raised a hand, halting Shambo in his tracks. This planet is truly beautiful. Is it not? He remarked softly. Indeed, Lord Frisia. Shambo bowed in response. I believe we should arrange some entertainment to celebrate. Frisia's gaze shifted downward to where Zong was entangled with Dodoria once more. You are correct, Lord Frisia. I have heard that Captain Jinyu has been rehearsing a new victory dance. I shall summon them at once, Shambo suggested. There is no need to trouble them. Frisia replied, his expression shifting as he envisioned a delightful scene, his voice quivering with an unusual excitement. Mr. Dodoria, please step aside. Frisia called out to Dodoria, who was engaged in combat with Zong below. As you command, Lord Frisia. Dodoria swiftly complied, stepping aside. Freed from Dodoria's grasp, Zong was engulfed in a crimson haze, his rage having reached its zenith. He was the last survivor of this planet, witnessing the slaughter of his kin, fully aware of the might of his adversaries. Yet, he remained uncertain of what actions he could take in this moment. Despair, fury, and anguish enveloped him. Perhaps only death could provide the solace he sought. Sang fixated his gaze upon Frisia. Let us perish together. Die, you fiend. With the last vestiges of his strength, Sang charged toward Frisia, intent on using his remaining power to self-destruct and drag the demon before him into the abyss. However, in the next instant, he noticed a flicker of movement from Frisia's fingers. A series of blurred lights flashed before him. Sang felt a sharp agony coursing through his joints, causing his limbs to flail uncontrollably. Ha ha ha. Look, Mr. Shamber, Mr. Dodoria, behold this dance. A rare spectacle indeed. Frisia cackled maniacally, his fingertips radiating ominous light. The deep, mottled clouds shrouded the entire sky, the sun barred from entry, as despair seeped in tandem with the rain. The current state of West City revealed no intact structures. The only remnants connecting the heaps of shattered walls were the equally devastated streets, where hope was a luxury. In the year 778 of the A.D. era, 12 years after Sun Wukong succumbed to heart disease, the warriors were nearly extinct. Outside West City, beneath a cerulean sky and a bright, warm sun casting its brilliance, a gentle breeze caressed the land. Amidst the mountains, two figures were locked in combat. One, a youth with purple hair, relentlessly attacked, yet his efforts were effortlessly countered by the other. Moments later, they rested against a rock. Gohan. Mom said that when you donned this orange and red outfit, you looked just like Dad. She was taken aback, remarked the purple-haired boy, wiping away sweat and glancing at his companion with a smile. In response, Gohan smiled softly. I wanted to become as powerful as my deceased father, which is why I crafted this outfit. Unfortunately, I still fall short of their prowess. His smile faded, and his voice grew somber as he addressed their current predicament. But you, Trunks, have made remarkable progress lately. At this rate, we shall surely defeat the androids. Gohan patted Trunks on the shoulder. Trunks gazed down thoughtfully. Do you really think we can vanquish the androids, Gohan? What are you pondering? Gohan's tone was firm, yet upon witnessing the young man's despondency and confusion, he softened. After a brief pause, Gohan placed both hands on Trunks' shoulders. Do not lose heart, Trunks. As long as we persevere and train diligently, we will certainly eradicate the androids and avenge everyone. Okay, Trunks replied, nodding vigorously as he looked at Gohan, determination rekindling in his eyes. Observing Trunks regain his resolve, Gohan felt a quiet comfort within. His gaze drifted toward the distant sky, as if he could glimpse that resilient figure beyond the clouds. Father, would you encourage me to persist in the same way? Gohan mused, touching the fabric of his outfit, a sense of unease stirring within him. The ground beneath him shattered as Gohan, unable to contain his frustration, charged toward Android 17. With tremendous force, he unleashed a powerful punch aimed squarely at 17's cheek. Bang! What? Sun Wufan gazed in astonishment at his fist, which had been thwarted. Surely, you do not believe that you escaped last time purely by strength, mocked number 17. Hey, number 17, Gohan is my prey. Number 18 interjected with displeasure. Observing this, Gohan retreated with a leap. Well, have they all departed? He mused, casting a discreet glance in the direction from which the others had withdrawn, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. Chapter 131 Dragon Balls, those mysterious treasures that gleam with legendary brilliance in the cosmos. Each harboring boundless magical power and enigmatic hues, stand as one of the most unique entities in the universe. From a distance, the Dragon Balls resemble radiant stars emanating from the depths of space, ensconced within translucent orbs sealed by arcane forces. They exude an irresistible allure, their luminescence seemingly embodying all the hope and strength of the universe. Upon approaching a Dragon Ball, one is first struck by its flawless spherical silhouette. The surface of the orb is as smooth as a mirror, devoid of any imperfections or irregularities, as if crafted by the most exquisite artisans of the cosmos. Each curvature is impeccably executed, reflecting the fundamental laws of the universe in perfect harmony, presenting a symmetrical beauty from every angle. The size of the Dragon Ball is just right. When cradled in one's hand, it perfectly occupies the palm, imparting a sense of fullness and wonder. Its weight is notably unique, not so light as to feel insubstantial, nor so heavy as to be burdensome. It possesses a precise heft, suggesting the immense energy and responsibility it embodies. A closer inspection reveals the colors of the Dragon Balls, deep and resplendent, each possessing its distinctive tonal signature. For instance, one Dragon Ball may exhibit a profound blue akin to the ocean, a hue that is anything but monotonous, appearing as if a blue nebula swirls within, twinkling with distant starlight, reminiscent of stars in far-off galaxies winking in the void. These flickering glimmers add a layer of mystique, inviting contemplation of the universe's secrets. Others present a fiery red, vibrant and unrestrained, reminiscent of the burning cores of stellar bodies. On the surface of the red Dragon Ball, it seems as though flames dance, their patterns vividly alive, spiraling and undulating, sometimes rising dramatically, at other times receding with restraint, delivering a powerful visual impact as if the Dragon Ball itself were an eternal flame of the cosmos. Adorning the Dragon Balls are stars, one of their most distinctive features. The stars are shaped with precision and grace, arranged mysteriously upon the surface of the orbs. Some appear as pentagons, each point sharp and formidable, embodying the universe's brilliance. Others take on a hexagonal form, conveying a sense of stability and enigma. The colors of the stars stand in stark contrast to the base hue of the Dragon Balls, shimmering with a resplendent golden radiance, akin to beacons illuminating the cosmos, guiding seekers towards their elusive treasures. These golden stars are embedded upon the colorful surfaces of the Dragon Balls, resembling the most exquisite gems adorning a regal crown, enhancing the opulence and nobility of the orbs. Within the Dragon Balls lies a realm steeped in mystery. Through the crystalline spheres, one can perceive luminous energies flowing and shifting. These lights seem to possess a life of their own, intertwining to form a myriad of patterns and shapes. Occasionally, enigmatic runes emerge, ancient and arcane, whose intricate and graceful lines appear to whisper the secrets of the universe's inception. The runes flicker within the radiance, as if patiently awaiting a worthy soul to unveil their profound meanings. When light strikes the Dragon Balls, an enchanting phenomenon of refraction occurs. The rays traverse the surfaces and interiors of the spheres, dispersing into a kaleidoscope of colors, casting vibrant shadows throughout the surrounding space. These shadows dance like ethereal ribbons in the air, intricately weaving together to transform the environment into a fantastical realm brimming with wonder. Under the direct gaze of sunlight, the Dragon Balls emit a dazzling brilliance, capable of piercing through cloud layers, creating a spectacular column of light in the sky, an ethereal bridge connecting heaven and earth, proclaiming to the world the existence of the Dragon Balls and the immense power contained within them. A subtle resonance exists among the Dragon Balls as well. When two or more of them draw near, they tremble gently, their luminescence intensifying, as if in mutual acknowledgement. This resonance transcends physical boundaries, representing a wondrous connection based on cosmic energy. They resemble long-lost siblings, reunited at last, expressing their joy and closeness through light and vibrations. Each Dragon Ball is unique. They are not merely spherical objects, but rather miracles of the universe, symbols of power, hope, and mystery. Their forms carry countless legends and stories, luring countless adventurers to pursue their trails across the cosmos, eager to unveil the enchanting veil that conceals the vast power and ultimate mysteries of the universe. The landscape of Namek is an expansive sea of verdant green, a vibrant hue reminiscent of the freshest spring meadows on Earth. Vast expanses of foliage blanket the planet, showcasing an array of forms, some resembling colossal mushrooms with brightly colored caps adorned with peculiar patterns and spots. Others blaze in vivid reds, akin to flames, while some present soft pinks, reminiscent of a maiden's blush. There are also towering trees, their trunks so robust that several individuals would be required to encircle them, their surfaces etched with complex patterns resembling ancient totems. The branches and leaves of these trees intertwine, forming verdant canopies through which sunlight filters, casting golden beams that evoke an enchanting realm of dreams. Within this ocean of green, meandering rivers weave their paths, creating a tapestry of life. The rivers are crystal clear, their waters displaying a translucent azure hue, reminiscent of flowing sapphires. Within these waters dwell an array of creatures. Some resemble the fish of earth, adorned with vibrant scales and graceful forms, while others are ethereal jellyfish-like beings, gliding effortlessly through the currents, their bodies shimmering with a faint luminescence, as if they were sprites of the water. Along the banks of the river, slender aquatic plants sway rhythmically with the flow, adorned with glistening droplets that sparkle enchantingly under the sun's embrace. The land of Namek is an expanse of boundless green, a lively and vibrant emerald reminiscent of the most tender meadows of Earth in springtime. On the planet Vegeta, there exist regions and landmarks of special significance and enigmatic allure. The most renowned among them is the sacred land of the Scions, an ancient area nestled deep within the mountains, surrounded by dense forests and cascading waterfalls. At the heart of the sacred land stands a colossal stone tablet, inscribed with ancient Scion texts and symbols that chronicle their history, culture, and combat techniques, serving as a vital source of knowledge and tradition for the Scion people. Only those Scion warriors who have undergone rigorous trials are deemed worthy to enter this sacred space, where they receive spiritual and physical rejuvenation, striving to attain higher realms of combat mastery. Additionally, there exists the Source of Energy, a mysterious cavern system located deep beneath the surface of the Vegeta planet. The caves resonate with powerful energy fluctuations emanating from the planet's core, harboring immense strength. Scion scientists once endeavored to explore and harness this energy, but many attempts ended in failure due to its overwhelming and volatile nature. Nonetheless, some intrepid Scion warriors venture here to train, seeking to transcend their limits and enhance their combat abilities amidst the stimulation of this formidable energy. Deep within the Source of Energy, it is said that secrets regarding the origins of the Scion race and the mysteries of the universe await those destined to uncover them. Moreover, the polar regions of Vegeta boast unique landscapes. The South Pole is a vast expanse of ice, dotted with colossal icebergs and intricate ice caves, the interiors of which conceal numerous unknown dangers and treasures. The North Pole, on the other hand, is a realm filled with energy storms and the ethereal dance of auroras, where the magnetic field is exceptionally strong, frequently giving rise to bizarre astronomical phenomena that attract daring explorers and scientists alike. The environment of the Vegeta planet is a realm teeming with challenges and mysteries, its distinctiveness not only shaping the resilient character and formidable combat prowess of the Scions, but also adding a unique and resplendent hue to the entire Dragon Ball universe. Whether it be the extreme climate, the powerful gravitational magnetic fields, or the diverse ecosystems and distinctive geographical landmarks, the Vegeta planet remains an extraordinary world, despite its harsh conditions, nurturing a unique and diverse ecological system. In the oceans of the planet, there exists a colossal creature known as the deep-sea behemoth. These magnificent beings can reach lengths of several hundred meters, resembling the whales of Earth, yet possessing a more formidable exterior and formidable offensive capabilities. The deep-sea behemoths subsist on plankton and small fish, gliding gracefully through the abyss, their immense bodies generating currents potent enough to alter the ecological balance of their surroundings. On land, in addition to the aforementioned peculiar flora, a diverse array of fauna thrives. Among them is the creature known as the flame wolf, adorned with a coat of fiery red fur, capable of withstanding extreme heat and flames. The flame wolf boasts keen senses of smell and hearing, coupled with remarkable speed. making it one of the apex predators on planet Vegeta. Typically, they roam in packs, hunting across the plains and mountains, preying upon smaller animals. In the arid desert regions, a gigantic, worm-like entity known as the sandworm resides. Though its body is supple, it possesses remarkable resilience, allowing it to traverse the scalding sands with ease. The sandworm feeds on the minerals of the desert and the occasional remains of creatures buried by sandstorms, excavating intricate networks of tunnels beneath the surface. These caverns sometimes serve as refuges for other beings seeking shelter from the searing heat and tempestuous storms. The Scions, as the dominant race on planet Vegeta, are an integral part of this ecosystem, maintaining a delicate equilibrium with other life forms. They hunt various animals for sustenance, while also utilizing the pelts and bones of certain creatures to craft garments and weapons. However, the belligerent nature and insatiable expansionist desires of the Scions exert considerable pressure on the ecological system of planet Vegeta. As the Scion population burgeons and technology advances, their demand for resources escalates, gradually encroaching upon the habitats of other species, resulting in a decline in some populations and jeopardizing the ecological balance. The gravitational field of planet Vegeta is approximately 13 times that of Earth, implying that objects weigh significantly more here. For newcomers to this planet, such intensified gravity presents considerable challenges. Each step feels like a burdensome weight, while jumping heights and distances are markedly diminished. Even those with robust physical constitutions require time to acclimatize to this gravitational environment. Otherwise, they risk injury due to excessive fatigue. The planet's magnetic field is both powerful and intricate. It not only safeguards the atmosphere from the majority of cosmic rays and solar winds, but also profoundly influences the biological and geographical environments on the planet. Variations in the magnetic field can lead to peculiar geomagnetic phenomena, such as compass malfunctions and local anomalies that attract or repel objects. At certain locales, the interaction between the strong magnetic field and subterranean minerals gives rise to breathtaking auroras, which dance across the night sky like ethereal sprites, bestowing a rare beauty upon the otherwise stark nights of planet Vegeta. However, the instability of the magnetic field also poses potential dangers to planet Vegeta. The occasional magnetic storms disrupt the communication systems and electronic devices on the planet, and can even inflict damage upon the brains and nervous systems of living beings, resulting in behavioral anomalies or genetic mutations. The atmospheric composition of planet Vegeta exhibits significant differences from that of Earth. Notably, the levels of nitrogen and oxygen are relatively low, while carbon dioxide and certain rare gases are present in higher proportions. This unique atmospheric makeup renders the climate of planet Vegeta extreme and volatile. During the day, the scorching rays of the star pour unabated onto the planet's surface. Due to the weak insulation of the atmosphere, the ground rapidly heats up, especially in desert regions, where temperatures can easily exceed 100 degrees Celsius. The searing sands can instantaneously evaporate any moisture. Intense heat currents create powerful convection at the surface, triggering howling gales, with wind speeds often surpassing 100 kilometers per hour. These tempests carry sand and dust, wreaking havoc across the planet and giving rise to sandstorms that fill the skies with swirling yellow sands. Chapter 133, to be revised. The following content is filler. Planet Adralat is also endowed with a mysterious energy field that permeates the air of the entire planet. Invisible to the naked eye, this field emanates an intangible force that can be felt. Those who find themselves within this field experience a sense of joy and rejuvenation, as though all fatigue and worries have been swept away. This energy field possesses healing and restorative properties, accelerating wound recovery and enhancing bodily immunity. For warriors with formidable energy, the energy field of planet Adralat is an invaluable resource, allowing them to absorb energy and elevate their strength and realm. The existence of this energy field also bestows unique abilities and characteristics upon the beings of planet Adralat. For instance, the inhabitants possess the extraordinary skill of instantaneous movement, a remarkable talent that sets them apart in the cosmos. Additionally, planet Adralat is home to breathtaking natural wonders. Among the most renowned is the Rainbow Waterfall. Perched upon a cliff of a towering mountain, water cascades from hundreds of meters above, creating a magnificent curtain of water. When sunlight strikes the waterfall, the flowing water refracts into a spectrum of colors, resembling a resplendent rainbow suspended in the sky, hence its name. Below the waterfall lies an unfathomable lake. Its waters crystal clear, revealing a bed strewn with colorful gems and corals, sparkling enchantingly in the sunlight, as if it were a hidden treasure trove beneath the earth. Another natural marvel is the Valley of Time, enveloped in an aura of mysterious power. A gentle mist pervades the valley, shimmering with various strange lights, as though fragments of time drift through the air. Deep within the valley stands an ancient castle, its walls adorned with an array of enigmatic symbols and patterns that seem to harbor the secrets of the universe and the codes of time, drawing countless adventurers to explore. The architectural style of Planet Adralat is distinctive, imbued with a sense of futurism and technological sophistication. In the city, towering skyscrapers dominate the skyline, each edifice exhibiting a unique architectural form. Some resemble crystalline towers, radiant and transparent, while others evoke the image of birds poised to take flight. And some even mimic colossal spiral shells. The surfaces of these structures are typically adorned with a shimmering material that reflects a kaleidoscope of colors when illuminated by the sun, transforming the entire metropolis into a fantastical crystal castle. The streets of the city are spacious and immaculate, paved with a special material that boasts exceptional durability and compressive strength, emanating a gentle glow to illuminate the paths for pedestrians. Various modes of transportation traverse these thoroughfares, each characterized by distinctive shapes and designs. Some resemble hovering discs, while others take the form of swift, luminous wheels. Remarkably, they operate silently and emit no exhaust, fostering a serene and eco-friendly atmosphere. The topography of the planet Adrad is rich and diverse, featuring vast plains, towering mountains, glimmering lakes, and rushing rivers. In the plains, a unique plant known as phosphorescent grass flourishes, its slender, supple leaves swaying gently in the breeze, casting a soft glow akin to a green galaxy upon the ground. As night descends, the luminance of the phosphorescent grass intensifies, illuminating the plains as if it were daylight. The mountains represent one of Adrat's most magnificent landscapes, their undulating peaks crowned with eternal snow that sparkles brilliantly in the sunlight, contrasting sharply with the lush forests at their base. These forests are a verdant sea of towering trees, their branches abundant with foliage. The varieties of trees are numerous, with some boasting vibrant red trunks, others cloaked in mysterious purple, and still others shimmering with a golden radiance, resembling exquisite artifacts sculpted from gemstones. The sky of Adrat is a profound and crystalline blue, subtly distinct from that of Earth, imbued with hints of a violet hue that evokes a dreamlike quality. During the day, clouds of various forms drift across the sky. Unlike the fluffy and scattered clouds of Earth, they exhibit a more orderly, fluid line, reminiscent of aerial sculptures meticulously crafted by a master artist. When sunlight filters through the gaps, it creates bright and gentle beams, resembling gateways of light to a mystical realm. As night falls, the sky of Adrat unveils a breathtaking spectacle. The stars twinkle like brilliant gemstones embedded in black velvet, radiating a spectrum of colors. Their arrangement is not haphazard. Rather, it forms a tapestry of wondrous constellations that appear as fierce beasts or graceful fairies, as if narrating the enigmatic tales of the cosmos. In the face of Vegeta, Dabura remains undaunted, wielding the power of his third eye to immobilize Vegeta and effortlessly defeat him, showcasing his formidable strength. During the tournament of the world's strongest, Dabura engages in an intense battle with Gohan. Initially, the two combatants engaged in a fierce struggle, yet as the battle progressed, Dabura began to gain the upper hand. However, due to the interference of Gohan and others with his third eye of darkness, he was unable to unleash his full potential, leading to a stalemate. The third eye of darkness on his forehead serves as a crucial source of his power. When it opens, Dabura experiences a significant enhancement in his magical prowess and combat capabilities, allowing him to unleash more formidable magical attacks and mental control. His physical attributes and martial skills are exceptionally impressive, boasting immense strength, speed, and agility, enabling him to match Super Saiyan Gohan in close combat. His fists possess overwhelming force, capable of effortlessly penetrating rock and metal. Dabura wields an array of potent magical abilities, with his petrifying saliva being the most emblematic. He has previously utilized this skill to transform the Sword of the Kais into stone and nearly ensnared Majin Buu in its grasp. Dabura's demeanor is characterized by cruelty, cunning, and arrogance. He revels in the thrill of battle, preferring to achieve his goals through violence and terror, showing no mercy to his foes. He often exhibits a sadistic side during combat, deriving pleasure from tormenting his adversaries. Simultaneously, he is exceedingly shrewd, adept at employing various tactics and strategies to overcome his opponents. When faced with formidable enemies, he skillfully utilizes tactics to exploit their weaknesses in pursuit of victory. Moreover, Depict possesses an unwavering confidence in his own abilities, bordering on hubris, as he perceives himself as invincible, often underestimating his rivals. This arrogance has, on occasion, led to his downfall in battle. In the vast expanse of the cosmos, the planet Sharada resembles a mysterious gem, radiating a unique and enchanting light. This planet lies so far from Earth that its distance is nearly unfathomable. Quietly suspended at the edge of the Milky Way, enveloped in a delicate layer of lavender nebula, as if the universe had adorned it with a gossamer veil, enhancing its enigmatic allure. Upon approaching the planet, one is first greeted by its immense and resplendent rings. Unlike Saturn's rings, which are composed of cold rock and dust, Sharada's rings consist of countless fragments of crystal that shimmer with otherworldly brilliance. These crystalline shards vary in size and shape, some resembling sharp daggers, others akin to smooth pearls. Bathed in sunlight, they refract a spectrum of colors, arching like a rainbow across the planet's equator. The crystalline shards within the rings are not static. They rotate and flow gently, producing a melodious chime when they collide, as if the cosmos is performing an ethereal symphony. Passing through the rings reveals the entirety of the planet Sharada. Its surface is predominantly cloaked in deep blue oceans, which are anything but the tranquil monotony of Earth's seas, instead exuding a profound and mysterious texture. Under unique geological and climatic conditions, the waters shimmer with a ghostly blue phosphorescence, reminiscent of countless eyes blinking in the darkness. The waves crash violently against the rocky shores, sending sprays of water soaring thousands of meters into the air, which, upon descending, instantaneously freeze into transparent ice sculptures, resembling colossal guardians of the coast. Amidst the vast expanse of the ocean, numerous islands of peculiar shapes are scattered. Some resemble colossal mushrooms, towering into the clouds with their towering stalks topped by immense canopies, where a myriad of exotic plants flourish. The leaves of these plants display vibrant hues. Some are as red as flames, while others shine with a golden brilliance, swaying gently in the breeze as if to showcase their beauty to the cosmos. Other islands take on the form of a slumbering dragon, with winding mountain ranges forming the creature's spine, where lush trees flourish, akin to the scales upon the dragon's body. Surrounding these islands is a diverse array of marine life. Enormous whale-like beings glide through the waters, their bodies stretching hundreds of meters in length, creating immense waves with each movement. These creatures are adorned with luminescent scales, navigating the dark depths like mobile lighthouses. There are also octopus-like beings, equipped with countless long tentacles that can effortlessly ensnare passing vessels. These tentacles are lined with suckers and sharp spines, serving as instruments for both predation and defense. The land of the planet Sharada is equally imbued with fantastical hues. Expansive plains are covered with endless golden grasslands, which are not ordinary meadows, but rather composed of a plant known as starry grass. The slender, pointed leaves of starry grass are adorned with fine hairs that reflect golden light under the sun's rays, as the gentle wind sweeps across. The grasslands ripple like a golden sea. Deep within the prairies, one may occasionally encounter vast lakes, their waters shimmering in emerald green. Large lily pads float upon the surface, adorned with blossoms of various colors, pink, purple, white, emitting an enchanting fragrance that lures delicate flying creatures to sip their nectar. These creatures resemble butterflies, yet are dozens of times larger than earthly butterflies, their wings embellished with exquisite patterns that create a gentle breeze with each flap, causing the flowers on the lake's surface to sway gracefully. The mountains of Sharada are truly magnificent. Towering peaks pierce the sky, their summits cloaked in eternal snow, the glistening white snow reflecting blinding light under the sun. Between the mountains, canyons crisscross, with fathomless depths shrouded in thick mist, occasionally reverberating with deep, ominous roars that send shivers down one's spine. On the sheer cliffs, a plant known as spirit vine thrives. Its sturdy, resilient stems cling tightly to the precipice, with deep purple leaves shaped like outstretched hands. Periodically, the spirit vine bears crystalline fruits, said to harbor immense energy, coveted treasures for many beings on the planet Sarada. Beyond the natural wonders, the planet is also home to breathtaking man-made structures. At the foot of a colossal mountain lies a grand city, its architectural style unique. With most buildings constructed from a material known as starstone, the starstone possesses a resilient texture, its surface radiating a gentle luminescence that bathes the entire city in a brilliance reminiscent of daylight during the night. The architecture within the city is diverse, with structures resembling colossal pyramids, towering spires, and circular fortresses. At the heart of the city stands a magnificent palace, its walls adorned with a myriad of gemstones and crystals. Flanking the grand entrance are two imposing statues, meticulously carved to depict legendary heroes from the planet Sharada, wielding weapons and gazing steadfastly ahead, as if they are the guardians of this vibrant metropolis. The streets of the city are alive with activity. The residents of Sharada, tall of stature and possessing skin of a delicate azure hue, have eyes that shimmer like stars. They don splendid garments embroidered with intricate designs, often illustrating the myths and natural wonders of their planet. Some engage in commerce within shops, while others converse leisurely in the cafes lining the streets. And yet more showcase their skills in the bustling squares, infusing the city with vitality and exuberance. The sky above Sharada is equally enchanting. By day, it presents a soft blue canvas adorned with fluffy white clouds, drifting like cotton candy. Occasionally, one can witness enormous flying creatures gliding across the heavens, their wings spanning several meters and stirring up gusts of wind as they soar. As night descends, the sky transforms into a dazzling tapestry of stars. Countless celestial bodies twinkle with radiant brilliance, forming a myriad of constellations. Among these, the most striking is the star of Sharada, a colossal sun several times the size of our own, emanating intense light and warmth, providing ample energy for the planet. Surrounding the star are several smaller planets, which, under its gravitational influence, orbit in harmonious precision, crafting a beautiful and cohesive solar system. Sharada, a planet rich in mystery and enchantment, presents every aspect of its landscape as a testament to the artistry of nature and intelligent life. From its resplendent rings to its profound oceans, from its peculiar islands to its majestic mountains, and from its grand cities to its sparkling night sky, it showcases an unparalleled allure. It is a radiant gem within the cosmos, awaiting the exploration and discovery of more life. In the vast, boundless depths of the universe, Metamor appears as a mysterious jewel, exuding a unique and captivating charm. It floats serenely in the dark interstellar void, enveloped by a soft lavender nebula, which billows like gossamer, shimmering faintly under the illumination of cosmic rays, as if draping the planet in a dreamlike garment. Upon nearing Metamor, one is immediately struck by its immense and spectacular gaseous rings. Composed of a myriad of vibrant gases and dust, these rings present a fluid, ever-changing beauty. The orange clouds billowed like a surging flame, frolicking wildly within the halo. The blue mist resembled a tranquil lake, profound and distant, while delicate strands of pink gas floated gracefully, akin to a maiden's gossamer, imparting a touch of tenderness and allure to the entire halo. These gases intertwined and merged, crafting a myriad of extraordinary shapes, at times resembling a sinuous, spiraling dragon, fiercely guarding its planet, at other moments, manifesting as a magnificent castle, complete with towering spires and sturdy walls. Scattered throughout the halo were tiny ice crystal particles, which, under the refraction of light, sparkled like brilliant diamonds, adorning this grand gaseous halo with countless twinkling points of light. As one traverses the gaseous halo, the essence of the planet Metamor emerges. This celestial body is characterized by a surface adorned with rugged mountains and expansive plains. The mountains soar into the clouds, their peaks sharp as swords, piercing the heavens. The rocks of these mountains exhibit an unusual deep purple hue, intricately patterned with complex designs, as if etched by the passage of time. In certain areas of the mountains, shimmering veins of blue energy can be observed, akin to the arteries of life, weaving through the rocks and infusing the frigid mountains with an enigmatic vitality. Between these mountains lies an endless expanse of plains, blanketed in a thick layer of verdant vegetation, which is unlike the familiar trees and grasses of Earth, but rather a species reminiscent of colossal mushrooms. Their caps, reaching several meters in diameter, display unique textures and spots, transitioning from light green to deep green, resembling a meticulously crafted masterpiece of nature. In the gentle caress of the breeze, these gigantic mushrooms sway softly, their gills emanating a faint luminescence, akin to scattered stars upon the earth, creating a dreamlike ambience across the plains. The sky of Metamor is equally distinctive, presenting a profound sapphire blue, purer and more vibrant than that of Earth. Frequently, resplendent auroras grace the sky, appearing as dancing spirits that traverse swiftly, shifting in form. Their colors are rich and diverse, ranging from dazzling gold to gentle silver, passionate red to mysterious purple. The shapes of the auroras vary. At times, they cascade like grand curtains from the horizon to the ground. At other moments, they bloom like flowers, radiating brilliant hues in the sky. When the auroras emerge, the entire sky of the planet is illuminated in a kaleidoscope of colors, as if one were immersed in a fantastical fairy tale. On the surface of Metamor, there exist numerous peculiar lakes. These lakes are not composed of ordinary water, but rather a luminescent liquid. The water lies still as a mirror, reflecting the auroras above and the surrounding mountains and mushroom forests, creating breathtakingly symmetrical vistas. Along the edges of the lakes, peculiar aquatic plants thrive, their elongated, translucent leaves gently swaying in the water, resembling flowing crystals. The blossoms of these plants exhibit an array of vivid hues, blues, yellows, oranges, and more, blooming upon the lake's surface like floating gemstones, infusing the waters with vitality and grace. The climate of Metamor is equally capricious, with fierce winds howling at times, strong enough to uproot colossal mushrooms, creating a spectacular mushroom storm across the plains. Within the tempest, tiny particles collide and rub against one another, producing a crackling sound reminiscent of a stirring symphony orchestrated by nature itself. At other moments, gentle rains may fall, but these droplets are not merely colorless. They shimmer with a faint spectrum. The red droplets resemble glistening rubies, while the blue ones appear as azure gems, cascading down upon the earth and nourishing this extraordinary land. When these droplets land on the enormous mushrooms, they slide down the caps, forming colorful water curtains that, under the glow of bioluminescence, become particularly enchanting. In certain corners of the planet, ancient relics can be discovered, constructed from massive stone blocks inscribed with enigmatic symbols and patterns. Some of these designs seemingly depict the likenesses of Metamor's former inhabitants, tall and uniquely featured, while others appear to narrate the planet's history and legends. Ancient tales that have traversed the river of time, quietly recounting their stories within these ruins. A mysterious aura envelopes the relics, suggesting the presence of countless untold secrets, awaiting brave explorers to unveil them. The nights on Metamor are utterly mesmerizing. As dusk falls, the sky becomes a tapestry of twinkling stars, brighter and more densely packed than those visible from Earth. They resemble jewels embedded in a black velvet canvas, shimmering with resplendent light. Beneath this celestial expanse, the vast mushroom forest comes alive with glowing creatures. These diminutive beings, diverse in form, some resembling fluffy spheres, others like winged sprites, dance and frolic amidst the mushrooms. Their soft luminescence harmonizes beautifully with the glow of the mushrooms, adding a lively and spirited touch to the enchanting nights of Metamor. Standing upon this wondrous land, gazing up at the vast sky, one cannot help but feel transported to a realm far removed from the clamor of the world, deeply moved by the purity of such beauty. Delving further into the interior of Metamor, one encounters an expansive desert region. This desert contrasts starkly with those found on Earth. Its sands not yellow, but a dazzling gold. Under the sun's rays, the golden grains shimmer with a captivating brilliance, resembling a vast ocean of gold. 2 days later, on May 6th, it seems that Gohan's innate mental prowess has facilitated an unusually smooth learning of hypnosis techniques. After completing the final assessment, Master Roshi inquires about the experiences of Gohan and his companions during their journey to Namek. Thus, considering the encounter with Shrag on Namek, have there now been 2 foes in your dreams that have yet to manifest? After hearing Gohan's account of this journey, Master Roshi furrowed his brow and inquired. In truth, Shrag's presence may not be attributed to temporal fluctuations. Perhaps it is simply that I have not encountered him in my dreams. This villain must have followed us from planet business. Nonetheless, there is no need for excessive concern, Master Roshi. I have already attained the ability to transform into a Super Saiyan. Although this is my inaugural transformation due to my rigorous training, I am considerably stronger than my father was during his first transformation in a dream. Upon hearing the hint of worry in Master Roshi's voice, Gohan, despite harboring similar feelings, smiled and offered words of comfort. Indeed, that terrifying power was undeniably you, Gohan. Master Roshi, upon hearing this, found himself liberated from his previous anxieties. Indeed, worrying resolves nothing. Ultimately, the future must be entrusted to the hands of these young warriors. Gazing at Gohan's radiant smile, a poignant feeling stirred within Master Roshi, a reminder that his era had long since passed. This sentiment had lingered for some time, particularly as he observed his disciples, Goku and Gohan, whose powers seemed to ascend like a rocket, becoming increasingly vivid. However, he did not feel a sense of loss. Rather, he was filled with pride. After all, both of these remarkable individuals were his pupils. I shall take my leave now, Master Roshi. The World Martial Arts Tournament is set to commence tomorrow. Observing Master Roshi's contented smile, Gohan felt reassured, even if he did not fully grasp the reason behind it. The tournament? Is it truly starting tomorrow? Master Roshi momentarily paused, processing the information. Indeed, my father and I agreed to attend the venue tomorrow, but since I have learned hypnosis ahead of time, it would be prudent to go today, Gohan said with a smile. Well, if that is the case, I shall accompany you, Master Roshi replied, inspired by Gohan's youthful exuberance. According to his discussions with the king, this year's tournament would likely showcase numerous descendants of previously reclusive martial arts sects due to various circumstances. While their prowess may not rival that of Goku and the others, the competition for the championship could prove to be more intense. Ah, the young generation, Master Roshi suddenly chuckled. But Grandpa, how will you get there? It seems a plane would not suffice in time. As for the flying Nimbus, it appears you cannot ride it, Gohan candidly remarked. Master Roshi's smile faltered. Bah, what do you mean by that? I simply choose not to ride the Nimbus. Such a soft thing is nothing but a corruption of the martial spirit. Master Roshi's face flushed as he endeavored to uphold his dignity as a master. Then how will you travel, Grandpa? You cannot fly, Gohan retorted once more. Listening to Sun Wukong address him with utmost respect, Master Roshi found himself at a loss for words, his frustration stifled as he huffed and puffed. Yet, he understood that Wukong meant no offense. At times, this child indeed mirrored his father's obliviousness. After calming his emotions, Master Roshi gazed up at the sky. Little turtle, he bellowed, his voice echoing far into the heavens. Turtle? Sun Wukong paused, following Master Roshi's gaze into the sky. Soon enough, a verdant object, whirling like a windmill and accompanied by a howling breeze, soared through the air. It swiftly descended before Master Roshi, revealing itself to be an exceptionally robust sea turtle. Master Roshi, where are you headed? The turtle inquired in a deep, resonant voice. We're off to Papaya Island, Master Roshi replied nonchalantly. Chapter 137. To be revised in the vibrant tapestry of Dragon Ball, the landscapes of Earth unfold like a magnificent and richly layered painting, revealing a breathtaking amalgamation of diverse beauty and fantastical charm through the author's pen. Each scene seems infused with a soul, becoming an indispensable and vivid backdrop to the narrative. From tranquil mountains to bustling cities, from expansive oceans to enigmatic islands, the earthly scenery in Dragon Ball encompasses the myriad facets of nature and the wondrous interplay between human civilization and the natural world. These vistas serve not only as the stage for the characters' lives and battles, but also as vital elements imbued with countless memories and emotions, bearing witness to the growth, adventures, and struggles of the protagonist, Son Goku, and his companions. At the story's inception, we are transported through the eyes of young Goku, where we experience the tranquility and grandeur of Baozi Mountain. This mountain, eternally in spring, boasts a verdant expanse that resembles a lush green sea, undulating with the contours of the land. Towering and ancient trees cast a canopy overhead, allowing sunlight to filter through the dense foliage, creating patches of golden light that dance upon the soft grass below. A crystal-clear stream meanders through the mountain, its waters transparent enough to reveal fish frolicking beneath the surface. Occasionally, peculiar stones, smoothed and rounded by the flowing water, line the banks, adding a touch of antiquity to this natural spectacle. The fauna of Baozi Mountain exudes vitality and spirit. Vibrantly colored birds flit and sing among the branches, while rare beasts dart through the woodlands, coexisting harmoniously with nature, thus forming a vivid ecological tableau. Goku's childhood cabin rests within this woodland, surrounded by a kaleidoscope of blossoms. Whenever a gentle breeze passes through, petals cascade like a vibrant floral rain, bestowing a dreamlike quality upon this humble abode. Here, Goku shared carefree moments with his grandfather, Son Gohan, and the scenery of Bowsy Mountain became one of his warmest and most cherished memories, nurturing the roots of his kind-hearted, innocent, and courageous character. Departing from Bowsy Mountain, we arrive at a bustling metropolis. As a modern metropolis on Earth, West City epitomizes the pinnacle of human civilization and prosperity. Towering skyscrapers dominate the cityscape, their glass facades shimmering under the sun's radiant glow, forming a fantastical urban forest. The streets bustle with an incessant flow of vehicles, advanced modes of transportation weaving seamlessly through the wide thoroughfares, exuding an air of order amidst the lively hustle and bustle. In the central square, throngs of people gather, as colossal electronic screens broadcast a myriad of news and advertisements, showcasing the technological allure and popular culture of this era. The nights in West City are even more resplendent, with neon-lit signs and streetlights illuminating the entire city, transforming the nocturnal urban landscape into a scene reminiscent of daylight. Distant high-rises twinkle with light, each window radiating a warm glow that seems to narrate the life stories of the city's inhabitants. The aroma of diverse culinary delights wafts through the streets, with an array of restaurants, cafes, and shops enriching the vibrant atmosphere of this bustling metropolis. In such an environment, the Bulma family, as a titan of technology, resides in opulent estates equipped with cutting-edge facilities and beautiful gardens that harmonize with the city's modern aesthetic. The prosperity of West City is not merely a reflection of material wealth. It is also a testament to human ingenuity and creativity, representing the extraordinary achievements of Earth's civilization in technological and social advancement. Furthermore, it provides the characters within the narrative with a tapestry of vibrant life scenes and opportunities, serving as both the genesis and culmination of numerous adventurous tales. Beyond the terrestrial landscape, the oceans in the world of Dragon Ball are equally enchanting. The vast expanse of the Azure Sea occupies much of the Earth's surface, with tumultuous waves crashing against the shore, producing a thunderous roar. The pristine white sands glisten with golden hues under the sun, and the soft, fine grains beneath one's feet evoke a sense of intimate connection with the ocean. Palm trees sway gently by the seaside, their verdant fronds rustling in the breeze, adding a touch of tropical leisure and pleasure to the coastal scenery. Beneath the ocean's surface lies a mysterious underwater realm. Vibrantly colored coral reefs resemble submerged castles, each uniquely shaped and breathtakingly beautiful. A myriad of tropical fish dart among the reefs, their scales shimmering in a kaleidoscope of colors, creating a dreamlike underwater tableau. Majestic whales glide gracefully through the deep sea, occasionally surfacing to spout towering columns of water, showcasing the grandeur and magnificence of marine life. The ocean serves not only as a vital component of Earth's ecosystem, but also as the backdrop for many enigmatic tales and adventures. In the world of Dragon Ball, the ocean frequently serves as a conduit connecting various land masses, with protagonists traversing its waters aboard advanced vessels or flying apparatus, exploring uncharted territories, and engaging in fierce battles against sea monsters and mysterious forces. This vast expanse of water is imbued with thrilling elements of adventure, allowing readers to experience the ocean's profound depths and the boundless possibilities shrouded in its mysteries. Among the many enigmatic locales on Earth, Korin Tower undoubtedly stands out as one of the most fantastical landscapes. The towering pagoda rises majestically within the depths of an ancient forest on Bowsy Mountain, enveloped in a mysterious mist that seems to isolate it from the outside world. Its body, pure as jade, emanates a soft glow, adorned with intricate and enigmatic runes that appear to narrate tales of a distant past and arcane legends. The internal structure of the Corinta is a labyrinthine wonder, concealing countless secret chambers and passageways. Ascending the narrow and steep staircase within the tower, each level unveils a different spectacle. Some floors are graced with ancient tomes and scrolls, chronicling long-lost martial arts secrets and historical documents. Others harbor precious magical artifacts and wondrous herbs, endowed with incredible powers. At the pinnacle, one finds the abode of the immortal Corinta, where a breathtaking panorama of Baozi Mountain and its vast surroundings unfolds, revealing distant peaks, rivers, and forests that evoke a profound sense of transcendental tranquility and openness. As a mystical sanctuary of Earth, Corinth serves not only as a vital site for figures like Wukong to enhance their prowess and acquire wisdom, but also as a conduit linking Earth to higher-dimensional mystical forces. Its unique and fantastical landscapes symbolize humanity's exploration and pursuit of the unknown, alongside the spiritual growth and empowerment attained through such endeavors. The earthly scenery depicted in Dragon Ball is rich and diverse, showcasing the grandeur of nature's mountains, vast oceans, and serene forests, alongside the bustling cities and enigmatic relics crafted by human civilization. These vistas intertwine to create a vibrant and dynamic world filled with fantasy and adventure, becoming an unforgettable classic in the hearts of countless readers and viewers. They vividly illustrate the infinite charm and potential of Earth as the home of the protagonists, allowing us to relish exhilarating battles and captivating stories while also being enchanted by the natural beauty and cultural landscapes of this beautiful planet. Immersed in this imaginative and creative realm, we are moved by the splendor of Earth and compelled to cherish and love the reality in which we dwell.